In the ancient, enigmatic era of the world, humanity was yet to emerge. The ancestors of the elves were still trolls, while the titans reigned over the earth and dragons dominated the skies. As the age drew to a close, titans and dragons engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual devastation. At this pivotal moment, a traveler arrived at an Eagleman tribe, guiding them on a path of evolution, ultimately leading them to become the angelic race. Countless years later, King Jiang You of the angels resided upon the highest throne, while countless beings sang praises, "Holy, holy." How can sinners gaze upon the majesty and glory of the true Lord? Each offers jeweled crowns and adornments, presenting them to the divine throne of gold. Chapter 1. The Eagleman Tribe of Eagleman Mountain. In the world of Furland, during the age of titans and dragons, at the confluence of prairies and forests lay Eagleman Mountain. Under the blazing sun, the heat was oppressive. The Eagleman Mountain tribe, the royal court has issued a decree. 50 Eagleman warriors are summoned. You have 3 days to arrive at the Hanhai forest and heed the call of the god of thunder. Above the cliffs, a gray-black winged Eagleman soared, grasping a bone spear, proclaiming loudly to the Eaglemen below. Amidst the crowd of Eaglemen, Jiang You looked up in confusion, surveying his surroundings and the sky. Where am I? It soon became apparent to him that all around him were Eaglemen with human faces, beaks, and eagle talons, their bodies cloaked in gray-black feathers. The Eaglemen wore rudimentary garments of animal hides, their frail forms and pallid faces indicating long-term malnutrition. As for him, he remained a young Eagleman, standing beside a female Eagleman. Before long, fleeting memories of the young Eagleman surfaced in his mind. Messenger, our tribe consists of merely 200 Eaglemen. If all the able-bodied depart, how shall we survive in this vast wilderness? We beseech you for leniency. Among the Eaglemen crowding the cliff, a tall, robust adult Eagleman stood at the forefront, pleading with the airborne messenger. However, the messenger paid no heed to their plight, dismissing them with a curt reply. I care not for your fates. Arrive on time, or your tribe shall be obliterated. With that, he took flight, leaving behind a sea of distressed faces among the Eaglemen. As night fell, a fire was kindled upon the cliffs, roasting the scant remnants of the Eagleman tribe's meat. The young warriors quietly consumed the meat, their families gathered nearby. Jiang You stood beside his mother, next to a male Eagleman, the tribe's leader, the very same towering Eagleman who had pleaded for mercy during the day. After finishing his meal, he turned to Jiang You, sighed, and affectionately stroked his head, declaring, "My son, you must grow up strong and healthy." Though he had assumed a new identity, the memories of the young Eagleman stirred something within him. He then turned to the female Eagleman and solemnly stated, "Azzy, the war between the Titan gods and the ancient dragon race has persisted for a millennium. 10 years ago, our forebears vanished without a trace. This time, our fate is equally uncertain. After I depart, I entrust You to your care." Tears welled in the female Eagleman's eyes. "Wing, must you go? Can we not leave Eagleman Mountain and hide far away?" "It is not possible. The entire world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here, we may cling to existence. Venturing elsewhere would mean certain doom," the Eagle Father replied with resignation. "Wing, you must return safely." "I shall." On the following morning, all the young Eaglemen, under the leadership of the Eagle Father, took flight westward towards Hanhai Forest. On the cliffs, a group of elderly, weak, and female Eaglemen clutched their children tightly, watching the warriors depart. 3 years later, in a forest near Eagleman Mountain, Jiang You gripped a small stone spear, perched atop a treetop, his keen eyes fixed below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar were beset by 3 forest wolves. The smaller boar had suffered grievous injuries, its head nearly torn apart by the wolves. The larger boar, driven by the anguish of losing its offspring, charged fiercely, heedless of its own wounds, tusks raised. One wolf was impaled and fell lifeless, another suffered a gaping wound, writhing on the ground. The last wolf delivered a final blow to the thick-skinned boar. At that moment, a cry of an eagle rang out. Jiang You swooped down from the treetop, thrusting his stone spear with precision into the eye of the wolf. As the wolf writhed in agony before succumbing, a notification appeared. "You have slain a forest wolf, experience gained, 10. Ignoring the message, Jiang You turned his attention to the severely injured wolf, launching his spear once more. The spear struck true, piercing its throat. "You have slain a forest wolf, experience gained, 10. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed and decisiveness. Only after the skirmish concluded did 3 young Eaglemen descend from the treetops. Ayu, you are truly impressive. We just took to the air, and you have already vanquished them all. Jiang You smiled and nodded. San, Ali, Alai, take some of the prey back. I will remain here to keep watch. Very well, Ayu, do take care. The three young eaglemen then worked together to carry away the large and small thick-skinned wild boars. As they flew away, Jiang You quickly addressed the scent of blood from the slain wolves before returning to the treetop. Perched on a branch, he gazed at the setting sun in the distance, wiping the blood from his spear. Open the panel. Name, Jiang You. Race, Eagleman. Age, 9. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 9, Agility 8, Charisma 3. Level, Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Skills, Throwing Proficient, Spear Technique Proficient. Skill Points, Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Talent, None. Quest System, Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Game Activation Countdown, 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Upon seeing the countdown for game activation, Jiang You could not help but twitch his lips. To traverse as an eagleman, to find the world in disarray, and yet the game system remains inaccessible. I wonder if I am an NPC or a player. He sighed deeply. The system is currently unreliable. I must rely on myself for the time being. Fortunately, I can still view my attributes and skills. It is not entirely futile. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow. Jiang You broke off a branch and gestured in the air, speaking to himself. With nothing pressing at hand, I shall reflect once more. I have been in this world for 3 years now, and I have concluded that this is the ancient era of the game Furland World, the chapter of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, it was during the 5th chapter, an era of the rise of the human empire. By that time, the age of Titans and Dragons had long since faded. Following the ancient war, the Titans vanished without a trace, while the Dragons retreated to Dragon Island. Information from this period is scarce in my memory. There is only a single account of events 3 years prior to the final battle between Titans and Dragons. The god of thunder, Atri, slayed the beloved youngest son of the ancient dragon emperor, the blue dragon king Alalitos, during a territorial conflict. Thus, he became the ancestor of the blue dragons in later generations. This incident was the catalyst. The dragon emperor, in a fit of rage, unleashed his entire clan's forces in a fierce battle against the Titan giants, resulting in mutual destruction, while the goblins seized the opportunity to rise. At that time, while watching the documentary, I paid little attention to the history of the Eagle people. During that era, the Eagle people were still ruled by a royal court, governing hundreds of thousands of their kind, a member of the sentient races. Upon this reflection, he glanced at his own appearance and sighed. The Eagle people, once mere fodder in the 5th chapter, have now been excluded from the ranks of the sentient races. Players will not even have the option to select Eagle people at the start. To speak candidly, the talents of the Eagle people are indeed quite limited. Despite numerous attempts to awaken the extraordinary powers in this youthful eagle form, I have failed. Lack of talent is simply lack of talent. Without the ability to awaken the extraordinary, one cannot even hope for the future. He furrowed his brows in contemplation. However, I recall a legend that has persisted since the 5th chapter. A common turtle, bathing in Titan's blood during the ancient times, ultimately ascended to a demigod, surviving until the arrival of the players. I had initially considered awakening my powers in such a manner. Yet, in the past 3 years, I have learned that bathing in Titan's blood does not confer strength. Rather, it leads to a fiery demise, without exception. How did that ancient turtle manage to bathe in Titan's blood and live to wield the extraordinary? Jiang You fell into deep thought. I have completed the old turtle's quest. Perhaps upon further reflection, I might uncover a clue. Chapter 2, The Chieftain. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, the stars shimmered like jewels. Jiang You and his 3 companions returned to Gaoman Mountain, carrying the remains of 3 forest wolves. The campfire on the cliff had already been kindled, and a plump, thick-skinned wild boar was sizzling on the grill. The Eagle people gathered around the fire, eyeing the roasting boar with eager anticipation. Some younglings among the Eagle people were already drooling, their mouths watering. The thick-skinned wild boar was the most delectable prey found in the Whispering Forest, and even now, it was a rare encounter for Jiang You and his companions. Their unexpected victory over the wild boar, while beset by 3 wolves, was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Once the boar was fully roasted, Jiang You received the most succulent portion of the meat. After all the Eagle people had feasted, An elderly eagle with gray-white wings and a stooped figure stood shakily, approaching the campfire to address the tribe loudly. Fellow kin, it has been 3 years since Chieftain E led all the young men of our clan to the Hanhai Forest to partake in the war initiated by the Thunder Titan. They have yet to return, they must have long since met their end. You all understand this, do you not? The old eagle's words tore open the wound of grief, causing the tribal eagles to lower their heads in sorrow. Before long, Jiang You could hear the sounds of weeping around him. The eagle warriors were too weak. Apart from their ability to fly, they were of little use. On such a grand battlefield, they were like cannon fodder, perishing en masse at the slightest brush with a stronger foe. Fortunately, 3 years have passed, and our children have grown. They are now able to assist their mothers in hunting. Especially you, who has even demonstrated the ability to slay a forest wolf independently. The old eagle continued. Half a year ago, Jiang You had indeed single-handedly defeated a lone wolf. Wolves have a leader, and a tribe must have a chief. I propose that Jiang You inherit Yi's position and become the chieftain of our Eagleman mountain tribe. At last, the old eagle revealed his intention. He was too old, and the tribe was lacking in leadership. Only Jiang You could assume the role of chieftain. Though still a young eagle, he was no less capable than an adult. Upon the old eagle's declaration, the first to voice their support were the young eagles of similar age to Jiang You. Having grown up alongside him, they were already captivated by his prowess. With the youths in agreement, their mothers naturally offered no opposition, resulting in nearly half of the tribe endorsing Jiang You as the new chieftain. Moreover, even those who remained silent showed no dissent. Thus, the matter was settled. The old eagle smiled reassuringly, approaching Jiang You and asking with a gentle tone, "You, would you be willing to bear the future of the Eagleman mountain eagle tribe?" As he spoke, he observed Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, nodding inwardly. Jiang You did not hesitate. He nodded earnestly. "Elder, I am willing to become the chieftain." In the perilous ancient wilderness, where dangers lurked at every turn, he possessed no extraordinary power. Only the strength of the tribe could ensure survival. He was no longer a mere player. His life was now at stake. Becoming the chieftain was also a desire that resided within him. After 3 years of shared experiences, he was no mere plant, devoid of feelings. At the very least, I must alter the fate of my tribe's eagles. Jiang You thought to himself. In the deep of night, the moonlight bathed the earth. Jiang You reclined against a large stone on the cliff, feeling the cool breeze of the starry night. After much contemplation, I realized that the quest of the old turtle did not mention how to avoid being scorched by Titan's blood. However, as he was once an ordinary turtle, he would not have been far from the battlefield while bathing in Titan's blood. With this thought, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. In the early days of the rise of the human empire, the old turtle was renowned for its power of thunder. It is highly probable that it bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is the rightful ruler of the entire eagle tribe. The secret of how the turtle survived the Titan's blood lies in water. As for which body of water, it must be within the Hanhai Forest. The one who caused the Thunder Titan to spill blood must be its mortal enemy, the Blue Dragon King Alarithos. Only through their life-and-death struggle would a vast amount of Titan's blood rain down upon the forest, falling upon the old turtle. Thus, the matter becomes clear. I merely need to locate the stream or river where the old turtle resides, uncovering the secret of its survival after bathing in Titan's blood. And thus, awaken the extraordinary. Jiang Yu's mind cleared, and he continued to ponder. However, the Hanhai Forest is not a place for the faint of heart. It lies at the intersection of the Titan giants and dragons' territories, guarded by numerous powerful subordinate races of both sides. Extraordinary beings from all races will not be in short supply. If I were to venture there recklessly, I would surely meet my end. No one would care about the life or death of an eagle, not even those on the Titan's side. The only way to reach there is to respond to the call of the Eagle Royal Court, just as my father did 3 years ago, and join the ranks of eagle soldiers heading to the Hanhai Forest. I only need to set out swiftly upon hearing the summons, arriving at the Hanhai Forest ahead of time. Eagles are naturally scouts. If I arrive early, I will surely be selected for the reconnaissance team, at which point I can seek out the old turtle's hiding place. With each step of his thoughts crystallizing, Jiang You conceived a preliminary plan. The royal court summons eagle soldiers from various tribes roughly every decade. Thus, I must seize the opportunity. In 7 years, in the primordial and obscure era of ancient times, humanity had yet to emerge, and the ancestors of the elves were still trolls, while the titans reigned over the earth and dragons dominated the skies. As the epic drew to a close, a fierce battle ensued between the titans and the dragons, resulting in mutual devastation. At this juncture, a time traveler arrived at an Eagleman tribe, guiding them gradually along their evolutionary path, ultimately leading to their ascendance as a celestial race. Countless years later, the king of angels, Jiang You, resided upon the celestial throne, as countless beings sang hymns of praise. Holy, holy, how can sinners gaze upon the majesty and glory of the true Lord? Each offers jeweled crowns and splendid adornments, presenting them to the divine hall of gold. Chapter 1. The Eagleman Tribe of Gauman Mountain. In the world of Furland, during the age of titans and dragons, at the junction of grasslands and forests, stood Gauman Mountain. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting an intense heat. The Gauman Mountain Tribe, the royal court, has decreed, summon 50 Eagleman warriors. You have 3 days to arrive at the Hanhai Forest and heed the call of the god of thunder. Above the cliffs, an eagleman with gray-black wings soared in the air, clutching a bone spear, and called out to the eaglemen on the cliffs below. Among the crowd of eaglemen at the base of the cliff, Jiang You looked up in confusion, surveying his surroundings and the heavens. Where am I? Soon, he discerned the differences. Surrounding him were beings with human faces, bird beaks, eagle feet, and wings, all cloaked in gray-black feathers. The eaglemen donned crude garments made from animal skins, their frail bodies and sallow faces revealing long-term malnutrition. He himself was still a juvenile eagleman, standing beside a female eagleman. Quickly, the fleeting memories of the juvenile eagleman surfaced in his mind. Envoy, our tribe consists of merely 200 eaglemen. If all the able-bodied leave, how shall we survive in this vast wilderness? I beseech you for more time. Among the eaglemen on the cliff, a tall, robust, mature eagleman stood at the forefront, pleading with the envoy above. However, the envoy showed no concern for their plight, simply retorting, "Humph, I care not for your fates arrive on time to live, or your tribe shall perish." With that, he flapped his wings and soared away, leaving the eaglemen in despair. As night fell, a fire was kindled atop the cliff, roasting the last remnants of the tribe's meat. The young and strong eaglemen silently consumed their food, while their kin sat beside them. Jiang You stood alongside his mother, next to a male eagleman, who was none other than the tribe's leader, the tall eagleman who had pleaded for mercy from the envoy earlier. After finishing his meal, he turned to Jiang You, sighed, and gently patted his head, saying, "My son, you must grow up healthy." Hearing this, although he had taken on a new identity, the memories of the juvenile eagleman stirred within him. He then turned to the female eagleman, speaking earnestly. "Azai, the war between the Titan gods and the ancient dragon race has persisted for 1,000 years. 10 years ago, our forebears vanished without a trace. This time, our fates are equally uncertain. After I depart, you must raise Ayu." Tears welled in the female eagleman's eyes. "Wing, can't you not go? We could leave Gauman Mountain and hide far away." "That is not possible. The entire world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here, we may still cling to life. To venture elsewhere would mean certain doom," the eagle father replied helplessly. "Wing, you must return safely." "I will." The following morning, all the young and strong eaglemen, led by their father, took flight westward towards the Hanhai Forest. On the cliff, a group of elderly, weak, and female eaglemen embraced their children tightly as they watched the warriors depart. 3 years passed. In a forest near Gauman Mountain, Jiang You, gripping a short stone spear, stood atop a tree branch, his keen, cold eyes fixated below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar were being besieged by 3 forest wolves. The smaller wild boar had already suffered grievous injuries, its head nearly bitten off, leaving it lifeless. The larger wild boar, driven by the pain of losing its offspring, charged fiercely, disregarding its own wounds, tusks raised. One forest wolf was impaled and fell dead. Another suffered a gash to its belly, collapsing and gasping. The third forest wolf delivered a final strike to the thick-skinned wild boar. At that moment, an eagle's cry echoed. Jiang You soared down from the treetop, thrusting his stone spear with precision into the eye of the forest wolf. As the wolf succumbed to its pain and died, a notification chimed. "You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. Disregarding it, Jiang You turned and flew towards the wounded forest wolf, hurling his stone spear with force. The spear struck true, piercing its throat. "You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed and precision. Only after the skirmish had concluded did 3 young eaglemen alight from the trees. "Ayu, you are truly impressive. We just flew down from the trees, and you have already vanquished them all." Jiang You smiled and nodded. "Ashong, Ali, Alai, You take some of the prey back first, I will remain here. All right, Ayu, be careful. The three young eaglemen replied, working together to carry away the large and small thick-skinned wild boars. As they flew away, Jiang You tended to the scent of the three forest wolves, then ascended to the treetop. Perched on a branch, he gazed at the setting sun in the distance, shaking off the blood from his spear. Open the panel. Name, Jiang You. Race, Eagleman. Age, 9. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 9, Agility 8, Charm 3. Level, Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Skills, Throwing Proficient, Spear Technique Proficient. Skill Points, Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Talents, None. Quest System, Unlocked Sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Game Launch Countdown, 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Upon seeing the countdown for the game launch, Jiang You couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Having traversed into the Eagleman realm, only to find himself in a world of chaos, with the game system still inactive. I wonder if I am an NPC or a player. He sighed deeply. The system is unreliable for now, I must rely on myself. Thankfully, I can still view my attributes and skills. I am not entirely powerless. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled through the leaves, creating a radiant glow. Jiang You snapped a twig and gestured in the air, speaking to himself. With nothing pressing, I shall reassess. I have been in this world for 3 years now, and I have confirmed that this is the ancient era of the Furland world game, during the chapter of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, it was during the 5th chapter, the era of the rise of the human empire. At that time, the age of Titans and Dragons had long passed. After the ancient war, the Titans vanished, and the Dragons retreated to Dragon Island. Information from this period is scarce in my memory. The only notable record is from 3 years prior to the final battle between Titans and Dragons. The god of thunder, Atreus, slayed the beloved youngest son of the ancient dragon emperor, the blue dragon king Alarithos, during a territorial dispute. Which means he is an ancestor of the blue dragons of later generations. This incident serves as the catalyst. The Dragon King, in a fit of rage, unleashed the full might of his kin against the Titan giants, resulting in mutual destruction, while the goblins seized the opportunity to rise. At that time, while watching the documentary, I paid little heed to the history of the Eaglemen. During that era, the Eaglemen were still ruled by a royal court, governing hundreds of thousands of their kind in the ancient world, as part of an intelligent race. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at his own form and sighed. The Eaglemen, once mere fodder in the 5th chapter, have now been excluded from the ranks of intelligent races. Players can no longer select the Eaglemen as an option at the start. To speak candidly, the innate potential of the Eaglemen is indeed quite low. Despite my efforts to awaken the extraordinary in this youthful Eagleman body, I have found no success. Lack of talent is simply lack of talent. To be unable to awaken the extraordinary is one thing, to hope for a future is another. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, I recall a legend that has persisted since the 5th chapter. A common turtle, having bathed in the blood of Titans during the ancient age, ultimately ascended to semi-divinity, surviving until the arrival of the players. I had initially hoped to awaken the extraordinary through a similar means. Yet, over these past 3 years, I have learned that bathing in Titan blood does not confer strength, rather, it results in a fiery demise, without exception. How did that ancient turtle manage to bathe in Titan blood and survive, ultimately mastering the extraordinary? Jiang You fell into deep thought. I once undertook a quest involving that ancient turtle. Perhaps upon further reflection, I may uncover a clue. Chapter 2, The Chieftain. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, the stars illuminated the sky. Jiang You and his 3 companions returned to Eagleman Mountain, bearing the remnants of 3 forest wolf carcasses. By this time, a bonfire had been ignited upon the cliff, with a plump wild boar sizzling on the spit. The Eaglemen gathered around the fire, eagerly watching the roasting boar, their faces alight with anticipation. Some of the young Eaglemen had already begun to drool in eager longing. The thick-skinned wild boar was the most succulent prey found in the Whispering Forest, and even Jiang You and his companions seldom encountered one. This time, they had fortuitously come upon the wild boar while beset by 3 wolves, a rare stroke of luck. Once the roasting was complete, Jiang You was allotted the most delectable portion of the boar. After all the Eaglemen had feasted, an elderly Eagleman with gray-white wings and a stooped stature stood shakily, approaching the bonfire to address the gathered tribe. Fellow kin, It has been 3 years since Chieftain E led all the able-bodied men of our tribe to the Hanhai Forest to partake in the war initiated by the Thunder Titan. They have yet to return. It is likely they rest eternally beneath the sands. You are all aware of this, aren't you? The old Eagleman's words tore open the wounds of grief, causing the tribe's Eaglemen to lower their heads in sorrow. Before long, Jiang You heard the sound of weeping all around him. The warriors of the Eaglemen were far too weak. Apart from their ability to fly, they possessed little else. On such a grand battlefield, they were mere cannon fodder, easily falling to the slightest touch of the powerful. Fortunately, 3 years have passed, and some of our children have matured. They can now assist their mothers in hunting. Especially you, who even possesses the ability to slay a forest wolf alone. The old Eagleman continued. Half a year prior, Jiang You had single-handedly slain a lone wolf. Wolves have their alpha. A tribe cannot exist without a leader. I propose that Jiang You inherit Yi's position and serve as the chieftain of our Eagleman mountain tribe. The old Eagleman finally revealed his intent. He was too old, and the tribe was in a state of decline. Only Jiang You was fit to assume the mantle of chieftain. Though still a young Eagleman, he was no less capable than his adult counterparts. As the old Eagleman concluded his speech, the first to voice their support were the young Eaglemen of similar age to Jiang You. Having grown up alongside him, they were already convinced of his worth. With the youth's endorsement, their mothers naturally would not object, leading to nearly half the tribe's Eaglemen supporting Jiang Yu's ascent to chieftaincy. Moreover, even those who remained silent did not voice any opposition. Thus, the matter was settled. The old Eagleman smiled with relief and approached Jiang Yu, inquiring with a grin. "You, do you wish to bear the future of the Eaglemen of Eagleman Mountain?" As he posed the question, he observed Jiang Yu's composed expression and nodded inwardly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu affirmed with a resolute nod. "Elder, I wish to become the chieftain." In the ancient, perilous wilderness, fraught with danger, without extraordinary power, he could only rely on the strength of his tribe to survive. He was no longer a mere player. Life was but a single thread. To become the chieftain was also a desire that resonated within him. After 3 years of sharing the same days and nights, he was not a mere plant. How could he remain indifferent? At the very least, I must alter the fate of my tribe's Eaglemen. Jiang Yu thought to himself. In the depths of the night, the moonlight bathed the earth. Jiang Yu lay back against a large blue stone at the cliff's edge, feeling the gentle night breeze. After much contemplation, I realized that the task regarding the old turtle never mentioned how to avoid being burned by Titan blood. However, since he was a common turtle back then, he surely would not have strayed too far from the battlefield while bathing in Titan blood. With this thought, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. In the early days of the rise of the human empire, the old turtle became renowned for its thunderous power. It is highly probable that it bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is the rightful master of the Eaglemen. The secret of how the turtle avoided death while bathing in Titan blood must lie in water. As for the location of this water, it must be within the Hanhai Forest. The one who caused the Thunder Titan to bleed must be his mortal enemy, the Blue Dragon King Erelithos. Only in their life and death struggle could such a vast amount of Titan blood be spilled across the forest, falling upon the old turtle. Thus, the question becomes clear. I merely need to locate the stream or river where the old turtle resided and uncover the secret of its survival after bathing in Titan blood. From there, I can awaken the extraordinary. Jiang Yu's mind became clear as he continued to contemplate. However, the Hanhai Forest is not a place for the common folk. It borders the territories of Titan giants and dragons, guarded by powerful subordinate races from both sides. The extraordinary beings from various tribes are not to be trifled with. If I were to venture forth recklessly, I would certainly meet my end. No one would care for the life or death of an Eagleman, not even those from the Titan side. The only way to reach there is to respond to the call of the Eagleman royal court, just as my father did 3 years ago, joining as a soldier of the Eaglemen to arrive at the Hanhai Forest. I simply need to set out swiftly upon hearing the summons, making my way to the Hanhai Forest in advance. Eaglemen are inherently scouts. If I arrive early, I will surely be selected for a reconnaissance team, and at that moment, I can seek an opportunity to find the old turtle's hiding place. As Jiang Yu unraveled his thoughts step by step, a preliminary plan began to take shape in his mind. The royal court calls upon Eagleman soldiers from various tribes approximately every decade. Thus, I must seize the opportunity when it arises 7 years hence. Chapter 3. The Bronze Age. The Eagle people resided in the mountains, living in harmony with the craggy cliffs for generations. They carved out dwellings in the heights using stone tools. The High Barbarian Mountain was merely an ordinary hill in the ancient world of Fireland. Yet the fabled royal court of the Eagle people was said to perch atop a majestic peak known as the Heavenly Mountain. This grand mountain housed tens of thousands of eagles, serving as their ancestral homeland, from which the Eagle tribe of High Barbarian Mountain descended. Upon becoming the chieftain of the High Barbarian Mountain tribe, Jiang You embarked on transforming the living conditions of the Eagle people. While the stone caves offered safety, the lingering odors from generations of habitation rendered them intolerable, and sanitation remained a persistent issue. In the first year, he crafted stone axes, felled trees, and led his kin in constructing several wooden houses and beds over the span of a year, establishing a new abode. The original caves were fitted with wooden doors, becoming excellent storage spaces. The Eagle people's wooden houses boasted two entrances, one on the roof and another near the cliff, facilitating ease of travel. After completing the wooden dwellings, Jiang You gathered his tribesmen to excavate a pond in the center of the village, ensuring a reliable source of drinking water. Each day, he assigned members of the tribe to fetch water. Subsequently, he encircled the cluster of wooden houses with wooden walls, thus forming a quaint village. Although the safety of the wooden village was somewhat inferior to that of the caves, as Jiang You gazed upon the settlement before him, he felt for the first time a sense of civilization amidst the wilderness, bringing him peace of mind. In the winter of the second year, Jiang You led the young eagles to hunt down several hibernating black bears in the whispering forest, taking advantage of the heavy snowfall. His strength and skills flourished, and he donned a warm bearskin coat. In the third year, he discovered a magical beast in the eastern part of the whispering forest. Fortunately, this creature was a deer-type beast, known for its strength yet gentle temperament, remaining within its territory and easing Jiang Yu's concerns. However, his yearning for extraordinary power intensified. By the fourth year, while leading a hunting party in pursuit of wild cattle, Jiang You ventured 3,000 meters westward, where he stumbled upon an open copper mine. This discovery filled him with uncontainable joy. Copper, this precious metal, could usher them from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age. With copper tools, the strength of the High Barbarian Mountain tribe could be significantly enhanced. But soon, a young Eagle scout flew in from further afield, informing him of a nearby serpent tribe. The serpent people were also a subordinate race of the Titan giants. However, they had been arch-enemies of the Eagles for generations, their territories overlapping. In ancient times, before the four-legged eagles evolved into the Eagle people, they frequently captured the ancestors of the serpent people for sustenance. However, when they simultaneously received the divine bestowal of the Titan giant and evolved into an intelligent race, the dominance of the Eagle folk over the serpent folk dissipated. The serpent folk, possessing superior reproductive capabilities and adeptness with the bow, began to thrive. Although the eagles enjoyed the advantage of flight, their sharp talons hindered their ability to wield bows effectively. Otherwise, a unit capable of shooting arrows from the skies, even if merely mortal and devoid of extraordinary powers, would possess a significant edge. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu's yearning for copper overcame his apprehension regarding the serpent folk tribe. He pondered aloud, "Lien, how many serpent folk inhabit that tribe, and are there any extraordinary serpent folk among them?" The chieftain, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "I did not observe closely." "No matter, we shall take another look," Jiang You reassured him, understanding that it was commendable for a young eagle to recognize the presence of the serpent folk tribe. He ascended into the sky with a group of eagle youth, and after soaring several miles, they indeed discovered a small serpent folk tribe by a stream. Jiang You circled above, observing that this tribe was in a similar plight. Years of warfare had sapped their vitality, leaving the tribe comprised mainly of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. It was no surprise. The serpent folk's survival on the battlefield was even less formidable than that of the eagles, rendering them mere cannon fodder. However, this serpent folk tribe outnumbered the eagle tribe of Eagleman Mountain, with approximately 300 serpent folk surviving. Jiang You decisively resolved to eradicate this serpent folk tribe. Thus that night, he led the combat-ready members of the eagle tribe to annihilate the small serpent folk tribe while they slept. Subsequently, they commenced mining for copper and smelting bronze. Jiang You possessed knowledge of the most rudimentary methods of copper smelting from his past life, and after several attempts, he successfully forged bronze. In the fifth year, after a year of accumulation, nearly every able-bodied eagle in the tribe was equipped with a bronze weapon. Armed with bronze, They could now hunt larger and more ferocious prey. They even dared to challenge weaker magical beasts they encountered. While the tribe predominantly utilized bronze spears, Jiang You forged a bronze sword for himself. By the 6th year, with an increase in their bronze reserves, Jiang You crafted a grand bronze cauldron from the surplus material. This allowed food to be continuously simmered within the cauldron. Additionally, various bronze utensils were created, including bowls, basins, pots, and spoons. It was at this juncture that Jiang You could proclaim that the Eagleman mountain tribe had transcended the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age, surpassing the majority of races in the realm of Phaland in terms of civilization. In the 7th year, at the age of 16, Jiang You was considered an adult among the Eagle folk. His physique had become more robust and agile, and his wings more resilient and powerful. That year, in preparation for the impending war, Jiang You began to forge bronze armor. The Eaglemen, endowed with wings, find it exceedingly difficult to adorn their backs with armor. And in order to maintain their lightness for flight, the armor must not be overly burdensome. Thus, Jiang You crafted bronze plates solely for protection on the chest, arms, and head. A modest number of these bronze armors, a dozen or so, were fashioned, donned by Jiang You and the mightiest of the Eaglemen in the tribe, those who had grown alongside him, bound by bonds of kinship. As time ebbed away, autumn arrived, with golden leaves fluttering in the breeze. The emissary from the Eagle King's court arrived as scheduled. Chapter 4. A decade called the sky was high and clear, the essence of autumn palpable. Upon the cliffs of Eagleman Mountain, the gray-black winged eagle emissary soared in midair, brandishing a 2-meter-long bone spear, surveying the scene with an air of superiority, casting his gaze upon the meager population of Eaglemen in the Eagleman Mountain tribe. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes before he declared in a booming voice, "Eagleman Mountain tribe, the royal court has issued an edict. 50 eagle warriors are to be summoned. You have 3 days to assemble and heed the call of the thunder god in the Hanhai forest." The familiar summons echoed across the cliffs, revealing the royal court's apparent disdain for such a diminutive tribe as Eagleman Mountain. For decades, they had not even deigned to alter a single word of the summons. It was, without question, a common decree directed at all the small eagle tribes beyond the royal court's reach. Yet 50 warriors was an excessive demand. The entire tribe, including newborns, barely numbered around 200, and among Jiang Yu's generation, the adult male Eaglemen scarcely exceeded 30. In that moment, Jiang You comprehended the profound sorrow and helplessness once felt by his father. The lamentation of my son must grow strong and healthy must have been uttered under dire circumstances. On the cliffs, the Eaglemen bowed their heads in despair. Jiang Yu stood at the forefront, his claws clenched tightly. Suppressing the anger within, he inhaled deeply and, echoing his father's plea, implored, "Esteemed emissary, you see our plight. Our tribe truly struggles to muster 50 eagle warriors. Might you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all the adult male Eaglemen to battle for the Thunder God and the royal court." Oof. The royal court's decree is not a matter for negotiation. The gray-black winged emissary scoffed coldly. This insignificant tribe, surviving here under the royal court as protection, is already a privilege bestowed upon you by the court. As he regarded Jiang Yu's clenched claws and unwavering gaze, a murderous intent stirred within him. A small tribe like Eagleman Mountain was akin to the wild grass on the plains. Perishing and regenerating with each wave, their annihilation would bear no consequence. It was merely a matter of time. The royal court cared little for their lives. With malevolent thoughts brewing, the eagle emissary's eyes narrowed, and a gust of wind swept through the atmosphere. This was indeed an extraordinary power, the power of the wind. Standing before the cliff, Jiang Yu felt a chill course through him, and he instinctively lowered his head. With a loud voice, he proclaimed, "Esteemed emissary, Eagleman Mountain is willing to heed the summons." The world fell into an abrupt stillness for a few fleeting moments as the winds danced through the skies. Upon the cliffs, Jiang Yu remained ever vigilant, poised to spring into action. After a considerable while, the cold-faced eagle envoy, suspended in midair, ultimately refrained from striking, leaving behind a chilling proclamation before taking flight. 50 souls. Within 3 days. Remember, should there be one less or a day late, your entire lineage shall face annihilation. Jiang Yu felt a surge of fury upon hearing those words. Curse it. Sooner or later, I shall rise against your wretched Eagle King escort. Once the Eagle envoy had departed, the tribe members lamented their fate. When will this war ever reach its conclusion? When will our lives truly improve? We are far too feeble. The ancestors had vanished without a trace, and it seemed that they too were destined to follow in their footsteps. Observing the desolation etched on the faces of his kin, Jiang You stepped forward and proclaimed with conviction, I implore my fellow tribesmen to place your faith in me. This time, I shall return us all safely. If I fail to return, I shall perish before you. Furthermore, he requested that the adult sisters of the tribe accompany them into battle, while the underage youths remained within the safety of the tribe. Yes, chief. At that moment, a dozen or so adult female tribespeople emerged. All of them the current generation of female eagle warriors. Thus, the entire Eagleman mountain tribe was left with only the elderly and the frail. Jiang You sighed inwardly, casting his gaze upon the eldest young eagle warrior in the group, and smiled at him. Cha, after our departure, you will be the strongest male eagle in the tribe. You must lead the youths to safeguard everyone. Cha, with tears glistening in his eyes, solemnly replied, Yes, brother You. Jiang You nodded in acknowledgement, offering a comforting word to his mother before addressing the eagle warriors preparing for the expedition. Let's not delay any further. We shall return to don our bronze armor and gather our weapons. We depart for the Hanhai forest in a quarter of an hour. One eagle warrior expressed confusion. Is it not within 3 days? Why the haste? Jiang You shook his head. In the past generations, none of our predecessors returned from their expeditions. This time, we must first investigate the Hanhai forest to ascertain the circumstances there and prepare thoroughly. The method of bathing in the blood of titans was too astonishing to reveal just yet, so he opted for a well-considered excuse. Yet, it was not entirely a pretext. There was indeed some measure of truth to his words. Very well, we understand. We shall return to gather our weapons and equipment, and we will set off in a quarter of an hour. The eagle warriors nodded in unison. They harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Yu's words. They had nearly grown up alongside him, fostering a trust that surpassed that of ordinary bonds. And so, a quarter of an hour later, 50 eagle warriors armed with bronze swords and spears stood ready for departure. At Jiang Yu's command, they soared westward, leaving behind the sorrowful gazes of the elderly and frail. Chapter 5. Hanhai Forest beneath the stars and the moon. They journeyed day and night. 7 times the sun rose and set, traversing mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and shadowy woods. Jiang You, at last, led his tribal warriors to the vast expanse of the Hanhai Forest. This sprawling woodland, true to its name, exudes a lush greenery reminiscent of an endless ocean. A long river meanders through this forest, eventually merging into the distant sea. Here lies the edge of the dominion ruled by the thunder titan, Atre, bordering the realm of the ancient blue dragon king, Alaritos. The two factions have been embroiled in conflict for many years, with neither achieving a decisive victory. At this moment, the Hanhai Forest resembled a colossal military encampment, home to various races of the Falanda. Jiang You observed centaurs patrolling the woods, eaglemen soaring through the skies, trolls establishing camps in the thickets, dwarves riding goats in the valleys, goblins felling trees, merfolk resting by the riverbanks, fishmen wielding stone tridents, and ogres standing as vigilant sentinels. Fairies and treants gazed up from the treetops, while boarmen reclined upon the earth. These were the subservient races of the Titans, who have governed half the world since the age of the Titan giants. On the other hand, the ancient dragons were no less formidable than the Titan giants. Jiang You gazed further north into the depths of the Hanhai Forest and beheld a towering stone throne, standing at a height of 300 meters, seemingly carved from entire mountain. Upon it sat a giant nearly 200 meters tall, with flowing purple hair and golden eyes, radiating an aura of awe-inspiring might that sent shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. The Titan's presence was as formidable as mountains and seas, instilling a profound sense of pressure that left Jiang Yu in awe. At every moment, arcs of purple lightning, as fierce as the abyss, danced upon his robust form. This was Atre, the Titan of Thunder. According to the accounts from the 5th chapter, Titan giants are born of legend, reaching demigod status upon maturity. The great Titan King, even without raising a divine throne, possesses powers rivaling those of deities, such as the essence of the Titan giants, masters of half the ancient Falanda world. Feeling the grandeur of the Titan giant, Jiang Yu became increasingly cautious, burying the pride of a traveler deep within his heart. He remained but a mortal, not even extraordinary, in a world brimming with transcendent powers where death could come at any moment. Thus, he treaded with utmost care. As they traversed the skies above the Hanhai forest, the patrolling eaglemen and griffins did not impede their passage, allowing them to land directly in the encampment of the eaglemen. Upon their descent, soldiers from the royal court of the eaglemen approached them. One, a middle-aged eagleman clad in wolf fur, though lacking any extraordinary aura, exuded an air of seasoned experience. He inquired in a subdued tone, "Which tribe do you hail from, and who is your leader?" Jiang You stepped forward and replied, "I am the leader, an elder of the royal court. We come from the Gaoman mountain tribe." The middle-aged eagleman nodded nonchalantly, clearly unfamiliar with the Gaoman mountain tribe. He glanced at the bronze weapons and armor Jiang You and his companions bore, dismissing them with indifference. What worth could a small tribe of eaglemen, even including female eaglemen, possibly hold? "Follow me," he instructed. "The eagle tribe from the east is commanded by Lord Windwing." The middle-aged eagle soldier guided them through half of the camp, arriving at a vast expanse that was filthy and disorderly. The trees had been entirely felled, leaving behind a barren patch of muddy grassland. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the area, estimating that approximately 10,000 eagle warriors were stationed here, their dark gray wings interwoven upon the earth, resembling a vast, somber net. The middle-aged eagle casually indicated a corner. "You shall reside there for the time being." With that, he prepared to turn away. After all, they were merely cannon fodder destined to perish on the battlefield, and he harbored little desire for conversation. Jiang Yu quickly called out to him, sincerity etched upon his face. "Elder, may I inquire your name? Furthermore, could you direct us to Lord Fengyi's camp? How are we to heed his military commands?" The chaotic scene around them, with the eagle folk haphazardly congregated, left him uncertain about the chain of command. It seemed prudent to clarify matters. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged eagle soldier turned back in surprise, a disdainful glint in his eyes. He chuckled mockingly. "What qualifications do you have to heed Lord Fengyi's orders? Rest assured, someone will come to summon you in due time." He gestured toward a nearby eagle camp. An eagle warrior from the royal court, brandishing a bone spear, soared above, bellowing down at the tribes below. You, and you, gather your kin and follow me." The summoned eagles dared not resist, rallying their kin to comply. Some groups consisted of over a dozen individuals, while others were fewer, each eagle's eyes reflecting a numbed acceptance. Clearly, this was not their first summons. Each small tribe numbered 50, and the fate of the others was evident. They had likely perished. Jiang Yu observed this, his gaze growing somber. "I understand now, Elder. Good. Understanding is essential. Some things I prefer not to articulate too harshly. You sheltered tribes beneath the royal court must heed orders well. Perhaps, when the war concludes, a few may return. As for my name, it is of no consequence to you." The middle-aged eagle soldier's tone remained flat as he pointed toward the edge of another grove. "And do not entertain thoughts of escape. Look there, and you shall witness the fate of those who flee." Jiang Yu turned his gaze to see a gruesome sight, a row of eagle corpses impaled on wooden stakes, bloodied and displayed in the soil. Silence enveloped him, while the middle-aged eagle laughed heartily. "Do not be so foolish, lad. You eagles are but ants and weeds in the eyes of the royal court. You live at their behest and die at their decree. Take care of yourselves." With that, he spread his wings and soared away to greet the next tribe, leaving Jiang Yu standing in place, fists clenched and eyes deep with contemplation. In such a royal court, what future could the eagle folk possibly possess? It was no wonder they were destined to become one of the weakest of the demonic entities. Sooner or later, I shall rise to take their place. Behind him, the eagle warriors who had grown up alongside Jiang Yu displayed their discontent, yet they restrained themselves from expressing it. Only after the middle-aged eagleman departed did one of them step forward and inquire, "You, what shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu cast a glance at the eagle reconnaissance team soaring through the sky and replied with a smile, "Let them shout as they please. We shall attend to our own matters. Lie, bring forth the bone spears we fashioned earlier. We will patrol on our own." One eagle approached, presenting Jiang Yu with a long object wrapped in beast skin. Jiang Yu unwrapped the skin, grasped the bone spear, and smiled at the gathered eagle warriors. "From this moment forth, I shall be a soldier of the royal court, leading you on a reconnaissance mission. Follow me." Indeed, He sought the location of the ancient turtle, and even without the royal court's command, he was willing to embark on this exploration. However, he deemed it safer to determine the route himself. As for the possibility of being discovered, he chose not to dwell on it. Death was inevitable regardless. To awaken the extraordinary, he must take risks. Chapter 6. Bathe in the blood of titans and dragons armed with some preserved meats, Jiang You inquired among the eagle warriors who had already completed their tasks. He held the bone spear, donned a bearskin coat, and, masquerading as a royal guard, led his kin into the sky, soaring boldly beyond the camp's confines. The journey was uneventful. Such parties were numerous, and no eagle paid them any mind. Royal court eagle warriors ventured forth with 50 tribal eagle warriors, while others returned, bringing back a dozen or so tribal eagles. Typically, prior to battle, the reconnaissance units suffered the heaviest losses. In this expanse of sky, the warriors of the eagle tribes were the weakest beings, not to mention the dragon hybrids that ruled the skies, various flying subdragons. And even griffins could match a team of 50 eagle scouts. Just as Jiang You was about to fly beyond the camp's periphery, a royal court eagle guard stationed at the edge suddenly furrowed his brow and flew before him, expressionless as he inquired, "Who are you? I have never seen you before." "I'm a newcomer today," Jiang You replied calmly. His demeanor was so natural that the guard could find no fault, and he nodded, allowing passage. Behind him, his kin's hearts raced, and as they saw the guard relent, they finally exhaled in relief, only for their hearts to race anew at Jiang Yu's next move. Rather than departing, Jiang You quietly advanced, slipping a piece of gold into the guard's hand, asking, "Brother, I am new here. Could you tell me where the conflict for the skies is most fierce?" Even in ancient times, gold was considered hard currency, and this piece had been acquired during the eradication of the serpent tribe. The guard nodded in satisfaction and replied with a smile, "I understand. The battles in the east have been the fiercest these past few days. Even several extraordinary eagle nobles have fallen. Young brother, it would be most prudent for you to fly west." "Thank you, brother." Jiang You smiled and nodded, then soared westward with his kin. Adjacent to the Eagleman's encampment lay that of the goblins, a once prosperous race, now diminished in this ancient epic, yet still one of the prominent subservient tribes under the Titans. They boasted a population of several million, scattered throughout the world of Furland, even finding their presence among the ancient dragons. The goblins were remarkably astute. Indeed, Jiang You observed that their encampment was adorned with numerous colossal trebuchets, alongside wooden arrow towers and modest tents, all exhibiting a far greater semblance of order than the chaotic Eagleman's camp. Beside the goblins resided the trolls, whose camp was similarly haphazard and disorderly. Jiang You surmised that the elegant and beautiful ancestors of the future elves may have once mingled amongst them. Further ahead were the centaurs, dwarves, half-orcs, and others, an eclectic representation of the intelligent races in this world. Having exited the encampment, Jiang You led his kin further westward, diligently searching for the traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams. As for the great river that traversed the forest, it was, according to the old turtle's recollections, certainly not the place of his childhood. By nightfall, he returned in groups with his people. This routine of departing at dawn and returning at dusk allowed them to evade detection regarding the dwindling numbers of his kin. After several days of searching in the west, Jiang You had yet to uncover the old turtle's dwelling. On the 5th day, as he ventured out, he was halted by the gatekeeping Eagleman, who warned him against continuing towards the safest western route. Reluctantly, Jiang You redirected his kin southward. They cautiously evaded the dragons and griffins of the dragonkin, yet still encountered a bipedal dragon. After losing several of his kin, Jiang You hurled a spear, striking true into the creature's eye. The bipedal dragon howled in agony, yet this injury was insufficient to incapacitate it. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It went into a frenzy. Jiang You, making a swift decision, separated from a group and led the bipedal dragon away. They fled wildly above the forest, occasionally disturbing other beings engaged in aerial combat. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's flying skills were commendable, and the wounded bipedal dragon, being a cyclopean creature, could not seize him immediately. As an eagle and a dragon clashed in the skies, suddenly the heavens darkened. Jiang You looked up to behold a colossal blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring overhead. The ancient blue dragon king was enveloped in thunderous blue lightning capable of annihilating the world. Its massive form was covered in scales resembling steel, exuding a majestic aura. Behind Jiang You, the pursuing bipedal dragon emitted a triumphant roar. It had recognized its dragon lord. However, before it could revel in its fortune, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant north, shaking the very fabric of the earth. Erelithos, I have yet to seek you out, yet you dare to invite your demise? A tremendous roar compelled Jiang You to turn his gaze northward. There, a towering giant, standing 200 meters tall, emanated a radiant purple light. Draped around its waist was an unknown material, while it wielded a gleaming silver spear, entwined with thunder capable of annihilating worlds. With each deliberate step it took, the very ground trembled beneath its weight. The blue dragon, refusing to be outdone, bellowed fiercely, Atari, the foolish and arrogant titan. Today may Lord Erelitos bestow upon you eternal annihilation. Although they seemed distant, the vastness between such colossal beings was but a mere heartbeat away. With a resounding crash, these ancient titans began their fierce melee. The earth quaked under the force of their combat. The sky was torn asunder, and forests were trampled into flatlands, while fierce winds carried endless dust, unleashing chaos between heaven and earth. As the battle commenced, countless races from both factions plunged into conflict. Upon the ground, minotaurs swung massive trees, goblins hurled stones from their backpacks, trolls brandished stone axes, rock golems crashed into the earth, horned men charged with their heads, centaurs galloped fiercely. Serpent folk wielded wooden bows, dwarves raised stone hammers to slay their foes, and boarmen attacked with deadly tusks. In the skies, avian humanoids fought in droves. Two-headed wyverns soared through the air, flamingos blazed across the heavens, griffins with sharp claws and teeth joined the fray, and dragon eagles flapped their wings like blades. This was an epic battlefield of mythological proportions. Jiang You found himself perilously close to these titanic entities. Like a moth drawn to flame, he made a swift decision. Behind him, a bipedal dragon, invigorated by the battle's fervor, charged towards him with renewed zeal. Surrounded by chaos and flames consuming the sky, Jiang You ceased his retreat and boldly drew a bronze short sword from his bosom. As the bipedal dragon lunged, he leapt onto its head and plunged his sword into its skull, twisting it violently. You have slain a bipedal dragon, gaining 100 experience. As the colossal form of the bipedal dragon plummeted, Jiang You clung to its back, feigning death as they both descended. For he had already spotted a crescent-shaped lake below, reminiscent of the Grand Crescent Lake that would one day be the home of the old turtle. And he felt a surge of certainty. It must be the very place. With a splash, he and the bipedal dragon crashed into the water. And as the dragon floated lifelessly on the surface, Jiang You swiftly submerged. After a few strokes, he soon discovered a delightful little pink turtle resting on a smooth stone that shimmered with a greenish glow at the lake's bottom. Joy surged within him. Surely, this was the creature he sought. He swam with determination to the small turtle, gently patted its head, and then carefully placed it in the corner of the green stone before sitting upon it. Instantly, a refreshing rhythm coursed through his entire being. Within the vast expanse of the oceanic forest, a towering titan, standing 200 meters tall, bore the scars of battle, its golden eyes shimmering with a chilling intensity. All that exists in this world belongs to the Titan divine race. You, dragonkin, are nothing but wretched thieves. To proclaim yourselves as gods, how audacious! Rarely does such a race as yours appear in the astral realm. How despicable! The azure lightning dragon let out a furious laugh as it re-engaged in the fray. With a sweep of its tail, measuring dozens of meters, arcs of electricity crackled along its length. The titan roared with laughter, wielding a spear that spanned 300 meters. Advancing with formidable might, we titans possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas, to upheave the heavens. What is there to question our divinity? Ridiculous! As the words fell, these two mighty beings clashed anew, stirring clouds of dust and a tumult of thunderous fury as their battle intensified. Golden blood spilled forth amidst their struggle, raining down upon the forest battlefield. Having long ascended to semi-divine status, their blood had turned to gold. In the throes of combat, at one pivotal moment, the dragon claw of Erelitos, the azure lightning dragon, tore into the titan's shoulder, unleashing a cascade of rich golden blood that fell into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang You was situated. Almost instantaneously, the entire crescent lake became inundated with the Titan's blood, enveloping both him and the small turtle in its golden embrace. In that fleeting moment, a sensation akin to searing flames engulfed him, as if he were being roasted within the sun itself, subjected to infernos of unimaginable heat. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in real time. You have bathed in Titan's blood. All attributes have been enhanced. The pain was excruciating. Even with a will as unyielding as iron, he felt as though he were being consumed by fire. Beside him, the petite turtle had turned a bright crimson, floundering upon the azure stone. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming wave of coolness surged into his body. Jiang You looked down to see, upon the stone, a brilliant azure light radiating, enveloping both him and the turtle. However, this respite was fleeting. Shortly thereafter, the Titan's blood continued to pour into the lake. Not only that, but due to their proximity to the battlefield of the two semi-divine beings, the ancient blood of the Blue Dragon King also fell into the waters. Thus, the searing sensation returned with renewed intensity. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon King. All attributes have been enhanced. In that moment, Jiang You realized why the old turtle had refrained from elaborating on the details of awakening. The pain was unbearable, akin to a relentless torture. Time became an indistinct blur. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and Dragon. All attributes have been enhanced. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and Dragon. The power of thunder has awakened. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and Dragon. Your bloodline has undergone a transformation. Your will has been enhanced through the Titan and Dragon's blood. You have awakened the talent, Champion's will. The essence of golden blood within the lake was entirely absorbed by Jiang You and the turtle, and only then did the agonizing torment cease. At this moment, both the human and the turtle underwent a remarkable transformation. The shell of the little turtle had morphed into a mesmerizing shade of violet blue, adorned with shimmering arcs of electricity, while its small eyes, the size of green beans, brimmed with wisdom. Chapter 7. The catalyst. The war outside raged on, yet the violent tremors caused by this epic battle gradually receded. The Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King had evidently distanced themselves from this region during their fierce clash. Jiang You emerged from the small lake, keenly observing the surrounding battlefield. The aftermath of the titanic struggle left the ground in disarray, yet no living creature dared to approach. Granting Jiang You a moment to gaze upon the water's surface, reflected upon it was a distinctly transformed figure of an Eagleman. His avian beak had fallen away, replaced by a refined and attractive nose and mouth akin to that of a human. The coarse gray-black fur upon his face had diminished, revealing a more delicate contour. His once gray-white hair had taken on a lustrous silver-gray hue, glistening with brilliance. Most striking were his eyes. The once vertical pupils of the Eagleman had vanished, replaced by a pair of radiant purple orbs, sparkling like stars. Moreover, a considerable amount of feathers had shed from his body, and his claws had begun to lose their avian sharpness, gaining a more fleshy appearance. His form was evolving towards that of hands and feet. On his back, the once gray-black wings were now interspersed with fresh white feathers, still tender from their recent growth. He had undergone an evolution, much like his ancestors before him. Upon opening his panel, Jiang You discovered that his data had transformed entirely. Name: Jiang You. Race: Eagleman. Bloodline mutation in progress. Age: 16. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11, Charisma 5, Level. Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Skills: Throwing, Mastery, Spear Technique, Mastery, Thunder Power, Extraordinary. Skill points: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Talent: Champion's Will. You possess exceptional insight and reflexes, with combat awareness that surpasses all. Quest system: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Game activation countdown: 3,646,486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiang You surveyed the panel, realizing that all his attributes had significantly increased. His entire being infused with power. His vision extended farther than before. Although his level did not appear on the panel, he understood that he had ascended to the extraordinary. The blood of titans and dragons had granted him this opportunity, and he had seized it. Now, he must prepare to return safely from this war. He grasped his bronze sword, feeling the surge of extraordinary power coursing through him. with strands of lightning dancing along the blade. Ready to confront the two-headed wyvern once more, he felt capable of engaging it head-on. He emerged from the small lake, gazing at the nascent glimmer of wisdom emanating from the little turtle resting upon the azure stone, contemplating the possibility of taking both the turtle and the stone after the battle. Upon reaching the shore, he unfurled his wings, poised to ascend, when a heart-wrenching cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. "Atri, dare you kill me? Alaritos, today you shall meet your demise." The voice of the thunder titan resonated like a thunderclap, striking down upon the multitude. "No." Jiang You raised his gaze, his heart pounding fiercely, from the nearby forest. The towering thunder titan exerted tremendous force, gripping the blue dragon's head and neck as if charged with 1,000,000,000 volts. With a horrifying tear, the entire head of the blue dragon was wrenched from its body, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. With a resounding crash, the decapitated form of the blue dragon collapsed, its lifeblood cascading into the forest like a river. The victorious thunder titan raised the severed head of the blue dragon king, causing the denizens of the Dragon King's faction to flee in terror. Meanwhile, the intelligent races of the Titan faction within the vast sea forest erupted in jubilant cheers. The war had concluded, and victory was ours. Yet, witnessing this scene filled Jiang Yu's heart with tumult akin to a volcanic eruption. This battle was none other than the fateful war that ignited the flames of conflict. The death of Alaritos, son of the Dragon Emperor, had unleashed a war between titans and dragons that would engulf the entire world. The very fabric of the earth had been torn asunder. Countless races suffered grievous losses. I must first locate my kin. In the aftermath of this battle, I must devise a way to preserve our lineage amidst the chaos. Chapter 8. The path of profession, however, prior to that, Jiang Yu glanced at the shimmering azure stone and the little turtle at the lake's bottom, contemplating, yet ultimately deciding against taking them. Lacking storage equipment, carrying them would be akin to a child parading with gold in a bustling marketplace. Moreover, he recalled that storage gear first appeared during the latter part of the second chapter, within the Goblin Empire. He made a mental note of the location. Jiang Yu then flapped his gray and white wings, soaring into the air, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. In midair, after attaining the extraordinary, his vision extended far and wide. He could clearly see the former subordinate races of the Blue Dragon King either desperately fleeing or kneeling in surrender. The outcome was indeed determined. Jiang Yu turned his gaze towards the battlefield not far away, where the Thunder Titan confronted the Blue Dragon King. He witnessed the Thunder Titan consuming the massive heart of the Blue Dragon King, stripping it of its sinews and skin to extract the treasures within its body, causing his eyelids to twitch. The dragon was a treasure trove, especially the ancient dragons. However, the Blue Dragon King was the offspring of the ancient Dragon Emperor, and after this battle, the dragons would undoubtedly resolve to pursue the Titans to the bitter end. The true cataclysmic war was about to commence. This was indeed the war that served as the spark. I must return and lead my people to migrate. We cannot remain in the high barbarian mountains. The realm of the Thunder Titan will be the epicenter of the fiercest battles, the very being the ancient dragons yearn to vanquish. Jiang Yu felt a tightening in his heart. If history remains unchanged, then there is but a year left until the battle between the Titans and the dragons. Regardless, I must seek out my kin. Where are they now? He turned and soared eastward. After having encountered that bipedal dragon, his kin had ventured eastward. Fortunately, as the Eaglemen are now among the victors, he flew through the battlefield without peril. After a while, he finally spotted a large gathering of Eaglemen in the sky, among whom were his kin. However, upon a cursory glance, he realized that there were only about 30 of them, each bearing wounds. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and approached them. His appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Although he still resembled an Eagleman, he was distinctly different. His kin sensed the familiar aura but dared not acknowledge him, for the power of thunder that enveloped his wings clearly marked him as a transcendent being. While there were numerous transcendent Eaglemen within the royal court, each one represented a valuable asset to the Eagleman kingdom, a being above the ordinary Eagleman. Consequently, a robust Eagleman warrior, with gray-black wings and wielding a stone spear, emerged from the group and respectfully inquired, "My lord, what brings you here?" Observing the apparent shift in demeanor from this warrior, unmistakably a royal court Eagleman, Jiang Yu's understanding of the transcendent deepened. I have come to seek my kin. Your kin? Questioned the royal Eagleman, perplexed. Indeed, they are. He then flew before his kin. Kin, it is I, Jiang You. I have returned alive. You? Is it truly you? A male Eagleman flew forth, gazing at Jiang You, whose appearance had changed so drastically, half in joy and half in confusion. Saying, it is I. Jiang You nodded, smiling. Witnessing Jiang You effortlessly utter their names, the Eaglemen of the Gaoman mountain tribe remained somewhat incredulous. The transformation Jiang You had undergone, now as a transcendent being, left them in a daze. Just as Jiang You was about to inquire why only 30 of them remained, the royal Eagleman approached him once more, exclaiming with excitement, My lord, you are a newly ascended transcendent Eagleman. Though Jiang Yu's appearance had altered significantly, the nature of transcendence varied from person to person, and the royal Eagleman was unfazed. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed, since you have transcended, I implore you to accompany me to meet the king. His Majesty will surely be delighted. What benefits lie in meeting the king? Jiang Yu inquired nonchalantly. At this, even the well-versed royal Eagleman was momentarily taken aback. To leave the tribe and remain in the royal court. Surely that is the greatest benefit? Jiang Yu, however, shook his head. What will happen to my kin? The royal Eagleman dismissed him with disdain. The tribespeople, deemed lowly and inferior, are akin to the wild grasses that flourish unchecked across the vast wilderness, ever persistent and of little consequence. The noble need only to collect their kin. He faced the west and proclaimed with fervor, As for me, the king of the Eagle people, I reside in the Tian Shan Mountains, where resources abound and the environment is most agreeable, in close proximity to the majestic palace of Lord Titan of Thunder, a true sanctuary for the esteemed of the Eagle clan. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu's disdain for the Eagle King's court deepened. As a member of royalty, their indifference towards their own people was appalling. It was no wonder that in the future, during the 5th chapter, the Eagle people would fall into oblivion, becoming mere mindless beasts devoid of wisdom and heritage. He suppressed the fury rising within him. At this moment, he had just begun to transcend the ordinary and lacked the strength to confront the royal court, so he restrained his temper and spoke instead. The tribe has nurtured me. I have no intention of abandoning them. However, I would be grateful if my elder brother could introduce me to the king. Even in weakness, it is beneficial to witness the state of the royal court. The eagle warrior, accustomed to such sentiments, chuckled in response. You, the transcended from the tribes. I'll begin this way. Once you arrive at the royal court, you will inevitably change your perspective. Now, I shall escort you to meet the king. After reassuring his kin, Jiang Yu followed the warrior of the royal court as they soared towards the abode of the Eagle King. Upon arrival, he encountered numerous transcendent eagle beings. Once inside the king's tent, he beheld a corpulent king adorned with a feather crown, engaged in discourse with a middle-aged eagle. In Jiang Yu's perception, while the presence of this king was far less formidable than that of the Titan of Thunder, he was still significantly more powerful than Jiang Yu himself. Upon noticing the presence of a transcendent eagle, the king displayed little interest. He glanced down at Jiang Yu and said flatly, Since you have risen from a lowly to the transcendent, you must serve me diligently and protect the royal court in the future. You may leave now. He then addressed a servant, instructing, Fetch 2 portions of wind feather dew, and have the priest explain the path of vocation to the newly transcended. Inside the grand tent, the warrior who had recommended Jiang Yu was elated and exclaimed loudly, Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Yu cast him a sidelong glance. Realizing the ulterior motive behind his introduction, there was a benefit to be gained. However, upon hearing the term vocation, he felt a pang of confusion and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. The term vocation refers to the path of advancement for every transcendent being in the forthcoming 5th chapter. Warriors, mages, rangers, priests, night watchmen, knights, witches, sorcerers, enchantresses, druids, and many more await. Each vocation possesses a well-defined route to legendary status. One need only to embark upon it. In the future, only talent and resources would dictate their strength, but in this era, that seemed not to be the case. This was his first encounter with the concept of a vocational path. Guided by the servant, he received the wind feather dew and proceeded to meet the priest. A robed female eagle approached him and began her explanation. You have ascended to become an extraordinary being. Allow me to elucidate the path of advancement. The crux of progression lies in the determination of one's vocational journey. Only by defining this path can one harbor the potential for advancement, potentially even achieving legendary status. Upon hearing this, Jiang You felt a stirring within. He dared to inquire of the esteemed priestess, "Where might we, the eagle kin, pursue our vocational calling?" "What do you mean by pursue a calling?" The brow of the eagle kin priestess furrowed. "The path of a vocationalist consists solely of self-creation and bloodline inheritance. There is no notion of pursuing calling." Jiang You, somewhat bewildered, instinctively asked, "If one cannot pursue a calling, how then can one ascend to legendary status?" The eagle-kin priestess regarded him with bemusement and scoffed. "Ah, legendary status. How fanciful your thoughts are. On the continent of Farrant, the path to legendary ascension is exceedingly rare. Currently, only the Royal Sky Warriors possess a complete pathway to legendary advancement. The path of self-creation, being in its infancy, necessitates many years of effort and continuous refinement to even entertain the possibility of becoming a formidable vocationalist. Thus, each powerful vocational path is solely rooted in bloodline inheritance." At this point, she looked at Jiang You with increasing amusement. Without an ancestral bloodline to draw from, you must forge your own vocation. Undeterred by her mockery, Jiang You felt a profound resonance within. In the future era, vocational points would be scattered across the world, and every sentient being with the requisite aptitude would have the opportunity to choose a complete pathway to legendary status. It could be said that professions lacking a complete legendary path would not endure. Who could be responsible for such a phenomenon? Truly astonishing. It seems only a genuine deity could accomplish such a monumental feat. Now, he never anticipated that a path leading to legendary ascension would prove to be so precious. Those who plant trees for others to enjoy the shade, he mused. Future generations would indeed be fortunate. To think, he too had become one of those who plant the trees. At this juncture, he could only ask, "Esteemed priestess, please enlighten me on how to establish a vocation. Consume the extraordinary substance to awaken your spiritual sight, such as the wind feather dew. Then, through meditation, connect with the sea of spirituality, and construct your extraordinary vocation based on your own ideals. Remember, the vocation you create must align with your physical constitution, attributes, spirit, and will. Do not aim too high or pursue unrealistic aspirations, for if you do, your vocational journey will be a dead end from the very start. The path of creation is no simple endeavor. Have you taken heed?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "I shall remember. Now, you may depart." Chapter 9. The Majesty of Titans. Upon exiting the priestess's tent, Jiang You departed from the royal encampment, making his way toward the dwelling of his kin. Although victory had been achieved in war, he could not leave immediately. As he was about to depart the royal encampment, an eagle-kin warrior from the court informed him that if he felt an attachment to the tribe, he could return first, for he seemed confident that Jiang You would undoubtedly return to the royal court in the future. Not only he, but it appears that the entire court of the eagle people is imbued with such confidence. They informed him that in 3 days, there would be a grand celebration prepared for the Thunder Titan, Atrus, which necessitated attendance from all tribes. At that time, it was essential for everyone to extol the greatness of the Thunder Titan. After locating their kin, they returned to the camp where the eagle people had initially been settled. It was then that Jiang You discovered that scarcely 1 in 10 of the tribal eagles remained. Each survivor was filled with tears, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. This war had drained the lifeblood of the eagle tribes across the vast wilderness. Yet, the court remained aloof, with no one daring to resist. It was at this moment that Jiang You inquired about the tribulations faced by his kin. Under Asen's explanation, it became clear that after Jiang You had diverted the 2-headed dragon, they had been hastily conscripted by a contingent of court eagle warriors, thrust into the ranks of cannon fodder at the front lines, confronting the griffins allied with the dragon. Soon, several of their kin fell in battle, fortunately, clad in bronze armor, and with the war concluding after the Titan tore the blue dragon king apart, greater calamity was averted. The eagle warriors of the court perpetually occupied the rear of the formation, directing the tribal eagles into combat, ensuring minimal casualties for themselves. This was the reason why scarcely 1 in 10 of the tribal eagles remained. Upon hearing this, Jiang You felt an even greater fury towards the eagle court. He resolved that upon his return, he would heed no commands from the court. As for the location of the Eagleman mountain tribe, he would not linger there once a better dwelling was found. After all, in a year, with the impending cataclysmic battle between titans and dragons. Whether the Eagle Court would even exist remained uncertain. On the third day, Jiang You, accompanied by his kin, sat quietly within the camp, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Titan giants. As the sun reached its zenith, the earth trembled with the sound of thunderous footsteps drawing near. A Titan towering over 200 meters approached the center of the various tribal camps with deliberate strides. Wrapping around him was the devastating force of thunder. And a colossal dragon head fashioned into a helmet adorned his head, still reeking of the dragon's blood. Atreus stood tall, as though perched upon the clouds. He gazed down upon the throng of sentient beings below, resembling ants, his eyes revealing a glimmer of indifference and ennui. Were it not for the Titan King's revelation that these ant-like sentient beings concealed the secrets to divinity, he would hardly concern himself with their fates. He proclaimed loudly, "My servants, rejoice for your master. The great Titan shall ultimately reign over all of Furland." As if the very heavens were collapsing, the resounding thunder echoed throughout the land, and the immense majesty swept across the entire expanse of the Hanhai forest. All living beings, under the weight of this oppressive might, trembled, their forms collapsing. This exemplifies the might of the Titan giants. Each Titan begins their journey as a legend, and those of Atreus' caliber have long transcended to the level of demigods. Jiang You, struggling against the weight of authority, knelt partially upon the ground. Yet, infused with the blood of titans and dragons, he quickly regained his composure. Lifting his gaze to behold the Titan, who appeared as if seated upon a cloud, towering over all, resembling a sovereign of the world. A fire of defiance and fervor ignited within him. He could usurp that position. Chapter 10. The Path of Profession, the Stormcaller. Following the Titan's grand assembly, the various clans of Furland dispersed, and the Eagle King's court returned to the heavenly mountains, ordering each tribe to disband. Jiang You lingered until the end, secretly carrying away the small turtle and a luminous green stone. This place would inevitably become one of the most brutal battlefields, and he had no intention of returning. Subsequently, Jiang You guided his kin back to the heights of Gaoman Mountain. Though they had suffered the loss of over a dozen lives, it was a vast improvement compared to the complete annihilation faced by their forebears. Days later, upon returning to the Gaoman Mountain tribe, the sight of their kin brought forth tears of joy from the majority of the eagles, while those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons wept inconsolably. Jiang Yu too felt a deep sorrow. When he had departed, he had vowed to bring everyone back. Now, however, over a dozen had perished. Simultaneously, the eagles were astonished by Jiang Yu's transformed appearance and his extraordinary prowess. Several elder eagles wept tears of joy, comprehending the profound significance of being extraordinary in this ancient era. That very evening, the tribe celebrated with a grand feast. With half of the young and strong returning, the tribe began to stabilize. The following day, within the wooden dwellings of the village, Jiang Yu placed the green stone beneath his bed and fashioned a small nest for the turtle, introducing it to his kin. The wise little turtle, akin to a newborn child, brimmed with curiosity about the world. Its petite and charming form, coupled with the power of thunder, quickly endeared it to the entire Gaoman Mountain tribe, and the children delighted in playing with it. The eagle matriarch showered it with affection, embracing it as part of the family. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yu took the young and strong out to hunt each morning. With his extraordinary abilities, he returned with an abundance of food. After amassing a substantial supply of provisions, he resolved to enter seclusion to forge his own path of profession. Having instructed the eagles not to disturb him, Jiang Yu returned to his wooden abode, preparing to embark on his entrepreneurial retreat. He retrieved the luminescent green stone and sat upon it. This remarkable stone, capable of allowing him to absorb the blood of titans and awaken his extraordinary nature, was indeed a treasured artifact. His greatest gain from the Titan and dragon conflict was this stone. With it in hand, he hoped the creation of his profession would unfold with greater ease. He consumed the wind spirit dew and began to meditate, reaching out to the sea of spiritual essence. The wind spirit dew was said to be a unique, extraordinary substance from the heavenly mountains, and soon after consuming it, Jiang Yu swiftly entered a meditative state. Within this meditation, he could perceive the surrounding particles of spiritual essence, each displaying a myriad of colors. Yet it was the purple particles that were most abundant and resonated with him most closely. Jiang You comprehended that the purple spiritual particles represented the element of thunder, the foundation of his extraordinary abilities. Thus, he extended his consciousness entirely, following the innermost sensations to connect with the thunder elements, gradually transcending as he immersed himself in the flowing energy until he beheld a vast ocean of spiritual particles, resplendent in myriad colors. As his mind floated upon this sea of spirituality, Jiang You began to contemplate the profession he was destined to create. Undoubtedly, his extraordinary prowess would be centered around the power of thunder. Upon the emergence of this thought, the thunder elements within the spiritual ocean began to coalesce around him. He then reflected upon his advantages. As an Eagleman, he possessed the ability to soar, and as a traveler between realms, he held the memories of 2 lifetimes. Furthermore, he was endowed with the championess will, capable of harmonizing with formidable combat strength. As his self-awareness deepened, a professional template began to manifest within him, accompanied by a series of chimes resonating in his spirit. Player has triggered the job quest. Player has activated the choice of extraordinary path. System error. Unable to generate job quest. System error. Job quest incomplete. System error. Insufficient conditions for the job. System error. Player template has changed. System error. Initiating system auto repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. It was unclear how much time had passed when Jiang You returned from the sea of spirituality. Ping. Player has acquired a template. Level, elite. Congratulations, player has completed the job. Thunder Wielder. Chapter 11. The War of Titans and Dragons erupts. Within the wooden cabin, he opened his panel. Name, Jiang You race, Eagleman, bloodline mutation in progress. Template. Ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template. Elite. Profession, Thunder Wielder. Age, 16. Attributes, Strength 15, Constitution 10, Spirit 15, Agility 15. Charisma 6. Level, Locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game launch. Skills, Throwing, Mastery, Spear Technique, Mastery, Thunder Power, Extraordinary. Skill points, Locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game launch. Talent, Champion's Will, you possess exceptional insight and reaction capabilities, with combat awareness unparalleled. Quest system, Locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game launch. Game launch countdown, 3,650,100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang You surveyed the system panel, noting the enhancement of all his attributes and the unlocking of his profession and template. With a wry smile, he mused, the unlocking for players should occur in the 5th chapter, yet it seems I am currently classified as an elite creature. He then closed the system panel, recognizing it as a mirror reflecting his true potential at this stage. He rose and pushed open the door, stepping out of the wooden cabin. Outside stood an eagle warrior clad in bronze armor, wielding a bronze spear. Upon seeing Jiang You, he exclaimed joyfully, "You've emerged from seclusion." Jiang You patted him on the shoulder, smiling. "Thank you for your vigilance, Liang." "Ha ha, it was no trouble at all to guard the gate for you." Liang laughed heartily. "Now that I am out, you needn't remain here. Go about your business," Jiang Yu replied with a grin. "Can I see the extent of your current strength?" Liang inquired curiously, as every eagle warrior aspired to become an extraordinary being. "In terms of power, the magical beast we once encountered, that deer, should no longer pose a challenge for me." With that, Jiang Yu raised a bronze spear, exerting a slight force, causing the spear tip to swirl with violet lightning. He unleashed his strength, hurling it beyond the village. With a resounding boom, a 1-meter-wide crater appeared in the earth. Impressive. Liang and the nearby eagle warriors marveled in admiration. "With you around, our Eagleman mountain tribe is finally beginning to grow strong." Jiang Yu gazed at the cheering clansmen, feeling a surge of joy within. After taking office, he could envision the path to the extraordinary, harboring the hope of gradual empowerment. Especially after the baptism of Titan and Dragon blood, the potential within him had significantly surged. Given enough time, he was confident that attaining the legendary tier would pose no challenge. After all, he possessed the experience from his past life, ensuring he wouldn't lag far behind. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu organized the tribesmen to forge more bronze weapons and armor, while also stockpiling provisions. He frequently soared from Eagleman Mountain to explore the surrounding environment, seeking suitable hideouts for the Eagle people. The cataclysmic battle between Titans and Dragons was imminent. Even the legendary beings might not survive, let alone him, a newly ascended extraordinary professional. During his search, he discovered numerous habitats of magical beasts. After thoroughly surveying the area, Jiang You decided to venture further afield. He prepared his gear for a long journey, dedicating 7 days and nights to it, traveling eastward for 10,000 miles. He arrived at the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean belonged to the sea tribes, apart from titans and dragons. No one dared to settle along the coastal lands. Jiang You circled the coastline for several days, discovering a towering peak rising majestically by the sea, surrounded by abundant resources. With no signs of intelligent life apart from a few magical beasts. This was, without a doubt, a paradise bestowed upon the Eagleman mountain tribe. When war breaks out, I shall lead my people here. No matter how fearsome the sea tribes may be, can they rival the cataclysmic clash of titans and dragons that nearly shattered the heavens and earth? A year later, Jiang You continued his studies at Eagleman Mountain. Seemingly accelerated by the effects of the titan and dragon blood, his cultivation progressing at an extraordinary pace. In the span of a year, he ascended from the rank of Thunder Caller Level 1 to Level 5, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier of the extraordinary. The next phase awaits, the second tier of the extraordinary, the master stage. Thus, he once again immersed himself in the sea of spirits, forging a new advancement for the Thunder Caller, Wings of Thunder. On this day, as he prepared to commence his breakthrough upon the Azure Stone, the desolate sound of the bronze horn resonated. A voice, akin to a heavenly wind, seemed to descend from the clouds, proclaiming, "Summon your chieftain." Upon reaching the precipice, Jiang You found the eagle envoy seemingly surprised that he was an extraordinary Eagleman, prompting a slight softening in the envoy's tone. He raised his stone spear and announced, "The royal court has decreed the summoning of all able-bodied Eaglemen from the Eagleman mountain tribe to the ancestral homeland of the Eaglemen, the heavenly mountain, for deployment." As Jiang You absorbed these words, a thought surged through his mind. The cataclysmic battle was finally upon them. Chapter 12. The Wind Envoy on the Cliff. Jiang You gazed upon the lofty Eagle King's envoy, feeling the familiar aura that stirred the winds and clouds, yet devoid of the previous sense of oppression. This was no mere happenstance. He, too, had attained the second tier of the extraordinary. Furthermore, the envoy's rank was merely that of a master. During his time in the vast sea forest, he had inquired about the capabilities and professions of the royal court's messengers. Typically, the profession of the Eagle King's envoy was that of a messenger. They belonged to the same Eagle clan, and when dispatching messengers, those in closer vicinity were assigned first-tier extraordinary messengers. For more distant locations, such as Eagleman Mountain, they appointed the advanced profession of Wind Envoy. However, since the inception of the messenger profession, the mightiest among them had only reached the third stage of the extraordinary, known as the Windwalker. Yet, such achievements were rare. Currently, only one Windwalker existed within the messenger clan, often requisitioned by the Thunder Titan giants for the transmission of information between the Titans and various races. The paramount characteristic of a messenger profession was their unparalleled speed. Jiang Yu's contemplations flickered briefly as he regarded the Eagle Envoy, suspended in midair. Straightening his posture for the first time, he laughed heartily. "Do you, Envoy, comprehend that if the entirety of the tribes able-bodied are conscripted, how shall my remaining kin survive?" The Eagle Envoy furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Every Eagleman must unconditionally serve the royal court. This has been the unyielding law since time immemorial. The tribe's people are as humble as wild grass. If they live, they live. If not, so be it. You are a noble extraordinary. Why must you mingle among the rabble, willingly descending into degradation? Unable to contain the murderous intent swelling within him, Jiang You retorted, "If the royal court regards us as citizens, we shall naturally sacrifice ourselves for it. But if the royal court treats us like ants, why should we toil for it?" The Eagle Envoy, incensed, bellowed, "Preposterous. As an Eagleman, having fortuitously ascended to the extraordinary, you dare to slander the royal court, spouting wild claims and defying orders. Today, I shall execute you." Upon finishing his words, he raised his stone spear high, the dark gray wings behind him stirring with the tumult of the wind and clouds. A fierce gust enveloping him, propelling him towards Jiang You with the swiftness of lightning. He harbored no doubt about subduing Jiang You. Our extraordinary lineage, refined through generations, is not to be compared with mere wild paths. Below, on the precipice, the Eaglemen of Eagleman Mountain sensed the overwhelming tempest descending from the sky, revealing expressions of dread. However, on Jiang Yu's face, There was no trace of fear, only a fierce battle spirit. He stepped forward, brandishing his bronze longsword. As the violent purple lightning surged through the blade, shouting loudly towards the eagle envoy. 11 years ago, my father perished under the royal summons, and a year ago, our kin nearly met their doom in the Hanhai forest. Envoy, I have long yearned to slay you. The eagle envoy's deliberate assault aligned perfectly with his intentions. As a winged envoy of the messenger profession, he could not hope to catch up. He could only strike when the envoy attacked. In an instant, the two clashed. The forces of wind and thunder collided with a tremendous roar, resembling a mournful elegy resonating through the heavens and earth. Blood erupted, and two dark gray wings were severed in an instant. At the moment of contact, as sword met stone spear, the powers of wind and thunder intertwined. Just then, Jiang Yu's wings erupted behind him, akin to a thunderous serpent, the formidable lightning drawing several bronze longswords towards the eagle envoy's wings, severing them in one fell swoop. Stripped of his wings, the envoy's strength was halved, and he could no longer possess his former swiftness. The eagle envoy was momentarily struck with both shock and rage. Yet, Jiang Yu's resolve was ironclad. He pursued relentlessly, soon leaving the envoy bloodied and battered. There was no escape, nor could he withstand the onslaught. Facing imminent death in this wild land, the eagle envoy made a bold decision, kneeling before Jiang Yu. I concede defeat. I beseech you to spare my life, for I possess numerous extraordinary treasures that could exchange for my survival. However, Jiang Yu's countenance remained chillingly indifferent. There is no need. The blood feud of Eagleman Mountain shall commence with you. With that, he unhesitatingly struck down at the head of the kneeling eagle envoy. Chapter 13. Heaven's mountain beneath the blazing sun, the clouds dispersed, and the wind ceased. On the cliff, Jiang Yu clutched the severed head of the Eagleman in his hand. He turned to face his trembling kin, who were struck with fear by the sight, and smiled. Kin, do you remember the Eagle King's grand summons that occurs every decade? With each call, our forebears seldom returned, and the Eagleman Mountain tribe languished, facing near annihilation on several occasions. They do not regard us as human. As these words echoed, the gazes of the eagle men in the tribe gradually transformed from fear to hatred. Seeing their fighting spirit ignited, Jiang Yu nodded in approval and continued. The blood feud of kin can be avenged across 9 generations. Today, I have slain their envoy. In the future, when we have grown strong, we shall ascend the heavenly mountain and directly inquire of the Eagle King upon his throne. Are the tribesfolk truly mere ants? Are we truly ants? No, no, no. The resounding roar reverberated through the heights of Eagleman Mountain, igniting the fervor of the clansmen. As Jiang Yu and his kin ceased their cries, he continued, thus, from this day forth, let us prepare our belongings and embark on our migration. In the eastern coastal lands lies a grand peak, rich in resources and adorned with exquisite beauty, untouched and ripe for the rise of our Eagleman Mountain tribe. Migration, migration. At that moment, having slain the envoy of the Eagle King, all the eagle folk of Eagleman Mountain shared a collective fate, united in glory and loss. No disenteros. 3 days later, the multitude of eagles from Eagleman Mountain had readied their provisions and followed Jiang Yu eastward. In the skies above, gazing down at the clustered wooden dwellings of the village below, Jiang Yu silently vowed, one day I shall return. A month later, after an arduous journey, the eagle tribe of Eagleman Mountain finally arrived at the eastern coastal mountain under Jiang Yu's leadership. The eagles discovered, as Jiang Yu had described, that this place was indeed picturesque and abundantly endowed with resources. Joy radiated from their eyes. In midair, as Jiang Yu and his kin soared gracefully, the eagle warrior Liang suddenly exclaimed with delight, "You, this great mountain shall be our home henceforth. Bestow upon it a name." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. He gazed upon the magnificent mountain, and the renowned peaks of his past life flowed through his mind. He smiled and declared, "This mountain is grand and splendid, a divine gift bestowed upon us. I wish to call it Heavenly Mountain. However, as Heavenly Mountain is the abode of the Eagle royal family, let us add a word and name it Paradise Mountain." Paradise Mountain, a splendid name. The eagles did not comprehend the significance of Paradise Mountain. Yet only Jiang Yu understood the boundless ambition concealed within his heart. The day was still young. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Yu guided his fellow eagles to descend near the cliff. They began to fell trees with their prepared bronze axes, constructing wooden houses. Within a month, a village reminiscent of their former Eagleman mountain settlement emerged atop the lofty heights. Thus, the Eagleman mountain tribe commenced a period of recuperation by the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, across the entire continent of Furland, titans and ancient dragons were locked in a cataclysmic struggle, resulting in immense casualties on both sides. The blood of demigods flowed, legends fell, and the world was engulfed in chaos. 20 years later, on the eastern coast, the Eagleman mountain tribe had grown to over 1,000 souls. On this day, Jiang You was practicing his cultivation atop the cliff when suddenly, in the distant western forest, a furious shout echoed. "Asuna, are you truly willing to perish alongside me?" Chapter 14. The radiant titan Asuna Jiang You, in the midst of his training, suddenly opened his eyes wide. At that moment, his gaze sparkled like violet stars, and his aura had surged dramatically compared to 20 years ago. He had reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the extraordinary realm. As a professional wielder of the Thunderwings, he gazed toward the west, where he soon perceived a cacophony that shook the earth. Before long, an ancient dragon and a titan towering over 100 meters emerged into his line of sight. The ancient black dragon was entirely shrouded in black, its scales gleaming with metallic luster, though it bore numerous wounds upon its body. The titan was a female giant, adorned with a crown woven from vines, possessing a striking beauty, fair skin, and a graceful figure. If her size were to diminish 100-fold, she would resemble the enchanting beauties often seen on the internet in Jiang Yu's past life. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the titan and the ancient dragon, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of bewilderment, yet it did not impede his resolve. How could it be that a titan and an ancient dragon clash here? He summoned several adult Eaglemen, commanding, quickly, according to the clan's established rules, take the villagers and seek refuge in the cave. Yes, chief. The Eaglemen readily complied with Jiang Yu's orders. For 2 decades, all the Eaglemen had followed Jiang Yu without question. Observing their swift response, Jiang Yu nodded in approval. He hesitated for a moment as he gazed westward, then took flight, silently heading in that direction. In the western forest, 1,000 miles away, the Titan woman raised her spear high, disregarding her grievous injuries, and fiercely thrust it into the ancient black dragon's vulnerable scales, causing golden blood to erupt forth. "Mephit, you have slain my brother. Today, let us rest together in eternal slumber." The ancient dragon, realizing its fate was sealed, sighed deeply and mocked. "Very well, Asuna. To be buried alongside a Titan beauty such as you is no misfortune for me." As he spoke, his dark aura surged violently, engulfing the heavens, and the world was plunged into darkness. A pure black dragon claw emerged from the shadows, akin to a sword, and plunged brutally into the Titan woman's ample chest. Asuna, enduring excruciating pain, summoned nearly all her radiant power, breaking through the darkness as a spear of unparalleled light pierced the ancient dragon's head. The clash between light and darkness erupted violently, obliterating every tree within Jiang Yu's sight in an instant. Chaos reigned in the world. Even as Jiang Yu sensed the impending danger and attempted to retreat, he was momentarily stunned by the explosion, and he fell to the ground. As the dust settled, Jiang Yu rose from the ground and gazed into the distance, where the vast expanse of forest lay in ruins. The intertwining sense of darkness and light transformed the land into a true wasteland. In the heart of this desolate terrain rested the lifeless forms of a Titaness and an ancient black dragon. How wondrous! Jiang Yu soared above the remains of these 2 primordial demigods, unperturbed by the aura of ancient dominion that emanated from their corpses, and quietly marveled with a smile playing upon his lips. A deceased Titan and a fallen ancient dragon. The heavens favor my kin. I have conceived a plan to utilize your essence. The remains of these demigods could endure through the ages. If concealed, they would become a treasured inheritance. After a moment of reflection, he observed the golden blood flowing from the earth, and a pang of sorrow struck him. I must retrieve the green stone. This precious blood cannot be wasted. Chapter 15. The origin of the winged people. Without delay, Jiang Yu returned to his encampment to announce that the danger had subsided. He instructed his kin to prepare bronze tools and to excavate 2 substantial pits within the belly of Heavenly Mountain, capable of accommodating the Titan and dragon corpses. He planned to hide them away for prolonged use. With that decided, he grasped the green stone and flew towards the site of the Titan and Dragoness demise. Upon his arrival, he found that the blood of the two demigods had ceased to flow. Their bodies were extraordinary. Yet beneath them, pools of golden blood still gathered. Additionally, due to the inharmony between light and darkness, the mingling of their blood produced a hissing sound, as if something was being relentlessly worn away, leading to a shared decay. Witnessing this scene, Jiang You abandoned the notion of bathing in the blood of the Titan and Dragon. However, he had to choose between light and darkness, between Titan and Dragon. Looking at himself, he felt an inclination towards humanoid form. Thus, he approached the pool of Titan blood and leapt into it, green stone in hand. In an instant, a pain so profound it penetrated to the marrow engulfed him. He felt as if every inch of his skin and every cell were ablaze. It was akin to being reforged, his entire being hammered like raw metal, accompanied by a fierce, lethal sensation that extracted and reinserted his very blood. Yet swiftly, the green stone began to emit a radiant light. A soothing coolness enveloped him, dispelling the violent sensations, and his bloodline mutation began to stabilize. Jiang You barely had time to exhale in relief before the excruciating pain, akin to descending into the depths of hell, surged anew. The agony was unbearable. This time, there was no lake water to dilute the torment. He was completely immersed in the Titan blood. Outside of his consciousness, the system's chimes echoed incessantly, but he lacked the strength to pay heed. For 3 interminable days and nights, he persevered, relying solely on an indomitable will that shielded his consciousness from the pangs of pain. At last, the Titan's blood in the hollow had diminished to a mere tenth. Its luster faded, resembling that of ordinary matter. It was only then that Jiang You regained his composure. He first examined his form, discovering that the dark feathers of his wings had all shed, replaced by pristine white plumage. His hair, too, had transformed into a silvery cascade, and apart from his wings, every feather on his body had vanished, unveiling a handsome visage and fair skin. Bathed in the blood of the radiant Titan, his allure had been significantly enhanced. What delighted him most was the astonishing transformation of his claws. They had been wholly converted into hands and feet, indistinguishable from those of a human in his previous life. With hands and feet akin to those of humanity, the possibilities before him were boundless, and his combat prowess had surged tremendously. It was only then that he took a moment to peruse the system panel. As he opened the panel, a plethora of system information erupted forth. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your attributes have changed. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your bloodline is beginning to transform. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. All attributes have been elevated. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your willpower has been enhanced. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your eagle human bloodline has fully mutated. Please name your new bloodline. Panel. Name. Jiang You race. Eagle human, fully mutated. Please name. Template. Ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template. Master level. Profession. Thunderwing age. 36 attributes. Strength 25. Constitution 20. Spirit 25. Agility 25. Charisma 30. Level unlocked sealed. To be activated upon game commencement. Skills. Throwing, expert. Spear mastery, expert. Swordsmanship, master. Thunder power, extraordinary. Light power, extraordinary. Skill points. Unlocked sealed. To be activated upon game commencement. Talent. Champion's will. You possess exceptional insight and reaction capabilities. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system. Unlocked sealed. To be activated upon game commencement. Game start countdown. 3,643,100 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Upon seeing the race naming option, a flicker of curiosity danced in Jiang Yu's eyes. He contemplated naming it Angel, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming dread surged forth, prompting him to abandon the notion hastily. One who lacks virtue cannot assume a lofty position, lest they invite divine retribution. Since becoming an angel was unattainable, he resolved to settle for winged being. System. Let the new race be named. Winged being. Jiang You declared decisively. Congratulations, player. Name successfully changed. Race. Eagle human has been altered to winged being. Chapter 16. The evolution of the pool high above the celestial mountain. Jiang You observed that 2 large pits, each spanning approximately 100 meters, were nearing completion within the mountain's embrace. 3 days had passed, and for the nearly all-out Eagleman, digging 2 pits was an exceedingly simple task. Witnessing the fervent activity of his kin, Jiang You descended to lend a hand and finalized the last steps. Upon seeing Jiang You, the Eagleman recognized his familiar presence, yet hesitated to acknowledge him. Previously, Jiang You bore some resemblance to the eagle folk, but now he appeared vastly different. If one were to insist, he resembled a titan, adorned with wings and diminished 100-fold in size. Among the Eaglemen, an elderly figure spoke. "You? Is that you?" "Indeed, it is I," Jiang You affirmed with a nod. The childhood companions had aged. In the ancient era, the lifespan of ordinary Eaglemen was roughly 50 years, and those who had not ascended to the extraordinary gradually succumbed to time. "Wonderful. You have grown stronger. We are one step closer to our vengeance." The elder rejoiced, laughter bubbling forth. The other Eaglemen echoed his delight, their faces alight with pride. "Indeed, it cannot be far off," Jiang You responded, addressing his kin with a booming voice. "However, alone, I cannot conquer the royal court of the heavenly mountain. Now, I have discovered a method to empower our kin alongside me. How will this be accomplished? Can it truly succeed? Our tribe possesses not a single Eagleman with extraordinary potential." The tribe members expressed their bewilderment. Jiang You explained loudly, "I have evolved and grown stronger through the blood of titans, and now, the titan blood lies within our reach. My dear kin, the 2 large pits you have excavated serve not merely to entomb the deceased titans and dragons, but to utilize their blood for your transformation. Here, I shall construct a pool, allowing all our kin to bathe in the titan's blood. But it is said that titan blood cannot be touched. Those who do so will spontaneously combust." A member of the tribe questioned in confusion. "I possess my own means," Jiang You declared resolutely. A day later, the 2 vast pits, adequate to house the titans and dragons, had formed in the mountain's depths. Jiang You then led all the young and vigorous members of the tribe, journeying 10,000 miles to retrieve the colossal beings, one by one, interring them within the great pits. After the entombment, Jiang You established a forbidden zone at the site of the ancient Black Dragon's burial and constructed a 100-meter square pool above the female titan's remains. He shattered blue stones and evenly spread them across the pool's bottom, then made an incision in the female titan's corpse, allowing golden blood to flow continuously into the pool. Upon completing these preparations, he summoned all the tribe members to collectively immerse themselves in the small pool. During their initial bath in the titan's blood, only a few of the Eaglemen underwent transformation. Nevertheless, Jiang You insisted that the eagle folk must return to this sacred place to bathe once every 7 days. Thus, it began. As time passes, their feathers begin to gradually fade, their beaks slowly shed, and the once grayish-black plumage transforms into a pristine white, while their hands and feet evolve towards a more human-like form. Yet, the awakening of the extraordinary remains elusive. The path to transcendence is indeed fraught with difficulty. Another 20 years have elapsed. At the summit of Paradise Mountain, Jiang You stands high above, surveying the entirety of the Paradise Mountain tribe. With his immaculate white wings, silvery hair, and violet eyes, he possesses a strikingly handsome visage, akin to a diminutive titan. At this moment, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe has reached 5,000, and they have undergone monumental transformations from their former eagle-like appearances. Jiang You estimates that, within a century, before the Titan bloodline is exhausted, his kin will all attain forms similar to his own. At that time, his winged tribe shall no longer be considered solitary. Gazing down at the burgeoning village, which could even be described as a small town, Jiang You cannot help but exclaim in awe. Alas, however, Liang, Sang, and Lai have all failed to achieve the extraordinary. Time truly takes its toll. The companions of yesteryear have long since passed away. Chapter 17. The Giant Tree Clan. Don't be so melancholic, Chief. You still have me by your side, right? Rest assured, with my longevity, I shall surely outlive you. Just as Jiang You muses, a languid voice of a young boy emerges beside him. Jiang Yu's lips twitch in response as he turns to look. There a small turtle mimics his pose, standing on a stone with its forelimbs raised. The little turtle feigns a contemplative gaze, as if surveying its kingdom from the heights of the mountains. Amused by its lively demeanor, Jiang You playfully chides Xiao Ba, "If you can't offer comfort, it's best you keep silent. You've lived longer than I have." At this, he abruptly halts. This small turtle has indeed reached the 5th chapter. Now it stands at the third tier of transcendence, the heroic tier. Over the past 20 years, its corresponding profession has advanced from the second tier of Thunderwings to the third tier of Holy Wingwalker. Through the baptism of the blood of the radiant Titaness, its potential for light power has surpassed that of thunder. Within these 20 years, it has adeptly harnessed both extraordinary powers, weaving them into its professional framework. The third tier of transcendence is the mightiest rank beneath the legendary tier. Those who attain this stage are often hailed as heroes. Hence, it is also referred to as the heroic tier, bestowing an elongated lifespan, allowing them to live for 500 years. Of course, this applies to their ordinary intelligent species, some exceptionally gifted extraordinary beings like the little turtle before Jiang You defy conventional expectations regarding lifespan. This creature, having reached the 5th chapter, surely harbors some remarkable lineage within. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze lingered a moment too long, causing the little turtle to shiver. "Chief, why are you staring at me like that? It's rather unsettling." Jiang Yu, returning to his senses, gently pats its head with a smile, saying, "Indeed, you speak the truth, Xiaoba. It is thanks to you that the lengthy passage of time feels less lonely." As the sun gradually rises, the sea breeze sweeps across the mountain peaks. As Jiang Yu jested with the little turtle, a figure imbued with the power of light descended from the heavens, arriving before him. "Chief, a tribe of trolls is approaching from 10,000 miles to the west." "Troll tribe?" Jiang Yu paused, taken aback. "What brings a troll tribe to this place? This is a coastal land. Surely the legends of the sea folk have not vanished from the continent?" After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Roar, summon the Skywing team to accompany me." The Skywing team consisted of the awakened tribesmen from the past 2 decades, numbering around a dozen. Influenced by the blood of the Titans, they were predominantly bearers of the power of light. However, their extraordinary achievements had also led to remarkable evolutionary transformations, rendering them far more astonishing than their kin. Except for their hands and feet, which had not fully evolved, their faces had entirely lost their feathers, making them the closest beings to Jiang Yu. After addressing Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle. "Little 8, remain in the tribe to guard against unforeseen events." Despite his adorable appearance, the little turtle was indeed a formidable master-level warrior. "Boss, I wish to accompany you." The little turtle's eyes, the size of mung beans, sparkled with eagerness. "Haha, little 8, I do not object to your desire to join, but alas, you lack wings." The little turtle's spirits instantly waned. Without wings, and in this era, there are no wizards. Only legends can soar through the skies. "Enough. Roar, hasten to gather our people. We shall depart at once." Yes. Half an hour later, Roar arrived with a dozen extraordinary Eaglemen before Jiang Yu. "Let us set forth," Jiang Yu commanded, brandishing his bronze longsword, leading the group westward. Several hours later, as the sun began to set, dusk enveloped the land. Jiang Yu finally reached the skies above the troll tribe. Peering down, he beheld a large troll settlement, boasting a population of a full 10,000. Yet, they appeared disheveled, emanating a sense of displacement. As he surveyed the scene, a robust voice resonated from the troll tribe below. "Who among the Eaglemen of the skies addresses us? We are the Wood Clan, loyal vassals of the Nature Titan. We kindly request an audience." Chapter 18. Journey Across the Sea. Nature Titan, Wood Clan. Jiang Yu felt an inkling of familiarity with the name of this troll tribe. However, from his earlier observations, the speaker was undoubtedly the strongest among them, standing at the level of a hero. Thus, Jiang Yu's apprehensions began to dissipate. Seeing the troll tribe extend their invitation, Jiang Yu decided to descend and ascertain the purpose of their presence at the eastern shores. With the trolls traversing thousands of miles, were they seeking to establish a neighboring relationship? He addressed the Eagleman beside him. "Roar, and I will descend. The rest of you, remain here and observe." "Understood, Chief." After giving his instructions, Jiang Yu descended into the midst of the troll tribe accompanied by Roar. His opening statement was, "Trolls, we are not of the Eagle Clan, but rather the winged people who have dwelled by this coastal realm for generations." Upon perceiving Jiang Yu and his companion's appearance, the trolls were filled with admiration. The troll chieftain who spoke exclaimed, "I have misjudged you. You possess a beauty akin to that of Titans, far surpassing that of the Eagle Clan." He introduced himself, saying, "I am Rancent, the chieftain of the Giantwood clan." In a show of courtesy, Jiang You responded politely, "Greetings, Rancent. I am Jiang You, the chieftain of the Winged People." He then inquired directly, "I wish to understand why the Giantwood clan has come to this eastern seaside. Do you intend to settle here?" Sensing that Jiang Yu was not particularly welcoming of his tribe's presence, Rancent managed a wry smile and replied, "We do not intend to settle here. We have come to cross the sea to another continent." "Cross the sea?" Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. In this era, such a feat was no trivial endeavor. "Indeed, we shall traverse the vast ocean to reach another land," Rancent affirmed. "But why? This does not seem a prudent decision," Jiang Yu questioned. "I share your sentiments. Yet it is the decree of Her Highness, the Nature Titan Taillaner." "A decree? Has Her Highness already passed away?" Jiang Yu asked. "Yes, esteemed Jiang Yu. Although she fell in battle, in her final days, she summoned us and imparted a prophecy, guiding us to cross the sea and escape the ravages of war," Rancent explained. In truth, the more pressing matter was that they harbored the secret to the resurrection of the Nature Titan Taillaner, providing them with a compelling reason to embark on this journey. However, this was information not intended for Jiang Yu. Their extensive discourse was merely to allay Jiang Yu's suspicions, ensuring a smooth passage across the sea. Many had perished on this arduous journey, and Rancent wished to avoid any further complications at this critical juncture. Indeed, after hearing the chieftain's account, Jiang Yu, though still astonished by the troll tribe's decision to cross the sea, refrained from probing further and nodded. "I understand, Chieftain Rancent. The Winged People will not impede your voyage across the sea." "Thank you." Jiang Yu then engaged Rancent in discussion about the conflict between the Titans and the ancient dragons. Learning that the clash between the two factions was fierce and showed no signs of abating, escalating instead. Countless lives had perished in this war, leading to a true state of devastation. Rancent expressed his lingering fears, for he believed that even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer grievously in this conflict. Jiang Yu nodded, aware that the ultimate outcome would likely be mutual destruction, yet he remained uncertain as to when this unparalleled battle would find its conclusion. From the descriptions of the trolls, it appears several more years are needed. Subsequently, Jiang Yu returned with his companions. In the days that followed, he maintained a vigilant watch over this tribe of trolls, just as they had proclaimed. The Giantwood clan tirelessly felled trees and constructed ships along the shores of the eastern sea, day and night. A year later, this colossal troll tribe, known as the Giantwood clan, embarked upon their journey across the ocean aboard wooden vessels. Chapter 19. A century of change on the shores of the eastern sea. Where the winds danced gently and the waves blossomed like flowers, Jiang Yu stood upon the beach, gazing into the distance at the now vanished Giantwood clan. Before their departure, the Giantwood clan sought to borrow some of Jiang Yu's tribesmen as scouts for their maritime voyage. However, it was evident that crossing the sea without a substantial force would make it nearly impossible for these scouts to return. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu managed to find a group of adventurous young individuals from his tribe and inquired about their willingness. Ultimately, 50 of them agreed to accompany the Giantwood clan on their oceanic expedition. Before their departure, to ensure these young adventurers would not forget their roots, Jiang Yu bestowed upon them a surname and adorned them with the name of the Winged People. Thus, these 50 individuals, bearing the surname of Wind, set sail across the ocean, becoming a branch of the Winged People tribe. In the years that followed, Jiang Yu led his tribe in further development along the coastal region. As time passed, under the influence of Titan blood, the appearances of the tribesmen gradually transformed into what Jiang Yu had envisioned, and their extraordinary talents began to flourish. By the third decade of their refuge by the eastern sea, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary individuals. During this time, the external conflicts raged fiercely, and occasionally, other fleeing intelligent beings from different races would arrive, recounting tales of the ongoing wars. Not only did the Titan giants and ancient dragons suffer tremendous losses, but the Phalandir races had also seen their numbers halved. By the fourth decade of their refuge by the eastern sea, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe surged to 30,000. The number of extraordinary individuals grew to several hundred, and under Jiang Yu's guidance, unique extraordinary professions exclusive to the Winged People emerged, such as Sky Knights, Radiant Swordsmen, Light Guardians, and Sky Assassins, most of which were light attribute professions. However, as these were all initial creations, the potential of these professions was limited, predominantly resting at the first tier. Only the radiant swordsman, with Jiang Yu's assistance, attained an upper limit of the second tier as a radiant duelist. Jiang You aspired to pass down his own profession, but unfortunately, there were no extraordinary awakeners of the light or thunder elements within the tribe, forcing him to abandon this ambition. Fortunately, within this generation of radiant swordsmen, a particularly gifted young man advanced to the second tier in merely 30 years, perhaps one day elevating the profession's potential. By the 6th decade of their refuge by the Eastern Sea, Jiang You finally reached the final stage of the Holy Wing Walker, a mere step away from legendary status. However, he found it exceedingly challenging to surpass this hurdle. By this time, the Heavenly Mountain tribe had grown to a population of 100,000, in addition to Heavenly Mountain serving as the stronghold for the Winged Ones. Villages and small towns established by the Winged tribe dotted the surrounding highlands. At this juncture, nearly all of the newly emerged tribespeople bore a resemblance to Jiang Yu's physique. After a century of evolution, they could no longer be recognized as their former eagle-like selves, now resembling miniature titans adorned with wings. It was in this very year that Jiang You summoned all the tribespeople to Heavenly Mountain and formally declared their separation from the Eagle tribe, establishing their identity as the Winged tribe. Simultaneously, the latest news from the outside world reached the Eastern Sea. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor led the remnants of their tribes into the final battle at the Celestial Plains, resulting in mutual destruction. Following the war, both the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the distant northern lands of the Furlan continent, where mountains stretched endlessly and snow blanketed the terrain, a party of heavily cloaked goblins rode upon stout wolves, arriving at an imposing metallic gate. Chapter 20. The emergence of humanity leading the group was one of the 3 legends of the goblin tribe, the Grand Sage Azeba. "The relic discovered by our young ones is right here," exclaimed a particularly tall, middle-aged goblin knight, glancing at the metallic gate before respectfully addressing an elder goblin behind him. This elder wore a crown fashioned from the bones of an unknown creature and wielded a scepter resembling jade. Upon hearing the knight's words, the elder's emerald eyes shimmered with a blend of blue and white light, as if something mysterious was brewing within. After a considerable pause, he returned to a state of normalcy. In the astonished gazes of the goblin knights, the elder unexpectedly leaped down from his wolf and knelt before the metallic gate, fervently shouting, "Blessings upon our tribe! Blessings upon our tribe!" The prophecy indicates that within lies the key to our tribe's splendor and might. Oh, it is far more than mere splendor and might. Acquiring what lies within will enable us goblins to usurp the positions of the Titan giants and ancient dragons, becoming the masters of all Furland. After his fervor, he approached the middle-aged goblin knight and calmly instructed Aziel, "I command you to return to the goblin kingdom with utmost haste. Inform King Amigel to dispatch our finest legion and most skilled artisans to this location. Furthermore, convey to him that this matter pertains to the ascendants of our goblin tribe. It is of greater significance than any scenario we have previously discussed." "Yes, Grand Sage. I assure you that I will relay this information to the king," the middle-aged goblin knight replied earnestly, thumping his chest in affirmation. A month later, a goblin army, nearly 10,000 strong, was stationed at the site. 3 months later, through means unknown to the goblin tribe, the metallic gate was finally opened. Years later, in the realm of Furland, the goblins were startled to discover the emergence of a few sentient beings resembling titans. Although they stood merely 2 meters tall and possessed average physiques, devoid of any extraordinary aura, they were regarded with utmost scrutiny by the goblin clan. They proclaimed themselves as the human race. Subsequently, the goblins unveiled a plethora of incomprehensible artifacts that left the Furlan tribes bewildered. Some of these peculiar creations wielded immense power, capable of instilling a sense of peril in the remaining titans and dragons. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, atop Paradise Mountain, stood the grandest edifice, a magnificent structure hewn from marble. Since the establishment of the Winged Ones, the strikingly handsome winged folk gradually forsook their former eagle-like traits. They developed an affinity for beauty, demanding perfection in all things, including their architecture. Within this splendid building, Jiang You sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 young members of the winged race. a young male approached to report. Esteemed chieftain, we have confirmed that the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed inflicted grievous wounds upon one another, with the majority of their kin perishing in the fray. With this in mind, should we still adhere to our strategy of seclusion? According to our intelligence, fewer than 10 Titans remain, while the surviving ancient dragons number only a few more than that, all in a state of severe injury. Those once subservient to the two races are beginning to waver in their loyalty. Furthermore, there is a more significant piece of news. The Goblin clan seems to be covertly reaching out to various races. The young female winged one added her remarks. Upon hearing this, Jiang You nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "And how fares the Eagle King's court?" The male responded, "The Eagle King sustained severe injuries in the final battle, yet remains loyal to the wounded Thunder Titan. Recently, they have repelled the Goblin emissaries." Jiang Yu surmised, "I see. The Goblin clan harbors treacherous intentions. However, for us, both the Titans and the Eagle King's court are adversaries. The enmity with the Eagle King is already deeply rooted. And as for the Titans, I doubt they will regard us favorably after discovering that I have utilized the remains of their kin for a century." After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "A war between the Goblins and Titans is unlikely to erupt in the near future. Therefore, Claire, relay my decree. The winged folk shall now abandon their strategy of seclusion. Let our young men take to the lands and skies of Furland, showcasing our presence. We must let all know that the Furland continent is not solely home to the eagle-like intelligent beings, but also to us, the winged folk of the Eastern Sea. I am confident that the Goblin emissaries shall soon arrive at Paradise Mountain." Chapter 21. The Covenant. A decade later, the ancient dragons seem to have grasped some hidden truth, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, tensions between the remaining Titans and the Goblins were on the verge of severance. The mightiest Titan, the Thunder Titan, once contemplated personally rectifying the betrayal of the Goblin clan, yet felt a dire threat from miles away, dissuading him from proceeding. He returned to the land of the Titans, aiding his kin in recuperating from their wounds. Now, nearly 10 million goblins have gathered around the Goblin King's court, pledging their allegiance to King Amigel. The Goblin King's court extends a far more benevolent hand to its scattered kin than did the Eagle King's court of yore. They provide sustenance, assist in selecting dwellings, and nurture extraordinary professions among their people. Consequently, the once dispersed goblin tribes, previously under the banners of different Titans, have united under Amigel's reign. The Eagle King's court, the Serpent King's court, the mixed blood giants, and the Centaur royalty, all loyal to the Titan giants, have risen in indignation against the goblins' perceived treachery, yet cannot alter the undeniable truth of the goblins' growing strength. Meanwhile, the presence of the enigmatic human race within the Goblin King's court has sparked considerable curiosity. Astute observers have surmised that the goblins' rapid ascent is intricately linked to these humans. Simultaneously, the winged ones have begun to make a name for themselves across the continent. A wise race capable of soaring through the skies is indeed a rarity, especially as the winged ones predominantly wield light-based abilities and possess healing powers, rendering them particularly favored among the diverse races of the land. Moreover, in aerial encounters, the winged ones surpass the eagles, as their human-like hands allow them to wield bows, delivering devastating long-range strikes against their avian counterparts. This characteristic has elevated the winged archers to one of the most formidable military branches of Furland. Even extraordinary professionals find themselves daunted when confronted with a well-organized winged army, prompting the Goblin King's court to acknowledge the significance of the winged ones. When the first flurry of winter snowflakes descended upon Paradise Mountain, the Goblin emissaries arrived as scheduled, clad in a fashion far trendier than that of Furland. A party ascended to the mountain's peak. Among them, aside from the diminutive, long-limbed green-skinned goblins, there was a human girl resembling a winged one without wings. As the winged soldiers escorted the Goblin delegation towards Jiang Yu's grand tent, the Goblin emissaries exemplified the decorum befitting ambassadors of a great lineage. Only the human girl displayed a profound curiosity towards the winged race, her gaze flitting about with vivid expressions. Upon reaching the white stone fortress, the Goblin emissaries first demonstrated their respect for the alien king by placing a hand upon their chests. "Esteemed King of the Winged Ones, we are emissaries sent by our King Amigel, extending our most sincere regards." Jiang You rose in response, his pristine white wings folded behind him. His violet eyes scanned the goblins before resting upon the human girl, who stood out among them like a crane among chickens, and he smiled warmly. Welcome, emissaries from the Goblin King's court. His welcome was genuine, yet tinged with an intriguing sensation. The goblins before him were impeccably attired, their bodies meticulously groomed. A stark contrast to those wretched goblins often encountered in the wilderness of the 5th chapter. Observing Jiang Yu's cordial demeanor, the goblin envoys felt a wave of relief wash over them. The foremost goblin envoy boldly stated, "For millennia, the Titan giants and the ancient dragons have ruled over Furland, enslaving the various races with their overwhelming might. Their arrogance has led to a cataclysmic war that has claimed countless lives, turning the skies and the earth into a sea of flames. To this day, the outcry from the races of the continent has reached a crescendo, their resentment and fury towards the Titans and dragons reaching its zenith. Under the guidance of the great sage, the high priest, and the Goblin King, our Goblin clan has united with the other races of the continent, preparing to rise up and overthrow the dominion of the Titan giants. With the will of the races, we Goblin envoys are eager to represent our kin and the peoples of Furland in forging an alliance with the Winged Ones to undertake this monumental endeavor. We wish to know, what is the Winged King's stance on this matter?" Having concluded his statement, the envoy lifted his gaze to Jiang You, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang You, recognizing the envoy's straightforwardness, replied with equal candor, "The Winged Ones are willing to ally with the Goblin clans to topple the Titans and dragons. However, we seek to understand what benefits the Goblin court promises our winged kin in return. Is not the greatest boon the opportunity to overthrow the Titan giants and reclaim our sovereignty?" The Goblin envoy chuckled. Jiang Yu, shaking his head earnestly, asserted, "The Winged Ones have dwelled by the shores for generations, never having bowed to the Titans. What difference does it make to us whether we join your cause or not?" The Goblin envoy felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he recalled from his intelligence that the winged race had only emerged in Furland over the past century, never having submitted to the Titans or dragons. The leader of the Goblin delegation remembered the great sage's counsel. The Winged Ones possess the finest aerial forces in all of Furland. We must secure their allegiance. With a sigh, he addressed Jiang Yu respectfully. "Indeed, esteemed Winged King, the great sage and the Goblin King have made promises. Should the winged race join the anti-Titan coalition, you may choose any territory as your domain after the war concludes. Furthermore, we are willing to share some of our wondrous Goblin technological innovations with your people." Additionally, the Goblin envoy continued to elaborate on various other points. Jiang Yu, finally satisfied, nodded in agreement. "Very well, please present the treaty. For our kin shall forge an alliance with the Goblin clan to vanquish the unjust Titans." After the negotiations concluded, both parties were pleased. Jiang Yu instructed his kin to prepare a grand feast to honor the Goblin delegation. That night, the Winged Ones and the Goblins reveled before a magnificent bonfire, feasting heartily and indulging in copious libations, celebrating with joyous dances. The crimson flames illuminated the faces of all present, as the young maidens of the winged race sang and danced before the towering fire. Just as the merriment reached its peak, the human girl who followed the Goblin envoy approached Jiang Yu quietly and spoke softly. "Esteemed Winged King, I have a question to pose." "Please ask your question," the envoy urged. "Might I inquire, esteemed Winged King, if the ancestors of your kind also hailed from the sanctuary?" Chapter 22, The Promise. What? The sanctuary? Even Jiang Yu, well-versed and experienced in traversing realms, found himself momentarily bewildered by the inquiry. He gazed uncertainly at the human girl before him and hesitantly replied, "Why do you say that?" The girl observed Jiang Yu's demeanor and response, and disappointment flickered across her face. The sanctuary was a high-tech construct established by humanity at the end of the previous epoch to escape calamities and preserve the bloodline. Although countless sanctuaries have collapsed over the endless ages, resulting in the silent demise of many within, some vestiges of our bloodline must have persisted. This notion compelled me to accompany the Goblin envoy to your kin, the Winged Ones. Regrettably, despite the striking resemblance Jiang Yu bore to humanity, he ultimately was not of their lineage. Shaking her head, she forced a smile. "It is nothing, esteemed Winged King. I misspoke." She turned to leave. In front of her, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, a spark of insight igniting within him. In his previous life's lore, there indeed existed scattered references to the epics of the continent of Furland. As a seasoned player of Furland, masquerading as a human from the bygone era to gain some advantage should pose no issue. His envy of the goblins' current progress was palpable. Thus, he cleared his throat softly. Airships, trains, navigation, steam. A steampunk world indeed. I have experienced much of it in my previous life. The girl seemed momentarily frozen in place. With each term Jiang You uttered, her eyes brightened. When she finally turned to see Jiang You gazing at her with kindness, her surprise was evident. You know of our former era. You must be one of my kin. Jiang Yu shook his head. I am not. Or rather, I once was human. Furthermore, I did not emerge from the sanctuary. He intentionally obfuscated the relationship between humanity and humans, all the while speaking the truth. However, the girl appeared unfazed, staring at Jiang Yu with a look of awe, her beautiful eyes shimmering with hope. Regardless of whether you possess human blood, my eyes and soul tell me that your essence is undeniably that of humanity. Dear kin, should the descendants of humanity forget everything in the future, please ensure to remind them of our glorious past. No matter how destitute or humble our present may be, we must live tenaciously, awaiting the moment of resurgence. Furthermore, during critical times, please offer them your protection. Upon hearing the girl's despondent words, a question mark floated above Jiang Yu's head. Are you truly facing such dire circumstances now? I recall that you were once held in high regard among the goblins. Were you not? The beautiful girl with golden locks shook her head bitterly. In our refuge, the powerful sequencers have long perished, and the remaining individuals are no match for those extraordinary beings of the goblin race. When the goblins breached our sanctuary, we had just awakened and had no time to wield the weapons within it against them. However, your armaments, capable of combating mighty titans, are ineffective against goblins? Jiang Yu was further perplexed. The reason we can confront the titans is that their lineage bears the blood of our kind. They are likely evolved from the creations of our ancestors long ago. Thus, we possess an advantage against them. But goblins are different. They are not weak before us. The human girl elucidated. So that is the case. Jiang Yu finally comprehended. The girl continued, returning to the earlier question. It may appear to everyone that we hold a lofty status among the goblins, but this is merely an illusion. The goblins are an exceedingly selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, absorb our knowledge, and seize our weapons, yet they fear our potential. They have ensnared us. A mocking smile graced the girl's face. Within our sanctuary, hundreds of our kin have awakened, and over the years, many children have been born. The goblins learn from our wisdom, but deny us the right to educate our own offspring. Goblin King Amigel has forced us to choose, to either exist as a common race in the continent of Furland, thriving and reproducing, or to be eternally bound to the goblin tribe. Such binding would mean generations of servitude. How could we ever consent to that? Thus, we chose the former. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, sighing. It is conceivable that, if this continues many years hence, humanity will dwindle to a mere ordinary and weak race on the continent of Furland, perpetually on the brink of extinction. Indeed, yet we, the human race, would rather start anew than live as slaves. The girl replied resolutely with a smile. Then, she looked at Jiang Yu earnestly and entrusted him. Should humanity face hardship in the future, I implore you to lend a hand. I shall. Jiang Yu nodded. Might you share your name with me, dear human? Jiang Yu. Upon hearing those two syllables, the human girl finally revealed a relieved smile. So, you are the Eastern lineage. I am called Christina. The following morning, the goblin envoy bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others, returning to the goblin court. Jiang Yu stood atop the mountain, watching them depart. He gazed at the silhouette of the human girl, shaking his head with a sigh. In my past life, while playing games, I often encountered tales of ancient relics. Scholars of various races in Furland speculate that the previous epoch was one of steampunk. However, they were unaware that at that time, the human race was the true master of the continent. One might ponder, had the system not been inaccessible, perhaps I would have already triggered a legendary quest by now. Chapter 23. The Expedition. 1 year later, a hurried goblin messenger arrived at the heavenly mountain and entered the white stone fortress. King of the winged people, I beseech you to lead your valiant winged army to the central region of Farrand, to convene at the Mengen plain as the autumn leaves begin to fall. Our king has resolved that this year, amidst the fluttering autumn leaves, we shall raise our entire clan to resist the tyranny of the Titan giants. The Titans are unjust. All races must unite against them. Once our mission is accomplished, the Goblin tribe shall share the continent with all races. At the head of the assembly, Jiang You sat upright and nodded gently. Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that our winged tribe shall honor the covenant and arrive at the Mengyan plain at the appointed time. The Goblin envoy, elated by these words, replied with fervor, "May the friendship between the goblins and the winged people endure. May our alliance flourish." Jiang You smiled and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Jiang You summoned the bravest 10,000 adult winged warriors from his tribe, along with several hundred formidable extraordinary practitioners, gathering in the grand square outside the white stone fortress. More than 10,000 winged people stood in the square, gazing at their chieftain with reverence. Although the world called him the king of the winged people, he had yet to be crowned. His kin had urged him to accept the title, but Jiang You had resolutely declined. How can I claim kingship when blood feuds remain unavenged? One day, if I can tread upon the heavenly mountain and shatter the Eagle King's court, I shall be crowned atop its ruins. Moreover, Jiang You remained single to this day, silencing any relatives who pressed him about marriage. How can I think of a family when the eagles have yet to be extinguished? Thus, he thwarted the concerns of his overly anxious kin. Standing atop the white stone fortress, Jiang You gazed at the multitude of winged people arrayed in the square, a surge of fervent ambition welling within him. He rested his hand upon the bronze sword at his waist and proclaimed with conviction, "Many years ago, our ancestors were but a subordinate tribe of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Every decade, the Eagle King's court would descend upon our ancestors' high barbarian mountain, forcibly conscripting nearly all able-bodied members of our tribe into an interminable war. Each conscription heralded the shattering of a family, with few ever returning. The vast sea of forests buried the countless corpses of my ancestors from high barbarian mountain, flowing with their blood and tears. My father, grandfather, and forebears perished in that war, which offered no glimpse of a future. The war between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors of their very lifeblood." At this juncture, Jiang You glanced at his kin. Their eyes reddened and spirits ignited, and continued, "When I succeeded as chieftain, our tribe consisted of merely a little over 200 souls, all aged or infirm. Upon reaching adulthood, I too was conscripted and thrust into that seemingly eternal battlefield. I witnessed the Titan giant flaunting his overwhelming might, regarding us as mere insignificance. I beheld the Eagle King's court treating us as expendable fodder, with countless tribes of Eaglemen perishing upon the battlefield. From that moment forth, I recognized the cannibalistic essence of both the Titan giant and the Eagle King's court. Thus, during the second summons of the Eagle King's court, I vanquished their emissary and led my kin to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Here, we thrived and grew stronger, seizing opportunities to evolve our bloodlines, transforming into an even mightier race of winged beings. Today, we finally possess the strength to resist the Titan and the Eagle King's court. My sons, are you willing to follow me to vanquish the Titan and flatten the heavenly mountain? Willingly, willingly, vanquish the Titan, flatten the heavenly mountain. Vanquish the Titan, flatten the heavenly mountain. Then, let us embark. Chapter 24. The alliance at the Mengyan Plains and the source of the Knights of the continent of Furland is vast, stretching wide across the land, from the shores of the Eastern Sea to the central Mengyan Plains, even with the winged folk's daily high-speed flight. It took us over a month to arrive, barely keeping pace with the allied races. No other race could rival the distance traveled, save for the merfolk of the western coast. Along the way, we encountered neither magical beasts nor the hindrance of other races. It is no jest. A legion of 10,000 winged beings soaring in the sky resembles an immense, dark cloud advancing ominously, an awe-inspiring sight. Moreover, this legion is armed with bows. At a single command, a rain of arrows descends. Who could withstand such a terrifying spectacle? During our journey, Jiang You led the winged legion in effortlessly eliminating several unwary magical beasts, which showcased the combat prowess of our winged forces and bolstered our confidence for the impending war. Upon reaching the skies above the Mengyan Plains, we beheld a vast expanse already populated by nearly 100,000 troops from various races. encamped in units of their respective tribes. Jiang You observed towering minotaurs brandishing heavy stone axes, unleashing seemingly endless brute strength within their encampments. There were stout yet muscular dwarves, each wielding bronze weaponry, with some even forging within the camp. Swift centaur cavalry galloped about, their bodies bare and hair braided, yet they exhibited exceptional archery skills, ranking among the mightiest cavalry on the continent of Furland. There were also numerous trolls, equally betraying the Titan, their population being the most prominent in Furland. Aside from the goblins, a small number of merfolk, naturally gifted with water magic, had journeyed from the distant western coast to assist in battle, rumored to be spurred by the great love between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang You doubted that the mermaid princess could truly harbor affection for a goblin prince. The gnome kin, the steadfast allies of the goblins, are a race that thrives on spirited encouragement. Yet, they are far from insignificant. They possess a rich heritage of magical professions passed down through generations. Among them are the whimsical fairies drawn to the festivities, categorized into various elemental types. Here, we find the air fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a great forest fairy. Fairies enjoy long lifespans, dwell within the embrace of the woods, and wield formidable magical prowess. In ancient times, before many power structures had emerged, their strength was considerable, and even the goblins were wary of inciting their ire. The goblin king, Amigel, tacitly accepted their presence, believing that with a great fairy overseeing them, these little beings would refrain from any outrageous antics. This forest fairy is indeed a legendary figure. Additionally, there exists the Treant race, renowned as the ancient tanks. Numbering in the hundreds, their rooted presence akin to an indomitable wall. They maintain a harmonious relationship with certain troll clans across generations. Furthermore, there are the tamed wolf dwarves among the goblins, along with the kobolds and boar folk who once served the ancient dragons. There are also numerous wise races, whose names have faded into obscurity, possibly failing to pass their lineage into the future. However, the most prominent sight is the seemingly endless encampment of the goblin army. In this era, the Goblin Legion stands as an elite force, clad in robust armaments, within a mere span of years. A tenth of these goblins have donned iron weapons and armor, a testament to the contributions of the pre-epic human survivors emerging from their sanctuaries. Steam-powered iron weaponry is also positioned outside their tents, exuding an aura of formidable might. Yet, even from a cursory glance, Jiang You could sense several formidable threats lurking within their ranks, inciting both envy and admiration within him. As he silently mused about the impending second chapter, this is the age of the goblins, and his winged kin are not yet strong enough, but the future holds promise. As Jiang You gazed upon the expanse of the Mengyan plain, it accommodated hundreds of wise races. Their combined forces numbered in the tens of thousands. For instance, the trolls, who are likewise a prominent faction, though some among them have aligned with the Titan giants. In contrast, the fairies, numbering merely in the hundreds, sang ethereal melodies within their camp, seemingly oblivious to the looming specter of war, as if they were mere spectators. Caravans laden with food and supplies were dispatched by the goblins from various locales. When Jiang You led his winged army over the Mengyan plain, it resembled a vast sea of clouds sweeping across the sky, obscuring the sun's rays. The sight was striking. Nearly all races on the plain beheld this enormous aerial troop, armed with longbows and bronze swords. The winged folk had only emerged prominently on the continent for a mere decade or so, and many races remained unfamiliar with them. At this moment, a colossal aerial legion appeared in the sky, stirring a sense of bewilderment among the onlookers. Was it not said that the Eagle Folk court held disdain for uniting with us against their formidable master, the Thunder Titan? This aerial legion bore a striking resemblance to the Eagle Folk. Could it be that their king is one who speaks in contradiction? At this juncture, a diverse assembly of individuals from various races scoffed, declaring, "Your information is woefully outdated. The beings soaring through the skies are our allies, the winged ones. Though they may appear akin to the Eagle Folk, they are fundamentally different. Our clan leader once remarked that the Eagle Folk pale in comparison to the winged ones. I recall him stating, 1 winged, 1 equals 5 Eagle Folk. 1 winged, 1 equals 5 Eagle Folk. By the heavens, this winged race seems poised to contest the aerial supremacy against the Eagle Folk, Griffins, wyverns, and other sky-dwelling races. With their presence, we need not fret over threats descending from the skies. Meanwhile, within the goblin encampment, a cadre of goblin practitioners ascended into the air, approaching Jiang You. Clad in armor and wielding great swords, or chain hammers, they were imbued with the power of the winds, enabling their flight. Jiang You discerned that this squad of goblin practitioners had yet to reach the legendary realm, suggesting they belonged to a class of extraordinary beings capable of flight. As far as Jiang You knew, most goblin extraordinary beings, including the Goblin King, were of the knightly profession. This group of goblin warriors likely represented the advanced aerial knights of the Wind Knights. It may seem somewhat amusing, but in ancient times, the various knightly professions developed by the goblins indeed became one of the sources for future knighthood. The four elemental knightly classes, Wind Knights, Earth Knights, Water Knights, and Fire Knights, were pioneered by the goblins. Chapter 25. Once glorious, as several goblin Wind Knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiang You. Amidst the goblin camp in the heart of the Monjin Plains, a dozen humans gathered around a peculiar creation forged from steel. A middle-aged man with golden hair gazed up at the massive winged legion in the sky, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In days gone by, the Empire possessed an aerial legion 1,000 times more formidable than this winged tribe. With wings unfurled, soaring through the heavens, the celestial chorus, one of the 9 great aerial legions, was far more imposing than these winged beings. A beautiful girl with golden locks rolled her eyes and sighed, alas, those days are but a memory. The Empire has long since perished, and our current task is merely to ensure the survival of humanity upon this land. Lest we face extinction, should that occur, it would be a grave disservice to the sacrifices made by the Empire to protect this world. Indeed, the dark-haired human man appeared to concur. He inquired, Fiona, have you had any contact with the Winged King in the sky? Do you think there's a possibility he could become our ally? The golden-haired girl smiled wryly. The Winged King is not so simple. He knows some secrets, though not many. He seems to want me to believe that he is also from our era, reborn in the form of a winged being through a process known as reincarnation. This is truly absurd. Even the most formidable sorcerers of the Imperial era would find such an achievement nearly impossible. The young man with blue hair chuckled. Indeed, but I choose to believe that this winged king seeks to gain something from us. This is a positive sign, Fiona. I fear, however, that he may be devoid of desires. Beside them, the elderly man with black hair interjected. Precisely for that reason, he stands a chance of vying for something. The golden-haired girl replied with a smile. Grandpa Yang, this winged king claims to be of the Eastern human race from that era. During this time, you should find a way to establish contact. You, my dear girl, truly leave no stone unturned. Yang retorted. Very well. I shall make an effort to engage with him and discern what he seeks. If only I had set the awakening time a bit earlier. Being manipulated by the goblins is quite intolerable. The golden-haired girl sighed. However, it cannot be said so lightly. Had the goblins not fortuitously breached our established seals, in another 10,000 years, we might never have awakened again. The splendor of the Empire would have truly faded into the annals of time. Look, how many of our once numerous sanctuaries still exist today? That is still better than being at the mercy of others. The blue-haired young man incisively remarked. In the sky, among the ranks of goblin knights, the leading goblin knight bowed respectfully to Jiang You. Honorable winged king, I, King Amigel, have prepared a residence and provisions for your nobility. Jiang You followed the direction indicated by the goblin knight, and indeed saw a clean and tidy camp adjacent to the goblin encampment, stocked with ample supplies and equipment. He nodded inwardly. It seems the goblins hold the winged beings in high regard. Amigel is a commendable leader. Sensing Jiang Yu's satisfaction, the goblin knight continued, Honorable winged king. As the sun sets today, I kindly ask you to visit my king's central tent after you have settled your kin. My king wishes to discuss the specifics of the campaign against the Titan giants with the leaders of various races. Very well, I shall arrive on time. Jiang You promised. Chapter 26. The Supreme King Amigel. As the sun began to descend, the entire Meng'an plain was bathed in golden light. Jiang You honored his commitment, leading a retinue of loyal guards to the encampment of King Amigel. Along the way, he passed through orderly and solemn goblin military camps, each soldier standing tall and proud, a testament to their elite status. At the dawn of the kingdom, the prowess of the goblins was such that they could dominate a chapter of the continent as history. As he journeyed deeper, traversing various intricate checkpoints, he finally arrived before an immense tent. This grand, circular pavilion stood proudly at the heart of the goblin encampment, its pristine white fabric resembling a cloud drifting amidst a verdant sky. Outside, 2 rows of goblin soldiers, adorned with feathered helmets and clad in yellow cloaks, stood sentinel, wielding spears and swords, their stature surpassing that of ordinary goblins. These were the elite guard of King Amigel, known as the Yellow Robe Imperial Guards, each a paragon of extraordinary prowess. As Jiang You entered the tent, many leaders from diverse races had already gathered. King Amigel held the Winged Legion in high regard, bestowing upon Jiang You significant respect. He arranged for Jiang You to sit in the 3rd seat from the lower end, positioned just below the trolls and dwarves, yet above the centaur chieftains. Even ancient monarchs acknowledged the supremacy of aerial forces over cavalry. Amigel personally welcomed Jiang You to his seat, granting him the opportunity to engage with this legendary sovereign of the goblin race. In Jiang Yu's recollection, and from the vague historical accounts of the 5th chapter regarding the elves, this remarkable leader of the goblins was born into the largest tribe of the Furlan goblins during the twilight of the era of titans and dragons. Gifted with unparalleled talent, he achieved legendary status in merely over a century, guiding the goblin race from the shackles of the titan giants to the pinnacle of global dominance. Reigning as the supreme ruler of the 2nd chapter of the timeline of the Furlan continent, legend has it that this illustrious emperor possessed immense strength, as the other 2 legendary goblins of that time were formidable enough to subdue the great sage and high priest of their kin, uniting the goblin race across the continent with extraordinary might and cunning. However, what left a profound impression on Jiang You was the immaculate, radiant spear held by Amigel. This artifact, known as the Spear of Amigel, was forged from rare materials sourced across the continent and crafted using an enigmatic methodology, representing the collective strength of the entire goblin clan. This spear, a weapon of divine slaying, had been wielded by Amigel to personally vanquish a titan giant. Yet, it bore a portentous fate. Several future goblin emperors, including Amigel himself, would ultimately fall to this very spear. But such events lay in the realm of potential futures. For now, Jiang You beheld the Goblin King, seated high upon his throne, exuding an aura of majesty. The lifespan of legendary beings among ordinary intelligent races typically extends over a millennium, and Amigel, at approximately 5 centuries old, was in the prime of his life. Thus, while his stature appeared diminutive compared to the other assembled races, his commanding presence was nothing short of remarkable. Despite Jiang Yu's own aspirations of legendary status in the future, he could not help but feel a deep-seated admiration for this middle-aged goblin. The Titans and the primordial dragons ruled over Furlan for countless years, and only he dared to resist, ultimately succeeding. As time progressed, when the leaders of the tribes gathered on the Mengyan plain, Amigel finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with charm. Esteemed leaders and tribe kings, I express my gratitude for your willingness to lead your people alongside mine in defiance of the accursed Titan's dominion. Reflecting on the moment our ancestors became slaves to the Titans, we have been bound in servitude for generations. I believe that all present here, like my kin, yearn for freedom. No one wishes to remain a slave for eternity. Thus, we rise in rebellion. In the lower seats, Jiang You listened quietly and attentively, rolling his eyes internally at the words of the Goblin King, Amigel. The root of this situation stemmed from the devastating war between the Titans and dragons, which left both sides severely weakened, creating an opportunity for the goblins. If Jiang You possessed the strength of the goblin race, it would be he who delivered such proclamations. At the head of the assembly, Amigel continued his impassioned address. Today, I, Amigel, convene with all tribes on the Mengyan plain, pledging a blood oath that my goblin kin and all present shall be brothers from this day forth. As he spoke, he took a cup of wine from an attendant, made a cut on his palm with a dagger, allowing a drop of blood to mingle with the wine, staining it crimson. He then gazed at the somewhat bewildered leaders of the various tribes. At this moment, a line of goblin attendants served each tribal leader a cup of wine. Jiang You, too, had no choice but to imitate him, making a cut on his palm and letting a drop of blood fall, all the while mentally critiquing this peculiar ritual. It was unclear where Amigel had learned such practices, but he had undeniably pioneered the tradition of blood oaths in the Furlan continent. Seeing all tribes follow suit, Amigel's spirit soared. "Ladies and gentlemen, please," he concluded by downing the wine in one gulp. The several hundred tribal leaders present followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Amigel laughed heartily. "With this blood oath, we shall be sworn brothers, and once we vanquish the Titans, we shall share the continent." Cheers erupted. "Well said, Amigel." The people of Furland, still possessing a simple and unrefined spirit, had never witnessed such an event. The atmosphere was electric as everyone was swept away by his fervor, raising their voices in jubilation. Thus, the pact was established, and Amigel's first step towards the campaign against the Titans was accomplished. The second step would involve strategizing. Yet in this era, tactics were straightforward. Air against air, land against land, and simply charging forth was sufficient. Jiang Yu's assigned task was to contend with the aerial forces of the Titan camp. Primarily, it is those avian beings, griffins, and horned eagles, among others. Should there be any aerial extraordinary professionals capable of flight, Amigel has pledged to dispatch the Wind Knights of the Goblins for support. The task is rather straightforward, yet there exists a multitude of races. Arranging each race individually extended the conference until the afternoon of the following day. By the dawn of the third day, Goblin King Amigel, atop the highest hill of the Mengen Plain, delivered yet another impassioned speech, calling for a united front against the Titans, which invigorated the morale of the million-strong army of various races, particularly among the Tauren, whose eyes glowed with fervor as they brandished their stone axes and tree trunks, bellowing with enthusiasm. Thus, in such an atmosphere, the grand army set forth, marching resolutely towards the Titan's court, Prodas. Chapter 27, Prodas. Prodas is the seat of the Titan court. It is said that it was there that the Titan king Ashomes, utilizing 1,000,000 slaves over nearly a millennium, established the Titan metropolis. This colossal city is perched upon a high mountain, aptly named Prodas Mountain, excluding the frigid northern and southern extremes. Prodas Mountain stands as the tallest and most imposing peak of the Furlan continent. The Heavens Mountain, home to the winged folk like Jiang You, pales in comparison to this majestic mountain. Among the million-strong army, an elderly leader of the bear folk recounted to Jiang You his past encounters with the Titan city. The grand main gate of Prodas towers at a staggering height of 300 meters, with the city walls soaring to 500 meters. Such a towering entrance was specifically designed for the Titan giants. Fortunately, beside the grand gate, a smaller opening of 3 meters high has been made, serving as a passage for us, the subordinate races of slaves. When we journeyed to Prodas, traversing within this gigantic city took us 3 days and nights merely to walk. The palaces of the Titan giants are each of immense proportions. One can only wonder how many souls perished during the construction of such a grand city. Yet the most awe-inspiring sight remains the throne of the Mountain King, carved from the very summit of Prodas Mountain into a magnificent throne. The Titan King, towering 500 meters high, sits upon it as if reigning at the center of the world. He is a truly transcendent being, rivaling even the deities. Had Titan King Ashomes still been alive, the races of the continent under the Titan's banner would not have dared to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the Elder Bear's vivid descriptions, a yearning for the Titan King ignited within Jiang Yu's heart, a longing for his formidable power and the majesty of his dominion. As time has passed, the might of the Titan race remains formidable, even though only a few Titans of varying sizes remain. They prompted the Goblin King to nearly expend the entirety of his clan's strength, allying with half of the races on the Furlan continent, just to dare confront them. The million-strong army gradually advanced towards Prodas. Along the way, there were indeed several subordinate races under the Titans that sought to obstruct them. However, they were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, creating not even a ripple in the tide. Jiang You, en route, led the Winged Legion to vanquish numerous squads of Eaglemen dispatched to scout military intelligence. Under the oppressive might of the Winged, the once esteemed scout race of the continent found themselves struggling. However, the Thunder Titan appeared resolute in seeking a direct confrontation with the Goblin Alliance's forces at Prodas, encountering relatively few adversaries along the way. 3 months later, As the million-strong army approached the outskirts of Prodas, Jiang You finally beheld the visage of this once magnificent city of the Titans. Contrary to his expectations, Prodas now bore a sorrowful countenance. The mountains encircling its walls had crumbled, and only a handful of the Titan palaces remained intact. The former center of the world, the throne of Ashomes, had vanished, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if the peak had been cleaved away by some unseen force. Jiang You cast a fleeting glance at the remnants of the city, choosing not to linger. For war was on the horizon. Before the goblin-led coalition, an equally formidable force of nearly 1,000,000 Titans stood ready for battle. Trolls, Eaglemen, serpent folk, mud monsters, ogres, nagas, half-blood giants, cyclopes, treants, and a myriad of magical beasts. Nearly hundreds of races had gathered under the Titans' command, awaiting the arrival of the Goblin Alliance. More terrifying still, 8 colossal Titans loomed like ancient deities amidst the ranks, each emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. At the forefront stood the Thunder Titan, Atreus, whom Jiang You had encountered over a century ago, having even fought alongside him. The opposing formation was nothing short of magnificent. Had Jiang You not been assured of the Goblin and allied victory, he might have pondered how to meet his end with dignity. In the Titan camp, facing the impending assault of the Goblin Coalition and their allies, the Thunder Titan boldly stepped forward, unabashedly deriding, "Amigel, have you come to repair my great city? These 1,000,000 slaves are quite commendable. They saved me the trouble of conscripting them. Ha ha ha." Amidst the coalition of diverse races, King Amigel rode forth on his Wolf King, confronting the Thunder Titan. His stature seemed to dwarf that of Atreus, creating a striking contrast. Yet, his posture remained as upright as a pine, exuding unwavering courage and resolve. It was no wonder he could unite the races of the continent to overthrow the Titans and establish the Goblin Empire. He truly possessed remarkable prowess. The Goblin heroes of antiquity were indeed of a different caliber compared to those of the 5th chapter, Jiang You mused. Before the army, Amigel paid no heed to the Titan's mockery. Instead, he raised his head, his expression calm and resolute as he addressed Atreus. "Atreus, the Titan lineage has waned, and I shall bring your glory to an end. Upon your defeat, I will construct a royal city for the goblins in Prodas. Your era has concluded." Chapter 28. The Battle of Prolo. The Thunder Titan, upon hearing Amigel's unabashed declaration, was instantly consumed by fury. The glory of the Titans, even if submerged in a murky world, is not something mere ants like you can shatter. Amigel, you once humbly knelt before my toes, pleading for my great mercy. Now, I offer you one last chance. Kneel, and you shall live. Perhaps the lethal threat from the Goblin faction had never truly dissipated, for the proud Thunder Titan decided, for the first time, to spare these beings. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were mature Titans. The rest were merely juvenile. Even though they towered nearly 100 meters high, they could not conceal their lack of legendary status. At last, Atreus conceded to the Titan's propagation. Yet Amigel shook his head, resolutely gazing at the colossal giant before him, and shouted with fervor, "Atreus, I loathe the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. From that day forth, I shall never kneel again." With that, he raised the Amigel spear and soared into the air, launching an assault against the Thunder Titan, Atreus. "Today, we shall eradicate the Titans. All troops, charge with me. To defy demigods with the valor of a legend is a feat worthy of song." The myriad races on the continent, witnessing Amigel's aerial combat, were stirred to action, their morale soaring as they surged towards the Titan faction. The war commenced in earnest. Swords clashed, and bodies entwined in brutal struggle. The ferocity of the combat reached its zenith in mere moments. At the most intense battleground, a fierce clash unfolded between Amigel and the Thunder Titan. Contrary to expectations of Amigel being struck down or retreating, a brilliant red aura erupted from his form, radiating like a beacon through the heavens, an overwhelming presence that transcended mere legend. He was undoubtedly a formidable demigod. In Jiang Yu's understanding, this was the evolved demigod knight of the Blood Knight lineage. To his astonishment, Amigel was indeed a demigod, beside the other 2 demigod titans. Each titan was engaged with a dozen legendary goblins in fierce combat. The remaining 5 titans faced 3 thwarted by trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 were surrounded by 2 highly skilled goblin armies. one of which was Amigil's golden robe guards. The legend of Ferrand was not invincible. Despite their prowess to match 10,000 foes, they too could fall to mortals beneath the legendary tier. In the future, a well-trained army of 10,000 could indeed annihilate a long-established legend. Witnessing this scene, Jiang You finally comprehended why Amigel dared to challenge the Titans. The depth of goblin heritage is truly unfathomable. Over 20 legends and one demigod. No wonder they could establish a vast empire in this second chapter. However, once the camp is chosen, one must fight to the end. Gazing upon the multitude of eaglemen, griffins, hawks, and flying beasts soaring behind the Titan Legion, Jiang You raised his bronze longsword and proclaimed with fervent intensity, "Today marks the glorious battle for the winged ones. We shall convey to those swine soaring in the skies that the heavens belong to our kind. Tighten our bows, firm our swords, defeat them. Let their severed heads ascend as the steps leading us to become a formidable race upon the continent. Slay, slay, slay." Proedas Mountain rises majestically from the plains, an isolated giant, surrounded by smooth terrain, evoking wonder whether it is a marvel of nature or the handiwork of man. The area, also known as Proplains, spans a mere 1,000 miles in both length and width, with the Night Whisper Forest to the southwest and an oval lake to the east, while a slender mountain range borders the northern grasslands. This locale, with its lofty skies and expansive clouds, is inherently suited for the aerial combat of the winged ones. Faced with an aerial force approaching 100,000 strong, Jiang You led his contingent of 10,000 winged ones without resorting to direct hand-to-hand combat. He commanded his kin to soar to greater heights, launching arrows from a distance. As the enemy drew near with desperate intent, they would increase the gap. When circumstances dictated that they could not withdraw, the foremost winged ones would willingly discard their bows, unsheathe their longswords, and use their blood and flesh to impede the advance of eaglemen, griffins, and hawks. The long-range suppression from above proved to be devastating. Even the mightiest of individual beings, such as the magically endowed griffins wielding the powers of the wind, found themselves routed by the sheer force and unrelenting tactics of the winged ones. Those who have not witnessed a hail of arrows unleashed do not comprehend its terror. Many years hence, this battle would become an everlasting anguish for the eaglemen, for they, with their claws instead of hands, could never master the art of archery. Thus, nearly 100,000 of the Titan Legion's aerial forces were led in circles by Jiang You and his compatriots. Regrettably, Jiang You did not catch sight of the Eagle King among this vast army. Perhaps, in this conflict, although the Eaglemen allied with the Titans, they were not inclined to expend their full might. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Titan Legion. The Goblin faction's various tribes shared similar inclinations. The Trolls and others still had clans fighting alongside the Titans. Each individual harbored their own selfish motives, particularly those seasoned beings who had lived for ages. Races like Jiang Yu's, who genuinely brought forth their finest warriors to partake in this decisive battle for the continent of Ferland, were exceedingly rare. This scarcity contributed to the Goblin King's esteem for the winged ones, as Jiang Yu's displayed attitude was indeed commendable. Several hours later, the aerial skirmish concluded, and after suffering 3,000 casualties, the winged ones emerged victorious. Thus, the skies over Proedas were cleared of the Titan Legion's aerial might. The winged people returned to their rear camp to replenish their supply of arrows, consume some food, and rest before embarking once more on their expedition. The war was far from over. Jiang You instructed the winged warriors to form small squads of 50, allowing them to harass the Titan camp's various tribes at will, while he himself led several hundred extraordinary winged beings in a coordinated assault against the Titan giants. As they ascended once more into the sky, surveying the land below, they beheld the Proedas plain, where millions of soldiers lay lifeless, a river of blood flowing across the battlefield. The Titans and the legendary goblins fought valiantly to the death. It was at this moment that Jiang You discerned why a dozen goblin legends could contend with such formidable demigods as the Titan giants. Each goblin legend wielded a peculiar alchemical device. Furthermore, within the goblin center, there existed a camp brimming with strange alchemical creations, unleashing firepower upon the Titans. In Jiang Yu's eyes, these contraptions bore an uncanny resemblance to the super cannons of his previous life. Chapter 29. Victory. As Jiang Yu's winged army joined the fray on the ground. The soldiers of the Titan camp found their morale plummeting under the relentless onslaught of arrows raining down from above. The goblin commanders erupted in laughter at the sight. Foolish Titan slaves, your demise is now on a countdown. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, the various tribes of the Titan camp did not falter. They gazed upon the battlefield's center, where the Thunder Titan, a trio, had been relentlessly pressing the Goblin King, Amigel, and grit their teeth. Enduring the hail of arrows from the sky, the more civilized troll clan leader shouted, "Raise your shields, raise your shields." Meanwhile, the less civilized mud monsters hoisted the enemy corpses overhead. As for the boarmen, ogres, and half-giants, they became even more frenzied in their assaults after being struck by the arrows from above. On the other side of the sky, Jiang You led his cadre of several hundred extraordinary winged warriors to confront a youthful Titan giant. This was an adolescent Titan, possessing legendary strength, who wielded a long whip of indeterminate material, engaging in a fierce battle with a dwarven legend. Thus, Jiang You rallied his forces before them. "Winged warriors, heed my command. Aim for the vital points and unleash the luminous, armor-piercing arrows." This was the winged clan's mastery over the power of light. First round. Eyes. Immediately, hundreds of specially crafted bronze long arrows, enveloped in a blazing radiance, were launched towards the vital area of the youthful Titan. After the release, regardless of the outcome, Jiang Yu soared to the rear of the Titan giant alongside his extraordinary warriors. Second round. Neck. 10th round. Groin. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrows, the adolescent Titan emitted a feeble wail. He was battered and bruised. In a fit of rage, the Titan giant unleashed a torrent of dust towards Jiang Yu and his comrades, only to have the prepared winged warriors evade it with ease. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarven legend swung the iron axe gifted by the goblins, delivering a decisive blow. The head of the juvenile Titan of sand plummeted to the earth, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. This marked the first Titan to fall at the hands of mortals, aside from Titans and dragons. Indeed, mortals could vanquish the divine. The soldiers of the goblin faction erupted in thunderous cheers across the battlefield. At the center, the Thunder Titan, Atreus, observed as a group of mortal slaves tethered the head of the young Titan with ropes, hoisting it aloft to proclaim the strength of the mortal race. His fury was finally unleashed. In his golden eyes, tempestuous lightning surged, bloodlust enveloping him. A profound and ominous power surged upward, and the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. "Unts! Unts! How dare you desecrate the divine? I shall slay you all upon this land." With a resounding roar, 18 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like colossal pillars. In that singular strike, countless lives perished beneath the wrath of thunder. Simultaneously, the principles of lightning began to convulse, a catastrophic dread dawning upon all hearts. Yet at that moment, the formidable Thunder Titan felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The pristine spear once held by the Goblin King Amigel erupted with an unparalleled silver radiance, a sensation akin to a life-threatening crisis locking onto his very essence. In the final moment of his life, he heard the cursed ant, the Goblin King, utter a lamentation of pity. Holy spear pierced through him. A strange mechanical voice resonated softly around Atreus. The laws of thunder unraveled, space distorted. Lock onto the blood of mortals. Lock onto the source of their transcendence. Judgment, penetrate. With a piercing clang, the blinding light swept across the battlefield, leaving all momentarily blinded. When they reopened their eyes, a chill gripped their hearts. The once invincible Thunder Titan lay defeated, his energy waning, on the brink of death. The dying Titan looked at the astonished Goblin King Amigel, his former arrogance extinguished. In the twilight of his life, he struggled to rise and bellowed to the 2 adult Titans nearby, "Bardux, MX, take the children and flee." "Atreus." The 2 adult Titans' eyes glowed with urgency. "Hurry, remember to find our king, Ashomes. Avenge us and restore the Titan race. Go." Soon, the remaining Titans radiated with celestial light. In the blink of an eye, the last 6 Titans vanished without a trace. At that moment, the Goblin King Amigel, seemingly awakened to the reality, erupted in fury. "Proud Titans, do you truly flee in disgrace? Atreus, I shall sever your head and use your skull as the gateway to my future goblin capital. You shall eternally guard the gates for my goblin kin. In the midst of the battlefield, standing at the center, the once formidable Thunder Titan, Atreus, who was hanging by a thread, succumbed to the outpouring of overwhelming resentment and rage that surged within him upon hearing those words. The last vestige of his strength swiftly dissipated, leading him to collapse once more, ultimately meeting his demise. As the Thunder Titan breathed his last, Amigel observed the 6 titans who had retreated through the unknown astral realms, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Little did anyone know, he was already at the end of his tether. The equipment he had acquired from the human refuge, designed to counter titans, merely allowed him to endure the relentless onslaught without perishing. Furthermore, the 20-odd legendary goblins he had brought along suffered significant casualties during the battle. Although Amigel's spear had struck down the Thunder Titan, he remained uncertain of his ability to conquer the remaining 2 Titan demigods, as the energy contained within his spear was sufficient for but a single use. He had gravely underestimated the Titan's strength. Fortunately, the fear instilled by Amigel's spear compelled the Titans to flee. As Amigel hovered in the air, gazing upon the landscape and the awestruck expressions of the myriad races, he could not help but feel a sense of euphoria. When silence enveloped the world, and the vast plains seemed to resonate solely with the gentle whisper of the wind, he summoned his spear back, raised it high, and proclaimed loudly, "We have triumphed." Chapter 30. The proclamation. As Amigel's voice echoed, the heavens erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Everyone was filled with excitement. They had vanquished the gods of yore. The various races of the goblin faction rejoiced, recalling King Amigel's promises. In stark contrast, the faces of the Titan faction turned ashen, realizing they had placed their bets on the wrong side. Above, Jiang You did not wish to dampen the celebratory atmosphere. He, too, soared with his bronze sword held high, heralding the dawn of a new era. However, he and the Winged tribe lacked sufficient strength. Now was not yet his time. Amidst the fervent cheers of the multitudes, King Amigel of the goblins, reveling in the moment, gazed upon the joyous throngs below and the soaring winged beings above, and joyfully declared, "My kin, allies of the goblins, at this very moment, we have collectively defeated the Titans who have ruled over Furland for countless years, claiming dominion over this land. From this day forth, no more shall our kin be conscripted into those protracted wars, nor shall any become slaves to Titans or dragons. Our people shall live in peace." Reflecting on the past, it seemed King Amigel was genuinely elated, mustering the energy to speak at length despite his exhaustion. As he concluded, he finally spoke of future arrangements. "I shall uphold my vow, establishing the goblin capital in Proedas, and upon its completion, I shall be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. At that time, I shall distribute lands to the various races. Furthermore, the legacy of the Titans shall be shared among the races." These words ignited an even greater fervor among the inhabitants of the continent. Wasn't it precisely these aspirations that had driven them to rally against the Titans alongside the goblins? Thus, the narrative continues. The coalition of goblins intends to capture as many of the Titans' allied races as possible in this battle. These captives will become the spoils of the victors, distributed as slaves among the various races of the continent. In the evening, the Goblin King, Amigel, lavishly dispenses abundant beef and mutton, along with fine wines and exquisite dishes, hosting a grand victory banquet. The leaders and kings of the various races are invited to partake in an even more sumptuous night feast before the magnificent bonfire outside Amigel's main camp. When Jiang You arrives with a few loyal guards, he catches sight of an enormous hand being roasted over the massive bonfire. A flurry of goblin chefs busily sprinkle various spices over this colossal palm. Jiang You immediately recognizes it as the hand of the Thunder Titan, Atreus. How unfortunate for Atreus to meet such a fate, even in death to be roasted by goblins. He quietly laments to the small turtle perched on his shoulder. The turtle nods in agreement, sensing the impropriety of the situation. One should leave a line when dealing with others, for it may lead to future encounters. Jiang Yu refrains from passing judgment on the goblin's actions, contemplating that perhaps this is why the Goblin Empire faces such dire circumstances after its downfall. Before taking his seat, Jiang Yu first approaches the throne of Goblin King Amigel to pay his respects. Amigel, now brimming with pride, is attended by 8 goblin maidens, while his loyal yellow-robed guards stand at a distance. The formidable white spear, a symbol of authority that commands respect across the continent, is thrust into the ground beside the throne, signifying the king's power. Jiang Yu's gaze lingers longingly on the spear. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's presence, Amigel is delighted. The winged people are among the rare races that have come forth in full support of him. Jiang Yu, please take your seat. The banquet is about to commence. Amigel exclaims, having shifted from addressing him as the winged king to simply Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu remains unperturbed and directly states his purpose. Your Majesty, with the Titans vanquished, what arrangements do you have for the races that align with them? Naturally, they shall be subjugated and exterminated. The establishment of an empire requires a considerable number of slaves. Amigel responds, but what if they submit and willingly pledge their allegiance? Jiang Yu inquires further. If they are not fervent loyalists of the Titans, I may allow their race to survive. I am not a cruel man. Amigel muses, furrowing his brow in contemplation. There are too many races across the continent that are affiliated with the Titans, and their territories are vast. If we truly seek to eradicate them, it demands considerable time and effort. It would be best if they choose to surrender. Furthermore, as the emperor of the continent, the more races I govern, the better. Although he has triumphed over the Titans, Amigel yearns for the prestige and status of the Titan King, leading him to consider the broader implications of his decisions. Hearing Amigel's thoughts, Jiang Yu reflects on how people can indeed change. Goblins are no exception. He hastily adds, Your Majesty, the winged people and the Eagle King court share an irreconcilable blood feud. Should they extend a letter of surrender, I implore you not to grant it. The revelation that the Eagle King court harbors a blood feud with the winged people is indeed surprising. Amigel was taken aback. However, in contrast to the friendly winged ones, he held no fondness for the opposing Eaglemen. Your Majesty, my ancestors and forebears perished at the hands of the Eaglemen and the Titans. Jiang Yu stated calmly. I comprehend. The Eagleman monarchy is unworthy to coexist with us on the same continent. However, to eradicate the Eagleman monarchy, the legendary prowess of my kin is required. I have heard that the old Eagle King of their clan is also a legendary strongman. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, the old king poses no threat. I can handle him very well. Just as Jiang Yu departed, an elderly, white-haired goblin hurriedly approached from behind. Your Majesty, your previous statement is inappropriate. Amigel frowned. What is inappropriate? The white-haired elder goblin appeared oblivious to King Amigel's displeasure and continued. The Eaglemen must not be entirely exterminated. If their entire race is wiped out, the winged ones will become the sole dominating aerial race in Furland, unchallenged. Griffins, hawks, and two-headed dragons are merely magical beasts and cannot establish a significant presence. Of course, this is also due to the fact that, at this stage, the profession of Griffin Knight has yet to be developed. Yet, I have already given my word. Amigel wavered. What you promised was merely to flatten the heavenly mountains and eradicate the Eaglemen monarchy. It would not be unusual for one or two eagle princes to escape from the monarchy. With so many eagle men scattered across the continent, rebuilding an eagle monarchy would not pose a challenge. Yet, would this not appear to be contradictory? How could it be contradictory? Your Majesty is now the supreme ruler of the entire continent, the King of Kings. Decisions must be made from this vantage point. Upon hearing these words, Amigel felt they resonated deeply within him, and thus he was convinced. The sage's words are indeed wise. Let it be so. Chapter 31. Flattening the heavenly mountains in the dead of night, the starry sea appeared dreamlike. The Prodas plain, however, shone brightly as if it were day under the illumination of flames. Surrounding the enormous bonfire before the royal tent were the seats of various clan kings and leaders from across the continent. On the bonfire, the charred hand of the Thunder Titan had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Its flesh had been distributed by the Goblin King to all the clan leaders present. This not only emphasized their triumph over the Titan, but also proclaimed the Goblin clan's ascendancy as the rulers of the continent. As a significant ally of the goblins, Jiang Yu also received a portion of the Titan's flesh. The Titan meat, treated through special methods, had lost its original explosive characteristics and was exceedingly delectable. After all, this was the flesh and blood of a demigod. Following this feast, it seemed the Furlanders had shattered a long-held constraint and conquered their innate fear of titans and dragons. From this moment forth, The bathing in dragon-esque blood and the consumption of dragon flesh would commence, and the dragon clan would be rampant. Thus, within the lineage of dragons, the Titan clan was not only an adversary, but also a source of folly. As the evening banquet reached its midpoint, Jiang You found himself thoroughly entertained, observing the bare-chested chieftains of the troll clans engaging in drunken martial arts by the bonfire. At that moment, an elderly human approached him discreetly. "Esteemed winged King Jiang You, I am Yang Yin, one of the humans who emerged from the sanctuary. Are you also a member of the pre-epic human lineage?" Jiang You, intrigued, inquired, feeling an immediate kinship with the elder's visage. "Indeed," the elder replied with a smile. "Fiona has informed me that you hail from the eastern human lineage. It is no wonder I feel such an affinity upon meeting you." Jiang Yu laughed heartily in agreement. "So, what brings you to seek me, Lord Yang Yin? I have heard from Fiona that you appreciate candor. Thus, I shall be forthright. Are you familiar with enchantment techniques?" Yang Yin asked. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened with surprise. "You possess enchantment techniques?" he exclaimed. "In the future, enchanters are among the most sought-after professions in Ferrand. To be candid, our enchantment techniques are a synthesis of human technology and the extraordinary powers of this era, and we have developed 3 distinct types: fire, lightning, and wind. We are willing to share these techniques with you," Yang Yin stated solemnly. "What do you require in return?" Jiang Yu inquired. "After several centuries, when humanity is scattered across the continent, we ask that you, Lord Jiang Yu, provide sanctuary to a portion of our kin and ensure the transmission of these enchantment techniques to them," the elder replied. "Very well, I agree, but I am curious. Why do you possess such little faith in the future of humanity?" Jiang Yu asked, nodding solemnly. Hearing this, the elder let out a deep sigh. "Surely Fiona has shared with you our plight. The goblins both utilize and guard against us. Although Omigel provides us with protection, he still perceives the potential of humanity to dominate the continent. For the sake of goblin supremacy, our descendants are forbidden from acquiring the knowledge we possess. Without the legacy of knowledge, humanity will merely become one of the ordinary intelligent races on Ferrand, posing no threat to the goblins." Yang Yin lamented. "Is it not possible for you to discreetly send some of your kin away?" Jiang Yu suggested. "We have attempted such endeavors, but before our generation of sanctuary humans passes, it is impossible for humanity to escape the goblins' watchful gaze." Yang Yin shook his head. "How ruthless! They mean to confine these humans from the sanctuary to a life of servitude until death," Jiang Yu remarked, feeling a wave of empathy for the plight of humanity and gaining a deeper understanding of the goblin race. Once the birds have flown, the fine bough is hidden. It is easy to share hardship, but difficult to share prosperity. Though Omigel is generously distributing fiefs among the various races, Jiang Yu sensed that the goblins would not extend such generosity indefinitely. That night, Jiang Yu acquired the enchantment techniques of humanity, his spirits soaring. Yet, unbeknownst to him, on this fateful night, the human race sought not only the winged ones, but also the dwarves, merfolk, gnomes, and fairies. In the forthcoming ascent of humanity, many races had, to varying degrees, aided them due to the endeavors of their ancestors. The dwarves acquired unparalleled forging techniques. The merfolk harnessed potent sound wave spells. The fairies expanded their elemental manipulation, and the gnomes devoted themselves to the legacy of humanity. Those who emerged from the sanctuaries had poured their hearts and souls into maximizing their potential. The following day, Jiang Yu bid farewell to King Omigel of the Gnomes, leaving the injured to recuperate while he led the remaining winged ones toward the Tian Mountains. After 10 days, Jiang Yu and his companions finally reached the skies above the Tian Mountains. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors soared high above, armed with longbows and drawn swords, poised for action. Below, in the royal court of the Eagle people atop the Tian Mountains, warriors stood with worry etched on their faces, gazing at the formation of the winged ones above. Their fear did not stem from the winged ones themselves, but rather from the victorious faction they represented. At that moment, an eagle envoy ascended into the air, flying towards Jiang Yu. He called out loudly, "Esteemed winged king, I beseech you to halt your advance." The envoy of the Eagles departed days ago for Proedas to present a letter of surrender to the great king of kings, Omigel, seeking allegiance. "Please allow us a few days. The Eagle clan shall surely earn his majesty as forgiveness." Upon hearing the envoy's words, Jiang Yu scoffed, resolutely retorting, It is unnecessary. The Eagle Court has no right to exist in Furland. Amigel will not accept your surrender. Today, I shall lay waste to the Tian Mountains and eradicate your Eagle Court." With that, disregarding the envoy's pale expression, he raised his longbow and bellowed, "Warriors, today we avenge our blood feud from 9 generations ago. Kill!" With a single command, the winged ones raised their weapons and roared in unison. "Avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill! Flatten the Tian Mountains. Kill!" In an instant, a barrage of arrows rained down upon the eagles atop the mountain. The battle erupted. Caught off guard, the eagles on the Tian Mountains fell in droves, blood flowing profusely, staining the great mountain red. In this moment, all eagles realized that negotiations had collapsed. A multitude of eagles took to the skies, charging towards the winged ones. Though they feared the might of the gnome faction, they were aware that to refrain from resistance would be folly. Days prior, the scouts of the eagles had detected the movements of the winged army, yet they had clung to a sliver of hope. Thousands of eagles from the court surged into the air, but the winged ones once again leveraged their ranged advantage with bows and arrows, employing their previous aerial tactics to drive the eagles into retreat. Even the swiftest of the extraordinary eagles were met with resistance from an equally matched number of winged combatants. Originally, the extraordinary practitioners among the eagle people outnumbered the winged ones. However, regrettably, half of them perished on the battlefield against the Titans and the Goblin Alliance. As the morale of the eagle people teetered on the brink of collapse, a resonant and commanding shout echoed through the grand stone palace atop the heavenly mountain. Those accursed winged ones dare to overstep their bounds. Following this, a formidable eagle warrior, radiating a powerful aura akin to a tempest, surged forth towards Jiang You and his companions. Adorned with a golden crown and clad in deep black feathers, he towered over the average eagle by half a head, exuding an imposing presence. This was none other than the sole legend of the eagle people, King Lycris. He represented the pinnacle of the eagle race's prowess, a legendary advancement known as the Storm King. Chapter 32. Slaying the Eagle King in the face of the Eagle King's assault. Jiang You instructed the winged ones to vacate the airspace and continue their onslaught against the Eagle King's forces. He remained in place, preparing to confront this ancient legend. In the realm of Furland, a legend typically signifies the utmost combat strength of a tribe. An ordinary tribe may require generations to cultivate the conditions necessary for the emergence of such a legend. The journey from an extraordinary being to a practitioner, from a formal rank to a heroic tier, often consumes vast amounts of time and resources, enduring trials of blood and fire. The birth of a legend symbolizes the true ascendancy of a race. A legendary warrior possesses at least a millennium of life, capable of safeguarding their race for 1,000 years, a remarkable fortune indeed. As the sole legend of the Eagle people, the Eagle King has aged considerably. The Eagle people are not a long-lived species. In this era, the average lifespan of a common eagle is around 50 years. Though he appears as a middle-aged eagle, the Eagle King has lived for 9 centuries and has little time left. His physical capabilities have waned, and his strength is no longer what it once was. Thus, he tends to act with caution during the conflict with the Titans and Goblins. As a tribe that has pledged allegiance to the Thunder Titans for generations, he refrained from unleashing their full might for the sake of the future of the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle King's greatest regret lies in the absence of a new legend among his descendants. None of his princes or grandsons possess extraordinary talents. While there are many young eagles within the tribe with remarkable potential, the Eagle King is reluctant to pass down the legendary advancement associated with royal lineage to these gifted individuals. The position of the Eagle King can only be held by his own progeny. At times, he reflects on his past with regret. In his prime, there was a remarkably gifted prince who, within a few decades, ascended to the rank of a heroic practitioner. Yet, in a bid to secure his own rule, the king conspired to thwart his son's extraordinary path, leading to the latter's tragic demise and the exile of his descendants from the royal court. It is said that this small faction has settled in a humble hill to the east, branching out and flourishing. Above the heavenly mountain, the Eagle King, harnessing the tempest's might, soared through the skies, wielding a bone spear, advancing menacingly towards Jiang You, his heart ablaze with fury. Initially, his intention was to surrender to the Goblin King, preserving the existence of the Eagleman's court. He had selected his most powerful offspring as the next Eagle King. confident that there would be no dissent among his kin, as those with exceptional talent had been sent to the battlefields against the Titans and Goblins. Years down the line, his lineage would birth legends, and the Eaglemen would rise anew. However, now, the Winged Legion, led by Jiang You, sought to obliterate his court. Furthermore, from Jiang Yu's words, it was evident that the Eaglemen had forfeited their chance to surrender, and his court was truly in peril. This incited within him a desire to rend Jiang You into countless pieces. How despicable! As he ascended into the heavens, charging towards the winged leader, he noticed that Jiang You stood undaunted, unsheathing his sword, poised and ready to engage him in combat, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. The ignorant winged one. Could the legendary power be so easily challenged by a mere hero-tier individual? Approaching within 50 meters of Jiang You, the Eagle King raised his bone spear high. The furious tempest swirling around him, the rhythm of legend emanating from his being, enveloping Jiang You in a legendary domain forged from storms. The storm domain. Instantly, within this realm, dozens of spears of wind surged towards Jiang You, the legendary aura pressing down upon him with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the Eagle King surged forward, spear in hand. In the face of the Eagle King's tempestuous onslaught, Jiang Yu's violet eyes ignited with brilliant light. Behind him, his pristine white wings radiated pure light. And soon, two wings of radiance formed from the essence of light. His speed surged dramatically, like a dancer upon the edge of a blade. He deftly evaded all of the Eagle King's assaults. Then, Jiang Yu held his bronze sword horizontally, violet lightning crackling along the blade. And as the Eagle King's spear struck empty air, he landed a decisive blow upon the Eagle King's dark wings. Blood flowed freely, igniting further rage within the Eagle King. In an instant, Jiang Yu found himself akin to a small boat amidst a tempestuous sea. Nevertheless, the formidable combat awareness instilled by his indomitable will rendered it exceedingly difficult for the Eagle King, despite having the advantage of time and terrain, to inflict any harm upon Jiang Yu, who instead continued to drain the Eagle King endlessly. Ultimately, amidst gasps of astonishment, the Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings shattered, and he plummeted to the earth. Age had taken its toll. He lacked the endurance for prolonged combat, and had he been in his youth, Jiang Yu might not have been his equal. Facing Jiang Yu's pursuit, the fallen Eagle King managed a bitter smile. I am willing to surrender, to pledge allegiance to your winged race. It is unnecessary. The Eagle King's court shall surely meet its demise today. Jiang Yu coldly rebuffed him, landing upon the ground and advancing step by step towards the prostrate Eagle King. Despair washed over the Eagle King, and he could no longer contain his question. Why must you condemn my people to death? O King of Eagles, do you still remember the Highman Mountain Eagle tribe? The Eagle King pondered deeply, unable to recall. Yet we remember. The ancestors of my winged kin hailed from the Highman Mountain Eagle tribe. In our times of weakness, it was your Eagle King's court that drained the lifeblood of our tribe time and again, turning my forebears into mere fodder on the battlefield once dominated by titans and dragons. Today, we have come to exact our vengeance. You did not foresee this, did you? The lofty Eagle King's court ultimately meets its demise at the hands of the once despised small tribe. Jiang Yu let out a boisterous laugh. Unwilling to wait for the Eagle King to speak further, and with a single stroke of his sword, he severed the king's head. As the head soared through the air, the Eagle King suddenly recalled something. Was it not the very place where the descendant of his most illustrious son resided, Highman Mountain? If I had not acted as I did back then, would the outcome have been different? Enveloped in boundless regret, the consciousness of the Eagle King sank into darkness. Chapter 33. Legend. The Radiance of Sacred Thunder. You have slain the legendary powerhouse, the Eagle King. Experience points gained, 5,000. The timely notification from his system did not disturb Jiang Yu's thoughts. Standing atop the heavenly mountain before the corpse of the Eagle King, Jiang Yu let his bloodied sword hang low. He looked to the sky, observing the battle between the winged ones and the eagles. Though fewer in number, the winged ones, under the strategic and ranged assault, proved to be far superior to the warriors of the court. Thus, upon Jiang Yu's slaying of the Eagle King, the remaining eagle warriors on the heavenly mountain were thrown into utter disarray. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some could hardly believe it. How could this be? The Eagle King was a legend, yet he was slain by a hero-ranked winged king. The morale of the eagle warriors plummeted instantly. They had never been a match for the winged ones, and now, with their king's death, their courage waned even further. In their panic, a small number of eagle warriors began to flee, leading to a chain reaction as a multitude of eagle warriors erupted into a frenzied retreat. In the wake of ancestral blood feud, the winged warriors pursued relentlessly, leaving a sea of corpses in their wake. On the other side of the heavenly mountain, in a secluded corner of the Eagle King's court, a diminutive figure cloaked in a mantle smiled at a tall young eagle. "What say you, Prince Food? I told you I was right. The Eagle King was no match for the Winged King. Now, will you come with me?" The young eagle's expression darkened, fear evident in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he lamented, "Indeed, as you said, the Eagle King's court has been annihilated. I am willing to follow you. A wise choice. In the future, we shall assist you in rebuilding the Eagle King's court. When shall this happen? Certainly not now. What you must do is rally the majority of the eagles from Farrant." Understood. As he watched the scattering eagles in flight, and the flames consuming the collapsing Eagle King's court, standing beside the lifeless body of the Eagle King, a single obsession within Jiang You dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of clarity that coursed through his entire being. As if touched by divine insight, his spirit began to soar. A flicker of inspiration plunging into the depths of the sea of spirituality. In that fleeting moment, the world around him erupted in resplendent light and violet thunder, illuminating half the sky above Mount Tianshan. Within the sea of spirituality, Jiang You, for the first time, coalesced his will into a radiant halo, a resplendent ring of purple and white. As the hues of violet and white swirled together, they drew in a multitude of elemental forces of thunder and light. Strands of thunder and light's principles were awakened, projecting the power of these laws upon the halo. Thus, under the influence of these laws, a domain constructed of thunder and light manifested in the external world. You have awakened the legendary domain, Sacred Thunder Domain. Within this domain, Jiang Yu's form underwent a transformation. His physique became increasingly perfect, his features extraordinarily handsome, resembling not that of a mere mortal. His silver hair gleamed softly, subtly emitting a gentle radiance. The immaculate wings upon his back were pure white, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the flowing power of light and thunder coursing through them. With silver hair, violet eyes, and white wings, imbued with the essence of light and the eruption of thunder, a divine aura emanated from him. Within his veins, the surging vitality resembled the burgeoning of spring. The system's notifications echoed forth. Your bloodline has undergone complete evolution. You have awakened the bloodline talent. Eternal race. Your bloodline has failed to elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of the eternal race does not align with the race you are bound to. You have advanced to the legendary profession, Sacred Thunderblaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Chapter 34. Coronation as King. The birth of each legendary profession awakens unique legendary traits. Different professions yield different traits. Generally speaking, a legendary profession will awaken only one trait. For instance, the Eagle King awakened the legendary trait, Storm Lord, enhancing his control over storms. However, Jiang Yu's situation was somewhat exceptional. With the aid of Qing Shi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of two titans, awakening two distinct extraordinary powers, thunder and light. Thus, he awakened two legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine Might. Damage inflicted by the power of thunder is exponentially increased. Sacred Heart enters an absolute combat state. The enhancement of these two legendary traits granted him the strength comparable to seasoned legendary warriors upon his ascension. Yet, what filled him with even greater joy was the complete transcendence of his bloodline. Bloodline, eternal race. This signified a lengthened lifespan, allowing him to journey further, with the potential to glimpse the divine throne in the future. However, he found himself lost in contemplation upon noticing the system notification indicating that the winged race had not evolved into an immortal species. In his vision, the winged should possess the potential to rival the future elf lineage as an eternal race. Yet at present, although the lifespan of the winged had slightly surpassed that of the eagle folk due to bloodline mutations, they remained akin to ordinary races. In the current continent, aside from the dragons, only the dwarves, possessing the blood of titans from their ancestors, enjoyed extended lifespans of up to 300 years. The rest were confined to a mere 200 years. So what was the secret of the elves? Just as Jiang You was deep in thought, a fervent and jubilant cheer erupted from the skies and the earth of the heavenly mountain. He was abruptly awakened, raising his gaze to the heavens. Countless winged warriors unfurled their pristine wings, brandishing their longbows and swords. They looked upon him, exulting in joyous celebration. The mountains were strewn with the corpses of eagle folk, and the collapsed royal court of the eagle folk flowed with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations had been avenged today. The hero, long confined beneath the weight of legend, had finally broken through. The winged race had claimed its first legendary figure, officially stepping onto the grand stage of powerful races on the continent. These were the reasons for the fervent cheers of the winged. In the face of his kin's jubilation, Jiang You recalled the promise he had made to them before setting forth. He retracted the domain of sacred thunder, unfurling his white wings to ascend to the heights. His clear voice resonating across the expanse of the heavenly mountain and its lands. My kin, I have proclaimed that the winged race would accumulate strength over a century. And when we rise, we shall avenge the blood feud of the 9 worlds, tread upon the heavenly mountain, and shatter the royal court. Today we have achieved this. The royal court of the eagle folk, which once scorned us, now lies upon the earth, the eagle king reduced to a foolish head. As the heavenly mountain trembles beneath our feet, and countless tribes of eagle folk are liberated from the shackles of servitude, my kin, I have declared that the crown is born of blood and fire. At this moment, amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, I shall be crowned king upon the ruins of the fallen royal court. Just then, a great chasm in the clouds above revealed the blazing sun, a radiant beam of golden light illuminating Jiang You, casting him in a divine and sacred aura. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth, I am the king of the winged. Jiang Yu's proclamation reverberated through the valleys and rivers, echoing like the resounding waves of the sea and the mountains' reply. The skies were filled with the jubilant cries of the winged. King, king, our race has a king. Chapter 35, The Lord of the Skies. After being crowned atop the heavenly mountain, Jiang You, accompanied by his kin, soared around the mountain, retrieving some cherished items from the royal court of the eagle folk. As for the bodies of the eagle folk, they were respectfully buried. The remnants of the eagle folk royal court were also tidied up with simplicity. In this place, according to the agreement with the goblin king Amigel, it will eventually become the domain of the winged people. Jiang You resolved to establish a mountain city here, intending to station a portion of the winged race to develop it as an extension of their presence on the continent. In the forthcoming developmental blueprint, the winged people would require a considerable duration for growth and evolution. Their strength is unlikely to increase significantly in the short term, leading Jiang You to decide to subtly enhance the bloodline of the winged race over generations, striving to evolve them into the immortal beings of his imagination. To this end, he planned to request some remains of Titan giants from the goblin king Amigel after his coronation as emperor. It is rumored that beneath Mount Proedas lie the remains of many deceased Titan giants. There remains a period equivalent to the time required for the construction of a goblin capital before the goblin king Amigel's coronation. He estimated that it would take another year to complete this grand goblin city. After dispatching a contingent of winged warriors to gather intelligence in Proedas, Jiang You returned to the shores of the Eastern Sea with the majority of the winged forces. Recently having ascended to legendary status, he needed to consolidate his realm and, concurrently, to swiftly determine the path that lay ahead in his legendary journey. In Jiang Yu's understanding, there exist 3 ascension paths beyond the legendary tier. One path is to continue along the legendary route, traversing the mortal realm, becoming invincible, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of legend and attaining immortality. The second path is the divine path, establishing a terrestrial kingdom of gods, culminating in the elevation to the divine throne and becoming a great deity. The third path, the rarest of all, is the path of the Sky Lord, where one forges a throne in the heavens, ultimately descending to earth and transforming the world into one S-domain. Each of these paths is fraught with difficulty. The first path, the mortal legend, will see many grand sorcerers, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests who are unlikely to ascend to divinity tread this route in the future. This path does not conflict with the divine path and poses no threat to the gods. The second path of ascension to divinity is widely acknowledged, starting easy and becoming increasingly difficult. Those legendary beings who pursue this path must first become demigods before igniting the divine flame, raising the divine throne to become gods. However, divine positions are limited, with each deity occupying a specific role. Should the position you seek already be held by a god, the only recourse is to slay the god, which is a formidable task, to say the least. Moreover, divine positions vary greatly in power, with weaker gods only slightly stronger than legends, inherently possessing a divine fate. The third legendary path, however, is scarcely known amidst the vastness of the astral realm. This is because this third path stands in stark opposition to the second, being sworn enemies. One is about the coexistence of the gods, while the other is about absolute singularity. The difficulties between the two are evident. Jiang Yu's knowledge of this is attributed to a unique quest he received in his previous life while playing a game. The existence of such a method suggests that someone must have succeeded before. Atop the heavenly peak, heavy rain fell as Jiang You sat cross-legged on a stone, contemplating the choices that lay before him in the future. His primary choice, naturally, is the path of ascendancy, yet in the future, during the latter part of the 5th chapter, there exists an era known as the Twilight of the Gods. In that time, the heavens and the earth shall undergo a cataclysmic transformation, and the divine realms of the gods will teeter on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming majority of deities will be forced to become saints in their desperate flight. It is precisely during this tumultuous period that a multitude of gods will meet their demise at the hands of mortals, who will seize their divine offices and ascend as new deities, thus proving that divinity is not synonymous with immortality. Conversely, achieving immortality for mortals is far more arduous than attaining godhood. Furthermore, prior to attaining immortality, one's combat prowess and survival capabilities may be inferior to those of certain lesser deities. After much contemplation, he gazed upon his system panel, fixated on the resplendent talent of Champion's will, and recalled his original world. In that fleeting moment, a resolute gleam shone in his eyes. Having ventured into this realm, what meaning is there if he does not strive to become the strongest? He is determined to pursue the path of the Sky Sovereign. If he can endure until the 5th chapter and await the unlocking of the system, he may very well succeed in reaching the pinnacle. However, how does one embark on the journey of the Sky Sovereign? Chapter 36, The Long Road Ahead. Reflecting upon the explanations of the Sky Sovereign within the annals of his previous life's game data, he recalled the path of the gods. By the 5th chapter, the path of the gods had long ceased to be a secret. Demigods condensed the essence of the laws to establish earthly divine realms, then intertwine with the powers of heaven and earth, gather faith, ignite the divine flame, and ultimately form their divine status, elevating their divine kingdom to the heavens and forging their divine thrones in the celestial expanse. To wield the powers of heaven and earth through divine status and office is the hallmark of a true god. This represents the shepherding of mortals on behalf of the heavens, becoming an integral part of the cosmic order. In contrast, the Sky Sovereign, though similarly commanding authority, must govern the heavens and the earth. Thus, establishing the Sky Throne is an essential step. Without truly achieving the status of world sovereign, one must subdue myriad laws with the throne. In Jiang Yu's perspective, the laws embody the Great Way. It is to anchor oneself in the world and to assert one's path over myriad others. One path to dominate all. Hence, the Sky's Sovereign is singular and may rightfully be referred to as the one true God. In Jiang Yu's view, this personal path is not merely a reflection of the myriad laws existing within the known universe or the 3,000 great paths, but rather, it necessitates the creation of a unique path capable of subjugating the 3,000 great paths. But how shall this be accomplished? Jiang Yu glanced at the long sword sheathed at his waist, and his thoughts surged forth like a galloping steed, with a torrent of knowledge from his past life flowing through his mind. The wisdom of two worlds collided like brilliant sparks in the sea of his consciousness, as if he stood upon the shoulders of giants, gazing down upon the vast expanse of time. Thus, he toiled ceaselessly, his spirit consumed day and night. This profound epiphany, born of such intense contemplation, proved immensely taxing on his psyche. Even as a legend, he began to exhibit signs of weariness. Finally, a year later, Various unique experiences culminated in his distinction. On yet another day of thunderous rain, as if a ray of divine light pierced through, an ethereal path of advancement was illuminated by his brilliance. It was an unprecedented path forward, fraught with immense difficulty, yet equally resplendent. Atop the mountain, the torrential rain intensified. Under the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, Jiang You abruptly opened his deep, starry purple eyes. The wings behind him unfurled like clouds descending from the heavens. Raindrops cascaded down his face and between his feathers, leaving traces of the world upon him. His spine resembled that of a great dragon. He rose to his feet, grasping the long sword at his waist with his right hand, swiftly drawing it from its sheath, slashing through the air with a resonant laugh. I have heard that a will strong enough can even distort the very laws of nature. Therefore, I shall substitute my will for the law, forging a new decree. This path is nameless, yet my will shall serve as the judgment of heaven and earth, clear and resolute, henceforth named the path of judgment. Thus, I shall forge the throne of judgment in the heavens, establishing the way of judgment to subdue the genesis of myriad paths. This decree shall forge 3,000 swords of judgment, tempered by a multitude of laws as sustenance, ultimately achieving immortality. With clarity regarding his path, his heart finally felt a sense of relief. However, the first step requires truly mastering a single law, serving as the inaugural path of my judgment. My future is now illuminated. My heart and self are as pure as jade. My thoughts and aspirations take form as if in a dream. At the moment of this self-realization, the champions will surge violently, akin to a sword raised to the heavens. Within his soul, a phantom sword, woven from his formidable will, manifested, followed by countless ethereal long swords representing the suppression of myriad laws, intertwining and merging within his spirit. Ultimately, an illusory throne composed of innumerable judgment swords emerged deep within his consciousness. At the instant this celestial throne appeared, a violent thunderclap resounded through the heavens and earth. The entire world trembled in response. This realm seemed to sense an impending crisis. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, shrouding the horizon. An unsettling sensation arose in the hearts of all creatures across the world, as if something precious were about to be snatched away. In Proedas, the king of goblins, caressing his still-forming imperial throne, suddenly felt an inexplicable disdain, though its target remained shrouded in ignorance. A formidable foe? Who could it be? Amidst the boundless ocean, upon a concealed island of treasures, several ancient dragons were roused from their slumber. Who has provoked the world? Across the globe, irrespective of race, every legendary powerhouse felt a sense of confusion, a simultaneous sensation of great fortune and impending crisis emerging within them. What is happening? I am already a legend. How can I still feel such unease? At the summit of Heaven's mountain, amidst the downpour, Jiang You suddenly sensed a profound terror rising within his heart. It was as if, in the unseen realm, the malice of the world had manifested. This sudden awakening sent chills coursing from head to toe. As if whispers of dire warnings echoed in his ears, an utterance of great disrespect. He hastily dispelled the phantom of the judgment throne that loomed in his mind, causing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him to vanish in an instant. Yet, he remained haunted by trepidation. Merely traversing a nascent path had summoned forth the malevolence of the world. It is no wonder that no one has ever achieved immortality as a lord of the skies. Nay, it is exceedingly rare. This is a transcendent path unrecognized by the world. Truly, it is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, within Jiang Yu's heart, he was not daunted by the world's malice. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within him, blazing like an inferno, fueling his ambition. This path is precisely the perilous road I aspire to conquer as a champion. It marks the inception of attaining unparalleled strength. He smiled softly to himself. Thus, the first step is to master the power of the laws I currently grasp to perfection. At present, I have merely skimmed the surface of these laws. It is prudent to avoid the sensitive realms of the world's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the initial stages of this arduous journey bear a striking resemblance to the path of the demigods. Therefore, I shall first condense the heart of the laws, becoming a demigod and biding my time. thunder, light. I shall commence by mastering these two laws. With the divine ascent as my facade, I shall undertake the duties of the sovereign of the heavens. As for the throne, that can be forged later. He lifted his gaze towards the luminous moon and the shimmering stars above. Indeed, the heavens ought to be adorned with more wonders. Chapter 37. The beginning of the second volume. Within a few days, outside Paradise Mountain, a winged man hurriedly returned from the west. His countenance was urgent as he soared to the front of the white stone fortress, exclaiming loudly, "My king, the Goblin King's city of Proedas has been completed, and King Amigel has declared that the coronation ceremony will be held in 1 month." Inside the white stone fortress, a small turtle rested atop a wooden table, softly snoring. Jiang You, who was occupied with the pressing matters of his clan, immediately rose from his wooden chair upon hearing the winged messenger's shouts. At last, Amigel is to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. This is a classic scene marking the dawn of the second volume. The sensation of witnessing history unfolded within him, more profound than merely experiencing the passage of time, as he awaited the winged messenger to enter the hall and announce once more in a loud voice. Jiang You instructed his guards to take the messenger to rest. He then turned to his winged assistant and commanded, "Shao Yi, you shall select 800 elite winged warriors to accompany my guards and me to Proedas to celebrate Amigel's coronation." "Yes, my king," replied a winged girl diligently working at a nearby wooden table. Managing the vast winged tribe alone was beyond his capacity, so upon his return, he had chosen several intelligent and reliable winged individuals as his administrative aides. Inona is indeed a standout among them, having been promoted to assistant by him. After Inona stepped outside, Jiang Yu gently patted the little turtle's head on the table and chuckled. "Xiaoba, wake up. We must prepare to set forth to Proedas." The slumbering little turtle suddenly jolted awake, its gaze reflecting a clear but naive foolishness, far from the astute demeanor it would later exhibit. "Boss, we are off on another journey. Let us depart swiftly." It instinctively stood upright on its little legs, scrambling onto Jiang Yu's shoulder while rubbing its drowsy eyes. Jiang Yu smiled softly. With Amigel crowned as emperor, the dynamics of this world have shifted. Whatever the changes, Ibago remains steadfast, the little turtle declared proudly, lifting its head high. "Were you addressing, Bago?" "I was mistaken, boss." The following day, 1,000 elite winged beings assembled above Heaven Mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, sufficient to establish a formidable aerial force for Amigel. At Jiang Yu's command, they all set off toward the western Proedas. A month later, Jiang Yu led the winged troops to Proedas. By then, on the plains of Proedas, a magnificent city had arisen atop the mountain also named Proedas. Its walls, inheriting the colossal height of the Titan giants, soared 500 meters, while the internal structures were arranged to accommodate the housing of gnomes and various races from the continent. Designed with remarkable order reminiscent of ancient large cities from a bygone era, the gnomes lacked such architects, leading Jiang Yu to believe that these were indeed the masterpieces of those humans who had emerged from the refuge. At the original city gate, a massive skull was embedded in the center, its gaping maw serving as the entrance. Every wise race passing through the gate could sense an aura of demigodly majesty and a faint thrill of trepidation. It was evident that Gnome King Amigel had indeed kept his word. He had promised to forge the head of the Thunder Titan Atrus into the city gate, and he had fulfilled it. The myriad races of the continent, upon witnessing this, not only marveled at the might of the gnomes, but also acknowledged their formidable strength, bowing their proud heads in submission. There was no shame in this. During the Titan's reign of power, the gnomes had also bowed in reverence, even more so. At Proedas, a portion of the mountaintop had been leveled, leaving a vast expanse of flat land. Upon this land, a splendid palace, embodying both steampunk aesthetics and the architectural style of pre-epic humanity, was erected. Its breathtaking beauty evoked a sense of otherworldliness, prompting even Jiang Yu to consider the simplicity of his own white stone fortress. In front of the palace lay an expansive square, dominated by a stone statue of Gnome King Amigel, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the vast landscapes. As Jiang Yu beheld the scene, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After descending from the city gates, The winged beings were promptly approached by a goblin official who guided them into the city of Prodas. The goblin led them to an imposing edifice, resembling a pair of sprawling wings. Your Highness, this is the residence prepared specifically for the nobility of our clan. From this moment forth, this place belongs solely to the winged people. Chapter 38. Striking the human race, Jiang You smiled at these words. Indeed, this establishment granted the winged race a foothold within the goblin capital. Gazing at the architecturally symbolic structure, he noted that the wing-like design indicated the goblins had invested considerable thought into it. Was this not akin to an embassy? In truth, along this street, there were not only wing-shaped buildings designed for their kind, but also dwarf structures resembling hammers, troll edifices reminiscent of tusks, and fairy constructions mirroring the forest. Additionally, there were accommodations for centaurs, merfolk, gnomes, and others. This thoroughfare appeared to have been specifically constructed for the dragon-blooded races, the esteemed benefactors. Before pushing open the doors of the winged people's building, the goblin official inquired, Your Highness, this structure has yet to be named. You may bestow a name upon it, and we shall have a plaque crafted to hang at the entrance. Then let it be called the Winged Embassy, Jiang You replied without hesitation. The goblin official expressed surprise. The name you propose is identical to that mentioned by the human refuge. It appears the rumors are true. Your Highness indeed has a close affinity with the human race. In certain respects, I do share a profound understanding with them. Jiang You laughed heartily. He felt no apprehension about his connection to humanity, provoking goblin suspicion. In reality, the most formidable human technologies and armaments were predominantly under the control of Goblin King Amigel. Furthermore, the human lifespan was relatively brief. Even with their pursuit of the path of sequences, under goblin constraints, their descendants would eventually become an ordinary race in Furland after a few centuries. They posed no threat whatsoever. Amigel, with aspirations for an everlasting goblin empire, would not take drastic measures, but would employ every means at his disposal. However, there was one persistent question that lingered in Jiang Yu's mind. In the former illustrious epoch of human civilization, which reached the zenith of the extraordinary sequence system, were there truly no supreme beings residing at the pinnacle? In the game lore, those who ascended to the apex of various sequences were referred to as gods. The goblin official's musings interrupted Jiang Yu's contemplation. Humans are indeed a remarkable race, he remarked solemnly. Your Highness, the exclusive plaque will be delivered tomorrow, and we shall take full responsibility for your meals during this period. Furthermore, in 1 month's time, it will be the coronation ceremony of our king. Please be sure to attend punctually. Jiang Yu replied earnestly, I shall certainly remember. The goblin official then took his leave with courtesy. At this moment, the goblin clan appeared immaculate and poised, embodying the pride and honor of being the most formidable race on the continent. Such was the might of the current strongest clan in Furland. It remains uncertain how they will fare in the future. Once the goblin officials had departed, Jiang Yu led his kin into the grand embassy, shaped like a dual-winged structure. The interior of the embassy was vast, capable of accommodating 1,000 winged beings, with ample space to spare. Originally, these edifices were reconstructed from the palaces once inhabited by the Titans, and indeed, the area was quite expansive. Several hours later, as the sun began its descent, the golden hues of dusk bathed the world in light. Jiang Yu, accompanied by a few loyal guards and a small turtle, meandered through the newly established goblin city. The buildings were arranged with remarkable order, and the streets were broad and spacious, resembling a series of rings encircling the central Mount Prodas. The entire city could house 1 million inhabitants. Amigel's ambitions were vividly manifested in the city's construction. Ultimately, he ascended the lofty city walls to gaze down upon this resplendent new city. The newly constructed goblin capital radiated brilliance. A vibrant civilization was on the rise. In the days that followed, aside from occasional strolls, Jiang Yu devoted his time to rigorous training. During this period, he was granted an audience with King Amigel in the newly completed royal palace. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's legendary accomplishments, Amigel was momentarily taken aback, feeling a newfound kinship towards him. However, in this era, prowess spoke volumes. In present-day Furland, Jiang Yu's winged clan represented the most formidable aerial force, compelling Amigel to regard them with utmost seriousness. Yet, as Jiang Yu exited the palace, the goblin sage approached Amigel's throne, furrowing his brow. Now that the leader of the winged clan has attained legendary status, he is no longer as easily controlled as before. With 100,000 winged beings, we possess an aerial legion capable of combat. Even legends and demigods would find this troublesome. It is not fear, but rather the difficulty of resolution. Before one ascends to godhood, divine power and extraordinary strength are two distinct entities. Amigel, possessing a strong desire for control, felt secure despite the formidable power of the troll clan, as Furland was home to numerous diverse troll factions. However, the unity of the winged clan, coupled with a legend as their leader, posed a potential challenge. Any internal strife would be swiftly quelled by the legendary figure, thus presenting a complication. Your Majesty, perhaps we could establish our own aerial legion. Our own? Utilizing those eagle folk? Amigel inquired, perplexed. Not them. I have observed those eagle folk, and they lack spirit, rendered ineffective. What I propose is that we, the Goblin clan, possess various knightly vocations. Why not select a type of flying beast to serve as mounts for our aerial legion? The sage suggested with a smile. Ah, splendid idea. Then, esteemed sage, do you have any thoughts on which flying beast could serve as the steed for our aerial knights? Amigel, intrigued, inquired the griffins. Do we not capture a multitude of them during our campaigns against the Titans? The grand sage, leaning on his wooden staff, chuckled. Indeed. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Amigel repeated the word thrice, clearly elated. I, like a fish finding water, or a saber-toothed tiger sprouting wings, shall act upon your suggestion. He laughed heartily. However, we must exhibit due diligence towards the winged folk. The ancient dragons remain a lurking threat, and our aerial forces are indispensable. Since the winged king has achieved legendary status, let him serve as the guardian of our eastern frontier, proposed the grand sage. Very well, Amigel nodded. That territory has yet to be broached by the goblins. It is but a hollow title. We may grant it to them, and once they flourish, we can later find an excuse to reclaim it. After deliberating with the goblin grand sage, he intended to retire to his harem to indulge in the company of his newly acquired goblin beauty. Just as he presumed the goblin grand sage was departing, the sage halted and continued, Your Majesty, there is another matter. What is it? Amigel responded, showing no sign of impatience. Currently, the human refugees are engaging in numerous clandestine activities, maintaining connections with various races. I believe it is time to assert our stance. Upon hearing this, Amigel furrowed his brows. The conquest of the Phelan continent was not solely attributed to the goblins' accumulated strength. The humans emerging from the refuge were also a significant factor. Without the humans, they would have struggled to vanquish the Titan giants. We must remind the humans of their place and demonstrate our attitude towards them to the other races of the continent, declared the goblin grand sage. How shall we proceed? Among those humans, there is a woman named Fiona, is there not? She is reputed to be the designated administrator of the refuge, a nominal leader among her kin. Your Majesty, I suggest you take her as a consort to publicly declare your stance. To wed that human woman? Amigel felt a twinge of discontent. In his eyes, the beauty of goblins surpassed that of human women, who, regardless of their appearance, resembled oversized monkeys. He favored the goblin's verdant skin. Your Majesty, as the future emperor of the Goblin Empire, sacrifices must be made. Furthermore, marrying her merely conveys a message. You need not consummate the union. She may reside in the palace as a mere ornament. This way, we can both chastise the seemingly submissive yet proud humans and render them disunited. Simultaneously, it serves as a warning to the other races of the continent. Why not seize such an opportunity? Very well, Amigel conceded reluctantly. I shall attend to this matter shortly. Ah, there is no need for such urgency. Next month, you shall be crowned, and at that time, the queen and various concubines will make their appearances, which is quite urgent. Thus, half a month later, within the embassy of the winged people, Jiang You was suddenly struck by an explosive piece of news. What? That golden-haired human girl named Fiona has married the Goblin Emperor as a concubine? The winged people were taken aback. Is this true? Such a vast difference in races. Yet there can be true love? Little Turtle King Xiao Ba also exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 39. The concubine, however, it was said that after Amigel married the human girl, he had never laid a finger on her, as relayed by the winged people who heard the news. Amigel's taste remains rather conventional. Thus the significance of this matter is evidently not as simple as it appears. Jiang You pondered for a moment and finally came to a realization. I understand. He addressed the winged officials accompanying him. We should refrain from engaging with the humans for the time being. Amigel has taken the human girl Fiona into his harem, but does not favor her, which serves to convey a message to us. Boss, what message? Xiao Turtle was bewildered. Does this matter carry a deeper meaning? The thoughts of a wise race are far too complex. I must learn from this. I understand now. The winged girl Anona, beside him, also came to a sudden understanding. Amigel bringing a woman who is a leader among humans into his harem indicates to us that humans are his possessions. It warns us not to entertain any thoughts against them. Ah, I see. Xiao Yi, you are quite clever. Jiang You praised with a smile. Hiv. The winged girl beamed sweetly. Another half-month passed. The entire city of Proadas was abuzz with excitement, as a multitude of wise races from the goblin faction flocked to this city, significantly increasing the foot traffic. Coupled with the continuous migration of goblins from various regions of the continent, Proadas was nearly home to 1 million inhabitants. Among them, over 900,000 were goblins. Such a staggering number. On this day, coinciding with the arrival of early spring, when all things revive and bristle with life, the entire Proadas appeared solemn and grand. For today marks the day Amigel is crowned as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Each goblin expressed immense joy on this occasion. From above, one could see all goblin citizens standing in the streets at the foot of Proadas Mountain, quietly awaiting the ceremony. A multitude of goblin soldiers stood on the city walls and in the streets, facing the direction of the palace atop Proadas Mountain, slightly bowing their heads and placing their hands over their hearts. And in front of the palace of Proadas, on a vast square paved with large white stone bricks, Jiang You stood on the right side of the palace square, accompanied by several winged guards and leaders of other races, with a gathering of several thousand people. As for the diverse armies they brought, they assembled outside the city. To the left, the ranks were led by the great sage and high priest of the goblins, accompanied by a multitude of goblin nobles and officials, numbering nearly 10,000. In the center of the square lay a broad red carpet, wide enough for 4 horses to gallop side by side, stretching from the palace square to the far end of the square, and along 900 steps leading to the palace. This was the Coronation Avenue. Throughout the square, at every corner and along both sides of the Coronation Avenue, stood elite goblin soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears and short swords, their iron armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. As the sun reached its zenith, Jiang You, standing in formation, suddenly heard a resounding proclamation. The savior of Farrand, the vanquisher of the Titan giants, the brave and fearless lord of the goblins, the leader of the alliance of all races on the continent, the great leader Amigel, approaches. Jiang You turned his gaze towards the square's edge. He saw several goblin professionals walking at the forefront, the voice clearly emanating from one of the extraordinary practitioners. Amigel strode confidently in the center, exuding an air of authority. Beside him was a resplendently dressed female goblin. Following behind was a retinue of nearly 300 goblin concubines. Among this entourage, Jiang You immediately spotted Fiona, the golden-haired human girl he had encountered before, standing out remarkably amidst the average-height goblins, who were less than 1.40 meters. Observing her current expression, she appeared quite haggard, her vitality diminished, and her once enchanting beauty now carried a pallid, almost sickly allure, a stark contrast to the confident girl she had once been. At that moment, as Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon her, a flicker of light ignited in Fiona's eyes, only to fade once more into despondence. Under the brilliant sun, Fiona felt as though she were ensnared in the depths of winter. However, Amigel's coronation ceremony would not waver due to the emotions of any individual. As Amigel traversed the Coronation Avenue, adorned with the fur of red foxes, goblin soldiers raised their spears high, arching them over Amigel's head. This formality of the coronation ceremony captivated the attention of all races across the continent, who perceived it as distinctly unique, a true embodiment of civilization. Ironically, it was Fiona who had originally proposed such an idea. Upon reaching the end of the vibrant red carpet, Amigel glanced at his wife, nodded, and ascended the 900 steps alone. The Goblin Queen, accompanied by the 300 concubines, proceeded to a side viewing platform along the steps. The sunlight illuminated each step as Amigel ascended, until he stood at the pinnacle. with his back turned to the subjects and allies in the square. He took a deep breath before turning to face them, as if addressing all of existence. At this moment, the goblin high priest stepped forward from the left flank, cradling a resplendent golden crown adorned with jewels, and proclaimed in a thunderous voice, "Countless years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving the myriad races of the continent. The two factions incessantly clashed, fracturing the earth, shattering the sky, and reversing the rivers and mountains, until our king, Amigel, emerged as a beacon of hope, leading his forces to victory in every battle. Gifted with unparalleled prowess, he became a demigod, enduring hardship and patiently awaiting the moment. He ultimately vanquished the Titan giants, slaying the Thunder Titan, thus overthrowing the dominion of the Titans and dragons. Today, peace reigns across the seas, and all races coexist harmoniously under the rule of the born sovereign, Amigel, instilling awe throughout Furland. At this very moment, on behalf of the goblin race and the leaders of all tribes on the continent, I beseech Lord Amigel to establish the Goblin Empire. Furthermore, I request that Amigel, in the presence of the mountains, and under the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars, be crowned as the great emperor of the empire." Upon the conclusion of his speech, all goblin officials and nobles from the left flank knelt in unison, exclaiming their fervent support. "We beseech Amigel, crown him as the emperor of the empire." On the right side of the square, the multitude of thousands from various races exchanged glances, taken aback by the resounding plea. However, it was not long before 1, 2, 3, everyone followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming, "We, the dwarves, beseech Amigel, crown him as the emperor of the empire. We, the fairies, beseech Amigel, crown him as the emperor of the empire. We, the troll clans, beseech Amigel, crown him as the emperor of the empire." The leaders of the continent's races were most astute, and Jiang You was no exception. "We, the winged folk, beseech Amigel, crown him as the emperor of the empire." Yet, when he lifted his gaze towards the exalted Amigel, that same thought resurfaced in his mind. "He will take my place." This was the second time he recalled that phrase. Atop the highest steps, Amigel surveyed the bowing goblins and the leaders of the continent, a look of rapture crossing his face. Is this what it feels like to be an emperor? Surely, the Titan King must have felt this way while seated upon the throne of Prodas. Below, Jiang You shouted in vain for a long while before he heard Amigel's voice, now imbued with even greater authority. "Since you all have requested, I, Amigel, hereby declare myself the Goblin Emperor from this day forth." As his words echoed through the air, the Goblin High Priest ascended the 900 steps to stand before Amigel, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, please bow your head one last time, that I may place upon you the crown symbolizing the imperial sovereignty. From this moment on, none shall compel you to bow." "Very well." Amigel inclined his head slightly, allowing the Goblin High Priest to place the resplendent crown upon it. Then, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. Amigel was officially crowned, and his first proclamation after donning the crown was, "I, Amigel, the Goblin Emperor. Arise, everyone. Your emperor grants you the right to lift your heads." Chapter 41. The first year of the Goblin Empire. In this inaugural year, Amigel was crowned the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, bestowing titles upon the mightiest chieftains of the trolls as guardians of the northern realms, the winged folk as protectors of the eastern territories and the skies, the dwarves as guardians of the mountains, and the merfolk as protectors of the western seas. Each of these guardians of different races was elevated to the rank equivalent to that of a duke within the Goblin Empire. Simultaneously, all factions participating in the campaign against the Titans received rewards and noble titles to varying degrees. Subsequently, Amigel appointed 2 grand dukes among the goblins, the eldest sons of the High Priest and the Grand Sage, assigning them to establish goblin duchies in the western and southern regions, expanding the goblin territories and fostering population growth. He commanded the chieftains of the existing goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gather their kin, and construct cities. Currently, the goblin population numbers in the millions. Aside from the capital housing 100,000 goblins, the remaining 900,000 are scattered across the highways. Ambitious, Amigel envisioned flourishing goblin settlements in every locale, ultimately establishing a city of goblins at every point on the continent. In the future, the city of Prodas, surrounded by countless cities, shall be the true capital, Lastly, he conferred titles upon 300 young goblin nobles who had achieved great military feats, sending them forth to establish fiefdoms and explore uncharted lands outside the core population areas of the Goblin Empire. This encapsulates the endeavors of Amigel and his goblin officials over the past year. A year later, at the foot of Mount Prodas, under a starry night with the silver moon hanging high, a beautiful girl with golden hair closed her notebook, gracefully seated on a branch, her long, fair legs swaying gently. Her voice soft. "Empress Fiona, I am aware of all you speak. Yet, what is the reason for our midnight rendezvous?" Before her stood a remarkably handsome young wingman. "No, Jiang You, there is something you are unaware of. Amigel has begun arranging for the training of Griffin Knights. In the future, when Goblin Griffin Knights soar through the skies, the unique status of the winged folk will be rendered obsolete. You, being the intelligent individual you are, should comprehend the implications." Upon hearing this, Jiang You furrowed his brow. Indeed, should the Griffin Knights gain prominence among the goblins, the situation for the winged folk would become precarious. The trolls, despite their strength, are exceedingly fragmented. The dwarves possess Titan blood, yet are countered by the human weapons wielded by the goblins. The merfolk dwell in the sea, finding it challenging to adapt to life on land. The nature of the fairies renders them even more dispersed than the trolls, while the centaurs are natural cavalry. They pose a lesser threat than the winged folk. The other races of the continent each have their own shortcomings. Only the winged folk, in this era devoid of a formidable aerial force, have effectively divided the aerial sovereignty of the goblins. This is something that the ambitious Amigel cannot accept. Observing Jiang You lost in thought, Fiona offered a slight smile. "We can assist you with this matter. Do you have a way?" Jiang Yu inquired, astonished. "Certainly, but before that, I require you to agree to one request." "What request?" "Fear not. It is not excessive. I merely wish for a child bearing your bloodline." "What?" Jiang Yu was left speechless. This was utterly outrageous. Such a peculiar demand. He had only encountered it in melodramatic novels of his past life. However, Fiona remained earnest. "A few years ago, a highly ranked old prophet awakened in my clan, and when I was forced to marry Amigel, he sacrificed his life to prophesy the most favorable future for humanity. This involves incorporating your bloodline among the human race. The prophecy foretold that from our descendants, the first king of the new era of humanity would emerge, liberating us from the grasp of the goblins. Yet, Fiona concealed this detail. Although I do not fully comprehend why, that is what the prophecy states, and I have faith in the elder's foresight. Jiang You, please grant me a child." Jiang Yu found himself both amused and bewildered. "Not to mention my willingness. You are Amigel's empress. Should he discover this, we would both be in great peril. He will not find out, I assure you on this matter. Trust in the depth of my clan's legacy." Hearing her unwavering gaze, Jiang Yu sighed. "Very well, I agree. However, before we proceed, tell me how you plan to avert the fate of the winged people being replaced by the goblin griffin riders." Fiona, relieved by Jiang Yu's consent, explained. "We will proactively apply to rear griffins for Amigel." What a statement reminiscent of the Qin dynasty, Jiang Yu thought, recalling historical anecdotes from his previous life. "All right, the night is beautiful. Let us not squander time and act swiftly." All right. Chapter 42. Departure. The night was as dark as ink, with stars scattered across the sky. A silver moon hung high above, illuminating the forest at the foot of Prodas in a silvery hue. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, producing a melodious, sorrowful sound as their lush branches brushed against one another. Heavy darkness enveloped the depths of the forest, shrouding it in a hazy mist. A beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing the high mountains and deep valleys, penetrating into the depths of the stone pool. A night devoid of dreams. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and rain began to fall steadily. Fiona hurriedly departed, quietly returning to the palace on the mountain amidst the gloomy weather. As the empress, she naturally had a chamber within the palace. Even though the goblin Emperor Amigel was indifferent to the beauty of humanity, he would not be magnanimous enough to allow his consort to act recklessly. Standing deep within the forest, Jiang Yu watched the heavy rain fall upon the verdant grass and sighed before returning to the winged embassy in Prodas City. Upon entering the embassy, a small turtle darted forth like a flash of lightning, leaping onto Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Boss, Why did you not return last night? It inquired. Naturally. I had pressing matters to discuss with those humans, Jiang You replied calmly. No, something is amiss. There's a fragrance of jasmine about you. The turtle, perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder, suddenly twitched its nose. Jiang You twitched his lips and gently lifted it down. Wang Xiaoba, you are a turtle, not a dog. What sense do you discern? At that moment, the winged official, Inona, approached with several winged officials in tow, asking, Your Majesty, what did the humans convey this time? Inona, a prominent figure in the winged administration, effectively assisted him in managing state affairs. Thus, Jiang You recounted his conversation with Fiona, omitting the part regarding childbirth. Inona sighed upon hearing the details. The humans truly have unfortunate luck. They have now become mere shepherds of griffins, tending to the earthbound giants. You are mistaken. The humans have long-term considerations that are anything but simplistic. However, their actions indeed benefit us greatly, Jiang You remarked with a smile. By the way, please make arrangements and designate those to remain at the embassy. I shall visit the palace once more today. After bidding farewell to Emperor Amigel, we shall return to Paradise Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Emperor Amigel summoned Jiang You with the intention of deploying a portion of the winged troops to combat a faction of die-hard Titan giants. The opposing camp housed griffins and other aerial units, necessitating the winged legions. As a loyal ally in the eyes of the current Goblin Emperor Amigel, Jiang You promptly led a contingent of 3,000 winged soldiers to Proadas, handing them over to the Goblin General for the expedition. He chose not to accompany them personally, but rather entrusted the command to a master-tier wing practitioner. Once the wing forces were dispatched, he could take his leave, though he lingered an additional day due to Fiona's invitation. Upon arriving at Emperor Amigel's palace, Jiang You beheld Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor as if reporting on matters of importance. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's arrival, Amigel's face lit up with joy. Jiang Qing, I thank you for your timely deployment. Those remnants of the Titans will surely meet their demise. Every member of my winged race is most willing to exert effort for Your Majesty. Splendid. After a brief conversation, Jiang You took his leave from Amigel. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Fiona. A month later, Jiang You and his companions returned to Paradise Mountain. Chapter 43. Reinhardt 5 years later. In the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, at the Whitestone Fortress of Paradise Mountain, Jiang You was engrossed in handling a month's worth of affairs. He now devotes the majority of his time to cultivation for a month, followed by a single day to attend to state affairs. As the sun reached its zenith, a winged female official entered, her expression grim. Your Majesty, we have received word from our kin traveling in the north. They reported sighting a tribe of eagle folk numbering in the thousands on a prominent mountain within the Bloros range. They appear to be remnants of the Eagle King's court, and their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the old Eagle King. I recall that within the valley plains of the Bloros range, there exists a newly established city by the goblins, home to approximately tens of thousands of them. Why would these remnants of the royal eagle court dare to reside so close to a goblin city? A settlement of such magnitude cannot possibly escape the notice of the goblins. Jiang You furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, our scouts have confirmed that every year, eagle folk venture to Bloros City. Inona replied. It seems the goblins are still holding something back from us, Jiang You remarked with a cold smirk. What should we do? Shall we allow this group of royal eagle remnants to grow unchecked? Inona inquired. For the time being, we shall disregard them. These eagle folk pose no significant threat. The goblins will not permit the annihilation of our eagle kin. At the appropriate moment, we will utterly eradicate these royal remnants. Inona, our current task is to cultivate our winged race, Jiang You stated calmly. 10 years later, in the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang You was engaged in his cultivation atop the mountain, his aura more profound and commanding than it had been over a decade prior. One day, a still youthful and radiant winged female official suddenly approached him. Your Majesty, there is a young human boy claiming to be your son who wishes to see you. On the mountaintop's azure stones, Jiang Yu's silver hair danced in the mountain breeze as he remained with his eyes closed, responding nonchalantly. What human son could I possibly have? Send him away. Can anyone claim to have a father now? Very well. Inona turned to leave, but as she reached the steps, Jiang You suddenly seemed to recall something. Opening his violet eyes and calling out loudly, Wait, Inona, let him come before me. He remembered that night 15 years ago, As you command, your majesty. Shortly thereafter, a handsome young human with golden hair and violet eyes ascended to the mountaintop, standing before Jiang You. The two stood silently facing each other, an unspoken bond of blood awakening within Jiang You. Fut notre libération. Observing the resolute expression of the young human before him, Jiang You broke the silence. Speaking first, my child, step forth. The 15-year-old boy had grown quite tall, now reaching Jiang Yu's shoulders. The golden-haired, violet-eyed youth obediently stepped forward. Mother said you are indeed my father. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with a gentle nod. What is your name, my son? Mother named me Reinhardt. The boy answered. Reinhardt, what a splendid name. It appears your mother wished for you to become a man of great prowess, akin to a lion, exclaimed Jiang Yu before inquiring, how did you arrive here, my child? I recall that the goblins exercise stringent control over your kind. Father, I journeyed here upon the back of a griffin. The youth pointed towards the heavens beyond Tianfeng Mountain, where a griffin soared gracefully through the sky, accompanied by a winged soldier at a distance. Observing the distant griffin, Jiang Yu shook his head. It is far too perilous, Reinhardt. Should the goblins discover your clandestine departure upon a griffin, it would be a grave offense. Fear not, father. My mother will shield me. Moreover, His Majesty Amidril's 19th son is a close friend of mine, so I shall be unharmed. Very well then. Your audacity in coming here must signify you have something of import to share with me, Jiang Yu queried. My mother insists that you shall teach me to become an extraordinary practitioner. Reinhardt's face radiated with a brilliant smile, as bright as the sun itself. Chapter 44. The Legacy of the Legendary Bloodline. Atop the mountain, the wind whispered gently. The towering pines along the cliff twisted and turned, resembling a gateway to the heavens. Reinhardt felt a profound sense of belonging coursing through his veins as he beheld his father, resplendent with purple eyes and white wings, evoking an unprecedented sense of security. Before Jiang Yu could respond, Reinhardt began to reflect upon his past. The kinship flowing within his blood compelled him to share the tales of his years without reservation. He had been raised among the human tribes, living alongside numerous brothers and sisters of his kind, nurtured by the elders who emerged from the refuge. Under the guidance of these elders, they learned to rear griffins from a tender age, growing alongside the young griffins themselves. In addition to griffins, the human tribe was also home to several goblin officials and soldiers, acting as the vigilant eyes of Emperor Amigel, overseeing the tribe's progress and the rearing of griffins. Naturally, they were also tasked with the protection of the human tribe. Due to a certain covenant, the elders of the refuge were unable to impart some of the invaluable higher knowledge. Reinhardt often witnessed the elders sighing in the quiet of night, bearing the sorrow of lost civilization. For the sake of their race's continuation, compromises were sometimes unavoidable. Until the age of 6, he remained unaware that he had parents. On a fateful day, the human empress, a consort of the goblin emperor, arrived at this human tribe, which was predominantly composed of children. The empress, although merely a rank 8 reader, led the humans due to her expertise from the previous epoch. She brought with her an abundance of resources and training materials. Within the tribe, there were indeed children of human descent possessing extraordinary potential, albeit their talents were exceedingly scarce. This may be related to the cyclical nature of epochs, necessitating generations of improvement. The human princess consorted with the goblin tribe to acquire certain vocational pathways, marking the inception of extraordinary power for the human race. This vocation was designated as the knight. However, the knightly paths bestowed by the goblins could only ascend to the hero tier, lacking a legendary phase beyond that. The goblin emperor, Amigel, candidly asserted that each legendary pathway is a culmination of generations of goblin endeavor, earned through the passage of time and the tiers of experience. Such knowledge could not be entrusted to the human tribes. In his earlier life, Reinhardt exhibited remarkable potential for the extraordinary, yet for reasons unknown, the elders of his lineage refrained from permitting him to pursue the knightly vocation, suggesting instead that he would have a brighter future ahead. One fateful night, as he was on the brink of slumber, the human princess lingered in the tribe and entered Reinhardt's chamber, embracing him and weeping throughout the night. That evening, the 6-year-old Reinhardt discovered that his mother was forcibly wed to the goblin emperor Amigel, and that his true father was not the goblin ruler, but rather a prominent figure on the eastern coast of the Farland continent, Duke Jiang You, the guardian of the eastern borders and the winged people of the east coast. Mature beyond his years, he held on to his mother Fiona's words, safeguarding this secret within his heart. Thus, Reinhardt gradually matured, unable to learn the extraordinary arts, yet diligently honing his swordsmanship day and night. He yearned for the day when he could amass the strength to whisk his mother away from the palace. 9 years elapsed, transforming Reinhardt from a mere child into a striking golden-haired youth. A month prior, his mother Fiona suggested that he seek out Jiang You at the Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast, advising him to prepare himself. The following day, a goblin official presented himself before Reinhardt, instructing him to accompany the 19th prince, Asa Amigel, to a distant fief with several griffins he had raised. During this time, he was to teach the prince and his trusted knights to ride the griffins. After imparting his knowledge to these goblin knights, the prince patted Reinhardt on the shoulder, urging him to attend to his own affairs. Although he had developed a cordial rapport with the prince, such a dismissal perplexed him. Why did His Highness speak in such a manner? The prince merely responded with a smile that held significant meaning, stating, "I have made a pact with Princess Fiona." Thus, Reinhardt was able to proceed smoothly to Paradise Mountain in the east. Upon recounting his experiences, dusk had nearly descended, the setting sun casting vibrant crimson hues blended with the sea breeze across the picturesque landscape. Jiang Yu's violet eyes shimmered softly as he smiled gently, saying, "You have endured much. My child, the blood of my lineage courses through your veins. You may inherit my legendary path. Indeed, I recall that the human race possesses extraordinary beings known as sequencers. Why, then, do your elders refrain from allowing you to become one?" My mother explained that the era of sequencers has long since waned, and that the practitioners of today are the true vanguards of this age. In this present time, there exists no fertile ground for extraordinary sequencers, as the myriad resources required for advancement have all but vanished. Reinhardt candidly elucidated the situation. Thus, it became clear to Jiang You. It appears that this age no longer permits the emergence of sequencers. The advancement of sequencers demands the acquisition of various organs from long-extinct magical creatures, which are now utterly unattainable. Such paths to the extraordinary must be entirely re-established following a cataclysmic extinction event. My son, Reinhardt, come closer and allow me to witness your extraordinary potential. Jiang You beckoned. Very well, father, Reinhardt complied, stepping forward. Jiang You placed his hand upon the boy's head, and the extraordinary power stirred, gathering the surrounding elements. A gentle breeze arose, tousling Reinhardt's golden hair. Suddenly, a blaze of white and purple light erupted from Reinhardt's form. Remarkably, it was a manifestation of both light and thunder. Jiang Yu was filled with joy at the sight, releasing his hand. "Truly, you are my son. Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary talent as I do. My path as a practitioner can be wholly bequeathed to you. However, lacking wings, you may need to make some subtle adjustments to your vocational path. Yet, that is of little concern." Under Reinhardt's eager gaze, Jiang Yu extended his right hand, enveloped in a hazy aura, gently caressing Reinhardt's forehead. "Now, hold your breath and concentrate fully." Instantly, vivid images flooded Reinhardt's mind. Initially, there appeared a young winged boy wielding a bronze longsword, its blade shimmering with thunder, his violet eyes sparkling like lightning. Following this, scenes unfolded of the winged youth gradually embarking upon a legendary journey of mastery, establishing a vocation, inventing paths of advancement, and ultimately achieving legendary status by slaying foes with heroic prowess. He solidified his legacy in that very moment. Finally, the imagery crystallized into several glimpses of a legendary path, the Thunder Wielder, the holy winged walker of the Thunder's radiance. Chapter 45. On the East Coast, the 7 cities are established. A year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully ascended to the rank of Thunder Wielder, returning on the back of a griffin. On the cliff, as he watched Reinhardt's figure fade into the distance, Jiang Yu's gaze remained serene. Throughout the past year, Jiang Yu not only imparted his own cultivation experiences, but also recounted numerous historical anecdotes from his previous life. The wealth of historical tales enriched Reinhardt's mind, opening up a multitude of possibilities for his future. Meanwhile, upon returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt devoted himself to diligently caring for the griffin, maintaining a demeanor of respect and loyalty towards the Goblin Emperor. Amigel. As his demeanor grew increasingly respectful, the attitude of the goblin officials became ever more disdainful, leading to frequent instances of humiliation and injustice towards the human tribes. Nevertheless, Reinhardt endured. During his year at Paradise Mountain, he listened to his father recount two tales, that of Qin Fizi, the founding monarch of the Qin state, and that of Gojian, the king of Yu. Whenever faced with indignities, he drew inspiration from their stories. Decades later, Reinhardt officially ascended to the position of chieftain of the human tribe, which had burgeoned to a population of 10,000. The number of their well-trained, rideable griffins approached 1,000. As the refugees from the sanctuary aged, Reinhardt emerged as the new leader of the humans. Amigel's trust in Reinhardt surpassed that of the humans who had emerged from the sanctuary, gradually leading to a relaxation of surveillance over them. The goblin officials and soldiers initially stationed within the human tribe withdrew significantly, with most remaining focused solely on the elderly refugees. Reinhardt remained patient, continuing to strengthen his power. Meanwhile, within the goblin court, as the emperor's sons matured, the struggle for the supreme imperial throne began to stir, fueled by certain factions. Although Amigel was a demigod, he had sustained grave injuries during an early battle against the Thunder Titan, resulting in a gradual loss of lifespan. While he eventually healed, the repercussions of that past injury were now becoming evident. Demigods live for 3,000 years, while legends last for a millennium, having already lived for centuries. Amigel began to show signs of aging. On the eastern coast at Paradise Mountain, in the fortress of Whitestone, Jiang You gazed at the development brief regarding the Wing tribe. After decades of continued progress, the population of the Wing tribe had reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's personal guidance, he designated 7 geographically advantageous locations, rich in natural resources, for the establishment of cities. In these 7 locales, he facilitated the construction of 7 cities, each boasting a population of at least 10,000, surrounded by numerous Wing tribe villages. At the foot of Paradise Mountain lay the newly constructed largest city of the Wing tribe, serving as their royal city. The once serene Paradise Mountain had been transformed into a military encampment and palace for the Wing tribe, no longer housing its common folk. These 7 cities, as per Jiang Yu's design, were sufficient to encompass the entire eastern coastal region, creating a network of influence. Centrally located, these cities could sustain millions of Wing beings. This, indeed, was Jiang Yu's vision for the Wing tribe's future development over the next millennium. Furthermore, the number of extraordinary practitioners within the Wing tribe was rapidly increasing. A few years prior, the prodigy Sophia had completed the advancement pathway for the hero-class profession of the Radiant Swordsman. Consequently, the progression for this profession now culminated in Radiant Swordsman, Wings of Light, and Emissary of Light. Other professionals have been developed by certain extraordinary members of the Wing people, incorporating elements from foreign occupational systems. Currently, the known initial professions of the Wing people include Light Knight, Light Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Imperial Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunner, Earth Spearman, Firebringer, among others. Notably, the light-based professions are the most numerous, while those of other categories are quite scarce, with dark professions virtually non-existent. Presently, the Wing people boast a celestial battle group composed entirely of extraordinary professionals, numbering in the thousands, alongside an elite winged legion of 50,000 ordinary winged individuals, signifying a substantial enhancement of their strength. Over the years, Jiang Yu has led the winged battle group to eliminate the entire horde of magical beasts along the East Coast, allowing ordinary winged villages to gradually proliferate throughout the region. Recently, Jiang Yu dispatched winged officials to the borders of the East Coast and the continent of Furland to scout for locations suitable for establishing fortifications. His ambition is to secure the entire habitat of the winged people, shielding it from incursions by foreign entities and magical beasts. With the expansion of the Goblin Empire, not to mention the magical beasts, the outermost winged villages in the east are perilously close to the East Coast. It must be noted that the goblins are remarkably prolific. If their population was near 10 million before nationhood, it is now estimated to have soared to 50 million. Chapter 46. 3 centuries of the Goblin Empire with the ambitions of Amigel unleashed and the Goblin Army's campaigns in all directions. It is known that most of the habitable regions of the continent of Furland have been subdued. a multitude of races have submitted under the Goblin banner. The villages of the Goblin Empire have expanded into desolate territories alongside their growth. Thanks to the acquisition of certain legacies from the pre-era human civilization, particularly in mechanical technology, the Goblin Empire's capabilities have gradually improved. A plethora of steam-powered inventions have been produced, although the refugee humans did not wholly relinquish all their knowledge to the goblins. What they did provide was sufficient. The Goblin Emperor Amigel places great emphasis on this development. In his view, the pre-era humans dominated the world through steam technology and extraordinary sequences. Although those extraordinary sequences have now faded, technology remains a field ripe for advancement. He has established a Royal Engineering Institute in the city of Proedas to cultivate goblin engineers. These engineers enjoy excellent benefits and education, representing the pinnacle of achievement for those goblins lacking extraordinary potential. Advancements in technology, art, the extraordinary, and population have flourished. The era of prosperity for the Goblin Empire has arrived. In this rare period of tranquility, the winged people have also thrived. After a century within the Goblin Empire, the winged people have erected 9 fortifications in the vicinity of the East Coast, thoroughly safeguarding vast expanses of land along the shore. Externally, they proclaim their purpose to repel incursions from magical beasts and foreign races. With the completion of the 9 pivotal strongholds, the territory of the winged people has flourished into a sovereign realm of its own. To facilitate governance, Jiang You designated the eastern coastline and its expansive surrounding lands as Los Sendas, a name signifying the blessed land bestowed upon those with wings in the tongue of the winged people. As for the original domain of the Eagle King's court situated in the Tian Shan Mountains and its adjacent regions, the winged people have likewise constructed a mountain city atop Tian Shan, now home to approximately 30,000 winged inhabitants. Due to the presence of the ethereal wind spirit Jade, Dew, in the mountains, the descendants residing in this mountain city predominantly pursue professions aligned with the wind element. The passage of 150 years has seen Reinhardt, the de facto leader of humanity, ascend to the pinnacle of extraordinary professions, achieving the heroic tier. However, his vocational journey has diverged somewhat from Jiang Yu's path. Following Jiang Yu's counsel over several decades, Reinhardt amalgamated elements of the knightly path of the gnomes, his own circumstances, and Jiang Yu's guidance, ultimately evolving from the profession of thunder wielder and successfully advancing to become a holy lion knight. This evolution gave rise to his hero-class vocation, the Lionheart King, forging a legendary career path for the Reinhardt lineage. Meanwhile, most of the human refugees have passed away, leaving only a handful of younger extraordinary individuals alive, including Fiona, who no longer possesses the youthful vigor of her past, as the passage of time has etched its marks upon her visage. On the side of the winged people, their population has burgeoned to 500,000, with the 7 major cities gradually accommodating a significant number of winged inhabitants, particularly the main city at the foot of Paradise Mountain, which boasts a population of 100,000. In recent years, Jiang You has dispatched envoys to various corners of the continent to establish diplomatic relations with different races, though with limited success. Most races remain in a tribal state, lacking a mature system. In contrast, the dwarf have established a kingdom amidst the mountains, allowing the winged envoys to forge diplomatic ties with them. The transformations in the world have become strikingly evident, as it seems to have entered a harsh winter, growing colder with each passing year. In the north, a formidable troll tribe, known as the Frostborn clan, has descended to the southern plains of Haros to escape the intensifying cold of their northern homeland. This tribe possesses significant strength, with both their chieftain and high priest being legendary figures. After assessing their circumstances, they eagerly embraced the advanced culture of the gnomes and voluntarily joined the Gnome Empire's military, aiding in the subjugation of rebellious factions. After decades of effort, their chieftain was bestowed the title of Count by Amigel, thereby earning the name Count Frostborn. Haros has since become the domain of this troll clan, eventually leading to the establishment of Haros City. In the 190 years of the Gnome Empire, the first Gnome Griffin Knight Order was founded, initially comprising 693 Griffin Knights. The establishment of the Griffin Knights Order brought immense joy to the aging Emperor Amigel, who bestowed upon this nascent order the illustrious title of the Royal Griffin Knights. in recognition of the human race's commendable efforts in rearing griffins. He granted the title of Imperial Viscount to Reinhardt and allocated a river valley near the human settlements on the western edge of the Prodas Plains as a fief. Here, Reinhardt founded the first city of humanity, named Reinhardt City. This fief came to be known as the Reinhardt Domain, with the adjacent river named the Reinhardt River. Furthermore, through Reinhardt's endeavors, each member of the Griffin Knights would be accompanied by a human caretaker to tend to the griffins for the Goblin Knights. The Goblin Knights, far from resenting this arrangement, were rather appreciative, recognizing that these humans were quite considerate. After all, in their perception, griffins, being magical creatures, were far more demanding than horses or deer. With individuals willing to undertake such arduous tasks, they were more than content. They merely desired to relish the exhilaration of riding griffins into battle. Thus, over 600 humans joined the Griffin Knights in this manner, diligently and steadfastly contributing to the order. Many years later, the griffins cared for by humans within the Knights' ranks would become a legacy. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the fact that at Reinhardt's command, humanity could swiftly alter the leadership of this Griffin Knights order. In this particular year, Reinhardt sought to welcome back the human Empress Fiona. At this point, the goblins had nearly completely assimilated the knowledge and technology acquired from the human refuge and had established dominance over Furland, rendering the human Empress's role almost negligible. To the Goblin Emperor, who viewed her as little more than a talisman or trophy, Fiona had faded from prominence after a brief period serving as a lady-in-waiting due to a lack of talent in the early years of his reign. His harem had grown, and he had little interest in favoring one he perceived as an aged relic. Yet, witnessing Reinhardt's unwavering loyalty and obedience, Amigel acquiesced to his request. Thus, after spending 190 years in solitude within the secluded palace, the human Empress Fiona was finally able to return to her people. Upon her return to the human tribe and her reunion with Reinhardt, mother and son were moved to tears, gazing upon the once vibrant golden-haired maiden. Though her visage remained youthful and beautiful, strands of white had begun to intermingle with her golden locks. Reinhardt reaffirmed his resolve within, vowing that his mother's sacrifices would not be in vain. The Goblin Empire endured for 3 centuries. During this era, the brilliant engineers of the Goblin Empire, merging extraordinary capabilities with mechanical prowess, alongside a wealth of ancestral experience and human science, ultimately developed a magnificent legacy unique to the goblins: alchemy. The advent of alchemy led to a proliferation of alchemical devices. Various races across the continent flocked to Prodas to learn this craft. Even the Jiang You dispatched numerous winged students to study. This year marked the zenith of the Goblin Empire. However, during this time, a momentous event occurred within the Goblin Empire, one that could decisively alter its fate. Chapter 47. The Death of Amigel. In the serene landscape of Rosendas, on the eastern coast, stood the castle of white stone, its pristine walls gleaming under the sun. Beyond the castle, a vibrant, well-manicured lawn stretched out, where a flock of radiant light birds frolicked. A squadron of winged soldiers stood solemnly at the castle's grand entrance. Several winged officials descended from the mountainside, landing gracefully on the verdant expanse before hurriedly entering the fortress after brushing off their garments. Peaceful and tranquil, it resembled a sanctified realm. Yet before long, this serene atmosphere shattered in an instant, as if a colossal stone had plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the water's surface. What? Amigel is dead? Within the castle, a middle-aged winged official seated in the council chamber rose abruptly, his face a mask of shock. Edward and Nona, sit down. At the head of the table, Jiang You sat upright in an armchair upholstered in bearskin. Behind him, a map of Rosendas and the eastern coast adorned the wall. Observing his astonished subordinate, he furrowed his brow. The winged female official who had once assisted him in governance had passed away a century prior, perhaps due to the demands of her duties. Inona had never attained the hero tier in her practice, living only to the age of 200, which was the lifespan of a master. Before him, Edward Inona, her most distinguished grandson, currently also at the master tier, had perhaps been overshadowed by Inona's formidable capabilities, leaving Jiang You with a lingering impression that Edward's prowess fell slightly short. Nevertheless, several other winged officials, both male and female, occupied seats in the council chamber. Though they remained seated, their eyes mirrored the same astonishment. while Jiang You too was taken aback by Amgel's demise. His resolve remained as steadfast as the moon in the sky, undisturbed by the 8 winds. He addressed the standing female winged official, Elena. "Recount everything that has transpired in Prodas recently." "Yes, your majesty." Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's composure, Elena managed to quell her own anxiety and began to narrate, or rather, recite. The intelligence had come from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months prior, the conflict between the 17th and 13th Goblin princes had escalated to a brutal intensity, with their subordinates nearing the brink of life and death, prompting Queen Alessa to intervene personally in the mediation. Due to Amegel's longevity, several elder princes had already passed away. Aside from the 7th prince, who had achieved legendary status and held no interest in the throne, the remaining princes had not attained such distinction. Even those reaching the hero tier had a maximum lifespan of merely 500 years. Among the princes, innate talents varied significantly. The 13th prince, Milan Amigel, and the 17th prince, Ashu Amigel, stood out as the most gifted and ambitious among the living heirs. 2 months prior, a fierce confrontation had erupted anew between the 2 princes. Yet this time, even Queen Alessa could not mediate. What transpired? 2 months prior, during the grand hunting competition hosted by Emperor Amigwal, the 17th prince's childhood sweetheart, reputed to be a breathtaking beauty among goblins, was abducted by the 13th prince's soldiers while the 17th prince was away hunting, and presented to Emperor Amigwal. It is common knowledge in Furland that Emperor Amigwal is captivated by beauty. Upon beholding the 17th prince's beloved for the first time, he became utterly enchanted. Despite knowing that the enchanting goblin maiden was to be his son's future bride, he was astonished by how stunning she had grown since her youth. He chose to feign ignorance and swiftly took her into his harem. Thus, when the 17th prince returned with his quarry, he was left in a state of shock. He had not anticipated that while he sought to impress his father, he would return to find his home plundered, enraged upon learning the truth. The 17th prince stormed into the 13th prince's camp that very night, accompanied by his loyal knights. The 13th prince was taken aback by his younger brother's ferocity and was grievously injured, barely managing to escape to the palace where Amigwal had already welcomed the maiden. Witnessing his son nearly kill his other son, Amigwal was consumed with rage. He immediately ordered the 17th prince to receive 50 lashes and be placed under house arrest until he acknowledged his wrongs. Following this incident, the 17th prince realized that his chances of gaining Amigwal's favor were irretrievably lost, and the throne was definitively beyond his grasp. The 17th prince, known for his stubborn temperament, sent emissaries during his confinement to demand his betrothed, but Amigwal staunchly refused to acknowledge her. This rejection drove the goblin prince into utter despair. Thus, a month prior, the 17th prince feigned contrition to gain entry to the palace. That very night, a fierce battle erupted within the palace, resulting in the collapse of much of the structure and the corruption of half the palace by malevolent forces. Subsequently, the 17th prince was never seen leaving the palace again. The next day, news emerged that Amigwal had been mortally wounded in the heart by his own spear and lay near death. Soon after, reports followed that Amigwal had passed away, and the 13th prince, Milan Amigwal, hastily ascended the throne before the emperor's spirit. Jiang You listened in bewilderment, sensing that the tale of the 17th prince bore a striking resemblance to a figure known as Prince Sho from ancient history. However, this goblin prince exhibited far greater bravery than that unfortunate soul. Chapter 48. The winged family of 300 years. What a picture of paternal kindness and filial piety, of brotherly friendship and fraternal harmony. Within the hall of governance, a multitude of winged officials looked on with wide eyes. Nonetheless, Jiang You still discerned a puzzling aspect amidst the commotion. Though Amigwal bore old wounds, he was a demigod. How could he possibly succumb so easily? The 17th prince who entered the palace lacked such might. So, who could have slain Emperor Amigwal? Jiang You was enveloped in profound confusion within the hall of governance. After a moment of astonishment, the faces of several winged officials blossomed with joy. During the reign of the goblin Emperor Amigel, he had suppressed the continent, instilling fear in all tribes. Like an imposing mountain, he loomed over everyone. Now that he had passed, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Subsequently, unprecedented thoughts began to surface among the officials. They enthusiastically proposed, "Your Majesty, with Amegel's demise, Could the Goblin Empire be on the verge of collapse? As a demigod, Amigel was the stabilizing force of the Goblin Empire. With his death, chaos is inevitable. Why not seize this opportunity to expand our territory to the west, thereby accommodating a larger population in the future? Indeed, though Rosinda's is vast, it is merely a corner of Furland. We require more resources and land. Another added, without a demigod to oversee the Goblin Empire, the various tribes of the continent will not let this opportunity slip away. We could certainly take part. Your Majesty, I believe that if we reach out to the tribes across the continent, our legendary numbers and the quality of our armies may rival that of the goblins. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang You observed the winged officials expressing their opinions, a sense of gratification welling up in his eyes. It was a positive phenomenon that the winged folk could boldly consider the interests of their race without fearing the wrath of the current dominant power, the goblins. However, he was acutely aware that this was far from the right moment to vie for the continent's resources. In the future, historical records from the 5th chapter of the Elven Kingdom will reveal that the Goblin Empire existed for a staggering 3,000 years. Throughout these millennia, the most influential figure was not the first Goblin Emperor Amigel, but rather the great sage of the Goblin race, Azeba. Much of the historical documentation is lacking, yet the descriptions of the great sage Azeba are notable. The Chronicles of Titans and Dragons recount that Azeba was born in a small village in central Furland. Gifted from an early age, he was sent to the Goblin royal court, where he became a disciple of the esteemed Goblin sage Erigo. Azeba was known for his benevolence, wisdom, and strategic acumen, with a vision that was unparalleled. Even as a youth, Amigel caught Azeba's attention, and he was nurtured by the sage. The subsequent records are sparse, but one captivating detail remains. Before the establishment of the Goblin Empire, Azeba acquired immense knowledge and treasures in a secret northern location, which enabled the rise of the Goblin Empire. This great sage Azeba lived until the twilight of the Goblin Empire, and whenever the Empire faced a crisis, it was Azeba who intervened to stabilize the situation, guiding the Empire through turbulent times. Undoubtedly, after Amigel's death, the great sage Azeba became the de facto ruler of the Goblin Empire. The mere fact that he lived for 3,000 years invites contemplation. Given the lifespan of goblins, a legendary figure could not possibly endure for 3 millennia. Emerging from his reverie, Jiang You met the hopeful gazes of his officials. He nodded, then shook his head, and with a smile, he spoke. Edward, Meland, Charmin, Wayne, and Limir, your insights are commendable, and I am heartened by your thoughts. However, the timing is not opportune. The Goblin Empire is far more complex than it appears. Its depth is profound, and I surmise that they may very likely have a demigod lurking in the shadows. Therefore, for now, our clan should remain inactive. Observing the officials in the Ministry of Affairs deep in contemplation, Jiang You nodded and commanded one of the male winged beings, Jamora, dispatch agents to Proedas to gather intelligence day and night, and keep us informed. Yes, Your Majesty. Jamora accepted the order and exited the ministry to arrange the tasks. The remaining officials continued their duties. Jiang You then departed from the Whitestone Fortress, but before stepping out, he turned to the female winged being, Limir, and inquired, "By the way, Limir, where is your sister Sophia at present?" Sophia is the prodigious individual who elevated the profession of the Radiant Swordsman to the heroic tier of the Light's Envoy. Your Majesty, several months ago, Sophia journeyed to the southern fairy forest to celebrate the 1500th birthday of her friend, the Light Fairy. How many? 1500. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. These fairies are indeed long-lived. Very well, Limmer, Sophia is the most crucial legendary seed of our clan. Ensure her safety. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He always showed favor to the prodigies within his clan. The winged people have only evolved from the eagle tribe for a few centuries. Even though their ancestors were infused with a trace of Titan's blood, it granted the previously unremarkable high barbarian mountain eagles extraordinary potential. As of now, the extraordinary potential of the winged people is roughly equivalent to that of the goblins. 50 million goblins yield a mere few legends, while 500,000 winged beings still have much to strive for. Sophia embodies Jiang Yu's hopes. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the young male winged official seated in the central position. Wayne, have there been any extraordinary talents emerging in our clan recently? Your Majesty, Indeed, there is one. Oh, who might that be? It is Limmer and Sophia's sister, Ivida. Wayne replied with a smile. Ivida possesses remarkable talent and comprehension in the light system. At the tender age of 13, she has already become a practitioner. Jiang You could not help but direct his gaze once more towards the proud Limmer, exclaiming, a trio of exceptional talents. Limmer, splendid. You all must continue to strive. I hope that our winged people will witness the birth of our first legend, apart from myself, within your family. Limmer, your full name is Limmerleal, is it not? Your Majesty has a remarkable memory. Indeed, you are descendants of Eliel. Unbeknownst to us, it has been 3 centuries since then, and the descendants of those companions have multiplied so greatly. Jiang You marveled. Chapter 49. The Rebellion of the Kings 3 months later. New tidings arrived from the capital of Proedas. Several sons of Amigel were discontented with the abrupt ascension of the 13th prince to the throne and began to flee from the imperial capital to their fiefs, rallying their kin to raise arms in rebellion. Among them were the 15th, 18th, 21st, and 25th princes who took up arms in their territories, seeking to dethrone Milan Amigel. The armies of the 4 princes clashed violently with the second Goblin Emperor within the borders of the empire. Out of the 1,500 noble lords of the Goblin Empire, aside from the 2 Grand Dukes and 30 Marquises in the border regions, over 500 earls, viscounts, and barons were embroiled in the insurrection. Meanwhile, various races across the continent began to stir restlessly, with some even aligning themselves directly with the prince's factions to seize the greatest benefits. Among the closest to the imperial capital were the human tribes, led by Reinhardt, who at that moment was perusing a letter in his hands. Reinhardt, my brother, our father's mysterious death has incited a struggle among the kings, leading countless subjects of the empire to perish in this chaos. I had no intention to hunt for power, yet I understand the necessity to quell this rebellion. I have secretly garnered the support of Duke Miroaziba from the southern territories. I recognize that your human tribe possesses the capability to ride griffins. I implore your kin to mount these creatures and fight for me. Once we achieve victory, I shall lift the numerous restrictions imposed by the goblins upon the humans and grant your people a tract of land in the northern territories. Should you choose to support me, please send an envoy within 3 months, as I will commence my campaign soon to facilitate troop deployment. In the depths of the night within the tent, Reinhardt furrowed his brow as he read the letter from the 19th prince, remaining silent. Beside him, several elder humans and Fiona were present, having also perused the correspondence addressed to Reinhardt, their opinions divided. Some deemed the endeavor excessively perilous, noting that the human populace numbered but a few tens of thousands, constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others argued in favor of supporting the 19th prince, recognizing that being confined near the goblin-dominated capital placed the humans in constant jeopardy, and that this could be a rare opportunity to escape. After all, under the Goblin Emperor's scrutiny, the human race had scarcely advanced over the past 3 centuries, barely nurturing a population of a few tens of thousands. Amidst the discord, Reinhardt found himself unable to reach a decision, burdened by the weight of this choice that would determine the fate of his people. At that moment, only his mother, Fiona, had yet to voice her opinion. Reinhardt turned to her directly, asking, "Mother, what do you think I should decide?" He understood that the current human population had been nurtured through the sacrifices of the elders in their refuge, and he knew Fiona cherished their race more than he did. Fiona smiled at him and replied, "My son, you now bear the mantle of leadership for our people and must shoulder the responsibility for their lives and deaths. However, in this matter, you might consult your father. I believe you would not let this tumult within the Goblin Empire slip by." Upon hearing those words, Reinhardt lifted his gaze towards the distant east, the direction of the eastern coastline. "Father, I understand now, Mother. The journey from the imperial capital to the eastern coast, aboard a griffin, would take just over a month. That was ample time. Thus, I shall embark on this journey myself." 20 days later, Reinhardt arrived once more at the eastern coast. Chapter 50. Azabar at this moment, the eastern coast bore no resemblance to what it was 3 centuries ago. Along the continent, near the eastern shore, 9 fortifications had been established. These 9 strongholds were not only manned by the winged people, but also patrolled day and night by their kin above the connecting lines of the fortifications. Upon arriving, Reinhardt was quickly noticed and intercepted by the winged people. It was only after presenting his identification that he was permitted entry. During his departure years ago, Jiang You had gifted him a pair of winged jade as a token, which he had preserved and now found most useful. Soaring above the skies of Rosendars on his griffin, Reinhardt beheld the winged people living peacefully and harmoniously upon the lands of the eastern coast and its vicinity. Village Famland, and 7 cities that served as regional hubs unfolded before him. The transformation was striking, a stark contrast to the tribal existence he had encountered during his first visit to Heaven's Mountain. If it had once been a mere tribe, it had now evolved into a kingdom. He felt a twinge of envy, yearning for the day when humankind could also establish a realm of their own upon the land of Furland. With this thought, he resolved firmly in his heart. Regardless of Jiang Yu's involvement in the turmoil, whether he advised him to participate or to wait, Reinhardt would join the fray, not for any other reason, but to secure a true homeland for his people. As he traversed the skies, riding his griffin through the realm of the winged people, Reinhardt was indeed an unusual sight. Nevertheless, humanity was still regarded as a relatively close tribe to the winged people, with most of them merely casting a glance before disregarding him. Hours later, Reinhardt arrived at Heaven's Mountain. This time, he allowed his griffin to frolic nearby while he presented the token and then made his way from the foot of the mountain to the front of the white stone fortress. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the splendid mountain scenery. Jiang Yu awaited him not within the fortress, but on the expansive lawn outside. Nearly 3 centuries had elapsed since their last meeting. Despite maintaining correspondence throughout the years, the historical circumstances during Amidul's reign had rendered their encounters exceedingly rare, with the last one occurring 30 years prior. Before him stood his son, once a golden-haired youth, now a dignified middle-aged leader of a tribe. His hair, thick and reminiscent of a lion's mane, bore the lineage of Fiona. While Jiang Yu held no affections for Fiona, he felt a bond with his son, who shared his blood. Reinhardt had traveled great distances to the eastern coast, undoubtedly seeking his assistance. Indeed, as expected, as Reinhardt beheld Jiang Yu, he immediately spoke, "Father, I require your assistance. It must pertain to the recent insurrection of the Goblin Kings, correct?" "Indeed, father. The 19th Prince once sent me a letter requesting military support, promising substantial rewards. However, I've been unable to muster the resolve to act, which is why I seek your counsel. Reinhardt, remember, you are not merely my son. You are now a leader of humanity. Engaging in the squabbles of the Goblin Kings poses a grave danger to our people at this juncture. Should any misfortune arise, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Speaking from my own experience, even with the avian race's development, I tread a precarious path. The root of this peril lies in our inherent weakness." Although Jiang Yu refrained from stating it explicitly, he had implicitly advised Reinhardt against taking risks. A fierce sense of injustice welled up within Reinhardt, yet he understood that Jiang Yu's considerations were indeed valid. The stark contrast between reality and aspiration left him breathless. "Bring me that letter." "Very well." Jiang Yu retrieved the letter, scrutinizing it until he reached the name of Duke Myluo A's from the southern region, at which point his gaze sharpened. "Reinhardt, what is the relationship between this 19th prince and Duke Myluo A's? Can we trust his support?" "Father, I only know that the 19th prince grew up alongside Myluo, akin to brothers. Duke Myluo possesses an impeccable reputation, so this should indeed be genuine." "Very well. Reinhardt, I retract my previous statement. You may lend your full support to the 19th prince." "Father, do you truly agree?" Reinhardt exclaimed with delight. "Yes. Moreover, should you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from the avian race. If the adversary proves too formidable, I shall intervene." Jiang Yu replied with a smile. "My foolish son, you may be unaware of the weight carried by the name Azba. The 3,000 years of Goblin Empire history are deeply intertwined with Azba." That very day, Reinhardt mounted his griffin and hastened back to the borders of the Rhine territory on the Prodas Plains to respond to the letter from the 19th prince. In the Goblin Empire's history, September marked the onset of autumn, with the air growing crisp and the winds turning fierce. The former emperor's 19th prince, Asa Amigel, had risen in rebellion in the southern region, with Duke Myluo A's leading the charge in support. Chapter 1. The High Barbarian Mountain Eagle Tribe in the World of Furland during the Age of Titans and Dragons. At the juncture of the grasslands and forests lay the High Barbarian Mountain. The sun blazed in the sky, scorching like fire. The High Barbarian Mountain tribe received a royal decree. 50 eagle warriors were to be summoned within 3 days to heed the call of the god of thunder in the Hanhai forest. High above the cliffs, an eagleman with gray-black wings soared in midair, grasping a bone spear, and bellowed towards the eagle folk on the cliffs below. Amidst the throng of eaglemen, Jiang You gazed upwards in bewilderment, pondering, where have I arrived? Soon, he began to perceive the differences around him. Surrounded by beings with human faces and avian beaks, possessing the talons and wings of eagles, all cloaked in gray-black feathers, stood the eagle people. These creatures were clad in rudimentary hides, their frail frames and sallow complexions betraying a long history of malnutrition. Among them was a young eagle person, standing beside a matronly figure. Soon, fleeting memories of the past emerged in his mind. Envoy, our tribe consists of but 200 eagle people, if the able-bodied depart. How shall we survive in this vast wilderness? I beseech you for leniency. A tall, robust eagleman, positioned at the forefront of the cliffside assembly, implored the eagle envoy hovering above. Yet, the envoy remained indifferent to their plight, coldly responding, I care not for your lives. Arrive as scheduled to survive, fail, and your tribe shall be annihilated. With that, he spread his wings and soared away, leaving behind a throng of despairing eagle people. As night fell, a fire crackled upon the cliff, roasting the scant remains of the tribe's meat supply. The young and strong among the eagle people silently consumed their meal, flanked by their kin. Jiang You stood beside his mother and a towering male eagle, the leader of their tribe who had earlier pleaded with the envoy. After finishing his food, he turned to Jiang You, sighed, and affectionately ruffled his hair. Say, my son, you must grow strong and healthy. Jiang You, though now embodied in a different form, felt a stir of emotion from the memories of the young eagle person. He then turned to the female eagle beside him, speaking earnestly, Aji. The war between the Titan gods and the ancient dragon clan has persisted for a millennium. A decade ago, our forebears vanished without a trace. This time, our fate remains uncertain. After I depart, I entrust you with the upbringing of AU. The female eagle's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wing, must you truly go? If we leave the heights of Gaoman, we could hide far away. It is futile. The entire world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here, we cling to a thread of survival. Elsewhere, we would surely perish, the eagle father replied with resignation. Wing, you must return safely. I will. The following dawn, all the young eagle people, under the leadership of their father, took flight westward towards the Hanhai forest. On the cliff, a group of elder, frail, and young eagle people clutched their children tightly as they watched the warriors vanish into the horizon. 3 years later, in a forest near the heights of Gaoman, Jiang You gripped a short stone spear, perched atop a treetop, his piercing eyes fixed below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar were besieged by 3 forest wolves. The smaller boar had suffered grievous injuries, its head nearly torn asunder, while the larger boar, driven wild by the loss of its offspring, charged ferociously, heedless of its own wounds. A forest wolf fell, pierced and lifeless, while another lay on the ground, its belly torn open and gasping for breath. A third wolf delivered the final blow to a thick-skinned wild boar. At that moment, the cry of an eagle resonated through the air. Jiang You descended gracefully from the treetops, raising his stone spear to deftly pierce the eye of the forest wolf. As the creature succumbed to its agony, a notification appeared. You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. Ignoring it, Jiang You turned and soared towards the gravely injured wolf, hurling his spear with precision. Striking its throat, you have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness and efficiency. Only after the battle concluded did 3 youthful eagle people descend from the heights. You are truly remarkable. We had just taken flight from the trees, and you had already vanquished them all. Jiang You smiled and nodded. Saying a lie, you take a portion of the spoils back first. I will remain here to keep watch. Very well. You do take care. With that, the 3 young eagle people joined forces to carry away 2 wild boars, 1 large and 1 small. As they flew off, Jiang You quickly masked the scent of blood from the 3 wolves before ascending to the treetops. Perched upon a branch, he gazed at the setting sun in the distance, shaking the blood from his spear. He opened his status panel. Name, Jiang You race, eagle person, age 9 attributes, strength 5, constitution 4, spirit 9, agility 8, charisma 3. Level locked sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Skills, Throwing expert, spear mastery, expert, skill points, locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation, talents, none quest system, locked, sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation, game startup countdown, 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Upon seeing the game startup countdown, Jiang You couldn't help but twitch his lips. Transcending as an eagle person, with the world in chaos, and yet the game system remains inoperative. Am I still a player? He sighed deeply. The system is unreliable for now. I must rely on myself. Fortunately, I can still view my attributes and skills. I am not entirely devoid of potential. The dying rays of the sun cast a golden hue through the leaves. Jiang Yu snapped a twig and gestured in the air, speaking to himself. With nothing else to do, he took a moment to reflect. Having been in this world for 3 years, I have confirmed that this is the ancient era of the Furlan world game, the chapter of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, it was during the 5th chapter, the era of the rise of the human empire. By then, the age of Titans and Dragons had long passed. After the Great War of Antiquity, the Titans vanished and the great dragons retreated to Dragon Island. During this period, the records are scant in the recesses of my memory. Only a single event stands out, occurring 3 years before the final battle between the Titans and the Dragons. The god of thunder, Atri, in a fierce territorial conflict, slain the beloved youngest son of the ancient dragon emperor, the blue dragon king Alarithos, who is the ancestor of the future blue dragons. This incident served as the spark that ignited the dragon emperor's wrath, leading to a devastating war in which the entire dragon clan clashed with the Titan giants, resulting in mutual destruction and giving rise to the goblins in the ensuing chaos. At that time, I paid little heed to the chronicles of the Eagle folk while watching the documentary. The Eagle folk still had a royal court governing hundreds of thousands of their kind in the ancient world, belonging to the realm of intelligent races. Reflecting on this, I glanced at my own appearance, letting out a sigh. The Eagle folk, once mere fledgling creatures in the 5th chapter, have since been excluded from the ranks of intelligent beings. Players do not even have the option to select Eagle folk at the start of their journey. To be frank, the innate talents of the Eagle folk are indeed quite limited. Despite my numerous attempts to awaken extraordinary abilities within this youthful Eagle folk body, I have found no success. A lack of talent is simply a lack of talent. If one cannot awaken the extraordinary, how could one hope for anything greater? I furrowed my brow in contemplation. However, I recall a legend that has persisted throughout the 5th chapter. It tells of an ordinary tortoise that bathed in the blood of Titans during the ancient era, ultimately becoming a demigod and surviving until the arrival of the players. I had initially hoped to awaken extraordinary powers in a similar fashion. Yet in these 3 years, I have learned that bathing in Titan blood does not confer strength. Rather, it incinerates one to death, without exception. How did that old tortoise manage to bathe in Titan blood and yet not perish, instead wielding the extraordinary? I found myself lost in thought. I had undertaken a quest related to that old tortoise. Perhaps upon further reflection, I might uncover a clue. Chapter 2. The chieftain as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land. The stars sparkled in the vast sky. I, Jiang You, along with 3 companions, returned to the heights of Gaoman Mountain, bearing the remains of 3 forest wolves. By this time, the campfire on the cliff had been ignited, and a plump, thick-skinned wild boar was being roasted upon the spit. The Eagle folk gathered around the fire, encircling it in anticipation as they watched the boar sizzle. Some of the younglings among the Eagle folk had already begun to drool, their mouths watering at the sight. The thick-skinned wild boar is the most succulent and bountiful prey in the Whispering Forest, and even now, it is a rare find for Jiang Yu and his companions. This time, we fortuitously encountered 3 wolves while hunting the thick-skinned wild boar, allowing us to seize an uncommon opportunity. Once the roasting was complete, I was allocated the most delectable portion of the boar. As the Eagle folk feasted, a frail old Eagle folk with gray and white feathers and a stooped stature rose unsteadily to his feet and approached the fire, addressing the gathered clan with a resonant voice. My fellow kin. It has been 3 years since our chieftain led all the young men of our tribe to the Hanhai Forest to partake in the war instigated by the Thunder Titan. They have yet to return, and it is likely they have found their final resting place in the Yellow Sands. You all must be aware of this, do you not? The words of the Eagle Elder were akin to tearing open the scars of wounds, causing the Eagle tribesmen to lower their heads in sorrow. Before long, Jiang You heard the sounds of weeping surrounding him. The strength of the eagle warriors was woefully inadequate. Apart from their ability to fly, they were virtually powerless. On that grand battlefield, they were akin to mere cannon fodder, perishing in droves at the slightest touch of the strong. Fortunately, after 3 years, some of our children had grown, capable of assisting their mothers in hunting. Particularly, you had even acquired the ability to slay forest wolves independently. The Eagle Elder continued, recounting how Jiang You had, half a year ago, single-handedly defeated a lone wolf. Just as wolves have their alpha, a tribe must have its leader. I propose that Jiang You inherit the position of wing and assume the role of chieftain of our Eagleman mountain tribe. The Eagle Elder finally revealed his intention. He was too old, and the tribe was in disarray. Only Jiang You could fulfill the role of chieftain. Though still a youth, he was no less capable than the adult eagles. As the elder's words settled, the first to voice agreement were the young eagles of similar age to Jiang You. They had grown up alongside him, long since captivated by his prowess. With the endorsement of the youths, their mothers naturally would not oppose, leading to nearly half of the tribe supporting Jiang Yu's ascension as the new chieftain. Moreover, even those who remained silent bore no dissent. Thus, the matter was settled. The Eagle Elder smiled reassuringly, approaching Jiang You, and asked you, "Are you willing to bear the future of the Eagleman Mountain Eagle tribe?" As he spoke, he observed Jiang Yu's composed expression and nodded inwardly. Without hesitation, Jiang You earnestly replied, "Elder, I am willing to become the chieftain." In the ancient and perilous wilderness, devoid of extraordinary power, survival hinged solely on the strength of the tribe. He was no longer merely a player. His life was at stake. To become a chieftain was also a desire nestled deep within his heart. After 3 years of close companionship, he was not devoid of emotion. At the very least, he wished to alter the fate of his eagle kin. Jiang You silently resolved. In the deep of night, the moonlight cascaded upon the earth. Jiang You lay back on the great blue stone at the cliff's edge, feeling the breeze of the starry night. Contemplating, he recalled that the old turtle's task did not mention how to avoid being scorched by Titan's blood. Yet, if he had once been an ordinary turtle, he would not have ventured far from the battlefield while bathing in Titan's blood. With this thought, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. During the early rise of the human empire, the old turtle had gained renown through the power of thunder, suggesting that he had indeed bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. The Thunder Titan, after all, was the master of the entire eagle tribe. Turtles are fond of water, and the secret to the old turtle's survival while bathing in Titan's blood must lie within the waters. As for where this water might be, it undoubtedly resided within the vast sea forest. Only his arch-nemesis, the blue dragon king Alarithos, could bring the Titan of Thunder to its bloody demise. It is only through their fatal clash that a copious amount of Titan blood would cascade upon the forest, drenching the ancient turtle beneath it. Thus, the objective becomes abundantly clear. I must locate the brook where the ancient turtle resides, uncover the secret of its survival amidst the Titan's blood, and consequently awaken my extraordinary potential. With a sudden clarity of mind, Jiang You continued to ponder. However, the vast sea forest is not a realm for the faint of heart. It lies at the border where Titans and dragons coexist, guarded by formidable factions from both sides. Numerous extraordinary beings from various races inhabit this territory. Should I approach recklessly, I would surely meet my demise on the spot, as no one would lament the loss of an eagle person, not even those of the Titan faction. The sole means of venturing there is to heed the call of the Eagle King escort, akin to what my father did 3 years prior, joining the ranks as a soldier of the eagle folk and journeying to the vast sea forest. Upon receiving the summons, I must act swiftly and make my way to the forest ahead of time. As scouts by nature, the eagle folk would likely select me for reconnaissance should I arrive early, presenting me with the opportunity to seek out the ancient turtle's south hiding place. As my thoughts crystallized, a preliminary plan took shape within Jiang Yu's mind. The royal court summons eagle soldiers for various tribes approximately every decade. Thus, I must seize the opportunity that presents itself 7 years hence. Chapter 3. Bronze. The eagle folk dwell upon the mountains, thriving in the heights, their lives intricately woven with the cliffs. They carve out dwellings from stone at the mountain summit. The High Barbarian Mountain is merely a commonplace hill within the ancient Philanda world. Yet, the fabled Eagle King's court rests atop a majestic peak known as the Heavenly Mountain, an imposing edifice sheltering thousands of eagle folk, the ancestral home from which the High Barbarian Mountain Tribe descends. Upon becoming the chief of the High Barbarian Mountain Tribe, Jiang You embarked on a transformative journey to improve the living conditions of his people. Though the stone caves provided safety, centuries of habitation had rendered them unbearable and unhygienic. In the first year, he crafted stone axes, felled trees, and led his kin to construct dozens of wooden houses and beds, establishing a new abode. The original caves were fitted with wooden doors, becoming excellent storage spaces. The Eagle folk's wooden houses featured two entrances, one at the roof and another near the cliff, to facilitate movement. After completing the wooden dwellings, he gathered his tribe to excavate a water reservoir in the heart of the settlement, providing a source of drinking and domestic water. Jiang Yu arranged for his people to fetch water daily, and then he encircled the cluster of wooden houses with wooden walls, thus forming a quaint little village. Compared to cave dwellings, the safety of the wooden village may be somewhat inferior. Yet, as Jiang Yu gazed upon the settlement before him, he felt, for the first time in this untamed land, the presence of civilization, which brought him a sense of peace. In the winter of the following year, Jiang Yu led the young eagle warriors to hunt and slay several hibernating black bears in the Whispering Forest, their prowess and skills having grown significantly. He adorned himself in garments fashioned from bear skin, which provided considerable warmth. By the third year, Jiang Yu encountered a magical beast in the eastern part of the Whispering Forest. Fortunately, this creature belonged to the deer family. Despite its strength, its temperament was relatively gentle, remaining within its territory and allowing Jiang Yu and his companions to feel reassured. Nonetheless, his yearning for extraordinary power only intensified. In the fourth year, while leading a hunting party in pursuit of wild cattle, Jiang Yu ventured 3,000 meters westward, where he stumbled upon an open copper mine. This discovery filled him with unmatched delight. Copper. This was the key to advancing from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. With copper tools, the strength of the Eagleman mountain tribe could increase significantly. However, soon a young eagle warrior, acting as a scout, flew in from a distance to inform him of a nearby serpent tribe. The serpent people, also a subordinate race of the Titan giants, have been ancestral enemies of the eagle folk, engaged in ceaseless conflict over overlapping territories. In ancient times, when the four-legged eagles had not yet evolved into the eagle people, they often preyed on the ancestors of the serpent folk. Yet, after both races received the Titan giants' gifts and evolved into sentient beings, the eagle people's dominance over the serpents waned. The serpent folk possessed superior reproductive capabilities and were adept with bows and arrows. Although the eagle folk enjoyed the advantage of flight, their sharp talons were not conducive to archery. Otherwise, a unit capable of shooting arrows from the skies, even if merely mundane and lacking extraordinary power, would hold a significant advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu's desire for copper triumphed over his concerns regarding the serpent tribe. He pondered aloud, "Liang, how many serpents reside in that tribe? And are there any extraordinary serpents among them?" "Chief, I did not observe closely," Liang replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "Never mind, we shall take another look." Jiang Yu reassured him, understanding that it was commendable for a young eagle warrior to have noticed the serpent tribe at all. He ascended into the sky with a group of eagle youths, and after flying several miles, they indeed discovered a small serpent settlement by a stream. Jiang Yu circled above, observing that this small tribe was in a situation quite similar to their own. Years of warfare had drained their vitality, leaving mostly the elderly, the weak, and women and children in the tribe. It was clear the serpent survival on the battlefield was even less than that of the eagle folk, rendering them mere cannon fodder. However, the number of serpent folk in this tribe exceeds that of the eagle folk in Eagleman Mountain, with approximately 300 serpents residing there. Jiang Yu decisively resolved to eradicate this serpent tribe. Thus, on that very night, he led the warriors of the eagle tribe to obliterate the serpent enclave while they slumbered. Following this victory, they began to exploit copper mines and smelt bronze. Jiang Yu possessed knowledge of the rudimentary, ancient methods of copper smelting from his previous life, and, after several attempts, successfully forged bronze. In the fifth year, after a year of accumulation, nearly every eagle warrior in the tribe possessed a bronze weapon. With these tools, they could hunt larger and more ferocious prey. Even when encountering some weaker magical beasts, Jiang Yu and his comrades dared to test their mettle. While the tribesmen primarily wielded bronze spears, Jiang You crafted a bronze sword for himself. By the 6th year, as the tribe's bronze reserves increased, Jiang You utilized the surplus to cast a grand bronze cauldron, allowing food to be continuously cooked within it. Subsequently, various bronze utensils were fashioned, including bowls, basins, pots, and spoons. At this point, Jiang You could proudly declare that the Eagleman mountain tribe had transitioned from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age, surpassing the vast majority of races in the world of Filand in terms of civilization. In the 7th year, at the age of 16, Jiang You was considered an adult among the eagle folk. His physique had become more robust and graceful, and his wings more resilient. This year, in preparation for the impending war, Jiang You began to forge bronze armor. Given the eagle folk's wings, it was challenging to cover their backs with armor, and to maintain their aerial agility, the armor could not be excessively heavy. Thus, Jiang You crafted protective plates for the chest, arms, and head. A dozen sets of this simple bronze armor were created, donned by Jiang You and the strongest among the tribe, his childhood companions with whom he shared a profound bond. As time passed, that autumn, amidst the fluttering golden leaves, the messenger from the Eagle King's court arrived as anticipated. Chapter 4. A decade of campaigns. The skies were vast and serene, imbued with the essence of autumn. Upon the cliffs of Eagleman Mountain, a messenger of the eagle folk, with gray-black wings, soared gracefully in the air, wielding a 2-meter-long bone spear, surveying the land with an air of superiority. He glanced over the eagle populace of Eagleman Mountain, and seeing this group of diminutive tribesmen, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he proclaimed loudly, "By decree of the royal court of Eagleman Mountain, 50 eagle warriors are summoned. You have 3 days to assemble and heed the command of the god of thunder in the Hanhai forest." The familiar call of summons echoed across the cliffs, revealing the royal court's evident disregard for such a small tribe as Eagleman Mountain. For decades, they had not even deemed it necessary to alter a single word of the summons. It seemed that this was a common call directed at all the minor eagle tribes beyond the royal court within the vast mountains. Yet, 50 warriors were still far too many. Currently, the Eagleman tribe, including the newly born infants, comprises merely around 200 individuals, with only a little over 30 adult male Eaglemen in Jiang Yu's generation. At this moment, Jiang Yu finally comprehended the deep sorrow and helplessness felt by the eagle father in those bygone days. The phrase, "my son must grow up healthy," must have been uttered under profoundly tragic circumstances. At the cliff's edge, a multitude of eagle men bowed their heads in reverence. Jiang Yu stood at the forefront, his claws clenched tightly, suppressing the fury within him. He took a deep breath and, mirroring his father's plea, implored, "Esteemed messenger, you have witnessed our plight. Our tribe is scarcely able to muster 50 Eaglemen warriors. Might you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all the adult male Eaglemen in a battle for the Thunder God and the royal court." "Oof. The royal decree is not subject to negotiation," sneered the gray-black-winged Eagleman messenger coldly. "For a diminutive tribe like yours to survive here, sheltered by the royal court, is already a gift from them." As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yu's tightly clenched claws and the unwavering gaze directed at him, a murderous intent stirring within him. A small tribe like Eagleman Mountain, akin to the wild grasses of the prairie, experiences cycles of death and rebirth. Even their annihilation would bear little consequence. It is only a matter of time. The royal court has never cared for their survival. With the emergence of killing intent, the Eagleman messenger's eyes narrowed, and the gentle breeze in the realm began to stir ominously. This was indeed extraordinary power, the power of wind. Jiang Yu, standing at the cliff's edge, felt an immediate chill, his body shivering involuntarily. He quickly bowed his head and declared loudly, "Esteemed messenger, Eagleman Mountain is willing to heed the call to arms." Suddenly, the world fell silent for a few breaths, with only the rising winds audible. On the cliff, Jiang Yu remained vigilant, prepared to spring into action at any moment. After a long pause, the cold-faced Eagleman messenger ultimately refrained from striking, delivering a chilling admonition before soaring away. 50 men within 3 days. Remember, one less man, 1 day late, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu's heart surged with indignation. Curse it! The day will come when we rebel against this wretched Eagleman royal court. Once the messenger had departed, the tribe's people lamented. When will this war come to an end? When will our lives truly improve? We are far too weak. With our forebears gone, we fear we too shall follow in their footsteps. Observing the despondent faces of his kin, Jiang You immediately stepped forward and declared loudly, "Trust in me, my fellow tribesmen. This time, I shall ensure everyone returns safely. If I do not return, I will perish before all of you. Furthermore, I ask that the adult sisters of our tribe join us in this expedition for the 50-man quota. As for the underage youths, they shall remain in the tribe." "Yes, Chief." At that moment, a dozen or so adult female tribespeople stepped forward, all belonging to their generation of female Eaglemen. Thus, the entirety of the Gaoman mountain tribe was left with only the elderly and the weak. Jiang Yu sighed softly, his gaze drifting towards the largest and youngest of the eagle tribe. He smiled and addressed him, "Cha, after we depart, you shall be the strongest male eagle in the tribe. You must lead the youth in safeguarding everyone." Tears welled in Cha's eyes as he solemnly replied, "Yes, brother Yu." Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded, offering a comforting gesture to his mother before stepping forward to address the eagle warriors preparing for their expedition. "Very well, without further ado, let us return to don our bronze armor and wield our weapons. We shall depart for the Hanhai forest in a quarter of an hour." One eagle questioned, "You, is it not within 3 days? Why the urgency?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In the past generations, none of our ancestors returned from their expeditions. This time, we must first ascertain the situation in the Hanhai forest and prepare ourselves thoroughly." The method of bathing in Titan blood was too astonishing. He was not yet ready to reveal it, and instead concocted a plausible excuse. However, it was not entirely a mere pretext. There was indeed some truth to his words. "Understood. We shall return to gather our weapons and gear, departing in a quarter of an hour." The eagle warriors nodded in agreement. They had no doubts about Jiang Yu's words. Having grown up alongside him for years, their trust in him far surpassed that of ordinary bonds. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, 50 eagle warriors, armed with bronze swords and spears, stood ready for action. At Jiang Yu's command, they soared westward, leaving behind the reluctant gazes of the elderly and infirm in the tribe. Chapter 5. Hanhai Forest Beneath the Stars and the Moon. They journeyed day and night, witnessing the sunrise and sunset 7 times. Traversing mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and dense woods, Jiang Yu finally led his tribe's warriors to the Hanhai Forest. This vast and boundless woodland, true to its name, was as green and expansive as the ocean. A long river wound through the forest, merging into the distant sea. This land lay on the fringes of the territory ruled by the Thunder Titan, Atrus, bordering the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Alarithos. For many years, the two factions had clashed, with neither achieving a decisive victory. At that moment, the Hanhai Forest resembled a colossal military encampment, where myriad races gathered. He observed centaurs patrolling the woods, eagles soaring in the sky, trolls camping in the underbrush, dwarves riding goats in the valleys, goblins felling trees, merfolk resting by the great river, fishmen wielding stone tridents, and blood giants standing as overseers. Fairies and tree spirits gazed down from the treetops, while boarmen lay sprawled on the ground. This was a realm of the Titans' subordinate races, having ruled half the world since the era of the Titan giants. The ancient dragons were not to be underestimated either. Jiang Yu looked further north into the depths of the Hanhai Forest and beheld a towering stone throne, rising 300 meters high, seemingly carved from an entire mountain. Upon it sat a giant nearly 200 meters tall, with purple hair and golden eyes, exuding a formidable aura that instilled dread in all who beheld him. The imposing figure, as formidable as a mountain or a vast ocean, instilled in Jiang Yu a profound sense of awe. At every moment, celestial purple lightning danced around his robust form, evoking the depths of a chasm or the confines of a prison. This was the Titan of Thunder, Atrus. According to the accounts of the 5th era, Titans are born of legend, attaining the realm of demigods upon reaching maturity. The great Titan King, even without ascending to the divine throne, possesses might comparable to that of the gods. Such is the Titan, ruler of half the ancient Falanda world. Having sensed the Titan's magnificent aura, Jiang Yu grew increasingly cautious, burying his pride as a traveler deep within. He was still a mere mortal, not even transcendent, in this world brimming with extraordinary power, where death loomed at every turn. Cautiousness was his only ally, as they soared over the expanse of the Hanhai Forest. They encountered no resistance from the Eaglemen and horned eagles patrolling the skies, allowing them to descend directly into the encampment of the Eaglemen. Upon landing, soldiers from the royal court of the Eaglemen approached them. One, a middle-aged Eagleman clad in wolf pelts, exuded an aura of battle-hardened experience, despite lacking any transcendent presence. He inquired coolly, "Which tribe do you hail from, and who is your leader?" Jiang You stepped forward and replied, "I am the leader, an elder of the royal court, and we come from the Gaoman mountain tribe." The middle-aged soldier merely nodded, evidently unfamiliar with the Gaoman mountain tribe. Glancing at the bronze weapons and armor they bore, he dismissed them, thinking what significance could a small tribe of Eaglemen, including even female Eaglemen, possibly hold? "Follow me," he instructed. The Eagle tribe from the east is commanded by Lord Windwing. He led them through half of the encampment, arriving at a large, disheveled area. The trees had all been felled, leaving a barren expanse of muddy grassland. Jiang Yu's gaze swept across the scene. Estimating that around 10,000 Eaglemen warriors were stationed here, their gray-black wings interwoven upon the ground like a vast, somber net. The middle-aged Eagleman casually gestured toward a corner. "You may rest there." With that, he turned to leave, having little desire for further conversation, considering them mere fodder destined for the battlefield. Jiang Yu quickly called out to him, his expression earnest. "Elder, may I inquire your name? Furthermore, where is Lord Windwing's encampment, and how shall we heed his commands?" This place was chaotic, with the Eaglemen haphazardly gathered, lacking any coherent command structure. Jiang Yu thought it prudent to clarify these matters. Hearing this, the middle-aged soldier turned back, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes, and he chuckled. "Why do you have to heed Lord Windwing's commands? In due time, someone will come to summon you." He pointed toward a nearby encampment of Eaglemen, where an Eagleman warrior of the royal court, armed with a bone spear, hovered in the air, loudly berating the Eaglemen below. "All of you, come forth with your kin." The summoned Eaglemen dared not resist, gathering their tribes to follow him. Their numbers varied, with some tribes consisting of only a few, while others boasted over a dozen. Each Eagleman's gaze was dulled, clearly indicating that this was not their first summons. Each small clan had arrived with 50 members, but many had perished, their fates sealed long ago. Jiang Yu observed with a heavy heart. "I understand, Elder. Good. It is best that you do. I prefer not to speak harshly. You small clans, sheltered beneath the royal court, heed the orders well, speak not. For when the war concludes, few shall return. As for my name, it is of no consequence to you." The middle-aged eagle soldier spoke with an even tone, gesturing towards the edge of another grove. "By the way, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Behold where you look, it is the fate of those who flee." Jiang Yu turned to see a gruesome display of Eaglemen corpses, impaled on wooden stakes, bloodied and gruesome, thrust into the earth. He fell silent, while the middle-aged Eagleman laughed heartily. "Foolish boy, do not overestimate yourselves. You Eaglemen are but ants and weeds. The royal court grants you life, and when it wills, you shall die. Take heed." With that, he spread his wings and soared away to greet the next clan, leaving Jiang Yu standing rooted in place, fists clenched, his eyes deep with resolve. In such a royal court, what future could the Eaglemen hope for? It was no wonder they had become one of the weakest magical creatures. "I shall eventually take their place." Behind him, the eagle warriors who had grown alongside Jiang Yu bore expressions of indignation, but restrained their fury. Only after the middle-aged eagle had departed did one step forward to inquire, "You, what shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced at the soaring reconnaissance team above and smiled. "They shall call for their own, while we shall pursue our own course. Lie. Bring forth the bone spears we crafted before. We shall patrol ourselves." One Eagleman stepped forward, presenting a long object wrapped in beast skin to Jiang Yu. He unwrapped it, grasping the bone spear, and addressed the gathered Eaglemen with a grin. "From this moment on, I am a soldier of the royal court, leading you in reconnaissance. Follow me." Excellent. He was determined to seek the location of the ancient turtle. Even without the royal court's orders, he was eager to explore. Nevertheless, he would dictate the route for safety's sake. Whether they would be discovered was of little concern. Death awaited either way. To awaken the extraordinary, he must take risks. Chapter 6. Bathed in Titan and dragon blood, equipped with some preserved meat, Jiang Yu inquired among the Eaglemen who had previously undertaken tasks. Holding his bone spear and donning a bear hide coat, he masqueraded as a royal guard, leading his tribe into the sky, boldly soaring beyond the camp's confines. The journey was fraught with perils, yet devoid of significant danger, a characteristic too common among such factions, garnering little attention from the Eaglekin. A cadre of royal eagle warriors, accompanied by 50 tribal warriors, ventured forth, while another group of returning royal eagle warriors brought back a dozen or so tribal kin. Typically, the scouting units suffered the greatest losses before the onset of battle. In this vast expanse of sky, the warriors of the eagle tribe were the weakest entities. Not to mention the dragon hybrids soaring above, various flying subdragon species, and bipedal dragons. Even griffins could easily overpower a squadron of 50 eagle scouts. As Jiang You was about to take flight beyond the camp's perimeter, a royal eagle guard stationed at the edge suddenly furrowed his brow and approached him, his expression impassive. "Who are you? I have never seen you before." "I am a newcomer today," Jiang You replied calmly. His demeanor was so natural that the sentinel could find no fault, and he nodded to grant passage. Behind him, the hearts of the tribesmen raced, and upon seeing the guard relent, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon observing Jiang Yu's actions, their hearts raced anew. Instead of departing, Jiang You quietly approached the guard and discreetly pressed a piece of gold into his hand, inquiring, "Brother, as a newcomer, could you kindly inform me where the battles for the skies are most intense?" Even in the ancient epochs, gold was a universal currency. This particular piece having been acquired during the eradication of the serpent tribe. The guard's expression brightened as he nodded in satisfaction. "I understand. In recent days, the Eastern Front has seen the fiercest clashes, with even several extraordinary eagle noblemen falling. Young brother, it would be most prudent for you to fly westward." "Thank you, brother," Jiang You replied with a smile, and he proceeded to lead his kin westward. Adjacent to the eagle camp lay the encampment of the goblins. A once declining race in this ancient era, now one of the prominent subservient factions under the Titans, with a population numbering in the millions scattered throughout the Feyland. They were also found among the ranks of the ancient dragons. The goblins were notably astute. Jiang You observed that their camp was replete with massive trebuchets, alongside wooden arrow towers and lowly tents, all far more orderly than the chaotic mess of the eagle camp. Next to the goblins were the trolls, whose encampments mirrored the disarray of the eagles. Jiang You surmised that the elegant and beautiful ancestors of the future, elves, might have been among them. Continuing further, he encountered centaurs, dwarves, and half-orcs, a microcosm of the world's intelligent races. Upon exiting the camp, Jiang You guided his kin further westward, diligently searching for the traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams. As for the great river that traversed the forest, as described in the memories of the old tortoise, it was certainly not a place of his childhood. By nightfall, he returned his kin in batches to avoid detection, ensuring that their numbers remained largely unchanged amidst their clandestine excursions. After several days of searching in the west, Jiang You was unable to locate the dwelling of the ancient turtle. On the 5th day, as he ventured out, the gatekeeper, an Eagleman sentinel, intercepted him, informing him that he could no longer proceed towards the safest west. Reluctantly, Jiang You had no choice but to lead his people southward. They navigated cautiously, evading the dragons and griffins on one side, yet still encountered a bipedal dragon. After suffering the loss of several clan members, Jiang You hurled a spear, striking the dragon squarely in its eye. The creature howled in agony, yet such an injury was insufficient to incapacitate it. Instead, it became more ferocious and frenzied. In a moment of decisive action, Jiang You separated from the group, drawing the bipedal dragon away. They fled wildly above the forest, occasionally disturbing other beings engaged in aerial combat. Fortunately, with Jiang Yu's proficient flying skills and the dragon's singular vision, he managed to evade capture for the time being. Just as an eagle and dragon grappled in the sky, Jiang Yu suddenly noticed a shadow engulfing the heavens above him. Gazing upward, he beheld a colossal blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring overhead. The ancient Blue Dragon King was enveloped in cataclysmic blue thunder. Its immense body was adorned with scales as formidable as steel, exuding an air of majesty. Behind Jiang Yu, the pursuing bipedal dragon let out a triumphant roar upon witnessing its lord. However, before it could revel in its excitement, a thunderous roar resonated from the distant north. "Eurydice, I have not yet sought trouble with you, yet you dare to court death?" The immense roar compelled Jiang Yu to glance northward. There he beheld a towering giant, 200 meters tall, radiating a purple lightning aura, clad in an unknown material, wielding a gleaming silver spear entwined with world-ending thunder as he strode forward, shaking the very earth beneath him. The blue dragon, undeterred, retorted with a thunderous voice, "Atari, foolish and arrogant Titan barbarian, today let Lord Eurydalis bestow upon you eternal obliteration." The distance between them appeared vast, yet in the presence of such colossal beings, it would vanish in an instant. With a resounding clash, the two titans of ancient times commenced their fierce battle. The earth trembled beneath their conflict, the sky was torn asunder, and the forest was flattened underfoot, as howling winds carried endless dust, unleashing the fury of the heavens and earth. As the masters engaged in battle, countless races from both factions began to clash amidst the tumult of the land and sky. Upon the earth, the Minotaur wielded a massive tree in a sweeping motion, while goblins hurled stones from their baskets. Trolls swung their stone axes, golems crashed into the ground, and the ram-headed beings charged forth with lethal intent. Centaurs galloped across the terrain, serpent-bodied beings knocked their wooden bows, dwarves brandished their stone hammers against foes, and boarmen unleashed their deadly tusks. In the skies above, avian humanoids engaged in fierce battle. Two-headed wyverns soared through the heavens, flamingos blazed across the firmament, griffins displayed their sharp fangs and claws, and dragon eagles flapped their wings like blades. This was an epic battlefield of mythic proportions. Yet, remarkably, Jiang You found himself in closest proximity to these colossal beings. The danger was palpable, yet uncertain. In an instant, Jiang You resolved to act. Behind him, the wyverns, infused with the battlefield's fervor, surged excitedly towards him. Amidst the chaos of combat and flames engulfing the sky, Jiang You ceased to evade. Instead, he drew forth a bronze short sword from his bosom, and, as a wyvern lunged at him, he leaped atop its head, driving the blade into its skull with a vigorous twist. You have slain a wyvern, gaining 100 experience points. As the wyvern succumbed, its enormous form plummeted downward. Jiang You clung to its back, allowing himself to fall alongside it, feigning a mutual demise. For he had already glimpsed a crescent-shaped lake below. It reminded him of the vast crescent-shaped lake that would be the future dwelling of the old turtle, filling him with certainty that this was indeed the place. With a resounding splash, both he and the wyvern plunged into the water. The wyvern floated atop the surface, casting a shadow under which Jiang Yu swiftly submerged. After several strokes, he soon discovered a delightful pink turtle resting on a smooth stone that shimmered with a greenish light at the lake's bottom. A surge of joy filled his heart. This must be it. He swam vigorously to the little turtle, gently patted its tiny head, and then carefully placed it in a corner of the green stone before seating himself upon it. Instantly, an exquisite, refreshing rhythm enveloped his entire being. In the external world, within the vast sea of forests, a titan towering 200 meters loomed, its robust form marred by wounds, its golden eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. All that exists in this world belongs to the Titan race. You dragonkin are not, but a band of wretched thieves. Self-proclaimed deities, how arrogant. Rarely do such a race like yours appear in the astral realms. You are truly detestable. With a mocking laughter, the blue electric dragon rejoined the fray, swinging its tail, which stretched dozens of meters, crackling with electric energy. The Titan roared with laughter, wielding a 300-meter-long spear, charging forward. We Titans possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas, to overturn the heavens. What could possibly be wrong with our claim to divinity? How ludicrous! As the words left his lips, the two formidable entities collided once more, raising clouds of dust, as thunder clashed against thunder in a fierce struggle. Their battle escalated in ferocity, golden blood splattering across the forest battlefield. They had long ascended to semi-divine status, and their blood had turned to gold. In the midst of battle, at a particular moment, the dragon claw of the blue electric giant dragon Erelithos tore through the shoulder of the Titan giant, causing a cascade of golden blood to spill into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang Yu resided. Almost instantaneously, the entire crescent lake became inundated with the golden blood, enveloping both him and the little turtle in a moment of divine crimson. In that fleeting instant, an overwhelming sensation akin to searing flames engulfed his being, an agony that felt as though he were being scorched within the heart of the sun, subjected to a furnace of 100,000 degrees. Concurrently, the voice of the system resonated. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan, all attributes enhanced. The pain was unbearable, even with his iron-willed resolve. He felt as though he were being burned alive. Beside him, the small turtle had turned a bright red, flailing upon the blue stone. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of refreshing coolness surged into his body. Jiang You glanced down to see a radiant azure light emanating from the blue stone, enveloping both him and the turtle. However, this moment of reprieve was short-lived, as the Titan's blood continued to flow into the lake. To make matters worse, due to their proximity to the fierce battle between the two demigods, the ancient blood of the Blue Dragon King also cascaded into the waters. Thus, the sensation of burning returned anew. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon King, all attributes enhanced. At that moment, Jiang You realized why the old turtle had been so reluctant to elaborate on the details of awakening. The pain was excruciating, akin to a torturous cycle of relentless torment. Time passed, though the duration was indeterminate. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon, all attributes enhanced. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon, awakening the power of thunder. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon. Your bloodline has undergone a transformation. Your will has been enhanced within the Titan and Dragon's blood. You have awakened the talent, Champion's will. Only when the golden essence of blood in the lake was completely absorbed by the man and the turtle did the torturous sensation cease. At that moment, both had undergone a remarkable transformation. The turtle's shell had morphed into a deep purplish blue, electric sparks dancing around it, while its small, bean-sized eyes brimmed with newfound wisdom. Chapter 7. The external conflict raged on, yet the seismic tremors wrought by this epic confrontation gradually faded into the distance. The Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King had evidently distanced themselves from this locale in their fierce struggle. Jiang You emerged from the lake, peering around to assess the surrounding battle. Though the aftermath of the clash between the two titans left devastation in its wake, no living soul had ventured near, granting Jiang You the opportunity to gaze upon the water surface. There, an extraordinary visage reflected back at him, a figure reminiscent of an Eagleman. His once avian beak had vanished, replaced by a refined and handsome nose and mouth akin to that of a human, while the dark, bristly fur upon his face had thinned, revealing a delicate contour. Above him, his formerly gray-white hair shimmered in a blend of silver and gray, enhanced in luster. Most striking were his eyes. The once vertical pupils of the Eagleman had vanished, replaced by a pair of violet orbs that sparkled like stars. Furthermore, a significant amount of feathers had shed from his body, and his claws, once sharp and talon-like, now bore a more fleshy appearance, indicating a shift towards a more human-like form. His wings, originally a shade of gray-black, began to intersperse with fresh white feathers. Still tender and new, he had evolved, much like his ancestors before him. Upon accessing his status panel, the data presented was vastly different. Name: Jiang You. Race: Eagleman. Bloodline mutation in progress. Age: 16. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11. Charisma 5 level. Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Skills: Throwing, Mastery, Spear Technique, Mastery, Thunder Power, Extraordinary. Skill points: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Talent: Champion's Will. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with combat awareness that surpasses all. Quest system: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game initiation. Game activation countdown: 3, 646, 486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiang You gazed at the panel, realizing that all his attributes had significantly improved, and he felt a surge of power coursing through him. His vision extended further than before. Although his level did not appear on the panel, he was acutely aware that he had transcended into the extraordinary realm. The blood of titans and dragons had granted him this opportunity, and he had seized it. Next, he prepared to return safely from this war. He grasped his bronze sword, the extraordinary power surging forth, with tendrils of lightning swirling around the blade. Ready to confront the two-headed dragon once more, he felt equipped for a direct battle. Emerging from the small lake, he glanced at the small turtle on the blue stone, which was beginning to exhibit signs of intelligence, planning to take both the turtle and the stone with him after the battle. Upon reaching the shore, he spread his wings to take flight. only to be struck by an anguished cry that echoed through the heavens. Atreyu, you dare to kill me. Erelithos, today, you shall meet your doom. The voice of the thunder titan resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating across the land. Jiang You lifted his gaze, his heart racing. In the nearby forest, the towering thunder titan fiercely grasped the blue dragon's head and neck, his hands seemingly infused with 1,000,000,000 volts of energy. With a tearing sound, the titan wrenched the dragon's head clean off, blood splattering in a gruesome display. With a thunderous crash, the headless body of the blue dragon collapsed, its blood flowing into the forest like a river. The victorious thunder titan raised the severed head of the blue dragon king, sending the creatures of the dragon faction into a panicked retreat. The entire expanse of the Hanhai forest resounded with the jubilant cries of the wise races belonging to the Titan faction. The war had concluded, and victory was ours. Yet, as Jiang You beheld this scene, his heart surged like a volcano. This battle had been the very catalyst of the conflagration, the demise of Erelithos. The son of the Dragon Emperor had ignited a war that engulfed the entire world between the Titans and the dragons. The heavens and the earth had crumbled. Countless races had suffered grievous losses. I must first locate my kin. After this battle, I must contemplate how to preserve our lineage amidst such turmoil. Chapter 8. The Path of Profession, however. Before that, Jiang You gazed at the shimmering azure stones and the small turtle nestled at the lake's bottom. After some contemplation, he decided against taking them all. Lacking storage equipment, carrying them would be akin to a child parading gold through a bustling market. Furthermore, he recalled that storage equipment first emerged during the latter part of the second chapter, in the Goblin Empire. Marking the location in his mind, Jiang You unfurled his grayish-white wings and ascended into the air, faint echoes of thunder accompanying him. Hovering midair, his vision, now extraordinary, allowed him to perceive clearly the formerly subservient races of the Blue Dragon King, either fleeing in desperation or kneeling in surrender. Indeed, the outcome was already determined. Jiang You then turned his gaze toward the battlefield between the Thunder Titan and the Blue Dragon King. There, he saw the Thunder Titan devouring the colossal heart of the Blue Dragon King, flaying its flesh to extract the treasures within its form, causing his eyelids to twitch. Dragons are treasures in themselves, not to mention the ancient ones. However, the Blue Dragon King was the offspring of the ancient Dragon Emperor. After this battle, the dragons would undoubtedly vow to fight the Titan race to the bitter end. The true apocalyptic war was about to commence. This was the very battle that had ignited the flames of war. I cannot delay. Upon my return, I must lead my kin to migrate. The heights of Eagleman are no longer safe. The place where the Thunder Titan resides will be the epicenter of the fiercest conflict, a being the ancient dragons would most desire to eliminate. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang You. If history remained unchanged, then there was but a year until the war between the Titans and the dragons would commence. No matter, I must seek out my kin and discover their whereabouts. He turned eastward and took flight. Previously, when he encountered the bipedal dragon, he had lured it away, and his kin had headed eastward. Fortunately, the eagle people were now on the victorious side, and he faced no danger while soaring above the battlefield. After flying for a considerable distance, he finally spotted a large group of eagle people in the sky. Among them were his kin. However, upon a quick glance, he noted that only about 30 of his people remained, each bearing wounds. Jiang You frowned and approached them. Although his appearance had altered significantly, still resembling an Eagleman, yet distinctly different, his kin sensed a familiar aura but dared not acknowledge him. For the thunderous energy enveloping his wings unmistakably marked him as an extraordinary being. Though there are numerous extraordinary eagle warriors within the royal court, each one serves as a precious asset to the Eagle King's domain, standing above the ordinary eagle folk. Thus, among this group of eagles, a robust warrior with gray-black wings, brandishing a stone spear, emerged and respectfully inquired, "My lord, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Observing the stark contrast in demeanor of this evidently royal eagle warrior, Jiang Yu's understanding of the extraordinary deepened further. "I have come to seek my kin." "Your kin?" the royal eagle queried, puzzled. "Indeed them." He then soared before his relatives. "Kinsfolk, I am Jiang You, I have returned." "You? Is it truly you?" A male eagle from the group flew forth, half in surprise and half in confusion at Jiang Yu's transformed appearance. "Asang, it is I." Jiang Yu nodded and smiled. Witnessing Jiang You effortlessly recalling their names left the eagle folk of the Eagleman mountain tribe in disbelief. The transformation Jiang You underwent was so profound, and being an extraordinary being only added to their astonishment. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire why only 30 of them remained, the royal eagle approached him once more, exclaiming with excitement, "My lord, you are a newly ascended extraordinary eagle." Although Jiang Yu's appearance had drastically changed, the royal eagle was unperturbed, for the extraordinary manifests uniquely in each individual. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed, "Since you have become extraordinary, please accompany me to meet the king. The king will surely be delighted." The royal eagle continued, "What benefits are there in meeting the king?" Jiang Yu asked, not particularly concerned. At these words, even the well-versed royal eagle was momentarily taken aback. To leave the tribe and remain in the royal court, is that not the greatest advantage? Yet Jiang Yu shook his head. "Well, my kin," the royal eagle scoffed, "the tribesfolk are of lowly status, akin to the wild grass that grows uncontrollably in a vast wilderness, endlessly proliferating. Why should one concern themselves? My lord need only retrieve your relatives." He gestured towards the west, exclaiming, "Our Eagle King's court resides in the Tian Shan Mountains, abounding in resources, with a pleasant environment, and in proximity to the divine palace of Lord Titan Atri, where the esteemed of the Eagle clan reside." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's disdain for the Eagle King's court intensified. As a member of the royal family, their indifference to their own people was evident, and it was no wonder that in the future chapter, the Eagle folk would lose their civilization, descending into mindless beasts devoid of wisdom and heritage. Suppressing his inner fury, Jiang Yu understood that, as a newly ascended extraordinary being, he lacked the power to challenge the royal court, and thus he restrained his temper and replied, "The tribe has nurtured me. I have no intention of forsaking them. However, I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to the king. In times of weakness, it would be beneficial to witness the state of the royal court." The royal eagle, unfazed, chuckled in response. "You, extraordinary beings born of tribes, often begin in such a manner. However, once you arrive at the royal court, you will inevitably change your perspective. Now, I shall escort you to meet the king." After reassuring his kin, Jiang Yu followed the eagle warrior of the royal court to the residence of the Eagle King. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu noticed numerous extraordinary eagles. As he entered the king's tent, he beheld a corpulent eagle monarch adorned with a feathered crown, engaged in discourse with a middle-aged eagle. In Jiang Yu's perception, although the aura of this Eagle King paled in comparison to that of the Thunder Titan, he still possessed significantly greater power than Jiang Yu at present. Upon spotting the extraordinary eagle, the king displayed little interest. He cast a casual glance at Jiang Yu and stated, "Now that you have risen from a lowly lineage to become extraordinary, you must serve me well and protect the royal court in the future. You may leave now." He then addressed a servant. "Take them to fetch 2 portions of wind feather dew, and let the priest explain the path of careers to the newly ascended extraordinary." Within the tent, the eagle warrior who had introduced Jiang Yu expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty." Jiang Yu glanced at him, realizing the reason behind his introduction. There was a benefit involved. However, upon hearing the term career, he felt a pang of confusion and promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your majesty." The concept of a career in the forthcoming 5th chapter represents the path of advancement for every extraordinary being: warrior, mage, ranger, priest, sentry, knight, witch, warlock, enchantress, druid, and so forth, with an abundance of branches within each profession. Each career possesses a complete pathway to becoming legendary. One need only embark upon it. In the future, the only factors that could enhance their strength would be talent and resources, yet in this era, it seemed otherwise. This was the first time he had encountered the notion of a career path. Under the guidance of the servant, after receiving the wind feather dew, he proceeded to meet the priest. A robed female eagle approached him, ready to elucidate, "You have become extraordinary. Now I shall explain the path of advancement." The key to advancement lies in determining your career path. Only by establishing a career path can one possess the potential for advancement. A powerful career path may even lead to legendary status. At this juncture, Jiang Yu felt a stir within. "May I inquire, esteemed priestess, where does one undertake the careers of our eagle kin?" "What do you mean by undertake?" The female eagle priest furrowed her brow. The path of a career can only be achieved through self-creation or bloodline inheritance. Where does the notion of undertaking come from? Jiang You, somewhat bewildered, instinctively questioned, if one cannot undertake a career, how then can one ascend to legendary status? The female eagle priest regarded him with exasperation and scoffed. Ah, legendary status. How fanciful your thoughts are. The paths to legendary advancement on the continent of Phaland are exceedingly rare at present. Only the Royal Sky Warriors possess a complete route to ascend to legend. The path of a self-established professional, being in its infancy, demands years of relentless effort and perpetual refinement to possess the potential of becoming a formidable practitioner. Thus, the journey of every powerful professional is solely rooted in the legacy of their lineage. At this point, she glanced at Jiang You, her amusement growing. Without the ancestral heritage to rely upon, one must forge their own career. Jiang You, undeterred by her mockery, felt a deep stir within. In the forthcoming era, job opportunities will permeate the globe, and every sentient being, granted the requisite qualifications, will have the chance to embark on a complete and legendary vocational journey. Alternatively, one could argue that without a complete legendary path, a profession cannot endure through time. Who could possibly orchestrate such a phenomenon? It is truly astonishing. Alas, only genuine divinities could accomplish such monumental feats. Yet now, it is unexpectedly revealed that a path capable of ascending to legend is indeed a rare treasure. As the saying goes, those who plant trees shall provide shade for future generations. The descendants are indeed fortunate. To think, he has become one of the pioneers in this planting endeavor. At this moment, he could only inquire, "Great priest, please enlighten me on how to establish a profession. Consume the extraordinary substance to awaken spiritual vision, such as wind feather jade do. Then, through meditation, connect with the ocean of spirituality and construct your extraordinary vocation based on your own aspirations. Remember, the profession you create must align with your constitution, attributes, soul, and will. Do not aspire for the unattainable. Impracticality will lead your vocational journey to be a dead end from the outset. The path of entrepreneurship is not simple. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." "Then, you may leave." Chapter 9. The Majesty of Titans. Upon exiting the priest's tent, Jiang You departed from the royal encampment, heading towards the location of his kin. Although the war had been victorious, immediate departure was not feasible. As he left the royal encampment, a warrior of the royal Eagle clan informed him that if he found it difficult to part from his tribe, he could return first. His confidence suggested that Jiang You would undoubtedly return to the royal court. Not only him, but it seemed that the entire royal Eagle court shared this certainty. The warrior further informed him that 3 days hence, a celebration would be held in honor of the Thunder Titan, a truce, requiring the attendance of all clans to extol the greatness of the Thunder Titan. Upon locating his kin, they returned to the initial encampment where the Eagle clansmen were settled. Jiang You then realized that nearly all the members of the Eagle tribe in the camp had perished, and each survivor was filled with tears, appearing like mere shells of their former selves. This war had drained the lifeblood of the Eagle clans across the vast wilderness. Yet the royal court remained aloof, and none dared to resist. At this juncture, Jiang You inquired about the experiences of his kin. Through a Sang's explanation, he learned that after he had diverted the two-headed dragon, they were summarily conscripted by a contingent of royal Eagle warriors, placed in the front lines as cannon fodder to face the onslaught of the griffins allied with the dragon. Soon, over a dozen clansmen perished in battle. Fortunately, they were protected by bronze armor, and the conflict ended when the Titan tore apart the Blue Dragon King, sparing them from greater harm. The Eagle warriors of the royal court always remained at the rear of the formation, directing the various tribes' eagles to engage in combat, resulting in minimal casualties for the royal court after each skirmish. This was a reason why scarcely 1 in 10 of the tribal eagles survived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's fury towards the Eagle royal court intensified. He resolved that upon returning, he would disregard the commands of the royal court. As for the location of the Gao Man Mountain tribe, he intended to abandon it once a more suitable dwelling was found. After all, with the impending ultimate clash between titans and dragons a year hence, the existence of the Eagle royal court was uncertain. On the third day, Jiang You and his clansmen sat quietly in their camp, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Titan. As the sun reached its zenith, thunderous footsteps echoed from afar, drawing closer. A Titan, towering over 200 meters, strode into the center of the camps of the various tribes. He was enveloped in devastating thunder, wearing a massive dragon's head as a helmet, still exuding the scent of fresh dragon blood. His imposing figure stood tall, as if upon the clouds, casting his gaze down upon the multitude of intelligent beings below, who appeared as insignificant as ants. A flicker of indifference and boredom shone in his eyes. Were it not for the Titan King's revelation that these ant-like beings harbored the secret to godhood, he would care little for their fate. He proclaimed loudly, "My servants, cheer for your master. The great Titan shall ultimately reign over all of Phaland." As if the very heavens collapsed, the thunderous sound reverberated across the vast Hanhai forest, overwhelming all living beings with its might, causing their spirits to tremble and their forms to falter. Such was the might of the Titans. Each Titan began their legacy as a legend, and those like Atreus had already ascended to demigod status. Jiang You found it hard to endure the Titan's authority and knelt partially to the ground. However, having absorbed the blood of Titans and dragons, he quickly regained his composure and gazed upwards, looking at the Titan who loomed like a king of the world, igniting a flame of defiance and fervor within him. He could take their place. Chapter 10. The Path of Profession. Thunder Conductor. After the Titan Festival, the various tribes of Phaland dispersed, with the Eagle Royal Court returning to the Heavenly Mountains, ordering each tribe to disband. Jiang You lagged behind, secretly taking the small turtle and the luminous green stone with him. This place would undoubtedly become a brutal battlefield in the future, and he had no intention of returning. Subsequently, Jiang You led his clansmen back to Eagleman Mountain. Although they had lost a dozen men, it was a significant improvement compared to the total annihilation of their forebears. A few days later, everyone returned to the Eagleman Mountain tribe. Upon witnessing the return of their kin, the majority of Eagle folk were overcome with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Yet, those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons wept inconsolably. Jiang You, too, felt a profound sorrow. When he departed, he had vowed to bring everyone back, yet now a dozen had met misfortune. Simultaneously, the Eagle folk were astonished by Jiang Yu's transformed appearance and his extraordinary prowess. Several elder Eagle folk wept tears of joy, for they understood the significance of an extraordinary being in this ancient era. That very night, the clan feasted heartily, with half of the young and strong returning. The tribe found stability. The following day, within the wooden huts of the village, Jiang You placed the azure stone beneath his bed and crafted a small nest for the little turtle before introducing it to his kin. The wise little turtle, akin to a newborn child, was filled with curiosity about the world. With its petite and adorable form, coupled with the power of thunder, it quickly won the affection of the entire Eagleman Mountain tribe, with children eager to play with it. The eagle mother showered it with love, embracing it as part of the family. In the days that followed, Jiang You led the young and strong on daily hunting expeditions. Thanks to his extraordinary nature, he returned with a bountiful supply of food. After amassing a considerable stockpile of provisions, he resolved to enter seclusion to cultivate his skills and forge his own path. After instructing the Eagle folk not to disturb him, Jiang You returned to his wooden abode, preparing to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. He took the shimmering azure stone and sat upon it. This mystical stone would allow him to absorb Titan blood and awaken his extraordinary abilities, truly a precious treasure. His greatest gain from participating in the battle between Titans and dragons was this stone. With it, the creation of his profession might proceed with greater ease. He consumed the wind spirit dew and began to meditate, reaching out to the sea of spirituality. The wind spirit dew was said to be a unique, extraordinary substance found only on Tian Shan Mountain. Soon, Jiang You entered a meditative state. In his trance, he could perceive the surrounding spiritual particles, each a different hue, yet the purple particles predominated, resonating most closely with him. Jiang You understood that these purple spiritual particles represented the element of thunder, forming the foundation of his extraordinary abilities. Thus, he extended his consciousness, following the inner call to connect with the thunder element, and as he flowed with its essence, he gradually transcended, witnessing a vast ocean of vibrant spiritual particles. Adrift in this realm of spirituality, Jiang You began to contemplate the profession he was destined to create. Undoubtedly, his extraordinary path would be centered around the power of thunder. As this thought crystallized, the thunder elements within the ocean of spirituality began to converge around him. He then reflected upon his advantages. As an eagle folk, he possessed the ability to fly. As a traveler between worlds, he carried the memories of 2 lifetimes. Furthermore, he wielded the will of a gifted champion, capable of harnessing formidable combat prowess. With a deeper understanding of himself, a professional template began to emerge gradually. Deep within his spirit, a series of chimes reverberated. Player has triggered the job quest. Player has triggered the extraordinary path selection. System error. Unable to generate job quest. System error. Job quest incomplete. System error. Insufficient job conditions. System error. Player template has changed. System error. Initiating system auto repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. When Jiang You returned from the Sea of Spirit, he was greeted by a chime. Ding! Player has acquired a template. Level Elite. Congratulations, player, on completing the job. Thunder Controller. Chapter 11. The war between Titans and Dragons erupts. Inside the wooden cabin, he opened his panel. Name: Jiang You Race. Eagleman, Bloodline Mutation in Progress. Template: Ordinary Player, currently unavailable. Template: Elite. Profession: Thunder Controller. Age: 16. Attributes: Strength 15, Constitution 10, Spirit 15, Agility 15, Charisma 6. Level: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Skills: Throwing, Mastery, Spear Technique, Mastery, Thunder Power, Extraordinary. Skill points: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Talent: Champion's Will. You possess exceptional insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Game launch countdown: 3,650,100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang You examined the system panel and noted that all his attributes had increased, along with the unlocking of his profession and template. Amused, he remarked, players are typically unlocked in the 5th chapter, yet here I am, considered an elite monster? He then closed the system panel. For now, it served as a mirror reflecting his own strength. Rising, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Outside stood an Eagleman warrior clad in bronze armor, wielding a bronze spear. Upon seeing Jiang You, he joyfully exclaimed, "You're out." Jiang You patted his shoulder and laughed. "Thank you for your hard work, Liang." "Ha! Guarding the door for you is no trouble at all." Liang chuckled heartily. "Now that I'm out, you needn't stay here any longer. Go about your business," Jiang You replied with a smile. Since I currently have no obligations. May I see just how formidable you've become?" Liang inquired curiously. Every Eagleman envied the chance to become an extraordinary being. As for strength, the magical beast we once encountered, that deer, should pose no challenge for me now. Upon concluding his words, Jiang You raised a bronze spear, applying a slight force, causing the spearhead to swirl with purple lightning. He exerted his strength and hurled it towards the outskirts of the village. With a resounding bang, a pit measuring 1 meter in diameter manifested upon the earth. Truly impressive. The eagle folk, alerted by the commotion, expressed their admiration in unison. With you among us, our Eagleman mountain tribe is finally beginning to gain strength. Jiang You gazed at the jubilant members of his tribe, his heart swelling with joy. Since assuming his position, he had glimpsed the extraordinary path ahead, harboring hope for gradual empowerment. Particularly, the baptism of blood from Titans and Dragons had significantly enhanced his physical potential. Given sufficient time, he firmly believed that ascending to legend would pose no challenge for him. After all, he possessed the experiences of his previous life, ensuring he would not lag too far behind. In the ensuing days, Jiang You organized the tribe to forge an abundance of bronze weaponry and armor plates, while also stockpiling provisions. He frequently soared beyond Eagleman Mountain, exploring the surrounding environment for suitable hideouts for the eagle folk. With the impending clash between Titans and Dragons, even legends might not survive, let alone he, a newly ascended extraordinary professional. During his explorations, he discovered numerous habitats of magical beasts. After thoroughly surveying the vicinity, Jiang You resolved to venture further afield. He gathered his travel gear and embarked on a journey that spanned 7 days and nights, traveling eastward for 10,000 miles. He arrived at the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean was the domain of the Sea Tribe, apart from Titans and Dragons. No one dared to establish a foothold along the coastal regions. Jiang You circled the coastline for several days, discovering a towering peak standing majestically by the sea. surrounded by abundant resources, devoid of any signs of intelligent life apart from a few magical beasts. This was undoubtedly a paradise bestowed by the heavens upon the Eagleman mountain tribe. When war erupted, I shall lead my people here. No matter how fearsome the sea tribe may be, can they rival the cataclysmic battle between titans and dragons that nearly shattered the very heavens and earth? A year later, Jiang You diligently practiced as usual on Eagleman Mountain. Perhaps due to the influence of the blood of titans and dragons, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. In just a year, he ascended from level 1 to level 5 as a Thundermaster, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier of the extraordinary. The next phase awaited him, the second tier of the extraordinary, the Master Stage. Thus, he once again entered the Sea of Spirit, creating an advanced class for the Thundermaster, Thunderwings. On this particular day, as he prepared to break through upon the azure stone, the desolate sound of a bronze horn echoed. A voice, akin to the wind of the heavens, seemed to emanate from the clouds above. Summon your chieftain forth. Upon his arrival at the stone cliff, the eagle envoy appeared taken aback to discover Jiang You as an extraordinary eagle folk, causing his tone to soften somewhat. He raised his stone spear and declared, "The royal court has issued a decree, summoning all able-bodied eagle folk of the Eagleman mountain tribe to the ancestral home of the eagle folk, the heavenly mountain, to await orders." As Jiang You listened to these words, a thought surged through his mind. The apocalyptic battle had finally commenced. Chapter 12. The Messenger of the Wind on the Precipice. Jiang You gazed at the lofty figure of the Eagle King's envoy, sensing the familiar aura that stirred the winds and clouds, yet devoid of the earlier sense of oppression. No longer was he merely a bystander. He too was now a second-tier transcendent. The envoy's level of transcendence, however, was merely that of a master. During his time in the vast sea forest, he had inquired about the strength and occupation of the envoys dispatched by the royal court. Typically, the role of the Eagle King's messenger was that of a courier. They belonged to the same family of eagle folk, and for closer distances, first-tier, transcendent couriers were dispatched. In areas like the High Barbarian Mountain, however, they sent forth advanced couriers known as wind messengers. Yet, since the inception of the courier class, its most formidable member had only reached the third tier of transcendence, the Windwalker. Achieving such a status was exceedingly rare, and, currently, there was only one Windwalker in the courier family, often summoned by the Thunder Titan to facilitate the transmission of information among the Titans and various clans. The most salient characteristic of the courier class was their unparalleled speed. A fleeting contemplation crossed Jiang Yu's mind as he stood tall before the airborne Eagle envoy. He let out a hearty laugh. Do you not realize that if the entire tribe's able-bodied youth were summoned, how would the remaining members of my clan survive? The Eagle envoy frowned upon hearing this. Every eagle was bound by an unyielding decree to serve the royal court unconditionally. This was an ironclad rule that had persisted through the ages. The tribe's people were as insignificant as grass. If they survived, it was well and good. If not, so be it. You are a noble transcendent. Why would you choose to mingle among a horde of commoners and wallow in degradation? Unable to suppress the rising tide of murderous intent within him, Jiang You retorted, if the royal court truly regarded us as subjects, we would naturally sacrifice our lives for it. But if the royal court treats us like ants, why should we toil for it? The Eagle envoy, infuriated by Jiang Yu's words, exclaimed, preposterous. As an eagle, having ascended to transcendence by mere chance, you dare to slander the royal court, spewing outrageous claims and disregarding orders. Today, I shall take your life. With that, he raised his stone spear, his dark, feathered wings billowing with a tempestuous energy, and propelled himself towards Jiang You with the swiftness of lightning, unperturbed by the thought of failing to subdue him. Our family's transcendent legacy has been refined through generations. How could it be compared to a mere wild card? Below on the cliff, the eagle folk of the High Barbarian Mountain felt the overwhelming gust of wind descending from the sky, their faces betraying fear. Yet, Jiang You remained undaunted, his spirit ignited with fervor. Stepping forward, he grasped his bronze longsword, the furious purple lightning coursing through its blade, and shouted towards the eagle envoy. 11 years ago, my father perished at the royal court's summons. A year ago, my kin nearly met their demise in the vast sea forest. Envoy, I have long desired to slay you. The eagle envoy's aggressive advance was precisely what Jiang You had hoped for. In the profession of the wind envoy, The messenger had no confidence in his ability to catch up. He could only wait for the opportune moment to strike and vanquish his foe. In an instant, the two collided. The forces of tempest and thunder clashed with a resounding roar, akin to a mournful elegy echoing between heaven and earth. Blood erupted forth, and two dark, feathered wings were severed in a heartbeat. It was at the moment of contact that sword met spear, and the powers of wind and lightning intertwined. Just then, Jiang Yu's wings erupted with a thunderous force, akin to a raging serpent of storm. The mighty thunder drew several bronze-long swords from behind, slicing towards the wings of the eagle envoy, severing them with a single stroke. Deprived of his wings, the messenger's strength was instantly halved, and he would no longer possess his former swiftness. The eagle envoy was momentarily struck with both shock and fury. However, Jiang Yu's resolve was as unyielding as iron. He pressed the advantage, swiftly leaving the envoy bloodied and battered, with no escape and no chance of victory, facing imminent death in this savage land. The eagle envoy knelt before Jiang Yu, declaring, "I concede. I beseech you, my lord, spare my life. I possess a plethora of extraordinary treasures that could secure my survival." Yet, Jiang Yu's expression remained cold and unyielding. "No need," he replied. "The blood feud of the Eagleman mountain lineage begins with you." With that, he did not hesitate to strike down upon the kneeling eagle envoy's head. Chapter 13. The heavenly mountain beneath the blazing sun, as the clouds dispersed and the tempest subsided. On the precipice of the cliff, Jiang Yu held aloft the severed head of the eagle envoy. He turned to face his trembling kin, a smile gracing his lips. "My kin, do you remember the great conscription of the Eagle King's court that occurs every decade? Each time, our forebears seldom return, leaving the Eagleman mountain tribe in a state of decline, teetering on the brink of extinction. They do not regard us as human." As these words left his lips, the expressions of the tribal eagle folk gradually transformed from fear to seething hatred. Witnessing their fighting spirit ignite, Jiang Yu nodded inwardly. Then he continued, "The blood feud of kin can be avenged even 9 generations hence. Today, I have slain their envoy. In the future, when we have grown strong, we shall ascend the heavenly mountain and confront the Eagle King upon his throne, asking him, are the tribesfolk truly akin to mere ants? Are we truly mere ants? No, no, no." The resounding cries reverberated through Eagleman Mountain, the fury of the tribe fully ignited. As the echoes of Jiang Yu and his kin's shout subsided, he continued, "Therefore, from this day forth, let us gather our belongings and migrate. In the eastern seaside land stands a lofty mountain, rich in resources and blessed with beauty, yet untouched by development. It shall be the cradle of our Eagleman mountain tribe's resurgence. Migration, migration." In truth, at this moment, having slain the envoy of the Eagle King's court, all the Eagleman mountain eagle folk shared in both glory and loss. No one opposed. 3 days later, the Eagle clan of Eagleman Mountain prepared their belongings and, under the guidance of Jiang Yu, soared eastward. As they gazed down at the village, a collection of wooden houses below, Jiang Yu silently vowed, "One day, I shall return." A month later, after a long and arduous journey, the Eagle clan finally arrived at the mountains by the eastern sea, exactly as Jiang Yu had described, a place of breathtaking beauty and abundant resources. Their eyes sparkled with joy. In midair, as they glided, a warrior named Liang exclaimed, "You, this great mountain, shall be our home. Please bestow upon a name." Jiang Yu, delighted by the suggestion, gazed at the majestic mountain before him, memories of renowned peaks from his previous life flooding his mind. He smiled and remarked, "This mountain is magnificent and regal, truly a gift from the heavens. I would name it Tianshan, but as Tianshan is the abode of the Eagle King's lineage, let us add a word and call it Tiantianshan." Tiantianshan, a splendid name. The Eagle clan, though unaware of its deeper significance, could not fathom the boundless ambition hidden within Jiang Yu's heart. With daylight still abundant, Jiang Yu led the Eagle clan to a nearby cliff. They began to fell trees with their bronze axes and construct wooden houses. Within a month, a village reminiscent of their former home at Eagleman Mountain emerged atop the heights. Thus, the Eagleman Mountain clan commenced their rejuvenation by the eastern sea. Meanwhile, across the continent of Fairland, the Titans and the ancient dragons had plunged into chaos. Many Titans and ancient dragons lay slain, and among the myriad races of Fairland, almost all suffered grievous losses. Demigods bled, legends fell, and the world was engulfed in darkness. 20 years later, the Eagleman mountain clan had grown to over 1,000 souls. One day, Jiang You was practicing atop a cliff when suddenly, a furious shout echoed from the distant western forest. "Asuna, are you truly willing to perish with me?" In that moment, Jiang You opened his eyes wide, his gaze now shimmering like violet stars, his presence significantly heightened compared to 20 years prior. He had reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the extraordinary realm, mastering the profession of Thunderwing. Turning his attention westward, he perceived a tremor in the ground, followed by the rapid approach of an ancient dragon and a titan towering over 100 meters. The ancient black dragon, entirely obsidian, bore scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. It was evident that it was not in good condition, marked by numerous wounds. The Titaness is a colossal female giant, adorned with a crown woven from vines, her beauty striking, her skin porcelain-like, and her figure graceful. Were her stature to diminish 100-fold, she would resemble the ethereal beauties frequently depicted in the annals of the online realm of Jiang Yu's past life. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the Titaness and the ancient dragon, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of bewilderment, yet it did not sway his resolve. How could it be that the Titaness and the ancient dragon would clash in this locale? He summoned several adult hawkmen and commanded them urgently, "Hasten. In accordance with the ancient edicts of our kin, usher the tribe into the sanctuary of the caves." "Yes, chief," responded the hawkmen, promptly acknowledging Jiang Yu's directive. For 2 decades, all hawkmen had adhered to Jiang Yu's every word. Observing their swift action, Jiang Yu nodded in approval. He gazed westward, hesitating momentarily before taking flight, silently journeying towards the west. In the western forest, thousands of miles away, the Titaness raised her spear high, disregarding her grievous wounds, and fiercely thrust it into the ancient black dragon's reverse scale, causing golden blood to erupt forth. "Mephit, you have slain my brother. Today, let us rest together in eternal slumber." The ancient dragon, recognizing the futility of his survival, sighed deeply and retorted with scorn, "Very well, Asuna, to be interred alongside such a titan beauty is a fortune in itself." As he spoke, a surge of dark energy enveloped him, casting an ominous shadow across the sky. As a pure black dragon claw emerged from the darkness, piercing mercilessly into the Titaness' ample chest, Asuna endured the excruciating pain, channeling her radiant energy, illuminating the darkness with a spear of unparalleled brilliance that struck the dragon's head. The clash of light and darkness erupted violently, obliterating every tree in Jiang Yu's sight in an instant. In the chaos that ensued, even as Jiang Yu sensed the danger and retreated hastily, he found himself momentarily dazed by the explosion, crashing to the ground. When the dust settled, he rose to his feet and surveyed the desolation, forests obliterated for miles, an intertwining of darkness and light overhead, rendering the land a true wasteland. At the heart of this barren expanse lay the still forms of the Titaness and the ancient black dragon, their lifeless bodies resting upon the earth. How extraordinary! Jiang Yu ascended above the remains of the 2 ancient demigods, unperturbed by the aura of primordial dominance emanating from them, and whispered in awe, a smile gracing his lips. "A fallen titan and a deceased ancient dragon. The heavens have favored my kin. I have conceived a plan for your utilization. The corpses of demigods shall endure through the ages. If concealed subtly, they could serve as a treasured legacy." After reflecting on this, he noticed the golden blood flowing from the earth, and a pang of regret struck him. "I must procure azure stones, for this precious blood must not be squandered." Chapter 15. The origins of the Wing clan. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu first returned to the base and announced that the danger had been averted. He then instructed his kin to prepare bronze tools and to dig 2 large pits in the mountainside of Heaven Mountain, sufficient to accommodate the corpses of the Titan and the dragon. His intention was to conceal them for long-term utilization. Subsequently, he seized a piece of blue stone and soared towards the place where the Titan and dragon met their demise. Upon his arrival, he found that the blood of the 2 demigod creatures had ceased to flow. Their extraordinary bodies lay still, yet beneath them, pools of golden blood continued to gather. Simultaneously, due to the inherent conflict between the forces of light and darkness, the intersection of the 2 bloodstreams emitted a hissing sound, as though something was being incessantly ground down and succumbing to decay. Witnessing this scene, Jiang You abandoned the notion of bathing in the blood of the Titan and the dragon. However, he realized that he must ultimately choose between light and darkness, between the Titan and the dragon. Glancing at his own form, he recognized his inclination towards humanoid beings. Thus, he approached the pool of Titan blood and leaped into it while embracing the blue stone. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through his entire being, as if every inch of his skin and cells were aflame. It felt akin to being reforged, his body hammered into shape like a crafted part, while a violent sensation threatened to extract and reinsert his very blood. Yet, soon the blue stone began to emit a radiant glow. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, alleviating the intensity of the pain and calming the turmoil within his veins. Jiang You barely had time to exhale before the excruciating agony, akin to descending into the depths of hell, struck him anew. The pain was unbearable. This time, he was fully immersed in the Titan's blood, devoid of any dilution from lake water. Outside his consciousness, the system's chimes rang incessantly, yet he lacked the focus to attend to them. This cycle of torment continued for 3 days and nights. When he could no longer feel pain and was sustained solely by an indomitable will, he discovered that only 1/10 of the Titan blood remained in the pit, its luster diminished to that of mere mortals. It was then that Jiang You began to recover. He first examined his physique, noting that the dark feathers of his wings had entirely shed, replaced by pristine white plumage. His hair had transformed to silver, and apart from his wings, the feathers covering his body, including his face, had all vanished, revealing a handsome visage and fair skin. Having bathed in the blood of the female Titan of light, his allure had greatly intensified. Most astonishingly, his claws had completely morphed into human hands and feet, indistinguishable from those of humanity in his previous life. With the possession of human-like limbs, a multitude of possibilities unfolded before him, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. It was only then that he found the leisure to peruse the system panel. As soon as the panel opened, a plethora of system notifications flooded the screen. You have bathed in the blood of Titans. Your attributes have changed. You have bathed in the blood of Titans. Your lineage is beginning to transform. You have bathed in the blood of Titans. All attributes have been enhanced. You have bathed in the blood of Titans. Your willpower has been bolstered. You have bathed in the blood of Titans. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in the blood of Titans. Your eagle lineage has fully mutated. Please name your new lineage. Panel. Name. Jiang You race. Eagle. Fully mutated. Please assign a name. Template. Ordinary player. Currently unavailable. Template. Master level. Occupation. Thunderwing age. 36 attributes. Strength 25. Constitution 20. Spirit 25. Agility 25. Charisma 30. Level locked sealed. To be unlocked after the game commences. Skills. Throwing expert. Spear technique. Expert. Swordsmanship. Master. Thunder power. Transcendent. Light power. Transcendent. Skill points. Locked sealed. To be unlocked after the game commences. Talent. Champion's will. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system. Locked sealed. To be unlocked after the game commences. Game start countdown. 3,643,100 days, 4 hours, and 19 minutes. Upon seeing the lineage naming option, curiosity flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. He contemplated naming it Angel, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming sense of dread surged forth, prompting him to abandon the idea hastily. One who lacks virtue is destined to face divine retribution. Since he could not become an angel, he thought it would suffice to be an aerial being. System. The new lineage shall be named Aerial Being, Jiang You declared decisively. Congratulations, player. Naming successful. Race. Eagle changed to Aerial Being. Chapter 16. Pool evolution. Returning to the skies above Heavenly Mountain, Jiang You observed that 2 large pits, each about 100 meters in diameter, were nearing completion within the mountain's belly. In 3 days, digging 2 pits was a trivial task for the nearly all-out Eagle warriors. Witnessing the fervor of his comrades, Jiang You descended to lend a hand in completing the final steps. Although the Eagle warriors recognized Jiang Yu's familiar aura, they hesitated to acknowledge him. Previously, he bore some resemblance to an eagle. Now, however, he appeared drastically different. If one were to insist, he resembled a Titan, shrunk 100-fold with wings. Among the eagles, an aged warrior spoke. You, is it truly you? It is I. Jiang You nodded. The childhood companions had aged. During the ancient era, The lifespan of ordinary eagles was only around 50 years. Those who did not ascend to the extraordinary gradually faded away. Excellent. You have grown stronger once more. We are one step closer to our vengeful goal. A joyous laughter erupted. The avian folk displayed expressions of delight and pride. Indeed, the distance is not far now. Jiang You took up the conversation, addressing his kin with a resounding voice. However, relying solely on my strength, it is arduous to conquer the Tian Shan royal court. Now, I have discovered a promising method that will empower my people alongside me. How shall we accomplish this? Can it truly succeed? Our tribe lacks an extraordinary avian. The kinfolk expressed their doubts. Jiang You clarified with confidence. I have evolved through the blood of titans, and now, the titan's blood is within reach. My brethren, I shall have you dig 2 great pits, not only to entomb the fallen titans and dragons, but also to utilize their blood for our transformation. Here, I will construct a pond, allowing all kin to bathe in the titan's blood. Yet, it is said that the titan's blood cannot be touched. Those who do so will ignite and perish. One of the kin questioned. I have my methods, Jiang You declared resolutely. A day later, 2 vast pits, ample enough to accommodate the titans and dragons, were formed within the mountainside. Jiang You then led all the able-bodied members of the tribe a distance of 10,000 miles, retrieving the colossal beings one by one to inter them in the great pits. Once buried, Jiang You established a forbidden zone outside the pit of the ancient black dragon and constructed a pond measuring 100 meters square above the burial site of the radiant female titan. He shattered blue stones, evenly dispersing them at the pond's bottom, then made an incision on the female titan's corpse, allowing streams of golden blood to flow continuously into the pool. Having completed these tasks, he summoned all his kin to collectively bathe in the small pond. During the initial bathing in the titan's blood, only a handful of avians underwent transformation. Nevertheless, Jiang You mandated that the avians return to this place for a bath every 7 days. Thus, as time flowed onward, their feathers gradually began to fade. Their beaks slowly fell away, and the dark gray plumage transformed into white, while their limbs shifted towards a more human form. Yet, no one awakened to the extraordinary. The path to the extraordinary was indeed arduous. Another 2 decades passed. At the pinnacle of Tian Shan, Jiang You stood high above, surveying the entirety of the Tian Shan tribe below. He bore pristine white wings, silver hair, and violet eyes, his countenance strikingly handsome, akin to a youthful titan. At this moment, the population of the Tian Shan tribe had reached 5,000, and they had undergone significant changes from their former avian appearance. Jiang You estimated that in a century, before the titan's blood was exhausted, all his kin would attain a form akin to his own. By then, his winged tribe would no longer be solitary. Gazing at the burgeoning settlement below, which could even be deemed a small town, Jiang You could not help but sigh. It is a pity that Liang, Sang, and Lai have not achieved the extraordinary. Time indeed wears upon us, as all the companions of your have succumbed to the passage of years. Chapter 17. The Clan of the Great Trees. Do not be melancholic, my friend. I am here to accompany you. After all, worry not, with my lifespan, I shall undoubtedly outlive you. As Jiang You reflected upon the fleeting nature of time, a languid voice of a young boy reached his ears, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Jiang You turned to see a small turtle mimicking his stance, standing upon a stone with its 4 limbs raised. The little creature pretended to survey the mountains below, as if surveying its own kingdom. Amused by its lively demeanor, Jiang You chided playfully, "Xiao Ba, if you cannot offer comfort, then you ought to remain silent. You are destined to live longer than I." At this moment, he paused, realizing that this little turtle had indeed persisted through the 5th chapter. Now, he stood at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary, a hero among heroes. Over the past 2 decades, his vocation had evolved from the 2nd tier of Thunderwing to the 3rd tier of the Holy Wing Walker. Having undergone the baptism of the blood of the Titan of Light, his potential for light power had surpassed that of thunder. Throughout these 20 years, he had adeptly integrated both extraordinary powers within his professional framework. The 3rd tier of the extraordinary represents the mightiest echelon beneath legend. Those who attain this stage are often hailed as heroes. Thus, it is referred to as the heroic tier, which also grants an extended lifespan, allowing one to live for 500 years. Of course, this applies to their ordinary sentient race, exceptional beings of extraordinary lineage, like the turtle before Jiang You, cannot be bound by such norms. This ancient creature had thrived through the 5th chapter. Within it, there surely lay some remarkable bloodline. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze lingered for too long. As the little turtle shivered slightly. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? It's rather unsettling. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, gently patting its head with a smile. You are indeed correct, Xiaoba. It is thanks to you that I do not feel lonely throughout these endless years. As the sun gradually ascended, the sea breeze swept over the peaks. Just as Jiang Yu and the turtle were engaged in their playful banter, a figure imbued with the essence of light descended from the heavens, approaching Jiang Yu. Chief, a tribe of giants is approaching from 10,000 miles to the west. A tribe of giants? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What brings a tribe of giants to this place? This is a coastal region. Have the legends of the sea folk vanished from the continent? After a moment of contemplation, he issued orders, roar, gather the Skywing Squad, and let us investigate. The Skywing Squad consisted of the awakened extraordinary members of the tribe over the past 20 years, numbering around a dozen. Influenced by the Titan's blood, they were predominantly bearers of light power. However, due to their extraordinary achievements, their evolutionary forms were far more remarkable than their kin. Except for their hands and feet, which had yet to fully evolve, their faces had shed all feathers, rendering them the closest semblance to Jiang Yu himself. After addressing Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle and said, Xiaoba, you shall remain within the clan to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Do not be deceived by the turtle's adorable appearance. It is, in fact, a formidable master-level warrior. Boss, I wish to accompany you. The little turtle's eyes, the size of mung beans, sparkled with eagerness. Haha, Xiaoba, I do not oppose your joining us, but alas, you lack wings. The little turtle's spirits immediately sank. Without wings, in this era, there are no mages. Only legends can soar through the skies. Enough chatter. Roar. Summon the others swiftly. We shall depart at once. Understood. Half an hour later, Roar appeared before Jiang Yu, accompanied by a dozen extraordinary Eaglemen. Let us set forth, Jiang Yu commanded, brandishing his bronze longsword as he led the group westward. Several hours later, as the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the land, Jiang Yu finally arrived above the troll tribe. Peering down, he observed a large troll settlement housing nearly 10,000 inhabitants. However, they appeared quite disheveled, bearing an air of expulsion. While he was observing, a deep and resonant voice emerged from the troll tribe below. Who among the Eaglemen's kin graces the skies? We are the Tree Folk clan, vassals of the Nature Titan. We kindly request your presence below. Chapter 18. Crossing the Sea Nature Titan, Tree Folk clan? Jiang Yu felt an inkling of familiarity with the name of this troll clan. However, after his earlier observations, he discerned that the troll who had spoken was the strongest among them, possessing the prowess of a hero. This alleviated some of Jiang Yu's concerns. Noticing the invitation from the troll tribe, Jiang Yu was curious to understand their purpose at the shores of the Eastern Sea. These trolls had traveled a great distance. Did they intend to become neighbors? He turned to Roar and the other Eaglemen beside him, saying, Roar, and I shall descend. The rest of you stay and observe. Yes, Chief. After giving his orders, Jiang Yu descended with Roar into the midst of the troll tribe. His first words were, Trolls, we are not of the Eagleman lineage, but rather the winged people who have resided by this seashore for generations. Upon recognizing Jiang Yu and his companions, the trolls were filled with admiration. The troll chieftain who had spoken earlier remarked, I misjudged. You possess a beauty akin to the Titans, indeed not to be compared with the Eagleman. He introduced himself, saying, My lord, I am Langsent of the Tree Folk clan. In the spirit of cordiality, Jiang Yu replied, Greetings, Langsent, I am Jiang Yu, the chieftain of the Winged People. Then, he directly inquired, I wish to understand why the Tree Folk clan has chosen to appear at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Do you intend to settle here in the future? Perceiving Jiang Yu's lack of enthusiasm for the arrival of his tribe, Langsent offered a rueful smile. We shall not settle here. Our purpose in this place is to traverse the sea and reach another continent. Cross the sea, Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. In this era, such an endeavor is no trifling matter. Indeed, we shall brave the vast ocean and journey to another land, Lamson declared with certainty. But is this truly a wise decision? Jiang Yu inquired. I share your sentiments. Yet this is the decree of His Highness, the Titan of Nature, Tylaner. A decree? Has His Highness departed from this world? Yes, my lord Jiang You. Although she met her end in battle, in her final days, she summoned us and imparted a prophecy, guiding us to cross the sea and escape the ravages of war. Lamson elucidated. What is of even greater significance is that they harbor the secret to resurrecting the Titan giant Tylaner, thus necessitating our eastward voyage. However, this is a matter I need not disclose to Jiang You. My extensive explanations are merely to allay his suspicions, ensuring a smooth passage across the sea. They have already lost too many along this arduous journey, and Lamson wished to avoid further complications at this critical juncture. Indeed, upon hearing the chieftain of the Trolls' account, Jiang You, though still taken aback by the decision of this troll clan to cross the ocean, refrained from pressing further and nodded. I understand, Lord Lamson. The winged ones shall not impede your crossing. Thank you. Jiang You then inquired further about the conflict between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons. He learned that the strife between the two races was fiercely escalating, with no signs of abatement. The toll of this war on living beings was incalculable, leading to true devastation. Lamson exhibited a sense of trepidation. In his view, even without crossing the sea, their clan would suffer grievously in this grand conflict. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He recognized that the outcome would inevitably be mutual destruction, yet he remained uncertain as to when this extraordinary war would conclude. From the trolls' descriptions, it appeared that it would extend for several more years. Subsequently, Jiang Yu returned with his companions. In the days that followed, he maintained a vigilant watch over this troll clan. Just as they had proclaimed, the Giantwood clan tirelessly felled trees and constructed ships along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Day and night. A year later, this troll clan, known as the Giantwood clan, embarked on their wooden vessels, setting sail across the vast ocean. Chapter 19. A century of change on the shores of the Eastern Sea. With a wind swayed gently and the waves danced like flowers, Jiang Yu stood upon the beach, gazing into the horizon where the Giantwood clan had vanished from sight. Before their departure, they sought to borrow some of Jiang Yu's kin to serve as scouts for their maritime journey. However, the reality of crossing the ocean without a formidable force makes the return of these scouts nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu sought out some of the young individuals within his clan, those inherently endowed with a spirit of adventure, to inquire about their willingness to embark on a journey across the seas. Ultimately, 50 individuals expressed their desire to accompany the Giantwood clan on this grand expedition. Before their departure, in a bid to ensure that these young souls would not forget their roots, Jiang Yu bestowed upon them a surname and integrated the name of the winged people into their identities. Thus, these 50 ventured forth, adopting the surname Foam, and became a branch of the winged people. In the ensuing years, Jiang Yu guided the tribe in their continued development along the coastal expanse. As time flowed on, under the influence of Titan's blood, the appearance of the tribe's members gradually transformed into the vision Jiang Yu had conceived, and their extraordinary talents began to flourish. Entering the third decade along the shores of the Eastern Sea, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary individuals among them. During this time, the external conflicts raged fiercely, with occasional refugees from other races recounting the grim realities of war to Jiang Yu. Not only had the Titan giants and the ancient dragons suffered grievous losses, but the Felonduan tribes had also been halved in number. In the fourth decade by the Eastern Sea, the Paradise Mountain tribe's population swelled to 30,000, with the number of extraordinary beings increasing to several hundred. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, unique extraordinary professions exclusive to the winged people began to emerge, such as Sky Knights, Radiant Swordsmen, Light Guardians, and Sky Assassins, all predominantly of the light attribute. However, as these were creations of the first generation, their potential was somewhat limited, mostly confined to the initial tier of their respective professions. Only the Radiant Swordsmen, with Jiang Yu's assistance, reached an upper limit of the second tier, becoming Radiant Bladesmen. Jiang Yu aspired to pass on his profession, but alas, there were no extraordinary awakeners of the light or thunder attributes within the tribe, forcing him to abandon this hope. Fortunately, among this generation of Radiant Swordsmen, a particularly gifted young man ascended to the second tier within just 30 years, potentially elevating the profession's upper limits in the future. By the sixth decade along the Eastern Sea, Jiang Yu finally reached the final stage of the Holy Winged Walker, a mere step away from becoming a legend. Yet, this step proved insurmountable. At this juncture, the Paradise Mountain tribe had burgeoned to 100,000 members, besides Paradise Mountain, which served as the stronghold for the winged people. Numerous villages and small towns had been established on the surrounding highlands. By this time, nearly all the newly born tribe members had evolved to resemble Jiang You, shedding their former eagle-like appearances to become more akin to diminutive titans adorned with wings. It was in this very year that Jiang You summoned all tribe members to Paradise Mountain, formally declaring their separation from the Eagle clan and their establishment as the Winged People. Concurrently, the latest tidings from the outside world reached the Eastern Sea. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor led the remnants of their races into the final battle at the Sky Plains, resulting in mutual annihilation. After the conflict, both the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor vanished without trace. And it was at this moment, in the distant northern expanse of the continent of Furland, where mountains stretch endlessly beneath a blanket of ice and snow, a cadre of goblins clad in thick fur garments rode upon their stout wolves, arriving at a formidable metallic gate. Chapter 20. The emergence of humanity. Leading the group was one of the three legendary figures of the Goblin clan, the Grand Sage Azabar. "Boys, the relic you have uncovered lies right here," exclaimed a particularly tall, middle-aged goblin knight, casting a glance at the imposing gate, as he respectfully addressed an elderly goblin behind him. This venerable goblin, adorned with a crown of unknown bones and wielding a staff resembling jade, emanated an air of mystique. Upon hearing the knight's words, the old goblin's emerald eyes sparkled with a blend of blue and white light, as if a profound mystery was brewing within. After a prolonged moment, he emerged from his enigmatic state. To the astonishment of the goblin knights, the elder leaped down from his wolf and knelt before the metallic gate, fervently proclaiming, "Heaven bless our kin! Heaven bless our kin! The prophecy foretells that within lies the essence of our clan's glorious prosperity. It is not merely prosperity. Acquiring what lies within will elevate us goblins to supplant the titans and the ancient dragons, becoming the sovereigns of all Furland." After this fervent outburst, he approached the middle-aged knight with a calm demeanor and commanded, "Aziel, I charge you to return to the Goblin Royal Court with utmost haste. Seek out King Amigel and instruct him to dispatch the most elite legion and the most skilled artisans from our clan to this place. Furthermore, inform him that this matter pertains to the ascendants of our goblin race. It is of greater significance than any scenario we have previously deliberated." "Yes, Grand Sage, I vow to convey this message to the king," replied the middle-aged goblin knight solemnly, thumping his chest in affirmation. 1 month later, a goblin army, numbering nearly 10,000, encamped at this location. 3 months later, through means unknown to the goblin clan, the metallic gate was finally breached. Years later, the myriad races of Furland abruptly discovered that among the goblins, there emerged beings of intelligence resembling titans. Yet, they stood only 2 meters tall, possessed average physiques, and emitted no extraordinary aura, yet the goblins regarded them with utmost vigilance. They called themselves humans. Subsequently, the Goblin clan unveiled numerous incomprehensible creations to the diverse races of Furland, some of which wielded immense power, even instilling a sense of threat in the remaining titans and dragons. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, atop Paradise Mountain, within the grandest edifice constructed from marble, a magnificent structure stood. Since the inception of the Winged People, the handsome winged beings gradually abandoned their former avian traits. They developed an affinity for beauty, demanding perfection in all things, and this architectural marvel was no exception. Within the confines of the Grand Hall, Jiang You sat regally at the head of the table, flanked by 2 young members of the winged race. The male winged individual stepped forward to deliver a report. "Esteemed chieftain, we have ascertained that both the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed suffered devastating losses. The overwhelming majority of titans and dragons have perished. Given this circumstance, should we still proceed with our strategy of seclusion? According to our intelligence, fewer than 10 titans remain in the world, while the number of surviving ancient dragons is slightly greater, merely a few more than a dozen. Furthermore, they are all gravely wounded, and the subordinate races that once belonged to both factions are beginning to waver in their loyalty. There's an even more pressing piece of news. The Goblin clan seems to be covertly reaching out to the myriad races." The female wing member also spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang You nodded thoughtfully and inquired, And what of the Eagle King's court recently? The Eagle King sustained severe injuries in the final battle, yet remains steadfastly loyal to the wounded Thunder Titan. Moreover, they have recently repelled the Goblin's envoys. I see. The Goblin race harbors treacherous intentions. Nevertheless, both the Titans and the Eagle King's court stand as adversaries to us. The enmity with the Eagle King's court is deeply rooted, and as for the Titans, I do not believe they will extend any goodwill towards the winged race upon learning of my utilization of Titan remains over the past century. He pondered for a moment and then commanded, a conflict between the Goblins and Titans is unlikely to erupt imminently. Therefore, Claire, relay my orders. The winged race shall now abandon the strategy of seclusion. Let our young warriors take to the lands and skies of Furland, revealing our presence. We must ensure that all are aware that Furland is not solely home to the Eagle race, but also to us, the Eastern Sea Wing tribe. I am confident that soon, the Goblin envoys will come to our heavenly mountain. Chapter 21. The Pact. A decade later, the ancient dragons seem to have grown aware of some hidden truth and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, tensions between the remaining Titans and the Goblins were on the verge of eruption. The mightiest Titan, the Thunder Titan, once intended to personally punish the treacherous Goblin clan, but felt a lethal threat looming from afar, compelling him to abandon his course of action. He returned to the ancestral grounds of the Titans to aid his kin in recuperating from their injuries. Now, nearly 10 million goblins have congregated around the Goblin King's court, pledging their fealty to King Amigel. The Goblin court treats its scattered kin far more favorably than the Eagle King's court once did. They provide sustenance, assist in selecting dwelling places, and nurture extraordinary professions among their people. Consequently, the once disparate Goblin factions, previously under the banners of various Titans, have unified under the rule of Amigel. The Eagle King's court, the Serpent King's court, the Mixed Blood Giants, and the Centaur court, among others, who still remain loyal to the Titan race, have vocally denounced the Goblins' disloyalty, yet this cannot alter the undeniable reality of the Goblins' growing strength. Additionally, the presence of mysterious beings within the Goblin court has sparked even greater curiosity among the populace. The astute have discerned the rapid ascendance of the Goblins is inextricably linked to the human tribes. Concurrently, the winged folk have begun to make their mark across the continent. The ability to soar through the skies is a rare gift among sentient races, particularly as the winged beings predominantly wield light-based powers and possess healing abilities within their professional hierarchy, making them highly esteemed among the various tribes of the continent. Furthermore, in aerial encounters, the winged folk exhibit greater strength than the Eaglemen, for their human-like hands allow them to adeptly wield bows, delivering devastating long-range strikes against their avian counterparts. This distinctive trait has rendered the winged archers among the most formidable military forces in Furland. Even extraordinary professionals find themselves beleaguered when facing a well-organized regiment of winged warriors. Consequently, the Goblin court has taken note of the significance of the winged folk. As the first snowflakes of winter danced upon Heaven's mountain, the Goblin emissaries arrived as anticipated. Ascending to the summit, the party was dressed in a decidedly fashionable manner compared to the denizens of Furland. Among them, in addition to the diminutive, slender-limbed, green-skinned goblins, was a human maiden, reminiscent of a winged being without the gift of flight. As the winged soldiers escorted the Goblin delegation toward Jiang Yu's grand tent, the Goblin envoys exhibited the poise befitting their status as emissaries of the great house of Furland. Only the human girl displayed a profound curiosity toward her remarkably similar winged kin, her gaze flitting about with a rich array of expressions. Upon reaching the Whitestone Fortress, the Goblin envoys first demonstrated the proper etiquette befitting an audience with a king of another race, placing their hands upon their chests. Noble king of the winged folk, we are emissaries sent by our King Amigel to convey our most sincere respects. Jiang You rose in response, his pristine white wings elegantly folded behind him, his violet gaze sweeping over the goblins before resting on the human girl, who stood out amidst the Goblin ranks. With a smile, he welcomed them. Greetings to you, emissaries from the Goblin court. His welcome was genuine, coupled with a sense of wonder. The goblins before him were well-attired and impeccably groomed, a stark contrast to the pitiful goblins often seen in the wilderness from the 5th chapter. Noticing Jiang Yu's amiable demeanor, the Goblin envoys felt a wave of relief wash over them. The lead emissary then spoke candidly. For millennia, the Titan giants and ancient dragons have ruled Farand, enslaving the tribes with their overwhelming might. Their arrogance has sparked wars capable of ravaging the continent, resulting in countless deaths among the people of Farand, turning the skies and earth into a sea of flames. Today, the outcry among the tribes is deafening. The resentment and fury towards the Titans and dragons have reached a boiling point. Under the guidance of the great sage, the high priest, and the Goblin King, our Goblin clan stands united with the tribes of the continent, ready to rise and overthrow the tyranny of the Titan giants. Under the collective will of the various factions, we, the emissaries, are eager to represent the goblins and the people of Furland in forging an alliance with the winged folk to embark upon a grand endeavor. Pray, what say you, O Winged King? The emissary spoke in one breath, then raised his gaze towards Jiang You, eagerly awaiting his response. Observing the goblin envoy's forthrightness, Jiang Yu replied with equal candor. The winged folk are willing to ally with the goblin clans to overthrow the dominion of the Titans and dragons. However, I must inquire what benefits the goblin court can promise our winged kin. Is not the liberation from the Titans the greatest boon of all? The goblin envoy chuckled softly. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied earnestly. The winged folk have dwelled by the seaside for generations, never having submitted to the Titans. Thus, what difference does it make whether we join your cause or not? The goblin envoy felt a tinge of frustration. Yet his intelligence indicated that the winged race had indeed only emerged in Furland within the last century, resisting both Titans and dragons. The head of the goblin delegation recalled the Sage's counsel. The winged folk possess the finest aerial forces in all of Furland. We must strive to secure their allegiance. He sighed and continued. Most esteemed winged king, the sage and the goblin monarch have indeed made promises. Should the winged folk join the anti-Titan alliance, at the conclusion of the war, you may select a territory of your choosing as your homeland. Furthermore, we are willing to share wondrous goblin technological marvels with your kind. In addition, the goblin envoy elaborated extensively. Jiang Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Please present the treaty. Our clan is willing to forge an alliance with the goblins to combat the unjust Titans. After the negotiations concluded, both parties were content, and Jiang Yu instructed his kin to prepare a feast to honor the goblin delegation. That night, the winged and goblin folk joyously feasted and danced around a grand bonfire, indulging in hearty meats and libations. The crimson flames cast a warm glow upon the faces of all present, while the winged maidens sang and danced before the towering blaze. Amidst the revelry, a human girl who had accompanied the goblin delegation to Heavenly Mountain quietly approached Jiang Yu and softly spoke. Esteemed winged king, I have a question I wish to pose. Pray ask your question. Dare I inquire if the ancestors of the winged folk also emerged from the shelters? Chapter 22. The Promise What? The Shelters. Even Jiang Yu, well-versed and a traveler of realms, was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. He hesitated, gazing at the human girl before him, and cautiously replied, Why do you ask? The girl observed Jiang Yu's expression and response, her disappointment becoming palpable. The shelters were high-tech constructs established by humanity in the twilight of the previous era to evade calamity and preserve the flame of their bloodline. Though many shelters have collapsed throughout the ages, the inhabitants within silently perished, leaving no trace behind. Yet the girl believed there were traces of human lineage within her, which was why she chose to accompany the goblin envoy upon hearing tales of the winged one's appearance and characteristics. Unfortunately, although the winged king before her bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to humanity, he was ultimately not of human origin. She shook her head and forced a smile, saying, It is nothing, esteemed winged king. I misspoke. As she turned to depart, Jiang Yu observed the human girl before him, his brow furrowing momentarily before a spark of inspiration ignited within him. In the fragments of his past life's knowledge, there were indeed sparse mentions of the eras on the continent of Furland. As a seasoned player of Furland, masquerading as a human from a bygone age to gain some advantage seemed reasonable enough to him. The rapid development of the goblins was something he found quite enviable. Thus, he cleared his throat softly and spoke, Airships, trains, sailing steam, a steampunk world. Indeed, I have dabbled in it extensively in my previous life. The girl appeared momentarily frozen in place. With each term Jiang Yu uttered, The light in her eyes seemed to intensify. When she turned to see Jiang You gazing at her with warmth, she exclaimed, "You know of our former era? Surely, you must be one of my kin." Jiang Yu shook his head, replying, "I am not. Rather, I was once human. Furthermore, I did not emerge from a refuge." He intentionally blurred the relationship between humanity and humans, yet spoke the truth. However, the girl seemed unfazed, staring at Jiang Yu with wide, beautiful eyes filled with hope. "Regardless of whether you possess human blood, my eyes and soul tell me that your essence is undeniably human. Dear kin, should the descendants of humanity forget all in the future, you must tell them of our glorious past. No matter how destitute or humble our present may be, we must endure fiercely, awaiting the moment of resurgence. Additionally, in times of need, please offer them protection." Upon hearing the girl's melancholic words, a question mark floated above Jiang Yu's head. "Are you truly in such dire straits? I recall you held a position of great esteem among the goblins." The beautiful girl with golden hair shook her head bitterly. "In this refuge, the powerful orderers have long since perished. Those who remain are no match for the extraordinary goblins." She continued, "When the goblins breached our refuge, we had just awoken and could not utilize the weapons within to defend ourselves." Jiang Yu, perplexed, asked, "Yet your weapons could contend with the formidable titans. How could they not withstand the goblins?" The human girl explained, "That is because the titans bear traces of our bloodline. They may very well be the result of our creations evolving long ago. Thus, they are susceptible to our attacks. However, goblins are different. They're not weak before us." "I see," Jiang Yu responded, understanding dawning upon him. Jiang Yu finally comprehended. The human girl continued, returning to the earlier question. "It appears to everyone that we hold a high status among the goblins. Yet this is merely an illusion. The goblins are an extraordinarily selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, absorb our knowledge, and seize our weapons, all while fearing our potential. They have ensnared us." A mocking smile appeared on the human girl's face. "In our sanctuary, there are hundreds of awakened kin who have borne many children over the years. The goblins acquire our knowledge, but deny us the right to educate our own offspring. Goblin King Amigel has forced us to choose, to exist as an ordinary race in Furland, or to be eternally bound to the goblin tribe. To be bound is to endure generations of servitude. How could we ever consent to that? Thus, we chose the former." Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, sighing, "It is conceivable that, if this continues, many years hence, humanity will become just another ordinary and weak race on the Furlan continent, perpetually on the brink of extinction." "Indeed," the girl replied resolutely, "but we, the human race, would rather start anew than live as slaves." She then gazed earnestly at Jiang Yu and entrusted him. "In the future, should humanity encounter peril, I implore you to lend your aid." "I shall," Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. "May I ask your name, fair human?" "Jiang Yu." Upon hearing these words, the human girl's face finally lit up with a relieved smile. "So you are the Eastern race. My name is Christina." The following morning, the goblin envoy bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others, returning to the Goblin King's court. Jiang Yu stood atop the mountain, watching them depart. He observed the silhouette of the human girl, shaking his head in lament. "In my past life, while playing games, I often heard tales of many prehistoric relics. Historians of various races in Furland speculate that the last epoch of Furland was the age of steampunk. However, they're unaware that, during that time, humanity was the true sovereign of the continent. Speaking of which, had the system not malfunctioned, might I have already triggered a legendary quest by now?" Chapter 23. The Expedition. A year later, a goblin messenger hurried to Paradise Mountain and entered the Whitestone Fortress. "Winged King, I implore you to lead your valiant winged army to the central region of Furland, to the Mengyan Plain for an alliance as autumn leaves begin to fall. Our king has resolved that this year, amidst the swirling autumn foliage, we shall mobilize our entire race to resist the tyranny of the Titans. The Titans are unjust, and all races shall unite against them. Once we succeed, the goblins are willing to share the continent with all races." At the head of the gathering, Jiang Yu sat composedly, nodding slightly. "Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that my winged kin shall honor the pact and shall arrive at the Mengyan Plain at the appointed time." The goblin envoy was overjoyed upon hearing this, excitedly placing a hand upon his chest and proclaiming, May the friendship between the goblins and the winged ones endure for all eternity. May it last forever. Jiang You nodded with a smile. 3 days later, Jiang You summoned the bravest 10,000 adult winged ones from his tribe, along with several hundred formidable extraordinary warriors, gathering them in the grand plaza outside the white stone fortress. Over 10,000 winged ones stood in the plaza, gazing at their chieftain with respect. Although the outside world referred to him as the king of the winged ones, he had yet to be crowned. His kin had urged him to take the throne, but Jiang Yu resolutely declined, stating, "How can I claim kingship when the blood feud remains unavenged? One day, if I can lay waste to the Tian Shan Mountains and obliterate the Eagle King's court, I shall be crowned upon the ruins of the Eagle King's domain." Similarly, Jiang Yu remained single to this day. When pressed for marriage by his tribe, he would respond, "How can I establish a home when the Eagle tribe is yet to be vanquished?" This effectively silenced the incessant concerns of his people. Standing atop the roof of the white stone fortress, Jiang Yu gazed at the assembly of over 10,000 winged ones in the plaza, his heart swelling with fervent pride. With his hand resting upon the bronze longsword at his waist, he spoke with conviction. "Many years ago, our ancestors were but a vassal tribe of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Every decade, the Eagle King's court would descend upon our ancestors' Eagleman Mountain, forcibly conscripting nearly all able-bodied young men into a war of indeterminate length. Each conscription meant the shattering of a family, with few ever returning. The Hanhai Forest is the solemn resting place for the countless corpses of my ancestors from Eagleman Mountain, their blood and tears flowing like a river. My father, grandfather, and forebears all perished in that war with no glimmer of hope for the future. The war between the Titans and the ancient dragons drained the lifeblood of our ancestors." At this point, Jiang Yu observed the tearful and impassioned expressions of his kin and continued, "When I succeeded as chieftain, our tribe numbered barely over 200, all of whom were frail and ailing. Upon reaching adulthood, I too was conscripted and thrust into that interminable battlefield. I witnessed the Titans flaunting their overwhelming might, regarding us as mere insects. I saw the Eagle King's court treating us as expendable fodder, with countless tribal winged ones perishing on the battlefield. It was then that I recognized the cannibalistic nature of the Titans and the Eagle King's court. Thus, during the second conscription by the Eagle King's court, I slew their envoy and led my kin to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Here, we thrived and grew stronger. We seized our opportunities, evolved our bloodlines, and transformed into an even mightier clan of winged ones. And today, we finally possess the strength to resist the Titans and the Eagle King's court. My sons, are you willing to follow me to vanquish the Titans and lay waste to the Tian Shan Mountains?" Yes, yes, to vanquish the Titans, to lay waste to the Tian Shan Mountains, to vanquish the Titans, to lay waste to the Tian Shan Mountains. Then let us march forth. Agreed. Chapter 24. The Alliance of the Morn Plains and the Origins of the Nights. The expansive realm of the Furlan continent stretches vast and boundless. From the shores of the Eastern Sea to the central Morn Plains, even with the swift daily flights of the winged folk. It took over a month for them to finally arrive at the Morn Plains alongside other allied races. In terms of distance, only the merfolk of the western coast could rival the winged folk. Fortunately, they encountered no obstacles from beasts or other races along the way. With an aerial legion of 10,000 winged warriors soaring through the skies, they resembled an immense, dark cloud advancing forward, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Moreover, armed with bows, a single command from their leader would unleash a torrent of arrows. Such a terrifying spectacle was indeed insurmountable. During their journey, Jiang Yu also led the winged legion in effortlessly vanquishing several foolish beasts, showcasing the combat prowess of his kin and bolstering his confidence for the impending conflict. As they reached the skies above the Morn Plains, a vast expanse already hosted nearly 100,000 troops from various races, encamped in tribal formations. Jiang Yu observed towering minotaurs wielding heavy stone axes, venting their seemingly inexhaustible brute strength within their encampments. There were stout yet brawny dwarven warriors, each brandishing bronze weapons, with some even forging new ones on sight. Swift centaur cavalry, bare of clothing and with hair intricately braided, displayed exceptional archery skills, marking them as one of the most formidable cavalry units on the Furlan continent. Additionally, there were numerous trolls, also traitors to the Titans, their population being second only to the goblins in present-day Furland. The merfolk, naturally endowed with water magic, were few in number. Having traveled a great distance from the western coast to join the battle, purportedly motivated by the legendary love between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang You found it hard to believe that the mermaid princess could truly love a goblin prince. The gnomes, loyal allies of the goblins, were present merely to cheer and rally support, though they were not to be underestimated, for they possessed a wealth of inherited magical professions. Fairies, innocent yet eager to join the fray, came in various elemental forms, including wind fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a formidable forest great fairy. With their long lifespans and resplendent magical prowess, fairies once held immense power in the ancient times before many other power systems emerged, and even goblins would think twice before incurring their wrath. The Goblin King, Amigel, tacitly accepted their presence, trusting that the great fairy would ensure these little ones behaved appropriately. For she was indeed a legendary powerhouse. There exists the ancient race of tree men, often referred to as the ancient tanks, numbering in the hundreds. Their presence is as formidable as an indomitable wall, and they have maintained a harmonious relationship with certain troll clans for generations. Additionally, there are the wolfkin, tamed by the goblins, as well as the kobolds and wild boars that once served the ancient dragons. A multitude of intelligent races, whose names escape memory, likely failed to pass down their lineage to the future. However, the most striking sight is the seemingly endless encampment of goblin armies, a true testament to their prowess. In this era, the goblin legions stand as an elite force, clad in robust armor. Within a mere span of years, a tenth of these goblins have donned iron weaponry, a testament to the contributions of the pre-epic humans who emerged from their sanctuaries. Outside their encampments, formidable steam-powered iron weapons loom, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. Even a cursory glance from Jiang You reveals several aspects that pose a lethal threat to him, igniting both envy and desire within his heart as he silently muses. The second chapter is upon us. This is the age of goblins, and my winged kin are yet to attain sufficient strength, but the future beckons. As Jiang You surveys the vast expanse of the Mengyan Plain, he notes that it accommodates hundreds of intelligent races, each boasting military forces in the tens of thousands. Among them are the Trolls, a clan of the Phelan family, with some factions aligning themselves with the Titanic giants. There are also the few hundred fairies who sing melodious tunes within their encampments, seemingly oblivious to the impending tumult of war, as if merely present for the spectacle. Caravans laden with provisions and supplies are dispatched by the goblin race from various locales. When Jiang You leads his winged army into the skies above the Mengyan Plain, it resembles a vast sea of clouds enveloping the sun, a sight unmistakable to all. Nearly every race present on the plain gazes upon this colossal aerial force, armed with longbows and bronze swords. Though the winged people have only recently emerged on the continent, many races remain unfamiliar with them. As the massive aerial legion approaches, confusion ripples through the onlookers. Was it not said that the Eagle King's court scorned alliances with them to oppose their mighty master, the Thunder Titan? This aerial host bears a striking resemblance to the Eagle folk. Could it be that their king is duplicitous? At that moment, representatives of various races jeer. Your information is woefully outdated. The beings soaring in the sky are our allies, the winged folk. While they may appear similar to the eagle folk, they are entirely distinct. My clan's elder has proclaimed that the eagle folk pale in comparison to the winged folk. I recall him saying, one winged being equals 5 eagles. The winged folk indeed seem capable of contending with the sky races, such as the Eaglemen, griffins, 2-headed wyverns, and horned eagles for supremacy of the skies. With their presence, we need not worry excessively about foes descending from above. At this moment, within the grand encampment of the goblins, a cadre of goblin professionals soared into the air, approaching Jiang You, clad in armor and wielding great swords or chain hammers. They were infused with the power of the winds, enabling their flight. Jiang You discerned that this group had yet to reach the legendary realm, thus indicating they belonged to a class of extraordinary beings capable of flight. As Jiang Yu was aware, most goblin extraordinary beings, including the Goblin King, were of the knightly profession. This formidable group of goblins might be an advanced cadre of sky knights, specifically wind knights. It may seem somewhat amusing, but in ancient times, The goblins developed various knightly professions, which indeed became one of the sources for knightly roles in the future. The four elemental knights, wind, earth, water, and fire, were pioneered by the goblins. Chapter 25. Once glorious as several goblin wind knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiang You. At the heart of the goblin encampment on the plains of Meng'an, a group of human beings sat beside a peculiar creation forged of steel. A middle-aged man with golden hair gazed at the vast legion of winged folk in the sky, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In his prime, the Empire boasted an aerial army 1,000 times more powerful than this tribe of winged folk. Bearing wings and soaring through the skies, the celestial minstrels, one of the 9 aerial legions, commanded far greater awe than these winged folk. A beautiful girl with golden hair rolled her eyes and sighed. Alas, those days are but a memory. The Empire has long since fallen. Our current task is merely to ensure the survival of humanity on this land, lest our lineage be extinguished. If that were to happen, it would be a grave dishonor to the sacrifices made by the Empire to protect this world. Indeed, the dark-haired man among them appeared to concur, inquiring, Fiona, you have encountered the winged king above. What are your thoughts? Is there a possibility he could become our ally? The golden-haired girl replied with a wry smile. That winged king is far from simple. He possesses some secrets, though not many. He seems to want me to believe that he is from our era, having been reborn into the form of a winged being through a method called reincarnation. Quite the absurdity. Even the most powerful sorcerers of the Empire could scarcely achieve such a feat. A young man with blue hair chuckled, Indeed, but I choose to believe that this winged king appears to seek something from us. This is a positive sign. Fiona, I fear he may be devoid of desires. Beside them, an elderly man with black hair interjected, Precisely for that reason, he may have the potential to strive for something. The golden-haired girl smiled. Grandfather Young. This winged king claims to be a member of the Eastern human race from that era. During this time, you should find a way to make contact. You, my dear girl, truly do not allow anyone a moment's respite, Yang remarked with exasperation. Very well, I shall reach out to him and discern his intentions. The golden-haired girl sighed. If only I had known earlier, I should have set the awakening time sooner. Being at the mercy of the goblins is truly unbearable. One cannot say that, a blue-haired man retorted with precision. Had the goblins not fortuitously breached our carefully set seals, in another 10,000 years, we might never have awakened again. The glory of the Empire would have been lost in the annals of time. Look at how many of our former sanctuaries still exist today. It is certainly better than being at the whims of others. In the sky, among the ranks of goblin knights, the leading goblin knight bowed respectfully to Jiang You. Esteemed winged king, my lord Amigel has prepared accommodations and provisions for the nobility. Jiang Yu followed the direction indicated by the goblin knight and indeed saw a clean and orderly camp beside the goblin encampment, stocked with ample supplies and equipment. He nodded in approval, realizing that the goblins hold the winged ones in high regard. Amigel is a commendable individual. Seemingly sensing Jiang Yu's satisfaction, the goblin knight continued. Esteemed winged king, when the sun descends today, after you have settled your kin, I kindly request your presence in my lord's central tent. He wishes to discuss the specifics of our campaign against the Titan giants with the leaders of various races. Very well, I shall arrive punctually, Jiang Yu affirmed. Chapter 26. The Supreme King Amigel. As the sun approached the horizon, the entire Meng'an plain was bathed in golden radiance. Jiang Yu, honoring his commitment, proceeded with a group of loyal guards toward the tent of Goblin King Amigel. Along the way, he passed through numerous tidy and solemn goblin military camps, all in impeccable order. Each goblin soldier stood tall in his view, embodying the essence of elite warriors. At the dawn of the nation, the goblins' prowess had reached such heights that they could dominate a chapter of the continent's history. As he traversed deeper, he arrived at an enormous tent at last. It stood prominently in the heart of the goblin encampment, a grand circular pavilion. Its pristine white color resembled a cloud floating in the verdant sky. Outside, 2 rows of goblin soldiers, adorned with feathered helmets, clad in yellow cloaks, and wielding spears and swords, stood at attention. These were the most elite of King Amigel's personal guard, the Yellow Robe Imperial Guard. Each one was an extraordinary professional. Passing by them felt akin to traversing a forest of steel, intimidating and formidable. Upon entering the grand tent, Jiang You found that many leaders from various races had already gathered. The Goblin King Amigel holds the strength of the Winged Legion in the highest regard, bestowing upon Jiang You great respect. He has arranged Jiang Yu's seating in the third position on the left, second only to the troll and the dwarf, placing him above even the centaur chieftain. Even ancient monarchs understood that air power surpasses cavalry. Amigel personally welcomed Jiang You to his seat, granting him the opportunity to engage with this legendary sovereign of the goblin race. In Jiang Yu's memory, from the vague historical records of the elves in the 5th chapter, this illustrious leader of the goblins was born at the tail end of the Titan and Dragon era within the largest tribe of the Falanda goblins. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he achieved legendary status within merely 100 years in an age where the extraordinary system was still in its infancy, leading the goblin race from the shackles of the Titan giants to the pinnacle of global supremacy, reigning as the paramount king of the 2nd chapter of the temporal epic of the Falanda continent. It is said that this legendary emperor possesses immense strength. During his time, the other 2 goblin legends were formidable enough to subdue both the great sage and the high priest of the goblins, uniting the entire goblin race across the continent, demonstrating his exceptional power and means, far from ordinary. However, what left the deepest impression on Jiang You was the immaculate, radiant spear held firmly in Amigel's grasp. This was the Amigel spear, an artifact crafted from rare materials sourced from across the continent, employing an unknown and mysterious forging method. A masterpiece forged with the collective strength of the entire goblin clan. This spear is a god-slaying weapon, with which Amigel personally felled a Titan giant. Yet, it is also a harbinger of misfortune. In the future of the Goblin Empire, several emperors, including Amigel, would meet their demise at the hands of this very spear. But those are events yet to unfold. At this moment, Jiang You gazes upon the Goblin King seated majestically as if upon a throne. The legendary lifespan of ordinary intelligent races is approximately 1,000 years, and Amigel is estimated to be around 500 in the prime of his life. Thus, while his stature appears diminutive compared to the other assembled races, his presence is immensely formidable. Even though Jiang You prides himself on his future legendary status, he cannot help but feel a profound admiration for this middle-aged goblin. The Titan giants and the ancient dragons ruled over Falanda for countless years. Yet he alone dared to resist, ultimately succeeding. As time passed, once all the tribal leaders gathered at the Mengan Plains, Amigel finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with charisma. Honored leaders and chieftains, I express my gratitude for your willingness to lead your kin alongside my people in our rebellion against the accursed rule of the Titan giants. Reflecting upon the moment when our ancestors were enslaved by the Titan giants, we have become their subjugated lineage for generations. I believe that all present here, like my people, yearn for freedom. No one wishes to remain a slave forever. Thus, we rise to revolt. In the seats below, Jiang You listened intently and with great seriousness, rolling his eyes at the words of the Goblin King, Amigel. The root of all this lay in the aftermath of the war between the Titans and the Dragons, where both sides suffered heavy losses, leading to the inevitable decline of the Titan giants and dragons, thus granting the goblins an opportunity to rise. Yet, it was not only the goblins who harbored such aspirations. If Jiang You possessed the strength of the goblin race, such declarations would rightfully be his to make. At the head of the assembly, Amigel continued his impassioned speech. Today I, Amigel, forge an alliance with all races upon the plains of Mengan, pledging an oath of blood. From henceforth, the goblin race and all present shall be eternal brother races. As he spoke, he took a cup of wine from his attendants, sliced his palm with a dagger, letting a drop of blood fall into the wine, staining it crimson. He then gazed at the somewhat dazed leaders of the various races present. At that moment, a line of goblin attendants approached each tribal leader, presenting them with a cup of the blood-red beverage. Jiang You, too, had no choice but to mimic this act, slicing his palm and allowing a drop of blood to fall, all the while internally scoffing. Such theatrics, one could only wonder where Amigel had learned them. He had certainly pioneered the practice of blood oaths on the continent of Furland. Seeing that all the tribes complied, Amigel's spirits soared. "Ladies and gentlemen, please," he exclaimed, before downing the drink in one gulp. The hundreds of tribal leaders present followed suit, drinking in unison. Following this, Amigel laughed heartily, declaring, "By this blood oath, we vow as brother races, and upon the vanquishing of the Titans, we shall divide the continent among ourselves." Cheers erupted in response. Good, good, Amigel, Amigel. The customs of the time were still quite simple, and the denizens of Furland had never witnessed such a display. The collective enthusiasm of the crowd was infectious, and they raised their voices in joyous celebration. Thus, the pact was sealed, marking the completion of Amigel's first step in the campaign against the Titan giants. The second step involved strategizing for the impending conflict. Yet the tactics of this era were rather straightforward. Aerial versus aerial, ground versus ground, simply charging ahead would suffice. Jiang You was assigned the task of addressing the aerial forces of the Titan giants, primarily those comprising the Eaglemen, griffins, and hawk beasts. Should there be any flying extraordinary professionals, Amigel promised to dispatch the Goblin Windriders for support. The task was simple, yet with so many races to coordinate. The meeting extended into the afternoon of the following day. By the third day, Goblin King Amigel once again ascended the highest hill of the Meng'en Plains, delivering a fervent address decrying the tyranny of the Titans, rallying the myriad forces of the races and boosting their morale immensely, particularly among the Minotaurs, whose eyes gleamed with fervor as they brandished their stone axes and trunks. A cacophony of battle cries erupted. Thus, in such an atmosphere, the grand army set forth, marching resolutely toward the Titan stronghold, Proletus. Chapter 27. Proletus. Proedas stands as the seat of the Titan court. It is said that the Titan king, Ashomes, employed 1 million slaves and expended nearly a millennium to construct the Titan capital. This colossal city is perched upon a lofty mountain, known as Proedas Mountain. Excluding the frigid extremes of the north and south, Proedas Mountain is the most majestic peak on the continent of Furland. The heavenly mountain, home to the winged people, pales in comparison to this grand edifice. Among the 1 million-strong army, an elderly leader of the Earthbear clan recounted to Jiang You his memories of the Titan metropolis. The main gates of Proedas tower to a height of 300 meters, while the city walls soar to 500 meters. Such towering gates were specifically designed for the Titan giants. Fortunately, beside the grand entrance, a modest 3-meter-high passageway was open for us, the subordinate races. During our journey to Proedas, we spent 3 days and nights merely traversing this immense city. The palaces of the Titan giants are all extraordinarily vast. One cannot help but wonder how many lives were lost in the construction of this great city. Yet, the most awe-inspiring sight remains the throne of the Mountain King. Carved from the summit of Proedas Mountain itself, the 500-meter-tall Titan King sits upon it, as if he were the very center of the world. He is a transcendent being, truly capable of standing alongside deities. Had the Titan King Ashomes still been present, the diverse races under his dominion would never have dared to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the elder Earthbear's description, Jiang You felt an immense yearning for the Titan King, longing for his power and the majesty of his rule. As time flowed on, the might of the Titan clan remained formidable. Even though only a few Titans remained, they compelled the Goblin King to nearly exhaust his entire clan's resources, uniting half of the races on the continent of Furland to dare to confront them. The 1 million-strong army gradually advanced towards Proedas. Along the way, numerous subordinate races under the Titans sought to impede their progress. However, they were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, causing barely a ripple. During the journey, Jiang You led the Winged Legion to vanquish many scouting teams of the Eagle folk. With the pressure from the Winged Ones, the once most elite reconnaissance race on the continent found themselves struggling. Yet, the Thunder Titan seemed intent on engaging the Goblin Alliance's forces directly at Proedas, encountering few enemies along the way. 3 months later, as a 1 million-strong army reached the outskirts of Proedas, Jiang You finally beheld the visage of this once magnificent Titan city. Contrary to Jiang Yu's expectations, the grandeur of Proedas appeared somewhat desolate. The city walls, originally built around the mountains, had collapsed by half, and within the city, only a few Titan palaces remained intact. Once the epicenter of the world, the majestic throne of Ashermis has vanished, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if some unseen force had cleaved the mountaintop itself. The remnants of ancient walls and ruins, a mere fleeting glance from Jiang You was enough. He could not linger. for war was imminent. Before the coalition of goblins and various races of the continent stood an equally vast army of nearly 1,000,000 titanogiants. Trolls, eaglemen, serpent folk, mud monsters, ogres, nagas, half-breeds, cyclopes, treants, and a myriad of other fantastical beasts, numbering in the hundreds of races, awaited the arrival of the goblin coalition under the Titan's command. Even more terrifying were the 8 towering Titans, reminiscent of ancient deities, standing proudly amidst the throng, each exuding an aura of formidable dominance. Leading them was the Thunder Titan, Atrus, a figure Jiang You had encountered over a century ago and had even fought alongside. The opposing formation was nothing short of magnificent, had Jiang You not been aware that the goblins and their allied forces were destined to triumph. He might have contemplated how to meet his demise with dignity. Within the Titan ranks, faced with the approaching 1,000,000-strong Goblin Alliance, the Thunder Titan stepped forward without a hint of restraint, mockingly declaring, "Amigel, have you come to construct a grand city for me? This 1,000,000 slaves is quite admirable. It saves me the effort of conscription. Ha ha!" In the ranks of the allied forces, King Amigel rode forth atop his wolf steed, directly confronting the Thunder Titan. His stature, when compared to Atrus, was akin to a mountain towering over an ant, creating a striking contrast. Yet his silhouette stood tall like a pine tree, instilling a sense of unwavering courage and resolve. It was no wonder he could unite the races of the continent, overthrow the Titans, and establish a goblin empire. Indeed, he possessed formidable prowess. Truly, a hero of the ancient era, he was a far cry from the goblins of the 5th chapter, Jiang You mused. Before the Grand Army, Amigel paid no heed to the Titan's mockery. Instead, he raised his head, his demeanor composed and resolute, addressing Atrus. "Atrus, the Titan lineage has declined. I shall be the one to end your glory. After defeating you, I will construct a royal city for the goblins in Prodas. Your era has come to an end." Chapter 28. The Battle of Prodas. Upon hearing Amigel's unabashed declaration, fury ignited within the heart of the Thunder Titan. The honor of the Titans, even if submerged in a world of turmoil, could not be shattered by mere ants. "Amigel, you once knelt humbly at my feet, pleading for my mercy. Now, I offer you another chance. Kneel, and you shall live." Perhaps sensing the lingering threat from the goblin camp, the proud Thunder Titan made the unprecedented decision to spare them. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were fully grown, the rest were mere youths. Despite their towering heights, nearing 100 meters, it could not conceal the fact that they were still legends in the making. Before the propagation of the Titans, Atrus yielded. Yet Amigel shook his head, steadfastly gazing at the colossal giant before him, akin to a mighty mountain, and shouted with fervor, "Atrus, I detest the disgrace you have brought upon me. From that fateful day, I have been unable to kneel." With that declaration, he raised the spear of Amigel and soared into the air, launching a fierce assault against the Thunder Titan Atrus. "Today, we shall vanquish the Titans. Warriors, charge with me." To confront demigods with the valor of legends is a testament to immense courage and a resounding ballad. The myriad races of the continent, witnessing Amigel's aerial combat, were invigorated, their spirits soaring as they surged towards the Titan ranks. The war erupted instantly. The clash of blades and the tumult of bodies ensued. The ferocity of the battle reached its zenith in mere moments. And at the heart of this tumult was the battlefield of Amigel and the Thunder Titan. Contrary to expectations of Amigel being slain or retreating from a strike by the Thunder Titan, a different spectacle unfolded. A resplendent crimson aura erupted from Amigel's being, akin to a mighty conflagration reaching the heavens. This was no mere legend. He was undeniably a formidable demigod. According to Jiang Yu's understanding, this was the Ascendant Blood Knight, a demigod knight. It was astonishing to realize that Amigel was indeed a demigod, beside the other 2 demigod titans. Each was engaged in combat with no fewer than a dozen legendary goblins. Among the remaining 5 titans, 3 were held at bay by 3 legendary trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 were surrounded and besieged by 2 remarkably elite goblin armies. One such army was Amigel's Yellow Robe Guards. The legendary warriors of Farand were not invincible. Despite their capacity to face thousands, they too could fall to mortals beneath their legendary status. In the future, a well-trained army of 10,000 could indeed slay a long-established legend. Witnessing this scene, Jiang You finally comprehended why Omigel dared to challenge the Titans. The depth of the goblins was truly unfathomable. Over 20 legends and one demigod. No wonder they could forge a vast empire in the second chapter. However, having chosen a side, they would fight to the end. Observing the legion of Titans, he saw countless eaglemen, griffins, hawk eagles, flying beasts, and wolf bats soaring in the sky behind them. Before the ranks of the winged folk, Jiang Yu raised his bronze long sword and proclaimed loudly, "Today marks the renowned battle of my winged kin. We shall proclaim to those swine soaring through the skies that the heavens belong to the winged. Grip your bows tightly. Steady your long swords. Defeat them. Let their heads become the stepping stones towards our ascendance as a mighty race upon the continent. Kill, kill, kill." The Mount Proadas stood prominently upon the plains, a lofty mountain surrounded by the emptiness of the land. It is difficult to ascertain whether this phenomenon is a product of human ingenuity or a marvel of nature. The region, also known as the Pro-Plains, spans merely 1,000 miles in both length and width. To the southwest lies the Whispering Forest, while an elliptical lake graces the east, and a narrow mountain range borders the northern grasslands. In this place, where the skies are high and the clouds expansive, the atmosphere is inherently conducive to aerial combat for the winged folk. Faced with an opposing aerial force numbering nearly 100,000, Jiang Yu commanded his contingent of 10,000 winged warriors not to engage in direct physical confrontation. Instead, he directed his troops to soar at greater altitudes, launching feathered arrows from a distance. As the enemy desperately drew near, they would create space between themselves. In the rare instances when retreat was impossible, the foremost winged fighters would instinctively relinquish their bows, unsheathing their long swords to obstruct the approach of the eaglemen, griffins, and horned hawks with blood and flesh. The long-range suppression from the heights proved to be lethal. Even the formidable griffins, imbued with the extraordinary powers of the wind, were compelled to retreat in disarray under the relentless pressure of such a military force and unscrupulous tactics. Those who have never witnessed a volley of arrows unleashed simultaneously cannot fathom its terror. Many years hence, this battle would become an everlasting agony for the eaglemen, for they, lacking hands and possessing only claws, could never master the art of archery. Thus, the aerial forces of the Titan coalition, numbering nearly 100,000, were left in a state of confusion by Jiang Yu and his compatriots. Regrettably, Jiang Yu did not spot the figure of the Eagle King among this vast army of eaglemen. Perhaps, in this conflict, while the eaglemen allied with the Titans, they were not entirely committed to the cause. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Titan coalition. The various factions of the Goblin coalition shared similar reservations. Tribes like the Trolls were still engaged in battle on behalf of the Titans. Everyone harbored selfish motives, particularly those seasoned veterans who had lived for ages. Truly, there were few races like Jiang Yu's who brought forth their finest soldiers to partake in the decisive battle for the continent of Furland. This was one of the reasons why the Goblin King extended such courtesies to the winged folk. Jiang Yu's demeanor was indeed commendable. Several hours later, the aerial skirmish concluded, and despite suffering 3,000 casualties, the winged folk emerged victorious. Henceforth, the skies over Proadas were clear to the Titan coalition's aerial might. Afterward, the winged folk returned to their encampment to replenish their dwindling arrows, partake in sustenance, and rest briefly before embarking once more into battle. The war was far from over. Jiang Yu instructed his warriors to engage in free assaults on the various tribal forces of the Titan coalition in squads of 50, while he led several hundred extraordinary winged fighters to participate in the encirclement of the Titan giants. Upon returning to the skies and surveying the land, Jiang Yu beheld the Proadas plains, where millions of soldiers lay lifeless and rivers of blood flowed. The Titans and the legendary goblins fought desperately. It was then that he noticed why over a dozen goblin legends could contend with such formidable demigods as the Titan giants. Each goblin legend wielded a peculiar alchemical artifact. Within the heart of the goblin army, there lay a peculiar encampment brimming with extraordinary alchemical creations that unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the Titans. To Jiang Yu, these contraptions bore an uncanny resemblance to the super cannons of a bygone era. Chapter 29. Victory as Jiang Yu's legion of winged warriors descended upon the battlefield. The soldiers of the Titan faction found their morale shattered by the relentless onslaught of arrows raining down from the heavens. The goblin commanders erupted into boisterous laughter, proclaiming the impending demise of the foolish Titan slaves. Time was running out for them. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, the various races within the Titan camp refused to crumble. They cast their gazes toward the battlefield's center, where the formidable Thunder Titan, a Tri, was engaged in a fierce struggle against the Goblin King, Gel, gritting their teeth and enduring the deluge of arrows from above. The more civilized Troll clan leaders shouted commands to raise their shields, while the less sophisticated mud creatures hoisted the enemy's corpses above their heads. The Boarmen, ogres, and half-giants, spurred by the aerial assault, grew even more ferocious in their attacks. On the opposite side of the sky, Jiang You led a contingent of several hundred extraordinary winged warriors before a youthful Titan. This juvenile Titan, though still in its adolescence, possessed legendary might, wielding a long whip of unknown material against a dwarf legendary warrior in a fierce exchange. Thus, Jiang You rallied his forces. Winged ones he might command, aim for the vital points, and unleash the radiant, piercing arrows. This was the winged race's harnessing of the power of light. First round. Eyes. Instantly, hundreds of specially crafted bronze arrows, enveloped in searing brilliance, soared toward the juvenile Titan's critical areas. Once fired, Jiang You disregarded their effectiveness and soared to the Titan's rear with his extraordinary warriors. Second round. Neck. 10th round. Gullet. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrows, the juvenile Titan emitted a feeble wail, its body riddled with wounds. In a fit of rage, the Titan unleashed a tempest of dust toward Jiang You and his allies. But the winged warriors, having anticipated this, evaded the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarf legendary warrior, wielding the steel axe gifted by the goblins, struck a decisive blow, severing the head of the juvenile Sand Titan, which tumbled to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. This marked the first Titan to fall at the hands of mortals, aside from the Titans and dragons. It became evident that mortals could indeed challenge the divine. A thunderous cheer erupted from the soldiers aligned with the goblin faction, resonating throughout the battlefield. At the center, the Thunder Titan, a Tri, watched in fury as the head of the juvenile Titan was hoisted by a band of mortal slaves, then displayed aloft by the winged ones to proclaim the power of the mortal races. His rage reached a boiling point, with golden eyes ablaze. A storm of thunder erupted within him, bloodlust saturating the air. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and the once clear sky was immediately shrouded by dark clouds. Ants, mere ants, how dare you desecrate the divine lineage? I shall eradicate you all from this realm. Thunder roared as 18 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like colossal pillars. With this single strike, countless lives were claimed beneath the wrath of the storm. Simultaneously, the very fabric of Thunder's law began to convulse, and an overwhelming sense of impending doom gripped the hearts of all present. Yet, at that moment, the formidable Thunder Titan experienced an unsettling tremor within his heart. The pristine spear, once clutched in the hands of Amateur, erupted with an unparalleled silver radiance, a sensation of being ensnared in a life-threatening crisis that could not be escaped. In the final moments of his existence, he heard the pitiful sigh of that wretched ant, the Goblin King. Holy spear, pierce through me. Then, an unfamiliar mechanical voice resonated softly around Atreus. The laws of thunder erupted. Space became chaotic, locking onto the bloodline of humanity, identifying the source of his transcendence. Judgment, penetrate. With a resounding clang, the blinding light swept across the battlefield, rendering all momentarily sightless. When their vision returned, a chill gripped their hearts. The once invincible Thunder Titan had collapsed, his strength waning, on the brink of death. The dying Titan gazed at the equally astonished Goblin King Amateur, his eyes devoid of their former pride. In the twilight of his life, he mustered his strength to rise and bellow at the 2 adult Titans nearby, Bardex, Emex. Take the children and flee. Atreus. The 2 adult Titans' eyes glistened with urgency. Hurry. Remember, you must find our King Ashomis. Avenge us and restore the Titan race. Go. Soon, the remaining Titans glimmered with celestial light. In an instant, the 6 remaining Titans vanished without a trace. At this moment, the Goblin King Amateur, seemingly awakening to the situation, unleashed a furious outburst. Will the proud titans also flee in disgrace? Atreus, I shall sever your head and use your skull as the gateway to my future goblin capital. I will ensure that you eternally guard the gates for my goblin kin. In the midst of the battlefield, the thunder titan Atreus, who had been clinging to life, felt a surge of overwhelming resentment and fury at these words. The last remnants of his strength dissipated, and he finally collapsed, succumbing to death. Witnessing the demise of the Thunder Titan and the departure of the six Titans through an unknown celestial passage, Amager felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Little did anyone know that he was already at the brink of exhaustion. The equipment he had acquired from the human refuge, designed to counter the Titans, merely allowed him to endure the onslaught without succumbing entirely. Moreover, half of the 20 legendary goblins he had brought along had perished in battle. Although the gun of Omnigel unleashed its power to slay the Thunder Titan Atreus with a single shot, the remaining 2 Titan demigods were a different matter entirely. He could not be certain of his victory over them. The energy contained within the gun of Omnigel was but sufficient for a single use. He had underestimated the strength of the Titans. Fortunately, the gun of Omnigel instilled fear in the Titans, compelling their retreat. Omnigel hovered in the air, gazing down at the mountains and rivers, and the awe-filled eyes of myriad races, a sense of intoxication washing over him, as silence enveloped the world. The vast expanse of the plain seemed to resonate only with the soft whispers of the wind. He summoned the gun of Omnigel back to him, raising it high and proclaiming loudly, "We have triumphed." Chapter 30, an address with Amigel's voice echoing through the heavens, a thunderous cheer erupted across the land. Excitement coursed through the hearts of all present. They had vanquished the once mighty gods. The various races of the goblin camp rejoiced, recalling King Amigel's promises. In stark contrast, the faces of the Titan camp turned ashen, realizing they had wagered on the wrong side. In the sky, Jiang You did not intend to dampen the jubilant atmosphere. He too soared with his bronze sword held high, celebrating the dawn of a new era. Yet, he and the winged race lacked the strength. It was not yet their time to shine. Omnigel, basking in the cheers of countless races, watched the jubilant throng on the ground and the soaring winged folk in the sky. With great joy, he announced, "My kin, allies of the goblins, at this moment, we have together defeated the Titans who ruled over Faerun for countless years, and we have become the masters of this land. From this day forth, no longer shall our kin be conscripted into those protracted wars, nor shall any more be enslaved by Titans and dragons. Our people shall live in peace." Reflecting on the past, the Goblin King may indeed have been genuinely elated as he stood firm against fatigue, eloquently speaking at length in the skies. As he concluded, he finally shared some future plans. "I shall honor my vow to construct the Goblin capital in Proedas, and upon its completion, I shall be crowned Goblin Emperor. At that time, I shall allocate lands to the various races. Furthermore, we, the goblins, are willing to share the Titan's legacy with all races." These words ignited even greater fervor among the diverse races of the continent. Was it not their desire to join the goblins in resisting the Titans for such rewards? In the following days, the Goblin Coalition would endeavor to capture as many of the Titan-affiliated forces as possible. These captives would become the spoils of the victors, distributed as slaves among the races of the continent. That evening, the Goblin King hosted a grand victory banquet, distributing copious amounts of beef and mutton, fine wines, and exquisite delicacies. The chieftains and leaders of various races were invited to the great camp of Omnigel, where a splendid night feast was held before a magnificent bonfire. When Jiang You arrived with a few loyal guards, he chanced upon a colossal hand being roasted over the enormous flames. A group of goblin chefs were frantically sprinkling various spices over a colossal hand. Jiang You immediately recognized it as the hand of the Thunder Titan, Atlas. What a stroke of misfortune for the Thunder Titan, to be dead and yet roasted by goblins. He quietly lamented to the small turtle perched on his shoulder. The turtle nodded in agreement, sensing the absurdity of the situation. It is wise to leave a thread of connection when parting, for one may meet again in the future. Jiang Yu was ambivalent about the goblin's actions. Perhaps such behavior contributed to the dire state of the Goblin Empire after its downfall. Before taking his seat, Jiang Yu first approached the throne of the Goblin King, Omnigel, to pay his respects. Omnigel, now filled with pride, was attended by 8 goblin maidens. while his loyal yellow-robed guards stood at a distance. The legendary white spear, which commanded respect across the continent, was planted beside the throne, signifying the king's authority. Jiang You gazed at the spear with envy. Upon seeing Jiang You approach, Amijel was quite pleased. The winged people were a rare ally, fully supporting his race. "Eagleman, take your seat. The banquet is about to commence," he exclaimed. Remarkably, he had previously addressed him as the Winged King, but now simply as Jiang You. However, Jiang You paid little mind to the change and promptly stated his purpose. "Your Majesty, with the Titans now vanquished, what are your plans for the races that align with them?" he inquired. "Naturally, they will be subjugated and eradicated. The establishment of an empire necessitates a substantial number of slaves." Amijel replied. "But what if they submit and willingly surrender?" Jiang You pressed further. "If they are not die-hard loyalists of the Titans, I could allow their kin to survive. I am not a cruel man." After pondering for a moment, Amijel furrowed his brow and responded, "There are far too many races affiliated with the Titans spread across vast territories. To eradicate them would require immense time and resources. It would be ideal if they could surrender. Furthermore, as the emperor of the continent, it is advantageous to have dominion over as many races as possible." Although he had triumphed over the Titans, he yearned for the reputation and status of their king, leading him to consider broader implications. Hearing Amigel's remarks, Jiang You reflected on how people could change. Goblins were no exception. He quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, the winged people have a long-standing blood feud with the Eagle King Court. If they were to submit, I implore you not to grant them clemency." Amijel was taken aback by the revelation of this enmity. However, he held no affection for the Eagles, who opposed the winged people. "My ancestors and forebears perished at the hands of the Eagle King Court and the Titans." Jiang You asserted calmly, "I understand. The Eagle King Court does not deserve to coexist on the same continent as us. However, if you are to eradicate the Eagle King Court, my race's legendary warriors will be required for assistance. I have heard that their Eagle King is also a legendary powerhouse." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old king is not to be feared. I can handle him," Jiang You declared confidently. "Excellent." As soon as Jiang You departed, a white-haired goblin elder hurriedly approached from behind. "Your Majesty, your previous statement is inappropriate," he remarked with a frown. "What is inappropriate?" The elder, seemingly oblivious to King Amigel's displeasure, continued, "The Eagle Kin cannot be entirely exterminated. Should their race be wiped out, the winged folk would become the sole dominant aerial species in Furland, unchecked by any other. Griffins, harpies, and two-headed dragons, while formidable, do not hold significant sway. This is also due to the fact that, at present, the profession of Griffin Knights has yet to be developed. Yet, I have already pledged my word to him." Amijel hesitated. What you promised was merely his undertaking to flatten the heavenly mountain and eradicate the Eagle Kin's royal court. If one or two princes of the Eagle Kin were to escape from their court, it would be quite normal. With so many Eagle Kin scattered across the continent, reconstructing a royal court would pose little challenge. But would this not appear as a breach of promise? How could it be viewed as such? "Your Majesty, you are the supreme monarch of the entire continent, the King of Kings. Decisions must be made from this elevated perspective." Upon hearing this, Amijel felt a resonance within his heart, leading him to acquiesce. What the sage has said is indeed wise. Let it be so. Chapter 31. Flattening the heavenly mountain in the dead of night. The starry sky appeared dreamlike, yet the Proedas plains shone brightly as if by day, illuminated by flames. Surrounding the enormous bonfire before the royal tent were the seats of kings and leaders from various tribes across the continent. The charred remnants of the Thunder Titan's hand lay atop the fire, now reduced to mere bones. The flesh had been apportioned by the Goblin King to all the tribal leaders present. This not only reiterated their triumph over the Titan, but also proclaimed the Goblin race's ascension as the new rulers of the continent. As one of the Goblin's crucial allies, Jiang You received a portion of the Titan's flesh. Especially prepared Titan meat had lost its explosive characteristics and was extraordinarily delectable. After all, it was the flesh and blood of a demigod. Following this banquet, the Furlandians seemed to have shattered a long-standing shackle, overcoming their innate fear of Titans and dragons. Henceforth, the act of bathing in dragon's blood and consuming dragon meat would commence from this moment, and the dragon race would be ever present. As the night feast progressed, While Jiang You watched with great interest as the ogre clan leaders drunkenly sparred before the bonfire, an elderly human approached him discreetly. Esteemed winged King Jiang You, I am one of the humans who emerged from the sanctuary. Yang Yan, are you also from the pre-epoch of humanity? Jiang You inquired with curiosity, feeling an immediate affinity towards the elder. Indeed, the elder nodded with a smile. Fiona once spoke to me about His Excellency Jiang You, who hails from the Eastern human lineage, sharing a common origin. It is no wonder I felt such an affinity upon meeting him. Ha ha ha, I share the same sentiment. Jiang You chuckled heartily. So, may I inquire why Lord Yang Yin seeks my presence? I have heard from Fiona that His Excellency Jiang You prefers candor. Thus I shall speak plainly. Might I inquire if you are familiar with the art of enchantment? You possess the knowledge of enchantment? Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. In later times, enchanters are among the most esteemed professions in Farland. To be candid, enchantment is an extraordinary technique we have developed by merging human technology with the extraordinary powers of this era. Currently, we have devised 3 forms of enchantment: flame, lightning, and wind. We are willing to bestow these 3 enchantment techniques upon you. Yang Yin stated solemnly. What is it that you seek in return? Jiang You inquired. When the time comes, several centuries hence, when humanity faces displacement from the continent, we hope that His Excellency Jiang You can safeguard a portion of our kin and pass on the art of enchantment to them. The elder of humanity spoke. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Yet, I cannot fathom why you hold such a bleak outlook on the future of humanity. Jiang You nodded gravely, questioning further. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed deeply. Surely Fiona has conveyed to you that the goblins both utilize and guard against us. Though Amigel provides us refuge, he ultimately believes that humanity harbors the potential to dominate the continent. For the sake of goblin supremacy, our descendants are forbidden from acquiring the knowledge we possess. Without the inheritance of knowledge, humanity shall merely become one of the ordinary wise races of Farland, posing no threat to the goblins. Yang Yan lamented. Can you not discreetly send a portion of your kin away? Jiang You suggested. We have made attempts, but until our generation of refugees has all perished, humanity cannot escape the goblins' watchful gaze. Yang Yin shook his head. How ruthless! This is tantamount to raising those who emerge from these refuges to their demise. Upon hearing this, Jiang You felt sympathy for humanity's plight and gained a deeper understanding of the goblin race. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. This is a bond forged in adversity, not in shared prosperity. Although Amigel is lavishly distributing territories among the races, Jiang You sensed that the goblins would not be so generous. That night, Jiang You acquired the art of human enchantment. His spirits lifted, yet, unbeknownst to him, that same night, humanity sought alliances with the winged, dwarves, merfolk, gnomes, and fairies. In the future rise of humanity, due to the efforts of their ancestors, many races, to varying extents, had offered assistance to humanity. The dwarves have since acquired unparalleled forging techniques, while the merfolk have mastered potent sonic spells. The fae have expanded their elemental manipulations, and the gnomes have devoted themselves to the legacy of humankind. The human refugees emerging from their sanctuaries have poured their hearts and souls into the struggle, exerting every ounce of energy they possess. On the following day, Jiang You bid farewell to the Goblin King, Amigel, leaving the injured to recuperate and leading the remaining winged army towards the heavenly mountains. 10 days later, Jiang You and his companions finally reached the skies above the heavenly mountains. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors soared aloft, equipped with longbows and drawn swords, poised for battle in their utmost readiness. Below, within the eyrie of the Eagle King, the eagle warriors stood atop the mountain, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the formation of the winged army in the sky. Their fear was not directed at the winged ones themselves, but rather at the victorious faction they represented. At that moment, an eagle envoy ascended into the air, flying towards Jiang You. He called out loudly, "Noble Winged King, I beseech you to halt your advance." The eagle envoy departed several days ago for Proedas, delivering a letter of submission to the great king of kings, Amigel, seeking allegiance. Please wait a few days. The Eagle clan will surely receive His Majesty Amigel's forgiveness. Upon hearing the envoy's words, Jiang You let out a cold laugh and decisively retorted, "No need for that. The Eagle court is unworthy of existence in Furland." Amijel will not accept your surrender. Today, I shall breach the heavenly mountains and annihilate your eagle court." With that, disregarding the envoy's pale expression, he raised his longbow and bellowed, "Warriors, today we avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill!" With his command, the winged warriors brandished their weapons and roared in unison, "Avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill! Flatten the heavenly mountains. Kill!" Almost instantly, a hail of arrows rained down upon the eagles atop the mountain. The battle erupted unexpectedly, catching the eagle warriors off guard, and a multitude fell. Blood flowed, staining the mountain red. In that moment, all the eagles understood that negotiations had shattered. A host of eagle warriors took to the skies, charging towards the winged army. Despite their fear of the goblin faction's power, they could not afford to remain passive any longer. To do so would be folly. Days prior, the eagle scouts had detected the movements of the winged army, yet they had clung to a false hope. Thousands of eagle warriors surged into the air, but the winged army once again leveraged their advantage of ranged weaponry, employing their aerial tactics to force the eagles into retreat. Even the swiftest of the eagle's extraordinary warriors were met with resistance from a comparable number of winged fighters. Although the eagles had once boasted a greater number of extraordinary practitioners, half of them had fallen on the battlefield against the titans and goblins. As the morale of the eagle warriors threatened to crumble, a resounding and commanding shout echoed within the grand stone palace atop Tianshan Mountain. "Those cursed winged beings are pushing their luck too far." Following this, a formidable eagle warrior, exuding a powerful aura akin to a tempest, surged towards Jiang You and his companions. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in deep black feathers, he towered above the average eagle warrior by a head, exuding an air of immense authority. This was none other than the legendary figure of the Eagle clan, King Lycrius. He embodied the pinnacle of their strength, a legendary advancement known as the Storm King. Chapter 32. The Slaying of the Eagle King in the face of the Eagle King's onslaught. Jiang You instructed the winged warriors to vacate the area and continue their assault on the forces of the Eagle Court. Meanwhile, he remained steadfast, preparing to confront this aged legend. In the realm of Farand, a legendary being is often regarded as the utmost combatant of a tribe. A typical tribe may require generations to cultivate the conditions for the emergence of a legend. The transition from extraordinary to professional, and from a formal rank to a heroic tier, often demands a tribe's considerable investment of time and resources, forged through blood and fire. The birth of a legend signifies the true ascendancy of a race. A legendary warrior typically possesses a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, safeguarding their lineage for millennia, a remarkable fortune indeed. As the sole legend of the Eagle clan, the Eagle King has aged considerably. Eagles are not a long-lived species. During this era, the average lifespan of a common eagle is about 50 years, although he appears as a middle-aged eagle. The Eagle King has lived for 9 centuries and has but a few years left. His physical capabilities have waned, rendering him far less powerful than in his prime. Consequently, he tends to act with caution, as evidenced by the conflict with the Titans and Goblins. Despite the Eagle clan's centuries of loyalty to the Thunder Titans, they refrain from exerting their full strength, all for the future of the Eagle Court. The Eagle King's greatest regret lies in the absence of a new legend among his descendants. Currently, there exists no prodigious talent among his princes and grandsons. While many young eagles within the tribe possess exceptional gifts, the Eagle King hesitates to pass on the legendary advancement of royal lineage to these promising individuals. The position of Eagle King must be filled by his own progeny. At times, he reflects upon his past with a tinge of remorse. In his vigorous youth, there was a gifted prince who ascended to the ranks of a heroic professional in just a few decades. Yet, in a bid to secure his reign, the Eagle King conspired to thwart his son's extraordinary path, leading to the latter's tragic demise and the banishment of his descendants from the royal court. It is said that this small faction settled on a hill in the east, where they thrived and multiplied. Above the Tianshan sky, the Eagle King, enveloped in the fury of the storm, flapped his wings in the air, brandishing a bone spear, and charged towards Jiang You with palpable wrath. Originally, his intention was to surrender to the Goblin King, thereby ensuring the continuation of the Eagleman's court. He had chosen the most powerful of his offspring as the next Eagleman king, undeterred by any potential dissent within his clan. This was because the more gifted members of his lineage had been sent to the battlefield against the Titans and goblins. Thus, many years later, his descendants would birth legends, and the Eaglemen would rise again. However, now, the winged legion led by Jiang You aimed to obliterate his court. Moreover, from Jiang Yu's words, it seemed that the Eaglemen had lost their chance to surrender. His court was truly in peril. This filled him with a desire to rend Jiang You into pieces. How infuriating! At this moment, as he soared into the sky to confront the winged leader, he noticed that the leader did not display fear. Rather, he drew his long sword and remained calm, awaiting their clash. This provoked a hearty laugh from him. The ignorant winged one. Could a mere hero's strength contend with legendary power? As he approached within 50 meters of Jiang You, the old Eagle King raised his bone spear, enveloped by a tempestuous force, the rhythm of legend emanating around him. And a legendary domain composed of storms descended upon Jiang You. The storm domain. Instantly, within this realm, dozens of spears made of wind howled toward Jiang You, the legendary might pressing down upon him with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the Eagle King surged forward, spear in hand. In the face of the old Eagle King's torrential assault, Jiang Yu's violet eyes shone with brilliant light. Behind him, his pristine white wings glimmered with pure radiance, and soon, two wings of light formed from brilliance appeared. His speed increased dramatically. Like a dancer on the edge of a blade, he narrowly evaded all of the old Eagle King's attacks. Then, Jiang Yu wielded his bronze sword horizontally, violet thunder erupting along its blade, and at the moment the old Eagle King's bone spear missed. He struck down upon the Eagle King's black wings. Blood gushed forth, further igniting the old Eagle King's fury. In an instant, Jiang Yu found himself as a small boat amid a stormy sea. However, the formidable battle awareness bestowed by the champions made it difficult for the old Eagle King to inflict even a scratch on Jiang Yu, who instead drained him endlessly. Ultimately, amidst gasps of astonishment, the old Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings broken, and he plummeted to the ground. He had grown old, unable to endure prolonged combat. Had he been in his youth, Jiang Yu might not have been a match for him. Faced with Jiang Yu's pursuit, the fallen Eagle King forced a bitter smile. I am willing to surrender, to serve your winged race. No need, Jiang Yu coldly rejected, descending to the earth as well, walking step by step toward the prostrate old Eagle King. The old Eagle King felt despair. Unable to contain himself, he finally asked, why must you drive my race to extinction? O King of Eagles, do you still remember the Eagleman tribe of Mount Gaoman? The Eagleman tribe of Mount Gaoman? The Eagle King's mind was ensnared in deep contemplation. Though he had forgotten, we remember. Our lineage, the descendants of the high and mighty Eagle clan of Gaoman Mountain, suffered greatly in our youth. It was your royal court of Eaglemen that repeatedly drained the blood of our tribe. And my forebears were all consumed as cannon fodder on the battlefield of titans and dragons. Today, we have come to exact our vengeance. Who would have thought that the exalted Eagle Court would ultimately meet its demise at the hands of a once despised small tribe? Jiang Yu let out a hearty laugh, unwilling to await further words from the Eagle King, and with a single sword stroke, severed his head. As the severed head soared through the air, the Eagle King suddenly recalled something. Was it not Gaoman Mountain, the very place where the descendant of his most exceptional son resided? If only I had acted differently back then, would the outcome have been different? Enveloped in boundless remorse, the consciousness of the Eagle King descended into darkness. Chapter 33, Legend, the Radiance of Sacred Thunder. You have slain the legendary powerhouse, the Eagle King. Experience points, 5,000. The system's timely notification did not disrupt Jiang Yu's thoughts. Standing atop the heavenly mountain, before the lifeless body of the Eagle King, Jiang Yu let his bloodied sword hang low. He gazed towards the sky, where the winged and eagle warriors were locked in combat. Although the winged were fewer in number, the tactical advantage and the suppression of ranged attacks rendered the eagle warriors of the royal court utterly inadequate. Thus, after Jiang Yu struck down the Eagle King, the remaining eagle warriors, still embroiled in battle, were struck with a wave of shock. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some could scarcely believe it. How could this be? The Eagle King, a legend, slain by the hero-tier winged king. The morale of the eagle warriors plummeted instantly. They were already no match for the winged, and now, with their king dead, their fears escalated. In a panic, a small faction of eagle warriors began to flee. triggering a chain reaction as a multitude of eagle warriors followed suit in a mass exodus. Under the weight of ancestral blood feuds, the winged warriors pursued their retreating foes, leaving countless corpses in their wake. On the opposite side of the heavenly mountain, in a shadowy corner of the eagle court, a diminutive figure cloaked in a robe smiled at a tall young eagle warrior. Well, Prince Food, did I not speak the truth? The Eagle King was no match for the Winged King. Now, will you accompany me? The young eagle's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with palpable dread. He took a deep breath, sorrowfully replying, "Indeed, as you foretold, the eagle court has been annihilated. I am willing to follow you. A wise choice. In the future, we shall assist you in reconstructing the eagle court. When shall this occur? Certainly not now. Your task is to gather the majority of the eagle warriors from Furland." Understood. Watching the scattering eagle warriors, witnessing the flames raging and the collapse of the eagle court, Jiang You stood beside the lifeless form of the Eagle King. And in his heart, a lingering obsession dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of clarity that coursed through his entire being. As if blessed by divine inspiration, his spirit began to surge, a flicker of brilliance drawing his consciousness into the vast ocean of spirituality. In an instant, amidst the expanse of the world, resplendent light and violet thunder erupted, fracturing the sky above Tianshan. Within this ocean of spirituality, Jiang You for the first time coalesced his own will into a luminous halo, a dazzling ring of purple and white. As the hues of purple and white twirled, they harmonized with a multitude of thunder and light elements. A thread of thunder and the principles of light were awakened, casting the force of law upon the halo. Thus, under the influence of this law, simultaneously, in the external world, a realm constructed from the powers of thunder and light materialized. You have awakened the legendary domain, Holy Thunder Domain. Within this realm, Jiang Yu's form underwent a transformation. His physique became increasingly perfect, his features strikingly handsome. Transcending the mortal realm, his silver hair shimmered softly, subtly emitting a gentle glow. The pristine wings upon his back, upon closer inspection, coursed with the powers of light and thunder. With silver hair, violet eyes, and white wings, imbued with the might of light and the brilliance of thunder. An aura of the divine emanated effortlessly. Within his veins, a torrent of life energy surged forth, reminiscent of the awakening of spring. The system's notifications resounded accordingly. Your bloodline has undergone a complete evolution. You have awakened the bloodline talent. Longevity Seed. Your bloodline has failed to elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of Longevity Seed is not suited to your bound race. You have advanced to the legendary profession, Holy Thunderblaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Chapter 34. Coronation. As every legendary profession is born, it awakens legendary traits. Each profession varies, and so do the traits. Generally, a legendary profession will awaken only one trait. For instance, the Eagle King awakened the legendary trait, Storm Lord, which enhances storm control. However, Jiang Yu's situation was somewhat exceptional. With the aid of Qing Shi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of two titans, awakening two extraordinary powers, thunder and light. Thus, he awakened two legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine Might. Damage dealt by thunder power is exponentially increased. Sacred Heart. Entering an absolute combat state. The enhancement of these two legendary traits endowed him with strength rivaling that of seasoned legendary powerhouses upon his ascension. Yet, what delighted him even more was the complete elevation of his bloodline. Bloodline, Longevity Seed. This signified a significantly prolonged lifespan, allowing him to venture further, with the possibility of glimpsing the divine throne in the future. However, upon seeing the notification indicating that the winged race had not evolved into the Longevity Seed, he fell into contemplation. In his vision, the winged people were destined to rival the future elven race as a long-lived species. Yet, at present their lifespan, although slightly exceeding that of the eagle people due to bloodline mutations, remained akin to that of ordinary races. Among the diverse races of the continent, apart from the dragons, only the dwarves, owing to their ancestors' Titan blood, possessed a notably longer lifespan, reaching up to 300 years. The rest fell within the 200-year mark. So, how had the elves achieved such longevity? Just as Jiang You pondered this, an exuberant cheer erupted throughout the skies and lands of Tianshan. He was jolted from his reverie, lifting his gaze to behold the multitude of winged warriors, their pristine wings unfurling as they raised their longbows and swords in jubilant celebration. They looked upon him with elation. The mountains were strewn with the fallen bodies of eagle people, and the collapsed royal court of the eagles flowed with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations had been avenged this day. The heroes, long confined beneath the weight of legend, had finally transcended. The winged race had birthed its first legendary figure, stepping officially onto the stage of the continent's formidable races. This was the very essence of the winged people's fervent jubilation. In the face of his kin's exultation, Jiang You recalled his promise to them before the expedition. He withdrew the sacred thunder domain, unfurled his immaculate wings, and ascended to the heavens, his resonant voice echoing across the Tianshan lands and skies. My kin, I once proclaimed that the winged race would, after a century of accumulation and the deepening of our strength, rise in one moment to avenge the blood feud of the 9 realms, to traverse Tianshan, and shatter the royal court. Today we have achieved this. The royal eagles who once scorned us now lie upon the earth, their king reduced to a foolish head, and the Tianshan trembles beneath our feet. Countless tribes of eagles shall suffer no more under the yoke of servitude. My kin, I once declared that a crown is born from blood and fire. At this moment, amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, I am crowned king upon the ruins of the fallen royal court. At that precise moment, the clouds above parted to reveal a great aperture, the sun shining resplendently, casting a radiant beam of golden light upon Jiang You, illuminating him as if he were divine. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth, I am the king of the winged people. His declaration reverberated through the valleys and rivers, echoing like the resounding waves of the ocean. As the mountains responded in kind, the multitude of winged people raised their arms in exultation. King, king, our race has a king. Chapter 35, The Lord of the Skies. After being crowned in Tianshan, Jiang You led his kin in a circumnavigation of the mountain, retrieving some precious items from the royal court of the eagles. The bodies of the eagles were interred, and the remnants of their royal court were tidied up. This place, according to the agreement with the goblin king Amigel, would soon belong to the winged people. Jiang You resolved to establish a mountain city here, envisioning it as a bastion for a portion of the winged ones to reside and flourish, serving as their foothold on the continent. In the grand design for the future, the winged ones would require an extensive period for growth and evolution. Their strength could not be significantly enhanced in the short term. Thus, Jiang You decided to subtly elevate the bloodline of the winged ones over generations, striving to evolve them into the immortal beings he envisioned. To this end, he resolved to seek the remains of Titan giants from King Amigel of the Goblins after his coronation. It was rumored that beneath the Prodas Mountains lay the remains of many deceased Titans. There remained a span equivalent to the time required to construct a goblin city before King Amigel would be crowned. He estimated that the completion of this grand goblin city would take another year. After dispatching a contingent of winged warriors to gather intelligence in Prodas, Jiang You returned with the majority of the winged forces to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Having just ascended to the legendary tier, he needed to solidify his standing and concurrently determine the path that lay ahead in his legendary journey. In Jiang Yu's understanding, there existed 3 pathways beyond legend. One was to continue along the legendary road, traversing the mortal realm, where one could achieve unparalleled prowess, ultimately attaining supreme legend and immortality. The second was the path to divinity, establishing a terrestrial divine realm, culminating in the exaltation of a divine throne and the attainment of greatness as a deity. The third, the rarest, was the path of the Sky Lord, forging a throne in the heavens and ultimately descending to the earth, transforming the world into one's dominion. Each of these paths presented formidable challenges. The first path of earthly legend would be traversed by many future archmages, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests who found no hope of attaining divinity. This path did not conflict with the divine route and posed no threat to the gods. The second path to divinity was widely known, characterized by a gradual progression from easier to more arduous trials. Those who embarked on this journey would first become demigods, igniting the divine flame before ascending to godhood. However, divine positions were limited if the divine office one sought was already occupied. The only recourse was the slaying of the god. Such an endeavor was inherently daunting, and the ranks of deities varied significantly in power, with weaker gods merely surpassing legends by a narrow margin, destined to serve the divine order. The third path of legend, however, was a mystery to most, shrouded in obscurity within the vast astral realm. This pathway stood in stark opposition to the second, embodying an irreconcilable enmity. One represented the coexistence of many gods, while the other sought absolute singularity, an evident difficulty in reconciling the two. Jiang Yu's awareness of this was a remnant from his previous life, where he had received a singular quest in a game. The existence of such a path implied that someone had indeed succeeded in it. As rain poured down upon the summit of Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged upon a stone, contemplating the choices that lay before him. His first choice, naturally, was the path of ascension, but in the later stages of the 5th chapter, there lies a period known as the Twilight of the Gods. During this time, the universe undergoes cataclysmic transformations, and the realms of the deities teeter on the brink of collapse, forcing the majority of the divine beings to transform into saints in a desperate bid for survival. It is at this juncture that numerous gods fall victim to mortal hands, their divine offices usurped, as mortals ascend to become new deities. Thus, divinity is not synonymous with immortality. The culmination of legendary human existence, achieving immortality, proves to be a far more arduous journey than attaining godhood. Moreover, prior to reaching this state of eternal life, one's combat prowess and survival capabilities may not even surpass those of lesser gods. After much contemplation, he gazed upon his system panel, his eyes drawn to the resplendent talent of Champion's Will, and recalled the world from which he originally hails. In an instant, a resolute glint sparkled in his eyes. Having ventured into this realm, what significance would there be in not striving to become the strongest? He resolved to tread the path of the Sky Lord. If he persevered until the 5th chapter and awaited the system's unlocking, he might very well succeed in ascending to the pinnacle. But how might one embark upon the path of the Sky Lord? Chapter 36. The Journey Ahead. Reflecting on the explanations of the Sky Lord from the records of his past life, he also recalled the path of the gods. By the 5th chapter, the path of the gods had long ceased to be a mystery. Demigods condensed the heart of the laws, establishing terrestrial realms of divinity, intertwining with the authority of heaven and earth, gathering faith, igniting the divine flame, and thus forming their divine essence, raising their kingdoms to the heavens and forging divine thrones in the celestial heights, to wield the authority of heaven and earth through divine essence, to hold divine rank and office. This is what embodies a true God. This is to shepherd the populace on behalf of the heavens, becoming an integral part of the cosmic order. In contrast, the Sky Lord, while similarly wielding authority, must govern the realms. Therefore, the establishment of a sky throne is a necessary step. Without truly achieving the status of world sovereign, one must dominate myriad laws through the throne. In Jiang Yu's eyes, laws represent the great path, to stabilize the world with one's self, and to subdue myriad paths with one's own way. One path to dominate all paths. Thus, it is entirely appropriate to deem the Sky Lord as the singular deity. In Jiang Yu's perspective, this personal path is not merely the myriad laws of the known universe or the 3,000 great paths. Rather, it necessitates the creation of an entirely new path to overshadow the 3,000 great paths. But how to accomplish this? Jiang Yu glanced at the long sword sheathed at his waist, and thoughts surged through his mind like a wild stallion. The vast knowledge and insights from his past life flowed within his consciousness. The wisdom of two worlds clashed like luminescent sparks in the sea of his mind, as if he stood upon the shoulders of giants, gazing down through the annals of time. Thus, he labored tirelessly, his spirit consumed day and night. It was akin to a moment of enlightenment. This intense introspection was profoundly draining. Even as a legend, he began to show signs of weariness. At last, 1 year later, a myriad of extraordinary experiences rendered him unique. On yet another thunderous, rain-soaked day, as if a ray of heavenly light pierced the storm, his spirit surged with brilliance. An ethereal path of advancement was illuminated by his inner light. It was an unprecedented path forward, incredibly arduous yet equally resplendent. Atop the summit, the torrential rain intensified. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, Jiang You suddenly opened his deep purple eyes, reminiscent of a starry sea. His wings unfurled like clouds descending from the heavens. Raindrops cascaded down his face and between his feathers, leaving traces of the world's essence upon him. His spine resembled that of a great dragon. Rising to his feet, he grasped the long sword at his waist with his right hand, swiftly drawing it from its sheath. Slashing the air above and letting out a hearty laugh. I have heard that a sufficiently powerful will can even distort the laws of nature. Thus, I shall replace the laws with my will and forge a new decree. This path is nameless, yet my will shall serve as a judgment upon the world. Clear and resolute, I shall name it the path of judgment. Henceforth, I shall construct a throne of judgment high above, establishing the path of decree to subdue all beginnings. This decree shall forge 3,000 swords of judgment, refined with countless laws as nourishment. Ultimately, it shall achieve immortality. With clarity of purpose, his heart finally felt at ease. However, the first step requires the mastery of a singular law, serving as the foundational path of my decree. My future is now illuminated. My heart and being are as pure as jade. My thoughts and aspirations manifest as reality. At the moment of his realization, the champions will surge violently, akin to a sword raised towards the heavens. In his soul, a phantom sword formed, composed of his formidable will, followed by countless illusory long swords symbolizing the suppression of numerous laws, intertwining and merging within his spirit. Eventually, an ethereal throne, crafted from innumerable judgment swords, materialized deep within his psyche. Just as this celestial throne emerged, the heavens erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire world trembled in response. It was as if the vast realm sensed an impending crisis. Dark, ominous clouds swiftly engulfed the sky, obscuring the horizon. A disquieting sensation arose within the hearts of all beings across the world, as if something precious were about to be taken from them. In Prodas, the king of the goblins, caressing the yet-to-be-formed imperial throne, was suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable aversion, though the target of his disdain remained shrouded in mystery. A formidable foe? Who could it be? Upon the boundless sea, on a hidden island of great treasures, several ancient dragons were roused from their slumber. Who has angered the world? Across the globe, regardless of race, every legendary powerhouse felt a sense of confusion, as if a momentous opportunity mingled with an impending calamity. What is happening? I'm already legendary. Why does this sense of foreboding linger? At the pinnacle of heaven's mountain, amidst the downpour, Jiang You suddenly sensed an overwhelming terror rising within his heart. It was as though in the veiled depths of existence, the malice of the world had manifested. This sudden awakening left him in a cold sweat, cascading from head to toe. It felt as though someone was whispering in his ear, "Great disrespect. Great disrespect." He hastily dispelled the phantom of the judgment throne in his mind. Consequently, the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth instantly vanished, yet he remained haunted by trepidation. Even a mere embryonic passage had invited the malice of the world. No wonder no one has ever achieved immortality as a lord of the sky. No, it is exceedingly rare. This is a transcendental path that the world does not acknowledge. Indeed, it is fraught with difficulty. However, in Jiang Yu's heart, he was not daunted by the world's malevolence. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him, like a blazing inferno, fueling his ambition. This path is precisely the perilous route I, as a champion, wish to traverse. It marks the beginning of my ascent to unparalleled strength. He smiled softly to himself. Thus, the first step is to master the power of the principles I currently possess to perfection. As of now, I have merely grasped the surface of these principles. It would be wise to avoid the sensitive aspects of the world's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the early stages of this arduous path bear striking resemblance to the path of demigods. Therefore, I shall first consolidate the heart of the principles and become a demigod, awaiting the right moment to act. Thunder, light. I shall commence with the mastery of these two principles, manifesting the path to divinity as a fade. I shall undertake the affairs of the Lord of the Heavens. As for the throne, that could be forged later. He lifted his gaze towards the bright moon and the shimmering stars above. Indeed, the heavens ought to be adorned with more. Chapter 37. The beginning of the second volume. The Goblin King's city, in the span of a few days, outside the Paradise Mountain, a winged man hurriedly flew back from the west. His expression was urgent as he raced towards the white stone fortress at Paradise Mountain, calling out loudly, "My king, the Goblin King's city, Proedas, has been completed. King Amigel has announced that the coronation ceremony will be held in 1 month." Inside the white stone fortress, a small turtle lay atop a wooden table, softly snoring. Jiang You, who was attending to the backlog of clan matters, immediately stood up upon hearing the winged messenger's announcement. Amigel is finally to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. This is a classic scene marking the beginning of the second volume. The sensation of witnessing history in his heart surpassed merely experiencing the passage of time. As he awaited the winged messenger to enter the hall and announce again, Jiang You instructed his guards to take the messenger to rest. He then turned to his winged assistant and said, "Shall he go select 800 elite winged warriors to accompany my guards and join me in Proedas to celebrate Amigel?" "Yes, my king," replied a winged girl diligently working at a nearby wooden table. Managing the vast winged tribe alone proved impossible for him. Thus, upon his return, he had chosen several intelligent and reliable winged individuals as his administrative aides. Inona stands out among them, having been promoted to assistant by him. After Inona stepped outside, Jiang Yu patted the little turtle's head on the table and chuckled. "Lil Ba, wake up. Let's prepare to set off for Proedas." The slumbering turtle was abruptly roused, its bewildered eyes reflecting a clear yet naive innocence, far from the shrewdness it would exhibit in later times. "Boss, we are embarking on another journey. Let's hasten our departure." It naturally rose upright on its 2 little legs and climbed onto Jiang Yu's shoulder, rubbing its sleepy eyes in the process. Jiang Yu smiled gently. With Amigel crowned as emperor, the dynamics of this world have shifted. "Regardless of the changes, I remain steadfast," the proud little turtle declared, lifting its head defiantly. "Who am I speaking to, boss? I was mistaken." The following day, 1,000 elite winged ones gathered above Heaven Mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, sufficient to establish a formidable aerial force for Amigel. With a command from Jiang Yu, everyone followed him westward to Proedas. A month later, Jiang Yu led the winged ones to Proedas. At that time, on the Proedas plain, a magnificent city had been erected on a mountain also named Proedas. Its walls, inheriting the height of the Titan giants, soared 500 meters high. Yet, the internal architecture was tailored for the convenience of goblins and various races of the continent, designed with remarkable orderliness, reminiscent of ancient large cities from past epoch. The goblins lacked such architects, leading Jiang Yu to believe that this was indeed the masterpiece of those humans who emerged from the shelters among the goblin ranks. At the original city gate, a colossal skull was embedded at its center, with its gaping mouth serving as the entrance and exit. Every intelligent race passing through the gate could sense a demigod-esque grandeur and a faint thrill in their hearts. It was evident that Goblin King Amigel kept his word, having promised to forge the head of the Thunder Titan Altair into the city gate, and he had indeed accomplished it. The myriad races of the continent, witnessing this, not only marveled at the goblins' might, but also recognized their formidable strength, bowing their proud heads in submission. This was no disgrace during the Titan's reign. The goblin race had similarly bowed in reverence, even more so. In Proedas, where a portion of the mountaintop had been leveled, a vast expanse of land was left smooth and even. A magnificent palace, embodying a blend of steampunk aesthetics and pre-epic human style, was constructed atop it. Its beauty was breathtaking, evoking a sense of wonder that transcended earthly creation. Even Jiang Yu felt that his own white stone fortress appeared somewhat simplistic in comparison. Before the palace lay a sprawling square, where a stone sculpture of Goblin King Amigel stood tall, depicting him with arms crossed, gazing thoughtfully over the mountains and rivers. As Jiang Yu beheld the scene, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The winged beings descended outside the city gates, where a gnome official promptly approached them, guiding them into the city of Proedas. However, the official led them directly to a towering structure resembling a pair of outspread wings. "Your Highness, this is the residence we have specially prepared for the nobility of your kind. Henceforth, This place belongs solely to the winged race. Chapter 38. Striking a humanity. Jiang You smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, this marked a significant establishment for the winged people within the gnome capital. Observing the monumental edifice, its wing-like design signified the gnome's thoughtful consideration. This was nothing short of an embassy. In fact, along this street, there existed not only the wing-shaped buildings designed for their race, but also dwarf structures resembling hammers, troll buildings akin to fangs, and fairy architecture reminiscent of forests. Additionally, there were establishments for centaurs, merfolk, gnomes, and more. This street seemed to have been constructed expressly for the esteemed progeny of draconic benefactors. Before opening the door to the winged building, the gnome official inquired, "Your Highness, this structure has yet to be named. You may bestow upon a title, and we shall arrange for a plaque to be affixed. Then let it be called the Winged Embassy," Jiang You replied without hesitation. The gnome official expressed astonishment. "The name you propose bears resemblance to the terminology used by the human refugees. It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness indeed holds an affinity for humanity. In certain respects, I share a profound understanding with them." Jiang You laughed heartily. He harbored no concerns regarding the gnome's potential resentment towards his closeness with humans. In truth, the truly formidable human technologies and equipment were predominantly in the possession of King Amigel of the gnomes. Furthermore, the lifespan of humans was relatively brief. Even if they pursued the path of the extraordinary, under the gnomes' constraints, their descendants would eventually become an ordinary race in Furland after several centuries. They posed no threat whatsoever. In pursuit of a future everlasting gnome empire, Amigel, while not resorting to extremes, employed every conceivable means. However, one question lingered in Jiang Yu's mind. In the bygone era of resplendent human civilization, was there truly no superlative being at the pinnacle of their extraordinary sequence system? In the game lore, those who reached the apex of each path were referred to as gods. The gnome official's musings interrupted Jiang Yu's contemplation. "Indeed, humans are a remarkable race." He then added earnestly, "Your Highness, the exclusive plaque will be delivered tomorrow, and we shall take full responsibility for your meals during this period. Moreover, in 1 month's time, it will be the coronation ceremony of our king. Please ensure your timely attendance." Jiang Yu responded with solemnity, "I shall certainly remember." The gnome official then took his leave with courteous demeanor. At this moment, the goblin clan appeared immaculate and composed, exuding the pride and honor of being the mightiest race on the continent. Such is the formidable clan of Furland. One can only ponder how their future will unfold. Once the goblin officials had distanced themselves, Jiang Yu, accompanied by his kin, entered the grand embassy shaped like dual wings. The interior of the embassy was vast, capable of accommodating 1,000 winged beings, with ample space remaining. This structure was originally reconstructed from the palace where the Titans once resided, hence its considerable size. Several hours later, as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the land, Jiang Yu strolled through the newly established goblin city with a few trusted guards and a small turtle. The houses were neatly arranged and the streets wide and expansive, resembling several concentric rings encircling the central Mount Prodas. The entire city was capable of housing 1,000,000 souls. Amigel's ambition was vividly manifested in the construction of this city. Ultimately, he ascended the towering city walls, gazing down upon this resplendent new radiant city. The newly erected goblin capital radiated brilliance. A vibrant civilization was on the rise. In the days that followed, aside from occasional outings, Jiang Yu dedicated himself to his training. During this period, he was received once by the goblin King Amigel in the newly completed royal palace. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's legendary accomplishments, Amigel was momentarily taken aback, feeling a deeper kinship towards him. However, in this era, strength was the ultimate currency. In contemporary Furland, Jiang Yu's winged tribe constituted the most powerful aerial army, compelling Amigel to regard them with utmost seriousness. Yet, upon exiting the royal palace, the great sage of the goblins approached Amigel's throne, furrowing his brow. Now that the leader of the winged tribe has reached legendary status, he is no longer as easily controlled as before. A winged tribe of 100,000 can form a formidable aerial battalion. Even legendary beings and demigods would find them troublesome. It is not that they fear. The challenge lies in resolution. Before achieving divinity, Divine power and extraordinary strength are distinct entities. Amigel was a man of strong control. Although the strength of the ogre clan was formidable, he was never concerned due to the multitude of diverse ogre factions in Furland. However, the United Wing tribe, with a legend at its helm, posed a potential dilemma. Even if internal strife were to arise, it would be swiftly quelled by the legendary leader. A troublesome prospect indeed. Your Majesty, perhaps we could establish our own aerial battalion. Our own? With those eagle folk? Amigel inquired, perplexed. Not them. I have observed those eagle folk. Their spirits are utterly deflated. They're no longer of use. What I propose is that we, the Goblin clan, possess various knightly professions. Why not select a type of flying beast to serve as the mounts for our aerial battalion? The Great Sage suggested with a smile. Ah, splendid idea. Then, Great Sage, do you have any thoughts on which type of flying beast would serve as the steed for our flying knights? Amigel, intrigued, inquired griffins. Do we not capture a multitude of griffins during our campaigns against the Titans? The Great Sage, leaning upon his staff, chuckled indeed. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Amigel exclaimed thrice. Evidently elated. I feel as if I, the Great Sage, have discovered a source of water, akin to a saber-toothed tiger sprouting wings. Let us proceed as you suggest. He burst into hearty laughter. However, at this moment, we must demonstrate due regard for the winged ones. We are yet unaware of the ancient dragons lurking in the shadows. The aerial forces are indispensable. The Great Sage proposed. Agreed. Amigel nodded. That territory has yet to be encroached upon by the goblins. It is merely a hollow title. Let it be granted, and when the Goblin clan flourishes, we shall find an excuse to reclaim it. After concluding this matter with the Goblin Sage, he prepared to visit the harem to indulge in the company of his newly acquired goblin beauty. Just as he assumed the Goblin Sage was departing, he noticed him pausing, continuing to offer counsel. One more thing, Your Majesty. What is it? Amigel inquired without an ounce of impatience. Currently, those in the refuge are engaging in a plethora of clandestine activities, maintaining connections with various races. I believe it is time to articulate our stance. Upon hearing this, Amigel furrowed his brow. The conquest of the Farron continent was not solely attributed to the goblins' accumulated strength over the years. The humans emerging from the refuge were a significant factor as well. Without the humans, they would struggle to vanquish the Titan giants. We must exert pressure on the humans, demonstrating our attitude towards them to the various races of the continent. The Goblin Sage asserted. How shall we proceed? Among those humans, there is a woman named Fiona, reputed to be a designated administrator of the refuge, essentially a nominal leader of their kind. I propose, Your Majesty, that you take her as a consort. This would publicly declare your stance. Marry the human woman? Amigel felt a twinge of discontent. In his eyes, the beauties among the goblins were the true epitome of allure. No matter how striking the human women appeared, they resembled oversized monkeys in his view. He favored the vibrant green skin of the goblin maidens. Your Majesty, as the future emperor of the Goblin Empire, sacrifices must be made. Furthermore, marrying her merely conveys a message. You need not consummate the union. She may reside in the palace as an ornament. Thus, we would strike a blow to those seemingly submissive yet inherently proud humans, rendering them a disunited front. Simultaneously, it would serve as a warning to the various races of the continent. Why not pursue such a beneficial endeavor? Very well, Amigel conceded reluctantly. I shall attend to this matter shortly. Ah, but there is no need to act with such haste. Next month, you shall be crowned, and at that time, the queen and the concubines will make their grand appearance, which is quite urgent. Thus, half a month later, while at the Wingman Embassy, Jiang You suddenly heard a shocking piece of news. What? That golden-haired human girl named Fiona has married the Goblin Emperor as a concubine? The wingmen were all astonished. Is that true? Such a vast racial disparity can still harbor true love? Little Turtle King Xiaoba also gasped in surprise. However, it is said that since Amigel married the human girl, he has never laid a finger on her, remarked one of the wingmen who heard the news. Amigel's taste remains conventional. Thus, the implications of this matter are far from simple, Jiang You pondered. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, endowed with the ability to establish a nation and possessing great talent and strategy, his actions are anything but straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang You finally realized. I understand, he said to the wingmen officials accompanying him. We should refrain from any contact with humans for the time being. Amigel has taken the human girl Fiona into his harem, but does not favor her, as a means to convey a message to us. Boss, what message? Little Turtle was bewildered. Does this have a deeper meaning? The thoughts of a wise race are far too intricate. I must learn from this. I understand now. The wingman girl Inona also had an epiphany. Amigel has taken a woman who is the leader of the humans into his harem. This signifies that humans are his possessions. He is warning us not to entertain any ideas about them. Ah, I see. Little E, you are quite clever. Jiang You praised with a smile. Hee hee. The wingman girl revealed a sweet smile. Another half-month later, the entire city of Proedas became extraordinarily lively. As a multitude of wise races from the goblin faction arrived in the city, bringing a significant influx of people. Coupled with the ongoing migration of goblins from various regions of the continent, Proedas was nearing a population of nearly 1 million. Among them, over 900,000 were goblins. Such a staggering number. On this day, coinciding with the onset of spring, when all things awaken and thrive, the entire city of Proedas appeared solemn and magnificent. For today marked the day of Amigel's coronation as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Every goblin expressed immense joy on this day. From a bird's-eye view, all the goblin citizens stood along the streets at the foot of Proedas Mountain, quietly awaiting the moment. Numerous goblin soldiers stood atop the city walls and along the streets, facing the direction of the royal palace on Proedas Mountain, slightly bowing their heads and placing their hands over their hearts. In front of the royal palace of Proedas, in a vast square paved with blocks of white stone, Jiang You stood with several wingman guards and leaders of other races on the right side of the palace square, amidst a gathering of thousands. As for the diverse armies they brought, they were arrayed outside the city. To the left stood the esteemed goblin nobles and officials, led by the Grand Sage and Grand Priest of the Goblins, numbering nearly 10,000. In the center of the square lay a wide crimson carpet, broad enough for 4 horses to gallop side by side, extending from the palace square to the far end of the plaza, and then ascending along 900 steps to the palace. This was the Coronation Avenue. Throughout the square, in every corner and flanking the sides of the Coronation Avenue, stood elite goblin soldiers, clad in armor and wielding long spears and short swords. Their iron armor gleamed dazzlingly under the sun, exuding an air of solemnity. As the sun reached its zenith, Jiang You, standing in formation, suddenly heard a resounding and exalted proclamation. The savior of Furland, the destroyer of Titan giants, the brave and fearless Goblin Lord, the leader of the Continental Alliance, the great leader Amigel, has arrived. Jiang You turned his gaze toward the outskirts of the square. He saw several goblin professionals walking ahead on either side. It was evident that one of the extraordinary practitioners had uttered the announcement. Amigel strode confidently in the center, exuding a commanding presence. Beside him was a beautifully adorned female goblin. Following them was a retinue of nearly 300 goblin concubines. Among this group, Jiang You immediately spotted the golden-haired human girl, Fiona, whom he had encountered before. Her height made her exceptionally conspicuous among the average goblin women, who stood at less than 1.40 meters. Observing her current expression, Jiang You noted her pallor. Her spirit appeared considerably diminished, and her once captivating beauty now bore a melancholic, almost sickly charm, rendering her a stark contrast to the confident golden-haired girl of yore. Chapter 40. The Goblin Emperor. Just as Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon her, a flicker of light momentarily ignited in Fiona's eyes, only to fade again into despondency. Beneath the blazing sun, Fiona felt as though she were trapped in the depths of winter. However, Amigel's coronation ceremony would not be swayed by the emotions of any single individual. As Amigel traversed the Coronation Avenue, composed of red fox fur, the goblin soldiers raised their long spears high above the crimson carpet, towering over Amigel's head. This unique form of coronation ceremony left the various races of the continent wide-eyed, perceiving the goblins' endeavors as distinctly exceptional, an embodiment of civilized grace. Ironically, it was Fiona who had initially proposed such an idea. As the vibrant crimson carpet reached its conclusion, Amigel glanced at his wife beside him, nodded, and ascended the 900 steps alone. The Goblin Queen, accompanied by 300 concubines, followed along the side to a small viewing platform. The sunlight cascaded upon each step as Amigel ascended, step by step, until he stood at the pinnacle of the staircase. With his back to the subjects and allied races in the square, he took a deep breath before turning to face them, as if confronting all of existence. At this moment, the goblin high priest stepped forward from the ranks, cradling a resplendent golden crown adorned with jewels, and proclaimed loudly, "Countless years ago, the world was dominated by titans and dragons, enslaving all races across the continent. The two factions engaged in relentless battles, causing the earth to crack, the sky to shatter, and rivers and mountains to be inverted, until our king, Eagle, emerged, leading his forces to victory in every campaign. With unmatched talent, he ascended to the status of a demigod. Enduring hardship, he ultimately drove away the Titan giants, slaying the Thunder Titan and usurping the reign of the Titans and Dragons. Today, peace prevails across the seas, and all races coexist harmoniously under the rule of the born king, Eagle, who commands great respect in Furland. At this very moment, I represent the goblin race and the leaders and kings of all races on the continent, beseeching Lord Eagle to establish the Goblin Empire. Simultaneously, I implore Eagle, under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars, to be crowned as the great emperor of the empire. Upon the high priest's conclusion, all goblin officials and nobles from the ranks on the left knelt upon the ground in unison, exclaiming their congratulations. We beseech Eagle to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. On the right side of the square, thousands from various races gazed at the thunderous pleas, exchanging glances of astonishment. However, it was not long before 1, 2, 3, and then all began to emulate the goblin officials and nobles on the left, kneeling and proclaiming loudly, "We, the dwarves, beseech Eagle to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. We, the fairies, beseech Eagle to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. We, the trolls of various clans, beseech Eagle to be crowned as the emperor of the empire." The leaders of all races on the continent were astute in recognizing the moment. Jiang You was no exception. We, the winged folk, beseech Eagle to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. Yet, as he raised his gaze to the exalted Eagle, the thought resurfaced in his mind. He will replace him. Yes, this was the second time he had recalled that phrase. Atop the highest steps, Eagle surveyed the kneeling goblins and the leaders of the continent, a look of rapture gracing his countenance. So, this is the sensation of an emperor? It must have been the same feeling when that Titan king sat upon the throne of Proedas. Below, Jiang You, feeling helpless, shouted for an eternity before hearing Eagle's voice, more authoritative than ever, resound through the air. "Since you all implore me, I, Eagle, shall henceforth be the Goblin Emperor." As his words echoed, the Goblin High Priest ascended the 900 steps to stand before Eagle, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, please bow your head one last time, so that I may place upon you the crown, a symbol of the Empire's sovereignty. From this moment forth, none shall compel you to bow." "Very well." Eagle inclined his head slightly, allowing the Goblin High Priest to place the resplendent crown upon him. Following this, a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted. Eagle was officially crowned, and his first words after donning the crown were, "I, the Goblin Emperor Eagle, arise, everyone. Your emperor grants you the right to lift your heads." Chapter 41. The first year of the Goblin Empire. In this inaugural year of the Goblin Empire, Eagle ascends as the first emperor and bestows the title of Guardian of the North to the mightiest chieftain of the trolls. He appoints the winged folk as guardians of the east and the skies, the dwarves as guardians of the mountains, and the merfolk as guardians of the western seas. Each of these guardians from different races holds the equivalent rank of a duke within the Goblin Empire. Furthermore, all races participating in the campaign against the Titans receive various degrees of rewards and noble titles. Subsequently, Eagle divides the lands, granting the titles of Grand Dukes to the eldest sons of the High Priest and the Great Sage, tasking them with establishing goblin principalities in the west and south to expand the goblin territories and increase their population. He commands the chieftains of the original goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gather their kin, and build cities. Presently, the goblin population stands at 10 million, with 1 million residing in the capital, while the remaining 9 million spread across the vast roads. Driven by ambition, Eagle envisions a flourishing of goblin tribes, each establishing cities, ultimately ensuring that every corner of the continent is adorned with a goblin city. In the future, the grand city of Proedas will truly be the capital, surrounded by countless cities, At last, he bestows titles upon 300 young goblin nobles who have distinguished themselves in battle, sending them to establish fiefdoms in the core population areas of the Goblin Empire and in the uncharted wastelands of the continent. This encapsulates the endeavors of Amigel and his goblin officials over the past year. A year later, at the foot of Prodas Mountain, under a starry night sky with a silver moon hanging high, a beautiful girl with flowing golden hair closes her notebook, sitting gracefully on a tree branch, her long, fair legs swaying gently. Your Majesty Fiona, I am aware of all that you speak of. However, what is the reason for our midnight meeting? Opposite her sits a strikingly handsome, young winged man. No, Jiang You, there is something you do not yet know. Amigel has begun to arrange for the training of Griffin Knights. In the future, when Goblin Griffin Knights soar through the skies, the unique status of the winged folk will cease to exist. The implications, you, being the astute individual you are, should comprehend. Upon hearing this, Jiang You furrows his brow. Indeed, if a significant number of Griffin Knights were to emerge among the goblins, the situation for the winged folk would become precarious. Although the trolls possess great strength, they remain fragmented. The dwarves, with their Titan bloodline, are countered by the human weapons wielded by the goblins. The merfolk, residing in the ocean, find it challenging to adapt to life on land. The nature of the fairies renders them even more scattered than the trolls. While centaurs are natural cavalry, they pose a lesser threat compared to the winged folk. Other races on the continent have their own shortcomings. Only the winged folk, in this era devoid of formidable aerial forces, effectively maintain dominion over the skies against the goblins. This is something entirely unacceptable to the illustrious Amigel. Observing Jiang You lost in thought, Fiona offered a faint smile. We can assist you with this matter. Do you have a solution? Jiang You inquired, astonished. Certainly, but first, I require a promise from you. What sort of promise? Rest assured, it is not excessive. I simply desire a child bearing your bloodline. What? Jiang You exclaimed, taken aback. Such an outrageous request. He had only encountered such absurdities in melodramatic novels of his past life. Yet Fiona appeared utterly earnest. A few years ago, a highly esteemed old prophet from my lineage awakened. When I was forced to marry Amigel, he prophesied, at the cost of his life, the most favorable future for humankind. It foretold the integration of your bloodline into our race. In fact, it indicated that a descendant of ours would emerge as the first ruler of a new era, liberating us from the grasp of the goblins. However, Fiona chose to withhold certain details. Although I do not comprehend the reasons behind it, that was the prophecy, and I have faith in the wisdom of that elder. Jiang You, please grant me a child. Jiang You is left in a state of bemusement, setting aside my willingness. You are Amigel's empress. If he discovers this, we would both be in grave trouble. He will not find out. I assure you of that. Trust in the strength of my lineage. Upon hearing her unwavering conviction, Jiang You sighed. Very well, I agree. But before we proceed, tell me how you intend to prevent the avians from succumbing to the fate of being replaced by Goblin Griffin Knights? Relieved by Jiang Yu's consent, Fiona explained. We will proactively offer to rear griffins for Amigel. One audacious proposition, Jiang Yu thought, recalling historical anecdotes from his previous life. Now, the night is beautiful. Let's not waste time and act swiftly. All right. Chapter 42. Departure. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling faintly. A silver moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the forest at the foot of Prodas in a silvery glow. A gentle breeze brushed through the trees, creating a melodious sound reminiscent of song and sorrow, while heavy darkness enveloped the depths of the forest, shrouded in mystery. A beam of moonlight, carried by the wind, traversed the high valleys and illuminated the stones at the bottom of a deep pool. A night devoid of dreams. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and rain began to fall gently. Fiona hurriedly departed, stealthily returning to the palace on the mountain under the cover of the gloomy weather. As the empress, she naturally had a chamber within the palace. Even if the Goblin Emperor Amigel had no interest in human beauties, he would not be magnanimous enough to allow his consort to act recklessly. Standing deep within the forest, Jiang Yu watched the rain fall upon the verdant grassland side, and then returned to the Aryan embassy within Prodas City. Upon entering the embassy, a small turtle darted like a flash of lightning, leaping onto Jiang Yu's shoulder. Boss, why did you not return last night? It inquired. Naturally, I had urgent matters to discuss with those humans, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Wait, There's a fragrance of jasmine about you. The turtle, perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder, suddenly sniffed the air. Jiang Yu's lips twitched as he reached to remove it. Wang Xiaoba, you are a turtle, not a dog. What scent could you possibly detect? At that moment, the winged official, Inona, accompanied by several winged officers, approached and asked, Your Majesty, what did the humans say this time? As the winged administrative body gradually took shape, Inona emerged as the de facto leader, assisting him in governmental affairs. Jiang You then recounted the conversation he had with Fiona, omitting the part about childbirth. Inona sighed upon hearing the details. The humans truly seem unfortunate. They have ended up as mere shepherds for griffins, raised by the earth dwarves. You are mistaken. The humans' considerations are far-reaching and certainly not simplistic. However, their actions are indeed advantageous for us. Jiang You smiled. By the way, please tidy up and finalize the list of those who will remain at the embassy. I shall visit the palace again today, bid farewell to Emperor Amigel, and then we shall return to Paradise Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Amigel summoned Jiang You primarily to mobilize a portion of the winged troops to confront a faction of loyal Titan giants. The opposing camp included griffins and windbirds, necessitating the winged legion's involvement. As a loyal ally in the eyes of the current Earth Dwarf Emperor Amigel, Jiang You promptly led a winged army of 3,000 to Proadas, delivering them to the Dwarven general for the expedition. He would not accompany them personally, but entrusted a master-tier winged professional to lead the legion alongside the dwarves. He planned to depart after ensuring the winged army was dispatched, but lingered an extra day due to Fiona's invitation. Upon arriving at Emperor Amigel's palace, Jiang You observed Fiona standing behind the Earth Dwarf Emperor, resembling a court official, seemingly reporting on some matters. Upon noticing Jiang You, Amigel's face illuminated with joy. Jiang Qing, thank you for your timely deployment. Those remnants of Titans shall be thoroughly eradicated. The winged race will forever remain the Earth Dwarf's staunchest allies. It is our pleasure to assist Your Majesty. Every member of my winged race is more than willing. After a brief conversation, Jiang You took his leave from Amigel. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Fiona. A month later, Jiang You and his companions returned to Paradise Mountain. Chapter 43. Reinhardt 5 years later, in the 6th year of the Earth Dwarf Empire. Jiang You was diligently managing a month's worth of affairs at the Whitestone Fortress of Paradise Mountain. After a month of meditation, he typically spent a day attending to state affairs. The sun reached its zenith when the winged female official entered, her expression grim. Your Majesty, we have received correspondence from our kin who traveled north. They reported sighting a tribe of eagle folk, numbering in the tens of thousands, atop a prominent mountain in the Brolos Range. They appear to be remnants of the Eagle King's court, and their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the Great Eagle. I recall that within the valley plains of the Brolos Range, there exists a newly established city of goblins, home to approximately several tens of thousands. Why do these remnants of the Eagle Court dare reside so near the Goblin City? A gathering of such magnitude among the Eagle folk cannot possibly escape the notice of the goblins. Jiang You furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, our scouts have reported that every year Eagle folk travel to Brolos City, Inona replied. It seems the goblins are keeping something from us. Jiang You remarked with a cold smile. What shall we do? Shall we allow this faction of the Eagle Court to grow unchecked? Inona inquired. For the time being, let be. These Eagle folk will not pose a significant threat. The goblins would not allow us to be exterminated by them. At the right moment, we shall eradicate these remnants of the Eagle Court entirely. Inona, our current mission is to develop our winged kin, Jiang You stated calmly. 10 years later, in the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang You was meditating atop the mountain, his aura more profound and imposing than it had been over a decade prior. One day, a youthful and beautiful winged official unexpectedly approached him. Your Majesty, a young human boy, claiming to be your son, has come to see you. On the mountaintop, Jiang Yu's silver hair danced in the mountain breeze. Without opening his eyes, he replied indifferently, I have no human son. Tell him to return. Can anyone simply claim to have a father? Very well. Inona turned to leave, but as she reached the steps, Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to recall something. He opened his violet eyes and called out loudly, Wait, Inona, let him come to me. He remembered that fateful night 15 years ago. Yes, Your Majesty. Shortly thereafter, A handsome young human boy with golden hair and violet eyes ascended to the mountaintop and stood before Jiang You. The two stood silently facing each other, an unspoken connection arising between them. Observing the resolute expression of the young human before him, Jiang You broke the silence. "My child, come forth." The 15-year-old boy had grown tall, reaching Jiang Yu's shoulder. He stepped forward obediently. "My mother told me you are my father." "Indeed." Jiang Yu nodded gently. "My son, what is your name?" "My mother named me Reinhardt," the boy replied. "Reinhardt, what a splendid name. It seems your mother wishes for you to embody the spirit of a lion," Jiang Yu exclaimed, and then inquired, "How did you arrive here, my child?" "I recall that the goblins maintain a stringent control over your kind." "Father, I rode here on a griffin." The youth pointed towards the skies beyond Tianfo Mountain, where a griffin soared gracefully, accompanied at a distance by a winged soldier. Observing the griffin in the distant heavens, Jiang Yu shook his head. "It is far too perilous. Reinhardt, should the goblins discover your unauthorized departure upon a griffin, it would be a grave offense." "Fear not. Father, my mother will shield me. Moreover, His Majesty Amidjal's 19th son is a friend of mine, so I shall be safe." "Very well, then. Your daring journey to see me must convey something of significance," Jiang Yu remarked. "My mother said you would undoubtedly teach me to become an extraordinary practitioner." Reinhardt's face radiated with a brilliant smile, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 44. The Legacy of Legendary Bloodlines. Atop the mountain, the wind blew briskly. The towering pines at the cliff's edge twisted like a gateway to the heavens. Reinhardt felt an innate connection coursing through his veins as he gazed upon his father, resplendent with purple eyes and white wings, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of security. Before Jiang Yu could respond, Reinhardt indulged in his memories. The bond within his blood compelled him to share the tales of his years with Jiang Yu, without reservation. Raised among the human tribes, he lived alongside numerous siblings, nurtured by the elders who had emerged from the sanctuary. Under the tutelage of these elders, they learned to rear griffins from a young age, growing alongside the griffin fledglings. In addition to the griffins, the human tribes were also home to a considerable number of goblin officials and soldiers, who acted as the watchful eyes of Emperor Amidjel, overseeing the tribe's progress and the breeding of griffins. Naturally, they also bore the responsibility of safeguarding the tribe. Due to a certain agreement, the elders of the sanctuary were unable to impart some of the precious advanced knowledge. Reinhardt often witnessed the elders lamenting in the dead of night, their sighs echoing the pain of lost civilization. For the sake of their race's continuity, compromises were sometimes necessary. Until the age of 6, he remained unaware that he had parents. On that fateful day, the human empress, a consort of the goblin emperor, visited their tribe, which was largely composed of children. Though merely an 8th-tier reader, her pre-epic expertise allowed her to lead the human race. She brought with her a bounty of supplies and some resources for cultivation. Among the tribe, there existed a few children of human descent with extraordinary potential, albeit their talents were markedly limited. This might be linked to the transition between epochs, necessitating generations of improvement. The human empress sought the paths of the goblin race for them, marking the inception of extraordinary power for the humankin. This vocation, known as the Knight, was imparted to the humans. However, the knightly path bestowed by the goblins could ascend only to the hero tier, with no possibility of reaching the legendary stage. The Goblin Emperor, Amidjel, candidly stated that the legendary paths of each profession were the result of countless generations of goblins honing their skills through time and the bitter experiences of blood and tears. Such knowledge could not be entrusted to the human tribes. In his past life, Reinhardt exhibited remarkable potential for the extraordinary, yet for reasons unknown. The elders of his clan refrained from allowing him to pursue the knight profession, claiming that he would have a brighter future ahead. On that fateful night, the human empress remained in the tribe, and, as he was on the brink of slumber, entered Reinhardt's chamber, holding him tightly and weeping throughout the night. That night, the 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother was forcibly wed to the Goblin Emperor Amidjel, and his true father was not the Goblin Emperor, but a prominent figure far away on the eastern coast of the Furlan continent. He was the Duke of the East, guardian of the skies of the Goblin Empire, and the winged people's king of the eastern coast, Jiang You, mature beyond his years. He kept his mother Fiona southwards close to his heart, safeguarding this secret. Thus, Reinhardt grew. Though unable to learn the extraordinary, he diligently practiced swordsmanship day and night, aspiring to one day gain enough strength to rescue his mother from the palace. 9 years passed, transforming Reinhardt from a child into a handsome, golden-haired youth. A month ago, his mother Fiona informed him that he could seek Jiang You at the Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast, urging him to prepare himself. The following day, a goblin official approached him, instructing him to accompany the 19th prince, Asa Amigel, to a distant fief with his few griffins. During this time, he was tasked with teaching the prince and his trusted knights to ride the griffins. Once he had imparted this knowledge to the goblin knights, the 19th prince patted his shoulder and encouraged him to attend to his own affairs. Although he had formed a good rapport with the prince, such words perplexed him. Why did his highness say such a thing? Yet, the prince merely offered a cryptic smile, stating, "I have made a pact with Empress Fiona." Thus, Reinhardt was granted passage to the Paradise Mountain in the east. Atop Paradise Mountain, as Reinhardt recounted his journey, the sky darkened towards evening. The sun dipped low, casting a vibrant crimson hue that danced with the sea breeze against the picturesque landscape. Jiang Yu's violet eyes shimmered with a gentle light as he smiled softly, saying, "You have toiled greatly, my child. The blood of my lineage flows within you. You may inherit my legendary path." Indeed, I recall that the human race possesses extraordinary beings known as sequence holders. Why is it that your elders do not permit you to become one? My mother mentioned that the era of sequence holders has long since waned, and that practitioners now dominate the age. In this time, there exists no fertile ground for the extraordinary sequence holders to thrive. The various resources required for advancement have long since vanished. Reinhardt explained earnestly. I see. Jiang You finally comprehended. It appears that this era no longer allows for the birth of sequence holders. The ascension of a sequence holder necessitates rare organs from long-extinct magical beasts, which are now utterly unattainable. Such a path to transcendence must be re-established from the ground up following any mass extinction event. My son, Reinhardt, come to my side and let me witness the extraordinary potential you possess. Jiang You beckoned. Very well, father, Reinhardt approached. Jiang You placed a hand upon his head. The extraordinary power stirred, gathering the surrounding elements. A gentle breeze arose, tousling Reinhardt's golden locks. Suddenly, a brilliant dual-hued radiance of white and purple ignited around Reinhardt. Indeed, a manifestation of light and thunder. Jiang Yu's heart soared with joy as he withdrew his hand. Indeed, you are my son, Reinhardt. You possess the same extraordinary talent as I do. My path of profession can be wholly bequeathed to you. However, lacking wings may necessitate some subtle adjustments to your vocational journey. Yet, this is of little concern. In the light of Reinhardt's eager gaze, Jiang You extended his right hand, a shimmering haze enveloping it as he gently caressed Reinhardt's forehead. Now, hold your breath and concentrate fully. Instantaneously, vivid images unfurled within Reinhardt's mind. Initially, he beheld a youth of the winged folk wielding a bronze longsword, its blade crackling with thunder, his violet eyes sparkling like lightning. Following this, scenes unfolded depicting the winged youth as he ascended the legendary path, establishing his vocation, innovating the advancement route, and ultimately achieving legendary status as a hero. The imagery culminated in several glimpses of a legendary path: the Thunder Wielder, the Winged Saint, and the Radiant Thunder. Chapter 45, East Coast, the Founding of 7 Cities. A year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully assumed the role of a Thunder Wielder and rode back on his griffin. On the cliffside, as he observed Reinhardt's departing silhouette, Jiang Yu's gaze remained serene. Over the past year, he not only imparted his cultivation experiences, but also shared numerous historical anecdotes from his previous life. The wealth of historical tales provided Reinhardt with profound enlightenment, opening up a myriad of possibilities for his future. Meanwhile, upon returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt diligently tended to his griffin, maintaining a demeanor of respect and loyalty towards the Goblin Emperor Amigel at all times. As his demeanor grew increasingly respectful, the Goblin official's attitudes became progressively disdainful. Instances of humiliation and injustice towards the human tribes frequently arose. However, Reinhardt endured. During his year at Paradise Mountain, he listened to his father recount 2 tales, one of Qin Fizi the founding monarch of the Qin state, and the other of Gojian, the king of Yu. Whenever faced with insult, he drew inspiration from their stories. Decades later, Reinhardt officially ascended to the position of tribal chief of the human clans. The population of his tribe swelled to 10,000, and the number of their rideable griffins approached 1,000. As the humans who emerged from the sanctuary aged, Reinhardt emerged as the new leader of the human race. Amigel's trust in Reinhardt surpassed that of the humans who had left the sanctuary, and gradually, he eased his surveillance of the humans. The goblin officials and soldiers originally stationed in the human tribe withdrew significantly, leaving only a handful to monitor the elderly who had emerged from the sanctuary. Reinhardt remained patient, continuing to strengthen his power. Meanwhile, within the goblin court, as the emperor's sons matured, under the influence of certain factions, a subtle current began to stir in the quest for the coveted imperial throne. Although Amigel was a demigod, he had sustained severe injuries in his early battles against the Thunder Titan, resulting in a gradual loss of lifespan. Although he later recovered, the repercussions of those past wounds were beginning to manifest. A demigod typically lives for 3,000 years, while a legend lasts for 1,000. Now, in his several hundred years, Amigel was beginning to show signs of aging. On the eastern coast at Paradise Mountain, the Whitestone Fortress, Jiang You gazed at the development report regarding the winged people. After decades of continued advancement, the population of the winged people had reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's personal guidance, he designated 7 geographically advantageous locations with favorable natural conditions and abundant resources along the eastern coast. In these 7 locales, he instructed the winged people to establish 7 cities, each boasting a population of at least 10,000, surrounded by villages of the winged people. At the foot of Paradise Mountain lay the newly constructed largest city of the winged people, serving as their royal city. The mountain itself was transformed into the military encampment and royal palace of the winged people, no longer accommodating commoners. These 7 cities, according to Jiang Yu's vision, would sufficiently cover the entire eastern coastal region, creating a comprehensive network. Centrally located, these 7 cities would sustain millions of winged people. This was Jiang Yu's vision for the future development of the winged people over the next millennium. Moreover, the number of extraordinary professionals among the winged people was rapidly increasing. A few years ago, the talented winged individual Sophia completed the advancement path for the hero class of the Radiant Swordsman. Consequently, the progression for the Radiant Swordsman became Radiant Swordsman, Wings of Light, and Messenger of Light. Other professionals have also been developed by certain extraordinary members of the winged race, drawing inspiration from the occupational systems of foreign tribes. It is known that the initial occupations of the winged race currently include Radiant Knight, Radiant Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Imperial Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunfighter, Earth Spear Thrower, Firebringer, among others. Notably, the Radiant professions are the most numerous, while other categories are scant, and the Dark category is nearly non-existent. Presently, the winged race boasts a celestial battalion comprised entirely of extraordinary professionals, numbering 1,000, alongside an elite winged legion of 50,000 regular members. Their strength has undeniably surged. Over the years, Jiang You has led the winged battalion to eradicate the entire eastern coastline of beasts, allowing the villages of ordinary winged people to gradually flourish across the entire eastern coast. Recently, Jiang You has dispatched winged officials to the border between the eastern coast and the continent of Furland, seeking locations suitable for establishing fortifications. His objective is to safeguard the entire realm of the winged race from the incursions of foreign tribes and beasts. With the expansion of the Goblin Empire, the beasts are not the only concern. The goblins have encroached upon the easternmost villages of the winged race, which are now perilously close to the eastern coast. It must be said that the goblin race is truly prolific. If their population was nearly 10 million before the establishment of their nation, it is now estimated to have soared to 50 million. Chapter 46. The Goblin Empire, 300 years with the ambitions of Amigel unleashed. The Goblin Army has waged campaigns on all fronts, effectively pacifying most habitable areas of the continent of Furland. Numerous races have succumbed beneath the banner of the goblins. As the Goblin Empire expands, its villages also venture into desolate territories. The Goblin Empire has benefited from the remnants of the pre-epic human civilization, particularly in terms of mechanical technology, which has gradually advanced. A plethora of steam-powered inventions have been created, although the refugee humans have not unreservedly imparted all their knowledge to the goblins. What they have provided is more than sufficient. The Goblin Emperor, Amigel, places great importance on this development. In his view, the pre-epic humans dominated the world through steam technology and extraordinary sequences. Though the sequences have waned, technological progress remains viable. He has established the Royal Engineering Institute in the city of Proedas, aimed at training goblin engineers. These engineers enjoy excellent benefits and education, representing the pinnacle of achievement for those goblins lacking extraordinary potential. The Goblin Empire is experiencing a golden age characterized by advancements in technology, art, extraordinary abilities, and population growth. The winged race is also flourishing in this rare period of tranquility. Over the course of a century in the Goblin Empire, the winged race has established 9 fortifications near the eastern coast, thoroughly securing vast stretches of land along the seaside. Externally, they proclaim their purpose as a defense against the incursions of beasts and foreign tribes. With the completion of the 9 great strongholds, the territory of the winged ones resembles a realm unto itself. To facilitate governance, Jiang You designated the eastern coastline and the surrounding vast lands as Los Sendas, which in the language of the winged ones translates to a land bestowed upon the winged by the heavens. As for the regions surrounding the original Eagle King's court in the Tian Shan Mountains, the winged ones have likewise established a mountain city upon the peaks, now home to approximately 30,000 winged inhabitants. Due to the presence of the ethereal wind spirit Jade, Du, in the Tian Shan, the descendants residing in the mountain city predominantly pursue wind-based professions. In the span of 150 years, the de facto leader of the human race, Reinhardt, has ascended to the final stage of extraordinary professions, the hero tier. However, his vocational journey has diverged somewhat from that of Jiang You. Following Jiang Yu's counsel, Reinhardt, over several decades, amalgamated elements of the knightly path of the gnomes with his own circumstances and Jiang Yu's guidance. This synthesis allowed him to evolve from the Thundercaller profession and ultimately achieve the rank of the Holy Lion Knight. This adaptation birthed his hero tier vocation, aptly named the Lionheart King, establishing a legacy for the Reinhardt family's future generations. Meanwhile, the majority of the inhabitants of the shelters have passed away, leaving only a handful of relatively young, extraordinary beings among the human race. Among them is Fiona, though she no longer possesses the youthful vigor of her earlier days. The passage of time has etched its marks upon her visage. On the side of the winged ones, their population has surged to 500,000, with 7 major cities gradually accommodating a significant number of winged folk. The principal city beneath Paradise Mountain boasts a population of 100,000. In recent years, Jiang Yu has dispatched envoys to various corners of the continent to establish diplomatic relations with numerous races. However, the results have been modest, as most races remain far from a mature system, still entrenched in tribalism. In contrast, the dwarves have erected a kingdom amidst the mountains, allowing the winged envoy to forge an alliance with them. The changes in the world are striking. It seems as though the entire realm has entered a frigid winter, growing colder each passing year. In the north, a large troll tribe, self-styled as the Frostclaw clan, has descended southward to a vast northern plain known as Hauros, seeking refuge from the increasingly harsh climate. This troll tribe boasts formidable strength, with both its chieftain and high priest being legendary figures. After assessing their situation, they eagerly embraced the advanced culture of the gnomes, voluntarily enlisting in the Gnome Empire's military to quell disloyalty. After decades of effort, their chieftain was bestowed the title of Count by Amigel, earning the name Count Frostclaw. Thus, Hauros became the dominion of this troll clan, eventually leading to the establishment of Hauros City many years later. In the Gnome Empire, 190 years have passed, culminating in the founding of the first Gnome Griffin Knight Order. Initially, the order comprised 693 Griffin Knights. The establishment of the Griffin Knight Order brought immense joy to the old Emperor Amigel, who bestowed upon this nascent order the illustrious title of the Royal Griffin Knight Order. In recognition of the human race's achievement in raising griffins, he conferred upon Reinhardt the title of Viscount of the Empire and designated a river valley near the human habitation on the western fringe of the Proedas Plains as the domain of the humans. Here, Reinhardt founded the first human city, Reinhardt City. This territory came to be known as the Reinhardt Domain, with the adjacent river named the Reinhardt River. Furthermore, through Reinhardt's efforts, every member of the Griffin Knight Order would be accompanied by a human caretaker to tend to the griffins for the Goblin Knights. At this juncture, the Goblin Knights found no discontent in having others care for their griffins. Rather, they appreciated the human race for their thoughtfulness. After all, they perceived griffins as magical creatures, to be far more challenging to manage than steeds or deer. With individuals willing to perform such arduous tasks, the goblins were more than agreeable, as they merely needed to revel in the thrill of riding in a battle atop their griffins. Thus, over 600 humans joined the Griffin Knight Order in this manner, diligently and assiduously contributing without slackening in their efforts. Many years later, the griffins cared for by the human caretakers of the Knight Order would become permanent fixtures. What they remained unaware of was that at Reinhardt's command, the humans could swiftly alter the allegiance of this Griffin Knight Order. It was in this year that Reinhardt requested the return of the human Empress Fiona. At this time, the goblins had nearly fully assimilated the knowledge and technology acquired from the human refuge and had established dominance over Furland, rendering the human Empress's role nearly obsolete. To the Goblin Emperor, she was but a mere trophy and mascot, having only garnered his attention during the founding years of the Empire when a lack of talent necessitated her temporary service as a lady-in-waiting. With an ever-growing harem, he had little interest in a woman he perceived as an aging relic. However, witnessing Reinhardt's evident loyalty and obedience, Amigel acquiesced to his request. Thus, after a solitude of 190 years within the depths of the palace, the human Empress Fiona finally returned to her people. Upon her return to the human tribe, a poignant reunion unfolded as mother and son exchanged tears, gazing at each other. Although the once radiant golden-haired girl retained her youthful beauty, strands of white had begun to intermingle with her golden locks. In that moment, Reinhardt resolutely reaffirmed his aspirations, vowing that his mother's sacrifice would not be in vain. The Goblin Empire endured for 3 centuries. During this time, the ingenious goblin engineers amalgamated extraordinary and mechanical powers, drawing upon a wealth of ancestral knowledge and human sciences, ultimately culminating in the creation of a remarkable legacy unique to the goblins: alchemy. The advent of alchemy led to a proliferation of alchemical artifacts. Various races across the continent flocked to Proedas to learn the art of alchemy, and even the Jiang You dispatched numerous winged students to partake in this knowledge. This year marked the zenith of the Goblin Empire's glory. However, at this very moment, a monumental event that would determine the fate of the Goblin Empire transpired. Chapter 47, The Death of Amigel. In Rosendath, on the eastern coast, lies the castle of white stone, nestled amidst the resplendent Paradise Mountain. Beyond the pristine castle, a vibrant and meticulously manicured lawn unfolds. A flock of luminous birds frolics upon the verdant expanse, while a battalion of winged soldiers stands solemnly at the castle's grand entrance. Several winged officials descend from the mountains, gracefully landing on the lawn, adjusting their garments with a gentle flick before hurriedly entering the fortress. The atmosphere is serene and peaceful, akin to a sanctified realm. Yet, this tranquility soon dissipates in an instant, as if a colossal stone had plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the waters below. What? Amigel is dead? Within the fortress of white stone, a middle-aged winged official seated in the council chamber rises abruptly from his seat, his countenance a portrait of shock. Edward Inona, sit down. At the head of the chamber, Jiang You maintains an upright posture, seated upon a chair upholstered in bearskin. Behind him, a map of Rosendath and the eastern coast adorns the wall. Observing his astonished subordinate, he furrows his brow. The once esteemed winged official who assisted him with affairs of state had passed away a century ago, perhaps due to the demands of governance. Inona never ascended to the hero rank, living only to the age of 200, typical of a master. Before him stands Edward Inona, her most illustrious grandson, also a master. However, Jiang You has always sensed a slight disparity in capability, perhaps due to Inona's prodigious talent. The council chamber is also occupied by several winged officials, both male and female. Although they remain seated, their eyes reflect the same astonishment. While Jiang Yu shares in the shock of Amigel's demise, his resolve remains steadfast, as unwavering as the moon in the sky. He addresses the standing female winged official, Elena, Recount in detail everything that has transpired recently in Prodas. Yes, your majesty. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's composed demeanor, Elena calms her own inner turmoil and begins to narrate, or rather, recite. The intelligence is sourced from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months prior, the conflict between the goblins' 17th prince and the 13th prince escalated dramatically, with both factions nearing the brink of mortal combat. This compelled Queen Alessa to personally intervene as a mediator. Due to Amidul's extended lifespan, several princes of advanced age have already perished. Aside from the 7th prince, who has achieved legendary status and harbors no interest in the throne, the remaining princes have yet to attain legend, with even those who have reached the hero rank possessing a maximum lifespan of merely 500 years. Among the princes, their talents vary significantly. The 13th prince, Milan Amigel, and the 17th prince, Ashu Amigel, stand as the most gifted and ambitious among the living princes. 2 months ago, fierce conflict erupted once again between the two princes. Yet this time, even Queen Alessa found herself powerless to mediate. What transpired? 2 months prior, during the grand hunting competition hosted by Emperor Amigel, the 17th prince, while engaged in the hunt, fell victim to a treacherous plot. His beloved childhood sweetheart, renowned among goblins for her exquisite beauty, was abducted by the 13th prince's soldiers and presented to Emperor Amigel. The emperor's well-known penchant for beauty was common knowledge throughout Furland. Upon laying eyes on the 17th prince's cherished companion, he was utterly captivated, despite being aware that the enchanting goblin maiden was destined to be his son's bride. He was astounded by her transformation into such a stunning figure. Disregarding the circumstances, he took her into his harem. When the 17th prince returned with his quarry, he was left in utter disbelief. He had merely hoped to impress his father, only to discover that his home had been plundered. Enraged by the revelation, the 17th prince stormed into the 13th prince's encampment that very night, accompanied by his loyal knights. The 13th prince, taken aback by his brother's ferocity, suffered severe injuries and barely escaped, only to seek refuge before Emperor Amigel, who had already welcomed the beauty back to the palace. Witnessing his son nearly slay his other son, Amigel was filled with wrath. He immediately commanded that the 17th prince be whipped 50 times and placed under house arrest until he recognized his transgressions. Following this incident, the 17th prince realized that his aspirations were irrevocably dashed. He would never earn Amidul's approval again, and the throne was now beyond his reach. Stubborn by nature, even while confined, he dispatched emissaries to demand the return of his fiancée, but Amigel refused to acknowledge his claims. This rejection shattered the 17th prince's spirit entirely. Thus, a month ago, he feigned repentance and entered the palace. That night, a fierce battle erupted within the royal confines, resulting in the collapse of much of the palace and the corruption of half by malevolent forces. Since then, the 17th prince has not emerged from the palace. The following day, news spread that Amigel had been fatally wounded by his own spear, succumbing to grave injuries and nearing unconsciousness. Eventually, the news arrived that Amigel had passed, and the 13th prince, Milan Amigel, hastily ascended the throne before the emperor's spirit. Jiang You listened, bewildered, feeling as though the tale of this 17th prince bore resemblance to a figure from ancient history known as the Prince of Longevity. Yet, this goblin prince exhibited far more bravery than that unfortunate character. Chapter 48. The 300-year legacy of the winged people. What a picture of paternal kindness and filial piety, of brotherly friendship and fraternal affection. Within the administrative hall, a multitude of winged officials stared in astonishment. However, Jiang You discerned an area of confusion. Despite Amidul's lingering injuries, he was a demigod. How could he possibly succumb so easily? The 17th prince, who had ventured into the palace, lacked the power to accomplish such a feat. Who could have slain Emperor Amigel? Jiang Yu was engulfed in profound perplexity within the administrative hall. After the initial surprise, the faces of several winged officials were illuminated with joy. During the reign of Emperor Amigel, the Goblin Empire suppressed the continent, instilling fear in all races. He loomed over everyone like a great mountain. Now that he has passed away, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Subsequently, unprecedented ideas began to emerge. The officials eagerly suggested, "Your Majesty, with Amidul's death, will the Goblin Empire not crumble?" As a demigod, Amigel was the stabilizing force of the Goblin Empire. His demise will undoubtedly plunge the Empire into chaos. Your Majesty, should we not take this opportunity to expand westward and increase our territory to accommodate a growing population in the future? Indeed, while Rosendass is vast, it is but a small corner of Farrant. We require more resources and land. Your Majesty, without a demigod to maintain order in the Goblin Empire, the various races of the continent will not let this opportunity slip by. We could certainly intervene. Your Majesty, I believe that if we reach out to the races of the continent, our legendary figures and military prowess may rival that of the goblins. Sitting at the head of the table, Jiang You observed the winged officials express their opinions with a sense of satisfaction swelling in his heart. It was a promising sign that the winged people dared to consider the interests of their race, unafraid to offend the current hegemon, the goblin race. However, he understood that this was far from the right moment to vie for the continent's resources. In the future, historical records from the 5th chapter of the Elven Kingdom would reveal that the Goblin Empire had existed for a staggering 3,000 years. During this time, the individual who had the most profound impact on the Goblin Empire was not the first Emperor Amigel, but rather the great sage of the Goblin race, Aziva. Much of the historical record is lost, yet the descriptions of the great sage Aziva abound. In the chronicles of Titans and Dragons, it is noted that Aziva was born in a small mountain village in central Farrant. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary talent and was sent to the Goblin Court, where he became a disciple of the then sage, Aligo. Aziva was known for his benevolence, wisdom, strategic mind, and exceptional foresight. When Emperor Amigel was still a youth, Aziva recognized his potential and supported him. The subsequent records are sparse, but there is a captivating account of how, before the establishment of the Goblin Empire, Aziva acquired a wealth of precious knowledge and treasures in a clandestine northern locale. This knowledge paved the way for the rise of the Goblin Empire. The great sage Aziva lived until the twilight of the Goblin Empire, and whenever the Empire faced dire straits, it was Aziva who stepped forward to quell the turmoil and guide the Empire through turbulent times. Undoubtedly, after Amigel's death, the great sage Aziva became the de facto sovereign of the Goblin Empire. Simply living for 3,000 years is sufficient to ignite speculation, given the lifespan of goblins. A legendary figure cannot live for 3 millennia. Awakening from his reverie, Jiang You looked down at his officials, met their expectant gazes, nodded, then shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Edward, Mylander, Shaman, Wayne, and Limir, your thoughts are indeed commendable, and I find solace in your insights. However, the timing is not opportune. The Goblin Empire is far more complex than it appears. I suspect that they may very well have a demigod lurking in the shadows. Therefore, at this juncture, our clan must remain inactive. Observing the officials within the administrative hall deep in contemplation, Jiang You nodded and commanded one of the male winged officials. Jamora, you are to dispatch someone to Proedas to gather intelligence day and night and keep us informed. Yes, Your Majesty. Jamora acknowledged and exited the administrative hall to make the necessary arrangements. The remaining officials resumed their duties. Jiang You then stepped out of the White Stone Fortress and, just before leaving, turned to the female winged official, Limir, and inquired, by the way, Limir, where is your sister Sophia at this moment? Sophia is the prodigious individual who elevated the profession of the light swordsman to the heroic tier of the light envoy. Your Majesty, several months ago, Sophia ventured to the southern fairy forest to celebrate the 15th birthday of her friend, the Light Fairy. 15. Jiang Yu was taken aback. These fairies are indeed long-lived. Very well. Limmer, Sophia is the most significant legendary seed of our clan. Ensure her safety. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He always favored the prodigies within his clan. The winged race has only evolved from the eagle tribe for a few centuries, even though their ancestors were infused with a measure of Titan blood. It has granted the otherwise ordinary Gaoman mountain eagles extraordinary potential. To date, the extraordinary potential of the winged race is roughly on par with that of the goblins. 50 million goblins yield only a handful of legends, while 500,000 winged ones must strive harder. Sophia embodies Jiang Yu's hope. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yu then turned his gaze to the young male winged official seated in the central position. Wayne, are there any extraordinary talents emerging from our clan recently? Your Majesty, there is one. Oh, who might that be? It is Limmer and Sophia's sister, Avita. Wayne replied with a smile. Avita possesses exceptional aptitude and comprehension for the light affinity. At merely 13, she has already become a practitioner. Jiang You couldn't help but direct his gaze toward Lemire, who wore a proud expression and exclaimed, "A trio of prodigies. Lemire, splendid, splendid. You all must continue to strive. I hope that the first legend of our winged race, aside from myself, will emerge from your family." Lemire, your full name is Lemuriel, is it not? Your Majesty has a remarkable memory. It seems you are descendants of Ale, and unknowingly, 3 centuries have passed. The offspring of those companions have multiplied so greatly. Jiang You marveled. Chapter 49. The Rebellion of the Kings 3 months later. New tidings arrived from the capital of Prodas. Several sons of Amigel were discontented with the sudden ascension of the 13th prince to the throne, and they fled from the imperial capital to their fiefs, rallying relatives and raising armies in rebellion. Among them were the 15th, 18th, 21st, and 25th princes, who took arms in their territories, determined to dethrone Milan Amigel. The forces of the 4 princes clashed violently with the second Goblin Emperor within the imperial borders. Of the 1,500 noble lords in the Goblin Empire, apart from the 2 great dukes and 30 marquises in the borderlands, and over 500 earls, viscounts, and barons, the remainder of the noble lords became embroiled in the insurrection. Meanwhile, various races across the continent began to stir restlessly, with some even directly joining the factions of the princes, all in pursuit of the greatest gain. As the closest non-human tribe to the imperial capital, tribal chief Reinhardt was presently perusing a letter in his hands. "Reinhardt, my brother, our father has met an untimely demise, and the kings are in conflict. Countless subjects of the empire have perished in this turmoil. I had no intention of hunting for power, yet I understand necessity to quell this rebellion. I have covertly secured the support of Duke Miroaziba from the southern territories. I am aware that your human tribe possesses the ability to ride griffins. I implore your kin to mount these creatures and fight for me. Upon our victory, I shall lift the numerous restrictions imposed by the goblins on humanity and grant your race a tract of land in the northern realms. Should you choose to support me, please dispatch an envoy within 3 months to inform me, for I shall commence my campaign shortly to facilitate our military arrangements." In the depths of the night, within the confines of the tent, Reinhardt furrowed his brow as he contemplated the letter from the 19th prince, remaining silent. Beside him, several elder members of the human race and Fiona were present. They too had perused the correspondence addressed to Reinhardt, and their opinions diverged. Some deemed the endeavor excessively perilous, noting that humanity now numbered but a few tens of thousands, constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others argued in favor of supporting the 19th prince, recognizing that being confined near the goblin-controlled capital placed humanity in constant jeopardy due to the Emperor's whims. This could be a rare opportunity to escape the capital and take a gamble. After all, beneath the nose of the Goblin Emperor, there was little hope for human advancement. It had taken them 3 centuries to merely multiply into a few tens of thousands. With discord among them, Reinhardt found himself unable to make a decision. For this choice pertained to the fate of humanity, and the weight upon his shoulders was immense. At that moment, only his mother, Fiona, had yet to voice her opinion. Reinhardt thus directly inquired, "Mother, what do you believe I should decide?" The current tens of thousands of humans had emerged from the sacrifices made by the elders of the refuge. He understood that Fiona held a deeper love for humanity than he did. Fiona smiled at him and replied, "My son, you are now the leader of humanity, and you must bear the responsibility for their survival. However, in this matter, you might consider consulting your father. I believe he would not let this chaotic opportunity within the Goblin Empire slip by." Upon hearing the words, Reinhardt lifted his gaze towards the distant east, the direction of the eastern coast. "Father, I understand now, Mother. The journey from the imperial capital to the eastern coast, whether to and fro on the back of Griffin, would take just over a month. Ample time for me to undertake this journey myself." 20 days later, Reinhardt arrived once more at the eastern coast. Chapter 50. Aziba. At this moment, the eastern coast was a stark contrast to how it had been 3 centuries ago. Along the mainland adjacent to the eastern coast, 9 fortifications had been established. These 9 strongholds not only housed winged folk, but also saw them patrolling the skies above day and night. Upon arriving, Reinhardt was quickly detected and intercepted by the winged inhabitants. He had to present proof of identification before being granted entry. Years ago, when Jiang You had bid him farewell, he bestowed upon him a pair of winged jade as a token, which he had preserved all this time, and now it served its purpose. As he soared over the skies of Rosendath on his griffin, Reinhardt beheld a multitude of winged beings living peacefully and harmoniously on the eastern coast and its surrounding lands. Villages, farmlands, and 7 cities that serve as regional centers unfolded before him. The transformation was profound. The difference was monumental compared to his initial visit to Paradise Mountain. What had once been a mere tribe had now evolved into a kingdom. He felt a pang of envy and longed for the day when his own kind would establish a realm of their own on the land of Furland. With this thought, a determination suddenly took root in his heart. Regardless of Jiang Yu's involvement in this turmoil, or whether he advised him to participate or wait, Reinhardt resolved to engage. Not for any other reason, but to secure a true homeland for his people. As he traversed the skies, riding his griffin, Reinhardt felt a sense of rarity amidst the realm of the winged folk. However, the human race remained a relatively close-knit tribe to the winged beings, most of whom merely cast a glance before returning to their affairs. Hours later, Reinhardt reached Paradise Mountain. This time, he allowed the griffin to frolic nearby while he presented his token, then made his way from the foot of the mountain to the front of the white stone fortress. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the stunning mountain scenery. Jiang You was not inside the fortress, but awaited him on the expansive lawn outside. Nearly 3 centuries had passed. Although they had maintained correspondence through letters, the historical circumstances under King Amigel had limited their face-to-face encounters to a mere handful. The last meeting had been 30 years prior. Gazing upon his son, the once golden-haired youth had now matured into a dignified middle-aged tribal leader. His hair, thick and reminiscent of a lion's mane, bore the lineage of Fiona. While Jiang You held no affection for Fiona, he did harbor feelings for his son, bound by blood. Reinhardt had journeyed across vast distances to the eastern coast, undoubtedly seeking his assistance. Indeed, it was as expected. When Reinhardt beheld Jiang You, he immediately spoke. "Father, I require your assistance. It is regarding the recent insurrection of the Goblin Kings, is it not?" "Indeed, father. The 19th Prince once sent me a letter, beseeching my military support, offering substantial remuneration. Yet, I have hesitated to commit, thus I seek your counsel. Reinhardt, you must remember, you are not merely my son. You are also a leader of humanity. Becoming embroiled in the squabbles of the kings is perilous for our kind at this juncture. Should any misfortune arise, it would spell our ruin. As for myself, even with the winged race having progressed thus far, I still tread cautiously. The root of this caution lies in our inherent weakness. Though Jiang You did not explicitly state it, he had effectively advised Reinhardt against recklessness. A fierce discontent surged within Reinhardt, yet he understood Jiang Yu's reasoning was sound. This stark contrast between reality and aspiration rendered him breathless. "Bring me that letter." "Very well." Jiang You took the letter, scrutinizing it until he reached the name of Duke Malo Azaba of the southern region, at which point his gaze sharpened. "Reinhardt, what is the connection between this 19th prince and Duke Malo Azaba? Can we trust Malo's support?" "Father, I only know that the 19th prince grew up alongside Malo, akin to brothers. Duke Malo possesses an impeccable reputation, so this should indeed be genuine." "Very well, Reinhardt, I retract my previous words. You may fully support the 19th prince." "Father, you agree?" Reinhardt exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes. Furthermore, should you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from the winged race. If they prove too formidable, I shall intervene." Jiang You replied with a smile. "Oh, my foolish son, you may be unaware of the significance of the name Azaba. For 3 millennia, the Goblin Empire has been intertwined with Azaba throughout its history. That very day, Reinhardt mounted his griffin and hastened back to the borders of the Rhine territory on the Proedas plains to respond to the 19th prince. The Goblin Empire had endured for 300 years in September. The autumn air was thick with a sense of impending change, as the former Goblin Emperor, the 19th prince Asa Amigel, rose in rebellion in the southern region, supported by Duke Malo Azaba. Chapter 51. The Goblin Sage selects an Emperor. Reinhardt's support brought immense joy to Asa Amigel. The prospect of enlisting the winged race, as Reinhardt had suggested, sent him into a frenzy of elation. The winged race, with their formidable aerial combat prowess, were both exploited by Emperor Amigel and held in considerable trepidation. Otherwise, they would not have supported the Eagleman. Asa Amigel hastily penned a letter to the eastern coast, laden with promises, appealing for Jiang Yu's military aid. Jiang You acquiesced. Preparations for mobilization commenced. Within the Prodas palace, the sound of shattered objects echoed alongside furious roars throughout the hall. Emperor Milan Amigel brandished his longsword, shattering the table and everything upon it into fragments. While resisting the onslaught of the four princes was arduous, time was on his side, and perseverance was not devoid of the hope for victory. However, he was taken aback when his typically obedient brother, Asa Amigel, unexpectedly raised a rebellion. Within a mere 3 months, the southern territories of the empire were breached by Asa Amigel, resulting in the surrender of numerous noble goblins. In the midst of the civil strife, the regional lords held little desire for battle. Reluctantly, Emperor Milan Amigel was compelled to reallocate elite forces from various fronts to defend the south. This elite contingent, led by the legendary General Thorn, managed to halt Asa Amigel at the Amber River, preventing any further advance. Yet, this strategic withdrawal to the south left the battlefront of the other four princes at a disadvantage. In the year 301 of the Goblin Empire, on the 1st of May, Thorn seized the opportunity to deliver a crushing defeat to Asa Amigel's forces at the Amber River. Just as the enemy was on the brink of collapse, Jiang You arrived with a legion of 10,000 winged warriors. In this encounter, Jiang You concealed his true strength and fought to a standstill with Thorn. As the winged army descended from the skies, catching Thorn's forces off guard and granting Asa the time needed to regroup, ultimately averting a disastrous retreat. The two armies resumed their standoff at the Amber River. On the 3rd of June, the tide of war began to shift dramatically. The 15th Prince on the Mon Plain vanquished the Emperor's defending troops and surged directly towards Prodas. On the 7th of June, the western stronghold of Farai, loyal to the Emperor, fell, and the Emperor's kin, the Farai family, were executed by the 18th Prince. The invading forces continued their relentless advance, heading straight for the imperial capital. On the 8th of June, the Frostborn clan of trolls in the northern territories responded to the summons of the 21st Prince, leading a massive troll army to breach Galzur city from the rear, advancing southward. On the 13th of June, Count Roman of Roman City in the western territories surrendered to the 25th Prince, opening the eastern gates for the army to march forward. On the 14th of June, the southern forces were ambushed by a coalition of human griffin cavalry, leading to a catastrophic rout. The legendary General Thorn, unable to persuade the troops to surrender, met a tragic end as he was besieged. From that point forward, the path north was unimpeded. Subsequently, Asa Amigel hastened his march northward, traveling day and night towards Prodas. On the 29th of July, the armies of the 5 princes stood at the gates of Prodas. Within Asa Amigel's camp, Jiang You beheld the city gates forged from the skull of the Thunder Titan, Atriid, and was filled with profound emotion. Once again, he approached this stronghold as an assailant. On the 30th of July, unbeknownst to the agreements made by the 5 princes, they began to separately lead their forces to assault the city. On the 19th of August, Prodas fell. The army surged into the imperial palace, yet the figure of Milan Amigel was nowhere to be found. The 5 princes commenced their fierce contest for the throne. Initially, the 5 armies managed to restrain the bloodshed, maintaining a semblance of order within the city, their clashes not yet reaching a fever pitch. However, on August 30th, due to a trivial matter, the first violent conflict erupted. The armies engaged in a brutal massacre within the city, intensifying until it ultimately harmed the goblin inhabitants. Countless civilians perished in this carnage, and the streets were stained red with blood, turning the city of Prodas into a river of gore, teetering on the brink of annihilation. In this critical moment, the great goblin sage Azabar emerged, embodying a demigod's presence with formidable authority, subduing the rebellious nobles and forcefully quelling the insurrection of the 5 armies. The sage ascended to demigodhood, causing the 5 princes to panic. Should Azabar harbor ambitions of imperial rule, their fates would be dire. Fortunately, Azabar possessed no such aspirations for the throne. On September 1st, Azabar summoned the 5 princes to the royal palace. The empire is without a ruler. I shall choose one among you to become the emperor of the empire. Therefore, each of you must answer a question. My decision will hinge upon your responses. Who shall go first? Chapter 52. The foundation of a nation before the solemn throne room. The great goblin sage stood beside the royal seat. Gazing down at the ambitious goblin princes, each distinct in their demeanor. He scrutinized them one by one, lingering a moment longer on the 19th prince, Asa Amager, before speaking. You are all aware that your father, in his tattered state, unified the goblin tribes, allied with the various races of the continent, vanquished the titanic giants, and established the Goblin Empire, an arduous feat. The Goblin Empire is hard won. Thus, my question pertains to your understanding of the empire and its future. So, noble princes, I ask you, upon what foundation was our Goblin Empire built, and what constitutes its essence? Upon hearing this, the princes fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, outside the palace, in the expansive square, the nobles and leaders of the 5 armies awaited the answers from within the grand hall. Reinhardt stood beside Jiang You, his face a mask of anxiety, fixated on the palace's interior. Noticing Reinhardt's disconcerted demeanor, Jiang You admonished him. Reinhardt, stay calm and composed. You are over 300 years old. Maintain your poise. Reinhardt fell silent, knowing that humanity was not akin to the winged race. A failure in this election would not bear grave consequences. The human race, however, was viewed with suspicion by the goblins, akin to being confined under vigilant scrutiny near the capital. Should they err in this choice, future opportunities for escape would be severely hampered. Yet, as a father chastises his son, Reinhardt dared not retort, responding only with a muted acknowledgement. Very well. Observing his demeanor, Jiang You reflected and subtly encouraged. Reinhardt, trust in your choice. The outcome is already destined. The 19th prince will prevail. As he spoke, he gestured for Reinhardt to look towards Duke Mero Azabar of the Southern Territory. Reinhardt quietly raised his gaze and beheld Mero Azabar standing calmly not far from them, seemingly already aware of the outcome. This sight brought Reinhardt a sense of composure. Within the palace, after a moment of contemplation, the 15th prince was the first to respond. Esteemed sage, I believe the foundation of our nation lies in martial strength. Our goblin kin possesses demigods, the most legendary and formidable army on the continent, and the largest population. When all these elements are combined, they form an overwhelming military power. We vanquish the Titans through strength and thus attain dominion over the continent. Therefore, the essence of nationhood is martial might. Upon hearing this, Aziba nodded, neither affirming nor denying, and turned his gaze to the next prince. The 18th prince lowered his head slightly, a broad smile adorning his face as he spoke. Esteemed sage, I believe the cornerstone of the empire is its demigod champions. It has thus been with our father, and now with you. His words elicited astonished glances from several brothers nearby. Goodness, what a display of sycophancy, they thought. However, the esteemed sage Aziba remained unmoved, continuing to observe the next prince. The 21st prince spoke candidly. Esteemed sage, our clan's foundation lies in our achievements against the Titans. It is this that compelled the various races of the continent to submit and recognize the goblins as their sovereigns. Aziba, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat speechless yet continued. 25th prince, the floor is yours. The 25th prince paused in silence for a moment before finally speaking. Esteemed sage, I believe the foundation of our goblin nation resides in the 50 million goblin citizens within the empire. The empire belongs to every goblin. The strength of these 50 million souls has forged this great nation. I assert that each goblin citizen is the bedrock of the empire. After listening to this, Aziba's expression softened somewhat. He gazed deeply at the 25th prince for a long while before letting out a sigh. I did not expect you to possess such insight. His demeanor then reverted to its usual solemnity as he addressed Asamergel, saying, It is now your turn, Asamergel. Upon being summoned by the esteemed goblin sage, Asamergel felt a sudden jolt within. In truth, he realized that his earlier brothers had already voiced thoughts he himself harbored. Uncertain as to why the sage had chosen to call upon him last, he felt a twinge of anxiety. As he pondered in silence, a memory from 3 months prior surfaced in his mind. During a conversation with Duke Mero Aziba of the Southern Realm, he had been advised, Your Highness, my father believes that the establishment of the empire relies on the goblin race's relentless pursuit of knowledge and progress. Should you ascend to the throne in the future, always remember this. He had readily agreed at the time. Now, those words returned to him, bringing a wave of serenity to his spirit. Apologies, my dear brothers. While you're taking a closed book examination, I am afforded an open book one. With a deep breath, he began to speak. The great sage, esteemed for his profound knowledge, proclaimed that the establishment of an empire relies on the indomitable spirit of the goblin race, which relentlessly pursues knowledge and progress. Upon hearing these words from Asar Amigel, Aziba finally smiled, expressing his delight. Ah, splendid, splendid. Knowledge is indeed the essence that alters the fate of the goblin clan. Your answer is correct, Prince Asar. It appears you are destined to be the sovereign of the empire, and I willingly proclaim you as the emperor of our realm. With this declaration, he summoned his semi-divine power, and his resonant voice reverberated across the entire Prodas plain, akin to a thunderclap in clear skies. From this day forth, the great sage of the goblin race, Aziba, hereby declare Asar Amigel as the emperor of the empire. Chapter 53. The Bolake territory in the year 302 of the Goblin Empire, on the first day of January. Asar Amigel was crowned as the third emperor of the Goblin Empire on Prodas Mountain. For princes were bestowed the title of duke and dispatched to the frontiers to expand their duchies, never to return to Prodas. All noble participants in the conflict were dismissed back to their fiefs, with the most grievous offenders facing execution. The Frost clan of Northern Trolls, which had aligned with the rebellion, was held accountable and compelled to retreat northward, awaiting another opportunity to descend south. Conversely, all nobles and tribal leaders who supported Asar Amigel were duly rewarded. Mero Aziba received a portion of the populace and alchemical resources, while the remaining nobles were allocated both population and territory. The winged race obtained nominal ownership of a vast expanse of land in the southern part of the eastern coast and acquired some alchemical technology. Jiang You named this territory Lomanda, signifying the mountainous land attained through the winged people's diligence. He envisioned constructing 5 cities in Lomanda to nurture 1 million winged inhabitants. Reinhardt, having achieved his desires, capitalized on his successful ambush of the Thorn army at Amber River, securing a decisive victory in precious time, thus arriving in Prodas on par with the other princes, thanks to his favorable rapport with Asar Amigel. As a reward for his accomplishments, Reinhardt was granted the title of Count, and Asar Amigel honored their agreement by bestowing upon him a significant river plain located in the western part of the northern region. This land, previously governed by a border count now convicted of crimes, was confiscated, and the goblin commoners residing there were divided among the nobles. Reinhardt thus acquired a previously developed territory, which he named Bolake, symbolizing the restoration of habits and rebirth. In the subsequent year, he approached Asar Amigel for verification and negotiated with a border viscount to exchange the Rhine territory for a plot belonging to a northern noble, the Bowman territory. Consequently, the Bowman and Bolake territories merged, encompassing forests, plains, and rivers sufficient to sustain 500,000 human beings. Thus, following the rebellion of the kings, the Goblin Empire began to recuperate and thrive. After his coronation, Asar Amigel adopted a conciliatory approach towards foreign races while remaining exceedingly vigilant of the domestic nobility. After all, the goblins suppressed the continent, and he remained oblivious to the peril posed by foreign races. Asa held a profoundly intricate attitude towards the grand sage, Aziba. On one hand, he was grateful to Aziba for aiding him in ascending to the throne. On the other, he perceived Aziba's power and prestige to be exceedingly formidable, sometimes even surpassing his own. In his heart, he yearned to restore the imperial authority that Amigel had wielded during his reign, yet he feared that Aziba might usurp him. This internal conflict ultimately prevented him from achieving legendary status in his lifetime. The Goblin Empire endured for 350 years. Fiona passed away in the Polek territory, and before her demise, she requested Reinhardt to enter her beneath a laurel tree, as it reminded her of the one her mother had planted in her childhood. She instructed Reinhardt to inscribe a brief epitaph at the bottom of her gravestone, a sister filled with remorse. During the cataclysm, she adhered strictly to the regulations of the human kingdom of the previous era, sealing the refuge in a timely manner, which resulted in her sister Vivian being unable to join her. Although Vivian possessed remarkable potential as a sequencer, her youth likely led to her untimely demise. Before Fiona's passing, Jiang You had his final meeting with her. Though devoid of deep emotion, he nonetheless accompanied her on her last journey. 567 years into the Goblin Empire's history, the third emperor of the Goblin Empire passed away in the palace at the age of 493. Chapter 54. The Throne's Domain. As early as 310 years into the Goblin timeline, Reinhardt advanced to legendary status in the Polek territory, choosing the path of the Lionheart King. From that moment, his lifespan extended to 1,000 years, and the human race became a prominent clan within the region, leading his people towards independence in the northern territories while embodying legend. Reinhardt finally found the energy to cultivate heirs. This was also a desire of his mother, Fiona, who believed that the prosperity of the human race hinged upon the emergence of extraordinary talents. Fiona arranged for Reinhardt to marry a dozen women, and only when he firmly insisted on stopping did she relent. Thus, the legendary Lionheart King found himself subservient to his mother's influence, diligently laboring in pursuit of progeny. However, the legendary bloodline proved difficult to propagate, and it was not until after Fiona's death that he fathered 3 sons and a grandson. By the time the third-generation emperor, Asa Amigel, passed away, the Reinhardt family had flourished to nearly 100 members. At this juncture, the human population had already reached 500,000. The original territory became insufficient, compelling Reinhardt to venture northward to expand his domain. The northern part of Polek territory was not desolate. Several intelligent races inhabited the area. Tribes of goblins, centaurs, trolls, and others thrived in the north. After several days of contemplation, Reinhardt resolved to target the goblins for conquest, as they were once subjugated under dragons, and, with the passage of time, were perceived as more vulnerable compared to the centaurs and trolls. During Reinhardt's campaign against the goblins, the development of the winged ones along the eastern coast also brought satisfaction to Jiang You. The Goblin Empire year was 360. The prodigious winged being, Sophia, upon departing from the southern borders, chose not to return to the eastern coast, but to continue her explorations of the continent. It was not until the 490th year of the Goblin Empire that she made her triumphant return. By then, she had achieved legendary status, forging a new path in the realm of the extraordinary, the Radiant Saint. After more than 5 centuries, the winged race finally boasted a second legend. 3 decades later, Sophia's sister, Alita, similarly ascended to legend, pioneering another illustrious path as the Radiant Swordmaster, a vocation whose combat prowess surpassed that of her sister, proving more suited to the multitude of winged, extraordinary practitioners. The tale of the 2 legendary sisters became a celebrated narrative within their kin. Meanwhile, their elder sister, Lemir, lingered at the threshold of heroism, finding advancement elusive, likely hindered by her extensive bureaucratic responsibilities, rendering her chance for breakthrough in this lifetime exceedingly slim. By the time of Samagel's passing, the winged race had significantly developed the realm of Romanda over the course of 2 centuries. 5 winged cities had been erected amid the mountains, with approximately 500,000 winged residents settled therein. In Rosendast and along the eastern coast, their numbers had surged to 1,500,000, a figure that had reached the limits of what the region could sustain. Conversely, in the Tian Shan region, growth remained sluggish, primarily due to the presence of military households, numbering around 100,000. Presently, the population of the winged race hovers around 2,100,000. As for Jiang You, after 5 centuries of cultivation, had he pursued the path of demigod, he would have attained that status long ago. Mastery over the laws of thunder was already his, and had he been a demigod, this would have been the moment to merge his will with the thunderous laws of the cosmos, striving to command the dominion of thunder and become part of the celestial order. However, his approach diverged slightly. He intended that at the moment of his will merging with the thunderous laws of the universe, he would manifest his will as a divine sword, forcefully suppressing and subduing the authority granted by the thunderous laws. This marked the initial step on the path to becoming the Lord of the Skies, a concept he termed the throne realm, akin to the demigod's path to divinity. Yet, all of this hinged upon his need to forge a celestial throne and a supreme sword, serving as the vessel for his will, a divine sword, to be precise. In his vision, his judgment throne would essentially serve as a sepulcher for the laws of the universe, entombing a divine sword that would suppress and inter the very essence of those laws. Although divine swords are rare, recent advancements in alchemy within the Goblin Empire have encouraged his studies over the years. He has made notable progress in the arts of alchemy and sword forging. Yet the challenge of crafting a celestial throne looms large. The materials are elusive, and the process of constructing the throne in the skies would create considerable upheaval, necessitating a fortuitous moment when all eyes are diverted elsewhere. Fortuitously, the year of 694 in the Goblin Empire approached. A plague has erupted, affecting all of Furland. Chapter 55, The Plateau. This plague, akin to a cataclysm, can indeed be traced back to its origins. 1 year prior to the emergence of this calamitous epidemic, in the northern territories of the Goblin Empire, lies the frosty expanse of the Northern Ice Plateau. This region, in truth, falls beyond the dominion of the Goblin Empire. Although the Empire proclaims itself the sovereign of the continent, it has not fully occupied the entirety of Furland. To the north of the Goblin Empire's northernmost border flows a river that meanders through the northern realms, effectively dividing the continent into two distinct zones. The southern expanse is relatively temperate, abundant in resources, and serves as the northern frontier of the empire, where various border lords and many subjugated races, including humans, thrive and multiply. In stark contrast, the northern region unfolds into an immense, boundless desert prairie, primarily inhabited by centaur clans and troll tribes, alongside other races such as goblins, pigmen, tiger-headed beings, sheep-headed entities, and bull-headed folk. These are nomadic tribes that have resided in the northern territories for generations, struggling for survival in the vast northern wasteland. Among them is the Frostclaw tribe of trolls, who once migrated southward to submit to the empire, though they do not rank among the mightiest clans. Presently, they have been driven back into the desert, their current plight unknown. Further north of the desert lies a towering plateau, separated from the arid plains by a sprawling mountain range. Despite the legendary beings that have traversed from the desert to the plateau, they have swiftly departed, deterred by the harsh, frigid climate that renders it inhospitable to ordinary folk. Nevertheless, life persists here. Many ice-dwelling races thrive on the plateau, towering in stature, suggesting that this highland may indeed be the cradle of colossal creatures. Scholars from various races speculate that the ancestors of the Titans might have emerged from this plateau, journeying to the central lands of Proedas, where they grew in power, developed extraordinary systems, and subsequently dominated the world. The plateau is home to numerous gigantic beings, one of which is the frost giant race. However, they are dwarfed in comparison to the Titans, with adult frost giants reaching heights of approximately 7 to 8 meters, yet still commanding a formidable presence. A typical tribe of frost giants consists of several families, numbering in the dozens. These tribes typically raise mammoths, riding them into battle, thus establishing their supremacy over the icy plateau. Yet, they are not invincible. A sentient race known as the behemoths also inhabits this highland. This race is divided into two categories: golden behemoths, who possess intelligence and stand about 3 meters tall, and behemoth beasts, massive creatures that approach 10 meters in height, resembling wild beasts. Only the golden behemoths can reproduce, yielding either more golden behemoths or behemoth beasts. Frequently, both types may share the same lineage, allowing the golden behemoths to command the behemoth beasts and assert their dominance across the icy plateau. In truth, the frost giants raise the mammoth behemoths, and they're also influenced by them. However, due to the constraints of sustenance, they inhabit the land in small tribes. Beyond this, there exist the highland behemoths, ice wolves, highland stags, highland ice cattle, and the colossal blue sea behemoth dwelling in the central ice sea, vast like an ocean. On this frigid plateau, which is difficult for outsiders to penetrate, these grand races of the snow-laden world toil day by day for survival. In their realm, there is scarcely any other place to venture. The plateau is indeed immense, ample enough for their existence. Yet, in the year marking the 694th of the Goblin Empire, a year prior to the outbreak of a plague, the tranquility of the plateau was shattered. While a frost giant was hunting large fish in the shallow waters of the central ice sea, it unearthed an ice coffin from the seabed. Within the coffin lay a stunningly beautiful woman, her entire form adorned in vivid crimson. The frost giant, intrigued by the diminutive figure of the woman within the icy sarcophagus, carried the heavy coffin ashore. To its astonishment, upon reaching land, the ice coffin began to dissolve like water. The resplendent woman, clad in a blood-red robe, awakened. She possessed eyes as red as blood, and her lips mirrored the same vivid hue. Yet, her complexion was remarkably pale, as if she had not yet recovered from severe illness. Gazing at the frost giant who had rescued her, The woman in red smiled faintly, revealing an astonishing beauty. "Did you awaken me, giant?" The frost giant felt an undeniable pressure emanating from the woman in red. In response to her inquiry, he dared not act recklessly and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Although her words were not in his tongue, he could inexplicably comprehend them. "Though I have awakened a tad too early, my wounds remain unhealed, yet I sense the rebirth of the world. Has this heralded a new era?" She mused softly, surveying her surroundings. Covered in ice and snow, at the edge of the sky and sea, I remain upon the northern plateau. Rising gracefully, she possessed an enchanting figure, her curves captivating. Then, facing the vast expanse of the sky and sea, she pointed a finger. Countless crimson threads plunged into the ocean, and within mere moments, innumerable fish were drawn forth, including a colossal fish measuring 30 meters in length. With the resounding thuds of the fish landing, the frost giant looked down to witness a multitude of fish at his feet. However, these fish appeared somewhat shriveled, as if much of their blood had been siphoned away. "My dear giant, you have awakened me. Take these fish with you." Before the frost giant could muster a response, she transformed into a streak of red light and departed. The frost giant stood bewildered for several minutes, and upon confirming the woman in red had truly left, he released a sigh of relief. He gazed at the bounty of fish beneath him, a smile breaking across his face, and then he dragged the largest one away, heading towards his tribe. For him, today had yielded a satisfactory harvest. Chapter 56. Blood Toxin after the departure of the woman in the red robe. Several days passed as she traversed the icy expanse of the plateau. There were no signs of humanity. Had this place remained untouched since the restoration of civilization? She shook her head in dismay while suspended in midair. Regardless, she resolved to descend to the mainland, wondering if any of the shelters from yesteryears had seen their inhabitants emerge to revive human civilization. Thus, the woman in the red robe journeyed southward. Her first encounter was with the vast North Desert, where she observed centaurs, trolls, and other races dwelling there, a perplexed expression crossing her face. Has so much time truly elapsed? The mainland has birthed such a multitude of new intelligent life. Yet, the desolation of the North Desert made it unsurprising that these foreign races had claimed dominion. Continuing her descent past the North Desert, she entered the realm of the Goblin Empire. Rather than traversing through the human territory of Polek in the northwest, she approached from the northeast. Along her path, she encountered numerous clans of trolls, fairies, and dwarves, yet the most populous by far were the diminutive green-skinned goblins. As she ventured further into the central regions, the prevalence of these small green creatures increased, along with their level of civilization. Beholding the goblin cities dotting the landscape, with the goblins strutting proudly, the woman in the red robe could no longer deny that this was a manifestation of the continent's dominion. However, this was of little consequence compared to the familiar traces of pre-epic human civilization that she discerned within goblin culture. The Goblin Empire's alchemy had advanced remarkably, bearing significant remnants of pre-epic human technology. With each observation, her astonishment deepened, and an urge for violence towards these green-skinned creatures began to swell within her. She held no fear of the other races inhabiting the mainland, as long as the humans from the shelters emerged. They would inevitably rise again through the remnants of pre-epic technology and knowledge. Even though she recognized that the extraordinary systems of the bygone era had collapsed, she believed new extraordinary systems could be forged. Her greatest fear was that the shelters of humanity would be discovered by these foreign races, leading to the plundering of technology and knowledge before humanity could regain its strength, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the remaining human population. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, she no longer hesitated and set out to inspect the locations of the shelter she knew. Alas, reality delivered a crushing blow. The vast majority of the shelters had perished before enduring to later times, with all inhabitants lost to death. The few that had survived were eerily deserted, seemingly having suffered catastrophic destruction. Finally, she journeyed to the northern frontier, arriving at the shelter she knew best, a place once overseen by her sister. She hoped fervently that this shelter remained intact, longing to confront that treacherous sibling once more. Yet, reality proved to be brutally harsh. The shelter, designated as number 490, was besieged by throngs of green-skinned goblins, leaving her heart utterly desolate and igniting a fiery wrath within her. In this refuge, throngs of goblins come and go, with not a single human in sight. The structures of these goblins have evidently stood for quite some time. She deduced that her sister and the kin within the sanctuary were likely in dire peril. Thus, the woman clad in crimson took action. A shroud of blood enveloped the entire 490th refuge, resulting in the simultaneous demise of nearly all the goblins within. The lone legendary goblin left behind, caught off guard, was grievously wounded and, after a brief struggle, captured by the red-robed woman. The goblin legendary was astonished that his conqueror was a human. How could a race typically regarded as lowly possess such strength? Human? Lowly? She grasped the implications of the legendary goblin's words and hastily inquired whether humans still existed in the world. The goblin, unwilling to face death, revealed the fate of the humans discovered after the sanctuary's exposure, divulging every detail under her relentless questioning. After listening, the red-robed woman remained silent for long, while before swiftly snapping the legendary goblin's neck. Apparently, since awakening, her sister and the others had been kept captive as tools for goblin education. This feeble breed of goblins had even denied the descendants of humans the opportunity to inherit the sanctuary's legacy. Her sister had been forced to marry that wretched goblin emperor. Her crimson eyes, now ablaze with intense emotion, turned as red as blood. "You despicable goblins, I shall ensure you pay for your transgressions." She initially contemplated launching a direct assault on the goblin capital, intending to slay their emperor and subsequently obliterate the entire goblin empire. However, her injuries had not yet healed, and she sensed formidable presences within the goblin capital that filled her with trepidation. She reckoned she would be outmatched. As a true progenitor of blood, ranked at sequence 3, comparable to demigods, her combat prowess was rather ordinary. Yet, she possessed a unique ability that was exceptionally suited for widespread devastation. She could utilize her own true blood as a source to create a highly contagious blood toxin. She resolved to exact revenge upon the goblins with this blood toxin. As for whether it would affect the humans residing in the northern Bow Lake territory, she cared not. Humans devoid of ancestral heritage and those without her sister held no significance for her. Moreover, having learned from the goblin legendary that the humans within the sanctuary had long since perished, she felt no hesitation. Nonetheless, she still took measures to eliminate the lethal characteristics of the blood toxin against humans. While those infected would fall ill, they would not perish. Though the individuals were gone, their legacy endured. Thus, in the following months, after conducting several experiments and confirming the lethal nature of the toxin against goblins, the crimson-clad woman selected a grand goblin city in the north to unleash her blood toxin. The contagion spread with alarming rapidity within a mere 7 days. The entire city was infected, and the plague began to radiate outward. This so-called blood toxin intensified, ultimately engulfing all races across the continent. Even the winged folk of the eastern coast have succumbed to this dreadful plague. Chapter 57. The response of various races on the continent. Once infected by the blood toxin, the body exhibits signs of infection. The afflicted gradually develop crimson eyes, and within 3 days, fangs sprout from their mouths, spewing forth the miasma of the plague, displaying an overwhelming desire to attack all living beings around them, ultimately leading to their grotesque demise within 7 to 10 days. This phenomenon of infection has been meticulously recorded by the goblins. Beneath the legends, there exists infection. Yet, the greater the extraordinary power, the more resilient one becomes to death. The blood toxin spread throughout the northern regions in 3 months and across the continent within 6 months. Its rampant nature instills dread in all creatures. The great goblin sage could no longer remain idle when the blood toxin enveloped the north. He discovered that this plague particularly targeted the goblins. Other races, upon contracting this affliction, still had a chance of survival. However, for goblins, it was a certain death with no hope of recovery. Of course, this does not apply to the extraordinary goblins, who possess a stronger constitution. As the plague proliferated, the great sage Azabar urgently ordered the lords and town leaders to close their gates and prevent the spread of the disease. Yet, this insidious foe was nearly impossible to contain. Just as one area was secured, another would erupt anew, as if someone were scattering the plague from all directions. Consequently, it swiftly spread throughout the continent. The great goblin sage, in despair, was compelled to research methods to combat the blood toxin. However, devising a solution to this malady was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a day or two. Each day witnessed a significant loss of goblin lives, leaving the great sage utterly exhausted. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Fry Amigel, was equally worn down. In just half a year, the goblin population, which had once flourished to 200 million, now dwindled to a mere 100 million, and this number continued to decline. Despite their usual rivalry, the emperor and the great sage pooled all available resources to support countless goblin alchemists in their relentless research. The great sage himself even took part in the efforts. At this moment, not only were the goblins in disarray, but every race on the continent was equally troubled. On the eastern coast, when the plague reached Rosendars, Jiang You was meditating atop Heavenly Mountain. Generally, his meditative periods were unpredictable. However, in times of urgency, he could be roused. Yet, the plague spread too swiftly. The messenger had only delivered the news in the morning, and by afternoon, when Limer dispatched officials for inspection, the contagion had already taken hold. The situation quickly spiraled out of control, as Limer and the winged officials had never encountered a plague before, leaving them ill-equipped to respond. They promptly notified Jiang You, who was still in meditation. Upon receiving this news, a pang of dread struck his heart. How careless I have been! He hastily ordered the closure of the 9 passes, sealing off Rosendars and Romanda, while isolating those infected. Yet, the plague had already been festering within the winged folk for some time and proved exceedingly difficult to contain. As he struggled to regain control, half of the winged beings had already succumbed to the virus. Unlike the goblins, the mortality rate among the winged beings, though alarmingly high, allowed for some to survive. After infection, only about 1 in 10 winged beings managed to endure the ordeal, becoming temporarily weakened before returning to a semblance of normalcy. At this juncture, no one noticed that those few who had survived appear to have regained a youthful vitality. 50% of the winged race perished in agonizing torment, while the remaining individuals became undead carriers of the infection. Though they had survived, their eyes and wings turned crimson, their feathers and hair stripped away, and grotesque fangs sprouted from their mouths, rendering them eerily sinister. In a bid to curb the plague and save their kin, Jiang You convened the scholars and returning alchemists of his race to explore ways to rescue the surviving infected winged beings. In the territory of Polek, the human populace exhibited peculiar transformations after contracting the blood toxin. This unexpected metamorphosis was unforeseen even by the initiator, the woman in the red robe. Among the over 500,000 humans, half were infected. However, the majority returned to normalcy after enduring a period of suffering. Yet, several thousand experienced profound changes in both their bodies and bloodlines. Their eyes turned a fierce red. Their appetites shifted away from ordinary sustenance, craving the taste of blood. While they recoiled from direct sunlight, a nascent, extraordinary power, linked to their blood, began to manifest within them. Several descendants of the Reinhardt family also fell victim to the infection, yet their mutations proved to be more advantageous. Their extraordinary powers surged, accompanied by certain immunity to sunlight. This remarkable response seemed a synthesis of their bloodline and the blood toxin. Moreover, these infected Reinhardt individuals exerted a peculiar intimidation over the ordinary infected, akin to a bloodline suppression power. The Reinhardt family expressed concern for these mutated kin, but after persistent efforts yielded no results, they were compelled to abandon their attempts. To ensure the safety of the uninfected humans, they were relocated together in a secluded corner of the Polek territory. Centaur, trolls, dwarves, kobolds, pigmen, and minotaurs experienced infections similar to those of the winged beings. Chapter 58. Vivian in the 697th year of the Goblin Empire. The plague had persisted for 3 years, yet had been largely contained by the various races. Ceasing to spread further, the woman in the red robe discreetly conducted several more endeavors, but the goblins remained ever vigilant. Although she initially managed to infect a few individuals, they were soon restrained. After repeated failures, the woman in the red robe ultimately conceded, recognizing that her own blood was not to be squandered lightly. The goblins seemed to sense the peculiar nature of the plague, as if it were deliberately targeting them. They too began to seek the source of this affliction, complicating the red-robed woman's efforts. She prepared to find a sanctuary to recuperate, and once healed, she would retaliate against the Goblin Empire. Although the blood poison had not annihilated the goblins, it had claimed a significant number of their ordinary kin, inflicting a grievous blow that left the Goblin Empire severely weakened, sufficiently so. As for her place of recovery, her gaze settled upon the human territories of the northern region. The Balik domain. Despite the passage of time, the human race may no longer resemble her preconceived notions. Yet she instinctively felt that a human settlement would be a suitable abode for her. On the third day of the first month of the Goblin Empire, the woman in the crimson robe finally arrived at the Balik domain. On this day, a remarkably stunning lady graced the town of Peter, adorned with a red hood. Her cascading golden locks shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Moreover, her captivating crimson eyes and elegant figure rendered her enchanting as she strolled under the sun. However, the townsfolk of Peter regarded her with averted gazes, as though she were a harbinger of plague. The blood-red eyes were a symbol of infection. No one wished to associate with an infected being, even if they had once been of the human race. In their eyes, she had become an outcast. Just as the woman in red sensed the peculiar atmosphere, two human guards approached her, stating, "Infected one, you must leave Peter immediately and proceed to the eastern gathering area for the infected, the Demankland district. That is the designated residence assigned to you by Lord Reinhardt." Infected? How intriguing. The woman in crimson found their words amusing. She understood the term referred to humans afflicted by her blood poison. Logically, she had eliminated the lethal components of the poison. Even if she were to fall ill, it would merely entail enduring discomfort and weakness for a time. Could there be unforeseen circumstances? Gazing at the two human guards, she inquired with a smile, "Where is the Demankland district? I shall make my way there myself." "Over there, my lady." Perhaps due to the woman's formidable presence, the two guards instinctively responded with deference. "Very well." The woman in red smiled gently and turned towards the direction they indicated. An hour later, she found herself in the Demankland district. Before she even stepped inside, she sensed a multitude of familiar essences within. This sensation felt akin to the lineage of my blood. As she entered the Demankland district, a sudden enlightenment washed over her. In that moment, she subtly emanated an aura of the true progenitor of blood. Instantly, every infected individual within the Demankland district ceased their activities. Their crimson eyes sparkled even more brightly as they gazed at the striking woman in red. Regardless of who they were, a profound desire for submission arose within each of them. They instinctively understood that the lady gracefully entering the Demankland district was their queen. A profound sense of kinship emerged, as if they had found their rightful place in the world. They bowed their heads, their bodies bending in reverence. Meanwhile, the woman in the crimson robe gazed upon the thousands of infected individuals in the Demankland region who bowed before her, and a sudden smile graced her lips. It was the blood poison that had birthed you. In an instant, a thought surged within her heart. She yearned to take these people with her. Among the bowed figures, a few individuals emerged, their bloodlines pulsating with power, their eyes of vivid crimson. These beings filled her with an indescribable warmth, as if the essence of kinship coursed through their veins. The woman in red was astonished. In that fleeting moment, her sister came to mind. Could it be that her sister had left behind a legacy in this newly born land? At that instant, she felt an urgency and directly inquired, "Whose descendants are you?" "Milady, we hail from the Reinhardt family, the current leaders of humanity. Our ancestral progenitor, Reinhardt, is the source of our bloodline." "Reinhardt? Where is he?" "In Polak City." "I understand now. Everyone stay here and wait for me. Humanity views you as outcasts, but I shall lead you away." With that, the woman transformed into a streak of red light, soaring towards Polak City. In Polak City, within the Lord's castle, Reinhardt found himself troubled by the infected. They could no longer consume ordinary food and required blood to survive, creating a conflict within him. On one hand, these infected were his subjects, and he wished to abandon none, especially as a few were his own descendants. On the other hand, compared to normal humans, these infected individuals were indeed outcasts. It was impractical for the clan to hunt for them daily to provide sustenance. Elders and officials within the clan had already proposed abandoning the infected, exiling them to the outside world. As he pondered deeply, a melodious voice suddenly resonated beside him. "You are Reinhardt, are you not? Do you know Fiona?" Reinhardt turned in surprise, only to behold an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in red, seated gracefully at his table. Her ability to approach him unnoticed suggested her power far exceeded his own. A demigod? Yet, he sensed no malice, only an aura of familiarity. Then, he heard his mother Fiona's name. "Esteemed lady, Fiona is my mother. Where is she?" The woman in red calmly inquired. "Your mother passed away hundreds of years ago." Reinhardt replied sadly, "I see. May I ask, who are you?" "I am her sister, Vivian." "Reinhardt, though you possess the blood of goblins, which I find unappealing, you are still my sister's child, and thus you may address me as Aunt." Vivian responded coldly. Aunt, you may not be aware, but my father is not the Goblin Emperor. He is the winged king from the far-off East Coast." Reinhardt unhesitatingly revealed his true lineage. He could discern the profound disdain that his aunt held towards the goblins. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Vivian's expression softened. "Good child, you have endured much. Where's my sister buried? I wish to pay my respects." "Aunt, allow me to guide you there." Chapter 59. The birth of the bloodline. Outside the Lord's castle of the Bow-like territory lies a forbidden zone, accessible solely to members of the Reinhardt family. Within it rest the ancestors and deceased kin of the Reinhardt lineage. Despite its designation as a forbidden area, it is in fact a picturesque expanse of rolling hills adorned with blooming flowers and scattered shrubs, interspersed with a few trees. At the heart of this sacred ground lies the most exquisite spot, a small hill fully covered in blossoms. Atop this hill stands a towering osmanthus tree, gracefully swaying in the breeze. Beneath the osmanthus, a manicured garden encircles an empty space where a gravestone is placed. Inscribed upon it are the words, "The first leader of humanity, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, empress of the Goblin Empire, the last ember of humanity, Fiona." However, Vivian instinctively bypassed the main inscription, her gaze drawn to a line of small text beneath it, "A sister burdened with guilt." The epitaph struck her like a blade. Upon reading those words, Vivian envisioned a tearful woman gazing wistfully at the horizon each night, consumed by remorse. Long-held resentment strangely dissipated, replaced by a profound yearning for her sister. "Fiona, I should have awakened sooner. Had I roused myself earlier, I would not bear such immense responsibility and burden, and humanity would not have fallen to its current plight. Yet, I shall seek vengeance for you." In the chill of the northern winds, a woman clad in a resplendent red robe stood beneath the osmanthus tree for an entire day and night. On the third day, Vivian bid farewell to Reinhardt, leaving behind a single drop of her true blood. Reinhardt and his descendants share the same bloodline as hers. In the future, this drop would become a cherished legacy of the family. Additionally, she informed Reinhardt that she intended to take all the infected humans with her. Reinhardt was filled with confusion. "Aunt, those infected individuals are no longer like us. They survive solely by drinking blood. In my perception, they are no longer truly human." Upon hearing this, Vivian smiled gently. "To you, they may not seem human, but to me, they are indeed my kin. Reinhardt, their very existence springs from me. This plague that has swept across the continent was unleashed by my hand, with the intent to eradicate the goblins and exact vengeance." Reinhardt's pupils dilated in shock. Good heavens! This calamity that has engulfed the entire continent was, in fact, brought forth by my mother's sister. Such a revelation is utterly unfathomable and incredulous. To unleash such devastation upon the continent single-handedly is truly terrifying. He was acutely aware that this plague was a certain death for the goblins. Nearly half of the deceased belonged to other races, and even the Wing tribe, to which his father belonged, could not escape its grasp. He hesitated to share this news with Jiang You. How formidable must Vivian be? With no time for further contemplation, Reinhardt swiftly nodded in agreement. "Aunt, please take them away." The internal discourse regarding them is increasingly leaning towards exile. Since Vivian requires these infected individuals, it conveniently resolves the disputes within our clan concerning them. In his heart, over the passage of time, his confidence in sheltering these infected beings had waned. He could not afford to sustain them. Since Vivian was willing to accept them, he would let go. Very well. These infected beings are scarcely recognizable as human. I intend to nurture them for a time before we advance towards the Goblin capital. Advance towards the Goblin capital? Reinhardt's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly such a bold move? Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept over him. Could Vivian, alongside a few thousand infected, truly overcome the goblins who possessed demigods? Though she was his newly acknowledged aunt, he did not wish for her to sacrifice herself. Furthermore, what if the goblin sage discerned the human identities of this group of infected? Vivian seemed to perceive his concerns and smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. I am not foolish enough to throw my life away. If we cannot win, I am confident in my ability to escape. Moreover, I will not endanger the remaining humans. I plan to establish a new race based on these infected individuals. Establish a new race? What kind of race? Several hours later, Vivian returned to the Demanklin district. Gathering all the infected, she stood aloft, gazing down upon the thousands of human infected, and with a commanding voice declared, "From the moment you transformed into your current forms, all have deemed you as outcasts. Since humanity refuses to accept you, we shall establish a new race. Henceforth, you shall be, like me, members of the blood tribe. I will lead you to find our rightful land and survive with tenacity. I am Vivian, the true progenitor of the blood tribe. Follow me." As Vivian's declaration resonated from above, the infected below transformed from a state of numbness to one of fervor. Her presence instilled a sense of kinship, and her aura compelled their instinctive submission. Upon her concluding words, an exuberant chorus erupted. True progenitor, progenitor of the blood tribe. Blood tribe, blood tribe. From this day forth, we are the blood tribe. After today, we shall all have a home. Chapter 60. The Goblin's Source. The year 697 of the Goblin Empire. January 6th. Vivian, the true progenitor of the blood tribe, led the thousands of infected and mutated humans to establish themselves as the blood tribe. Departing from the Bow Lake territory and heading northwest, they traversed the vast desert, navigated forests and swamps, and arrived at the western coastline north of Furland. The distance to the dominion of the Goblin Empire remains substantial, yet Vivian has firmly established her presence here. She imparts the knowledge of harnessing the power of blood, integrating the contemporary vocational system to forge two distinct professions, blood knights and blood berserkers, both capable of attaining heroic status. As for achieving legendary status, that lies within their own hands. Following the establishment of these two professions, Vivian retreats into seclusion to mend her wounds. The West Coast teems with myriad creatures, and Vivian relentlessly siphons their lifeblood to restore her strength to the point where, in the future, all beings of the West Coast shall tremble at the scent of blood. Meanwhile, in the heart of the mainland, within the city of Proedas, a goblin alchemist, after years of diligent research, serendipitously discovers a substance capable of curbing the plague. This revelation comes about as he, in a state of desperation, decides to experiment with seemingly unrelated materials. During one such experiment in a dark cave, he encounters a creature resembling a wolf, from which he extracts a toxic substance, mixing it with an alchemical ingredient known as moonlight grass to create a potion. He injects this concoction into the body of an infected, dying goblin, initially indifferent to the outcome. To his astonishment, mere days later, the lethal plague is indeed halted. The infected goblin survives. This outcome sends shockwaves through the Goblin Empire, igniting ecstatic celebrations. The alchemist Demaga is hailed as the savior from the plague, receiving accolades and titles from the emperor, along with a territory of his own. Concurrently, the great sage Azeba orders the replication of this potion for all infected goblins. Thus, within 3 months, the plague within the Goblin Empire is entirely contained. 30 million goblins are saved, with an additional 1 million infected individuals cured. Upon hearing the news, various races across the continent hasten to procure this potion for their own afflicted. What should have been a nationwide celebration soon turns dire as a grievous situation emerges. Those goblins healed by this potion undergo drastic transformations within 3 months. Their intellect diminishes, their skin shifts from green to a dark green hue, and their appearances become grotesquely unappealing. Their facial features morph, sporting pointed ears, large oval eyes, flat noses, broad faces, and eyes that range from red to yellow. Additionally, they develop sharp, poisonous fangs. Their stature diminishes, adopting a triangular form with robust arms and legs. They remain perpetually in a state of lust, favoring dark caverns for congregation. When their numbers swell, they indiscriminately attack all encountered beings, relentlessly propagating through the female populace. In recent days, a considerable number of female goblins have met a tragic fate, barely clinging to life upon rescue. Compared to their civilized counterparts, these beings have nearly become an entirely different race. The Grand Sage has repeatedly dispatched alchemists to investigate the causes and potential remedies, yet they have discovered that any significant change within a short time frame is nearly impossible. The resources expended in combating the plague have already drained their vitality. In a state of desperation, the Goblin Emperor decreed the expulsion of those who had been cured from the cities and villages of the goblins, casting them into the wilderness and designating them as goblins. While the plague has been contained, its repercussions remain ever-present. Chapter 61. Werewolves within the borders of the Goblin Empire, in the western region of the Whispering Woods Valley, resides the largest clan of trolls, known as the Whispering Clan. This clan, which once followed Amigel in the crusade against the Titans, was granted lands in the Whispering Woods Valley for their contributions to the establishment of the Goblin Empire. The patriarch of that era was bestowed the title of Marquis of the Whispering Woods within the Goblin Empire. To this day, although the original clan leader has passed, the successor remains a legendary figure. Over several generations, the Whispering Clan has burgeoned into a vast lineage with a population in the hundreds of thousands, even establishing a grand city and several towns at the heart of the valley. Within the Goblin Empire, the Whispering Clan holds a position of considerable significance. Troll clans govern themselves, scattered across the land. Although somewhat disunited, the more powerful factions wield greater influence. The Whispering Clan exemplifies this, as nearby troll tribes have historically aligned themselves with it. In the year 696 of the Goblin Empire, the widespread and devastating plague known as blood toxin impacted the Whispering Clan as well. Despite having received warnings, they too suffered grievously. Although they did not face the same fate as the goblins, who succumbed entirely, the trolls experienced a longer infection cycle with a substantial mortality rate. Alongside many who recovered post-infection, these trolls, too, underwent significant physical and facial transformations, appearing frail. Their tusks grew longer, their bodies became emaciated, and their eyes glowed a fierce red. Like other races across the continent, the Whispering Clan actively sought solutions. Yet their cultural limitations and the modest talents of their alchemists left them at a loss. Fortunately, given their long-standing amiable relations with the goblins, when Proedas successfully formulated a remedy to contain the plague, the Whispering Clan requested several thousand doses of the Demagica potion from the goblins. Upon administering the potion to the infected trolls, they experienced swift recoveries, with no further symptoms of contagion manifesting. This news brought immense joy to the trolls of the Whispering Clan. They sent envoys to Proedas to express their gratitude to the Goblin Emperor and held a grand celebration in honor of their recovery. However, akin to the aftereffects experienced by the goblins, those trolls who had been cured through the injection of the potion initially exhibited no changes. Yet, 3 months later, as time passed, these infected individuals began to undergo profound transformations. Lush, wolf-like fur sprouted upon their bodies, their fangs became laced with toxins, and their eyes took on a feral, chilling appearance. Their physiques shrank, yet remained robust. In the eyes of their kin, they resembled upright wolves. The trolls could accept these changes. However, their hearts brimmed with the desire for expulsion towards those who had been healed through the injection of the Demagica potion. With each full moon, these individuals would succumb to their primal instincts, fully transforming into werewolves, indiscriminately slaying the trolls around them. When this phenomenon first manifested, the chieftain of the Eagleman clan endeavored to salvage the situation. Following extensive research, the alchemists among the trolls discovered that the moonlight herb contained within the potion was the source of the affliction that plagued these infected individuals under the moon's influence. Yet, their capabilities were limited, and despite myriad attempts, the infected continued to succumb to their bestial urges each full moon, resulting in numerous deaths among their kin. As for seeking assistance from the goblins were preoccupied with their own troubles due to the emergence of the goblins, leaving them little energy to manage the trolls' plight. Consequently, within a few months, resentment within the clan swelled, and amid the chaos of each full moon, the last remnants of familial affection dissipated, leading them to no longer regard these individuals as part of the troll lineage. In desperation, the chieftain of the Eagleman clan was compelled to adopt the methods of the Goblin Empire, banishing these infected souls from Eagleman Valley and derisively labeling them as werewolves. Chapter 62. Gargoyle on the East Coast. When the Demiga potion emerged in the Goblin Empire, the winged beings stationed at the Protoss embassy also received this news promptly. They wasted no time in relaying the information back to their kin. Unaware of the full truth, Jiang You personally journeyed to Protoss City, where he engaged with the Goblin Emperor and exchanged 100,000 doses of the Demiga potion. He then returned to administer the potion to the infected winged beings. Initially, akin to the goblins and trolls, the infected winged beings indeed managed to curb the contagion of the plague, simultaneously embarking on a path to recovery. However, 3 months later, a significant number of the infected not only failed to sprout feathers, but also underwent drastic physical changes. Their faces contorted into grotesque visages, their bald heads became smooth, and their mouths bristled with fangs. Their hands and feet regressed, evolving into sharp claws. Their physiques grew tall and muscular, while the wings that once adorned their backs became bare, fleshly appendages. Under the dual influence of the potion and the plague, their spirits waned during the day. Their behaviors altered, preferring to shun sunlight in slumber, resembling lifeless statues. Yet, as night fell, they became invigorated. They reveled in soaring through the moonlit skies of the city, hunting for prey. At times, they behaved like beasts. At other moments, they displayed intelligence. Nonetheless, every winged being understood that these healed infected individuals were no longer part of their kind. Fortunately, despite their drastic transformations, they posed no threat to the winged race. It is precisely due to the absence of harm that the winged beings harbor only sympathy and compassion for them. At this moment, news of the goblins emerging from the Goblin Empire reached the winged race. The intricate origins of the goblins astonished Jiang You. At times, he pondered whether the formation of the Phalan race was indeed somewhat hasty. Regarding the Goblin Empire's decision to banish goblins to the wilderness, Jiang Yu questioned his own capacity to undertake such an action. The infected among the winged race remained relatively normal, embodying true victims of circumstance. Concurrently, within the troll tribe, Jiang Yu became aware of the backstory of the werewolves similarly exiled to the wild. It was then he realized that the side effects of this potion were not isolated incidents, but rather affected all races across the continent. Unlike the approaches of the other two races, after considerable contemplation, Jiang Yu decided to relocate these transformed winged beings, drastically altered in form and temperament, to an unoccupied mountain city in Lomanda. He continued to regard them as members of the winged race, yet bestowed upon them a new designation, gargoyles. Thus, nearly 100,000 gargoyles slumbered in the mountain city by day, venturing out to roam by night. Those lacking sustenance and motivation could even transform into stone, abstaining from food and drink for extended periods. The gargoyles also acquired extraordinary abilities. To maintain a sense of closeness with the gargoyles, Jiang Yu stationed 2 of the more formidable among them at the castle of Whitestone to guard the fortress during the night. Simultaneously, he established a nocturnal battalion composed entirely of gargoyles to safeguard the winged beings under the cover of darkness. With the plague resolved, Jiang Yu commenced forging a weapon to serve as a vessel for suppressing the laws. Once, when the Goblin race triumphed over the Thunder Titan and established the Goblin Empire, among the spoils allotted to him was a segment of the Thunder Titan's thigh bone. For years, this thigh bone had remained in the treasury. When he resolved to forge a divine sword, he retrieved the Titan's thigh bone and journeyed to the dwarven kingdom beyond the mountains to exchange for some rare metal materials and share insights on forging techniques. The Goblin Empire has endured for 700 years. In October, Jiang Yu began to forge the Sword of Thunder. Chapter 63. The Sword of Thunder. Speaking of the Thunder Titan, its fate was indeed tragic. It perished, yet its remains were repurposed into various materials by others for diverse uses. The colossal head of the Titan is still fused into the walls of the capital city of the Goblin Empire, Protoss, serving as the most imposing city gate, a testament to the formidable power of the Goblin race. As a Titan's bone, the thigh bone of the Thunder demigod inherently brims with the power of thunderous laws. Jiang Yu first ascended above the eastern sea, locating an active volcano that continued to spew molten rock. With formidable legendary power, he pierced the volcano's flank, extracting red rock to forge a furnace. He began by sequentially adding materials such as purple gold, refined gold, secret silver, sky blue stone, magic crystal, gray heart, moon spirit stone, essence of the earth, sunset iron, and melting heart copper into the furnace, melting them into a liquid state. Finally, he placed the thigh bone of the thunder titan into the cauldron filled with the purple golden liquid, boiling it day and night. After 39 days, the entire thigh bone of the thunder titan was fully integrated into the golden liquid, which shimmered with a purple hue and flickered with lightning. Subsequently, Jiang You forged daily with his thunder law. After 10 days, he doused it with seawater and repeatedly infused it with the spirit of the clouds, hammering it into shape. A long sword, resplendent in purple gold and crackling with arcs of electricity, materialized before him, floating gracefully in the air. Congratulations, player, for forging a legendary weapon, earning 1,000 forging experience. The system, long silent, unexpectedly displayed this message, which Jiang You habitually ignored. Grasping the long sword, he wielded it, and the power of thunder surged instantly. Indeed, a fine sword. Jiang You nodded in satisfaction and stored it away. By now, night had fallen, and the moonlight shone brightly. He gazed at the silver moon in the sky, chuckling softly. To forge a throne, one must create from the heavens. The ancient silver moon, its composition a mystery, beckoned him, for his future throne was destined to share the same celestial expanse. Thus, he resolved to ascend. Taking a deep breath, he unfurled his pristine wings, and with immense lift, soared straight into the sky. He first traversed above the clouds, leaping from the sea of clouds into the realm of fierce gales. Here, he found himself over 10,000 meters high, where mere legends could scarcely endure. The powerful winds bore the essence of wind laws, growing more formidable with altitude, making it unbearable for ordinary legends. However, Jiang Yu was no ordinary legend. His strength was nearly demigod-like, just a step away from establishing his throne in the lofty heavens. He summoned a shield of light and continued his ascent. At an altitude of 20,000 meters, the air grew thinner, and the power of the sky laws intensified, obstructing his deeper penetration into the high skies. The silver moon became increasingly distinct, radiating a soft silver glow. Jiang Yu pressed on, reaching 30,000 meters, then 40,000 meters, and finally 100,000 meters. He arrived at the threshold near the astral realm, akin to ink upon a starry canvas. There, he beheld a colossal silver, celestial body revolving around the world at the boundary between the astral realm and reality. Yet, he could not venture closer to the silver moon. A potent force of lunar laws surged above, repelling him with overwhelming pressure. This dense law force made him feel as though he were confronting a deity. It was as deep as the abyss. Each second spent here drained his strength. This place was indeed wondrous. No wonder few dared to venture in this direction, who would forsake the solid earth to soar aimlessly into the heavens. Other legends, including demigods, would not behave in such a manner. Jiang Yu possesses wings, yet he can only soar through the skies with the power of legends. Chapter 64. The Silver Moon. Unable to approach the silver moon, he veered towards the outskirts of its radiant domain. Once he departed from its vicinity, he discovered that the conditions here were far more formidable. To exist in this realm, one requires a robust authority of laws as support. It is no wonder that in later generations, even demigods must ignite divine flames, establish a terrestrial divine kingdom, and elevate their thrones into the heavens before they can dwell in such places. This is the edge of the world, where various potent forces of law exist, albeit in varying strengths. The power of the laws of time and space fluctuates here with a palpable presence. The intersection of numerous laws creates an atmosphere as if legends or demigods are perpetually engaged in battle. In this tumultuous environment, the constant conflicts and collisions of laws made Jiang Yu's eyelids twitch. Truly, this place is even more inhospitable than beneath the silver moon. Had he chosen to ascend through other paths, he might not have reached this location at all. Previously, he had been flying towards the silver moon, remaining enveloped in its protective aura, thus remaining oblivious to the external environment. With a sigh, he hastened back to the realm illuminated by the silver moon. Although he constantly felt the overwhelming pressure akin to an abyss, his cultivation was entirely driven by willpower. His formidable will was capable of suppressing a single law, enabling him to endure the silver moon's oppressive weight. Aside from himself, even demigods would find it challenging to withstand the might of this place. For him, at this moment, it was the best solution. Lacking sufficient strength, he would first elevate his throne in the vicinity of the silver moon. After solidifying his resolve, he sighed once more. The commotion of raising his throne would be too conspicuous. He wondered when he might seize an opportunity. Without elevating his throne, it would be arduous to rival a demigod. The strength of a demigod does not merely lie in mastering laws, but in the celestial authority they wield post-transformation. The laws of thunder and the authority of thunder may appear synonymous, yet they are fundamentally distinct. Many legends may grasp the law of thunder, yet those who possess the authority of thunder as demigods are often singular. The same holds true for deities. Even if multiple holders initially govern the same authority, the inherent unity of that power compels them to engage in conflict until only one remains. Jiang You harbors no fear of any lawbearer, yet he would not be foolish enough to provoke a demigod endowed with celestial authority. Moreover, under the malevolence of the heavens and earth, these demigods would surely seek to trouble him. Thus, he yearns for an opportunity. However, he recalls from the records of the elves that in the millennium of the Goblin Empire, the capital was besieged by an unfamiliar demigod leading their kin. After several days and nights, the capital was razed, leaving the Goblin Empire gravely weakened, and the once long-lived demigod sage Azabar did not survive even for 3,000 years. Perhaps this is an opportunity, and I shall await it, Jiang You pondered, unfurling his wings and descending toward the celestial mountain on the east coast. After a considerable absence, within the silver moon, deep in the abyss of darkness, a pair of extraordinarily beautiful large eyes gently opened a fraction, only to close once more. Yet in that fleeting moment, within this dark realm of stars, countless silver glimmers suddenly sprang forth, illuminating the space with brilliance. In a fleeting glimpse, one could faintly discern a stunning goddess with flowing silver hair, peacefully resting in shadows. Countless silver lunar laws prostrated beneath her, akin to stars encircling the moon. Chapter 65. The Sophia Archipelago. Upon returning to the celestial mountain, Jiang You began to prepare for the forging of his throne. He intended to transport the summit of the heavenly mountain to the heights above. The peak of Celestial Mountain, conical at the top and rounded at the base, revealed a well-defined summit after clearing away the trees, rendering it perfectly suitable. Atop the mountain, he crafted a throne from rare metals mixed with platinum, incorporating the enigmatic azure stone powder he had previously acquired. He then severed a portion of his own soul and infused it into the throne. Consequently, this throne in the heavens would grant him absolute dominion, regardless of whether he was seated upon it, much like a deity ruling over their divine realm. Moreover, the azure stone that had once facilitated his transcendence, now refined within the throne, possessed formidable mystical powers. Aside from physical strength, forces of law held no sway over it, making the throne exceptionally well-suited for existence in the chaotic realm above, where order was non-existent. In the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the little turtle finally ascended to legendary status. His path to advancement was fraught with challenges. Initially, influenced and persuaded by Jiang You, he evolved from a state of awakening to create the unique class of Thunder Turtle. After several decades, having reached the pinnacle of Thunder Turtle, he finally formulated his own ideas and, combining his characteristics, advanced to the master class of Thunder King Turtle. The little turtle harbored a desire to become the king of turtles. Thus, after his master advancement, he sought out numerous turtle breeds, nurturing them in a waterlogged area at the foot of the Celestial Mountain. However, despite his relentless efforts, these ordinary turtles struggled to attain wisdom. The little turtle's aspirations of becoming king waned, leading him to calmly contemplate his future path. It was not until Jiang You ascended to legendary status that he finally devised his next step. A king could be a ruler of a race or a sovereign of oneself. Thus, he advanced to the hero class, becoming the electric turtle hero. Under Jiang Yu's influence, his affinity leaned towards the law of electricity. In the centuries that followed, the little turtle embarked on his legendary journey. However, attaining legendary status proved exceedingly arduous for him. His entire system was self-created, lacking the extensive knowledge and boundless imagination that Jiang Yu possessed. There's a lack of foresight and memory regarding the future. However, during this period, he encountered the prodigious Sophia of the winged people. On her path of cultivation, the little turtle offered considerable assistance. In the early stages, Many of Sophia's resources were facilitated by the little turtle. Later, as Sophia journeyed across the continent, the little turtle accompanied her. Subsequently, upon her return, Sophia achieved the legendary title of the Holy Maiden of Light. The little turtle was profoundly inspired and began to contemplate the path to legend. Eventually, Sophia's sister, Erida, also attained legendary status. With the aid of these three legends, the little turtle finally achieved legendary status as the Holy Turtle of Azure Lightning at the venerable age of 700. Had it not been for the turtle's long lifespan, it might not have persevered long enough to attain such a feat. Thus, by the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the winged people boasted for legends, basking in their glory. At this time, Jiang You defended the eastern coastline of Los Sendas, while the Holy Maiden Sophia safeguarded Lomanada, and the Holy Sword Master Erida protected the Tianshan branch of the winged people. With an additional legendary figure, the possibilities for further expansion emerged. Over the course of several centuries of exploration over the Eastern Sea, the winged people discovered a crescent-shaped archipelago situated 10,000 kilometers from the eastern coast. The total area of this archipelago encompassed several 100,000 square kilometers, sufficient to sustain 1 million winged people. In the year 735 of the Goblin Empire, the Holy Maiden Sophia led a multitude of winged people to cross to the archipelago, relocating and expanding their territory. Henceforth, this archipelago became known as the Sophia Islands. Chapter 66. The Sea Giants of the Sophia Islands. At the tail end of the crescent-shaped chain of islands in the sky, a legion of 10,000 winged people stood arrayed in midair, bows drawn and swords poised. Having absorbed the forging techniques of the goblins, the winged people possessed the craftsmanship for iron forging. In this era of advanced alchemy, armor-making had also reached impressive heights. Several centuries prior, Jiang You had initiated the winged people's search for minerals within their territory. Consequently, over the years, the winged people discovered several deposits of white iron, a site of fine gold, a magic crystal mine, and a blue-patterned spirit mine in Los Sendas, as well as a large deposit of mithril in Lomanada, not to mention numerous ordinary copper and iron mines. With these resources, they forged weapons and armor. Thus, the armor worn by the current winged warriors shimmered with silver, displaying an impeccable and solemn appearance. Below, on the land and sea, resided a tribe of sea giants on the archipelago, numbering nearly 1,000. The leader of these sea giants towered at a height of 15 to 16 meters, robust and powerful, wielding a longbow made from a great tree. Their bodies were a deep ocean blue, and nearly all sea giants were born with the innate ability to control water. They were distant kin to the Titans. Each sea giant, upon reaching maturity, possesses the formidable strength of a hero tier. Since the ancient era, they have reigned as the sovereigns of these islands, ruling over this archipelago without venturing forth or concerning themselves with the mainland. They procure sustenance from the depths of the sea and rest upon the coastal shores. The islands bear their crafted nests and abodes. Legends speak of their primordial ancestors, birthed from the blood of the Titan of the sea, which fell into the ocean and gave rise to the sea giants. Alas, in the dawn of time, the Titan of the sea fell in battle against the Titan King, his remains sinking into the abyss, lost to history. The societal structure of the sea giants remains primitive, primarily tribal in nature. Not long ago, Sophia had ventured with the winged folk, during which the sea giants established several settlements on the northern reaches of the Half Moon Islands, while the winged folk settled at the southern end. After several years of development, these sea giants traversed the archipelago, crossing the seas to assault the already established cities of the winged folk. This formidable group of sea giants numbered in the thousands, with 3 legendary leaders at the forefront. The most prominent among them, an ancient legend from the Titan lineage. The lifespan of a sea giant is remarkably long, easily extending over thousands of years, and legends live even longer. When the 3 legendary giants mobilized, the waves of the ocean surged to a staggering height. Caught off guard, Sophia suffered devastating losses among her kin and troops, forcing her to retreat to Rosendras. Upon learning of this, Jiang You comforted Sophia before deciding to personally lead an expedition. It had been centuries since he, Jiang You, had vanquished the Eagle King, and for those years, he had remained in tranquil repose atop Heavenly Mountain, refraining from action. Now, As the winged folk continued to flourish, it was time for him to emerge once more. With the imminent ascendance to the throne of the sky, he felt more than capable of confronting the three legendary giants. Thus, in the year 742 of the Goblin Empire, 1 month after Sophia's expulsion, Jiang You led 1,000 elite winged folk across the sea to the islands of Sophia. At this moment, the sea giants had yet to disperse, feasting along the coastline. Upon witnessing the audacity of the winged folk to approach, their rage ignited. As the mood of the sea giants shifted dramatically, the ocean roared in response. The foremost sea giant leader, consumed by fury, raised his colossal stone club in defiance. "Shameless birdman, this archipelago belongs to our sea giant kin. How dare you return to this land?" Behind him, nearly 1,000 bare-chested sea giants, regardless of size, let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. "Begone! Leave these waters!" In midair, Jiang You severed a massive arrow aimed at him, and facing the enraged sea giants below, he smiled faintly. "You dwell at the northern end of the islands, while we occupy the southern. We harbor no intent to be your foes. When did this archipelago become solely your territory? In this realm, the strong do not merely claim. You have harmed my kin, and today you shall pay with your lives." Upon finishing his words, he drew forth the purple-gold longsword from his waist, and a thunderous roar erupted throughout the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of the arrival of a thunder god. Chapter 67. The Thunderous Battle God and the Conquest of the Archipelago. An expanse of boundless dark clouds swiftly enveloped the realm within 1,000 miles. The booming thunder cascaded down from the sky, akin to a dragon of thunder weaving through the sea of clouds. The grandeur of the spectacle rendered the countless trees upon the island pale under the illumination of the lightning. Birds took flight in haste, while beasts curled up in fear. The magical beasts lay prostrate on the ground, sensing an impending threat. This was the legendary domain of Jiang You, spreading into the world, creating a formidable presence and establishing his dominion. "Winged ones, follow me to slay our foes," Jiang You bellowed, leaping first from the sky. The purple-gold longsword summoned 100 surging bolts of thunder from the tempest, striking toward the three legendary sea giants. His demeanor was resolute and gallant. Behind him, over 10,000 winged beings, inspired by their lord's might, felt a surge of battle fervor. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The unified cry of the multitude resounded. The sound of silver armor clashing echoed, and swords gleamed like a forest, tearing through the darkness with a thunderous descent. The orderly formation momentarily dispersed. A faction of the winged beings circled around the sea giants in the sky, armed with longbows, drawing arrows taut. Another group, wielding longswords, followed Jiang You as they descended, engaging the sea giants in close combat. Between land and sea, the three legendary sea giants suddenly turned pale. If the previous legendary female winged being was akin to stars illuminating the sea, then Jiang You before them resembled a great sun poised to bathe the ocean in its radiance. Faced with Jiang Yu's assault, the leading sea giant dared not hesitate. He raised a stone club high. A sea blue glow emanated from the club, and the white stone surface cracked in layers, revealing a staff made entirely of blue jade. Resembling bone, the overwhelming aura of the ocean's sovereign surged forth like an abyssal tide. Countless aquatic creatures instinctively submitted amid the surrounding seas. The leader of the sea giants summoned his legendary power, brandishing the blue staff towards the advancing Jiang You. The tumultuous sea erupted. A myriad of water spouts surged skyward, piercing the thunderclouds, and sunlight streamed down from above the clouds. In an instant, a colossal blue figure formed from the seawater, raising its hand to strike at Jiang You. The sheer gravity of the tons of seawater, akin to a mountain, sought to crush Jiang You beneath its weight. At that moment, upon witnessing the towering sea giant, nearly 200 meters in height, Jiang Yu's expression remained unwavering. He was composed as ever. The champion's will, an innate talent he carried from his very soul, melded with the extraordinary in this lifetime, forging an invincible combat awareness. Almost in the split second before the colossal sea giant fully materialized, he anticipated the forthcoming onslaught. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping into the void and hurling the purple-gold longsword towards the sea giant leader. Then, his pristine wings flared dramatically, nearly breaking under the strain. In that fleeting moment, he evaded the sea giant's colossal fist. Subsequently, a surge of radiant power erupted, transforming him into a luminous celestial body that plunged directly into the sea, evading a second strike. Thereafter, there was nothing more. As he descended into the ocean, countless bolts of lightning struck the surface, illuminating the sky with a dazzling display of violet electricity. Amidst the tumultuous thunder, Jiang You arrived before the leader of the sea giants with unparalleled swiftness. He seized the thrown purple-gold sword and, with a gentle stroke, cleaved through the leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed forth, and the head fell to the ground. The blue-boned scepter instantly lost its source of power, plummeting into the sea. The entire sequence unfolded in the span of mere breaths. Above the corpse of the sea giant leader, Jiang You delicately flicked the blood from the sword's tip, gazing at the two legendary sea giants who looked upon him with palpable fear and chuckled softly, such a trivial aquatic abomination. Do you dare to challenge me as well? The towering sea giants swallowed hard, exchanging glances before bowing their heads, kneeling on one knee, and raising their weapons high, emitting mournful sounds. Your Majesty's majesty is akin to the boundless ocean unleashing cataclysmic thunder. We are willing to submit. With the kneeling of the two legendary sea giants, all the sea giants laid down their weapons and knelt in supplication. The sea giants were not a race marked by unwavering defiance. In later generations, after the emergence of the descendants of the ancient dragons, the dragon kin, they became servants to many formidable dragons. Notably, both gold and silver dragons favored the cloud giants and sea giants as their vassals. In response to the sea giant submission, Jiang You surveyed the kneeling blue-skinned giants scattered across the land and sea, nodding slightly, and declared with authority, "Very well. Henceforth the sea giants shall dwell at the head of the islands, while the winged people will occupy the tail. Let us watch over and assist one another. Sharing our resources, you shall guard the maritime borders for my kin, while the winged people shall defend the skies. I shall also provide you with protection." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the two sea giants sighed in relief and proclaimed loudly, "The conditions set by our king are not harsh. We are willing to comply." Excellent. Just as the two sea giants believed the matter concluded, Jiang Yu continued, "Moreover, previously you attacked my kin while they were constructing a new city on this island. Although there were no casualties among my people, the city was destroyed. You must remain here to help us rebuild the city until it is completed before you may depart." Indeed, the winged people had not perished this time. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would not have been so lenient. "Yes," the sea giants replied obediently. Then, Jiang Yu turned his gaze towards the blue jade scepter that had fallen between the shallow sea and the beach, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "This must be a scepter crafted from the divine bone of the Titan of the sea. Excellent. It shall serve as material for my sword. Andic, gather your men to retrieve this scepter and place it within the fortress of Whitestone." "Yes, my lord." In midair, a silver-armored winged practitioner flew forth, bowing respectfully to Jiang Yu. In the following days, Jiang Yu established his command at the tail of the islands, naming the largest island at the southern Enwenji Island. The new city is named Wangji City, signifying the City of Victory. Chapter 68. Reinhardt has perished, and the behemoths descend southward. A few days later, Sophia returns to the island, continuing her role as the governor of the archipelago, tasked with the relocation of the winged people and the development of the island's territory. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu returns to Paradise Mountain to practice the principles of light. In the year 751 of the Goblin Empire, the high priest Mosul dies mysteriously upon achieving demigod status. Subsequently, the Duke of the Western Territories, Larmazel, revolts but is quelled. The Mosul family is annihilated, leaving no survivors. The priestly family that co-founded the nation with Amigel thus vanishes from the annals of history. The then Emperor Fry Amigel appoints his seventh son, Indi Amigel, as the new Duke of the Western Territories. Upon arriving in his domain, Indi seizes all the power of the former Mosul family. He is, in fact, the son of the Mosul Empress and Fry Amigel. In the year 878 of the Goblin Empire, the fourth Emperor Fry Amigel passes away, having never achieved legendary status in his lifetime. His fifth son, Guna Amigel, ascends as the fifth emperor. By the year 901, the population of the winged people in the Sophia archipelago reaches 300,000, with the total population of the winged race soaring to 4 million. As no one has yet transcended the path beyond demigod, Sophia and Erida decide to pursue the path of earthly legends, steadfast in their resolve to attain immortality. In the year 955, the alchemist Emerson suffers a catastrophic accident during an experiment in the southern goblin city of Highland, rendering the entire city nearly a wasteland. Yet, during the night, the corpses of goblins occasionally rise again, marking the first occurrence of necromancy on the continent of Furland. Subsequently, the Goblin Empire's Guild of Practitioners seals the area and ultimately sets it ablaze. In the year 998, the first Lionheart King, Reinhardt, passes away in the Polish territory, ultimately failing to break through to legend and become a demigod. His ninth descendant, Vega Reinhardt, ascends as the leader of the human race and the Count of Poland. Before his death, Reinhardt seems to sense something, and in a final act, Jiang You arrives in Poland to bid him farewell. The loss of his only son brings Jiang You the first taste of solitude along the long, eternal path of life. Ultimately, at Reinhardt's request, he is laid to rest beside Fiona, marked with the inscription, "The second human leader, Reinhardt, the sovereign who established the foundation of humanity." After standing beneath the osmanthus tree for 3 days, Jiang You departs. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, in the far northwest of the empire, the most formidable adversary since the empire's founding emerges. This is the opportunity Jiang You has long awaited. In January of the same year, the Behemoth clan, led by their chief Amand, begins their southward migration from their ancestral icy highlands. They proclaim themselves in response to the call of the Blood Queen. Embarking on a campaign against the south, the Cyclopean tribe successively conquered the northern desert, subjugating numerous centaur clans, troll clans, goblin clans, pig-headed clans, tiger-headed clans, and minotaur clans under the sweeping force of the Cyclopean army. 6 months later, Amon swept through the northern desert, consolidating the troops of various tribes. Boasting an army of 1 million, and descended southward from the eastern-northern border of the Goblin Empire, declaring war without announcement. Numerous border nobles were annihilated, and the great city of Mugers in the northeastern region fell, instilling panic among the northern goblins. At this moment, Emperor Guna Amigel of the Empire dispatched the Imperial Guard and the Order of Knights southward, while summoning nobles from various regions and foreign clans to mobilize their forces. The news reached the fortress of Whitestone on Paradise Mountain along the eastern coastline. Jiang You also sent a legion of winged warriors to battle. On the 3rd of October, the Cyclopean army stationed itself in the city of Aides in the southern-northern region. This was the last major city connecting the northern desert to the central Goblin Empire, where the coalition established by the Goblin Empire also garrisoned. As the continent's gaze focused on this millennia-long imperial war, unexpectedly, the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proedas, faced the greatest crisis since its founding. Chapter 69. Among the frozen ice over 200 years ago, Vivian sought new allies to perfect her long-standing plan to annihilate the Goblin Empire. She ascended once more to the Ice Domain Plateau. Upon the plateau, many colossal beings resided, exuding immense power and a formidable presence. With a slight cultivation, they displayed extraordinary combat prowess. Originally, her attention was drawn to the frost giants who had once rescued her. She found the tribe of the frost giant that had saved her and endeavored to teach them the path of the extraordinary profession. However, the extraordinary aptitude of this tribe of frost giants proved insufficient. To put it bluntly, their wisdom fell short. With patience, it might take a few hundred years to enhance their intellect, but Vivian lacked such patience. After spending several years with the frost giant tribe, she ultimately abandoned her efforts. Her gaze turned toward other intelligent races on the plateau, leading her to select the Cyclopean tribe. The Cyclopeans divided into 2 categories, Golden Cyclopeans and Cyclopean Behemoths. Among them, Golden Cyclopeans possessed intellect on par with the major races of the present-day Furlan continent, while Cyclopean Behemoths were born as natural war machines. Thus, Vivian sees an opportunity during a conflict among the Cyclopean tribes, entering a defeated Cyclopean tribe in the guise of the Blood Queen. This tribe was known as the Icebound tribe, and Amand was the son of its chieftain. The Icebound tribe had just suffered defeat, with the chieftain slain. Most young warriors perished, and many women and children captured. Only a portion of the tribesfolk managed to flee with the women and children. Amand thus lost both his father and mother, riding with his younger brother, escaping from their original tribal residence to settle on the edge of a mountain range. In a realm where resources are scarce and the environment harsh, yet sufficiently secure, Vivian descended upon the icebound tribe in a divine manifestation. She bestowed upon the tribe sustenance and shelter, vanquishing the encroaching frost beasts and snow wolves. Once the tribe found stability, she relocated its people to the eastern shores of the central plateau, where they could settle. As a multitude of young mammoths matured, the tribe's strength burgeoned. She imparted extraordinary vocational knowledge to the icebound tribe, establishing the profession of mammoth knights, tailored to the unique characteristics of mammoths. At this juncture, the mammoths had flourished, with Amand emerging as a standout, displaying exceptional aptitude for his vocation. Consequently, Vivian took it upon herself to nurture Amand. Years later, Amand reached maturity within the icebound tribe, attaining mastery in his abilities. Under Vivian's special care, his brother, the mammoth behemoth, grew to a size surpassing that of an average adult mammoth. By this time, the icebound tribe had become formidable. Vivian appointed Amand as the chieftain of the icebound tribe, tasking him with subduing the mammoth populations across the plateau. Within a few short years, Amand conquered numerous mammoth tribes along the eastern shores, with the number of golden mammoths within his tribe swelling to over 1,000. At this moment, Vivian felt a sense of relief. After establishing a pact with Amand, she descended from the plateau to return to the abode of her kin to recuperate, while Amand continued his campaigns on high. In the year 865 of the Goblin Empire, Amand achieved hero status, annexing over 100 tribes on the plateau, with a burgeoning population of tens of thousands. By the year 997, he ascended to legend, founding a hereditary legendary vocation, the Golden Mammoth King, significantly enhancing his power. The population of his tribes had now reached a staggering 100,000. However, the plateau's resources proved inadequate to sustain such a multitude of mammoths in one locale. Recalling Vivian's words about the vast fertile lands to the south, capable of nourishing countless golden mammoths and their kin, Amand resolved to descend from the plateau. Yet, he remained mindful of his promise to Vivian, patiently awaiting her return. Finally, after 5 years, he was visited by Vivian's messenger, a bloodkin of the Reinhardt lineage. After centuries of cultivation, this bloodkin had developed advantageous ancestral traits, manifesting a pair of crimson wings upon his back, enabling him to traverse rapidly between the plateau and the far northwest of Furland. Vivian expressed her hope that Amand would remember their agreement and, 1 year hence, descend from the plateau to conquer the northern desert and assault the northern territories of the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, she would lead the elite of her kin directly through the Goblin Empire to invade Prodas. Once accomplished, the northern desert and the northern frontiers of the Goblin Empire would unite with the Icebound Plateau, allowing Amand to establish the Mammoth Empire and dominate Furland. Amand nodded in affirmation, committing to their pact. He sharpened his blades and selected the finest warriors, officially raising an army in the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire to march southward and assault Falanda. Thus, a confrontation arose between the coalition of the Behemoth tribes and the Goblin Empire's forces at the city of Ides. On the night of October 2nd, Vivian led thousands of elite vampires, bursting forth from the ancestral stronghold of the Rhine Lord in the territory of Prodas. The Goblin Lord fell instantly, and to maintain secrecy, the vampires slaughtered all sentient beings residing in the Rhine, even draining the blood of nearly 1,000 griffins kept in captivity. On October 3rd, Vivian dispatched a squad of vampire elites disguised as humans and winged folk to infiltrate the city quietly. Suddenly, the thousands of vampire elites and extraordinary practitioners launched a violent assault. Within mere hours, half of Proadas's goblins lay slain, rivers of blood flowing through the streets. Subsequently, the extraordinary goblin practitioners organized a defensive line, only to be astounded to discover that conventional attacks and elemental forces could not harm these vampires at all. The radiant powers capable of inflicting significant damage upon the vampires had, over 200 years prior, been labeled as treachery, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the high priests of that lineage. Regrettably, the high priest who had ascended to demigod status through the path of the holy light had long since perished. Left with no choice, the arch-sage Azeba had to intervene personally, only to be intercepted by the waiting Vivian. The two demigod-level beings clashed fiercely above Prodas, casting the entire region into a shroud of crimson and shadow. The laws of blood and darkness collided in the skies, their immense powers shaking the towering Prodas mountains. Time and space were torn asunder, and under the aftermath, Prodas was reduced to ruins. Countless goblins perished in the chaos, while the survivors found their existence more torturous than death. Each once thriving street, and every goblin dwelling bore the scars of destruction. The Goblin Imperial Guard could not provide rescue and faced relentless assaults from the vampire practitioners. In midair, the arch-sage Azeba seethed with rage, gazing at Vivian, who matched him in combat. In the devastated ruins of Prodas below, his fury reached a boiling point. All his meticulous plans had been obliterated in this battle. Unknown demigod, I know not why you seek to raise my goblin capital and slay my kin. Our enmity has grown higher than the skies and deeper than the seas. Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Vivian, suspended in the air, let out a derisive laugh, tauntingly responding, "You green-skinned little brutes were once nothing more than our cattle and slaves. Do you truly believe that by seizing the fruits of others' labor, you can claim dominion over the continent? How naive! My kind possesses countless formidable beings, merely waiting to emerge. Yet, since I have come into this world, I shall rise to confront and cast your shameless thieving race into the abyss." Upon hearing these words, Azabar finally comprehended Vivian's origin, a cold smile gracing his lips. "So, you are one of them. Alas, the times have changed. Today, I possess greater strength than you, and I shall slay you. After your demise, your kind, remnants of the pre-epoch, shall be unworthy of dwelling upon the lands of Furland. I will extinguish them all. Then come forth and attempt to slay me, and we shall see whether it is you who perishes or I." Vivian, unfazed by Azabar's proclamation, extended her hand, and a river of crimson brilliance emerged in the sky, suppressing the entire cloud-laden heavens. Azabar descended to the earth, the forces of the dark laws swirling about him. As all the goblins within the city of Prodas suddenly let out a howling cry, their collective strength coalescing into an imposing wall of darkness, pressing towards Vivian. This surge of power intensified the pressure upon Vivian. Yet after a moment of contemplation, she erupted into laughter. "So this Prodas is but the embryonic form of your terrestrial divine realm. I understand now. Ha 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 ha. Die, wretched being. Futile, my trait is immortality. Let's engage in a prolonged battle." At that very moment, as the two demigods clashed fiercely in Prodas, atop Heaven's mountain, Jiang You, clad in white robes, sat regally upon a platinum throne, exuding a formidable presence. Chapter 70. Ascend the Throne. 100,000 elite winged soldiers arrayed themselves in the surrounding skies of Heaven's mountain. Their gazes burned with fervor as they beheld their sovereign, as if in reverence to a deity. Two legendary winged beings, along with the turtle legend Sophia and Earith, alongside Wang Xiaoba, formed a triangle around Jiang You at the summit of Heaven's mountain. Sensing the intense waves of law contending from the distant central lands, Jiang Yu's gaze extended far, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "My opportunity has arrived. Today, I shall elevate the throne to the heavens." With that, an overwhelming surge of legendary power emanated from him, lifting the summit of Heaven's mountain into the direction of the silver moon. As the peak gradually ascended from the mountain, the 100,000 armored winged soldiers knelt on one knee in midair, their collective shout resonating as one. "Hail our king!" From the platinum throne, a fierce thunder surged within Jiang Yu's violet eyes, and as his pristine wings unfurled, they radiated a brilliance that illuminated the world, an awe-inspiring aura of sovereignty sweeping forth. He nodded to his kin, casting a glance at the purple-gold longsword and the blue jade longsword planted upon the land before the throne. Taking a deep breath, his entire being surged with heightened power. In the sky, the summit of Heaven's mountain was lifted by an intangible force, accelerating ever faster. The elite winged soldiers, initially arrayed around the peak, sought to escort him, but soon faltered against the fierce winds of the law of wind. The three legends followed closely behind, yet they too were repelled by the winds of law. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu continued to ascend with the platinum throne. Once again, in the boundless expanse of the 10,000-meter-high sky, the throne fell under the silver moon's embrace. Above, he rose from his platinum seat, casting his gaze down upon the vast mountains and rivers stretching beneath him. A sigh escaped his lips. How magnificent! He then drew forth the purple-gold longsword that lay before his throne, softly intoning, "Let us begin." Like a droplet of water falling upon a sheet of rice paper, Jiang You relinquished all control over the laws of thunder, allowing his spirit to extend within them. In an instant, the heavens roared with thunder, cloaking the sky in a violet shroud. As if undergoing a divine ascension, the authority of thunder intertwined with the laws he stirred, guided by his intent, converging within his spirit to transform into a violet thunderous bloom. At the moment this flower of authority took form, Jiang Yu's indomitable champions will suddenly transmuted into a pure white longsword forged from that very will, a sword of judgment. This blade cleaved through the heavens as if night were shattered by the dawn's light. The violet thunderous bloom was instantaneously reduced to a shower of purple sand. With this step completed, an infinite malice surged forth from the cosmos, enveloping Jiang Yu. Simultaneously, in the central region of the Furlan continent, above the city of Prodas, Vivian and Azeba, locked in fierce combat, halted in unison, their eyes drawn to the sky towards the silver moon. The heavens were enraged, urging me to eradicate the enemies of the world. The consciousness of the world illuminated my path, guiding me towards the silver moon, like two colossal forces propelling them forward. Their authoritative laws trembled slightly, directing these two demigod-level warriors towards the high heavens. Yet, having fought so fiercely, neither could forsake their adversary. They suppressed their instinct to abandon the fight and continue to clash. In the high heavens, the authority of thunder seemed to possess a will of its own, attempting to reassemble within Jiang Yu's spirit, yearning to revert to its original state. But Jiang Yu paid it no heed. He elevated his champion's will, piercing through the heavens as if it were a sharp long sword, forcefully penetrating the laws of thunder, intertwining them. Outside, at nearly the same moment, Jiang Yu raised the purple-gold longsword and struck at the tumultuous thunder above. Boom! Like rivers returning to their source, an endless torrent of thunder surged into the purple-gold sword, the fierce lightning dancing upon its blade, nearly causing it to shatter. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, gripping the sword firmly as he drove it deep into the earth atop the mountain, proclaiming to the heavens and the earth, "I decree the cosmos. Today, with my champion's will, I inscribe time and space, forging the laws of judgment to suppress all." As Jiang Yu's declaration resonated within his spirit, the shattered, thunderous bloom began to restore itself, only to be pierced anew by the sword of judgment, merging into a singular entity, transformed into violet, within the ocean of his spirit, as a decree of the law suppressed the law of thunder. Within the vast, ethereal image of the platinum throne composed of countless longswords in the sea of consciousness, one of the sword apparitions solidified, radiating a hue of purple. In the external world, Jiang Yu released his grip on the purple-gold longsword, facing the relentless malice of the heavens and earth without a trace of fear. Instead, bursting into hearty laughter. "I have attained the throne realm. Let any fearless demigod approach, and may they add more swords of authority to my judgment throne." At the moment Jiang Yu uttered these words, the brilliance of the platinum throne beneath him surged forth. Across the continent, countless beings looked up in astonishment toward the silver moon. When did a platinum moon appear in the sky? Chapter 71. The Platinum Moon upon the Platinum Moon. Jiang Yu sat calmly on the throne, awaiting in silence. The system's notifications had long begun to ring out incessantly. "Congratulations. Player has advanced to the demigod realm." Ding. System error. Realm information does not match. System commencing reevaluation. "Congratulations. Player has anchored the path of the Sky Lord." "Congratulations. Player has advanced beyond the legendary realm." The path of the Sky Lord has no defined boundaries. Players are equivalent to the demigod realm. Please name this stage. Initially immersed in a mastery of his newfound power, Jiang Yu had no desire to engage with this feudal system, yet the incessant notifications persisted. Reluctantly, he spoke. "Throne realm. Game data has been updated. Congratulations. Player has advanced to the throne realm. You have created a unique law, the decree of judgment. Your combat power surpasses all in the same realm. You have awakened the throne realm's unique traits, suppression of authority. You have awakened the throne realm's unique trait, Platinum Moon. You have awakened the throne realm's unique trait. The throne is me. You have been judged by the world's malice. Warning. You have been permanently locked by the world's malice. Non-removable, non-eradicable. A panel quietly materialized. Name, Jiang You race. Winged being, longevity species. Template, ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template, demigod. Occupation, Skylord of the Throne Realm. Age, 1219. Attributes, Strength 879. Constitution 887. Spirit 779. Agility 990. Charisma 881. 1000 points is the foundation for Ascension to Divinity. Level. Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Skills. Throwing, perfect. Spear arts, perfect. Archery, perfect. Swordsmanship, unparalleled. Gunmanship, perfect. Horsemanship, perfect. Skill points. Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Talent. Champion's Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with a battle awareness that surpasses all. This is an unparalleled gift you carry from your soul, unique throughout the ages. Legendary Domain, Sacred Thunder Domain, Sky Realm of the Throne, Platinum Throne. Traits, Legendary Traits, Sacred Heart. Legendary Traits, Divine Might. Throne Traits, Authority of Suppression. Throne Traits, Platinum Moon. Throne Traits, The Throne is Me. Quest System, Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Game launch countdown. 3/201, 515 days, 9 hours and 7 minutes. Suddenly, a torrential rain fell upon the entire world. This was the subconscious response of the world's will. Above Proadas, at the moment the Platinum Moon appeared, the bloodline patriarch Vivian and the archmage Azabar were seized by a powerful impulse amidst their battle. Almost simultaneously, they lifted their gazes to the silver moon high in the sky. Their reactions starkly different. A newly born moon? Is there a formidable enemy lurking there? In this era, has someone forged a moon in the heavens? The guidance of the worlds was like a coarse rope, attempting to pull them skyward. Yet in an instant, they severed the influence of the world's will. What ayist? With a great enemy before them, they resolved to defeat their present foe first. The worlds will truly knows no bounds. In the eastern seas of the Furlan continent, deep within the vast ocean, a colossal island lay hidden amidst the mist. Upon this island, several ancient dragons, each over 200 meters in length, lay in deep slumber upon the land. At that moment, a powerful sense of crisis surged into their minds, akin to the tolling of a great bell, heralding cataclysm. The ancient dragons were abruptly awakened from their slumber. Their once dazed eyes quickly turned grave, engaging in urgent discussion. Another warning from the world. No, this time it is different. The world S will itself seems to tremble in fear. A formidable enemy has emerged. It beckons us to eliminate this threat. Shall we respond? I sense that this enemy poses a significant threat to our ascendance to divinity. We cannot allow it to persist. The world S shall reward us. One ancient dragon. It scales a deep azure, decisively proclaimed. For the call of the worlds will grew increasingly urgent. The impulses bestowed by heaven and earth ignited their spirits. In the next moment, high above, beside the seemingly eternal silver moon, a radiant platinum moon suddenly surged forth. That platinum moon, it heralds the great enemy. The new moon has arisen, and the world is about to undergo tremendous change. All the dragons gazed uneasily at the sudden appearance of the platinum moon in the sky, sensing an overwhelming threat emanating from it. This is it, exclaimed a crimson ancient dragon. I, Radget, alongside Masonlight and Vinast, shall ascend to the platinum moon to vanquish this foe. The azure ancient dragon then spoke. Tiamat, Bahamut, you are the mightiest among us. Continue with our dragon-blooded plan. This is the cornerstone of our path to divinity. Among the ancient dragons, a platinum dragon expressed its concern. My prophetic abilities are of no use in this battle. It was troubled by its inability to foresee the outcome of this confrontation. Meanwhile, a female ancient dragon, seemingly unfazed, laughed dismissively. In this world, the titans have perished, and the goblin Amigel is no more. You have all attained demigod status. What danger could possibly remain? Bahamut, your fears are unfounded. Tiamat, how can there be no danger? Have you forgotten the godlike presence we discovered in the depths of the ocean? Besides, it is not you who will face this peril, so of course, you are indifferent. Nevertheless, dear brethren, for safety's sake, Leave your bloodline and legacy marks, Bahamut countered, addressing the ancient dragons. Haha, very well. Bahamut, we shall imprint our bloodlines and legacies. Rest assured, should we falter, we can always flee, chuckled the azure ancient dragon. The others echoed their agreement. They each made a mark upon their scales, coaxing forth their life essence imbued with the legacy of their bloodlines. Greedy blood. Dragons thrive on greed. Without it, how can one progress? I strive for more gold and treasures. The golden ancient dragon cackled. Majestic blood, as rulers of the sky and earth, let my lineage forge the inherent authority of dragons that suppress all living beings. The azure ancient dragon mused. Resilient blood. The talents and strength of lesser dragons may not match ours. They require unwavering tenacity. Let my blood forge their steadfast hearts. The bronze ancient dragon remarked with a smile. Fiery blood, with a dragon's breath, all shall be annihilated. Ha! This is the initial weapon I bestow upon them, roared the crimson ancient dragon with wild laughter. Indeed, we shall inscribe these 4 bloodline legacies into the heritage of the newly born dragons. Miter Light, Radget, Mason Light, Vinast, may you return safely, implored the platinum dragon earnestly. Rest assured, Bahamut, we shall be unharmed. We are off. The ancient dragons erupted into hearty laughter, stretching their immense wings, each spanning hundreds of meters, as they soared towards the heavens above. Chapter 72. The Throne's Blessing, Judgment of All Beings. In the southernmost realm of Furland, a colossal living volcano bore witness to the sudden awakening of a giant made entirely of molten lava, a fiery titan emerging from the depths of magma. How long have I slumbered, only to be roused by the world itself? He lifted his gaze towards the celestial heights, guided by the will of the world. A resplendent platinum moon shone brilliantly in the sky. Oh, when did the heavens manifest 2 moons? Ah, they must indeed be called moons. The world beckons me. I must journey to the platinum moon to vanquish the great enemy of existence. Ha ha! What a fortuitous awakening. I shall go and see. In the continent of Furland, amidst the frigid northern highlands, deep within the oceanic abyss, at the moment the platinum moon appeared, a magnificent blue glow sacred whale, measuring 300 meters in length, leapt from the water, soaring towards the heavens without hesitation or delay, across the vast ocean that separated it from Furland, the continent of Finadon. Once home to the ancient Treant clans, witnessed the migration of the giant trolls millennia ago. On the western grasslands, a golden lion king, resplendent with golden fur and standing 10 meters tall, lay hidden in the depths of a secret ruin. He glanced at the suddenly manifested platinum moon above, his golden eyes narrowing, before he returned to slumber. Across the globe, on various continents, nearly all demigod beings receive the guidance of the world's will. However, the vast majority merely stirred briefly before resuming their slumber or continuing with their affairs, each for their own reasons. Only a scant few demigods heeded the call, yet even they were numerous. Those who accepted the guidance of the worlds will begin their ascent towards the platinum moon, some swift, others slow. The 4 dragons belonged to the slower cohort. As they traversed the region of fierce winds, the tempestuous forces began to subside. Upon entering the celestial heights, the chaotic conflict of rules diminished significantly. This allowed them to intuitively sense the assistance of the world's will. Soon, they arrived before the newly born platinum moon. At that moment, they beheld the truth. That so-called platinum moon was, in fact, an extraordinarily magnificent platinum throne, towering amidst the celestial heights, embedded in a floating mountain, radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the cosmos, seemingly seeking to absorb the very colors of the world. Majestic, awe-inspiring. As they gazed intently, an even more startling scene unfolded before their eyes. Before the throne stood a strikingly handsome figure, tall and imposing. He possessed flowing silver hair, and his violet eyes, opening and closing, seemed to harbor an expansive starry sea. Behind him, a pair of immaculate white wings shimmered with pure light. Above his head, a halo of manifest glowed with divine purity. In front of him lay a colossal blue glow sacred whale, its body partially vanished, impaled through the head by a massive blue sword, measuring 17 to 18 meters in length, forcefully driven into the pinnacle of the celestial mountain above. Blood gushed forth from the carcass of the sacred whale, cascading along the arc of Paradise Mountain, dripping into the heavens and dissipating between the realms. Dead beyond resurrection. Yet, that was not all. In the hands of the winged man stood a thunderous long sword of purple gold, cleaving a molten giant in twain, severing its limbs. The molten giant, still clinging to life, writhed in agony. However, the valiant silver-haired man with wings placed a foot upon its head, forcefully kicking its skull onto the platinum throne, asserting dominance. Then, with measured grace, he turned, his long sword gazing upon the four newly arrived ancient dragons. As he raised his eyes with a smile, a hint of sanguinary ferocity emerged. "Are you here to slay me as well?" Beyond the radiant glow of the platinum moonlight, the four ancient dragons exchanged glances, for the first time sensing an overwhelming pressure from a race outside the Titan giants. Indeed, he was the source of the world's malevolence, the arch-nemesis of existence. "Shall we engage? He has just slain 2 demigods." "Engage? How can we not? I can sense that his power has not ascended to the highest realm. Moreover, his slaying of demigods must have cost him strength. Together, we 4 dragons shall surely vanquish him." "Very well, let us strike together." With resolute determination, the 4 ancient dragons unleashed thunderous roars that reverberated through the heavens. For torrents of draconic breath, as formidable as the pillars of creation, surged forth from their maws, hurtling toward Jiang You. Azure light, crimson flames, metallic particles, and the breath of the earth. The forces of the 4 laws erupted with cataclysmic power, bolstered by the might of the cosmos, engulfing the entire area of the platinum throne in an instant. Boom! Boom! The battle of demigods knows no mercy. Immediately, the 4 ancient dragons wielded their formidable powers, intending to shatter their formidable foe in one decisive blow. Yet, their aspirations were in vain. Within the throne, the will of Jiang You resided. Faced with the 4 terrifying breaths of law forged from the heavens, Jiang You raised his purple gold long sword, proclaiming with an authoritative voice, "My will is the law." The judgment. As his words fell, an unprecedented law materialized, akin to a sprawling galaxy or a resplendent moon, exuding a chilling and solemn majesty between the realms. The authority of thunder bowed beneath its celestial expanse, while the authority of heavy water prostrated under its silvery glow. Empowered by the throne, it pronounced judgment upon all beings. The long sword revealed a hue purer than light itself, a color whiter than white, which could be deemed sacred. The sword swept upward, stirring a vast ocean of sanctity that obstructed the 4 immense breaths of authority. Before the 4 ancient dragons could react, he stood against the onslaught of the annihilating draconic breath, holding the sword inverted, and stepped forward. The fabric of space shattered as Jiang You materialized directly before the mightiest azure ancient dragon, on the very edge of the domain of the platinum throne. Within the realm of the throne, the fabric of space is pierced directly, allowing for instantaneous movement. To some extent, this transcends the boundaries of divinity. Chapter 73. Unflinching as Iron. At this time, the evolution of magic had yet to witness the emergence of teleportation circles, as the creators of the mage profession, the elves, were still in the process of evolving from trolls. To assert that this ventures into the domain of the divine is not an exaggeration. Across the heavens, a tempest of torrential rain continues to pour down, showing no signs of abating, rather intensifying with fervor. This is the wrath of the world's will, an unknowing fury that indiscriminately rains down upon all races, engulfing every corner of the world. In the northern expanse of the Goblin Empire on the continent of Ferrand, the second human leader, Count Vigil Reinhard of the Goblin Empire, stands upon the heights of his castle, his eyes filled with concern as they gaze towards the vast skies. Beside the silver moon, where the platinum moon reflects violent, extraordinary disturbances. I hope it is not as I envision. If the malevolence of the world cannot punish the source of malice, it will descend upon all beings. From a young age, he possessed some prophetic abilities, a key factor that distinguished him among the numerous descendants of Reinhardt. The heavens unleash torrential rain, floods ravage the land, transforming the world into a swamp. How terrifying! Among the diverse races of Ferrand, most beings endowed with prophetic gifts sigh in resignation. They too sense the looming disasters of the future. Yet, their voices carry little weight. This is not the era of seers. In the high heavens, the platinum moon hangs aloft, above the precipice of the floating Paradise Mountain. The battle is in constant flux. As Jiang You wields his purple-golden longsword, shattering the space around him, he almost instantaneously appears before the azure ancient dragon. The azure ancient dragon's vertical pupils constrict in disbelief. How is this possible? He hastily halts his dragon breath, the authority corresponding to the laws of growth suddenly exerting its influence upon him. His colossal dragon form, measuring 200 meters, rapidly expands to 300, 400, 500, until it reaches 1,000 meters. His azure scales, under the influence of this growth authority, become thick and resilient, as if clad in an additional layer of armor. With the gravitational weight of a 1,000-meter dragon, the azure ancient dragon, Radget, lashes its long, heavy tail towards Jiang You, simultaneously flapping its massive wings and slightly turning, summoning a fierce gale to bear down upon Jiang You, attempting to force him back. Nearby, Jiang Yu's purple eyes lift slightly, calm as still water. He flips his long sword, his radiant, pure white wings pulsating behind him. In that infinitesimal moment, as the dragon's tail descends, he deftly evades by a mere fraction. Then, he gently taps his long sword in the direction of the dragon tail's retreat. Lightning crackles, momentarily descending upon the azure dragon tail. The power of thunder transforms the purple golden longsword into a super magnet, and Jiang You, propelled by this immense force, leaps into the air like a pure white arrow, landing upon the colossal dragon and thrusting his sword. The power of the thunder sovereignty erupted within the body of the ancient azure dragon, Radget, while the might of the law of judgment fiercely suppressed Radget's growth sovereignty. Under this dual assault, the ancient azure dragon began to wither, its aura faltering. Nearby, the remaining 3 ancient dragons were startled by his anguished cries. Radget. They then beheld Jiang You maneuvering with remarkable finesse, as if he had anticipated every attack from Mitralet. Step by step, he approached the neck of the ancient azure dragon, brandishing his purple gold sword, empowered by the forces of thunder and azure water, while the law of judgment restrained its sovereignty, poised to behead Radget. Not far away, Mitralet paid no heed to anything else. The crimson ancient dragon's eyes blazed with fury, a streak of crimson flame slicing through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Yu's back in an attempt to thwart his strike. However, Jiang You remained undeterred, allowing the fiery onslaught to crash against his back. Almost instantly, his back was scorched, half of the feathers on his pristine wings incinerated, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. The crimson flame sovereignty raged upon his form, yet was swiftly quelled by the law of judgment. Undaunted, he pressed on. The length of his purple gold sword surged nearly 50 meters under the enhancement of the 2 great sovereignties. Then, with a sudden surge of force, the thick dragon scales and massive body of the ancient dragon fell beneath Jiang Yu's blade like mere tofu, as he severed Radget's head in a single stroke. Swiftly, he seized the ancient dragon's head and retreated to the domain shrouded by the throne, casting the head of the ancient azure dragon, Radget, before the throne. Remarkably, Radget was not yet dead. He stared wide-eyed, a visage of sorrow and agony directed at his brethren, his mouth slightly agape, blood pooling beneath him. Even a demigod could not escape death. On the battlefield of the high heavens, the remaining 3 ancient dragons felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed upon the severed head of their azure kin, still gasping for breath. Years of camaraderie flashed before their eyes, and their fury ultimately eclipsed their fear. Our Radget, damn that avian fiend, perish. With eyes ablaze, the 3 ancient dragons surged forward, wings unfurling, charging towards Jiang You, who stood at the precipice of the celestial mountain. The power of sovereignty enveloped them, and they unleashed simple laws, each enhanced by distinct demigod traits, allowing them to assail Jiang You in spirit, body, sound, and will. In an age of ignorance, where intricate spells had yet to be devised, battles between the strong were inherently brutal, emphasizing raw power. As the 3 dragons launched their furious assault, Jiang You, now within the sanctuary of the Platinum Throne, smiled slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. The power within the throne and beyond, it was as different as night and day. Thus, he declared, "The throne is I." Every being that has fallen to Jiang You within the Platinum Throne is absorbed partially by the throne, replenishing Jiang Yu's strength. His wounds gradually mend. In the next moment, Jiang Yu swiftly retreats, evading the assaults of 3 ancient dragons, the ground reverberating with thunderous roars. Fiery crimson, metallic bronze, and the fierce breath of the earth bombard him in succession. He retreats calmly to the decayed skull of a long-deceased blue sacred whale, drawing forth the azure longsword. The sword, once drawn, instantly resumes its normal length. With both hands gripping the sword, Jiang Yu faces the oncoming attacks of the 3 ancient dragons. As they all enter the domain of the throne, a smile graces his lips. He brandishes his sword, his violet eyes locking onto the scarlet ancient dragon, myriad. Thunder once again reverberates through the heavens, illuminating the entirety of the platinum throne in a sea of violet. The once obscure power of heavy water becomes increasingly adept through repeated application in battle. A celestial curtain of heavy water envelopes the 3 dragons overhead. His unparalleled swordsmanship harmoniously merges with the might of the power. As the twin swords clash, water and thunder intertwine, cascading layers of the heavy water canopy upon the realm of the platinum throne, accompanied by the explosive force of thunder, leaving the 3 ancient dragons bloodied and battered. At this moment, Jiang Yu charges before the scarlet ancient dragon, myriad. Myriad immediately senses the danger, activating its demigod traits. The Scarlet Inferno, a realm forged from the crimson flames of authority, emerges, an immense world of flames that incessantly sears Jiang Yu's body and will with its blood-sucking power. His silver hair begins to ignite, ashes accumulating upon his wings, and the majority of his robes are consumed by flames. Yet, Jiang Yu's will is as steadfast as iron. Such harm cannot sway him in the slightest. He plunges the azure long sword into the ground, transforming the water into a marshland, creating a pathway leading to myriad, slightly diminishing the intensity of the Scarlet Inferno. At this juncture, the other 2 ancient dragons, seeing Jiang Yu enveloped in the Scarlet Inferno, simultaneously unleash their most potent assaults from either side, empowered by their demigod traits. Earthly command. The land beneath Jiang Yu's feet hardens like iron, steel spikes erupting, piercing into his flesh, forming cages upon the earth. Heaven and earth become soldiers. The ancient bronze dragon's thick scales diminish by 90%, and countless indestructible metallic weapons materialize in the sky, bearing an irresistible killing intent, descending upon Jiang Yu. Directly ahead, the scarlet dragon myriad seizes the opportunity, lunging once more, its massive maw agape, unleashing a pillar of crimson flames that scorches all in its path, surging towards Jiang Yu. In this dire moment, Jiang Yu gazes up defiantly at myriad, as composed as iron, issuing a resolute cry. Platinum Moon. He advances rather than retreats, boldly charging into the fray. Chapter 74. The Birth of the Dragon Man in the Heights of Heaven. A resplendent full moon suddenly appeared before Jiang Yu, resembling a brilliant mirror that refracted the initial onslaught of the crimson dragon's breath towards the other 2 ancient dragons, while simultaneously melding the tempest of metallic weaponry in midair. The Platinum Throne, a symbol of dominion. In that moment, the Platinum Throne radiated an overwhelming brilliance. The majestic authority of the vast cosmos bore the intent to adjudicate all beings, momentarily clouding the wills of the 3 ancient dragons, disrupting the very essence of their control over power. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiang Yu shattered the fabric of space once more, directly arriving before the slender neck of the crimson dragon, and with a single stroke of his sword, severed its head. The massive crimson dragon's head thudded to the ground, its eyes wide open, still exuding disbelief. No, Mitre. As the 2 other ancient dragons regained their senses, their hearts were shattered. The mightiest of their kind had been slain before their very eyes, and their fervor and courage dissipated like smoke. Even demigods harbor a fear of death. At this juncture, the 2 ancient dragons were no longer willing to fight. They exchanged glances, recognizing the trepidation and hesitation reflected in each other's eyes. In an instant, the elder bronze dragon cast a glance at his sister, gritting his teeth and proclaiming loudly, "Vinast, you must flee first. I will hold them off. We shall not fight any longer." The golden dragon looked at her brother, then at the silver-haired man, drenched in dragon blood and exuding a murderous aura, and nodded anxiously. "Very well, Masonlet. one side apart. You must leave at once. With that, she hastily unfurled her wings, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend into the heavens. As she escaped the battlefield, the oppressive aura of the silver moon descended upon her. The world no longer sheltered her, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed onward, descending through the tumultuous winds, traversing heights of 100,000 meters, 90,000 meters, until she soared down to the earth, enveloped by torrential rain. Upon witnessing the land below, mountains, rivers, vast plains, and a tribe of goblins tending to their flocks, she finally exhaled in relief, overwhelmed by a sense of survival against all odds. The rain poured down, and the wind bent the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. She had reached the ground, temporarily distancing herself from the perils of the high heavens. On the plains, at the very moment the golden dragon Vinas descended, every goblin in the tribe, numbering in the thousands, felt an intense draconic might cascading from the sky. They instinctively looked up. Through the curtain of rain, a 200-meter-long golden ancient dragon soared directly overhead, nearly within reach. Among the tribe, the shaman wielding a dragon bone staff gazed at the sky with exhilaration. Ancestors above, this is the legendary dragon revered by our forebears. In the tribe, those with any knowledge were moved to tears. Our faith, our master, has once again manifested in Furland. After a millennium, have the once dominant ancient dragons returned? Are we destined for resurgence? A fervent excitement surged through the crowd. The gnome shaman wasted no time, raising his staff high and proclaiming loudly, "Kneel, my sons, and pay homage to our master." Under the puzzled gaze of the golden dragon, Vinaster, thousands of gnomes knelt simultaneously, disregarding the torrential rain and muddy earth, reverently bowing before her. This sensation captivated her. It had been many years since she felt such reverence. To her astonishment, the ancient dragon race, of which she was a part, still existed on the continent. However, before she could fully appreciate this revelation, an intense prickling sensation pierced her back. In the next instant, a brilliant platinum moon descended from the heavens, slicing through the rain and dispersing the dark clouds. In the realm between heaven and earth, only the radiant platinum moon illuminated the night, casting a bright light over the grasslands shrouded in darkness. In midair, Vinaster turned in terror. A chilling voice of judgment echoed forth, "Judgment." Before she could react, a dazzling purple sword light illuminated the sky, collapsing the very fabric of time and space, brushing gently across her neck. The sound of sharp slice resonated on the vast grassland, amidst the bewildered gazes of the gnomes. A torrent of dragon blood cascaded from the sky, drenching them. An extraordinary transformation ensued. Those gnomes touched by the blood experienced a burning sensation. Their bodies grew larger, their heads resembling miniature dragon heads. Scales sprouted densely across their forms, and a faint aura of draconic authority emerged. Fortunately, the power of authority and laws within the dragon blood had been cleansed by Jiang Yu's decree, sparing them from a fiery demise. Yet at that moment, they were too consumed by fear to notice their transformations. Their terrified eyes turned skyward, where they beheld a magnificent being with silver hair and purple eyes, adorned with pristine white wings and a luminous halo. He hovered in the air, sheathing his sword, his imposing gaze fixed upon them. One hand grasped a dragon head that refused to close its eyes, while the other held the tail of a decapitated dragon. Behind him, the brilliance of the platinum moon radiated fiercely. The world seemed to bow beneath his feet, his overwhelming presence akin to an ocean of authority. Chapter 75. The silver moon goddess. The sky stretched wide over the plains, shrouded in dark clouds and torrential rain, casting the world into dimness. Jiang You paused in midair. Raindrops fell from the heavens, saturating the earth, yet not a single droplet touched him. The light of the platinum moon enveloped him, causing the rain to part and flow around its edges. Below, the gnomes trembled in fear. He merely cast a casual glance their way and then disregarded them. Unbeknownst to him, that single glance would be etched in the memories of the transformed gnome tribe for many years to come. Holding the dragon's head and the slain dragon's corpse, Jiang You fluttered his pristine white wings and ascended back to the lofty heavens. Having vanquished a formidable foe, he sought to assimilate his gains. As for the incessant downpour enveloping the continent of Furland, he found himself powerless to intervene. This deluge was the manifestation of the world's malice, of which he was both the origin and the embodiment. he did not turn back towards the territory of the winged people, harboring faith in their resilience against the global tempest. After all, each of them possessed wings. How could they be submerged by water? The rain-soaked terrain and the darkened sky once more descended upon the land, in the eyes of the kneeling, mutated, dog-headed beings. This silver-haired man, with violet eyes and majestic wings, having descended on the platinum moon, coldly returned after slaying the ancient dragon, as if he had simply hunted a mere beast. That dragon had once been one of the dominators of the world, a magnificent ancient creature. Was he the legendary true god? They remained prostrated on the ground, too fearful to rise, as the platinum moon ascended alongside the silver moon, illuminating the cosmos. All the winged beings erupted in jubilant cheers. Their king had succeeded. His throne was exalted in the heavens, becoming an eternal moon suspended in the sky, akin to the unchanging silver moon. They brimmed with pride. Despite the relentless rain and the tumultuous waves crashing upon the eastern coast, nothing could quell their fervent spirits. High above, soaring through the vast expanse of the sky, Jiang You returned to the land of the platinum throne, casting the dragon's head and corpse beneath it. With the world's malice heavily skewed, the silver moon instinctively reacted, beginning to repel the platinum throne from its vicinity. At this moment, Jiang Yu's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. After ascending to the throne realm, his power had undergone an earth-shattering change. The instant he reached the pinnacle of the throne realm, he sensed a formidable, slumbering presence within the silver moon. That entity was the true master of the silver moon, the source of its radiant glow and boundless majesty. However, he had not taken the time to examine it closely, for the demigods driven by the world's malice soon descended upon him. Now, having vanquished all adversaries, he seated himself upon the platinum throne, casting a penetrating gaze towards the silver moon. This gaze, imbued with his indomitable will, pierced through the outer layer of the silver moon's brilliance, seeking to delve into its very essence. Yet, this singular glance shattered a balance that had endured for millennia. An upheaval ensued. The entire silver moon trembled violently, its radiance exploding forth, creating ripples of silver light that cascaded through the celestial expanse, sweeping across the entire realm above. Jiang Yu's gaze was abruptly interrupted. Unbeknownst to the years of the moon's ethereal light stored away, imbued with the vast power left by the Lord of the Silver Moon, it acted like an invisible hand, forcefully propelling the entire summit of the floating paradise, including the platinum throne, beyond the luminous embrace of the silver moon. As a result of this forceful push, Jiang You was as if suddenly immersed in an ocean formed of silver moonlight. The might of the silver moon directly impacted his mind and will, akin to a reflection on glass that shatters violently. Was there perhaps a deity concealed within this silver moon? His brow furrowed in concern. This push affected him more profoundly than his recent encounter with several ancient dragons. Beneath him, the platinum throne rolled violently, quickly being expelled from the orbit of the silver moon. High above, in the celestial realm between the astral plane and the barriers of the world, the platinum moon was thrust backward by several thousand meters. The scene that unfolded in the external world was that the two moons, once inseparable, had abruptly separated. Now, positioned at a distance from each other, the golden and silver moons shining in the firmament. Following this upheaval, Jiang Yu was compelled to concentrate his spirit, exerting all his strength to stabilize the platinum throne in its current orbit. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a future chapter, one of the 9 rising deities. Among them was a goddess known as the Silver Moon. Chapter 76, the Emperor of Slaughter for reasons unknown. This future deity seemed to be still slumbering within the silver moon, yet to awaken in this era. Jiang Yu chose to disregard this, for he had ample time to confront the gods that would emerge in the future, once he departed from the confines of the silver moon's radiance. The platinum throne found itself in a zone of chaotic laws and temporal disarray. Fortunately, the characteristics of the platinum moon and the throne allowed it to traverse as a celestial body within the astral orbit, trailing closely behind the silver moon. Just as he steadied his thoughts, preparing to settle the bodies of several demigod dragons and that of the lava giant, his violet eyes suddenly sharpened, gazing beyond the throne. Then, high above, a dull thudding sound echoed through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Within Jiang Yu's line of sight, a handsome man with crimson eyes, draped in black garments and exuding a casual demeanor, strode through the void. He made his way onto this chaotic expanse, approaching the platinum throne. And upon seeing Jiang You seated regally, he smiled slightly and said, "So, you are the source of the world's malevolence?" Before Jiang You could utter a word, the man surveyed his surroundings, seemingly discovering something intriguing, and then burst into hearty laughter, even bending over in mirth. "Ha ha, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by you. Not only have you made enemies of the world, but you also dare to establish this throne near the dominion of the Silver Moon? That old woman is certainly not a gentle soul. Look at you, evidently expelled." Upon the platinum throne, Jiang You tended to his wounds while observing the unexpected intruder before him. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from the man clad in black, whose crimson eyes surpassed that of the previous demigods. In a low voice, he inquired, "After all that has been said, who exactly are you? What? Are you questioning me?" The man appeared quite affable and, in response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, amiably elucidated, "Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Ha ha ha. I was once the Slaughter Emperor of Sequence 1, and now, having diminished my realm, I awaken prematurely, with the changing of epochs. The opportunity for ascension to divinity and immortality has arrived." At this juncture, his eyes blazed with a crimson light, and a chilling, ruthless, and bloodthirsty aura suddenly erupted, sweeping across the heavens. It was as if a torrential snow had descended in June, freezing the world in its entirety. "Ha ha ha. Today, I awaken to wield the power of slaughter, and I shall confront the greatest enemies of this world. How delightful, how truly delightful. I eagerly anticipate the immense benefits I shall reap from vanquishing you before establishing my divine kingdom on earth and achieving true immortality." Seated upon the platinum throne, Jiang You regarded the seemingly deranged man in black with an icy gaze, his hand resting on the hilt of his purple-gold longsword. At that moment, the man in black suddenly turned his gaze toward the platinum throne beneath Jiang You, breaking into a wide grin. "If I am not mistaken, this throne is indeed the true source of the world's malice, is it not?" As he spoke, just when Jiang You thought he would divulge more, the man's expression shifted abruptly to one of extreme indifference, and he coldly declared, "Enough. Regardless of your schemes, killing you will render everything void." With that, he reached into the void, conjuring a black and red spear into his grasp. Instantly, the heavens were awash in crimson. An endless tide of slaughterous energy surged through the skies, pure and overwhelming in its intent. The oppressive atmosphere of death flowed like a vast ocean among the celestial constellations. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The wind seemed to carry the anguished cries of countless souls as bloodshed enveloped the endless twilight. Simultaneously, red threads appeared throughout the space surrounding the platinum throne, as if seeking to cleave the world asunder. Meanwhile, black and red specks manifested at various points on Jiang Yu's body, his forehead, hands, feet, wings, and heart. Not far off, the man wielding the spear, seemingly standing atop a sea of slaughterous energy, let out a cold snort, gripping his weapon tightly and thrusting it fiercely in Jiang Yu's direction. "Kill!" The boundless power of slaughter surged forth, hurtling toward Jiang Yu. Faced with such an onslaught, Jiang Yu was no longer content to merely await his fate. The moment the man in black raised his spear, he stood abruptly from the throne. His silver hair billowed, and his purple eyes gleamed fiercely, gazing at the bloodthirsty man. He suddenly smiled and said, "The power of slaughter intrigues me as well." A pure white halo, manifested by sheer will, suddenly expanded above his head. The brilliant white light surged forth with ferocity, a formidable champions will leaping forth from the realm of the mind, materializing into a resplendent white holy sword. Without hesitation, he disregarded the impending cataclysm of slaughter and dominion, drawing forth the purple golden longsword at his side, unleashing a torrent of endless thunder with unrestrained ferocity. The pure white holy sword descended in harmony, and an infinite sword intent soared into the heavens, amplifying his combat prowess tenfold in an instant. The platinum moon shone as brightly as the sun, the sword raised with an overwhelming aura. The chaotic laws of the vast sky abruptly calmed at that moment. Jiang Yu had exhausted all his strength, holding nothing back, stepping forward to the edge of the platinum throne, composed and unflinching. He stood directly opposite the black-clad man, whose face was twisted with a frenzied intent to kill. Sword met gun, king against king. Both were wholly committed to offense, forsaking defense, relying solely on an indomitable spirit. The victor would live, the vanquished would perish, or perhaps both would fall. In nearly an instant, a cataclysmic collision erupted in the heavens. Judgment, slaughter. The will of judgment and the power of slaughter pierced into each other's very beings like two sharp blades. Chapter 77. The right of growth bestowed upon my kin. The battle manifested in the external realm. Countless beings across the continents gazed in astonishment as a blood moon suddenly appeared beside the platinum moon. Colliding with it violently, the blood moon had emerged. The continent of Farrand was thrown into chaos. A seer sighed. In the heavens, behind Jiang You, the once resplendent platinum throne dimmed in an instant, revealing a web of blood-red cracks upon closer inspection. The land atop the suspended Paradise Mountain was fracturing, barely maintaining its unified state. Jiang Yu's condition was even more dire. His marked areas, forehead, hands, feet, wings, body, heart, were all tended to by the power of slaughter, blood gushing forth and staining his white garments. At the heart, it was nearly shattered by the essence of slaughter, his entire chest cavity pierced through. The black-clad man with crimson eyes suffered even more grievous injuries. He had never anticipated that one day someone would dare to confront him with such disregard for life and death, forsaking defense for a mutual onslaught, yielding nothing. His black attire was torn asunder. One eye was gouged out, half of his chest was laid bare, and his waist was nearly severed. In that fleeting moment of their clash, Jiang Yu's unparalleled champion's will, coupled with extraordinary combat instincts, afforded him a slim advantage amidst the infinitesimal probabilities. Every ounce of strength he possessed was devoted to inflicting fatal harm upon his adversary. The black-clad man's injuries were graver, more lethal. The battle came to an abrupt halt, just as Jiang Yu gathered all his strength, preparing for a renewed assault. The expression of the black-clad man shifted dramatically, his indifference melting away as he broke into a grin. Ha ha ha, it appears that in this era, there are still those who possess the audacity to risk their lives against me. Until we meet again. With that, he transformed into a crimson beam of light, descending from the heavens, vanishing without a trace. His speed was astounding. It was a spell specifically designed for escape. As the man clad in black with crimson eyes retreated, Jiang Yu stood silently for a long while, before finally returning to his platinum throne. Drops of blood flowed from his body, trickling down to the throne and ultimately falling to the ground. He endured the excruciating pain of his injuries, directly extracting materials for sword forging from the 4 ancient dragons and the molten giant, such as dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spine of the molten giant. He then forged them using lava and crimson flames, with the principle of judgment at the core. After 3 days and nights, 5 radiant swords materialized before him. He raised the 5 long swords, which then flew autonomously, suppressing the bodies of the 5 demigods. The platinum throne once again radiated brilliance, including the blue jade sword that Jiang Yu had reinserted into the head of the blue sacred whale. The 6 long swords began to emit a pure white light, undergoing a transformation. The blood essence from the 6 demigod corpses swiftly melded into the sword bodies, their power suppressed, flesh and blood dissolving, while the enormous demigod skeletons merged into the heavenly land beneath them. This rendered the land suspended high above the heavens even more solid and expansive. Once everything was completed, seated upon the platinum throne, he finally had the time to gaze down upon the continent of Furland, observing the plight of the winged people. This sight caused him to furrow his brow in concern. He saw that the cities and villages along the eastern coastline were completely submerged by floods, forcing many winged people to crowd atop the mountains. The relentless downpour continued to drench the continent, the environment growing ever more dire. The extraordinary winged individuals, possessing formidable strength, would be unharmed. However, for the ordinary winged people, even with the ability to fly, they could not withstand such calamity. The world's malevolence had not yet ceased. After a moment's contemplation, he reached into the void and grasped the azure long sword, taking it into his hand. Then, despite his grievous injuries, he swung the long sword fiercely behind him, conjuring an illusory river of bloodlines. Subsequently, he tossed the azure long sword, which transformed into a flowing azure river, merging into the illusory river of bloodlines. Thus, the entire winged race within the world seemed to hear a clear and uplifting voice proclaim, "The right to grow shall be granted to my kin." Chapter 78, Torrential Rain. Thunder rumbled. The deluge between heaven and earth grew increasingly frenzied. The roar of thunder echoed like war drums. The mountains and rivers resounded like ominous bells. As Jiang You infused the right to grow into the bloodlines of the winged people, the entire world, including all winged individuals across the continents of Furland and Finadon, felt their bodies strengthen, their appearances rejuvenate, their physiques improve, and their lifespans extend. In addition, there are countless unseen transformations. Their injuries will heal more swiftly, their vitality will surge, their wings will expand, and their ability to soar will be enhanced, akin to a unique evolution. This marks the first instance where authority has been intertwined with the very bloodlines of a race. Henceforth, as long as his platinum throne endures, no one shall usurp the power embedded within the winged people's lineage. The strength of this authority will flow through the veins of every winged individual. However, he harbors a sense of perplexity. His aspirations for the winged race extend far beyond this. Despite the infusion of authority, the winged tribe has yet to attain immortality. How, then, did the ancestors of the elves transition from trolls to the immortal beings they are now? His gaze fell upon the eastern expanse of the Furland continent, particularly a region known as Finadon. What was so remarkable about the Finadon continent? He recalled that when the great tree clan crossed the sea, 50 winged individuals accompanied them, embarking on a journey across the vast ocean to reach Finadon. He wondered what form this group of winged beings has taken now. It seems that a visit to see for himself is in order. As for the cataclysmic downpour currently engulfing the continent, and the impending natural disasters that threaten to unleash catastrophic floods, he has unwavering faith that his kin will weather the storm. Meanwhile, he must expedite his own healing. In this extraordinary realm, rife with peril and shrouded in mystery, where formidable beings emerge unpredictably, only by maintaining formidable strength can he safeguard his people. Thus, he closed his eyes, sitting quietly upon his throne, entering a state of semi-conscious healing. A halo of pure white light descended from above, enveloping him in an aura of sanctity. As he settled into stillness, the platinum throne emanated a gentle glow, traversing the celestial pathways illuminated by the silver moon. Orbiting the world, it would fulfill the duties of the platinum moon, becoming a new luminary in the sky. In the central region of the Furland continent, in the city of Proedas, the aftermath of the clash between two demigod-level combatants left this grand city of goblins in ruins. Countless goblin citizens perished, and many were displaced amidst the tempest. At the heart of the city, atop Proedas Mountain, the Goblin Royal Palace, constructed upon the throne of the Titan King, lay in complete collapse. Above, the battle between the progenitor of the Blood Clan, Vivian, and the great sage of the goblins, Azabar, had raged for several days and nights. Neither the torrential rain nor the ascending platinum moon could sway their confrontation. Both combatants were gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, the scales of battle slowly tilted in favor of the goblin sage, as the crimson sky began to falter under the encroaching darkness. Initially, the two combatants possessed comparable strengths. However, as the battle progressed, Azeba resorted to forces not of this realm, which ultimately placed Vivian at a disadvantage. Coincidentally, Vivian was well aware of the origins of such power. As the conflict reached its zenith, Vivian, perceiving the bleak prospect of victory, summoned her remaining strength to escape the battlefield, transforming into a mist of blood and a multitude of bats, leading a handful of her kin to safety. Before her departure, she uttered a foreboding declaration. Azeba, one day, you shall surely plummet into the abyss. This left the great sage of the goblins, bloodied and grievously wounded, suspended in midair with an expression of utter dismay. He understood all too well that those who gaze into the abyss are likewise scrutinized by it. Nevertheless, he believed that by attaining true divinity, he could sever these ties. Alas, at present, all was rendered futile. Simultaneously, following the devastating assault led by the bloodline's progenitor, Vivian, the capital of the Goblin Empire lay in ruins. Countless goblins perished in the ensuing chaos, and a significant number of adventurers met their demise, including the esteemed sage Azeba, who bore severe wounds. The power of the blood law was entwined within him, an indelible presence. The empire was grievously weakened in the northern region. At the southern city of Ides, after several days of warfare between the unified forces of the Behemoth tribe and the Goblin Empire's coalition, as the torrential rains intensified, seemingly endless, the Behemoth leader, Amand, gazed up at the silver and platinum moons, observing the ever-present storm clouds, and ultimately issued the order to retreat. They had plundered sufficient wealth and resources, along with a multitude of skilled artisans from various races. The strategic impact on the Goblin Empire had been achieved, drawing its most elite legions, including the renowned Griffin Knights, to the fray. On October 9th, Amand's million-strong army retreated to the northern desert. However, he chose not to return to the frigid plateau, but instead established a royal court upon the vast grasslands of the northern desert. Having witnessed the bountiful beauty of the southern continent, he had no desire to return to the harsh lands of the ice domain. Thus, the oldest grassland court was founded, and Amand, the Iceborn, ascended as the inaugural Khan of the northern desert grasslands. Within the city of Ides, the nearly million-strong coalition of the Goblin Empire began to disperse following Amand's withdrawal. Although Ides was a major city in the north, it could not sustain the needs of such a vast population for an extended period. Yet, several elite legions of the Goblin kin commenced their march northward to reclaim lost territories. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, on November 10th, the Goblin city of Melanson, recently reclaimed in the north, saw the Griffin Knights stationed on the mountains outside the city. They had recovered this location long ago, yet the seemingly unending downpour forced them to pause their movements. The Goblin Knights had long since relocated to dwell within the city, leaving human caretakers to tend to the griffins. That night, within the encampment of the Griffin Knights atop the mountain, the human caretakers suddenly instigated a rebellion. Under the cover of night, while all lay in slumber, they ruthlessly slaughtered the knights stationed at the camp. They then mounted their griffins and fled Melanson, returning to the territory of Polek. It was not until 3 days later, upon the issuance of an imperial decree, that the incident came to light. On November 13th, a band of goblin knights, braving the torrential rain, arrived in Melanson to proclaim the latest edict from the Grand Sage. The decree stripped the human Lord Vigalian Heart of his title of Count and dissolved the alliance between the two races, declaring the humans to be rebels against the Empire effective immediately. Henceforth, anyone within the Empire who encountered this decree was to join the Goblin forces in their campaign against the humans. This edict was issued directly by the Grand Sage Azeba before his convalescence, bypassing the Emperor's hand, and was mandated to be disseminated throughout the Empire. Even the winged humans, who had sought refuge from the floods on the eastern coast, received word of this decree. The various races across the continent regarded this order with confusion, but ultimately resolved to comply. Countless humans were slaughtered, without distinction of age or gender. Yet a month later, news of the devastation of the Goblin Empire's capital, along with the near-fatal injuries sustained by Grand Sage Azeba, quietly spread across the Phelan continent. Instantly, the entire continent was thrown into uproar. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the once mighty deterrent of the Goblin Empire seemed to crumble in that moment. Like a majestic tiger on the verge of collapse, the wolves began to circle. As time progressed, the authority of the Goblin Empire's decrees gradually waned in the eyes of the various races, yet Azeba's lingering power still imposed a measure of restraint. They all turned their gazes toward Proedas, eagerly anticipating the moment when Azeba would truly fall, ready to pounce. From this moment forth, the Goblin Empire began its decline. In the extreme northwest of the Phelan continent, the progenitor of the vampire clan, Vivian, successfully returned to the vampire territory with a remnant of several dozen kin. After arranging for her affairs within the vampire castle, Vivian entered a specially crafted crystal coffin. Her injuries were far more severe than Azeba's. Although the nature of her kind rendered her immortal, it would require an extensive period for her to recover. Unless unforeseen circumstances occurred, she would not re-emerge into the world for several thousand years. Chapter 79. After the flood in the northern territory of Polek, within the Lord's castle. Upon receiving the news sent by Vivian, Vigalian Heart's countenance darkened severely. He had not anticipated that Vivian, wholly unconcerned with the repercussions of her assault on the Goblin Empire, would inflict such devastation upon the humans. The peace secured through the sacrifices of his ancestors had been obliterated in an instant. The efforts of his forebear, Reinhardt, to maintain their standing within the Goblin Empire over millennia had been rendered futile. He harbored an intense loathing for the kin of his ancestor. In that moment, his feelings toward Vivian and her vampire kin were irrevocably tarnished. Fortunately, Vivian still possessed considerable strength, having dealt a significant blow to the Goblin Empire, leaving it severely weakened and its prestige diminished, thus alleviating some of his burdens. He was also forewarned in advance, granting him time to make arrangements. Coupled with the incessant rains that had plagued the land for months, the Goblin Empire's expedition would likely not arrive anytime soon. After careful contemplation, he divided his kin into 3 groups, preparing to depart once the torrential rain subsided. One group would journey northwest towards the territory of the Blood Clan for development. Another would head directly west to the western coast, which was not a focal point for the Goblin Empire and thus available for human expansion. The final group would be personally led by him northward to seek refuge with the Behemoth Kingdom. The relentless downpour that engulfed the world continued, as all awaited its cessation. Beneath the deluge, anxiety permeated the hearts of the populace. In the year 1004 of the Goblin Empire, January, this pervasive rain had already lasted 3 months without any sign of abating. The skies were thick with dark clouds, showing no signs of dispersing. Aside from the highlands, the entire world was on the verge of becoming a marshland. The various races of the continent, finally alarmed, began constructing vessels and selecting elevated terrains as sanctuaries. On the eastern coast, vast expanses of low-lying land had been submerged. Homes, cities, and farmlands lay engulfed in water. The winged people were compelled to emulate their ancestors, seeking refuge in caves. Fortunately, the strength bestowed upon them by their lineage ensured their health and shielded them from illness. As the rains intensified without respite, the winged people commenced the construction of large ships to accommodate their kin. Luckily, their food reserves, accumulated over the years, were sufficient to stave off starvation. Sophia had returned from the Sophia Islands and, under Jiang Yu's command, took charge of the affairs of the winged people. By March, amidst the torrential rains, a cataclysmic flood erupted, ravaging the eastern, central, and southern regions of Falanda. Numerous lives were lost across the various races, including many from the winged people. By June, it seemed that the sheer number of lives lost had quelled the world's fury, and the relentless rain finally ceased. This year would henceforth be known as the Year of the Great Flood. In 1005 of the Goblin Empire, 6 months after the floodwaters receded, the Goblin Emperor hastily assembled a large army to quell the rebellion in the Bow Lake territory. Upon arrival, however, they discovered that the human race had long since fled. That year, under Sophia's leadership, the winged people began the arduous task of rebuilding their homeland. The eastern coast had suffered immensely, with the flood-affected lands remaining marshy to this day. Exhausted and desperate, Sophia prayed for assistance from Jiang You in the heavens. Jiang You heard her plea and responded. Upon the platinum moon, a fiery red lava longsword descended, plunging into the earth of the eastern coast. The dominion of the molten flames enveloped the land, and after several months, the entire eastern coastline returned to normalcy. The winged folk commenced the restoration of their livelihoods and the rebuilding of their cities. However, after this ordeal, they deemed the land unsafe, opting to construct their cities upon the mountains. Some among them even entertained fanciful dreams of erecting a city that would soar in the skies. In the year 1030 of the Goblin Empire, the Grand Sage of the Goblins had not made an appearance for nearly 3 decades. The various races of the continent stirred with restless anticipation. By the year 1045, the Great Khan of the Northern Steppe, Amon the Frosted Ice, led his army southward to pillage the northern territories of the Goblin Empire. 3 marquisates, 10 earldoms, and numerous baronies were laid to waste. A multitude of goblins were captured and enslaved on the plains, many of whom were skilled alchemists. Among the tribes of humanity that descended upon the plains, those most ruthless in their plundering were the very ones who had once been allies. Far away in Proedas, the Goblin Emperor Gunam Amigel seethed with fury. The following year, Gunam Amigel personally commanded the Imperial Guard alongside a coalition of noble forces from the central and northern regions to invade the plains and assault the Behemoth Khanate. Unfortunately, they suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of Amon the Frosted Ice, resulting in rivers of blood and countless corpses. Even Gunam Amigel found himself captured by Amont. In the aftermath of this battle, many tribes from the northern borders of the Goblin Empire defected to the Behemoth Khanate. The reputation of the Goblin Empire among the races of the continent plummeted once more. The once mighty and venerable millennium-old empire now teetered on the brink of annihilation. By the year 1047, the son of the fifth Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigel, ascended to the throne as the sixth emperor. In the same year, Amon the Frosted Eyes allowed Gunam Amigel to return, where he remained imprisoned until his death a century later. In the year 1050, on the eastern coast at Paradise Mountain, after being elevated to the heavens by Jiang You, Sophia commenced the construction of a new city atop the former Paradise Mountain, naming it Yular City, a phonetic homage to Jiang You. This city was completed that very year. In the winter of that year, a contingent of sea knights riding sharks unexpectedly arrived at the eastern coast. Chapter 80. The sea princess. These sea knights boasted azure hair, fin-like ears, and robust physiques, each towering at 5 meters, exuding extraordinary strength. Their faces resembled those of humanity, possessing limbs, yet their hands and feet bore webbed structures. This did not hinder their ability to wield spears for combat. Upon reaching the eastern coast and gazing upon the numerous villages inhabited by the winged folk in a nearby city, they were filled with profound rage. In ancient times, my kin forged a pact with the sovereigns of the land. We aided him in vanquishing the tyrant of the seas, the titan of the ocean, who sought to claim the throne. In return, he allocated the coastal realms of the continent of Furland to our lineage, decreeing that no creatures of the land should dwell in that domain. This stipulation was tacitly accepted by the rulers of the skies in those bygone days. Yet now, it is disheartening to witness sentient beings audaciously occupying the coastal territories, erecting cities and homes. For an extended period, the denizens of the sea remained oblivious to the presence of the winged folk along the shoreline. They resided in the depths of the ocean, traversing the seabed, harboring little inclination toward the land. The Titans and the ancient dragons were formidable foes. Thus, the sea folk, dwelling deep beneath the waves, had no cause to take sides. Naturally, these two dominant races held no particular interest in the ocean-s affairs. However, in recent centuries, with the advancements in alchemy by the Goblin Empire, a fervor for the study of alchemy has swept across the continent, including among the winged folk, who have occasionally produced some remarkable innovations. Yet, alchemy generates pollution, and being adjacent to the sea, the winged folk discharge their waste directly into the ocean. Over years of accumulation, this has drawn the attention of the denizens of the deep. Unbeknownst to them, the era of the Titans and ancient dragons has long since passed. When they manifested on the eastern coastline, the winged folk became aware of the presence of these sea tribes. The peculiar appearance of this race, emerging suddenly from the ocean, piqued their curiosity. An official and adventurer of the winged folk, resting in a village, decided to approach the matter, accompanied by several winged militia, and arrange for a message to be sent to the nearby cities of their kind. Before long, atop the backs of great sharks, the sea tribe's knight commander beheld the approaching winged folk. Upon seeing their advance, his demeanor softened slightly, and he addressed them, stating, "Outsiders, according to the ancient covenant, the sea folk possess the rightful claim to the coastal lands of Furland. Your construction of cities and procreation upon this shore is a breach of that agreement. You are requested to depart at once." The winged official, who had just arrived above the sea, was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, gazing at the towering sea folk mounted on their great sharks, he resolutely replied, "It is impossible. My people have resided on the eastern coast for an extensive duration. This is our homeland, and we shall not abandon it. Furthermore, we are unaware of the ancient covenant you speak of. To demand our departure from a place we have inhabited since time immemorial is utterly preposterous." Upon hearing the words of the winged official, the sea tribe leader fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "What is your position within your kin?" Without hesitation, the winged official proclaimed with pride, "I am the squad leader of the 5th unit of the 9th Battalion of the Losendas Guard, the leader of the shark-riding knights side. We are but insignificant beings. Matters such as these require the intervention of greater figures. Therefore, we must request your clan's king to engage in negotiations with us. 3 days hence, our clan's grand princess shall grace the east coast with her presence. At that time, the illustrious princess of the sea tribe shall engage in discussions with your leader regarding the rightful ownership of the east coast. We shall relay this news to our superiors. However, the East Coast is the ancestral land of our clan, and the Sea Tribe cannot seize it. But rest assured, our princess is not as amenable as I am. Soon enough, within the lordly fortress of Ulil City, Sophia received this news. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against reporting it to Jiang You, opting instead to handle the matter herself. 3 days later, Sophia, accompanied by the legendary Little Turtle and a formidable contingent of elite winged professionals, arrived at the coast for the rendezvous. Upon her arrival, she beheld the sea, roiling with waves, as a procession of resplendent armored Sea Tribe soldiers rode upon sharks, whales, and sea horses, encircling a remarkably beautiful ocean maiden who emerged from the depths. This ocean maiden was distinctly different from those of her kin. If Jiang You were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her. She was none other than the siren of future tales. The ocean maiden perched atop a colossal shell, beneath which rested a gigantic sea turtle beast, attended by several Sea Tribe maidens. As they made their appearance, a squadron of gleaming, silver-armored winged beings descended from the heavens. At the forefront was Sophia, her silver hair cascading elegantly, her demeanor poised and refined, her tall figure clad in silver armor, exuding an aura of valiance. One woman stood in the sky while the other graced the sea, both radiating the essence of regal queens. Their eyes met, and the ocean princess spoke first. I am Themis, the eldest daughter of the Sea Mother and the sovereign of the underwater city of Shularis. Winged beings, tell me, why do you encroach upon our territory? In response to Themis's pointed inquiry, Sophia remained unhurried, replying, the East Coast has always been our homeland. How can there be any talk of encroachment? In the ancient pact, your king of the continent bequeathed the coastal lands to us, a vow witnessed by both land and sea. Alas, the king you speak of has long since vanished, rendering that ancient covenant null and void. What do you mean? Themis furrowed her brow at these words. Sophia, believing her words had struck a chord, offered a subtle smile. The Titan kings and ancient dragons you refer to clashed in a cataclysmic battle, leaving both sides severely weakened. Titan King Ashumith has also vanished alongside the ancient dragon sovereign. The remaining Titans were overthrown by the united forces of gnomes and various races of the continent, while the ancient dragons have retreated into seclusion. The dominion of the continent has long since changed hands. Are you not aware of this? Such upheaval on the continent. Themis was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of exhilaration. The once mighty Titans and dragons had exited the stage of history. Now, in the land of Furland, might there be a chance for them to claim a share? She observed that both Sophia and the Little Turtle possessed but legendary prowess, while the surrounding winged soldiers were comparable to her own guards, instilling a sense of confidence within her. Regardless of whether the sovereigns of the mainland who had sworn allegiance were still present, since you have vanquished them, the ancient oath is yours to inherit. You must vacate this coastline. Otherwise we, the Oceanic tribe, shall escort you out in our own manner. Sophia was amused by the absurdity of such reasoning. A princess of the ocean understands that war is no game. You would do well to return whence you came. The land is not your paradise, should you dare approach. The winged race does not shy away from battle. Themis laughed heartily at these words. Your stubbornness shall bring ruin upon your kin. With that, she gestured towards the shimmering azure sea behind her. Oh, ignorant ones, behold this boundless ocean, the dominion of the mother of the sea. Are you not afraid of the cataclysmic tides she might unleash? Sophia remained unperturbed, a proud expression gracing her face. She too pointed to the heavens, to the resplendent platinum moon that hung luminously above. Look upon that radiant moon. Under its luminous embrace lies the extension of my royal authority. Are you not fearful of the thunderous wrath that the platinum moon might rain upon the sea? Then let us meet on the battlefield. Absurd. Chapter 81. The Independence of the Winged People. Kingdom of Rosenda's Themis returned to the deep sea, first attending to various matters within her domain, the city of Shules. She dispatched personnel to continue gathering intelligence about the mainland. Shules was merely a small underwater city, for the intelligent races of the deep sea were few. True metropolises existed solely under the rule of the Mother of the Sea. Subsequently, she ventured further into the depths to pay homage to the Mother of the Sea, where the grandest city of the deep, Metalbang, resided. Here, countless marine races were visible, both intelligent beings and oceanic beasts, all subservient to the great lord of the ocean. The Mother of the Sea, the entity referred to as the Mother of the Sea by Themis, was, in fact, a colossal creature spanning 1,000 meters. An amalgamation of tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suckers, and whales, with innumerable mouths gaping upon her massive form, evoking terror. At first glance, many might mistake her for a mere beast. However, this Mother of the Sea possessed extraordinary intelligence. Her name was Charybdis, a being at the pinnacle of demigod status. Her power considerably less than that of the former Titan king, Amisis, yet still formidable. The civilization she established among the oceanic races and the deep-sea kingdom was, in truth, treading the path towards a divine realm upon the earth. Upon Themis's arrival at the vast palace of the Mother of the Sea, she reported the intelligence concerning the eastern coast and the winged people, as well as the current status of the Titans and dragons. The Mother of the Sea, Charybdis, was greatly astonished. She had not anticipated the once mighty Titan race and the ancient dragon lineage to have fallen into such decline. The eldest daughter, Themis, proposed an offensive strategy towards the continent, prompting her to contemplate seriously. Although her personal interest in the continent was minimal, she envisioned ascending to divinity based on the foundation of the deep-sea realm in the future. The entire deep-sea territory constituted her fundamental base. Yet, despite its vast expanse, the population and races within the deep sea were limited. While the sea matron, Charybdis, bore an appearance reminiscent of a monster, her asexual daughters were all strikingly beautiful, resembling Titans. As a mother, she felt obliged to consider her daughters' futures. Should they also aspire to deification, the continent would undoubtedly present a favorable opportunity. Moreover, if she intended to establish a pantheon of oceanic deities, her daughters would serve as her most capable allies. Ultimately, she accepted her eldest daughter's proposal to proceed with an assault on the eastern coast, initiating warfare to justifiably expel the winged people and solidify their foothold in the continent's corners. Themis was appointed as the commander for this endeavor. Concurrently, she suggested a task for Themis to undertake. In the spring of the year 1051 of the Goblin Empire, the legendary sea envoy, led by the third princess of the sea, Meliur, arrived at the goblin capital of Proedas to pay a visit to the goblin clan. The goblins expressed immense curiosity towards the sea folk who had long existed only in legends and whom they had never encountered. Upon arriving in Proedas and witnessing the city gate forged from the head of the Thunder Titan, the sea folk gained deeper insights into the current rulers of the continent, the goblins. Subsequently, the sea delegation had an audience with the sixth goblin emperor, Leon Amigel, presenting a plethora of rare treasures found solely in the ocean. They sought to establish diplomatic relations with the reigning goblin clan. Meliur's repeated references to the continent's rulers and its treasures delighted Emperor Leon Amigel immensely. In conclusion, the sea folk expressed their desire for the new goblin rulers to inherit the eternal oath forged between the Titan pantheon and the sea folk. Leon Amigel readily acquiesced. However, the sea princess then stipulated that the coastal lands of Furland were to belong to the sea folk, kindly requesting the goblin emperor to issue a decree compelling the winged people to relinquish the eastern coast. This request placed Leon Amigel in a predicament. The winged people were among the most powerful allied clans since the establishment of the Goblin Empire. Although the empire's prestige had significantly waned, leading various races on the continent to regard it with diminishing respect, including the winged people, he feared that acquiescing to this demand would irrevocably alienate them. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, his favored courtier, Marquis Micah, spoke up. "Your Majesty, the winged people have long since turned their backs on the Empire and are steadily growing in power. In the past years, during your father's northern campaign against the desert, the winged people did not send a single soldier, forcing him to summon the Eagle tribe to muster over 10,000 Eagle warriors to advance northward. After the conclusion of the war, the winged tribe lodged a protest against the Empire, expressing their dissatisfaction with the Empire's support of the Eagle tribe. They, mere vassals of our kin, dared to voice discontent against their sovereign, revealing their long-standing disloyalty. Perhaps, in accordance with the desires of the Sea tribe, we should issue a decree to the Winged tribe, demanding their withdrawal from the eastern coast. It is certain that the Winged tribe will not comply, providing the Sea tribe with a pretext to launch an attack against them. Let these two tribes engage in conflict, depleting each other's strength. We need only await the outcome. What if the Sea Tribe emerges victorious? They might rally the various factions of the continent to expel the Winged Tribe, and the Sea Tribe, too, may harbor ambitions of reaching the land. Conversely, if the Winged Tribe prevails, a decree of apology could be issued, for the Empire's prestige has already been tarnished. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. In the summer of the year 1051 of the Goblin Empire, Sophia of Ulil City was nearly driven to bite her silver teeth upon receiving the edict from Emperor Leon Amigel of the Goblin Empire. How dare that wretched goblin utter such shameless words? She reported the contents of the decree to Jiang You, seated upon the platinum throne. Even the usually composed Jiang You fell into silence upon reading the emperor's command. Do the goblins still consider themselves the masters of the continent? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu reached a decision. 3 days later, in Losenda's eastern coast, Ulil City, Sophia raised her molten sword, denouncing the injustices of the Goblin Tribe. Then, facing the high moon, she proclaimed the independence of the Winged Tribe, declaring that they would no longer be vassals of the Goblin Empire, and established the Kingdom of the Winged Tribe, also known as the Kingdom of Losendas. Chapter 82. The Millennial War begins. The Kingdom of Losendas is founded. Naturally, Jiang Yu becomes the king of Losendas, while Sophia assumes the role of vice-sovereign, overseeing the kingdom's affairs in Jiang Yu's absence. When news of the Winged Tribe's independence reached Proedas, the emperor of the Goblin Empire and his ministers exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unprepared for such a fervent response from the Winged Tribe. However, the majority of the empire's forces were engaged in the northern territories, defending against the Baiman royal court's advances southward. The diverse tribes within the empire were now immobilized, compelled to accept the situation with resignation. Emperor Leon Amigel placed his hopes in the Sea Tribe to deliver a severe thrashing to the Winged Tribe. In July, the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess, Themis, personally led her army to assault the eastern coast of the Winged Tribe, igniting the first strike in the Millennial War between the Winged and Sea Tribes. With the surging waves of the ocean, the Sea Tribe, accompanied by countless marine creatures, surged upon the territory of the Winged Tribe. Sea Tribe knights rode upon sharks, giant whales, crabs, seahorses, and squids, charging toward the shore. Sea Tribe warriors commanded the aquatic races, merfolk, jellyfolk, and sea mudfolk, to storm ashore as cannon fodder. In an instant, a vast multitude of Sea Tribe beings flooded into the realm of the Winged Tribe. Fortunately, the Winged village by the coast has been evacuated, and the civilians have been relocated to the rear, resulting in no casualties during this attack. To fend off the aquatic tribes and safeguard their homeland, Sophia summoned all the winged legions within the kingdom of Rosendars to march forth. The legions from the Heavenly Mountains, Romanda, and the Sophia Islands stood ready for action. Armed with the Sword of Lava, she herself went to the front lines to confront the enemy. Since abandoning her path to divinity, Sophia has traveled far on the legendary road among mortals, and with the Sword of Lava bestowed upon her by Jiang You, she could be regarded as a demigod in terms of combat prowess. Leveraging her home ground advantage, she matched the demigod-level aquatic Princess Themis in a formidable contest. In terms of elite combatants, several legendary figures from the aquatic tribes were restrained by the elite wing professional corps and the small turtles. The aerial advantage proved quite beneficial when facing high-level threats. Additionally, the winged people established defensive lines in several coastal cities. They launched attacks from the sky while defending the walls. However, the sheer number of aquatic tribes made it challenging to manage both fronts effectively. Months later, Sophia realized that the casualties from such a city defense strategy were too great and detrimental to leveraging the winged race's aerial superiority. After careful consideration, she resolutely abandoned several winged cities along the coast, relinquishing a portion of land to deepen their strategic depth. The winged inhabitants were relocated to the rear, allowing the winged legions to establish positions atop various mountains, maximizing their ability to inflict damage upon the enemy from the air. Following this strategic adjustment, the winged race swiftly gained the upper hand. Numerous aquatic invaders were shot down by the winged archers, while the aquatic tribes found it exceedingly difficult to assault their aerial foes. The territories initially occupied by the aquatic tribes could not be held, and despite relying on walls and fortifications for defense, their supply lines were severed at will by the winged forces in the sky. The aquatic tribes found themselves in a predicament, soon being driven back into the ocean. At this juncture, the winged people were powerless against the aquatic tribes in the sea. The aquatic tribes, much like the winged people in the sky, held the advantage in their domain. After much conflict, the territories reverted to their original state. Seeing the stalemate persist, Themis grew anxious, for the notion of invading the continent was deemed frivolous by the majority of the aquatic tribes. Having dwelled in the sea for generations, the aquatic tribes held little strong desire for the land. They were indifferent to Themis's grand vision for the future. Their habitual obedience rooted in the unwavering rule and authority of the Sea Mother over countless years. In desperation, Themis sought the Sea Mother's assistance. Faced with the winged race's aerial superiority, she could not conceive of another solution. She implored the Sea Mother Calyptis to unleash the tumultuous waves of the ocean, submerging the eastern coast and transforming parts of the coastal regions into maritime territory, thereby creating a home ground advantage for the aquatic army to engage in battle. The sea matron harbored some reservations about this course of action, fearing it might incite resistance among the mainland races, which would be detrimental to future dominion over the continent. After the encroachment of seawater, the land would become salt-alkaline, rendering it barren and incapable of yielding crops. Nonetheless, Themis made a valid point. If they could not even reach the shore, all subsequent efforts would be futile. Thus, the sea matron Calyptis acquiesced. Chapter 83. To pacify the maritime borders. In the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, November, East Coast. After repelling the sea races back into the ocean, they remained quiet for a time. Sophia relocated the command tent to a mountaintop by the seaside, dispatching numerous elite winged squads to patrol the coast. Adhishi was one of the ordinary soldiers in the Winged Legion, rising early and returning late each day, vigilant with his comrades over the vast expanse of the ocean. Occasionally, groups of sea soldiers would surface to scout, only to be met with a barrage of arrows from Adhishi and his allies. It had been 5 months since the sea races invaded. Under the leadership of the kingdom's vice-king, the radiant holy maiden Sophia, Adhishi had been combating the sea races for over 4 months. He had witnessed their initial landfall and the subsequent occupation of cities and coastal territories, as well as Sophia's strategic shifts that led to their resounding victories against the towering blue invaders on the expansive land. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the winged warriors managed to drive the invading sea forces back into the ocean, filling Adhishi with immense pride in his identity as a winged being. In his and his comrades' eyes, those wretched sea brutes deserved to return to their depths, feeding the sharks rather than encroaching upon the lands of the winged folk. They believed that after being subdued back to the ocean, the sea races would likely refrain from further hostilities, allowing them to restore their peaceful lives. On a bright and beautiful day, with the sky clear and the sea calm, a gentle breeze caressed Adhishi's face, bringing him comfort. Beside him, his comrade Yoris was lamenting. "Ah, I have been eating seafood for months. I feel as if my mouth is becoming as salty as a fish's." The winged forces stationed on the East Coast numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and relying solely on previous food reserves was insufficient. Sophia typically ordered the army to scour the battlefield after each engagement, collecting the seafood left by the sea races to serve as provisions. In response to his companion's complaints, Adhishi smiled and reassured him, "We are on the brink of victory. When we return home, I will treat you to a meal at Uncle Ed's tavern, featuring mutton from the northern plains." "Adhishi, you can afford that? Those greedy goblin merchants charge quite a price." Yoris chuckled. "Huh, my sister is a handmaiden to Her Highness Sophia, so our family is relatively well off. Adhishi, my dear brother, what do you think of me as your brother-in-law?" As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, immense shadows suddenly loomed on the distant horizon. As Yadahai chanced to cast a glance toward the horizon, her eyes widened in horror. "Quick, we must hasten back to inform Lady Sophia. A catastrophic deluge approaches. Not only they, but all the aerial squads of winged beings patrolling the skies also discerned the impending colossal waves and promptly turned back. Yet, before they could return to warn Sophia, a striking figure emerged in the heavens, a valiant female winged warrior, standing resolutely at the forefront of her kin, wielding a sword of molten lava. She gazed fiercely at the surging ocean waves. Themis, she calculated that even with her utmost effort to unleash the power of the molten fire, she would struggle to withstand such a monstrous tide. Therefore, She knelt upon one knee beneath the platinum moon in the sky. "O king, please protect your people." The earth-shattering ocean waves, towering hundreds of meters, surged forth with astonishing velocity. As Sophia knelt in midair, the first of the towering waves approached ominously. The immense swell obscured the skies, and the briny sea breeze was swept along with it. In the forefront, Sophia appeared diminutive, akin to an ant, on the verge of being engulfed by the deluge. All winged beings were gripped by terror and despair. However, at that moment, the platinum moon in the heavens suddenly radiated a resplendent light, more dazzling than the sun itself. In the blink of an eye, a colossal blue sword, imbued with the essence of the boundless ocean, plummeted from the infinite heights and struck the shoreline. An invisible wave of energy erupted forth, as if an unparalleled will of the cosmos commanded the tumultuous seas, forcefully subduing the monstrous waves. Subsequently, a clear and authoritative voice resonated throughout the realms. By divine decree, the power of heavy waters is invoked to quell the seas. Chapter 84. In a fit of rage high above, Jiang You sat upon the platinum throne, his silver hair billowing as his violet eyes suddenly opened, casting their gaze downward into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the deep ocean, the sea goddess Calypso, ensconced upon the throne of the sea, seemed to sense something. Her massive head lifted suddenly, peering into the vastness above. It appeared as though two formidable beings were silently conversing across the expanse of time and space. After a long while, the sea goddess Calypso bowed her head. Simultaneously, high above, Jiang You closed his violet eyes, sitting solemnly, unmoving as a mountain. Though he appeared relaxed, he had exerted all his strength. Suppressing the tumultuous waves stirred by a being of Calypso's stature was no trivial task, especially as he had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Remarkably, akin to the natural laws of his previous existence, the platinum moon inherently possessed a restraining influence over the ocean's tides, allowing him to wield even greater power. It seemed that the moon could indeed summon the tides, a constant across every realm. After deliberation, the sea mother Calyptis entrusted the task of conquering the continent entirely to Themis, granting her access to all marine resources, yet she would no longer intervene herself. In light of the uncertainty surrounding her ability to defeat Jiang You, she was willing to compromise for the sake of ascension. Having lingered in the deep sea for so many years, she could afford to wait a little longer. At the bottom of the East Sea, Themis sat on her makeshift throne, reveling in the magnificent waves unleashed by the sea mother. She gazed at Sophia, who appeared as insignificant as an ant before the towering waves, and chuckled gleefully. "Sophia, let us see how you will rescue your kin now. With your firewood stick?" However, in the next moment, a powerful and resplendent will, like a hand of the heavens, swept across the tumultuous waves along the eastern coastline, calming them instantly. In that fleeting second, she sensed the water being imbued with a different dominion, an aura of unparalleled majesty flowing through the depths of the sea, pinning her to her throne, rendering her momentarily immobile with shock. Having just attained demigod status, her strength had yet to reach its pinnacle, and this development truly astonished her. Gazing up at the dazzling platinum moon in the high heavens, she murmured to herself, "Is what the winged woman said truly real? That radiant platinum moon has indeed descended with the power to subdue the ocean." On the eastern coast, as the cataclysmic waves were effortlessly quelled by Jiang You, countless winged beings gazed up at the brilliant platinum moon in the sky, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration reaching frenzied heights. "Hail, our king! Hail, sovereign of the high heavens!" Sophia, gripping her molten lava longsword, felt a surge of excitement. She had always known that her king was omnipotent. Meanwhile, the little turtle stood before the blue jade, longsword embedded in the shore, gazing at the platinum moon above. "Boss, when will you come down?" Thus concluded the first war between the winged and the sea folk. In the year 1052 of the Goblin Empire's calendar, during winter, the behemoth court once again descended southward to plunder. This time, the behemoth Khan, Amand, personally led his army, decisively routing the Goblin's northern legion. He swept through the north, leaving devastation in his wake. Following their defeat, the Goblin Border Legion dared only to defend their cities, resulting in a desolate northern region where only 1 in 10 homes remained occupied. Notably, Amand's campaign was particularly interesting. he unleashed brutal slaughter exclusively against the goblins, sparing the tribes and populations of other races, merely confiscating a portion of their food and wealth. Consequently, for the first time, the foreign populations in the north outnumbered the goblins, seizing the opportunity to grow stronger in the region. In Proedas, Goblin Emperor Leon Amigwal, enraged by the defeat of the Northern Border Legion and the commander's retreat into the cities, issued a furious decree. He dismissed the commander of the Border Legion, Cade, escorting him back to the capital, while sending another noble goblin to lead the charge in the north. He himself was reluctant to return to the front lines, especially with numerous sons to consider. In the year 1053 of the Goblin Empire, taking advantage of the Empire's disastrous defeat in the northern territories, the kingdom of Losendas, comprised of the avian race, seized the opportunity to forsake their alliance with the goblins and instead support the aquatic tribes. They dispatched troops beyond the Nine Passes to occupy the expansive valley plains of the Morgar River, expelling all goblins from that region. During this period, the goblin cities in Morgar offered no resistance. Sophia, commanding her forces, sought to hold this territory primarily in preparation for the impending war against the aquatic tribes. Clearly, she dared not allow the avians to inhabit the land along the eastern coast, thus necessitating the reclamation of this vast area from the goblins. Additionally, to the west of the Morgar River lies the Whispering Forest, and beyond that, the ancestral lands of the avians, the Mount Gauman. Upon hearing of these events, Emperor Leon Amigel of the Goblin Empire was infuriated within his palace, exclaiming that such actions were intolerable. In a fit of rage, he calculated his available forces and ultimately decided to retaliate. By the year 1055 of the Goblin Empire, the dwarven kingdom of Avat, nestled among the Western Mountains, declared its independence. Chapter 85. The Sister Wars and the Rise of the Bloodaxe Clan. The Western Mountains are rich in minerals and metals. A millennium ago, dwarves acquired precious forging techniques from the ancient human tribes, which they have since perfected. The dwarven kingdom established its foundation on this wealth, amassing considerable riches over the centuries. As a renowned mountainous realm, the dwarves supplied the Goblin Empire with a significant quantity of weapons and armor during the Empire's first millennium. However, following the millennium change, as the Goblin Empire began to decline, the supply of weapons and armor from the dwarves diminished. In recent years, the emergence of the Behemoth Kingdom on the plains and the independence of the avian tribes along the eastern coast revealed the Empire's inability to respond effectively. Now, the dwarven king, Chiri Avat, resolved to lead his people to independence, thereby establishing the Avat Mountain Kingdom. Thus, one of the Empire's primary sources of weaponry was lost, further weakening its national strength. Consequently, the attitudes of foreign races towards the Goblin Empire began to shift dramatically. In the year 1056 of the Goblin Empire, the aquatic tribes, having recuperated for several years, launched another assault on the eastern coast inhabited by the avian tribes. This time, the aquatic princess Themis brought forth elite troops from the underwater city of Metalban. The aquatic princess Meller also arrived from the southern seas, accompanied by her followers to join the fray. Sophia, wielding the lava sword once more, led the avian legion of Losendas into battle. This time, Themis demonstrated wisdom by refraining from a hasty large-scale assault. Instead, she swiftly assembled a formidable force of extraordinary professionals, advancing along the river deep into Losendas. Upon locating a major avian city within the heart of the territory, she rapidly dispatched her elite troops along the river to attack the city, compelling the avians to confront her in a decisive battle. On this occasion, Sophia was caught off guard and suffered a hasty and devastating defeat. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Erida, wielding the sapphire blade and accompanied by the elite winged legion of Lomanda, successfully repelled the onslaught of the Sea Sisters. The aquatic tribes had seized control of the rivers, and although Sophia later commanded the construction of iron barriers and traps across the major waterways to hinder the sea people's movements, it was evident that driving them back to the ocean would not be an expedient task. The sea folk expanded their waterways and established underwater fortifications that proved formidable for the winged ones to breach. With these entrenched positions along the eastern coast, the conflict endured for decades, only reaching its conclusion when both sides were utterly exhausted. Given that the war was led by two pairs of sisters, it became known as the Sister Wars. This time, the winged ones suffered grievous losses, with hundreds of thousands perishing throughout the course of the conflict. However, the prolonged engagement was not without its merits. It provided invaluable experience to many winged ones, accelerating their research into potions and the paths of practitioners. Several heroic winged ones transcended into legends amidst the fray, compensating for the deficiencies in their elite combat capabilities. In the year 1137 of the Goblin Empire, a troll tribe known as the Bloodaxe clan emerged on the southwestern border of the empire. Initially, this clan was but a modest tribe. However, the birth of a prodigious troll named Odin Bloodaxe would alter its fate. Odin, endowed with exceptional talent, traversed the continent in his youth, serving as a mercenary for the Goblin Empire, engaging in arms, smuggling across the northern deserts, laboring in the dwarven mountain kingdoms, and conducting trade along the eastern coast. With the wealth and power accumulated over the years, he was well positioned to thrive in the grand cities of the Goblin Empire, leading a comfortable life despite its waning strength. Even though numerous foreign peoples inhabited the cities of the Goblin Empire, becoming its subjects, Odin chose a different path. He observed the current affairs of the continent, noting the empire's frailty, while recognizing the might of the dwarves, giants, winged ones, and sea folk. As a member of the troll race, Odin was among the rare few endowed with wisdom and insight. He discerned that while the trolls possessed considerable strength, they were fragmented and disunited. Following a series of fortuitous events, he quietly progressed along the legendary path. Subsequently, he returned to his homeland in the Domart region of the southwestern border, assuming leadership of the Bloodaxe clan and establishing the god of slaughter as the tribe's faith. Initially, the trolls within the clan resisted, deeming this a betrayal of their ancestors' traditions. Odin Bloodaxe subdued their dissent one by one. It is crucial to understand that at this time, the troll tribes were devoid of any faith. The trolls were predominantly simple-minded, physically robust, and often acted with brutishness. Despite their formidable combat prowess and the emergence of legends among them, they had never coalesced into a formidable force, largely due to their clannish divisions. On any given day, the Bloodaxe clan might demand submission from the Stonemer clan, only for the Stonemer clan to fiercely defend their honor the next. They revere their ancestors, lacking a unified belief. And no one has contemplated this aspect. Odin Bloodaxe aspired to unify the various troll clans under the faith of the god of slaughter. The god of bloodshed indeed possessed extraordinary powers, bestowing enhancements upon the trolls during battle. His goal was to unite the disparate clans of trolls, erasing the barriers imposed by the spirits of different ancestors and fostering solidarity among the trolls of the continent. This endeavor would undoubtedly be arduous and time-consuming. Yet, Odin Bloodaxe resolved to undertake it. He possessed the motivation and strength, willing to take action. Thus, the Bloodaxe clan commenced a quiet expansion along the southwestern border of the empire. In the initial century, they absorbed nearby clans such as the Bloodhand, Stonemer, Greytax, Marsh, and Tree Root clans, emerging as a formidable troll faction in the southwestern region of the Goblin Empire. Notably, he devoted more time to unifying beliefs and transcending clan divisions than to the actual conquest of these tribes. Consequently, their growth was initially sluggish. Achieving a unified ideology often proves more challenging. The Goblin Empire merely became aware of the rise of a mighty troll clan named Bloodaxe in the southwest. Odin Bloodaxe even expressed fealty to the Goblin Empire, thereby securing their support. Consequently, he established a small town in the Domart region as the residence of the Bloodaxe clan. Chapter 86. The Birth of the New Generation of Dragons. In the year 1157 of the Goblin Empire, after decades of relative peace, the Sea Folk launched their third invasion against the Winged People on the eastern coast. At this juncture, the Winged People, strengthened by their development in the Morgar region and an increase in population, were better prepared. To compensate for the deficiencies in ground combat, Sophia recruited mercenaries composed of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs to assist the Winged People in their struggle against the Sea Folk. The inclusion of mercenaries granted the Winged People an advantage, allowing them to drive the Sea Folk back to the ocean within just over 20 years. Subsequently, the employment of mercenaries became a common practice among the Winged People in their battles against the Sea Folk. Due to the diverse nature of the mercenaries hired by the Winged People, Erida proposed establishing a new department within the Winged Kingdom for unified management of this segment. After reporting this to Jiang You, He pondered for a long time before establishing a new kingdom department dedicated to the hiring of external forces. Furthermore, he implemented a specialized bounty system for the professionals within this department. This department was entrusted to the newly appointed winged legend, Field. For ease of management, Field divided this department into two branches, one to interface with the ordinary yet numerous mercenaries, aptly named the Mercenary Division, and the other to manage the fewer but more powerful professionals, designated as the Adventurer Division. The mercenaries of the winged people merely supplemented the ground forces of their legions. Yet over time, they gradually evolved into the mainstay of the northern legions of the Goblin Empire. Indeed, the realm has withstood numerous incursions from the northern behemoth court. In the year 1189 of the Gnome Empire, the distinguished alchemist Famo of the Winged Kingdom inadvertently tainted a freshly concocted potion of light with the blood of several magical beasts while researching ways to enhance the inherent luminosity of his people. The potion was rendered unusable, leading to the waste of a significant quantity of precious materials, all of which were under the kingdom's strict control. In desperation, he stealthily disposed of the potion into a horse trough, where it was consumed by a domesticated white steed. The following day, this horse underwent a remarkable bloodline mutation. After a month, it awakened the power of light and gained the ability to wield elemental forces, while its intelligence flourished. The most striking feature was the emergence of a long horn atop its head, heralding the birth of the ancestor of unicorns. Subsequently, Famo released it into the wild. In the year 1209 of the Gnome Empire, the Sea Tribe launched their fourth offensive against the winged folk. This time, they chose to assault the Sophia archipelago rather than the eastern coastline. The islands proved difficult to defend, and half of the archipelago fell to the Sea Tribe, resulting in heavy losses for the Winged Kingdom. In 1236 of the Gnome Empire, a legendary figure named Monde emerged from the human tribes residing in the far northwest, adjacent to the Blood Clan. This extraordinary human supplanted the Reinhardt family, ascending to the leadership of the Western tribes. To foster greater development, he devoted his time and energy to marrying a princess from the merfolk of the Western Sea. Thus, the Monde lineage became one that bore the blood of the merfolk, passing on this heritage through the ages. In 1245 of the Gnome Empire, the Blood Axe clan in the southwest of Furland expanded once more, absorbing all troll clans along the southwestern border of the Gnome Empire, bringing their population to a staggering 100,000. That winter, the once submissive Blood Axe clan unexpectedly shifted its stance, launching a sudden military campaign to seize the southwestern border city of Gayank. The emperor of the Prodas Empire, Leon Amigel, was incensed and commanded the Duke of the Southern Territories, Peter Azeba, to lead the southern forces to quell the rebellion. Realizing that the Gnome Empire still possessed superior strength capable of subduing him, Odin Blood Axe hastily returned Gayank and reaffirmed his allegiance. The southern Duke Peter Azeba then withdrew his troops. Subsequently, Odin Blood Axe focused on the development of his clan, setting his sights on the power of the southern Duke. In 1289 of the Gnome Empire, the Sea Tribe continued their assaults on the winged folk. By 1311, the lizard folk leader, Majira, declared independence from the Gnome Empire's dominion in the southern swamps of Furland, establishing the Lizard Folk Kingdom. In the same year, the Blood Axe clan forged an alliance with the Lizard Folk Kingdom. By 1356 of the Gnome Empire, the Sea Tribe persisted in their attacks on the winged folk. The great alchemist Yura of the Winged Ones discovered and crafted the Radiant Gem, significantly enhancing the likelihood of the Winged Ones awakening their extraordinary powers. In the year 1344 of the Goblin Empire, the sixth Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigel, met a bitter end. Before his demise, he entrusted his son, the Crown Prince, with 3 arrows, symbolizing his 3 greatest grievances. First, the decline of the empire, which he felt powerless to prevent. Second, the incessant incursions of the Behemoth Kingdom, which he could not resist. And third, the independence of the Winged Kingdom, Dwarven Kingdom, and Lizard Folk Kingdom, which he perceived as betrayal. The Crown Prince, myriad Amigel, solemnly accepted the arrows by his father's bedside, vowing to avenge these grievances. Leon Amigel closed his eyes in satisfaction. 3 days after Leon Amigel's death, Crown Prince Mirdan was assassinated by his brother, Misha Amigel, in a coup. 7 days later, Misha Amigel was crowned as the 7th emperor. He discarded the 3 arrows as if they were worthless, In the year 1365 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe continued its assault on the eastern coast, solidifying an enduring enmity between the two races. Sophia vowed to eradicate the Sea Tribe from existence. In the year 1378, a momentous event unfolded that would impact Farland. Deep within the ocean, shrouded in mist, a colossal island birthed dragons of diverse ancient bloodlines. Among them, the platinum ancient dragon Bahamut primarily sired 5 types of metallic dragons: the gold dragon, silver dragon, bronze dragon, brass dragon, and copper dragon, along with several other dragon varieties such as gem dragons, crystal dragons, diamond dragons, obsidian dragons, and rainbow dragons. The progenitor, known in later generations as Tiamat, the mother of the 5 colors, birthed 5 chromatic dragons: the red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, and white dragon. Notably, the bloodline of the blue dragon traces back to the ancient blue dragon king, felled by the Thunder Titan. The bloodlines of the other 3, red, green, and black dragons, originated from formidable ancient dragon kings. However, Tiamat faltered with the white dragon, mistakenly selecting an ordinary ancient white dragon as its progenitor. As progenitors of the dragons, these newly hatched dragons incorporated their own interpretations. Bahamut esteemed order, and thus the metallic dragons mirrored this value. Conversely, Tiamat cherished freedom, instilling this trait within the 5 chromatic dragons' personalities. Compared to their ancient counterparts, these new dragons exhibited diminished strength. Powerful dragons could only attain legendary status upon maturity, while their contemporaneous ancient dragons could ascend to demigodhood. As these young dragons were born, the metallic dragons and the chromatic dragons regarded each other with disdain. As they grew, the gold dragons and red dragons were the first to clash, soon joined by the other young dragons. Like a chaotic melee, the metallic dragons and the chromatic dragons engage in ceaseless battles upon Dragon Island, with scarcely a day of respite. Fortunately, the younglings are still in their formative years, and in the eyes of Bahamut and Tiamat, these skirmishes are mere trifles. However, the seeds of conflict are deeply rooted within the hearts of these 2 colossal dragons. Many years hence, such seeds will burgeon into towering trees. In the year 1399 of the Goblin Empire, the rat folk, who have long dwelled in the subterranean realms, emerged upon the lands of the Goblin Empire's heart. These rat folk brought forth a plethora of pathogens, resulting in the demise of numerous goblins in the central region. Thankfully, the goblin alchemists united to concoct a remedy for the plague, successfully banishing the rat folk tribe into the remote, deep mountains of the western outskirts. Chapter 87. Jiang You descends from the heights. The appearance of the rat folk unveiled to the continent of Farland for the first time the existence of the underground world. In the central region, a multitude of goblin explorers ventured into the depths below. Some of these adventurers returned, while others were forever lost to the underground realm. In the year 1406 of the Goblin Empire, a century prior, the plight of the goblin race had stirred concern among many ambitious individuals within their ranks. The pessimistic Grand Alchemist, Marquis Leonard of the Royal Court, sought to replicate the dual birth phenomenon observed in the Behemoth clan, hoping to engineer a similar outcome for the goblins. He feared that in the event of their decline, the inherently diminutive goblins would be left utterly defenseless. If the golden behemoths and behemoth beasts could coexist symbiotically, why could not the goblins aspire to such a fate? The nobility and citizens of the goblin society were not in favor of such experiments. They regarded the behemoths as a savage race hailing from the icy highlands, still burdened by their primal instincts. Thus, Leonard was compelled to conduct his research in secrecy. That year, Leonard's endeavors bore fruit, leading to the birth of the bear goblin, a creature of considerable stature rivaling that of trolls, and possessing a notable degree of intellect. In truth, the research had indeed utilized the genetic material of trolls. In the year 1437 of the Goblin Empire, to counter the aerial hegemony of the winged folk, the Grand Alchemist Mibran devised an improved airship based on the ancient human designs suitable for the current environment. This airship was powered by magical crystals and carried both Eaglemen and goblin archers, proving instrumental in the struggle against the Behemoth court, slightly altering the balance of power on the plains against the northern territories. In the year 1467 of the Goblin Empire, high above the land, Jiang You finally opened his eyes upon the Platinum Throne. His injuries had healed, and he had harnessed the authority of several dominions. Feeling the immense power coursing through his being, His resolve on the path to the throne was unwavering. The land around him, littered with the remains of demigods, stood as a testament to the resplendent might of the throne's journey. Upon his descent from the heights and return to the city of Euler, countless winged folk erupted in joyous celebration. Their king has returned from the Platinum Moon. Many of the younger generation of the winged people, from birth until now, have scarcely laid eyes on Jiang You. Upon his return to the Whitestone Castle, Sophia, Erida, Xiaogui Field, and other legendary figures and officials of the winged race awaited him within the castle. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Jiang You turned his gaze towards Sophia, who had long served as the vice-sovereign of the kingdom. Her beauty remained youthful, yet a few strands of silver hair had turned pale with age, evoking a sense of pity within him and prompting a sudden realization. The path of human legend is fraught with challenges. The lifespan of the winged people has yet to attain immortality. Their lives are finite. Even Sophia, despite her legendary status, possesses only a millennium of life. She has aged. Jiang You then looked at Erida, who stood beside Sophia, and observed that she too had changed. These two sisters had diligently cared for the winged race in his absence, tirelessly planning for their kin, earning the deep affection of all winged people. After contemplating the sisters' appearances, Jiang You made a decision in his heart. However, there was no rush. He first inquired about pressing matters. What is the current population of the winged race? An official promptly replied, Your Majesty, although we have lost half of the Sophia Islands and the coastal regions of the east due to conflict, and the Sea Tribe has waged war for years, we have occupied and developed the more prosperous Mortar River region. Currently, the population of the winged race stands at approximately 7 million. A smile graced Jiang Yu's face upon hearing this number. Excellent. You have all done remarkably well. Now, what is the situation on the continent? This question was answered by Sophia herself. Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is in disarray. The Prairie Kingdom has been established. The Winged Kingdom has gained independence. The Dwarven Kingdom is independent, and the Lizardmen Kingdom stand alone. The strength of the Goblin Empire has drastically diminished. And where is the Goblin Grand Sage, Aziba, now? After the War of Ur? Jiang You inquired. Your Majesty, Aziba has not been seen in a long time. Many races speculate that he has perished from grievous wounds. Jiang Yu shook his head. Aziba is not so easily disposed of. Curiosity piqued, he asked another question. Who was the demigod that suddenly appeared in Prodas? Erida responded. Your Majesty, according to reports from our kin who were stationed in Prodas, it was a demigod who claimed to be the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. This demigod is said to have had close ties with the human race, yet vanished after that battle. I see. What a Sea Tribe. Have there been any recent tidings regarding them? I did not encounter them within the kingdom upon my descent. Jiang You inquired about another matter of concern. Your Majesty, the Sea Tribe has not waged war against us for several decades. It is said that a rebellion has occurred among them, and Themis is required to quell the insurrection. To be honest, I do miss those two sisters of Themis. Sophia's phoenix-like eyes glimmered with frost, her tone cool and laden with an undercurrent of menace. Erida smiled without uttering a word, and the other winged beings refrained from speaking. Their matron of the sea was a formidable demigod, standing at the pinnacle of the divine path. In the past, we made a pact. During the conflict between our races, I might be unable to intervene. Thus the burden must fall upon you henceforth, Jiang You remarked with a faint smile. At this juncture, Jiang You did not possess the confidence to surpass the sea matron, especially not in the depths of the ocean. Therefore, it was best to allow the two races to continue their skirmishes. After all, the winged people had not grown weaker because of it, but rather had become even stronger. It is no burden. Serving the king and the winged race is our honor, Sophia proclaimed, leading the charge. Chapter 88. Authority bestowed, Envoy of the Throne. Subsequently, Jiang You inquired of the winged officials regarding various matters concerning their race, including diplomatic relations, agricultural produce, extraordinary professions, alchemical technologies, enchantment techniques, and the breeding of magical beasts. The officials responded to each query in turn. As the evening approached, Jiang You dismissed the officials of the Whitestone Fortress, allowing them to return to their respective homes. However, before they departed, he called upon the two sisters. Sophia, Erida, please wait a moment and accompany me to the Platinum Moon. The legendary winged sisters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yet they refrained from questioning his intent and nodded in agreement. Both possessed a naturally reserved, yet capable disposition, making them excellent subordinates. Additionally, they harbored great curiosity about the Platinum Moon, though regrettably, as mere legends, they found it difficult to ascend. After a brief interval, Jiang You approached them. "Have you brought the lava longsword and the blue jade longsword?" The sisters patted the sheaths at their waists. "Your Majesty, they are here." "Then let us depart." Jiang Yu replied, nodding. He extended his hands, taking one of each sister's, and together they soared into the heavens, traversing the legendary realms until they reached the land of the Platinum Throne. Upon arrival, the sisters gazed curiously at the imposing Platinum Throne and then turned their attention to the nearby Silver Moon, which seemed to shine with eternal radiance. "Do not gaze upon that silver moon. Within it lies a slumbering, powerful entity, one that I'm currently no match for," Jiang Yu cautioned. "Oh." The sisters nodded obediently. Once they steadied their emotions, Jiang Yu continued, "Sophia, Arita, you have both reached a considerable age, have you not?" Sophia had surpassed a millennium, and Arita was not far behind. With a legendary lifespan of 1,000 years, the Sophia sisters should have met their end centuries ago. However, when Jiang Yu infused the essence of longevity into the bloodline of the winged people, although it did not transform their entire lineage into immortal beings, it did extend their natural lifespan. Nevertheless, time had indeed caught up with them. The sisters dedicated their lives to the winged race, remaining unmarried and childless, serving the Platinum Throne with unwavering diligence. As descendants of companions from a millennium and a half ago, were it not for the enduring legacy of Lady Limer, Jiang Yu would feel an even greater sense of guilt. In response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, Sophia smiled serenely and replied, "To be candid, Your Majesty, I have been in search of a successor in recent years. My age is advanced, yet the winged people must continue to thrive." Artia, standing nearby, chuckled gently. They were indifferent to life and death, focusing instead on the king and their kin. Sophia, Artia, and the winged people found themselves at a pivotal moment of rapid development, and Jiang Yu proposed a solution that could ensure their longevity. Sophia and Artia exchanged astonished glances and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this method?" "I shall bind a form of authority to you. From this moment forth, you will be irrevocably linked to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne endures, so shall you. Should it shatter, you shall perish alongside it." "We are willing," the two sisters declared in unison. The prospect of witnessing the rise of the winged people and continuing to serve Jiang Yu was irresistible to them. Seeing their agreement, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. "Very well. Take the lava longsword and the azure longsword and step forward." He then ascended the Platinum Throne, facing the two legendary winged ones who knelt before him, and solemnly proclaimed, "Today, in the name of the Platinum Throne, I bestow upon Sophia and Artia the powers of lava and heavy water. From this day forth, you shall serve as the emissaries of my throne's authority, wielding its immense power." As his words resonated, the longswords in Sophia and Arisha's hands erupted with brilliant rays of law, gradually transforming into ethereal forms that entered the bodies of the two legendary winged beings. The laws intertwined, and their authorities harmonized, akin to a semi-divine breakthrough. Simultaneously, the Platinum Throne and its very essence trembled, radiating a magnificent light. At that moment, the Platinum Moon shone resplendently in the heavens, eclipsing the brilliance of both the silver moon and the sun. In the aftermath of the radiance, Sophia and Artia appeared more youthful, yet exuded an air of greater authority. Their silver hair became sleek and flowing, ethereal as that of deities. More importantly, the colors of their eyes transformed. Sophia's gaze ignited with the fiery hues of lava, while Arisha's deepened to a profound blue. From henceforth, they were the emissaries of the throne, akin to demigods. Subsequently, the three descended from the celestial heights. This time, Sophia and Artia could return on their own. Whenever Jiang Yu required their presence from the lofty heights, they would ascend to seek him. 3 days later, Jiang Yu unearthed the remains of the radiant Titaness Asuna from her burial site on Heaven's Mountain, bringing her back to the celestial realm. Though over a millennium had passed, the semi-divine body remained uncorrupted and vibrantly lifelike. He extracted the femur of the radiant Titan and forged it into a luminous longsword. With his profound understanding of the principles of light, he summoned the power of authority to descend and decisively subdued it. The malice of the world arrived as expected. Yet Jiang You remained unfazed. He drove the longsword, now imbued with the suppressed power of light, into the skull of the radiant titan. Some of the essence of the light authority was replenished, rendering it even more formidable. As the sword struck, the flesh and blood of the radiant titan dissolved, its remains absorbed by the floating land beneath the platinum throne, which expanded slightly in size. In the year 1468 of the Goblin Empire, the aquatic race invaded the eastern coast once more. It appeared that the Sea Princess had quelled the rebellion and finally returned with her forces to attack. After centuries of futile attempts, any other leader might have given up or sought a different battleground. However, Themis seemed stubbornly resolute, relentlessly engaging the winged race. Naturally, Sophia was not inclined to yield either, rallying her troops to resist. This time, Sophia and Erida had significantly strengthened their powers and immediately pressed Themis and Meleager into a defensive position. Themis was compelled to retreat to the sea in search of stronger allies among her kin. Regrettably, aside from the third princess Meleager, Themis had a lackluster reputation, with few close ties among her sisters. Thus, this conflict concluded rather anticlimactically. Throughout this battle, Jiang You stood atop the white stone fortress, observing the unfolding events. He began to comprehend why, despite being a princess of the sea with a loyal following, Themis and her sisters would ultimately find themselves isolated as mere sea monsters in the future. Their intellect was indeed lacking. With his concerns alleviated, he bid farewell to Sophia and the others, departing from Resindras to embark on a journey across the continent. He sought to fulfill an ancient promise before venturing to the continent of Phinodon to unravel the mysteries of the elven origins. In the year 1469 of the Goblin Empire, Jiang You emerged from Jiuguan, following the Morgar River, traversing the cities and villages built by the winged people over millennia, heading westward. This time, he brought along a small turtle. Given the abundance of legends among the winged race, he decided to take it with him. After passing through the Morgar River region, he ventured through the Whispering Forest, arriving at the site of the former High Barbarian Mountain. This area had long been developed and occupied by goblins, who established a small town at the former base of the High Barbarian Mountain. The wooden village he once built for his kin atop the mountain had vanished into the earth, leaving no trace. Jiang Yu wandered the remnants of the village and then stood upon the cliff. Over 1,000 years ago, he had faced the Eagle envoy here. Time had passed, and he had fulfilled his promise by bringing down the Eagle King escort. However, his spirits were dampened when he discovered that the caves once inhabited by the ancestors of the winged people had been overrun by a horde of goblins. Is this land of my dragons, Rise, truly one that these green-skinned little brutes can inhabit? With a scowl on his face, Jiang Yu brandished his sword and dispatched all the goblins, their bodies consigned to the Whispering Forest by the little turtle. After spending a few days at Gaoman Mountain, he resumed his journey northward toward the Great Desert Prairie. Chapter 89. The Emergence of the Church for an Ordinary Winged Person. Flying west from Gaoman Mountain would take 7 days to reach the Hanhai Forest. However, with Jiang Yu's current speed, the journey to the Hanhai Forest would not require such a lengthy period. Yet, he preferred not to rush, as time was not of the essence. He considered it a retracing of his former path. Westward from Gaoman Mountain was no longer the desolate wilderness it once was. The goblins had carved a path through the land. Alongside this road, numerous goblin tribes were scattered, followed by caravans of the goblins. These caravans typically employed trolls as mercenaries to ensure their safety. Along this lengthy route, several goblin settlements had also emerged. Having developed over the years on the continent of Furland, the goblins demonstrated remarkable construction capabilities, establishing their presence in many previously uncharted territories. Upon Jiang Yu's return to the Hanhai Forest, the once mighty Thunder Titan's throne had been leveled by the goblins, replaced by a goblin city built upon the ruins of the former camp of myriad races. This city, known as Todcab, stands as one of the largest in the eastern regions of the goblins. Entering this goblin city, one would find not only the resident goblins, but also various races from across the continent, with trolls being the most prevalent. The second chapter of the goblin civilization was marked by a distinct charm. In the eastern part of Todcab, there was a vast platform, level with the city walls, constructed from stacked stones. The platform was adorned with runes that glowed with the light of magical crystals. Several airships, the latest achievements of goblin alchemical technology, were docked there. Despite the external circumstances facing the Goblin Empire, Their alchemical advancements painted a picture of prosperity. Jiang You, accompanied by the little turtle, boarded an airship, eliciting astonishment from the visitors at the sight of a winged person aboard. The winged folk had been relatively scarce on the continent of late. Since the independence of the kingdom of Rosendars, the goblins' perception of the winged people had diminished. Nonetheless, this sentiment had not escalated to the point of open hostility. Under the emperor's restraint, the two races had yet to reach a state of war. However, the goblin captain of the airship Jiang You was about to embark upon was not particularly fond of winged folk. Yet, Jiang Yu's distinguished demeanor and commanding presence compelled the captain to treat him with respect. The airship ascended from Todcab, traversing the Hanhai forest, passing through the Thunder Marsh, and soaring over the Burner Mountains, ultimately arriving at the northernmost city, Yubud. Here, the Goblin Northern Army was stationed, tasked with the crucial responsibility of defending against the threats posed by the behemoth kingdom of the Northern Prairie. Jiang You proceeded north from Yubud, directly entering the expanse of the prairie in search of the human tribes that had once migrated northward. At this time, these human tribes had adapted to prairie life, fragmented into various nomadic factions, each governing themselves and surviving independently across the vast grasslands. Originally, their ancestors were the shepherds of griffins, and transitioning to the rearing of cattle and sheep was not entirely unfamiliar to them. However, the largest faction, the Rhine tribe, established a pastoral city in a region abundant with rainfall at the northeastern edge of the northern realm. And it was the main lineage of the human race that ventured north, continuously governed by the Reinhardt family. Currently, Dio Reinhardt, the grandson of Vigga Reinhardt, stands as the most legitimate descendant of the Reinhardt lineage. When Jiang You arrived at this tribe, Dio Reinhardt was overwhelmed with excitement, instantly recognizing Jiang Yu's identity. Although the Reinhardt family has proliferated over many generations, leading many to forget their ancestral origins, Dio Reinhardt's branch has preserved a portrait of Jiang You, aware that the winged king of the eastern coast is one of the sources of the Reinhardt bloodline. This has long been the most closely guarded secret of the Reinhardt family, representing their greatest contingency and trump card. Within the chieftain's residence in the city, Dio Reinhardt respectfully performed the ancestral rites before Jiang You, tears welling in his eyes. Ancestor, the source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us, and you still remember that among the human race, there are descendants of our lineage. Jiang You felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this. To be honest, since the demise of Reinhardt, he had not been particularly invested in the Reinhardt family, which could not be deemed as a lack of familial affection. Rather, it was simply that in his heart, the winged race remained paramount. Nevertheless, seeing the younger generation humbly kneeling before him, he could not bear to hurt their feelings. For this lineage indeed flowed through his veins. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, as direct descendants of Reinhardt, do you still hold dear the oath of your ancestors? Ancestor, we would never dare forget your words. To revive the human race and avenge our kin against the earth spirits, Dio Reinhardt replied without hesitation. The enmity of their ancestors and the aspirations of the human race were thoughts he could not afford to neglect. Yet at present, the human race was far too feeble for him to realize these aspirations. Jiang You nodded. I have come here to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once told me that in the future, some precious technologies of the human race would be returned to you. I possess the enchanting techniques of the human race. He produced a thick tome, which contained the enchanting techniques Fiona had entrusted to him, as well as some advancements developed by the winged race over the years. Dio Reinhardt received it with reverence. Thank you, ancestor, for this gift. Jiang You nodded, sighed, and gazed at the profoundly respectful Dio Reinhardt, stating, I have one more thing to convey, but it is not for the human race, rather solely for the Reinhardt family. Please, ancestor. At that moment, the night was gently unfolding, with two brilliant moons suspended in the sky. Jiang You pointed to the resplendent, platinum moon above. Behold the resplendent platinum moon. It is the embodiment of my essence in the celestial realm. In times of tribulation for your esteemed Reinhardt lineage, summon my name beneath the luminous glow of the platinum moon, and I shall extend my protection unto you. Remember, do not call upon my name frivolously. My guardianship over the Reinhardt family is bestowed solely in moments of dire need. It is a protection with limitations. Even so, Dio Reinhardt is profoundly grateful for the favor of our ancestors. My heartfelt thanks for your ancestral benevolence. He gazes in awe, realizing that the ancestor is none other than that magnificent moon above. Many among humanity now revere the white moon. Ancestor, the descendants humbly request a favor. Please grant us your blessing. Speak. The Reinhardt family wishes to establish a faith in the platinum moon within our kin, to unify our lineage and subsequently extend it to all of humanity. Jiang You paused, taken aback. Is this not akin to the nascent phase of church? He chuckled. Very well. He requires no faith for himself, but wishes not to deny others their belief in humanity. Yet, as this process is beyond control, it is prudent to seize the initiative and encroach upon the future domains of the deities. Chapter 90. The Land of Phinodon. Father of Oak, after spending some time in the Trident River region, Jiang You, accompanied daily by Dio Reinhardt, explored the vicinity. Meanwhile, the little turtle exhibited great enthusiasm for instructing the practitioners of the Reinhardt tribe. He relished the role of a teacher. A month later, Jiang You departed from the Reinhardt tribe, with Chief Dio Reinhardt and all members of the Reinhardt family accompanying him out of the city. While others remained oblivious to the chief's intentions, Jiang You discerned a hint of his purpose. Beyond genuinely venerating Jiang You as their ancestral progenitor, Dio aimed to convey to the world the profound connection between the human Reinhardt tribe and the winged race, leveraging their influence. The standing of the Reinhardt family among humanity had waned considerably from its former glory. Subsequently, Jiang You continued westward, arriving at the small hill of the former Bolak territory. The transformation was immense. The once thriving osmanthus tree had vanished, left unattended for too long, yielding to a thicket of weeds. The tombstones of Fiona and Reinhardt now leaned, half buried in the earth. In mere centuries, the locale had succumbed to desolation. The once vibrant human city lay in ruins, overrun by wild beasts. As forests reclaimed the land, an echo of a bygone era. After the departure of humanity, the goblins from the north established their city south of Bolak. Yet its scale remained modest due to the frequent incursions from the northern desert's royal court. On the hill, after erecting the two tombstones anew and brushing off the dust, Jiang You stood in contemplation until the sun dipped below the horizon before taking his leave. Thereafter, he refrained from proceeding westward, continuing his journey across the Furlan continent. Instead, turning eastward, he intended to soar directly from this point to the continent of Phinodon, with a series of stops and starts. He savored the breathtaking landscapes of the continent, eventually arriving at the eastern coast of the Furlan continent. This coastal region, situated to the north of the eastern sea of the Winged People, boasted a climate considerably cooler than that of the eastern shore. Here he crossed the sea, embarking on a journey to the Phinodon continent. The distance separating Furland and Phinodon was vast, nearly equivalent to the expanse between the eastern and western reaches of Furland. Jiang You, accompanied by a small turtle, leisurely soared through the skies for a fortnight, braving fierce winds and torrential rains, until he finally reached the shores of Phinodon. Upon his arrival, he was immediately struck by a sensation distinctly different from that of Furland. The temperature here was slightly elevated, accompanied by a palpable humidity. Most strikingly, he sensed several formidable presences emanating from the forest ahead, wild and powerful, unmistakably belonging to extraordinary magical beasts. As he glided over the forest, he traversed a lengthy aerial path, noting the towering and robust trees densely packed together. Within this woodland, not only did he perceive the powerful magical beasts he had sensed earlier, but also a myriad of creatures both large and small. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's keen eyes, which occasionally caught glimpses of signs indicating the presence of intelligent races, one might easily mistake this place for a realm dominated by magical beasts. Following the faint traces of intelligent life, Jiang Yu continued his flight until a vast mountain range loomed ahead, where the magical beasts became increasingly scarce. At the base of the mountains, he discovered a sparsely populated tribe of intelligent beings. This tribe, numbering around 200, possessed wolf-like heads that jutted forward, adorned with long fur along their necks. Their robust physiques and muscular limbs lent them a distinctly savage appearance. Descending from the sky, Jiang Yu landed amidst the tribe, his formidable presence sweeping over the wolf-men like a tempest. Without regard for their apprehension, he directly inquired, "Are you familiar with the ogre clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago?" The wolf-men, bewildered by his inquiry, responded tremulously, "My lord, we know nothing of any ogres." A frown creased Jiang Yu's brow, causing the tribe to immediately prostrate themselves in fear. The small turtle perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder stifled a laugh. Aside from you, what other races or tribes inhabit this vicinity? Jiang Yu pressed. My lord, the most powerful race nearby is the Treant clan residing in the Idis Great Forest, they replied. Very well. Jiang Yu's expression relaxed as he unfurled his wings to take to the skies once more. Meanwhile, the small turtle mischievously tossed something down towards the wolfmen's tribe. Curious? Jiang Yu inquired while soaring above. What did you give them? Ha, boss, a piece of my shed turtle shell. The small turtle chuckled, scratching its head. What purpose does that serve? Jiang Yu questioned. Boss, this is the first race we've encountered upon arriving in Phinodon. It's a keepsake, a token of fate. By giving them the shell, perhaps one day, these beings might evolve into a civilization and forge their own path as practitioners. After all, the Eagleman mountain tribe was once a mere 200-strong clan as well. An elderly war-gen shaman, filled with delight, cradled a tortoise shell that shimmered with a purple glow, raising it high in his hand as he proclaimed with exuberance, extraordinary power. Subsequently, this war-gen tribe indeed flourished in the grand forest of Edith. At the forest's heart stood a grove of trees, towering half again taller than the ordinary, resembling an abrupt circle of mutated oaks amidst the woodland. The immense vitality emanated from these oak trees, akin to a vast ocean, enveloping the land they inhabited. As Jiang Yu traversed the lengthy mountain range and arrived at this place, he was struck by this very sensation. At the center of this grove, a colossal oak tree, soaring 1,000 meters high and significantly thicker than its brethren, suddenly bore a face and eyes upon its trunk. It gazed skyward at Jiang Yu, its brow furrowed. The world despises you. At the instant the 1,000-meter oak opened its eyes, Jiang Yu simultaneously sensed its presence. It was a formidable demigod, no less powerful than the sea mother Calypso, perhaps even stronger. No, it was assuredly more potent. Jiang Yu recalled a powerful deity he had encountered in previous lore, the Father of Oaks, whose description bore striking resemblance to the towering tree before him. His eyes narrowed as the platinum moon above shone brilliantly, a mighty aura rising that seemed to press down upon the entire forest. Countless oak trees revealed the visages of treants, trembling beneath Jiang Yu's imposing presence. Observing the treants encircling him and the solitary figure of Jiang Yu, the ancient face upon the 1,000-meter oak twitched at the corners as it inhaled deeply, revealing a benevolent smile. Traveler, I am Sylvanus, the Father of Oaks. Welcome to the Grand Forest of Edith. How may I assist you? He inquired with a chuckle. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, causing the ancient visage to darken momentarily. Fortunately, Jiang Yu quickly regained his composure and replied, I seek a troll tribe that arrived across the sea over 1,000 years ago. At this moment, he felt uncertain of his ability to confront the Father of Oaks within the forest. Chapter 91. The Forest of Nadaxer, a troll tribe that arrived on this continent a millennium ago? Sylvanus, the Father of Oaks, pondered thoughtfully for a moment before recalling. Indeed, several centuries past, a considerable tribe of sentient beings had traversed the forest beyond this grove of oaks. However, that tribe did not encroach upon this sacred grove, and the treants, often in a dormant state, paid them no heed. Yet, possessing the wisdom of a demigod, Sylvanus instinctively recorded all that transpired in his vicinity. In his memory, that large tribe journeyed through the forest towards the heart of the continent. Though unaware of Jiang Yu's intentions regarding this tribe, he had no intention of obstructing him and spoke candidly. If you trust me, proceed in this direction until you reach the heart of the continent, where you shall find them. Jiang Yu nodded in response. He doubted that the Father of the Oak would deceive him, for there was no gain in doing so. Hovering in midair, gazing upon the vast expanse of forest resembling an ocean and the vibrant settlement of treants, Jiang Yu suddenly inquired before departing, Sylvans, how many years have you existed since your birth? Surely tens of thousands of years, replied the Father of the Oak, puzzled. What of it? Nothing much. Until we meet again. Jiang Yu smiled and turned to soar towards the continent's center. According to the timeline, this harkened back to the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago, much like the Titans and ancient dragons of the Phalan continent. The Father of the Oak was a formidable being that emerged during that same epoch. If the Phalan continent could give rise to numerous Titans and ancient dragons, powerful demigods, then the Phinodon continent, despite its inhabitants lacking the might of Phalan's Titans and dragons, must have birthed a considerable number of powerful and ancient beings over millennia. The father of the oak was a prime example. However, unlike the titans and dragons who dominated the land, they were dispersed throughout the continent, independent of one another. Moreover, there had been no wars among the demigod races, allowing many to endure to the present day. Realizing the complexity of Finadon continent, Jiang You adopted a more serious demeanor as he continued his journey. Soon, he traversed the endless forest encompassing the oak grove and arrived above a vast marshland. Here, a sizable lizardman tribe thrived, their totem and master being a demigod-level swamp giant lizard. Jiang You, possessing keen eyesight, observed that the tribe was in the midst of a ritual. Initially indifferent to the swamp giant lizard hidden within the marsh, he became aware of its reaction when it caught sight of him soaring boldly overhead. Halting to watch the lizardman, S writes, its imposing presence radiated malice, instilling fear in the lizardmen, causing the ritual to come to an abrupt stop. Provoked, the swamp giant let out a thunderous roar and pursued Jiang You. Could the world's malice serve such a purpose? Jiang You, both startled and elated, lured the creature out of the marsh, as the platinum moon shone upon the Finadon continent for the first time. Ultimately, through a fierce confrontation, he granted the demigod lizard a peaceful demise, returning its carcass to the platinum throne, while he further consolidated his authority, enhancing the power of his adjudicative laws. The commotion of the demigod battle was immense. Jiang Yu's slaying of the swamp giant lizard quickly caught the attention of the powerful beings on the western continent of Finadon. The father of the oak was the first to learn of his reckless neighbor. After all, the realm of demigods was rather confined. He gazed towards the east, sensing the overwhelming will emanating from the marsh, and sighed, possessing the world's malice, yet daring to stride boldly through existence. One must indeed be immensely powerful and confidently formidable. The great lizard exhibits a remarkable lack of intellect, having squandered many years of existence. However, it has been somewhat deranged for several years, descending into a more primal state. Perhaps due to a flaw in its cultivation, it closed its eyes once more. Within the vast swamp, the enormous lizardman tribe was in disarray. Their totemic beliefs were violently shattered by winged beings descending from the heavens, leaving them in a state of panic. Days later, a courageous lizardman warrior emerged from the swamp. Arriving at the battlefield, he found no trace of the totem's corpse, yet a vast pool of fresh blood remained. In sorrow, he lowered his head and drank. Remarkably, this divine blood, purified by the laws of judgment, did not bring about his demise, but instead triggered a wondrous transformation. His stature grew taller, and his extraordinary talents were amplified. Upon returning, this warrior usurped the position of tribal chief, heralding the birth of the lizardman royalty of Finadon. Beyond the swamp lay an expansive prairie, as vast as the sea. In the skies above, Jiang You beheld countless creatures and wild animals inhabiting the grasslands, including both magical and ordinary beasts. It was the height of summer, and a winding river meandered across the prairie. Countless animals gathered by the river to drink. The magical beasts stood upstream, while ordinary animals waited at a distance, only daring to approach once the magical beasts had quenched their thirst. After slaying a few magical beasts for a feast, Jiang You continued his journey with the little turtle. Crossing the river and venturing deeper into the prairie, he discovered at its center a significant pride of lions with shimmering golden fur, each one exhibiting extraordinary brilliance. Among them, the mightiest boasted legendary prowess and keen intelligence, clearly marking them as a formidable race of extraordinary beings. Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to an enigmatic structure standing ominously in the depths of the prairie, exuding an aura of foreboding. Within it, a powerful divine presence radiated, far surpassing that of the previous swamp giant lizard. As his gaze fell upon the ruins, an overwhelming force erupted from within, as if a tyrannical sovereign were warding off intruders. Faintly, he discerned a magnificent golden lion standing majestically between heaven and earth, its fur lush and entirely golden. Clearly, the golden lions outside were of its lineage. In the face of the golden lion's commanding aura, Jiang You smiled. He stood resolutely above this pride of golden lions, unleashing his own regal presence, cascading down from the heavens, even more domineering and resounding. He fixated on the silhouette of the golden lion demigod within the ruins. After a prolonged moment, The overwhelming energy from the ruins finally diminished and vanished. At that instant, a light chuckle echoed across the boundless prairie. For a moment, the entire expanse was filled solely with the whispers of the wind. These demigods of Phinodon remained ensconced in their own sanctuaries, unwilling to venture beyond their comfort zones, in stark contrast to Jiang Yu's former giant lizard companion, who was marked by warmth and hospitality. Below, upon the vast plains, all the golden lions, overwhelmed by Jiang Yu's imposing presence, prostrated themselves to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. The legendary Lion King, their leader, buried his head low, his heart filled with trepidation. Over the years, I have encountered some silver-haired winged beings in the East, yet none possessed such an air of dread. After a prolonged silence, a thought suddenly ignited within him. I wonder if the avian folk of the Nadahill Forest, no, the enchanting winged beings, have an affinity for lionesses? He had never before witnessed such a formidable entity, so audacious in the presence of their ancestors, especially one that had shown deference. Thus, even long after Jiang Yu's departure, the legendary Lion King remained with his head bowed, too fearful to raise it. Jiang Yu ventured deeper into the plains before continuing his journey eastward. He soared over valleys, traversed mountains, and glided across plains until he finally reached the edge of a vast forest. Standing beneath the clouds, he beheld a number of villages emerging from within the woods. The inhabitants of these villages still bore a resemblance to their former troll selves, though their features had softened considerably. They were no longer as robust and towering as trolls. Their stature diminished somewhat. If one were to describe them, Jiang Yu would liken them to beings caught between trolls and elves. Chapter 92. The Silver Moon's Mark. The Nadahill Forest was the destination of the ancient Giantwood clan. They had crossed the sea and journeyed tirelessly, ultimately discovering this place to call home. The perils they faced along the way are best left unspoken, for they arrived here without incident. Nadahill, meaning the beautiful forest beneath the silver moon's glow. Upon reaching Nadahill, the initial leader of the Giantwood clan declared the renunciation of the troll lineage, adopting the name of elves instead. Thus, he became the first elven king. For over a millennium, they have largely lived in peace, their footprints and remnants scattered throughout Nadahill. The few villages before Jiang Yu were a testament to this. Having had a favorable impression of this troll clan in the past, Jiang Yu contemplated seeking out an elf to inquire about the current state of their kin. Consequently, he descended from the skies with his little turtle, arriving at the entrance of the outermost village. It was dawn, the first light of day breaking. The ranger, Bruce, had just finished preparing his bow and leather armor, stepping out of his dwelling to commence his day of patrolling the woods. An extraordinary aura emanated from him, indicating his status as a formal practitioner. In this humble village, near the forest's edge, he was considered a person of significance. At that moment, as Bruce reached the village entrance, he spied an extraordinary winged being approaching from outside the village. With silver hair and violet eyes, radiating the majesty of a sovereign, he stood tall and imposing, exuding an astonishing aura. Upon his shoulder stood a small turtle, upright in stature. This demeanor evoked memories in Bruce of the supreme Silver Moon King Althais, whom he had encountered during his military service in the royal capital. Yet, the aura emanating from this winged monarch surpassed that of Althais, akin to the distinction between the sun in the heavens and the twinkling stars. He was filled with curiosity, having never heard of such a ruler among the winged folk. When the winged people first arrived on the Phinodon continent alongside the Treefolk clan, there were initially around 50 of them, but by the time they reached Nadahill, only 30 remained. However, over the course of a millennium, this group had flourished into a thriving population of several thousand, now serving as vassals to the elven court of Nadahill, maintaining amicable relations with the elven race. The winged folk had consistently served in the elven armies, representing a rare and valued aerial force. As a ranger, Bruce had frequent interactions with them, yet he was aware that their current leader was simply referred to as the chief. Thus, he pondered the identity of this evidently formidable winged individual before him. He felt a sense of restraint. This winged being was undoubtedly of great significance. Across from Bruce, Jiang Yu was also scrutinizing the visibly anxious primal elf. Although somewhat unaccustomed to the contemporary appearance and form of the elves, he took the initiative to speak. As you can see, I am a winged being, having followed the path of those who ventured eastward, arriving here. Please forgive my curiosity. May I inquire as to your race? You bear a resemblance to the trolls of Furland. Jiang You, well aware of the implications of his words, was met with an immediate shake of the head from the primal elf in response to the comparison. Esteemed visitor from afar, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The valiant winged folk have always been companions of the elves, and I am more than willing to answer your inquiries. Indeed, we were once trolls, but as you can see, we have evolved significantly from our coarse origins. We are now of the elven race. Elven race, a melodious name, Jiang Yu remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, it is said that this name was bestowed upon us by our great ancestor, the first elven king, Othos. Upon hearing the voice of the silver moon, Jiang Yu seized upon one particular phrase. Indeed, the voice of the silver moon. Bruce's face radiated with reverence. It is none other than the divine oracle of the silver moon goddess. It was her protection that allowed us to journey safely to Nada Hill. But how did the silver moon goddess come to be associated with the elven race? Is she not still in slumber within the silver moon? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. It was then that he noticed a small emblem of the silver moon adorning Bruce's attire. Truly remarkable. The silver moon goddess in the heavens had, unbeknownst to him, begun orchestrating her plans for the elven race long before this moment. He had never anticipated such a development. At this juncture, he felt an overwhelming urge to venture to the elven capital to uncover the truth. Observing the subtle shifts in Jiang Yu's expression, the ranger felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of what had caused his response to falter. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's demeanor soon returned to normal, and with a smile, he inquired, "Very well, Bruce. Now, I wish to visit your elven capital. Could you point me in the right direction?" "Of course, my lord," Bruce replied, momentarily setting down his gear and provisions, extending his hand to indicate a direction to the northeast. "Our capital, Terranol, lies in that direction. If you follow it, you shall arrive. Additionally, you may encounter members of your winged kin along the way. Their dwelling is situated near the capital, and they often patrol the surrounding areas." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu patted him on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude with a smile. "Thank you, Bruce." He then turned, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. As he traveled, Jiang Yu passed numerous elven villages and small towns, noting that the population grew denser as he approached the elven capital. In every settlement he observed, without exception, there were traces of the silver moon goddess. This filled him with a sense of urgency and left him pondering how the slumbering sovereign had accomplished all of this. Chapter 93. The Tree of Nature. Terranol, the elven capital, known as Terranol, was the chosen site of the first elven king, who had traversed the Nadashir forest in search of the perfect location. Nestled in the heart of the forest, this area boasted fertile soil and a level terrain, with convenient proximity to various parts of Nadashir, allowing Terranol's influence to reach across the entire forest. As Jiang Yu flew closer to Terranol, he first beheld a colossal verdant tree, nearly 1,000 meters tall, standing majestically at the center of the forest, lush and thriving. It resembled a vast green sea, with waves of foliage cascading around it. Beneath this great tree, the surrounding trees appeared as mere blades of grass in comparison. The immense canopy cast sprawling shadows, beneath which lay a city rich in elven character. Exquisite homes, perfectly proportioned streets, and a ubiquitous silver moon insignia adorned the surroundings, complemented by an abundance of blooming flowers. The summer sun bathed the scene in warmth, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and leisure. A river meandered through the elven city, bestowing both coolness and moisture upon its inhabitants. Hovering in the sky, Jiang Yu gazed down at the city, his heart stirred by the sight of the towering tree nearby. The last time he had encountered a tree of such grandeur was with the Father of Oaks. However, in his perception, this colossal tree bore no aura of wisdom. Yet it pulsated with vibrant life, radiating a peculiar force field from within. It was a vitality unparalleled. As Jiang Yu leisurely gazed down from midair, a silver-haired winged being soared upward, approaching him while calling out from a distance, "My kin, have you forgotten the words of our leader? Although we are winged folk, the closest brethren of the elven race, it is unbecoming to hover idly above the elven capital. Such behavior is discourteous. Come down with me." However, Jiang Yu offered no reply. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the towering tree at the heart of Terranol and inquired, "Do you know how this magnificent 1,000-meter tree came to be?" "Dear kin, have you lost your memory?" The winged being flew closer to Jiang You, explaining this tree, known as Terranol, was once a natural titan named Terranol who transformed himself into a seed before the ancestors of the elves, the Greatwood clan, journeyed east. After their migration, they arrived at the central region of the Natashir forest, which is now Terranol, and planted that seed, the embodiment of the Titan's essence, within the woods. The seed sprouted the following year and has grown year by year ever since. Even now, Terranol continues to thrive, seemingly without limits. As he finished speaking and approached Jiang You, he was struck with astonishment. He realized that Jiang Yu was not the winged being he had known. When Jiang Yu turned to meet his gaze, a majestic aura enveloped him, akin to a king descending from the heavens, overwhelming him with a reverence that resonated deep within his bloodline. Upon a closer look, he recognized the figure from the portrait treasured by the clan's leader, the great king of the winged folk. Why you are the winged being stammered, torn between certainty and doubt. Faced with the winged being's eyes brimming with reverence, Jiang Yu spoke gently, "Child, I hail from the eastern coast of Rosandras on the continent of Farand. My name is Jiang Yu. The eastern coast of Farand was the ancestral land of my kin before we journeyed east. You say your name is Yu. Yuler. You are King Yuler." The stirring in his blood ignited a profound excitement within the winged being, as the records and legends of his clan assured him of this truth. Are you not the ancestral king of all winged folk recorded in our lore? Ancestral king? What a distinctive title. It is I, Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. It is indeed our king. The winged being exclaimed in delight. Please, your majesty, wait a moment. I shall return to our clan's land and bring my kin to pay their respects. Jiang Yu had initially intended to decline the offer. Yet upon witnessing the winged being's eager and excited eyes, he recalled the 50 winged folk who had once ventured across the seas to a foreign land, taking root and flourishing, never to return. Many from that initial group had perished in distant lands, and his heart softened. Go, bring them to meet me. He consented, having thought that these winged folk would have long forgotten him after a span of 1,500 years. As time flows by, the winged people here have lost count of how many generations have passed, so it is entirely understandable that they do not recognize him. He was prepared for this. However, he did not anticipate that in this extraordinary world, the power of bloodline could be so pure and formidable that it would enable descendants, thousands of years later, to maintain the same reverence for their ancestors. Anything is possible. Before long, thousands of winged beings soared into the sky. At the forefront was an elderly winged man, cradling an ancient sheepskin portrait, who flew before Jiang Yu and unfurled the image for comparison. It was not an exact likeness, but the resemblance was striking, especially in the confident demeanor, coupled with the sense of kinship and pressure Jiang Yu emanated through their shared bloodline. They immediately affirmed that the winged figure before them was indeed their ancestral king. The old winged man was overcome with tears of joy. Under his leadership, thousands of winged beings knelt in midair, performing the highest rituals of their kind. King, king. The commotion in the sky had long attracted the attention of the entire Tailana region. In the forest, rangers sheathed their bows and arrows, looking up in awe. On the streets, elven residents paused their activities, emerging from their tree houses to gaze skyward. Even the elven king, Altais, leaned on his staff and stepped out of the moonlit court to witness the spectacle above. Nearly all the winged people of Tailana took to the skies, bowing reverently before a young winged man with silver hair and violet eyes, loudly proclaiming, "King." The grandeur of their voices echoed through the heavens. All the elves were involuntarily filled with questions. Who is that winged being? It sounds as if he is the king of the winged people. In the air, Jiang Yu gazed upon his long-protected kin, who still bowed respectfully upon his arrival, and he smiled with satisfaction. Very well, since you still honor me as your king. You shall bask in the radiance of the platinum moon, just like the winged beings on another continent. However, this statement caused a wave of discomfort among the winged people. The elder winged man spoke up to clarify. My king, for over 1,000 years, we have, like the elves, worshipped the silver moon. It is unlikely that our kin will accept the newly emerged platinum moon from 500 years ago. Hearing this, Jiang Yu chuckled. My kin, that very platinum moon is my embodiment. With that, he focused his thoughts, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone with a brilliant light, casting its glow upon them. Above Jiang Yu's head, a pure white halo appeared, followed by the ethereal image of the platinum moon materializing behind him. Divine and majestic. This revelation astonished the winged people. It turned out that their king was indeed that newly born platinum moon. The king had risen like a deity, elevating the bright moon to the heavens. Some winged beings immediately expressed their desire to change their faith, while others hesitated, and some wrestled with their emotions. Jiang You observed all this with a smile. It matters not. Faith is a matter of choice, regardless of whether you believe in the silver moon or the platinum moon. You are all my subjects. Observing the immediate relief among the winged beings, he inwardly sighed, noting their reactions. Over time, even the most profound blood ties can be eroded by faith. Some measures are indeed required. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. He addressed the winged beings, stating, "Next, please select a few individuals to escort me to meet the Elven King." Yes. Chapter 94. The origin of the elves upon the earth below. As the platinum moon suddenly radiated its brilliance, the expression of the supreme King Althais shifted dramatically. His keen awareness had already enlightened him to the significance of the celestial orb above. As he witnessed Jiang You descending from the sky, led by the winged beings towards his moonlit court, Althais inhaled deeply, grasping his silver moon scepter, and awaited in silence at the courtyard. When Jiang You approached, guided by several winged beings, Althais adjusted his attire and performed a standard elven gesture. He resembled the elves of later tales more than others. His features had entirely shed the grotesqueness of the trolls, becoming gentle and refined, with impeccable decorum. Esteemed sovereign of the platinum moon, I am the elf Althais, and I welcome you to Tillerin. You know me? Jiang You discerned from his demeanor and words that this self-proclaimed supreme king recognized his identity. Half a month prior, the platinum moon had suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the misty marsh. Soon after, the news of the Marsh King Mateus's demise had spread. The one who vanquished the Marsh King was indeed you, was it not? It was I, Jiang You affirmed with a smile. Althais immediately expressed his admiration. One extraordinary feat. Even the heavens and seas cannot encompass your grandeur. The prairies and forests cannot convey your greatness. I extol you, noble sovereign of the platinum moon. Had I not already pledged my faith to the silver moon, I would certainly seek your protection. Upon hearing this, Jiang You burst into hearty laughter. The supreme king first extolled his greatness and magnanimity, only to then confess his allegiance to the silver moon, rendering any change impossible. Althais, you are quite astute, Jiang You remarked with significance. Rest assured, whom you choose to believe in is your prerogative. I trust no one will interfere with the faith of the people. Althais exhaled in relief upon hearing this. He was merely a legend, capable of barely reaching demigod status while wielding the silver moon scepter. However, if Jiang You were to employ forceful means to disrupt the elves' devotion to the silver moon, he would have no choice but to resort to his final measure and awaken the silver moon's master. Fortunately, he sensed that Jiang You also appeared to possess reservations. Indeed, Jiang You had his own concerns. He had previously contemplated dismantling the faith in the silver moon, such as by annihilating all the primal elves of Natashir. Yet, upon entertaining such thoughts, his heart raced as if a great calamity loomed. This compelled him to promptly abandon the notion. He speculated that this might awaken the entities within the silver moon prematurely, though he was still unaware of the depths of the silver moon's dominion. There was no doubt that it was not inferior to his own, and it was highly probable that it was even stronger. As a celestial body in the sky, should the Lord of the Silver Moon be incensed, it could indeed pull down his platinum moon from the heavens. Setting aside such distractions, Jiang You inquired about a matter of utmost importance to him. Althais, I am most curious. How did your ancestors gradually transform from trolls into elves? Upon hearing this, Althais's expression changed several times. This was one of the greatest secrets of the elven race, and he was reluctant to divulge it. Yet, gazing into Jiang Yu's steadfast violet eyes and sensing the impending surge of his aura, he gritted his teeth and decided to respond. After all, even if Jiang Yu were to learn this secret, it was unlikely he could replicate it. Esteemed sovereign of the platinum moon, such matters are beyond my capacity to articulate. However, I can present you with a demonstration. Please follow me. Very well, lead the way. The supreme King Althais nodded, lifting a staff of silver moonlight that stood as tall as a man, guiding Jiang Yu towards the rear of the night moon courtyard. The winged ones instinctively halted, awaiting in silence, The Elven King's secrets were not for their eyes to behold. Only a high celestial monarch like Jiang You could compel the typically inscrutable supreme King Alphas to yield. On this midsummer night, as they ventured deeper, the enchanting elven courtyard unfolded before them, adorned with blooming flowers that exuded a dreamlike beauty. In his past as a player, Jiang You had also traversed the depths of the Elven Kingdom within the continent of Furland, though that occasion had been for the sake of quest. Guided by elven sentinels, this place bore resemblance to that courtyard, save for the absence of the highly popular elven princess known as the Dream of Midsummer Night, who once swung gracefully from her swing, from whom Jiang You had accepted several quests. The further they proceeded, the more vibrant the sense of life became. Ultimately, Alphas led Jiang You before the colossal tree, Talinar. This was a mysterious sanctum shrouded in the luminescence of the silver moon. Looking up, streams of silver radiance cascaded from the celestial silver moon above, enveloping this sacred domain. Without further ado, under Alphas' guidance, Jiang You traversed a silvery membrane reminiscent of flowing water, entering this enigmatic realm. Upon entry, he was instantly captivated by the spectacle before him, akin to a visual feast. Not far ahead, a well shimmering with resplendent colors and emanating a serene glow appeared before Jiang You. The well was encircled by gnarled roots, and peering within, he saw what appeared to be swirling golden water. Yet, upon closer inspection, the waters within were tranquil and serene, flowing with an ancient and eternal essence. The water in the well resembled the golden blood of titans. No, this was the very essence of nature from the tree of nature, Talinar. In addition, a column of silvery luminescence, seemingly ethereal, cascaded down from the heavens, plunging directly into the golden well, thereby giving rise to a wondrous transformation. The eternal well. Even though the elven King Altais had yet to utter its name, the term materialized instantaneously in his mind. Silver Moon. Once again, Silver Moon, the very source of elven immortality, was, astonishingly, the handiwork of Silver Moon. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged within him. The machinations of Silver Moon were unfathomably intricate, serving as the very origin of the elves' existence. Chapter 95. The Eternal Well. Standing beside this magnificent well, Jiang You grasped the underlying principles of the Eternal Well. Enigmatic mist perpetually ascended from the well's waters, dispersing like radiant light, transforming into an inscrutable energy that merged with the cosmos, ultimately spreading throughout the Nadhir forest beneath the might of Silver Moon. Under the brilliance of Silver Moon, every elf would be bathed in this emanating energy, profoundly affected by its influence. Over the eons, their appearances would evolve into exquisite beauty. Their forms would become slender and noble, and their lifespans would extend indefinitely. In this metamorphosis, the essence of nature embodied by the Titan of nature and the might of Silver Moon were pivotal. In Jiang Yu's recollection, Titans were not the sort to willingly sacrifice their lives for other races. This Titan of nature also guided the elves as their progenitor, leading the Greatwood clan in their eastward propagation and transforming into the very species that became a crucial component of the elven forging endeavor. They were either direct beneficiaries or willing contributors. Furthermore, after the Titan of nature transformed into a tree species, the one who benefited was none other than Jiang Yu's good neighbor, Silver Moon, prompting him to speculate whether this Titan of nature was perhaps an incarnation of Silver Moon's dominion. Such vast powers. Shaking off these conjectures, Jiang Yu fixed his gaze upon the eternal well before him. To fabricate such a well, following the methods of Silver Moon's dominion, would necessitate the voluntary sacrifice of a Titan and the same formidable power that Silver Moon wielded. In his contemplation, Jiang Yu surmised that Silver Moon likely chose Titans as the subjects of voluntary sacrifice due to their own nature of longevity. The absence of dragons in this selection was perhaps because Silver Moon required humanoid beings, particularly those of appealing countenance. The transformation of the Titan of nature into tree species, thus altering the elves, certainly leaned towards the visage of Titans. This could be evidenced by the metamorphosis from trolls to elves. Thus, how might one replicate the path of Silver Moon's dominion? Setting aside Silver Moon's extraordinary power, the primary condition of a willingly sacrificed Titan left Jiang Yu pondering where such a being could be found, not to mention the issue of consent. Presently, the Titans of Phaland were either dead missing, or had long since vanished without a trace. Even the last remnant he had concealed, the body of the radiant titan Asuna, had been offered to the platinum throne. He lifted his gaze towards the towering tree standing in the heart of the forest. Surely, it would not be feasible to package this tree for transport? Jiang You shook his head. To transform the winged ones into an immortal race akin to the elves. The only viable strategy was to seek a substitute. One must find a being possessing the bloodline of immortality and inscribe that lineage into their own. However, after scouring 2 continents and reflecting upon his own knowledge, he discovered that the only being with a humanoid form and the bloodline of immortality he could utilize was none other than himself. Compared to the sovereign of the Silver Moon, he too had his advantages. His blood was intertwined with that of the winged ones, bound by race, perhaps presenting a more straightforward solution. How to proceed? Just as Jiang You pondered this, a voice filled with reverence and trepidation emerged from behind him. Your Grace, the Platinum Moon, this is the source of our elven transformation, the Eternal Well. Indeed, it was aptly named the Eternal Well, Jiang You mused with a smile. A fitting title. He then turned to the anxious elven king, understanding his concerns, and offered reassurance. Fear not, the sovereign of the Silver Moon is my neighbor. I shall not desecrate this well. The faith of the elves had already taken root, even if it had not fully transformed into the forms of future generations. The sovereign's displeasure would have little impact on their plans. What distinction could there be between the faith of the beautiful and the faith of the less fortunate? Nevertheless, whether it was the evolution of the winged ones or his own progression, he needed to hasten his efforts. Upon his return, aside from contemplating how to transform the winged ones into immortals, it was imperative that he also commence the establishment of the second heaven mountain to reach the realm of the divine. This was a matter of even greater significance than the evolution of the winged ones. The design of the Silver Moon made this clear. The early arrangements of the gods had already commenced. Chapter 96, Sequence 0, Sovereign of the Silver Moon. The ethereal radiance of the eternal well pulsated eternally, as if imbued with life. The glow of the silver moon cascaded like delicate gossamer across this mystical domain, layer upon layer, enveloping the entire secret realm in a shroud of silvery brilliance. Jiang You stood by the eternal well, contemplating for a long while. According to the tone of the words spoken by the once Sequence 1 Emperor of Slaughter, the sovereign of the Silver Moon must indeed be a being of a higher sequence than he had once been. Beyond Sequence 1, there existed only Sequence 0. Sequence 0, the sovereign of the Silver Moon. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. After all, this powerful being, like himself, could envision crafting a moon in the heavens. In the future, she would not stand alone. The world would be governed by 9 deities, minus the father of the oak and the sovereign of the Silver Moon. 7 future deities would either lurk in the shadows or slumber in unknown corners. Though he could not comprehend why the sovereign of the Silver Moon would rather invest her devotion in the elves rather than propagate faith among the human race. However, this did not preclude the gods from becoming his adversaries. He resolved to first acquire the divine powers and then lead the entire winged clan toward evolution. Behind Jiang You, the High King, who had been standing tensely, suddenly perceived that the winged monarch before him, for that fleeting moment, resembled a soaring, razor-sharp sword, imbued with an indomitable spirit capable of severing all. Yet, this impression swiftly dissipated, just as he was engulfed in confusion. He heard a voice that resonated like celestial music. Let us depart, Altais. It is time for us to return. The deity was finally preparing to leave. Altais promptly replied, Very well, your majesty. Upon their return to the Night Moon Court, several accompanying winged individuals had yet to depart. They anxiously awaited in the courtyard of the Elven Royal Court until Jiang You and Altais emerged from the Night Moon Court in succession. They hurried forward, exclaiming, Ancestors! High King, you have returned. Indeed, Jiang You nodded and addressed Altais, who lagged behind by a step. Altais, there is no need to see me off. Tonight, I shall return to the realm of the winged. Your Majesty, my Night Moon Court boasts exquisite scenery. If you wish, I can arrange for it to be tidied at once. Altais attempted to retain him. No need for that, Altais. My objective in visiting the Phinodon continent has been fulfilled, and I shall not linger here, Jiang You replied with a smile, casting a profound gaze toward the depths of the Night Moon Court. Altais, given your lifespan, you are destined to live for a considerable time. I hope you will remember that the winged and elven clans have been allies for millennia, many years hence. We shall remain so. Certainly, great your majesty. The elven clan shall surely remember. Altais responded earnestly. You may not be aware, but the Lord of the Silver Moon is my good neighbor. Once, when I ascended to the heavens, she lent me her assistance. Indeed, beneath the radiance of the silver moon, he had evaded the endless turmoil of chaotic world laws that sought to ensnare him before the throne realm. Once she awakens, I trust the bond between our two clans will grow even stronger, Jiang You stated with utmost seriousness. Altais gazed at the two luminous moons gracing the night sky, feeling a mix of belief and skepticism. Could it be that the celestial moons truly shared such a harmonious connection? Were his earlier cautious actions perhaps too absurd? He began to doubt himself. Up until now, Jiang You had not committed any acts detrimental to the elven clan. At that moment, Jiang You patted his shoulder. Furthermore, Altais, I shall not take the winged people of Finadun with me. They will remain in Nadarshir, advancing alongside the elves. This is my sincerity. After uttering these words, Jiang You took flight with several respectful winged individuals toward their dwelling, leaving a bewildered Altais, the elven king, standing in place. Jiang Yu's words held true. He did not intend to take back the winged people who had already embraced the faith of the Silver Moon, for he had other plans for their presence here. Taking flight from the Night Moon courtyard, we soared away from the city of Tealaner, arriving at the dwelling place of the winged people. This location lies approximately 100 kilometers from Tealaner City and was granted to them by the original Elven King after they gradually expanded their population several centuries following their migration to the Nadashir Forest. Here, the winged people established a quaint town as their home. The chieftain is the venerable old winged man, Hyderly Wind, who follows closely behind Jiang You. Within the elven community, such landholders are referred to as lords rather than chiefs. The various elven lords, together with the court of the Elven King, form the contemporary society of Nadashir elves. Hyder, however, has been an exception, becoming one of the elven lords. The winged town is named Uruel, after the first-generation winged lord, Uruel Iwind. By the time of the elder winged man Hyder, more than 50 generations have passed. Chapter 97. The Platinum Elven Project, as the elder winged man introduced his family surname. He mentioned that the name Wind was collectively adopted by the 50 winged people who crossed the sea long ago. Thus, the present clan of winged people in Finadon can also be categorized as the Wind-winged people, a branch of the original winged race. Having lived for many years in the eternal energy-dispersing environment of the Nadashir Forest, the winged people have, to some extent, been influenced by this energy, primarily affecting the elves under the light of the silver moon. Consequently, the winged people have become more slender and graceful in stature. The middle name of the elder winged man Hyder, Liu, serves to honor their ancestral origin, the Eagleman Liu. Hearing this familiar and ancient name in a foreign land evokes a profound sense of solitude within Jiang You. Liu was one of Jiang Yu's closest companions in his youth over 1,000 years ago. Even now, he can vividly recall Liu's appearance, that tall and slender eagle man, as if he were standing right before him. This realization rendered the elder winged man much more endearing in Jiang Yu's eyes, a connection of blood ties. The winged people are remarkably swift. As they approached the skies above Uruel, Jiang Yu cast a glance and found that the lives of the Uruel winged people were quite satisfactory, albeit tinged with certain elven customs and aesthetics. However, this was of little consequence. As long as their lives were bearable, some influence from elven traits was inevitable. The inhabitants of the winged town were predominantly those who had spent the day outside, along with some who had hurried back from distant lands, all gathered outside to welcome him. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival, thousands of winged people knelt upon the earth, paying homage to their ancestral clan king. Jiang Yu hovered in the air, offering them words of encouragement for a considerable time. Under the illumination of the platinum moon, his presence appeared even more divine and majestic. Among the winged people, some etched this scene into their memories, and in the years that followed, it inspired a family member to create a painting. This artwork, later titled The Platinum Lord, was passed down through generations. Subsequently, Jiang Yu arrived at the abode of the venerable Elder Hyder. Several formidable wind-wing individuals accompanied him. Being among the swiftest to embrace a new faith today, the elder lit a candle, and Jiang Yu, seated at the head, regarded them with a smile. Over the years, You have toiled far from your kin, developing on the continent of Phinodon. It has indeed been arduous for you. Your Majesty, we do not find it burdensome. The wind-wing individuals immediately responded with reverence, rising to their feet. My eyes do not deceive me. Let us set that aside for now. This time I have come to Phinodon not only for my own affairs, but also to entrust you with a mission. Your Majesty, please command us. They all replied respectfully. I do not object to freedom of belief. However, should more beings choose to place their faith in me, it would be mutually beneficial. This time, I will not take you back to the continent of Furland. Instead, you are to promote the faith of the Platinum Moon among the elves. I permit my followers to simultaneously worship both the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon. I believe that this approach will facilitate the growth of faith. The winged beings exchanged solemn glances upon hearing this. Your Majesty, we shall endeavor to fulfill this task. Do not impose excessive pressure upon yourselves. Such matters do not require haste. If one generation cannot complete it, let be 2 or 3. The priority is to ensure safety while undertaking this. Furthermore, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, simply call upon my name in reverence to the Platinum Moon. Jiang You instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The winged beings nodded in agreement. Jiang You nodded in satisfaction. He did not anticipate that this strategy would undermine the faith in the Silver Moon, as the elves were not so naive. Yet, it would certainly be pleasing to cause some inconvenience to the ruler of the Silver Moon. In the future, the elven tribes of the Nadashiel Forest would splinter into several factions. Among them, the most powerful and numerous would be the Silver Moon Elves, known as the Nadashiel Elves, which comprised the current elven race. Other factions included the Forest Elves, Wozasur Elves, Sun Elves, Sanashir Elves, Dark Elves, Yivashir Elves, Sea Elves, Aushir Elves, and Light Elves, Breetier Elves, among others. However, after today, when the elven tribes would eventually branch out, perhaps there would be an additional faction of Platinum Elves. Subsequently, Jiang You spent some time in the Nadashiel Forest, seeking information from the elven King Altais regarding the whereabouts of nearby demigods. He seized the opportunity to eliminate a demigod known as the Mountain Serpent, one of the major demigods in central Phinodon, located closest to the elven tribes. The news of the Mountain Serpent's demise brought immense joy to King Altais. The elves had long desired to expand into the western mountainous regions, but alas, the Mormir Mountains had been obstructed by this Mountain Serpent, hindering their progress and resulting in numerous elven casualties. The slaying of the Mountain Serpent by the Platinum Moon was a cause for great celebration among them. The little turtles spent each day in the quaint town of Urur, frolicking with the winged children, and even constructed a hot spring in the center of the town. A few days later, Jiang You returned to the continent of Farand with the turtle. Chapter 98. The little tormentor. Months later, Jiang You brought the turtle back to the coastal city of Urur. Over the years, the winged race had undergone little change. However, during this time, a peculiar incident transpired in the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proadasn. A year prior, Proadasn experienced a mysterious spate of missing goblin children that persisted for several months. Initially, the goblins paid little heed, as such occurrences were not uncommon. Yet soon, children began to vanish in alarming numbers, to the point where it seemed as though a colossal dark hand was at work in the imperial capital. With nearly 1/10 of goblin families losing their offspring, including many noble children. This alarming trend prompted the Goblin Empire to take action. The municipal hall of Proadasn commenced an investigation, but the daily disappearances continued unabated, creating an atmosphere of panic among the populace. Seeing the situation escalate, the chief municipal officer, Bras, could no longer remain idle. To make matters worse, the Goblin Emperor, Misha Amigel, was besieged daily by the lamentations of the nobles, growing increasingly exasperated. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered an immediate resolution and instructed the nobles to approach the municipal hall directly. After several days of fruitless investigation, Bras, in desperation, consulted the shadowy underground factions, only to be informed that they were not responsible, as such madness was beyond their reach. Moreover, even the son of their leader had gone missing, and they too were in search of him. As the turmoil escalated, a disaster of moderate scale erupted in Proadasn. One fateful night, in a small grove near the Proadasn Mountains, creatures emerged that were slightly shorter than adult goblins, with black-red skin, horns sprouting from their heads, hunched forms, and a pervasive stench of sulfur, exuding an aura of malevolence and darkness. Thousands of these dark beings invaded the city, slaying goblins and consuming any form of life they encountered. This incident once again alerted Emperor Misha Amigel, who swiftly mobilized the royal guards to eradicate the threat. Fortunately, these dark entities were not particularly formidable and were vanquished by dawn. However, an eerie revelation surfaced. As goblins began to clear the bodies of these grotesque beings, they discovered, to their astonishment, that despite the repugnance of their forms, traces of their lost children lingered in their features. Soon, an increasing number of goblins made the same unsettling discovery, enveloping the community in a chilling sense of dread. Before they could fully process their outrage, a suffocating aura of the abyss suddenly enveloped half of Proadasn. Emerging from the grove was a demon, its body marred with grievous wounds, bellowing with fervent rage as it mercilessly slaughtered every goblin within its sight. This was a high-ranking abyssal fiend, its power surpassing that of a typical legend, nearing the realm of demigods. It ignited chaos within the city, leading to the demise of countless elite guards and goblin civilians. Just as Emperor Misha Amigel was preparing to summon the legends of Proadas for a counteroffensive, the long-reclusive goblin sage Azeba resurfaced in Proadas, swiftly vanquishing the beast with decisive prowess. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Azeba's return after centuries invigorated the goblin populace, momentarily overshadowing their grief over lost kin. The news of Azeba's continued existence caused many foreign races within the empire to become more circumspect in their actions. Following this battle, Azeba retreated into seclusion once more, withdrawing from imperial affairs. Meanwhile, goblins in the capital recalled the calamity and suffering inflicted by the sudden appearance of the demon. They referred to the transformed goblins as little fiends. In truth, the appearance of these minor demons bore a striking resemblance to lesser fiends. Within the fortress of Whitestone, Jiang You, upon hearing Sophia's report, furrowed his brow. Azeba's behavior was rather peculiar. However, he dismissed further contemplation, for his focus was elsewhere. The population of the winged race remained scant, and they needed to be wary of impending aquatic assaults, rendering any thoughts of usurping the goblins premature. Moreover, the presence of a goblin empire conveniently attracted the hidden demigod powers of Furland, which he found advantageous. Sophia continued, Your Majesty, there is also the matter of the investigation into the beliefs of various races. Throughout the continent, nearly every race has developed some form of faith. However, these beliefs have yet to proliferate widely. They may require more time. Jiang You nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed they were beginning to exert their influence. Sophia, I must ascend to the heights to transcend my limits. I entrust the leadership of the winged race to you. Understood, Your Majesty. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek me out on the Platinum Moon. Indeed. Chapter 99. The Dual Paradise. Jiang You returned to the celestial heights, once again seated upon the Platinum Throne. The atmosphere above was profound and serene, with the silver moonlight illuminating the surrounding stars. The resplendent glow of the throne harmonized with this celestial radiance. Surrounding the Platinum Throne were 7 swords of judgment, each shimmering with diverse hues, corresponding to the 7 suppressed dominions of the world. Alongside the 2 dominions granted to Sophia and Erida, and the purple-gold longsword suspended at his side, a total of 10 world dominions were subdued by his judgmental might. By the very nature of the throne, these 10 dominions incessantly refined his will, amplifying the strength of his laws of judgment. With the unparalleled will of a champion forging the laws, subduing the powers of the world, the limits of will were boundless. Yet, the capacity of the Platinum Throne was finite. The Platinum Throne has imposed a limitation on the decree of laws, necessitating innovation and creation. Even deities must forge their divine essence, marking the inception of their formidable powers, purifying their bodies into divine forms, and elevating the radiance of their souls. Jiang Yu's Platinum Throne is akin to the divine essence of a deity, yet it is even more vast and powerful, facilitating a greater self-transcendence. Thus, Jiang Yu is poised to construct the second tier of Paradise Mountain. The previous Platinum Throne and the summit of Paradise Mountain serve as the core, constituting the first tier of Paradise Mountain. This is the reason why this path is referred to as the Skylord Journey. The expansion of Paradise Mountain symbolizes the enlargement of dominion in the heavens. In Jiang Yu's Skylord system, the construction of Paradise Mountain differs fundamentally from the divine realms of the deities. The The divine realms are rooted in the prime world, serving as domains of divine authority capable of elevating power, magnifying divine strength, and regulating the force of will, akin to an entire world. Within the divine realm, the will of the deity reigns supreme, with few able to defeat a deity within their own domain, unless the disparity is exceedingly vast. Nevertheless, even so, the divine realm merely rests as a part of the prime world, an extension of the world's will over direct dominion. Conversely, Jiang Yu's path as a Sky Lord is distinct. The Paradise Mountain system he constructs is modeled after the abyssal will, a framework oriented towards outward expansion. In the future, when the 7 tiers of paradise are established, his will shall be potent enough to rival the abyssal will. Upon the throne, as Jiang You closes his eyes, elevating his will and transcending his spirit, he forges the 2nd tier of Paradise Mountain. This time, there is no need to transport Earth from the ground. The authority of the mountain, akin to a colossal serpent, weaves through the base of the 1st tier of Paradise Mountain, gathering the purest stardust from the cosmos to manifest the 2nd tier. Thus, the platinum moon quietly hangs in the sky, gradually transforming. Truth be told, this realm setting has somewhat taxed my intellect. After all, the Sky Lord was a spontaneous creation inspired by the abyssal will. In my current vision, the 7 tiers of paradise will ultimately stand against the bottomless abyss. If anyone has good suggestions for settings, do share, and I shall incorporate them. Valuing the wisdom of counsel. In the year 1504 of the Goblin Empire, on a summer night, the 7th Emperor of the Goblin Empire, Misha Amigel, met an unexpected demise. When discovered by the ministers, he had already been dead within the palace for several days. This Goblin Emperor ruled for merely 148 years, but was the most gifted among the descendants of Amigel, possessing the potential and talent to ascend to legendary status. Alas, fate was unkind, and he perished in the palace. Following Misha Amigel's death, the Goblin princes vied for the throne, engaging in fratricidal conflict. The entire Prodas plain was ravaged, with numerous goblins perishing in this struggle for the throne. In the central region of the Goblin Empire, Lord Pelik, Marquis Hag Amigel, advanced eastward towards the imperial capital, mercilessly slaying the rebellious imperial prince and all remaining descendants of the Misha Amigel. With the support of the ministers, he crowned himself emperor. Notably, Hag Amigel was the son of the former imperial prince, myriad Amigel. Ultimately, the imperial throne returned to the lineage of the prince. However, due to Hag Amigel's excessively brutal tactics, he instigated a harrowing tradition of succession marked by devastation and bloodshed. In the year 1566 of the Goblin Empire, the chieftain of the Bloodaxe clan, Odin Bloodaxe, annexed the Firetree clan in the western region, a large troll tribe with a population of 100,000, known for cultivating fire trees and establishing a troll city. The Bloodaxe clan's population surged to 300,000, solidifying its status as the most formidable troll tribe in the southwest. This victorious annexation reinforced Odin Bloodaxe's resolve to unify all trolls across the continent of Furland, while the faith in the god of slaughter expanded. By the year 1587 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Folk once again invaded the Winged Kingdom. This time, the Sea Folk's Grand Princess Themis, alongside the hard-won support of her sister, the second Princess Medial, participated in the war between the winged race and the Sea Folk. The 3 sea princesses matched the strength of the Sophia sisters, resulting in a stalemate among the elite warriors, leading to a deadlock between the winged and Sea Folk. The war devolved into a protracted conflict, becoming the longest war between the 2 races. In Chapter 100, The Song of the Sea Witch, during the winter of 1597 and the spring of 1598 in the Goblin Empire, the northern grasslands experienced a year without rainfall, causing the death of numerous prairie races. In response, the Byman royal court disregarded the resurgence of the influence of Azeba and once again marched southward. This time, an impressive coalition of nearly 1 million tribes from the Prairie Kingdom descended upon the Goblin Empire. After 3 months, the Northern Legion stationed at the borders suffered a devastating defeat, leaving the entire north pillaged and countless northern goblins perished, with many goblins close kin, the goblins, also indiscriminately slaughtered due to their unpopularity. Emperor Hag Amigel was infuriated. He personally led the Imperial Guard, the Southern Noble Coalition, and troll mercenaries northward to combat the Prairie Army. With military experience, Hag-Amigel engaged in 3 battles against the prairie forces upon reaching the north, suffering 2 defeats and achieving 1 victory. In light of the comparative strengths of both sides, Hag-Amigel ultimately extinguished his initial ambition to advance into the prairies. 3 months later, Emperor Hag-Amigel fortified the cities across the northern borders. After the Prairie Army had replenished itself in the Northern Empire, they began their retreat. After this battle, Hag-Amigel recognized the formidable destructive power manifested through the combination of the Golden Baimen and the Baimen Behemoths. He summoned the grand alchemist Leonard back to the imperial court and secretly tasked him with breeding bear goblins for the empire. In the year 1648 of the Goblin Empire, the first organized regiment of bear goblins emerged upon the continent of Furland. This year marked the time when the Baimen Khanate's beloved son, Pyrrhus Amand, led a grand army southward under the command of the formidable Baimen, Khan Amand Frost. In a remarkable display of valor, the heavily armored bear goblin regiment ventured to the northern front to confront the invading forces, achieving a resounding victory against the Prairie Army. This battle established the bear goblin regiment's illustrious reputation, with their commander, Tommen, rising to fame by capturing Pyrrhus Amand. In a bid to secure the release of the 13th prince, Pyrrhus Amand, the Prairie Court pledged not to advance southward for 50 years. Following this triumph, the Goblin Emperor reveled in newfound pride. Commander Tommen of the Bear Goblin was favored by Hagar-Amigel, who granted him a northern earldom, marking him as the first bear goblin to ascend to nobility. The bear goblins, inextricably linked with the goblins, gained immense trust and, owing to their martial prowess, gradually infiltrated the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. In the year 1666 of the Goblin Empire, the 5th princess of the aquatic race, still a legend and not yet a demigod, participated in the war that had endured for 79 years. Amidst the drawn-out conflict, this young aquatic princess, moved by the harrowing struggles of both races, wept and subsequently composed a legendary song that would echo through the ages, the Song of the Sea, which, whenever the enchanting melody of the Song of the Sea, which resonated across the eastern battlefield, soldiers from both sides found themselves irresistibly compelled to cease hostilities, captivated by the exquisite harmonies. After the song concluded, the fighting resumed, yet the soldiers of the winged race began to recognize the name of this aquatic princess. In the year 1687 of the Goblin Empire, the alchemist Raimel constructed a grand vessel upon the banks of the Rhine River, a ship that amalgamated various goblin alchemical techniques, granting it the ability to navigate the seas for extended periods. The visionary goblin emperor Hagar-Amigel commanded Raimel to journey to the coastal city of Kexlane in the eastern territories of the goblin race to build ships. Kexlane Port, situated to the south of Rosendas in Lomanda, near the southeastern corner of the Furland continent, stood as the Goblin Empire's largest port city along the southeastern coastline. In the year 1724 of the Goblin Empire, the great Khan of the Northern Prairie, King Amand Frost, passed away, concluding his legendary life. Before his demise, Amand Frost designated his youngest son, Pyrrhus Amand, as his heir. However, following his death, his 3 equally legendary sons, Milan Amand, Human Amand, and Edson Amand, rose in rebellion, citing the previous defeat and capture of Pyrrhus Amand by the goblins as their justification. Thus commenced the War of the 4 Kings upon the prairie. In less than a month, Pyrrhus Amand was vanquished and, accompanied by the remnants of his followers, sought refuge in the Goblin Empire, requesting allegiance. Hagar-Amigel was overjoyed, not only accepting Pyrrhus Amand, but also bestowing upon him a fertile expanse of land in the northern territories, elevating him to the rank of Marquis of Baimen. The following year, Hagar-Amigel sharpened his weapons and prepared to march north into the grasslands amidst the turmoil, seeking to avenge past humiliations. In the same year, in the coastal city of Uller, a family of winged officials welcomed the birth of Ludwig, a prodigious child endowed with both light and dark powers. Chapter 101. The Morning Sun, the Radiant Star? Over the years, the extraordinary innate talents of the winged race have seen remarkable enhancements, thanks to the persistent efforts of Jiang You and the higher echelons of the winged community. Nonetheless, Ludwig's gifts were exceedingly rare among his kin. He exhibited remarkable intelligence, awakening his extraordinary powers by the age of 6 and becoming a light swordsman at 10. As a child of a family of winged officials in Uller, Ludwig's existence quickly attracted the attention of the Whitestone Fortress. His exceptional talents and noble lineage caught the eye of Sophia, who, after careful consideration, took him on as her disciple in the year 1734 of the Goblin Empire. However, Sophia advised Ludwig against following the legendary path of the light swordsman. Instead, she encouraged him to forge his own career as a dual-class practitioner, beginning from the master tier. She understood that, possessing the rare dual extraordinary gifts of both darkness and light, Ludwig was destined to tread a unique path. A decade later, Ludwig fulfilled expectations by creating the class of Light-Dark Knight, an exceedingly rare knightly vocation among the winged. As winged beings can fly, the knightly path is not particularly favored in their society. Yet, during his studies in Rosendath, he discovered a pure white unicorn in the forests, radiating an aura of light that made him feel an undeniable connection. After taking the creature under his care, he spent each day in its company, and thus, the inspiration for his knightly journey ignited. 20 years later, in the year 1754 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig ascended to the rank of Light-Dark Grand Knight. At this time, the sea folk and the winged were engaged in fierce combat along the eastern coast. Ludwig petitioned Sophia to allow him to join the front line and fight alongside the winged soldiers, but she refused. As the recognized legendary seed of the winged race, they were reluctant to send him to the battlefield. Undeterred, Ludwig stood before the Platinum Fortress beneath the glow of the Platinum Moon and delivered a fervent declaration. Master, kinfolk, if the king is the Platinum Moon in the heavens, then I shall be a star orbiting that golden moon. I will be the vanguard for the king, willing to sacrifice for him. How can one become a star of the golden moon without fighting for the king or shedding blood for the winged race? At that moment, the gaze of Jiang You, seated upon the platinum throne, descended to the earth, and he beheld the spirited young winged man, feeling a surge of joy. He then concentrated the radiance of the platinum moon upon the white stone fortress, illuminating all the winged gathered before the castle, as his voice resonated from the heavens above. Ludwig, the young winged one, I have heard your words. Go forth, engage in battle, and prove yourself to be the radiant star of the future. Sophia, allow him his freedom. Every young winged being is a child of the morning, destined to stand beneath the brilliant sun. Reluctantly, Sophia acquiesced, urging Ludwig to prioritize his safety. Subsequently, Ludwig displayed unparalleled bravery on the battlefield, garnering numerous accolades. As a winged being and the disciple of the kingdom's vice-lord, he charged forth on his white steed like a valiant knight, significantly uplifting the morale of the winged soldiers. His distinct presence captured the attention of Princess Amphiel, the fifth daughter of the Sea Tribe. Whenever Ludwig appeared, Amphiel would sing the siren song, seeking to quell the fervent spirit Ludwig ignited. The siren song's effects became increasingly evident. In the year 1756 of the Goblin Empire, amidst the Sea Tribe, a young practitioner inspired by Princess Amphiel's siren song created a new melody. This newly composed siren song began to exhibit hallucinogenic effects. Following this, the siren song experienced an explosive proliferation. Numerous variations of the siren song emerged, possessing capabilities such as inducing hallucinations, confusion, hypnosis, paralysis, and temptation. A plethora of siren songs filled the battlefield between the winged beings and the Sea Tribe, inflicting significant casualties upon the winged ones. The Sea Tribe's Grand Princess, Themis, was elated and established a legion of sea singers to support the sea army in combat. The emergence of the Sea Singer Legion dealt a severe blow to the winged race. The winged army found itself at a disadvantage, and portions of the eastern coastline were once again seized by the Sea Tribe. In response to the Sea Tribe's onslaught, Vice Lord Sophia called upon the scholars of the entire winged race to devise a solution. In the year 1768 of the Goblin Empire, a brilliant troll from the Bloodaxe clan in the southwest of the Goblin Empire invented the berserker profession, perfectly suited to the troll race. The troll chief, Odin Bloodaxe, was overjoyed and fervently promoted this new profession within the Bloodaxe clan. After all, the troll clan's strength lay in muscle rather than intellect, and few trolls possessed the talent to create a profession, especially one as fitting as the berserker. The advent of the berserker instilled Odin Bloodaxe with newfound confidence. Further solidifying his resolve, his gaze turned towards the various troll tribes scattered across the continent. Chapter 102. The hymn system as early as the year 1726 of the Goblin Empire. Emperor Harg Amigel seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil within the Prairie Kingdom to launch a northern expedition. Guided by Pyrrhus Amand, he penetrated deep into the plains. Fortune favored Harg Amigel, as the Goblin army encountered two waves of prairie forces in succession, achieving victory in both battles. Encouraged, Harg Amigel pressed further, facing off against Milan Amand and Human Amand. After fierce clashes, he triumphed in both encounters, leading to his swelling pride as he prepared to continue his campaign and defeat the final son of Amand. At this juncture, Edson Amand led his forces in a surprise attack against the recently victorious Goblin army, thereby restoring balance to the plains. The coalition suffered a crushing defeat, and Harg Amigel's northern expedition retreated with heavy losses. Rather than pursuing his advantage, Edson Amand convened all the tribal leaders of the plains for a gathering at the tomb of Amand, where he was crowned as the great Khan of the Baiman Kingdom of the Plains. Following his ascension, Edson Amand extended an invitation to Harg Amigel to convene at the border. Ultimately, the two factions renewed their alliance, transforming their previous 50-year non-aggression pact into a century-long treaty. In the year 1770 of the Goblin Empire, on the eastern coast in the city of Uller, a winged officer named Lilica, after enduring the death of comrades, the grievous injuries of companions, and the retreat of the kingdom over the course of 2 decades, returned to her home to recuperate. During her convalescence, she became acutely aware of the advantages the sea creatures gained from the siren songs on the coastal battlefield, alongside the substantial casualties inflicted upon the winged kin. Thus, she dedicated herself to research, and after 3 years, she composed Wings of Radiance, a battle anthem unique to her people. Upon her return to the battlefield, this song invigorated the winged warriors with newfound courage and tenacity. Nevertheless, the positive impact of this anthem was insufficient to counteract the detrimental effects of the siren songs, leaving them at a disadvantage. 3 years later, inspired by her profound faith in the Platinum Moon and the winged King Jiang You, she created the first hymn of the winged kin, titled Platinum Word. This solemn and sacred hymn possessed remarkable powers of dispelling illusions and instilling clarity and encouragement in the face of the siren songs. With the emergence of this sacred melody, when large-scale battles erupted once more on the eastern coast, the siren song pearl of the ocean resonated across the battlefield, met by the reverberations of the Platinum Word. Under the Platinum Moon, countless winged warriors united in a fervent shout, marking the first time they triumphed over the sea creatures under the influence of the siren song. Lilica rose to fame through this victory, and thus, the hymn system of the winged kin was established. In the ensuing years, numerous winged bards emerged, composing songs such as Song of Heavenly Mountain, Holy Words of Light, Marching with Light, Kingdom, and Beneath the Golden Moon. The hymns of the winged kin stood resilient against the siren songs of the sea creatures, neither yielding. In the year 1801 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig earned immense renown on the battlefield, further encouraged by Jiang Yu's personal gaze upon him, earning him the title of the Bright Morning Star among the winged kin. By 1807, Ludwig forged a legendary vocation as a light and dark paladin, becoming the youngest legend of the winged kin. In 1830 of the Goblin Empire, Lyrica, through the Song of Saints, embarked on a legendary path as a songkeeper, achieving greatness. Chapter 103, The Establishment of the Troll Kingdom. In the 1860th year of the Goblin Empire, the war between the winged and the sea races raged on. Ludwig, who had become a legend, was appointed by the kingdom's vice-lord, Sophia, as the independent commander of the winged forces, tasked with overseeing the battlefield in the Abdo region along the eastern coast. The supreme commander of the sea army in this area was none other than Princess Amphiel, the 5th princess of the sea race, known for creating the siren song. The two engaged in combat almost daily, although Amphiel had attained legendary status long before Ludwig, theoretically making her the stronger of the two. Their strengths proved to be quite comparable. This was largely due to Ludwig's remarkable combat talent, which Sophia had once marveled at. Within the entirety of the winged race, Ludwig's combat prowess ranked among the top 5. Having stationed in Abdo for many years, Ludwig frequently interacted with Amphiel, and over time, a mutual respect blossomed between them. Were it not for the ongoing conflict with the winged, Amphiel would be regarded as a remarkably benevolent siren, as she rarely inflicted casualties upon winged soldiers. Historically, she engaged only in battles against winged legends, seldom intervening in the skirmishes below. Even her siren song was only employed when both sides had ceased hostilities. She abhorred death. During her time in Abdo, whenever Amphiel's siren's song resonated across the battlefield, all combatants halted their attacks, and following the melody, a commander would issue orders for a retreat to the camps. This understanding had been cultivated over time, making the Abdo battlefield the area with the least casualties among the winged. As the winged commander, Ludwig's growing familiarity with his opponent deepened his curiosity. Consequently, he began to engage Amphiel in conversation during battles, and she gradually reciprocated. In the 1880th year of the Goblin Empire, high above in the heavens, Jiang You sat upon the platinum throne. The once majestic peak of Heavenly Mountain had vanished, replaced by a colossal edifice composed of stardust and earth, crafted by Jiang You. The former throne and the first layer of Heavenly Mountain now constituted only a mere 1% of the second layer, towering at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mountain. The chaotic laws surrounding were partially repelled, while others were absorbed as fragments of law embedded within a mountain. The brilliance of platinum shone at the base of the mountain. To the outside world, the platinum moon in the high heavens appeared slightly larger, though not conspicuously so. Enveloped in the radiant glow of platinum upon his throne, Jiang You emanated a golden luminescence, his vast will transforming into the laws of judgment, continuously ascending. Behind him, his immaculate white wings grew increasingly ethereal, as if destined to become true light. The pure white halo above his head showered delicate strands of white brilliance. He still required time. In the 1900th year of the Goblin Empire, the population of the Blood Axe clan of trolls has surpassed 5 million. At this juncture, Odin Blood Axe has led the berserkers of the Blood Axe tribe to vanquish all troll clans, large and small, throughout the southern realms. Recently, the last major troll tribe in the south voluntarily pledged allegiance to him. The entire southern region is now under the dominion of Odin Blood Axe. Several governors of the Goblin Empire in the south have long perceived the relentless rise of the Blood Axe trolls. For centuries, they have employed various measures to suppress the Blood Axe clan, yet their efforts have been in vain, only serving to strengthen the tribe further. The current southern governor, Lindar Azeba, witnessing the daily growth of the Blood Axe trolls, has repeatedly implored the Goblin Emperor, Hagar Amigel, to dispatch a great army to eradicate the Blood Axe clan, but his requests have been consistently rebuffed. Instead, Lindar Azeba has faced the Emperor's ire. This is largely due to the fact that the mercenaries formed by the berserkers of the Blood Axe clan have often obeyed the Emperor's commands during the northern campaigns. The Blood Axe tribe provided 1,000 berserkers to accompany the Emperor into battle, many of whom perished without complaint. In the Emperor's mind, the Blood Axe clan may well be more loyal than the southern governor, Azeba, boasting his lineage from the esteemed goblin sage Azeba. The southern governor has effectively transformed the entire southern expanse of the Goblin Empire into his own fiefdom. Hagar Amigel, as emperor, harbors immense resentment yet feels utterly powerless. Each time he receives intelligence from the southern governor concerning the Blood Axe trolls, he feels a sense of perverse delight, swiftly dismissing the reports with a pen stroke. How dare an outsider question my loyal subjects? Such audacity is truly outrageous. In this year, Odin Blood Axe, in his advanced age, miraculously ascended to the demigod realm, his fame echoing throughout the southern territories. Soon, trolls far and wide became aware of the emergence of a demigod among them. Odin Blood Axe's renown soared to unprecedented heights. In the year 1910 of the Goblin Empire, an unforeseen event transpired. The leader of the Blood Axe trolls, who had always prided himself as a loyal subject of the empire, declared himself king in the south, establishing a kingdom for the trolls. The announcement sent shockwaves across the continent. Could it be that the traditionally unruly trolls now possessed their own kingdom? In the same year, Odin Blood Axe led his troll army to breach the great goblin cities of Enia and Dumias, seizing control of the Enia River region and the Dumias area, unifying all troll habitats in the south into a singular domain. Chapter 104, Territories. The Enia River region and Dumias area have fallen into the hands of the trolls, particularly the Enia River basin, which lies a mere valley away from the southern governor's stronghold in Azeba city. Upon hearing of Odin Blood Axe's rebellion, the southern governor, Jimia Azeba, was overwhelmed by a sense of vertigo 5 million trolls coalesced into a kingdom, and the berserkers, known as the continent's enforcers, pose an insurmountable challenge to his meager military forces. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the nascent troll kingdom and the preoccupations of the formidable Odin Bloodaxe, Jiang You hastily dispatched messages to both the Goblin Emperor and his own esteemed ancestor. The city of Proadas witnessed the simultaneous arrival of Jiang Yu's correspondence and the dispatches from officials in the southern territories of the empire. Upon receiving the alarming news that Odin Bloodaxe had ascended to demigod status and instigated a rebellion against the empire, Emperor Hargomigel was momentarily taken aback. Just as tranquility had settled over the northern plains, the south thrust upon him such a monumental dilemma. He was reluctant to accept that the ever-loyal Odin Bloodaxe, who had dutifully paid tribute for years, would dare to rebel. In his subconscious reasoning, he preferred to attribute the blame to the Duke of the South, Jiang You. The Azeba family had historically maintained a disdainful stance towards the Bloodaxe clan, frequently lodging complaints against them. Under this premise, Odin Bloodaxe insurrection seemed a desperate response to relentless provocation. The following day, during the court session, Emperor Hargomigel vehemently berated Jiang You, branding him a fool, a grand noble whose family had long safeguarded the southern frontier, now on the brink of being overthrown by a mere troll. What utter incompetence! The court resolved to send envoys to the Troll Kingdom to confer with Odin Bloodaxe, hoping to clarify any misunderstandings. Concurrently, they mobilized the goblin legions available in the central regions, preparing for a southward march. Furthermore, the emperor insisted that the Duke of the South secure his city of Azeba, ensuring that the troll army would not advance any further. Ultimately, he resolved to seek counsel from the esteemed goblin sage Azeba, recognizing that Odin Bloodaxe, now a demigod, posed a formidable threat. The majority of the empire's legendary figures resided in the north, with only a handful in the east, rendering insufficient forces to thwart Odin Bloodaxe's advance into the south. Upon the conclusion of the court session, 2 emissaries from the 2 emperors departed Proadas, one heading to the southern city of Azeba, and the other to the troll capital of Eka. When the emperor's envoy arrived in Azeba and presented the emperor's personal missive to Jiang You, the duke was immediately overwhelmed. Disregarding the presence of the messenger, as he vociferously condemned Hargomigel as a simpleton. Nevertheless, he adhered to the court's decision, rallying the southern nobles and legendary champions to station themselves in Azeba, bracing for defense. Meanwhile, the other envoy, having traversed considerable distance, reached the troll capital of Eka, where he encountered the emperor's loyal subject, Odin Bloodaxe. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry regarding any grievances that might have precipitated the rebellion, Odin Bloodaxe exchanged knowing glances with his courtiers before erupting into laughter. Rising to face the Goblin Emperor's envoy, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Return to your emperor and inform him that he must either cede the south to the Troll Kingdom or prepare to face the wrath of the Troll Berserkers." In the year 1913 of the Goblin Empire, in the southern realm, a fierce battle erupted between the Kingdom of Trolls and the Empire of Goblins. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers clashed in the Ramalays Valley, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and rivers flowing with blood. A demigod, known as Odin Bloodaxe, found himself intercepted by a legendary squad of cloaked warriors dispatched by Azabin. Meanwhile, in the boundless skies, Jiang You observed the unfolding conflict. He suddenly sensed the presence of the infamous Emperor of Slaughter from years past. Descending from his platinum throne, he arrived above the battlefield. However, the aura of the Emperor flickered and vanished, while below, the presence of a troll demigod emanated a sense of bloodlust. Lowering his gaze upon Odin Bloodaxe, he contemplated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from intervening. Although Odin's authority was indeed derived from the essence of slaughter, killing him would yield no reward, for he was not the master of that power. Jiang You returned to the celestial heights, resuming his position on the throne to focus on his transformation and breakthrough. On the battlefield of Ramalays, Odin Bloodaxe's back was already drenched in sweat. When Jiang Yu's gaze descended, the specter of death loomed ominously. Fortunately, the radiant platinum moon above did not claim him, and he lost the will to continue fighting. Thus, the war between the Kingdom of Trolls and the Empire of Goblins came to an end. In subsequent negotiations, the Goblin Empire grudgingly acknowledged the existence of the Kingdom of Trolls, which led to their encirclement by the Prairie Kingdom, Mountain Kingdom, Swamp Kingdom, Kingdom of Trolls, and the Kingdom of Winged Humans. The rise of the factions ensued. Chapter 105. The Origins of Beasts and Barbarians in the year 1938 of the Goblin Empire. Along the southeast coast, several grand goblin alchemical ships bid farewell to the people at Kexlian Port. Aboard were thousands of goblins, bear goblins, and a few eaglemen. They set sail on a voyage towards the eastern continent of Phinodon, representing the Empire's attempt to reach outwards. The Empire had fallen into decline, and the goblins found themselves compelled to seek solutions. Setting sail to discover new lands was one such endeavor. Ancient records revealed that goblin scholars had discovered a vast continent far to the east of the continent of Phalant. This fleet of alchemical ships served as the vanguard. As the grand vessels embarked, the initial course of the goblin fleet was correct. However, midway through their journey, they encountered a tempest that raged for 3 days and nights. By the time they regained their bearings, the fleet had lost its original direction. Reluctantly, the fleet's leader issued a command to return. Alas, they had drifted too far off course, and it took them a full 6 months to finally sight land. Yet, when they joyfully set foot on this new continent, they discovered that it was neither Phaland nor Phinodon, but an entirely new land. On this continent, they encountered a multitude of diminutive creatures exhibiting a soft, gelatinous exterior with varied shapes and colors, some possessing rudimentary offensive capabilities and behavioral patterns. Yet, the rulers of this land are not them, but rather humanoid intelligent beings with green skin and robust limbs. They inhabit the area in tribal formations, referring to themselves as orcs. The Goblin naval expedition was captured by a large orc tribe residing along the nearby coast. Initially, the orcs mistook the goblins for a peculiar clan of their own kind, as there exists a striking resemblance between the two, particularly in their verdant skin. The orc tribes on this continent are not monolithic. They're divided into various factions and frequently engage in conflict. The orcs intended to slay these peculiar kin, yet the knowledgeable and wise great shaman of the orcs intervened to halt their aggression. Subsequently, some alchemical techniques from the goblins infiltrated this orc tribe. Merely the knowledge of forging iron weapons significantly bolstered the tribe's military might. With this newfound strength, they vanquished the mountain giant settlements to the east and the stonefolk clans to the west, thereby dominating the entire coastal plain. Through interactions with the goblins, the orcs learned about the existence of the continent of Furland and became intrigued by its diverse races and the illustrious goblin empire described by the goblins themselves. However, this expedition, comprising goblins, bear goblins, and eagle folk, never returned to Furland, instead taking root in this new land. Year 1980 of the Goblin Empire, Northern Region. In an effort to sow discord among the prairie behemoth court and various tribes, the Goblin Empire promised that tribes other than the human race could affiliate with it, offering vast lands and assistance in establishing their own nations to the first tribe that descended southward. In the vast grasslands, a prominent centaur tribe, known as the House Clan, lured by the Goblin emissaries, led their people southward to align with the Goblin Empire. The Goblin Empire fulfilled its promise, granting a substantial expanse of land near the behemoth's domain of Pyrrhus to this centaur tribe, thereby establishing the Centaur Kingdom. The great Khan of the grasslands was infuriated, denouncing the Goblin Empire's audacity while mobilizing forces to conquer the Centaur Kingdom. He could not tolerate the independence of tribes descending southward. Such actions threatened the very roots of the prairie court. He summoned the might of the grasslands, rallying various tribes to arms, particularly the human tribes who contributed the most. This war lasted 6 months, resulting in heavy losses for both the grasslands and the empire. Ultimately, the newly formed Centaur Kingdom was obliterated. However, the goblins did not emerge empty-handed from this conflict. Due to the war, a portion of the prairie tribes harbored aspirations of independence and refrained from expending their efforts. The battle was largely fought by the Behemoth clan, and although they emerged victorious, their population and strength diminished significantly, leading to a reduced grip over the prairie. Year 1992 of the Goblin Empire, west coast of the continent of Furland. Nearly a millennium ago, a human tribe arrived on this western shore, which was dominated by the bear folk, ogres, fish folk, and mare folk inhabiting the western sea. A vast mountain range, extending for tens of thousands of miles, separates the west coast from the continental western boundaries and the influence of the goblins has yet to reach this place. Instead, the dwarven race frequents this region. This human faction is not numerous, numbering merely in the tens of thousands upon their arrival. After enduring a millennium of struggle for survival, they have finally established their roots here. However, the customs and culture of their ancestors have undergone a significant transformation. To adapt to their environment, the abundant resources of the West Coast have contributed to their robust physique. The wildness has become their reverence, and they have started to identify themselves as barbarians. Chapter 106. Lucifer in the year 2000 of the Goblin Empire. East Coast. The Winged Legion and the Aquatic Legion, stationed in the Abdu region, have not engaged in fierce battles for many years. There have even been months where the cumulative casualties of both races were in single digits. Ludwig explains publicly that the prolonged conflict between the winged and aquatic races has led to a sense of weariness among the troops in Abdu. Many have fought for generations. It is not unusual for 3 generations of a family to coexist in the barracks. However, this year, an event of great significance transpired, shocking both races. During a mission, foreign mercenaries inadvertently discovered that the legendary genius of the winged race, Ludwig, often shared intimate moments with the aquatic princess Anfield on a rocky shoreline. Furthermore, they observed that Ludwig and Anfield frequently appeared together on the battlefield, displaying an astonishing level of synergy. Could it be that these 2 legendary figures have developed feelings for one another? Thus, this matter began to gain traction. Initially, the Whitestone Fortress did not acknowledge the claims, with Sophia dismissing them as absurd. After years of conflict, the animosity between the winged and aquatic races runs deep. Ludwig, being the youngest legend of the winged race, the deputy lord of the kingdom, and a disciple of the revered Saint Flame, Sophia, known widely as the prodigy of the winged race and the future morning star, was thought to be incapable of associating with an aquatic princess. It seemed utterly impossible. Any winged individual with a sense of honor would yearn to eradicate the aquatic race. Should Ludwig truly be involved with Princess Anfield, it would be unacceptable to all winged beings. As the rumors spread fervently, Sophia of the Whitestone Fortress and Themis, the aquatic grand princess, reluctantly initiated simultaneous investigations. The results were disheartening for everyone involved. Not only had Ludwig already fallen in love with Princess Anfield, but they had also welcomed a child together. When the winged and aquatic races finally located them, they found them in a small wooden cabin on a shoreline not far from Abdu, with Anfield expecting another child. On that day, the weather was fair and the waves were calm along the coast. Sophia, Arita, and a multitude of legendary winged beings hovered majestically above the quaint wooden cabin. The sea princess Themis, accompanied by Meller, Metal, and a host of formidable sea warriors, including the elite shark knights, floated gracefully upon the ocean surface. Both factions turned their gaze towards the 3 figures before the cabin. The weary Ludwig, the heavily pregnant Anfield, and the exquisite little girl with alabaster wings held tightly in their hands. Witnessing such a scene unfold before them, Sophia was consumed by unrestrained fury. Ludwig, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are the morning star of the winged race. Why entangle yourself with the sea princess? Her anger was palpable, a clear manifestation of her disappointment. Meanwhile, the sea princess Themis, equally enraged, cast a cold glare at her sister, who had crafted the song of the sea monsters and nearly secured victory for herself. Drawing a deep breath, she shouted, Anfield, slay the winged man by your side. Kill that wretched half-breed, and I shall overlook your transgressions, permitting your return to the sea. Themis's tone was icy, her murderous intent towards Ludwig and the winged girl as vast as the ocean itself. Before the cabin, the delicate little girl trembled in fear, clutching Ludwig and Anfield's hands tightly, her voice quivering as she cried, Daddy, I am so scared. Ludwig swiftly shielded his wife and daughter behind him, while Anfield embraced their child, soothingly whispering, Lucifer, my beloved daughter, do not fear. Your parents will protect you. In Chapter 107, titled The Emergence of Calyptus, a chapter of narrative buildup, the little girl buried her head deeply in her mother's embrace, yet her slight frame still betrayed her trepidation. As Themis's fury intensified, the sea grew tumultuous. Waves crashed relentlessly against the rocky shore, and the briny sea breeze tousled the hair of the 3 figures before the cabin. Having calmed her child, Anfield turned towards the sea, pleading, "Sister, though I am beyond forgiveness, for the sake of our millennia-long sisterhood, I beseech you to spare my husband and child." The sea wind lifted her deep blue hair, fragile as seaweed. Yet Themis remained unmoved, her own deep blue hair cascading behind her as she replied coldly, "It is impossible. Anfield, they must perish. You have betrayed the will of the deep sea. Now return with me, kneel before our mother, and atone for your sins for the remainder of your life." "No, sister, I cannot." Anfield's voice was laced with despair. "Anfield, kill them. As the princess of the deep sea, you should have anticipated such consequences when you made your choices." Themis insisted with unwavering resolve. "Very well. Since you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands, and then I will lead you back." She stood upon the surging waves, raising her trident high, the overwhelming force summoning the might of the vast sea, surging towards the three individuals in front of the wooden cabin. Yet her assault proved futile. A wall of fire, composed of lava and light, stood resolutely before the rocks as a beautiful winged woman descended from the heavens, her sword poised horizontally, her voice thunderous. "Themis, what are you? It is not your place to chastise my disciple." "Sophia, you wretched, detestable avian," Themis retorted, stamping her foot in fury. "Umph. The stink of your fishy aroma remains as unbearable as ever." Sophia scoffed disdainfully. Before the wooden cabin, Ludwig knelt before his teacher, fervently beseeching, "Master, I have erred. I am willing to pay for my transgressions, but my daughter is innocent. I implore you to spare her. My wife has never slain a winged being, nor will she ever. Please allow them to depart." Upon hearing this, Sophia felt a profound disappointment. She had never anticipated that her diligent teachings would lead her disciple to such a pitiful state due to a sea demon. Had the noble cause of the kingdom, the enmity between races, and the platinum faith vanished from his heart? Yet the goodness within her restrained her emotions. "Ludwig, I can accept your daughter, but I cannot forgive this sea demon. She must perish, unforgivable." Then she turned her gaze towards Themis. "Themis, take your people and leave at once. The East Coast is the domain of my kin. Today, you shall not set foot upon the shore." However, Themis disregarded her, shouting at Amphiel, "Amphiel, you traitor, you must choose today, or the deep sea will no longer accept you. You shall no longer be the daughter of the sea, walking barefoot upon the wicked land, without liberation. Sister, I love them more than I love myself. I cannot comply with your demands." Amphiel wept. "Amphiel, do not forget, it is the deep sea that nurtured you. If you do not choose, if you do not reaffirm your stance, the sea folk will regard you as an enemy, and your winged offspring will be eternally hunted by the sea tribe. Rather than live in perpetual fear, it would be better to end her suffering swiftly." Themis, still holding onto the warmth of sisterhood, urged her. "No." Amphiel resolutely refused. Her daughter was more precious than her own life. "Very well, if that is the case. Allow me to make this decision for you. You and we are all daughters of the mother, princesses of the ocean, and should not squander our futures here." Themis sighed. At these words, a look of profound despair crossed Amphiel's face. She gazed at her kin standing upon the surface of the sea, then at her frightened daughter, and finally at her husband standing before her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and declared, "Sister, I am willing to offer my life to seek our mother's forgiveness in exchange for their survival." With that, she unhesitatingly summoned all her legendary power, severing all threads of her own vitality. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of his beloved wife before him, Ludwig was seized by an anguish that felt akin to being torn asunder. He cradled her fallen body and, grasping the bewildered Lucifel by the hand, he cast a sorrowful gaze towards Sophia, imploring, "Forgive me, my teacher. I beseech you to protect my daughter. She is innocent." He then turned his eyes to the resplendent platinum moon above. "O noble platinum moon, I humbly request your mercy upon my daughter. May your luminous grace shine upon her, and I am willing to offer my life as atonement." With these words, he, akin to Amphiel, severed his own life force and fell before all. As Sophia sensed this tragic turn, she hurried forth, but alas, she arrived too late. Only a timid little girl, her face streaked with tears, remained behind her deceased parents, offering a bitter smile and sigh. "Child, come to me." Meanwhile, upon the vast ocean, Themis, witnessing her sister's demise, was overwhelmed by an intense sorrow and fury that shattered her defenses. Brandishing her trident, she cried out in a thunderous voice, "Ah, this wretched creature has slain my sister. All, follow me. Let us vanquish her. Slay this accursed hybrid of the winged. Umph. Themis, you spare not even the innocent. All winged beings, obey my command and halt their advance." Instantly, a chaotic melee ensued. As the winged beings obstructed her path, Themis found herself unable to approach Lucifer. Standing upon the waters, she invoked the power of her lineage, calling out fervently, "O Mother of the Sea, your daughter beseeches you. Annihilate this abomination that has sullied the princess of the oceanic realm." Deep within the distant fathoms of the sea, the slumbering sea goddess Calypso was abruptly awakened. Hearing her daughter's plea, she swiftly extended a strand of her consciousness. Upon reaching the shore and beholding her deceased daughter Amphiel, her gaze shifted to the sky, where the winged beings clashed violently with her kin. A profound rage surged within her. For the first time in countless years, the terrifying Leviathan, having never emerged from the abyss, unfurled its fearsome tendrils upon the world. Above the coastline, as Themis's call resonated, Sophia felt a tremor in her heart, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over her. Suddenly, from the depths of the ocean, innumerable colossal tentacles erupted from the surface, each stretching thousands of meters long. They towered like majestic peaks, accompanied by a tempest that roared against the heavens and the earth, rising to heights of 1,000 meters before crashing down upon the shore. The terrifying force pressed down upon the winged beings, as if the very ocean sought to engulf them. "We cannot withstand this. We shall perish." A sense of helplessness surged within Sophia as she faced the tempest capable of submerging the entire eastern coastline. With her pristine wings fluttering against the sky, she pleaded to the lofty platinum moon above, "O exalted platinum moon, great sovereign, descend upon this shore and protect your people." Chapter 108. I shall not allow it. High above in the heavens, on the platinum throne, Jiang You instantly heard Sophia's call. His gaze fell upon the eastern coastline, where the mother of the deep, Charybdis, emerged, unleashing a cataclysmic storm and turbulent waves. Jiang Yu's violet eyes ignited with a pure, sacred flame, as if illuminating the entire heavens. "Charybdis, how audacious!" With words spoken, the law followed. The platinum throne erupted in a magnificent brilliance, its radiant light enveloping the entire dual paradise mountain, spreading throughout the world. Under the watchful gaze of all creation, the platinum moon shone forth like a blazing sun. An overwhelming aura of dominion pervaded the heavens and earth, akin to a divine emperor gracing the mortal realm. On the ground, countless beings looked up in astonishment. Has the platinum moon succumbed to rage? Why does the second moon in the sky suddenly shine as brightly as the sun? Along the coastline, wooden houses had long since been obliterated beneath the towering waves. Behind, a beautiful winged woman clutched the little girl, Lucifer, tightly, striving to distance herself from the battlefield. Yet the girl's eyes sparkled like morning stars, her gaze calm as she surveyed the apocalyptic scene before her, no longer embodying the fragility of when her parents were present. It was as though she had matured in an instant. On the battlefield, countless winged beings gazed at the sky, now shrouded in darkness beneath the towering waves, trembling in fear at the colossal figure rising from the ocean. An overwhelming storm surged forth, engulfing the realm in chaos, even obscuring the platinum moon. Just as despair gripped the hearts of all winged beings, high above, Jiang You gripped the purple-gold longsword at his waist, rising abruptly from the platinum throne, stepping forth to descend from the heavens. Following the radiant platinum light, he soared above the coastline, becoming a brilliant beacon piercing through the darkness. Confronting the monstrous waves with unwavering resolve, drawing his sword with fervor. Clang! The resounding clash of the sword echoed, reverberating like thunder. In the despondent eyes of Sophia, Erida, and all present winged beings, the terrifying pressure of the Lord of the Deep dissipated in an instant. A magnificent sword light, radiant as dawn, swept away the towering waves and the apocalyptic storm, restoring tranquility to the sea's surface. A moment later, a voice, serene yet commanding, resonated through the heavens and the earth. "Charybdis, you have crossed the line." Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the figure of the newcomer. All beheld a majestic presence, standing in the skies, sword in hand, gazing down upon the vast ocean and land. His pristine wings appeared to be woven from light, ethereal and luminous, and the pure white halo above his head radiated divine authority. Simply standing there, he embodied the Lord of the cosmos, receiving the reverence of the world. Platinum Moon, do you dare to obstruct me? Roared the colossal sea monster in fury. To obstruct you? Are you even worthy? Jiang You laughed heartily, his violet eyes glinting with coldness. The sovereign of the deep sea was consumed with fury, yet she restrained her desire to strike, gazing at Jiang You in the heavens, attempting to reason with him. The Platinum Moon, my daughter, has perished. She was my own flesh and blood, a child I nurtured through countless trials. And so what? The deep sea sovereign inhaled deeply. As long as that wretched spawn perishes today, we shall retreat immediately. However, Jiang Yu remained unfazed. I shall not allow it. He gradually descended from the sky, approaching the colossal sea creature step by step, until he stood directly before her. The sound of his footsteps resonated through the heavens and earth, as if treading upon the hearts of all present. Both the sea dwellers and the winged beings bowed their heads, paralyzed with fear. Only the young girl, Lucifer, with her golden eyes sparkling, gazed intently at Jiang Yu, as if he were the sole being in the universe. In due course, Jiang Yu reached a close proximity to the deep-sea sovereign, meeting her gaze. His purple eyes, filled with regal authority, bore down upon the multitude of enormous eyes above her head, as he spoke each word with precision. Should you dare set foot on land today, I will slay you. Chapter 109. In the name of the morning star, upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere grew profoundly still. Even the wind and sea dared not stir. The sea dwellers on the water's surface and the winged beings in the sky collectively swallowed hard, wishing fervently to be as an ostrich, burying their heads in the sand. The deep-sea sovereign's grotesque head glowed with a fierce red light, her anger palpable. The tempest of the heavens and the dominion of the sea surged violently, as if the furious storm aimed to ascend to the sky and devastate the earth, causing the entire ocean to tremble. The might of the mother of the deep sea collided with that of the platinum sovereign, creating chaos in the realm of sky and sea. Jiang Yu stood proudly in midair, a smile gracing his lips, his sword intent subtly rising as he maintained his gaze upon the titanic sea monster that towered nearly 1,000 meters above the ocean's surface, seemingly anticipating Calypso's reaction. After a prolonged moment, the cataclysmic upheaval everyone had envisioned failed to materialize. The mother of the deep sea inhaled deeply, several times, before finally retracting her serpentine tentacles back into the ocean. Her voice was deep and powerful. Platinum Sovereign, I shall remember you. With that declaration, she extended her tentacles, sweeping up all the sea dwellers from the ocean's surface, slowly submerging them beneath the waves, leaving countless winged beings astonished in midair, watching as the sea mother departed. Is this restraint possible? Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, observing Calypso retreating into the depths of the ocean, feeling a tinge of regret. Just moments ago, had Calypso dared to advance even a single step, he was confident he could have restrained her. This location lay at the boundary between the deep and shallow waters. Despite Calypso's form towering nearly 1,000 meters above the surface, a significant portion of her body remained submerged, with nearly half of her tentacles firmly gripping the seabed. Truly cunning. No wonder she has a share in the future divinity. As the sun set in the west, Jiang Yu shook his head, witnessing the absence of the sea dwellers before him. He turned around and descended gracefully before the small wooden cabin. Sophia and the winged beings hurriedly landed behind him. Observing the lifeless forms of Ludwig and Amphiel entwined in each other's embrace, Jiang Yu sighed deeply. Ludwig, to have loved a sea demon in secret, had he survived, I would have condemned him to death. Betraying one's kin is a transgression I cannot abide. Yet he is dead, and that deranged sea princess equally deserves her fate. But alas, she too has perished. Since they have both departed this world, let it be. However, while the sins of the flesh may escape justice, the guilt of the soul remains inescapable. As he spoke, he extended his hand and forcefully grasped at the two corpses before him. To the astonishment of the onlookers, two bewildered souls were drawn forth by Jiang Yu, Ludwig and Amphiel. Addressing them, Jiang Yu softly pronounced, "You two shall henceforth dwell in my heavenly realm, eternally singing my praises. For a fleeting moment, the two confused souls seemed to awaken at his words, turning their gaze toward the gathering of winged beings, where a winged girl named Lucifel was cradled in the arms of a female wing. Her eyes, filled with pleading, sought Jiang Yu's attention. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, very well, very well. He beckoned to Lucifel, saying, come here, child. The young girl, having wiped away the tears that had welled up upon seeing the souls of her parents, obediently approached Jiang You. Your name is Lucifel? He inquired. Yes. She nodded affirmatively. Gazing at the exquisite and charming child before him, Jiang You felt an inexplicable surge of affection. He extended his arms and, in front of all the winged beings, lifted her up, gently stroking her little head with a smile. Lucifel, from this day forth, you shall inherit your father's name, Morning Star. Thus, Lucifel Ludwig Morning Star became the name of the little girl. At the moment Jiang You embraced her, Sophia quietly exhaled in relief. Behind her, the hostility in the eyes of all the winged beings dissipated in an instant. From that moment, although Lucifel was the daughter of Ludwig, she was also the girl cradled by the king and bestowed with a name. With such a bond established, the path ahead for Lucifel would be much smoother. In Jiang Yu's eyes, Lucifel had inherited the gifts of both her parents, possessing the abilities of light and darkness, along with an affinity for sacred hymns. She was indeed capable of assuming her father's position. However, Jiang Yu took a moment to counsel Sophia, saying, Sophia, this child must be raised under your personal guidance. I do not wish to see a repeat of Ludwig's tale. Moreover, while her parents erred, the child is innocent. The winged people must not show her any distinction. You must treat her as your own. Sophia nodded earnestly. My king, I shall raise Lucifel henceforth. I will ensure she becomes the new morning star of the winged race. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. It is entrusted to you. Just then, Jiang Yu suddenly cast his gaze upon the lifeless form of Anfiel, a peculiar smile gracing his features. How marvelous life is! Is this the essence of maternal strength? Beside him, Sophia was perplexed. Jiang Yu pointed towards the ground, where the body of the sea princess Anfiel lay upon the rocks. To their astonishment, her abdomen began to swell, as though something was about to emerge from within. The eyes of the winged folk turned towards this spectacle. As Anfiel's belly expanded further, a resounding pop echoed through the air, like amniotic fluid bursting forth. Several peculiar little beings crawled out from Anfiel's womb. They possessed the striking features of their parents, though still tender in appearance. Their future beauty was evident. Their upper bodies mirrored that of the winged folk, yet instead of arms, they had wings, and their lower halves ended in claws. Describing them as having human heads and avian bodies would perhaps be more fitting. In Jiang Yu's embrace, Lucifel gazed at her strangely formed newborn sisters in disbelief. Sophia and the other winged folk displayed expressions of revulsion, for in their eyes, these new lives were nothing short of monstrosities. Yet Jiang Yu understood that the mere fact of their birth was a miracle. Their development had not fully completed, having been hastened in Anfiel's final moments. Moreover, the influence of the sea monster's bloodline had triggered a regression in the originally winged bloodline. Observing the disgust etched on the faces of the winged folk, Jiang Yu realized that while they might accept Lucifel, they would be unwilling to embrace such aberrations. Even he found it challenging to cultivate any fondness for them. At that moment, Sophia stepped forward and inquired, My king, how shall we deal with these newborns? Jiang Yu turned to her and asked, What do you propose? My king, these little ones are equally innocent. However, I believe they are neither of the sea nor the wings. They cannot be integrated into the winged folk. How about this? We find a stretch of coastline where we can provide them with sustenance daily, ensuring their growth, and once they are capable of surviving on their own, we shall no longer need to concern ourselves with them. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be so. He then turned to Lucifel and asked, Have your parents given names to your brothers or sisters? They have, Lucifel replied brightly. If it's a brother, he shall be named Saivi, and if a sister, she shall be called Siren. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at the peculiar beings crawling upon Anfiel's corpse, musing, in that case, let all of their names be Siren. Chapter 111. The Siren clan thus, 3 innocent beings, neither of the sea nor the wings, were bestowed their names, destined to receive the protection of the winged folk in their early days. With the arrival of the dual rulers, The centuries-long conflict between the winged folk and the sea folk was temporarily resolved. Both armies retreated to their respective domains, embarking on a new era of recuperation and renewal. Jiang You has returned to the platinum throne high above in the heavens. His second celestial mountain is in the process of being constructed, as his will and true spirit undergo a sublime transformation that cannot be halted. In fact, avoiding a confrontation with the mother of the deep sea is a fortuitous circumstance. She is a peak demigod, perilously close to ascension. Should Jiang You engage her with all his might, it would undoubtedly impede his own advancement, yielding more losses than gains. The mother of the deep sea, enduring her humiliation to retreat, may have her own reasons for doing so. On the vast expanse of the second celestial mountain, a completed section has emerged, a realm enveloped in light, where two souls clad in white sanctified garments chant hymns of praise. Holy, holy, how can sinners gaze upon this glory? How can sinners gaze upon this glory? The majesty and brilliance of the Almighty. A wooden cabin materializes within this seemingly light-formed world, marking the territory that Jiang You has designated as the heavenly realm upon his second celestial mountain. In the future, many of the winged ones who have perished for their kin or who possess deep faith may come here. Yet for now, lacking divine power, his strength remains insufficient. Only legendary souls may ascend to this celestial domain. However, the time shall soon come. This place is akin to a divine kingdom. While Jiang You may not require what other deities possess, he must still provide for his devoted followers. On the first celestial mountain, from his lofty platinum throne, Jiang You cast one final glance over the eastern coastline before closing his violet eyes, resuming his path of ascension. He must seize the moment. In the kingdom of Los Sendas, upon an unnamed rocky beach along the eastern coast, 3 sirens have grown under the nurturing care of the winged ones. Their maturation period is brief, reaching adulthood in but a few years. Once they come of age, these sirens depart the beach of their upbringing, soaring to other locales. The winged ones do not mind their continued existence here, yet they impose restrictions on the sirens' autonomy. Inherently free-spirited, the sirens thrive between the sea and the land. Having inherited their mother-s enchanting voices, they frequently sing along the shoreline, beguiling passing intelligent races into mating or demise, regardless of which race they mate with. The offspring are always sirens, females. This appears to be a formidable racial gift. In time, they shall proliferate into a lineage known as the Siren clan. Conversely, their sister Lucifer's fate is starkly different. She has been brought back to the city of Euler by Sophia, who diligently instructs her in the vocational system. Lucifer possesses exceptional talent, akin to her father. By the age of 6, she can wield extraordinary power. At 10, she becomes a light swordsman, and by 15, she sings sacred hymns with remarkable proficiency. Sophia is deeply invested in Lucifer's education, determined to avert tragedies akin to that of Ludwig. Thus, she instills in Lucifer the same belief in lifelong celibacy, pledging eternal loyalty to her race and her sovereign. She regarded herself as the mother of Lucifer. Erida often visited Sophia to play, and each time she came, she imparted swordsmanship to Lucifer, significantly enhancing his skills. Occasionally, Lucifer would reminisce about her parents, and, during her leisure, she would visit her unusually gifted sisters. Each visit, she brought an abundance of delightful treats and toys. However, her siren sisters seemed ungrateful. They accepted the offerings, but grew increasingly disdainful of Lucifer. In their hearts, they questioned why, as children of both the winged and the sea, Lucifer could be adopted by the kingdom's vice-lord while they were left to grow up like beggar dogs on rocky shores. The blood of sea monsters twisted their psyche, instilling feelings of resentment and envy towards Lucifer's life, which felt eternally out of reach. Thus, when Lucifer turned 10, after enduring harsh scorn from her siren sisters, they chose to fly away, leaving the nurturing lands of the winged folk. Now of age, their lineage leaned more towards the sea monsters, while Lucifer's blood was predominantly that of the winged. Under the legacy of their parents, the sirens possessed a measure of extraordinary power, their voices infused with the strength of the sea siren's song, granting them the means of self-defense and the potential to grow stronger with time. The departure and reproach from her siren sisters were a profound blow to Lucifer, leading her to become more introspective, resolute, and dedicated to her training. She resolved not to entirely follow her father's path, aspiring instead to forge her own legendary journey, aiming to surpass her father in excellence, a belief strongly held by Sophia. In the year 2038 of the Goblin Empire, the seventh emperor, Jiang passed away. He was the only Goblin Emperor to have transcended to the legendary realm since Jiang. Regrettably, he did not achieve the demigod status that his ancestor had. Following Jiang's demise, the young prince, villain Jiang, ascended to the throne. His accession was met with little turbulence, as the Goblin Empire faced both internal strife and external threats, rendering the seemingly exalted imperial seat into a chaotic affair. Chapter 112. The Troll Kingdom's northern campaign in the north of the empire lies the vast plains of the Behemoth clan, currently the greatest adversary of the empire. To the east, the winged folk have risen, establishing the kingdom of Rosendast. Had it not been for the sea folk diverting their focus, the eastern territories of the empire would likely have been entirely occupied by the winged. To the west, the kingdom of dwarves and the swamp kingdom of the lizards have formed a formidable presence, though they remain relatively docile, with few goblin troops stationed there. To the south, the rise of the Troll Kingdom has grown increasingly formidable over the centuries. The newly established Goblin Empire has formed 3 Goblin Legions to resist the expansion of the Troll Kingdom. Whenever villainer Jiang contemplates the southern Troll Kingdom, he's beset by a throbbing headache. During the lifetime of his father, Jiang, he often raged against the Duke of the South, the Azeba family. Originally, the Troll Kingdom was meant to be an ally of the Empire, but it has been driven into rebellion by a band of fools. He had always believed that Odin Bloodaxe was a loyal subject, never once doubting his fidelity. Were it not for Azeba still being alive, he would have relished the thought of dismantling Jimia Azeba piece by piece. Fortunately, the legendary squad dispatched by the great sage Azeba has remained stationed in Azeba City in the Southern Territory, thwarting the Troll Kingdom's advance northward. Odin Bloodaxe has been tirelessly expanding southward while also reaching out to various troll tribes across the continent, inviting them to join the Troll Kingdom. After centuries of endeavor, the vast majority of troll tribes in the western region have united under the Troll Kingdom, which now claims 1/3 of the Western Territory, intertwined with the influence of the Goblin Empire. Simultaneously, Odin Bloodaxe has sent envoys northward to the grasslands, launching joint campaigns against the Goblin Empire every few years, further weakening its power. Over the course of several centuries, the territorial expanse of the Goblin Empire has gradually diminished, while other races have flourished. Among them, the Troll Kingdom has experienced the most rapid growth, with its population soaring to 10 million, becoming the most significant threat to the empire from the south. Villainer Jiang recognized the peril posed by the trolls early on. Upon ascending to power, he took proactive measures. He issued decrees mandating that officials throughout the Goblin Empire subtly and overtly diminish the strength of all troll tribes within its borders. A considerable number of strong troll mercenaries were dispatched to the northern frontier to fend off the incursions from the grassland royalty. The diminishing troll tribes faced further deprivation of food and resources due to the exploitation by local officials, making their survival increasingly precarious. Mistakes made by trolls were met with severe penalties, often resulting in conscription or the death penalty. Villander Amidjal's intent was to gradually weaken the presence of the troll tribes, ultimately erasing them from the lands of the Goblin Empire. However, as this policy was implemented, the already corrupt officials, driven by the desire for political gain, resorted to extreme persecution of the troll tribes, prompting widespread rebellion among them. Some officials were bribed, leading numerous troll tribes to escape the Empire's borders and seek refuge in the Troll Kingdom. Consequently, the strength of the Troll Kingdom was further bolstered. This decree by Emperor Villander Jiang is later regarded as a catalyst hastening the decline of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2105 of the Goblin Empire, King Odin Bloodaxe of the Troll Kingdom, under the pretext of defending his fellow trolls from persecution by the Goblin Empire, mobilized a national army to attack the Goblin Empire. Before his campaign, he issued a declaration vowing to breach Azeba City. Simultaneously, the grassland royalty from the north descended to join forces with the Troll Kingdom. The Goblin Empire found itself besieged from both the south and north, overwhelmed and unable to respond effectively. In this generation, Duke Ali Azeba of the Southern Territory has once again rallied the entirety of the southern forces, preparing to defend the city of Azeba with unwavering resolve. However, to his astonishment, Odin Bloodaxe circumvented this formidable stronghold, launching a direct assault on the grand city of Highland in the eastern region of the south. The year 2106 of the Goblin Empire marked the fall of Highland, leading to the occupation of the eastern territories by the Trolls. A multitude of noble estates in the south were plundered, shattering the morale of the aristocracy, who clamored for Ali Azeba to abandon Azeba and confront the Troll Kingdom's forces in a decisive battle to reclaim their lost lands. Among them were several legends of the south, including Emperor Villain Amigel, who issued a decree denouncing his inaction. Left with no alternative, Ali Azeba reluctantly advanced eastward with his army, encountering the Troll forces by the Rumia River. A climactic battle loomed on the horizon, the outcome of which would determine the fate of the southern territories within the Goblin Empire, as Ali Azeba commanded the entirety of the southern military. Chapter 1:13. South of Amber River lies Troll territory. The vicinity of the Rumia River is characterized by vast plains. Ali Azeba's Goblin army occupies the western bank, while Odin Bloodaxe Troll forces stand on the eastern side, both armies gazing across the river at one another. At this juncture, the Goblin race, possessing superior alchemical technology, held the advantage. In the sky, numerous airships blotted out the sun as they unleashed torrents of magical fire upon the Troll army, accompanied by throngs of Eagleman guardians. On the ground, alchemical cannons fired relentlessly, bombarding the Trolls across the river. Typically, such a deluge of firepower would suffice to shatter a well-structured army. Yet the Trolls were different. They boasted the highest number of berserkers on the continent. Each Troll berserker surged to the forefront, braving artillery fire and extraordinary ranged attacks, clutching wooden planks as they charged across the river, wholly indifferent to the casualties. These berserkers were all extraordinary beings, and Odin Bloodaxe had strategically placed nearly his entire army of berserkers at the very front, betting everything on breaking the goblins. Meanwhile, he himself soared through the air with legendary warriors of the Troll tribe, engaging the goblins' elite forces in a stalemate above. Though he had achieved demigod status many years ago, Odin Bloodaxe's strength had not significantly increased. Rather, his skills had become more refined, reminiscent of the winged beings Sophia and Erida. Fearless of death, the berserkers pressed on relentlessly, crossing the river in waves, soon overwhelming the front lines of the goblin army. As Ali Azeba sought to consolidate his forces to encircle the berserkers, a substantial number of Trolls were already crossing the makeshift bridges forged by the lives of the berserkers and ice mages. With both armies fully engaged, the clash erupted into a cacophony of chaos. The morale of the goblin front lines crumbled under the onslaught of the berserkers, causing disarray to spread to the rear, where the forces comprised of various nobles disintegrated instantaneously. Only the 3 legions of the Empire, alongside the Duke's personal army, managed to hold their ground amidst the turmoil. As the Troll army closed in, the Goblin center, after enduring for an hour, was ultimately annihilated. Alia Azeba resolutely refused to retreat, ultimately perishing in battle. He understood that the loss of this confrontation would lead to the entire principality of Azeba falling into the hands of the Trolls. He would rather die than be deemed the ruler of a fallen nation. Tragically, his predictions came to fruition. Following the defeat of the goblins in the Southern Legion, the Troll army surged forth, swiftly seizing the major southern cities of Movira, Akalito, and Inban. Eventually, the army besieged the city of Azeba. Mando Azeba, the son of the Duke of Azeba, defiantly refused to surrender. After a week-long assault, the city fell to the Trolls. Odin Bloodaxe declared a massacre, vowing to unleash 3 days of slaughter as a blood tribute to the god of carnage. In these 3 days, nearly 1 million goblins were mercilessly slain in Azeba, the largest city of the Goblin Empire in the south, shocking the entire continent. Upon hearing of the dire situation, the Goblin Emperor of the Proedas Palace, Villain Amigel, was filled with both astonishment and fury, cursing Duke Azeba as inept, and hastily dispatched the Imperial Guard to the south to secure Amber River. The Imperial Guard regrouped the remnants of the army and established a defensive position north of Amber River. This time, the Goblin forces learned from their previous mistakes and chose to remain fortified within the city. Even when the Troll army attempted to maneuver around them, they merely secured vital urban centers. After several probing attempts, the Trolls hesitated to advance deeper. leaving a portion of their forces south of Amber River before retreating with the bulk of their army. Consequently, the southern lands, encompassing all territories south of Amber River, fell under the dominion of the Troll Kingdom, further diminishing the territory of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2145 of the Goblin Empire, Odin Bloodaxe relocated the capital to Azeba, renaming the city Baru, the stronghold of the Troll Kingdom. In 2155, a tribe of trolls on the prairie tamed the great wolves of the plains as mounts, thus giving rise to the profession of wolf cavalry. Simultaneously, the Reinhardt family of the Trident River domesticated the prairie lion horse, leading to the emergence of the Golden Lion Knights. In 2167, the forces of the Prairie Royal Court launched a massive offensive southward, with the Troll Wolf Cavalry and Human Golden Lion Knights as vanguards, achieving victory in all 9 battles, their renown echoing across the land. The Southern Troll Kingdom, adhering to their agreement, commenced their northern campaign against Amber River. In May, the Prairie Army breached the formidable northern city of Yobiad, where the commander of the Northern Legion, the legendary Goblin Rigo, met his demise. With the defeat of the Northern Legion, the Prairie forces pressed onward, capturing the major northern cities of Hauros, Melanson, and Polek, ultimately halting at the city of Mohand. North of Galzer, the Goblins hastily mobilized their western and eastern legions northward. This time, the Prairie Army was determined to secure lasting gains. The perceived weakness of the Goblin Empire and the successes of the Southern Troll Kingdom led the formidable Khan Edson Amon to believe that the territories already captured in the northern regions of the Goblin Empire were now ripe for control by the Prairie Royal Court. After the Goblin reinforcements arrived at Galzer and Mohand, they ultimately failed to reclaim lost territories and were compelled to establish a new defensive line along the Arles River in the central northern region. The borders of the two nations were thus temporarily delineated. In the year 2168 of the Goblin Empire, due to the extraordinary contributions of the Reinhardt Human Knights and the Troll Wolf Cavalry, Edson Amon bestowed the territory of Polek upon the Reinhardt family, while the domain of Haros was granted to the Troll clan of the Great Wolves. The Melanson domain remained directly under the rule of the Behemoth Court. Chapter 114. Return to the ancestral land in the year 2169 of the Goblin Empire. Just before dusk, the earth was bathed in a golden glow. Nearly 1,000 armored human knights entered the territory of Polek, proudly bearing 3 banners, one emblazoned with a golden lion, another depicting a roaring behemoth, and the last showcasing a platinum moon. These symbols represented the Reinhardt family, their loyalty to the Prairie Kingdom, and their faith in the platinum moon. Adorning their capes was the golden lion emblem of the Reinhardt lineage. They were the illustrious Golden Lion Knights of the Reinhardt family, renowned throughout the prairies and the northern realms, now descending to battle. In the second year, following Behemoth Court's designation of Polek as a fief, the current head of the Reinhardt family, Wendell Reinhardt, led the family's elite, the Golden Lion Knights, westward towards their newly granted land. They did not venture to the southern goblin forging city of Polek, but instead arrived at the northern ruins of a once grand castle, long since desolate. As the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed across the barren landscape, beasts were startled, and birds took flight. After many years, humanity once again set foot upon this ancestral ground. Tears welled in the eyes of every knight as they paused before the castle ruins. Accompanied by his 2 sons, Wendell Reinhardt rode to a small hill behind the castle remains. Dismounting, they ascended the overgrown hill, now choked with brambles and weeds. Wendell and his sons drew their swords, clearing the obstructing foliage until they reached 2 ancient, desolate gravestones. Half buried in the earth, the stone monuments were marred by cracks. Wendell carefully unearthed the gravestones and wiped them clean with his garments, revealing the inscriptions. The second-generation human leader, Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation for humanity. The first human leader, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, the Goblin Empire's empress, the last ember of humanity, Fiona, a sister filled with remorse. Upon reading the inscriptions, Wendell Reinhardt felt a surge of guilt and emotion, gently caressing the gravestones as he sighed. Ancestors, do you see? We have finally returned. We have fought our way back. Those goblins who once exiled us have paid a bloody price. He then beckoned to his 2 sons, Mand, Charlemagne. This is the resting place of our ancestors. Kneel with me and pay homage to our great forebears. Yes, father. The 2 sons obediently knelt in reverence. Upon perusing the ancestral records, It is noted that when Fiona's forebear passed away, Reinhardt's ancestor planted a fragrant osmanthus tree before her grave as a tribute to honor his beloved mother. Alas, as the ages have drifted by, the osmanthus tree has vanished, leaving only a wilderness of weeds in its wake. Wendell Reinhardt sighed and turned his gaze towards his two sons. In the days to come, who among you would be willing to plant a new osmanthus tree here and nurture it with unwavering devotion? The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, both intuitively grasping the significance behind their father's inquiry. For nearly a millennium, the Reinhardt family has upheld the tradition of the youngest son safeguarding the family legacy. Bathed in the golden rays of the setting sun, and encouraged by his brother Charlemagne's supportive gaze, the elder son Mandel looked up at his father and earnestly declared, "Father, I am willing to plant an osmanthus tree here and protect it for generations to come." "Very well, Mandel. Since you are prepared to shoulder this responsibility, the governance of the Bolak territory shall be entrusted to you. Do you accept this solemn duty?" "I do, father," Mandel Reinhardt affirmed with conviction. Wendell Reinhardt smiled with satisfaction, then rose to overlook the expansive plain from the hilltop. "From this day forth, this hill shall be our family's sacred ground, managed by the Reinhardt lineage for all time. Mandel, you must safeguard this hill and the land of Bolak. Having reclaimed it, we cannot afford to lose it again." "Yes, father," Mandel Reinhardt nodded earnestly. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the earth in warmth until it disappeared beneath the horizon. In the heavens above, two resplendent moons appeared, one golden and one silver, casting their luminous glow upon the world. Wendell Reinhardt gazed up at the platinum moon in the sky and smiled at his two sons. "My sons, are you aware of the connection between that platinum moon and the Reinhardt family?" The brothers exchanged glances before responding, "Father, the platinum moon is the faith of our Trident River folk, as well as that of the Reinhardt family. Indeed, it is our faith. Yet there is a matter of which you are unaware. However, since Mandel is about to inherit the Bolak territory, I shall confide in you. This concerns the greatest secret of the Reinhardt lineage." Wendell Reinhardt planted his sword into the earth, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the luminous platinum moon. "The platinum moon above is not only our family's ancestor, but also the very source of the Reinhardt bloodline." "How can this be?" The brothers exchanged incredulous looks, filled with astonishment. In their hearts, the platinum moon had always symbolized faith in a mighty sovereign. They had never conceived of possessing a lineage connected to the celestial body. "It is the truth, my children. Over 2 millennia ago, our ancestor Fiona bore a child with the sovereign of the platinum moon, Jiang You, and that child is our progenitor, the great Reinhardt. But was not our ancestor Fiona the queen of the goblins?" Charlemagne inquired with confusion. "Look at yourself. How can you possibly resemble a goblin?" Ventlein Hart remarked in disbelief. "Fiona, our ancestor, merely held the title of Goblin Empress, but in truth, she never shared a marital bond with Emperor Amigel." It dawned upon the two brothers. Furthermore, the great monarch seated upon the platinum moon is our Reinhardt family's greatest trump card. We may only beseech his assistance in times of dire peril. Do not squander the goodwill of our ancestors lightly. Although we are their descendants, the intimacy once shared during the era of our forebears has long since faded. We must maintain our reverence, faith, and admiration. This way, our lineage shall always possess the chance for renewal. Wendell Hart reiterated the family's age-old precepts. The brothers nodded, still dazed by the shocking revelation. "By the way," Wendell Hart said, gazing at the 6 characters inscribed on the tombstone that read Goblin Empire Empress, which struck him as painfully ostentatious. He took a deep breath, unsheathing the sword embedded in the earth, and carefully scraped away the 6 words, nodding in satisfaction. It felt much more comfortable now. How could such diminutive green-skinned creatures be deemed worthy of my Reinhardt ancestors? "Ancestors, I beg your pardon." Behind him, his 2 sons stood in stunned silence. Is that something that can actually be scraped away? They marveled at their father's audacity. The inscription on the tombstone had been etched by our forebear Reinhardt when humanity was still subservient to the goblins, hence the necessity of such a statement. But if you ponder, how could our ancestor Fiona ever agree to have such a phrase inscribed on her tombstone? Wendell Hart explained. He then looked southward, a glimmer igniting in his eyes. One day, these green-skinned dwarfs will be driven into the wild to join their brethren, the goblins. Mand, Charlemagne, remember my words. Let them become our family motto. "Yes, father." Additionally, manned, upon our return, I shall send a portrait of our ancestor from the Platinum Moon to the Principality of Polek. I anticipate that this place will once again welcome our forebear. Year 2170 of the Goblin Empire. The Reinhardt family relocates 50,000 humans and 3,000 elite soldiers to the Principality of Polek to expand their territory. Manned Reinhardt becomes the Lord of Polek. Year 2173 of the Goblin Empire. Manned Reinhardt reconstructs New Polek City and dismantles the southern Goblin Polek City for rebuilding. Year 2259 of the Goblin Empire. Manned Reinhardt perishes at the banks of the Ars River, and his son, Tumen Reinhardt, inherits the lordship of Polek. Year 2279 of the Goblin Empire. After the birth of 7 daughters, Tumen Reinhardt welcomes his first son, Arthur Reinhardt. Chapter 115. The Journey of Lucifer and the Emergence of the Red Dragon in the Kingdom of Rosendath. Year 2150 of the Goblin Empire. In pursuit of legendary enlightenment, Lucifer departed from the coastal city of Euler in the east, embarking on a journey across the continent, while simultaneously spreading the faith of the Platinum Moon. The winged people now stand as a great power in the eastern expanse of the continent, and various factions are reluctant to offend the traveling winged ones. Moreover, due to their defense against the Sea Folk-S incursions over the millennia, they have indirectly safeguarded the continent, earning the goodwill of its diverse races. This is not solely for the sake of cultivating amicable relations with the formidable winged kingdom. As the adopted daughter of Sophia and a cherished entity of the Platinum Moon, Lucifer's status is akin to that of a royal princess. Starting from the south, Lucifer's first destination was the mountainous city of Romanda, where over 100,000 gargoyles lay in slumber. To be candid, these gargoyles possess a trait that evokes envy among the winged people. Upon falling into sleep, they become as immovable as stone, existing in a state of neither life nor death, verging on eternal existence. As Lucifer entered this city of sleep, gazing upon the myriad slumbering gargoyles, she sighed, "I shall surely find a way to rescue you." She then continued her journey southward to the southeastern coast of Xlane, where the port of Xlane was thriving, following the maritime incident of Ur, in which thousands of goblin ships vanished. The Goblin Emperor took notice and increased investment in the area. In truth, this locale serves as a retreat for the goblin nobility. Upon her arrival, Lucifer beheld for the first time the grand maritime vessels forged by alchemical technology. As her journey progressed, she traversed the realm of the trolls. Though she was welcomed by King Odin Bloodaxe, a lingering sense of malice pervaded the royal palace, prompting her to hastily depart for the Swamp Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom. Curiously, both of these kingdoms, like the Troll Kingdom, had established their own beliefs. Continuing westward, she arrived at the western coast of the Farland continent, where she encountered tribes of barbarians, bear folk, fish folk, and ogres. At that time, a two-headed ogre was besieging the territory of the barbarians, who found themselves unable to withstand the assault and were retreating relentlessly. Recalling her mentor's words regarding the human race's connection to certain schemes of the king, Lucifer imparted the berserker profession, learned from the Troll Kingdom, to the barbarian tribe. Consequently, the wild-hearted barbarians gradually secured their footing. They expressed their gratitude to Lucifer, venerating her as the Valkyrie of the skies, honoring the Platinum Moon above. Although ultimately, the barbarians chose to retreat northward to evade the ogres, the legend of the Valkyrie continued to resonate. Lucifer pressed onward to the extreme northwest. In a region known as Momed, there exists a multitude of human city-states, both large and small. The most prominent among them is Momed City, the ancestral seat of the merfolk-blooded Momed family. Once poised to ascend as the rulers of the northernmost expanse of the Western Territories and establish the first human kingdom, the Momed family found their ambitions thwarted. In a bid to consolidate power, they eradicated all members of the Reinhardt family, leading to a fracturing of human unity. Consequently, various human tribes departed from Momed to establish new city-states, while the vampire clans grew indifferent towards the Momed family. In their isolation, the Momed family sought alliance with the merfolk. Upon the arrival of Lucifer, the response from these human city-states was tepid. They revered the progenitor of the vampire clans and cultivated friendly ties with both the vampires and the merfolk. Yet, in the absence of external threats, the burgeoning city-states began to engage in internecine conflicts. Lucifer meticulously documented this region before continuing her journey northward, arriving at the vampire stronghold. Unwelcomed by the vampires, She chose not to force her way in, but instead veered eastward. This time, she ascended to the icy highlands. The vastness of the plateau and its colossal inhabitants piqued her curiosity, while the celestial sea nestled within the highlands left her in awe. Here, she experienced a long-lost sense of breakthrough and inspiration, ultimately choosing to pause at the shore of the celestial sea to cultivate her abilities and transcend into legend. In the year 2200 of the Goblin Empire, the sea tribes had refrained from attacking the eastern coast for 2 centuries, allowing the winged folk to experience rare growth. Sophia resolved to expand her territory northward, connecting the winged enclaves of Heavenly Mountain. They seized the Amlin River Valley and the Otolo Mountains, forcing the goblins and trolls inhabiting these lands to flee. This action exacerbated tensions between the Goblin Empire and the Kingdom of Winged Folk, prompting the Troll Kingdom to condemn the actions of the Winged Kingdom while simultaneously welcoming the Troll tribes of the Otolo Mountains. By the year 2222 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifer successfully established a legendary vocational path known as Radiant Morningstar at the shore of the Celestial Sea. In that moment, she soared joyfully above the sea, with the platinum moon casting its luminescence upon this beautiful winged girl. Following her ascension to legend, Lucifer continued her explorations across the icy highlands, which were vast beyond measure. There, she encountered the formidable behemoth clan that ruled the plains, as well as frost giants mounted on mammoths, and other colossal creatures such as ice bears and ice wolves. Even the rabbits here were as robust as cattle. Intrigued by the reasons behind such colossal transformations, she spent years searching for answers, yet found none. Subsequently, Lucifer journeyed south to the land of the Trifork River, where she met the venerable patriarch of the Reinhardt family, Wendell Reinhardt, who welcomed her warmly. Upon learning that the legendary Jiang You had once stayed here for a time, Lucifer resolved to follow Jiang Yu's route towards the continent of Phinodon. This occurred in the year 2229 of the Goblin Empire. Lucifer ascended to the continent of Phinodon and, after a perilous journey, arrived at the elven forest of Nadhasher, where she paid her respects to King Althais and the current leader of the Windwing clan, Lesson Leafwind. In her eyes, the elves had evolved significantly over the centuries, becoming increasingly distant from their troll ancestry. During her lengthy stay, she encountered numerous demigods of the Phinodon continent, whose formidable power ignited a desire within her. She aspired not to tread the arduous path of human legends, which had once been traversed by Sophia and Erida, both of whom had failed, but rather to pursue the path of a demigod, with the ultimate goal of ascension to divinity. Although the path of the demigod was fraught with challenges, it was populated by many who had succeeded. Lucifer believed that this journey might prove somewhat easier. However, such a path would conflict with her commitment to the Platinum Moon, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Amidst her inner conflict, she resolved to honor her mentor's aspirations and embark on the path of human legend, vowing to create a beacon of hope for future generations of winged beings. Subsequently, Lucifer returned to the continent, landing on the northern shores of the East Coast. In a vast forest by the coastline, she stumbled upon a legendary red dragon commanding a horde of kobolds and goblins to construct its lair. Having never encountered a dragon before, she had only heard tales of the ancient dragons. The sovereign on the Platinum Throne had once slain 4 of these majestic beasts. They remained still resting in the lands of Heavenly Mountain. The presence of the red dragon was unsettling to her, yet it had not attained the level of a demigod, existing merely at the legendary tier, and its size was not as exaggerated as that of the ancient dragons. Without hesitation, Lucifer approached to inquire further, but the proud dragon was reluctant to respond. Both beings, possessing an air of arrogance, swiftly ignited a fierce battle. After a fierce clash, the red dragon was gravely injured, uttering a curse. "Damn those bird folk, I, Atrapanthus, shall return." It then fled westward. Lucifer pursued for a while, but eventually ceased, having sustained considerable injuries herself. The red dragon continued its flight, ultimately seeking refuge in a vast cave within a mountainous forest near the domain of Polek, where it tended to its wounds. In the year 2268 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifer returned to the city of Losendici Euler. Chapter 116, Arthur Reinhardt. Upon her return to Euler, with no aquatic threats looming, the kingdom enjoyed a period of stability and growth. Sophia assigned her the task of training winged soldiers. The legion of winged beings she trained came under their own command, a privilege of their lineage. Sophia maintained her island legion. Erida commanded her sacred sword legion, and the former Ludwig had his own Sky Knights, which regrettably had been disbanded. Thus, Lucifer established the Radiant Brigade. In the bygone years, the old followers of Ludwig, the veterans of the Sky Knights, flocked to his side. Lucifer favored the spirited and zealous winged warriors she selected, choosing those who were the bravest, most daring, and most adaptable to harsh environments. In the year 2300 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifer led the Radiant Brigade in a proactive assault, defeating the aquatic legion stationed on the Sophia Isles, reclaiming the islands for the kingdom. This victory rekindled the fury of the sea folk, shattering their fear of the celestial platinum moon. The sea princess Themis could no longer restrain herself and launched an attack on the eastern coastline. Thus, the war between the winged beings and the sea folk was reignited. This time, Lucifer charged forth, leading the charge with unwavering resolve, as the morale of the Radiant Brigade soared and their achievements were resplendent. Upon hearing of the renewed conflict between the sea folk and the winged race, Emperor Villander Amigel of the Goblin Empire sighed in relief. He had felt tension when the winged folk ventured westward to seize the Amlin Valley and the Odoro Mountains. The Goblin Empire was already struggling against assaults from the northern Behemoth Kingdom and the southern Troll Kingdom, barely holding its ground. He feared that if the Eastern Winged Kingdom initiated an offensive against the Empire, he would be destined to become a ruler of a fallen nation. In the year 2301 of the Goblin Empire, a red dragon roamed the human territories of the Polek domain. This malevolent creature frequently raided human villages, capturing their inhabitants. Lord Tumen Reinhardt, incensed, led an army against the red dragon, only to discover that the beast possessed legendary strength and commanded a vast host of kobolds and goblins as its servile army. The human forces of Polek suffered a devastating defeat, and Tumen was forced to flee in disgrace. In that year, the 22-year-old Arthur Reinhardt was among the troops. He had just advanced in the ancestral profession of Thunderlight, excelling as a master. However, he was unprepared for the crushing defeat he experienced alongside his father, Tumen. Upon returning to the Lord's castle in Polek, they were met with even graver news. Arthur's dearest sister, the last unmarried daughter of Lord Tumen, and the most beautiful among them, Avril Reinhardt, had been abducted by the legendary red dragon Atalapans. Lord Tumen, overcome with rage, fainted from blood loss. Cursed red dragon, Arthur Reinhardt, with tears welling in his eyes, immediately sought to wield his long sword against the dragon, only to be restrained by the guards. Nonsense. You, a mere master-level human practitioner, would hardly survive an attempt to enter the dragon's lair. With a heart full of anguish, Arthur swore his first oath of life. In this life, I shall slay the red dragon Atalapans and adorn my chamber with its head. 3 days later, Tumen Reinhardt awoke and summoned Arthur to his bedside, instructing him to journey north to the grasslands and seek assistance from their grandfather, Wendell Reinhardt, in the territory of the Trident River. Thus, Arthur set forth toward the northern plains. Upon encountering Wendell Reinhardt, he promptly dispatched one of humanity's legendary figures, his son-in-law, the illustrious knight Tuedo, to lead the Golden Lion Knights in a quest to vanquish the dragon. However, the cunning red dragon, Atrapants, soon realized that his enslaved army was no match for the Golden Lion Knights, and found himself evenly matched against Tuedo. As the battle progressed, the inevitable outcome became clear: defeat awaited him. Thus, he took flight, carrying with him the captive beauty, Aviel Reinhardt. Tuedo, unable to catch up, was left powerless to witness their escape. On the ground, amidst the forest, Arthur Reinhardt cleaved through a blocking goblin with his great sword. Raising his gaze to the retreating silhouette of the red dragon, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. Cursed red dragon, sister, are you well? In the year 2302 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt joined the Golden Lion Knights, marching southward to engage in warfare against the Goblin Empire. By 2318, at the age of 39, he ascended from the master rank to become the heroic Saint Lion Knight. The young knight gained the admiration of Wendell Reinhardt, who hoped for another legend to emerge from the family. To this end, he commissioned the creation of a Lionheart armor as a gift for Arthur. In 2345, after serving for 43 years in the Golden Lion Knights, Arthur was summoned back to the Barlek territory by Tumen Reinhardt. Fearing some calamity had befallen the family, he hastily returned with his fellow knights. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find a red-haired girl, appearing no older than a teenager, waiting for him in the castle hall. Although she bore a striking resemblance to a human, Her slitted eyes betrayed her lineage. She introduced herself as the daughter of his sister, Aviel Reinhardt, standing to greet him. "Uncle, I am Nilawea, the daughter of the Red Dragon and Reinhardt." Arthur Reinhardt felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, this girl was his sister's daughter. On the other, she was the progeny of the dragon he sought to slay. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Nilawea, what brings you to Barlek?" "Uncle, my mother perished in torment, and with her dying breath, I managed to escape. I wish to join you in slaying the Red Dragon." Her earnest expression, filled with concealed pain and fury, evoked a sense of familiarity in Arthur. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "Though I possess the blood of the Red Dragon, I am committed to the act of dragon slaying." Thus, the homeless Nilawea chose to accompany Arthur Reinhardt, joining the Golden Lion Knights in their campaigns across the land. Due to her draconic lineage, she often concealed her visage behind a mask. She assumed the alias of Nia, presenting herself in a masculine guise, fighting alongside the human knights. Her crimson hair and valiant combat style rendered her the most exceptional young knight within the Golden Lion Order, earning her the title of the Fiery Lion. In the year 2389 of the Goblin Empire, the human Golden Lion Order achieved great feats, breaching the grand city of Mugas in the Northern Territories, thereby expanding the realm of the Behemoth Kingdom once more. By the year 2400 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifer led the Radiant Brigade to conquer the Triton stronghold of Torrens on the eastern coastline, decimating 2 legendary Tritons. The renown of the Radiant Morning Star spread throughout the Triton realm, particularly due to her possession of the blood of Siren, which left the Tritons in awe. The goddess Themis was filled with regret. She should have claimed Lucifer for herself rather than relinquishing her to the Winged Tribe. Nevertheless, she was not idle. She recalled the Siren's sisters, who were overlooked by the Winged Tribe, and who shared the same maternal lineage as Lucifer. Convinced of their similar potential due to their shared heritage of winged and siren blood, she sought out the Siren trio residing on a small island to the north of the eastern coastline. She promised them abundant resources and recognition of their status as daughters of the Triton princess, enticing them to join the Triton ranks. The talents of the Siren sisters were indeed remarkable, particularly in the art of siren song, as hundreds of sirens swiftly mastered a multitude of melodies. In the year 2401 of the Goblin Empire, the Siren sisters, accompanied by their progeny, brought hundreds of sirens into the Triton fold. When the battlefield echoed with the sirens' enchanting songs, Lucifer was furious. She personally led the Radiant Brigade to assault the siren-singing stronghold. It was thwarted by the legendary Tritons and met with failure. From that moment onward, her familial affection for the Siren sisters was utterly extinguished. By 2450 of the Goblin Empire, stationed outside the city of Melanson, Arthur Reinhardt broke through to the legendary realm, assuming the legendary title of Lionheart King. He became the second legend of the Reinhardt family after Wendell Reinhardt. Far away in the Trident River, Wendell Reinhardt, upon hearing of Arthur's ascension, was overcome with joy, exclaiming that the family had a worthy successor. It was expected that upon Wendell's passing, Arthur would become the head of the Reinhardt family. Following his advancement to legend, the aging commander of the Golden Lion Order abdicated, and Arthur ascended as the new commander, leading the Golden Lion Knights. Simultaneously, Arthur penned a letter to the Bolak territory, requesting aid in the pursuit of the Red Dragon Atalapans. In 2453 of the Goblin Empire, the Red Dragon Atalapans was discovered in the Putilaz Mountains, located to the east of the Harrows Plains in the Northern Territories, coinciding with a temporary cessation of hostilities between the Behemoth Kingdom and the Goblin Empire. Arthur Reinhardt resolved to embark on a campaign against the Red Dragon, accompanied by his loyal guards, the elite soldiers of the Polek Legion, and a dozen valiant human knights from the Golden Lion Order with whom he had forged bonds over the years, alongside Nilawea. After 3 months of meticulous preparation and arduous travel, Arthur Reinhardt's forces successfully arrived at the lair of the Red Dragon. Within this domain thrived a multitude of goblins and kobolds, whom the dragon seemed to favor as its subservient minions. Confronted with the dragon's horde, Arthur entrusted the command of his army to Nilawea, directing her to vanquish the goblins and kobolds. He himself brandished his greatsword, soaring forward to face the Red Dragon, Atropanthes. Head-on, the legendary trait of the Lionheart King, Lion King, endowed him with strength to rival that of the Red Dragon, enabling him to engage in a fierce confrontation. As the battle raged on, a spectral image of a winged golden lion, adorned with the mark of a platinum crescent on its brow, manifested behind him, roaring defiantly at the heavens. The red dragon found itself gradually subdued, its scales marred with injuries. Just as Arthur was poised to deliver the final blow to Atropanthes, an unexpected event transpired. From the rear of the mountains, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. The red dragon, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Isara, you truly are my dear sister. Come quickly to aid me in slaying this legendary human." In the skies above, a fully grown legendary green dragon suddenly appeared behind the assembly, gliding at low altitude and spewing corrosive acid that scorched Arthur's dragon-slaying legion. She then approached the red dragon Atropanthes, bellowing, "Atropanthes, do not forget that you owe me 5 dragon eggs. No, make that 10. I will give you 10. The red dragon hastily acquiesced. "You have my word." Pleased by his promise, the green dragon Isura glowed with a verdant light, casting a multitude of negative effects upon Reinhardt. Simultaneously, wisps of green mist began to swirl in the sky, enveloping Arthur Reinhardt. As he sought to evade, the pent-up wrath of the red dragon erupted, igniting flames around the skies and blocking his retreat. Recognizing that he was surrounded by foes, Arthur Reinhardt steeled himself for a fight to the death. The Lion King's phantom roared in fury, urging him to raise his greatsword and charge towards the green dragon Isura. However, the green dragon proved to be exceedingly nimble, and the red dragon quickly came to her aid, causing Arthur to find himself at a disadvantage. As time wore on, he began to falter, his wounds staining his armor crimson. Below, the dragon-slaying legion he commanded struggled amid the sea of kobolds and goblins, barely holding their ground. Should he perish or flee? Their fate would be sealed. Yet, if he chose not to retreat, as one of only 2 legends in the Reinhardt family, with Wendell Reinhardt aging, his demise here would herald the decline of the Reinhardt lineage. At this juncture, regret washed over him. Years of enmity and the exhilaration of ascending to legend had dulled his caution. In this land, the human race, who had never encountered a dragon, could hardly fathom the existence of a green dragon. Observing Arthur Reinhardt caught in a dilemma, the red dragon Atropanth laughed heartily, shaking off his previous embarrassment with an air of triumph. "Arthur Reinhardt, you have no idea how delectable your sister was back in the day, leaving me utterly enchanted." The red dragon's gaze shifted to the enraged Nilwea below. "Ah, and that wretched traitor has arrived too? Ha ha ha. I shall make you endure suffering surpassing those of your mother." In the skies above, as Arthur Reinhardt grew increasingly fatigued, he suddenly recalled a family secret revealed to him by Wind Reinhardt after his ascension to legend. The platinum moon in the heavens is not only our faith, but also the blood of our ancestors. Arthur, should your family face a crisis of existence, you may seek the aid of the platinum moon. Recollecting these words, Arthur Reinhardt hesitated no longer, withstanding the assaults of the 2 colossal dragons. He fervently directed his plea to the platinum moon high in the sky, awakening his bloodline's power. "Great platinum moon, may your grace descend and protect your loyal Reinhardt." Chapter 118. Forging Stone into Sword. High above, seated upon the platinum throne, Jiang You suddenly heard the call emanating from the bloodline. "The unparalleled platinum moon, Arthur Reinhardt beseeches you. May your will traverse the world. May your benevolence descend upon the earth." Fragmented prayers echoed forth, not from the vast bloodline of the winged ones, but rather from a slender stream of another lineage. He opened his violet eyes, casting a regal gaze upon the earth, moving towards the source of the summons. As time and space shifted, the perspective transformed. Amidst the mountains, a legendary figure of the human race stood suspended in the air, his golden hair cascading like a waterfall, robust and exuding a faint aura of kingship with the shadow of a lion behind him. Arthur found himself flanked by the red and green legendary dragons, their relentless assaults leaving him battered and bruised, yet his resolve remained as steadfast as iron. He charged forward, refusing to relinquish his great sword. Below, an elite human battalion, clad in armor and resolute, stood firm against the onslaught of goblins and kobolds, akin to a relentless tide. They were on the brink of defeat. Jiang You observed quietly for a moment, tilting his head, resting his hand upon the throne, allowing his silver hair to cascade down, pondering silently. The Lion King, Arthur? The first king of humanity from the ancient era? Yet, Should he not be known as Arthur Pandorgon? Why is he now aligned with the bloodline of Reinhardt? Is it a convergence of timelines? Or could it be that Pandorgon is indeed the legacy left by Fiona within humanity's bloodline? It appears history is still divergent. However, since you are my bloodline descendant, I shall bestow upon you the strength to conquer formidable foes. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. With merely 2 legends, he naturally would not intervene personally. He gazed upon the earth before the throne, where the bones of a demigod lay interred, and with a mere gesture, he summoned a fragment of bone, pristine as jade, into his hand, a faint draconic aura emanating from it. Subsequently, his eyes drifted to the stone steps surrounding the platinum throne, suffused with the luminous essence of platinum and his own will. With a thought, a slender slab of platinum stone detached itself and floated into his right hand. An immense and boundless will then fuse the bone and the stone into a grand sword, inscribing the sacred mark of the second heaven upon its blade. A glimmering emblem of the platinum moon was etched onto the sword, taking the form of a radiant crescent. Finally, Jiang You inscribed a trace of his own bloodline mark into the weapon, for only the blood of Reinhardt could wield this sword. Thus, a magnificent stone sword, shimmering with platinum brilliance, hovered before Jiang You. The power of heaven and the blessing of bloodlines combined. Legendary Arthur, this shall suffice for you to vanquish formidable foes. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and pushed the radiant stone sword forward. The sword, aglow with platinum light, plummeted from the celestial platinum moon, crashing down to the earth below. Deep within the Putilus Mountains, Arthur Reinhardt, beset by 2 dragons, suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and beheld a streak of platinum light descending from the platinum moon, hurtling directly towards him. On the battlefield, the red dragon Atropants continued to mock. Arthur, the little wretch of Reinhardt, I hear you have 6 sisters. How delightful. I find that quite amusing. Yet at that moment, Arthur Reinhardt paid him no heed. His heart was engulfed by a profound surprise. The source of his bloodline revealed to him that the radiant platinum light was a gift from his ancestors. Indeed, soon after, the resplendent platinum light descended upon the dense mountain forest, akin to a brilliant little sun, illuminating the surroundings for miles. At that moment, both dragons simultaneously discovered the platinum meteor descending from the heavens. Below, countless goblins and dog-headed creatures sensed a majestic aura overwhelming the dragon's might, treading heavily upon their very souls. Hud, hud, hud. The tremor of their spirits reverberated like an ancient divine drum. All the goblins and dog-headed creatures involuntarily bent their forms. Meanwhile, the human knights and soldiers stood in greater reverence. They felt a radiant will akin to the sun, illuminating the world, fiercely ablaze. It was the platinum moon, the great platinum moon, the guardian deity of humanity. They raised their swords high, clashing them together, creating a resounding symphony of metal that echoed through the forest. Cheers erupted throughout the Putilus Mountains. In mid-air, Arthur Reinhardt cast his enchanted sword to the ground, then opened his arms wide, reaching out to grasp the descending platinum meteor of light. Instantly, the brilliance of platinum enveloped him. Arthur Reinhardt felt his body lighten, a powerful sensation coursing through him. In his ears, a commanding and profound voice echoed. Arthur Reinhardt, my blood descendant, I gaze upon you from the heavens. Arthur Reinhardt, suppressing the excitement in his heart, silently vowed, Great ancestor, Arthur shall not disappoint your expectations. Meanwhile, the 2 colossal dragons in the skies above were taken aback by the scene before them, unable to react in time. Suddenly, as the radiance dissipated, Arthur Reinhardt emerged, clad in armor and wielding a stone sword. With the platinum moon above, I hold this sacred sword of stone. I shall vanquish all enemies of mankind. As his words faded, a dazzling platinum light ignited along the blade. The golden mane of the Lion King's phantom behind Arthur transformed into a brilliant platinum hue, reminiscent of a lion roaring at the moon. The thunderous resonance summoned a fragment of divine judgment from the celestial mountains. Arthur Reinhardt, as if enlightened, bellowed with fervor, directing his full might against the red dragon. Judgment. The red dragon, Atropanston, felt himself ensnared by an invisible, supreme will, rendering the laws within him momentarily dormant. Panic surged within him. Just as he instinctively attempted to take flight, a formidable beam of sword light cleaved through the air, striking his neck. With a resounding crash, the searing crimson blood of the dragon rained down from the sky. Atrapanston sensed his body drifting further away from him. It appears I am no longer alive. Ultimately, before crashing to the earth, he lost all consciousness. The massive dragon head and carcass landed upon the Putillas Mountains, plunging the entire realm into silence. Upon witnessing the green dragon's hasty retreat, Arthur Reinhardt exhaled in relief. Though the stone sword enhanced his combat prowess immensely, he had expended significant energy in the prior battle and exerted himself fully in slaying the red dragon. He was uncertain of his ability to confront the green dragon next. In the forest below, as the red dragon's body fell to the ground, goblins and dog-headed creatures scattered in disarray. The human knights and warriors, witnessing their victory in battle, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival from calamity, and rallied their remaining strength to cheer for Arthur Reinhardt. Victory to Arthur Reinhardt. Praised the Platinum Moon. Nalvia stood before the corpse of the red dragon, gazing at the creature that was both her father and her mother's murderer, tears mingling with her smile as she drank its blood in a cathartic release. This battle against the dragon greatly elevated Arthur Reinhardt's stature. Thus the tale unfolds. Arthur Reinhardt remained true to his oath, adorning his abode with the severed head of a red dragon. In the year 2468 of the Goblin Empire, the Troll Kingdom established contact with the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Behemoth Court of the Northern Plains, orchestrating a concerted assault on the Goblin Empire. The Goblin Empire's forces were primarily allocated to repel the trolls from the south and the Behemoth Court from the north, leaving the normally unassuming dwarves and lizard folk unsuspecting. The western garrison was unexpectedly ambushed, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. The city of Farui in the west was captured by the dwarves, while the lizard folk seized Roman City. Several prominent goblin cities in the southern west fell to the trolls' advance. A substantial number of goblins fled to the Angamiros Mountains. By the time the Goblin Empire recognized the gravity of the situation, the entirety of the West had been partitioned among the dwarves, lizard folk, and trolls. The coalition of dwarves and lizard folk had even advanced to the fringes of the central Mengun Plains, halted only by the city of Mengun. In the year 2512 of the Goblin Empire, the Behemoth Court launched another incursion to the south. Edson Amand led the coalition of prairie tribes in an assault on Mohan City, dispatching centaur clans to attack Gas. After 3 months of relentless siege warfare, Mohan City finally fell, with the centaur tribes simultaneously breaching Gas, decimating half of the northern legions of the Goblin Empire. Within Mohan City, the remaining northern goblin forces made a desperate breakout, seeking refuge in the southern city of Galzer to regroup. Edson Amand, witnessing imminent victory and on the verge of conquering the entire northern realm, was filled with elation. He personally led the Behemoth Guard in a pursuit of the fleeing goblins. But in his fervor, he fell into an ambush orchestrated by the northern goblin forces beneath the walls of Galzer, resulting in his demise. With the death of the great Khan Edson Amand, the coalition of the Prairie Kingdom disintegrated, reminiscent of scenes from centuries past. Edson Amand's sons commenced a fierce contest for the title of Khan of the Prairie. Internal strife erupted within the Prairie Kingdom. Among them, the third Prince Eamon Amand commanded the northern territories of the former Goblin northern borders, including Yobud, Melanson, and Mohand. The seventh Prince Teda Amand governed the vast lands to the west of the Prairie Kingdom. The 11th Prince Land Amand held dominion over the expansive eastern lands. The 3 princes rallied their respective tribes, eager to battle for supremacy and claim the title of Khan. Yet at this moment, the tribes under the Prairie Kingdom had transformed. They had grown stronger through their participation in the Behemoth's southern raids. They no longer obeyed the commands of the kingdom, opting instead to watch the internecine conflicts among the Behemoth princes unfold. In the year 2515 of the Goblin Empire, recognizing the ongoing turmoil within the Prairie Kingdom, the Goblin Empire dispatched troops northward to Mohan City, aiming to reclaim lost territories. However, they were thwarted by Eamon Amand at the gates of Mohan City, unable to advance an inch. As news of the Goblin army's northern march spread, the 3 Behemoth princes temporarily suspended their civil war. The surrounding clans of trolls and giant wolves, the Polak people, and the centaur tribes hastened to their aid, leading to another defeat for the Goblin army. They were compelled to retreat to Galzer, establishing the final northern defense line along the cities of Galzer and Ides. In the year 2532 of the Goblin Empire, the chaos among the princes of the Behemoth had yet to subside. The trolls of Haros and the giant wolf clan declared independence, founding the kingdom of the giant wolves upon the plains of Haros, as if by a prearranged accord. In the year 2533 of the Goblin Empire, the Centaur tribes located in Gath established the United Kingdom of House Centaur. By 2535, in the southern expanse of the Trident River and the plains north of Haros, the tribes of the tiger-headed men, wild boars, fox-men, and bull-headed men united to form the United Kingdom of Half-Beasts. In the year 2537 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt proclaimed the independence of the human race in the Polish territory, establishing the Kingdom of Reinhardt, which governed the Polish and the Trident River territories. Arthur Reinhardt commanded the kingdom to expand towards the western region of Lake Ulanal. In the same year, a faction of fairies residing at the intersection of the northern and western borders established the Fairy Sanctuary. By the year 2538 of the Goblin Empire, witnessing the tumultuous state of the plains, the Behemoth clan recognized the futility of their former grandeur. The three brothers, unable to outmaneuver one another, relinquished their aspirations of unifying the royal court of the plains. In 2540, Amon declared the establishment of the Kingdom of Amon, withdrawing from a struggle for the royal court of the plains. Consequently, numerous nations arose in the northern realm, significantly alleviating the pressure on the goblins, who finally breathed a sigh of relief and redirected their focus towards the western and southern fronts. The coalition of dwarves and lizard folk in the west, witnessing the dissolution of the Behemoth court in the north, halted their offensive and established a defensive line at the edge of the Mengan Plains. In 2550, the war between the winged people and the sea folk concluded once more, with the sea folk being driven back to the ocean. Within their ranks, discontent towards the Grand Princess Themis had reached a boiling point. In the city of Uriel, located in Rosendas, Sophia observed the tumultuous state of the continent and, after much contemplation, resolved to lead a grand army westward. Multiple legions of the winged people simultaneously mobilized. The Tian Shan winged people advanced towards the Thunder Marsh, capturing the City of Thunder. The main force of the Winged Legion from Rosendas progressed westward into the Hanhai Forest, seizing the grand eastern city of Todcap. The eastern legions of the Goblin Empire were overwhelmed by the Winged people and were forced to retreat to the cities of Gitos in the central and eastern regions. Following this battle, the kingdom of the Winged people nearly claimed all of the eastern territory. By 2555 of the Goblin Empire, Sophia personally journeyed to the ancestral lands of the Winged people at Gauman Mountain. After a period of remembrance, she ordered the construction of a new city for the Winged people at the foot of Gauman Mountain, encircling the entire mountain. This new city was named Stafly, signifying the city of first flight. Chapter 120. The first surge of faith in the year 2560 of the Goblin Empire. The southern realm observed with alarm as the kingdom of winged humans expanded its dominion, seizing the entirety of the eastern territories of the Goblin Empire. The Troll King, Odin Bloodaxe, felt a surge of urgency. To him, the Goblin Empire appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter, while the northern prairie kingdom had dwindled into insignificance. Only the kingdom of winged humans posed a formidable threat to the future of the Troll Kingdom. In deliberations among his court, Odin Bloodaxe dispatched envoys northward to Haros, seeking an alliance with the northern Wolf Kingdom. As both nations were composed of troll tribes, he proposed a union through marriage, forming a north-south alliance. The Wolf Kingdom consented to the union. In the year 2561 of the Goblin Empire, the son of the Wolf Kingdom's king wed Odin Bloodaxe's daughter, formalizing the alliance. By 2563, the two troll kingdoms conspired to assault the Goblin Empire. Under the auspices of Odin Bloodaxe negotiations, the dwarves and lizard men simultaneously launched an offensive against the city of Mungan. Odin Bloodaxe personally led the troll army northward to once again campaign against Amber River. Having prepared for this conflict for many years, a fierce battle ensued at Amber River, as the Goblin Empire recognized that losing this strategic location would result in the occupation of their entire southern territories. Should this transpire, the Goblin Empire would find itself encircled by various tribal nations in the heart of the continent, with no escape routes remaining. Even with the wealth of the central continent, their demise would be inevitable. The Goblin Emperor, Villander Amigel, ordered the conscription of all able-bodied citizens and professionals to defend the southern borders. Thus, the conflict reached a stalemate. In the year 2564, the combined forces of dwarves and lizardmen breached the defenses of Mungen. In desperation, Emperor Villander Amigel commanded the mobilization of southern armies to repel the western onslaught, deeming it critical to retain the central region lest his kingdom face annihilation. Concurrently, he ordered the relocation of southern citizens northward. In 2567, Odin Bloodaxe conquered Amber River, forcing the Goblin southern legions into retreat. He personally led the pursuit of the Goblin Empire's main forces, dispatching troops to occupy the remaining southern cities. By 2568, the retreating Goblin forces established a final defensive line along the banks of the Villar River, straddling the central and southern regions. At this juncture, the territorial expanse of the Goblin Empire was reduced to the central region of Furland and parts of the northern territories. Conversely, the Troll Kingdom encompassed the entirety of the southern realm and parts of the western territories, marking a significant expansion that surpassed the Goblin Empire for the first time. As the situation on the Furland continent stabilized, the southeastern port of Kexlian became a strategic outpost. Emperor Villander Amigel discreetly dispatched his favored goblin prince southward to Kexlian, overseeing the construction of grand vessels. Thus, the year 2570 marked the culmination of 4 centuries of tumultuous history. Apart from the occasional incursions of the Winged Kingdom into the Goblin Empire and the defense against the assaults of the Sea Folk, it seems as though the various races and nations of the continent have tacitly agreed to remain silent. Within their confines, a multitude of faiths has emerged, and numerous peak demigods have suddenly descended to orchestrate the affairs of the diverse races and nations. Among them, powerful entities have strategically positioned themselves within the great kingdoms. The Southern Troll Kingdom venerates the god of slaughter, the Mountain Kingdom, the god of mountains and forging, the Centaur Kingdom, the god of the North Wind, the Northern Wolf Kingdom, the Wolf God, the Half-Orc Kingdom, the god of battle, the Lizardman Kingdom, the god of muddiness and chaos. And the Kingdom of Eamon has seen the emergence of the worship of the god of barbarism and violence. The 2 ruling courts of the eastern and western grasslands have begun to honor the gods of strength and running, respectively. Even among the merfolk of the western sea, there is veneration for the sea goddess. In the kingdom of Reinhard, a struggle for faith has arisen between the god of wisdom and healing and the Platinum Moon. However, King Reinhard has managed to eradicate the influence of the god of wisdom and healing from his realm. Yet, in the enclave-like region of the Trident River and among numerous human tribes on the plains, the faith in wisdom and healing continues to quietly proliferate. After the establishment of his nation, the Reinhardt family relocated en masse to the city of Polek, accompanied by the Golden Lion Knights, which subsequently diminished Reinhardt's influence in the Trident River area. Beyond these formidable kingdoms, various races across the continent have also embraced new faiths. The Eagle folk, barbarians, fish folk, ogres, serpent folk, giants, bear folk, fairies, and other great races have all manifested their own beliefs. As for the Central Goblin Empire, it stands as a forgotten island in the world, untouched by any faith. The Goblin Empire has endured for 2,970 years. In the city of Proatus, under the cloak of night, 2 moons cast their luminous glow over the ancient city. The great goblin sage, draped in a black cloak, stands upon the venerable walls of Proatus, gazing out over the vast plains. His sight stretches far and wide, as though encompassing the entire empire. Beside him stands a figure of equal height, emanating a palpable aura of darkness, who cackles in a hoarse voice. He, the time has come. A multitude of demigods has emerged upon the continent of Furland. It is time for decisions to be made. Azeba, shall we wait until they ascend to godhood? Azeba falls silent at these words. The figure continues. Once you have chosen the abyss, there is no turning back. When we begin to gaze into the abyss, it shall likewise cast its gaze upon us. Moreover, we are not without our advantages. When we bring millions of living souls into the abyss, it shall surely delight. In such a moment, with the assistance of the abyss, we shall transcend to become abyssal lords, akin to true deities. Thus, we would have achieved godhood, fulfilling your long-held dream. Is that not a worthy pursuit? Azeba remains silent. The dark figure erupts in a laughter once more, and then speaks again. Are you truly concerned about your lineage? Ha ha ha. Do not jest. They are merely the stepping stones to your ascension. Their vitality is remarkably resilient. Their bloodlines will not be extinguished. Furthermore, even if they were to perish entirely, what significance would it hold for us? Azeba could no longer contain himself and bellowed in anger. Cease your words. Hee. Azeba, what are you pretending to be? Do you not realize that I am you? The chilling laughter reverberated through the night sky, instilling an inexplicable terror. Countless goblins of Proedas awakened in the dead of night, bewildered by the commotion, and upon the city walls, Azeba's heavy and hoarse voice finally resonated. We shall return, shall we not? Rest assured, the abyss that stands behind us is immensely powerful. It carries the malice of countless worlds, having devoured innumerable realms and waging war against numerous godly dominions simultaneously. The continent of Farrand is no exception. We shall return. I comprehend now. Execute our plan. Pull the entirety of Proedas into the abyss, becoming the lords of demons, starting this very night. You have finally come to understand. As their dialogue concluded, the shadow, shrouded in ominous black mist and laden with negative intentions, approached Azeba, merging into one. Chapter 121. The Fall of the Imperial Capital. Upon the towering walls, the twin moons hung high, casting their golden and silver luminescence upon the night as bricks. A cool breeze stirred. Azeba's black robe billowed, revealing his already demonized visage. Darkness engulfed his face, with protruding horns and an aura of malevolence pervading the air. As death and fear trailed closely behind, below the walls stood thousands of goblin servants, each demonized by his power. Among them were those of legendary rank, while others held the title of master, representing the strength Azeba had meticulously accumulated over the years. On the walls, Azeba gazed upon the thousands of his robed minions, took a deep breath, and raised his demon-like right hand, proclaiming loudly, "Let it begin. From this day forth, the entirety of Proedas shall descend into the abyss." Yes, with the thousands of figures bowing in respectful submission, they dispersed like shadows. Before long, a thick black fog began to envelop the entire city of Proedas. As the fog thickened and multiplied, the dark, malevolent aura gradually intensified. Within the confines of Proedas, countless goblins were startled awake by the encroaching darkness, gazing at the endless black mist surrounding them, instinctively gripped by unfathomable dread. Yet they had no choice but to inhale the black fog. Instantly, a sensation of soul detachment arose deep within their spirits, as each goblin inhaled a substantial amount of the black mist. A flicker of their soul's brilliance was squeezed out by the fog, separating from their bodies and ascending. From above Proedas, one could observe the unfolding chaos. In the city of Proedas, from every direction, north, south, east, and west, a flicker of ethereal light ascended, converging towards the very center of the city, coalescing into a luminous ocean that manifested above. On the city walls, a figure draped in black robes, Azabar, suddenly levitated. He raised his staff high, and an immense curtain of darkness descended from the heavens, instantly obscuring the radiance of both the silver and golden moons. He was acutely aware that the twin moons above were wielded by formidable beings, and that the platinum moon had once belonged to someone he knew intimately. Yet, times had changed. The path to divinity no longer had room for him. With a final sigh, a surge of profound power erupted from within him. In an instant, the dark canopy enveloped the entire Proedas, resembling a colossal black hole upon the continent of Furland. The vitality of the entire city was abruptly stifled, and a vast void altar emerged in the sky, beginning to channel the void and connect to the endless abyss. As the altar appeared, slender tendrils began to descend. In the imperial capital, the weakest of the common goblins bore the appearance of bloodlines manifesting upon their forms, siphoning away their last vestiges of life essence. Their souls were stripped away, their lifeblood extracted, their fates were sealed, awaiting the arrival of the abyssal to corrupt them into the lowest echelon of demons. Throughout the city, those practitioners of slightly greater strength found themselves ensnared within the black mist, receiving particular attention. Some stronger goblin practitioners attempted to flee the imperial capital, but were thwarted at every city gate by the black-robed minions turned demonic, making escape nearly impossible. Their destinies would mirror those of the ordinary goblins, ultimately relegated to becoming lower-tier demons within Azabar's dominion. atop Proadas Mountain, within the imperial palace. As the dark canopy thunderously descended upon the entire imperial city, the Goblin Emperor, villain Amigel, was abruptly roused from his stupor. He gazed upon the shrouded Proadas, overwhelmed by a malevolent and chaotic aura suffusing the atmosphere. It was an essence of corruption, despair, death, and carnage coexisting. What was happening? He grasped the Amigel spear within the palace, exited the palace, and soared into the air, standing above Proadas Mountain, surveying the entirety of the imperial capital. As a gifted goblin emperor yearning for greatness, villain Amigel had never forsaken his training and had long ascended to legend. Witnessing the emperor emerge with spear in hand, a battalion of palace guards, all practitioners, surged forth from the palace to land at villain's feet. In the half-light above Proadas Mountain, villain Amigel beheld the imperial capital ensnared within the sinister black mist, his heart aching. He observed the souls of millions of his subjects being drawn into the skies of Proadas, like a sumptuous feast laid bare for consumption, his eyes ablaze with fury. He gazed upon the source of it all, the great sage Azabar, who had sheltered the empire since the establishment of the Goblin Empire. At this moment, he loomed above the entirety of Proadas, an endless darkness emanating from him, suffusing the heavens and the earth with an overpowering demonic aura. It was he who had sealed the entire realm of Proadas. The luminous glow of the two moons above struggled to penetrate the shroud of this confined space. Valanda Amigel let out the most furious roar of his life. He raised the Amigel spear high, a brilliant radiance surging along its shaft as the spear, imbued with the blood of titans, erupted with an intent to pierce through all. Citizens of the Empire, those who could still move, rally to me. Let us slay Azabar. On the ground, the palace guards were the first to heed the Emperor's command, drawing their weapons and charging into the darkness. In the city of Proadas, countless professionals, ensnared in the black mist and struggling for breath, felt courage swell within them upon hearing the Emperor's roar. They too broke free of the suffocating fog and surged forth into the darkness. Yet their resistance seemed so feeble within this city, which Azabar had meticulously crafted over millennia. In the sky, witnessing the Emperor's desperate thrust, Azabar merely waved his staff, sending the divine spear spiraling away. The Emperor Valanda Amigel fell, bloodied, to the ground. As he, with bloodshot eyes, sought to retrieve the spear once more, Azabar sighed, pointing a finger, and the rolling black mist enveloped Valanda Amigel like a prison. I had granted you a chance. My fallen mist would only cover the palace in the end. O Emperor, why do you not flee? Why not escape? Flee. Ha ha ha. A profound melancholy ignited alongside Valanda Amigel's fury. Blood trickled from his lips as he laughed defiantly at Azabar in the heavens. I am the Emperor of Goblins. My subjects transform into demons beneath my very eyes. How could I abandon them and flee alone? Tears of blood streamed down his cheeks as he resisted the encroaching will of the abyss. He summoned every ounce of strength to rise, determined to seize the Amigel spear embedded in the earth. Today, I shall meet my end upon the mountains of Proadas, to honor my empire and my kin. Azabar, you have betrayed your kind, and your downfall is inevitable. However, before he could grasp the imperial spear, it pierced through his body, and he fell, slain on the spot. Behind Valanda Amigel, the palace guards, who had just arrived, beheld their emperor's lifeless form, their eyes aflame with rage. A group of dark-robed figures emerged from the mist, cackling wickedly. Your emperor is dead. Why not join us instead? The more professionals are transformed into demons, the more secure Azabar's position becomes. Yet the guards resolutely refused. The emperor has fallen. How can we alone endure? They raised their weapons and shouted fervently at Azabar, charging towards the dark-clad demon lurking in the shadows. A sense of tragic valor filling the air. Soon, they were all vanquished by the dark figures, their weapons and armor strewn across the ground. In the sky, Azabar waved his hand, and the gun of Amigel, now enveloped in darkness, returned to his grasp. He scoffed softly, indeed, villain. Your ancestors met their end in a similar fashion. Chapter 122. The Abyssal Demon Lord, the Inferior Demon King, Azabar. Having eliminated these insignificant adversaries, Azabar cast no further glance at the corpse of villain Amigel. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the dark scepter and divine gun hovered behind him. He strolled through the sky, gazing at the soul-luminous expanse amidst the enveloping darkness, a sea composed of souls, murmuring to himself, Angel. He once claimed to be a solitary soul. Yet, upon reflection, I find myself in the same plight. In the city of Proedas, the numerous rebellions gradually settled after the emperor's demise. The goblins were steeped in despair, yet they no longer possessed the strength to resist the encroachment of the abyss. As time passed, when a luminous sea above Proedas reached its zenith, the abyssal altar in the void suddenly ignited with a deep crimson glow. This radiance was so intense that it painted the entire fog-shrouded Proedas blood red. Ultimately, the void altar vanished, and the fabric of space tore apart. Fear and despair surged forth. A gaping, scarlet maw that split the heavens appeared above the altar, devouring the sea of souls in the sky above Proedas. The very essence of life in Proedas seemed to hear the ominous crunching sounds of consumption. This was a colossal mouth, a manifestation of the will of the abyss, directly devouring their soul light. Then, an ominous scarlet eye materialized in the sky. Its boundless crimson radiance was the first to dispel the endless darkness and black mists, transforming this land into the realm of the abyss. Soon, a chilling voice resonated in the hearts of all goblins. Abyssal judgment. Inferior demon. This was the pact Azabar made with the will of the abyss long before his fall. The demon race he chose was that of the inferior demons. Though they appeared rather primitive, they possessed infinite potential for evolution. They had the unique ability to consume and evolve. Even in the endless abyss, Azabar was never lacking in ambition and determination. Following the racial judgment, the colossal eye, a manifestation of the abyssal will, began to exert its power. The oceanic essence of the abyss infiltrated the bodies of the goblins. It hurts. What is this? As the goblins cried out in agony, their bodies began to undergo tremendous transformations. Their originally verdant skin transformed into a vivid crimson, as fangs sprouted from their mouths, rendering their appearance grotesque and hideous. Small horns emerged upon their heads, long tails sprouted from their rears, and their legs morphed into those resembling those of a horse. Under the influence of the abyssal will, they were forcibly reshaped. Nearly half of the goblins could not endure the excruciating pain and perished from it. Their souls were directly consumed by the abyss, while the remaining half, after enduring torment, all metamorphosed into inferior demons. However, those goblins who were once adventurers became even larger, stronger, and more imbued with demonic essence. As the abyssal will continued its relentless machinations, it gradually affected the world will of the Furland realm, which finally responded from its veil of obscurity. An infinite wave of malevolence descended upon the world. The heavens darkened, and the starry seas were upturned. Almost all of the awakened demigods lifted their heads, gazing towards the center of the Furland continent. What was that? The abyss. How could the abyssal will manifest in Furland, who had descended so low? A most opportune moment for an unorthodox ascension to divinity. The world will guided the demigods towards the heart of the Furland continent to expel the essence of the abyss. Most demigods lingered in critical phases, with only a few prepared to embark on the journey. Outside, the entire world was suddenly drenched in a torrential downpour. The world will was furious, beginning to expel the abyssal will, or rather, the projection of this abyssal will. Furthermore, it sought to punish the source of this corruption. Azabar in the sky let out a muffled groan. The dark authority that once belonged to the world suddenly receded, and his aura diminished sharply. Despite this severe blow, Azabar's countenance bore no trace of pain. Instead, he grinned wickedly. He swept his staff across the entirety of the city of Proedas, and a thin thread emerged from the souls of the goblin demons, converging upon him. It was akin to a monarch solidifying his reign. Simultaneously, the dominion of the demon lord from the endless abyss poured into Azabar's soul from that deep crimson eye. Thunderous roars erupted. His aura surged explosively. Demigod, peak demigod, true god. Then, another decree from the abyssal will resonated within the hearts of all beings in Proedas. The abyssal decree, conferring the title of demon lord. Inferior demon king Azabar. Boom, boom, boom. The resonating sound akin to the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, suddenly shattered the tranquility of the world. Amidst the expulsion of the Furland world will, the projection of the abyssal will sought to complete its final step in this realm. It aimed to drag the entirety of Proedas into the abyss, making it a part of the void. Thus, the deep crimson eye in the sky exerted its power once more, projecting unparalleled strength. Time and space shattered, a colossal rift, soaring thousands of meters high and stretching tens of thousands of meters long, has manifested at the heart of the Furland continent. On the Furland Highway, countless individuals gaze in terror at the immense spatial tear in the sky. They can even glimpse a fragment of the abyss through it. Yet, even this minuscule portion reveals an expansive, deep crimson expanse, rivaling the entirety of the world. Numerous demons raise their heads toward the enormous gash in the heavens, emitting frenzied and bloodthirsty howls. An unfathomable aura of powerful demigods reaches toward the rift from beyond. At the closest proximity, a silver eye, akin to a star, suddenly opens, suspended above the vast crimson land, surveying this world. An overwhelmingly despair-inducing presence sweeps forth, as if it were the sovereign of an entire layer of the abyss. The world trembles. High above, seated upon a platinum throne, Jiang You abruptly awakens, his violet gaze piercing through the rift in the sky to peer into the abyss's depths. Locking onto the silver orb, his brow furrowing in concern. The abyss. Such an overwhelming presence. Is this an exalted demigod of the abyss or the ruler of this layer? Across the world, all awakened demigods instinctively brace themselves, while several flying toward the center of the Furland continent abruptly halt in their tracks. Above Proedas, a Zeb bows respectfully toward the Silver Eye. Before his ascent in power, this entity was destined to be his superior. Only when the Silver Eye's formidable aura dissipates does it turn its attention to the Furland world. Subsequently, the immense abyssal rift, resembling a gaping maw, engulfs all of Proedas and the surrounding lands, swallowing the Proedas Mountains, the city, and a vast terrain of 10,000 meters in a single gulp. Chapter 123. The Era of the Troll Empire. After consuming Proedas, the colossal abyssal mouth, in an instant, vanished along with 1,000,000 goblins transformed into demons and the newly appointed demon lord, Azeb, returning to the abyss, leaving behind only a massive pit, spanning 1,000 miles and hundreds of meters deep. The once resplendent goblin empire has vanished without a trace. Yet, the lingering essence of the abyss remains within the pit, whispering of its former presence. The abyss devoured the land of the Furland world, as though stripping away a layer of flesh from the world's very being. The world's will erupted in wrath, but when it sought to trace the source of the abyss and all its calamities, it found nothing. Just as before, if the world's will cannot punish the source of malevolence, it shall descend upon all living beings. A torrential rain falls from the heavens like a waterfall. This time, however, the ferocious downpour only descends upon the plains of Proedas. It seems the residual essence of the abyss guides it away from misdirecting its punishment. Thus, the rain continues unabated for 6 months. The entire Proedas plain has transformed into a vast swamp, and the once great city of Proedas now lies beneath a colossal pit filled with rainwater, creating an expansive lake stretching for miles. In the year 2971 of the Goblin Empire, the dramatic upheaval in Proedas became known throughout the world. All intelligent races were astonished by the disappearance of the Goblin capital. Seizing the opportunity, the Blood Axe of the South mobilized its entire army northward shortly after the Proedas plain began to recover. The Goblin cities in central Furland, having lost their capital, were devoid of fighting spirit, and several major Goblin legions crumbled in an instant. A multitude of goblins were captured by trolls, and numerous central cities fell under occupation. Meanwhile, the kingdom of winged ones in the east lagged just behind. When Sophia personally led her forces into central Furland, she could only capture a handful of major cities in the eastern vicinity. The coalition of northern kingdoms was even slower. Yet, they eventually managed to breach the goblin stronghold of Galsarades, seizing control of the entire northern region. As for the western kingdoms of dwarves and lizard folk, they too dispatched troops to occupy Mungan City and the Mungan Plain. In less than 3 months, the entirety of central Furland was divided among the nations of the continent. The central Proadas plain and the vast central region were claimed by the kingdom of trolls. The Goblin Empire met its demise. In truth, the empire had already declared its end with the disappearance of its capital. However, a significant number of goblins remained in the central region, and it was only until now that their fate was sealed. The nations of the continent had officially interconnected, as the Goblin Empire had just fallen, and all were preoccupied with assimilating the Goblin legacy, thus preventing any disputes. In the year 2972 of the old Goblin Empire calendar, marking the first year after its fall, the Kingdom of Great Wolves in the north announced its incorporation into the Kingdom of Trolls. In the same year, the Kingdom of Trolls waged war against the House Centaur, United Kingdom of Gas. The Centaur Kingdom was defeated, losing Gas and all surrounding territories. Some retreated north to the plains, while others fled to the eastern Putilus Mountains, ultimately crossing the mountains to establish a new nation on the peninsula plain near the Eastern Sea. Following this conflict, the territory of the Kingdom of Trolls became the largest nation on the Furland continent, a contiguous expanse from north to south. Bloodaxe renamed the great city of Habis in southern central Furland to Max City, meaning city under the shield of slaughter. In the second year, Bloodaxe proclaimed the establishment of the Troll Empire in Max City and ascended as the Troll Emperor. This year is now referred to as Year 1 of the Troll Empire. In the second year of the Troll Empire, it remains unclear what means Bloodaxe employed, but both the Dwarf Kingdom and the Lizardfolk Kingdom declared their allegiance to the Troll Empire. In the third year of the Troll Empire, it dispatched troops to assault the Kingdom of Eagleman in the north. The Reinhardt Kingdom and the Half-Orc United Kingdom mobilized to provide assistance. The forces of Mohand successfully halted the Troll Empire's advance. For 3 consecutive months, the army of trolls launched relentless assaults without breaching the defenses. Enraged by the news, Odin Bloodaxe led his elite troll forces in a battle. The Emperor's arrival invigorated the spirits of the troll soldiers on the front lines. In merely 7 days, they captured the city of Mohand, inflicting severe casualties upon the human, giant, and half-orc races, who retreated to Melanson in desperation. In this critical moment, Arthur Reinhardt personally journeyed to Rosendars, revealing his platinum sovereign bloodline and beseeching Sophia to dispatch a legion of winged warriors for support. After a moment's contemplation, Sophia acquiesced. 7 days later, as the troll army approached the gates of Melanson with an overwhelming momentum, the berserk trolls relentlessly charged the towering city walls. While the coalition forces from the northern realms fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, yet faltered in their efforts. 3 days later, with the imminent collapse of Melanson looming, Arthur Reinhardt descended upon the city with a multitude of winged reinforcements, engaging in fierce combat against the Troll Legion. For the first time, the two most formidable races on the continent of Furland clashed. The winged warriors possessed the advantage of the skies, while the trolls wielded their ferocious berserkers and mighty archers without fear of death. Even Sophia and Erida found themselves blocked by Odin Bloodaxe and a newly ascended demigod of the troll race. Thus, the Northern Coalition, alongside the winged warriors, found themselves locked in a stalemate against the Troll Empire at Melanson. Countless lives were lost each day, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. 3 months later, amidst the fierce conflict with the winged race and the 3 northern kingdoms, the troll army unexpectedly retreated. Sophia, Arthur, and Eamon were left bewildered, suspecting treachery. Consequently, Sophia dispatched elite winged scouts to track the retreating trolls, only to discover that their emperor, after leading his army back to Mohand, hastily descended southward with his personal guard and giant wolf cavalry, returning to the troll capital of Max. Upon witnessing this development, representatives from the various races hastily made their way to Max to gather intelligence. A few days later, the coalition advanced southward, effortlessly reclaiming Mohand, while the trolls, seemingly aware of their inferiority, withdrew in an orderly fashion to Galzer. At this juncture, Emperor Odin Bloodaxe journeyed southward through central Furland, traversing the Amber River, until he reached the former troll royal city of Barrow. Outside Barrow, a vast encampment of captured goblins sprawled before him. As he passed through the filthy and chaotic camp, he entered the city gates, where the high priest Andre Bloodaxe of the Temple of Slaughter awaited to report. "Your Majesty, the 100,000 goblin captives required by our deity have been stationed outside the city. We are prepared for the sacrificial altar and the blood ritual." "Excellent, Andre." And within Barrow, Are all the fanatics of my god in place? Odin Bloodaxe inquired. Your Majesty, 100,000 troll zealots are already positioned within the city, ready at any moment to offer their fervent devotion to our god. Andre replied. You have done well, Andre. Baru City has long been under my divine influence, and all preparations for establishing the divine realm have been completed. Now the time has come. Let us assist my deity in establishing a terrestrial kingdom. Furthermore, once the kingdom is established, we shall immediately conduct a ritual of slaughter to elevate my deity to divinity. Indeed, your Majesty, Odin Bloodaxe nodded, patting his chest with a smile. Supreme slaughter, blood sacrifice to the true god. Andre similarly thumped his chest. Supreme slaughter, blood sacrifice to the true god. Chapter 124. Ascension through slaughter, let us commence. Andre, it is your turn to awaken my deity. Very well. With the Emperor's command, the entire Baru city began to function like a meticulously organized factory. A multitude of troll legions withdrew from the city, while 100,000 fervent troll devotees sat within the pre-drawn runic circle. The High Priest of Slaughter stood in the center of the Slaughter Temple, raising his crimson staff, kneeling in reverence, and calling out loudly, Please awaken my deity. At that moment, above the temple, the statue of the god of slaughter began to transform, eventually becoming a figure clad in a red robe, tall and robust, with blood-red eyes. He has awakened. Due to the enduring faith of the trolls, influenced by the power of belief, the visage and form of the Slaughter Emperor have begun to resemble that of a troll. Yet he is indifferent. At his level, race holds no significance. Only immortality and eternal life matter. His early investments in trolls were predicated on recognizing the potential of this race. Although they were unappreciated at the time, he discerned that, aside from the dominant Goblin Empire, the only intelligent race capable of traversing the entire continent of Furland was the trolls. This realization prompted his premature awakening, which even led to a fall in rank. Now, after years of slumber and cultivation, he has reached the pinnacle of demigodhood. Today, he shall ignite the divine flame, establish the terrestrial kingdom, conduct the ascension ritual of slaughter, forge his divine essence, and elevate his kingdom to the heavens, achieving the status of an immortal true god. The Slaughter Emperor Malicus surveyed the entirety of Baru City and the million goblin materials outside, feeling the faith emanating from tens of millions of trolls. Even though he had anticipated this day for a long time, he could not help but feel joy within. After countless years of slumber and waiting, 2 millennia of planning, I have finally awaited this day. Malicus looked at Andre and Bloodaxe standing before him, marveling, You have done splendidly, Andre. In the future, you shall ascend to my kingdom and my sanctified position. I shall ensure your place. Thank you, my deity. Andre rejoiced. To become a sanctified spirit meant eternal immortality alongside the divine. If the deity does not perish, then the sanctified spirit shall not perish. Let's begin. Yes, my deity. Saying this, Malicus stepped out of the temple, rising through the air, ultimately standing above Baru City. He gazed upon the multitude of fervent devotees. A staggering 100,000 souls already assembled in the city, and erupted into a resounding laughter. In that moment, he unleashed the entirety of his formidable presence, an overwhelming aura of slaughter permeating the vicinity of Bauru City for miles around. It was a spectacle of majesty and grandeur. Regardless of whether they were the 10,000 zealots within Bauru City, the towering troll soldiers stationed outside its gates, or even the emperor alongside his elite guards, all fell to their knees in reverence, fervently proclaiming, All hail the supreme of slaughter, the true god of blood sacrifice. Even the 100,000 captured goblins trembled and knelt in submission. Only the colossal wolf troll cavalry hailing from Haros maintained their distance from Bauru City, for they were devoted followers of the wolf god. Though the kingdom of the great wolves and the kingdom of the trolls had united, the original trolls of Haros still worshipped the wolf god. In his quest to unify the trolls, Odin the Bloodaxe had pledged to assist their wolf god in ascending to divinity. Thus, both the future god of slaughter and the wolf god would be regarded as the true deities of the troll empire, albeit with a hierarchy of reverence. After Maracus encountered the wolf god in person, the latter ceased to concern himself with such rankings. As a wave of profound faith surged forth, The Slaughter Emperor Maracas began to intertwine with the very essence of slaughter itself, earning the recognition of the world will. Henceforth, the dominion of slaughter transcended mere usage. It evolved into a sovereign control. The transformation of the authority governed by the world's laws gave rise to a powerful divine status. With authority as its foundation and faith as its fuel, it coalesced into a golden star. Maracas directed his soul toward this golden star, igniting it as one would kindle a fire with kindling, and instantly, the divine flames erupted forth. In that moment, divine fire was kindled. The first step toward deification was accomplished. The world will trembled, granting great tolerance to the emergence of the first true God in the realm. After all, the essence of divinity lies in the maintenance of cosmic order, serving as an ally to the world will. Even though an increase in deities may weaken the world will, they are all entities that coexist with the world in life and death. As Maracas ignited the divine fire, his soul transformed into that of a deity, and an aura of divine majesty radiated through the cosmos, akin to the might of the heavens. With every gesture, he could feel the immense power of dominion over the world. At that moment, he was poised to become a god, yet his ascension was far from complete. Standing aloft in the heavens, he proclaimed to those below in Bauru City, "Where I stand is my divine kingdom upon the earth." His voice resonated with a solemn and weighty authority. On the ground, the 100,000 fervent devotees, led by the high priest Andre, cried out in unison, "Where our Lord resides is the kingdom of slaughter." Having uttered these words, they drew blades across their wrists, allowing their blood to flow onto the earth's runes. And with all their spiritual energy, they forcefully struck the ground. 100,000 fervent devotees suddenly fell into a state of unconsciousness, with several thousands succumbing to their overwhelming fervor and perishing on the spot. Witnessing this, Malachus felt a pang in his heart, an abundance of pure souls, imbued with fervent faith, cascaded into the golden, blazing star. Ultimately, the pure souls of those zealots returned to the earth, their countless beliefs transmuted into divine power of slaughter. Malachus, with arms outstretched, embraced the immense power directed towards the city of Baruch below. Divine power could transform everything. Thus, the entirety of Baruch and its land began to metamorphose, emanating an unparalleled golden divine radiance. In this manner, a magnificent divine realm was born. At the heart of this realm stood a towering divine throne, as if perched upon a mountain, with the emergence of the divine kingdom. An immortal essence coalesced within his divine soul, enveloping the divine fire and the golden star within it. An abundance of threads of faith materialized, connecting to the divine essence above. From this moment forth, he would know every individual who placed their faith in him. Malachus then sat regally upon the divine throne, surveying the kingdom taking shape before him, and proclaimed with authority, "From this day forth, I shall exalt the divine realm to the heavens. The ritual of slaughter shall commence." As the divine spirit of slaughter upon the throne uttered its chilling decree, outside the city of Baruch, the troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe, alongside his troll warriors, knelt on one knee. The clashing of armor and weaponry resounded like thunder. The emperor responded loudly, "Yes, my god." Behind him, all the troll warriors thumped their breastplates in silent accord. Clang, clang, clang. The iron armor glimmered, perfectly synchronized. Then, he rose and issued a commanding order to the multitude of troll warriors kneeling across the land outside Baruch, in accordance with my goddess' will. "Commence the ritual of slaughter. Troops, take your positions. Yes, we shall follow our goddess' decree." Nearly 100,000 troll warriors dispersed in a cohesive formation, surrounding the captured encampment of nearly 1 million goblins, swiftly cutting through, fragmenting the multitude of goblins. Within the encampment, the goblins wore expressions of panic and terror, having been brought here and imprisoned for a month. Among them were several former nobles of the Goblin Empire, including members of the Amigwal, Aziva, Leonard, Baron, and Lamar families, among other noble lineages. Yet, without exception, they were all bound here, faced with the grim fate of death. In contrast, those transformed into demons in the imperial city were deemed fortunate. As the goblins beheld the advancing troll warriors, clad in armor and wielding swords, spears, and shields, with fierce visages approaching them, their hearts turned to ice, and they trembled in fear. Some goblins stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "Are we to die?" One goblin, dressed as a scholar, trembled in utmost terror. What are they going to do? A towering and warrior-like goblin murmured bitterly, "Is the final judgment upon us?" Some goblins knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely. The troll soldiers paid no heed to the goblins' suffering and panic. This is the fate of the annihilators. Even if you surrender, when the enemy decides you must perish, how could they allow you to live? Regardless of whether you are a noble, a professional, a scholar, or a commoner, as long as the blood of goblins flows through your veins, you are equal beneath the blade of slaughter. When a nation falls, its people are as worthless as chaff. As the 100,000 troll soldiers took their positions, Odin Bloodaxe, with a stoic expression, swung his long sword, channeling the power of a demigod, his voice resonating across the land. "Slay them, and let the blood be a sacrifice to my god. With the slaughter of these million goblins, may my god elevate his realm in the heavens." The ritual of slaughter commenced. As his long sword descended, all the troll soldiers raised their blades, striking down upon the defenseless goblins. With sickening sounds, green heads tumbled to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the earth. Though 1,000,000 goblins seemed a vast number, in reality, it was but a single troll severing 10 heads. The land was transformed into a true sea of blood, the crimson liquid flowing through runes upon the earth, soon igniting with a red glow. Upon the divine throne, the deity, who had been seated, rose in an embrace, extending his arms towards the site of the slaughter outside Baruch City. From the corpses of the 1,000,000 goblins, a surge of blood energy arose, coalescing into a sea of slaughtering aura, shattering countless souls. This essence then morphed into a blood-red river, flooding into the newly formed divine realm of the god of slaughter. Malachus, a powerful upward force, suddenly emerged. The god of slaughter laughed heartily. After countless years of waiting, today he would ascend to true divinity. His entire being, including his eyes, radiated a crimson light of slaughter, the immense divine power he had just acquired transforming into a colossal hand reaching towards the heavens. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the height increased, Malachus' divine power flowed away like a stream. The higher he ascended, the faster it dissipated. It was as if he were lifting not merely a city or a divine realm, but the very will of another world into the overarching will of the main world. Just as he elevated his divine realm to the heavens, on the brink of divinity, the world S will manifest it as an intangible presence, enveloping his divine realm, poised to acknowledge his legitimacy. Above the high heavens, beyond the divine realm, a resplendent figure appeared, radiant with light, adorned with wings, and crowned with a pure white halo, embodying majesty and sanctity. With purple eyes and silver hair, his visage was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of formidable authority. It was none other than Jiang You, the long-awaited one. Behind him, a magnificent platinum moon, resplendent like a divine realm, hung high in the sky, radiating a brilliant light that shimmered and sparkled within the realm of slaughter. Upon witnessing the platinum moon and Jiang Yu's figure appear at the ascent to the divine kingdom, the god of slaughter, Malachus, abruptly raised his gaze, an astonishing crimson light flaring within his blood-red eyes. "The platinum moon, how dare you appear before me at this moment? What is there to fear?" Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile, brandishing his sword as he traversed the celestial heights, his pure white radiance dispelling the chaotic laws surrounding him. His steps serene and unhurried. "What do you intend to do?" The god of slaughter, in a critical moment, poised at the final step, dared not relinquish it easily, glaring furiously at Jiang Yu. Yet Jiang Yu paid him no heed, turning his attention to the intangible will of the world. In the next instant, as if thunder had erupted, he raised his purple-gold longsword, as if lifting the entire dual-layered heaven mountain, an unmatched might and unparalleled will merging within a blade. As he struck down upon the formless entity shaped by that world will. Crack! Crash! It was as if space shattered, time ruptured. The entire world dimmed for a fleeting moment. An indescribable terror swept across the heavens and the earth. Within the hearts of countless beings arose a profound sense of emptiness, as if their very essence had been stripped away. You have actually severed the world will. In the furious gaze of the god of slaughter, A large shard of the world will fell from its formless essence, and Jiang You, with the will of judgment, swiftly retrieved it, merging it instantaneously into the platinum throne behind him. In that instant, the platinum throne shone with an incomparably dazzling golden light, a divine radiance akin to immortality manifesting upon the throne. Beneath the platinum throne, the entire heaven trembled, as several suppressed authorities completed the ignition of divine fire to achieve godhood in an instant. However, lacking the support of faith's power, these divine essences swiftly melted into the heaven mountain, elevating the laws of judgment high. Boom! The vast expanse of the third heaven mountain emerged in an instant. Meanwhile, Jiang You turned and stepped into the platinum moon, taking his seat upon the throne. After merging with the shard of the world will, a conceptual rule pertaining to divine power was birthed within this world. With a smile upon his face, he solemnly proclaimed, "Under the brilliance of my will, regardless of any being, those who enact the will of judgment shall have the divine power of judgment come into being. My throne, from this day forth, shall be the throne of judgment." As soon as the words left his lips, behind him, 3 pairs of pure white wings, composed of pristine holy light, suddenly manifested. He had ascended to the realm of the divine throne. Chapter 126. Stepping into the divine kingdom. A month prior to the god of slaughter commencing his ascension ritual, the platinum moon high above had suddenly ignited with an unparalleled brilliance. At that time, the winged ones, humans, half-beasts, and the behemoth, among the Northern Coalition, were engaged in a fierce battle against the trolls. Thereafter, whether by day or by night, the heavens appear as if adorned with an additional resplendent platinum sun. The radiant beams of platinum light illuminate the world, visible to all. This phenomenon explains why Odin, the Blood Axe, abandoned his northern campaign to return hastily from the front lines. The god of slaughter could no longer afford to wait. Awakened from his slumber, he summoned the high priest Andre Blood Axe from the Temple of Slaughter to make preparations for the ascension plan. Simultaneously, he instructed his followers to summon Odin Blood Axe to the south to ensure the success of the divine undertaking. Only then did he return to his deep slumber, nurturing his strength for the impending event. Prior to this, Jiang You had already constructed the second layer of the heavenly mountain, significantly enhancing his power. At that time, he was gradually harnessing the world's malice, drawing the attention of the world's will, and subtly extracting its essence to integrate into his throne, thus achieving the advancement of the platinum throne. This inspiration was sparked by the arrival of the abyss, although he had not personally witnessed the descent of Protas. The power of the abyssal will had greatly enlightened him. Indeed, the will of the world can possess immense strength. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. At this very moment, in the Natashir forest of Fenton, the chieftain of the Windwing people conveyed a message using the method Jiang You had left behind years ago. The message was that the elven race had completed their evolution, transforming entirely into the form desired by their deity, resembling the elves of future generations. The long-slumbering silver moon goddess suddenly bestowed a divine oracle upon the elves, signaling her readiness for the ascension ceremony. Jiang You could hardly fathom the implications. Should the already formidable silver moon's sovereign ascend, her power would surely reach unimaginable heights. At that moment, he rose from his platinum throne, gazing at the distant silver moon, and indeed sensed subtle yet profound changes. The brilliance of the silver moon appeared more vibrant, and upon its surface, a faint, ethereal figure seemed to materialize. She had indeed awakened. Jiang Yu's heart trembled. Now his strength was incomparable to when he first ascended the throne, bolstered by the dual layers of the heavenly mountain. He brimmed with power, yet he did not underestimate the awakened silver moon. She was destined to become the future supreme deity, far surpassing the likes of the father of oaks and the mother of the deep sea. Should she succeed in her ascension, she would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. He had contemplated the notion of eliminating the silver moon to avert future threats. However, the silver moon's sovereign resided within the silver moon, much like he dwelled within the platinum moon, rendering her assassination impossible. The only viable course was to ascend ahead of her, wielding absolute power to breach the gates of the silver moon. Yet, the world will required for his ascension was scarce within the current realm. A methodical approach would demand an excessively protracted duration. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu's mind surged with countless fragments of knowledge from his past life, ultimately leading him to conceive an exceedingly audacious idea. He recalled a post he had once seen from a player, which mentioned a mysterious organization known as the Cult in the 5th chapter. It stated that when the demigods raised their divine realms to ascend to godhood, it was the moment they were closest to the world will. At that juncture, could he seize the opportunity to collect the fragments of the world will that he so desperately sought? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang You resolved to take action. If it did not attain a status rivaling that of true gods, not only would Silver Moon ascend, but more demigods would follow suit, ultimately becoming true deities. At that point, Jiang Yu would find himself at a disadvantage. As for the malice of the world will, he had grown accustomed to it. With little to ponder, he decided to fabricate a fade of his imminent ascension, ensuring that the entire world was aware of it. There would inevitably be those who could not resist, particularly his adversaries, the elusive Emperor of Slaughter, whom he had searched for in vain, and the deep-sea Mother of the Abyss. Thus it began. The radiant light of platinum illuminated the city of Euler in the winged people S-realm, where countless devotees of the platinum moon sang heartfelt hymns of praise daily in the skies. This sign was deliberately conveyed to neighboring nations, and the news of the platinum moon's impending ascension quickly spread. They harbored no doubts about its authenticity, for the platinum moon possessed an immense advantage that they lacked. Its own kin, the winged people, served as a natural source of faith. With a mere command, every corner became a divine realm. Consequently, many demigods from various nations and races could no longer remain idle. They hastily began preparing for their ascension, disregarding whether their foundational strengths were truly sufficient. The Empire of Trolls, worshipping the god of slaughter, was the first to respond, moving with remarkable swiftness. Following closely was the deep-sea Mother of the Abyss, unable to contain her eagerness to prepare for her ascension. Lastly came the deities revered by the Kingdom of Mountains, the god of mountains and forging, the Centaur Kingdom's god of the North Wind, the Beastmen Kingdom's god of battle, the Lizardmen's god of muddiness and chaos, the Kingdom of Eamon's god of barbarism and violence, the god of strength and the god of running of the grasslands, and the marine goddess worshipped by the merfolk. All of them commenced preparations for their ascension rituals. These were the first batch of deities to ascend in the 3rd chapter. Observing the fervor with which the gods rushed to ascend, unwilling to lag behind, Jiang Yu sat composed in the heavens, awaiting the first divine realm to rise. Indeed, within a month, a deity ascended to the heavens, raising their divine realm. It was none other than his acquaintance, the god of slaughter, Malachus, in the celestial heights. As Jiang Yu attained the status of a god, he paid no heed to the irrelevant notifications of the system. With resolute steps, he emerged from the triple heaven mountain and approached the realm of the god of slaughter, raising his mighty divine sword, imbued with the power of judgment, and struck down with ferocity. Yet, at that very moment, the god of slaughter successfully established his divine realm, embedding it at the edge of the world. Thus, the god of slaughter achieved true divinity. Upon his ascension, he bypassed the feeble divine power, attaining a status of weak divine strength. And as long as the empire of trolls endured, their faith would persist, allowing him to continue to grow in power. Yet, the god of slaughter felt an inexplicable emptiness. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as a resplendent beam of sword light, capable of rending the heavens and the earth, surged forth from beyond the divine realm, sweeping across the dimensions and striking the divine kingdom with tremendous force. Thunderous roars echoed. Seated upon the throne of slaughter, Malachus, the god of slaughter, felt the very foundations of his realm tremble, his eyelids twitching violently. Yet, he dared not step outside the divine kingdom. Instead, he bore witness, with a sense of frustration, to the figure standing in the void beyond, wielding the divine sword, radiating sword light and exuding an unparalleled majesty. His brow was shadowed with a foreboding gloom. Such audacity against the divine. Chapter 127. The divine throne's characteristic. Radiant projection high above, outside the kingdom of slaughter, Jiang Yu stood in the void. His silver hair and violet eyes glimmering, 3 pairs of radiant wings fluttering gently behind him, shedding strands of luminous feathers. A sense of sacred authority enveloped him. After unleashing a judgmental sword light that struck the barrier of the kingdom of slaughter, he observed the barrier quiver violently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this divine realm appeared to be utterly indestructible. However, if one strike was insufficient, then multiple strikes would suffice. With this thought, he brandished his sword, a magnificent aura rising like an ocean. The grand power of divine judgment surged forth, the intent of his sword akin to celestial bodies plummeting from the heavens. Once again, several beams of pure white sword light rent the firmament and the fabric of time, harshly cleaving into a specific point of the kingdom of slaughter. Within the divine realm, the god of slaughter gripped the arms of his throne tightly, nearly crushing them. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly as if he had sensed something, transforming from gloom to brightness. He gazed at Jiang You, who was unleashing sword light from beyond the kingdom, and laughed heartily. "Very well. Since you are so eager to kill me, I shall allow you entry." However, Jiang You, sword raised, shook his head in refusal. "No need. I can enter on my own." With that, he transformed his sword into a spear, his body and blade moving as one, becoming a dazzling stream of platinum light that crashed violently against the golden barrier of the divine kingdom. Boom! It was as if the very earth had shattered. The divine realm trembled. Astonishingly, the barrier of the divine kingdom was breached by a single strike. Following this, Jiang Yu stepped into the kingdom, standing aloft in the sky, sword in hand, gazing down at Malachus seated upon his throne, and gently inquired, "Are you prepared to await your demise?" Witnessing his divine kingdom being shattered, not as he had imagined with a deliberate invitation for the enemy to delve deeper, but rather with the intruder boldly entering and mocking him, the god of slaughter's countenance twitched fiercely. Rising from his throne, he seized a blood-red curved blade, divine power surging around him, his aura of slaughter fully unleashed. "Platinum Moon, you are truly audacious, to speak so brazenly within my divine kingdom. Today, I shall make you realize the price one pays for trespassing into another's divine realm. I shall not allow you to leave without a mark, lest I be deemed unworthy of the throne." With these words, a thought crossed his mind, and the rift in the once breached barrier of his divine kingdom was instantaneously restored. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura enveloped the divine realm, as boundless malice surged forth, and an insatiable sense of repulsion manifested, concentrating the oppressive forces of this celestial domain upon him. The authority of slaughter pinpointed every fatal flaw upon his being, weaving a dense web of crimson threads of death around Jiang Yu. In an instant, the god of slaughter vanished from his throne, teleporting behind Jiang Yu, and unleashed a blade through the ether, transforming into innumerable divine knives of slaughter aimed directly at his vulnerabilities. The god of slaughter's power was unfailingly precise. Within the divine realm, it was amplified tenfold. Instantly, each divine knife morphed into colossal spears, stretching tens of thousands of meters, piercing through Jiang Yu's vital points. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted as his entire body was perforated, golden blood cascading through the air. Yet, he remained unperturbed, uttering not a word, but instead smiled serenely and softly declared, "The throne is I." Throne characteristic, at that moment, all his grievous wounds vanished. Meanwhile, on the platinum throne, a myriad of fissures suddenly appeared. Following this, Jiang Yu silently intoned within his heart, radiant projection. Throne characteristic, in an instant, a brilliant platinum light emanated from him. Subsequently, several figures, identical in form and visage to him, emerged from his being, shimmering with the same radiant glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chapter 128. Shatter the Divine Persona. Within the realm of the god of slaughter, 10 figures gleaming with platinum light lined up, each possessing silver hair and purple eyes, adorned with 6 wings and wielding purple gold longswords. Their essence resonated in unison, their powers equivalent, as though 10 Jiang Yus were poised for battle. Beneath the central throne of the divine realm, the god of slaughter, Malachus, beheld the 10 Jiang Yus materializing in the heavens, unable to restrain himself from erupting into furious exclamations. "We are both newly ascended gods. How can you be so monstrous?" Concurrently, the vestige of his confidence was swiftly cast aside, as he fervently hoped that the voice that had echoed within his mind moments ago would not deceive him. In this moment, he deeply regretted having heeded the guidance of the world's will, provoking such an unreasonable foe. In days past, he could spar with Jiang You for a while, even retreating unscathed. Now, however, such an outcome seemed implausible. The enemy had already breached the divine realm. He had nowhere to flee and could only prepare for battle. At the very least, he needed to delay until reinforcements arrived. Malicus steeled himself, focusing intently. As the residual power of slaughter surged forth without restraint, igniting the divine persona with a vivid crimson glow. Slaughter feast. He exerted every ounce of his strength. Upon ascending to divinity, the laws transformed into rules, mastering the authority of these rules, rendering him even more formidable. Within the divine realm, countless scenes of slaughter recorded by Malicus materialized, from which deadly weapons leapt forth, empowered by the essence of slaughter, morphing into colossal red divine arrows that hurtled towards Jiang You. Due to being within the realm of another deity, unless the sovereign of this divine kingdom grants permission, Jiang You has temporarily lost his ability to teleport. However, this does not daunt him. It cannot impede his advance. In the sky, 10 manifestations of Jiang You wield their purple-gold long swords, the divine power of judgment infused within the blades, while his champions will render his skills almost otherworldly. And his combat awareness is unparalleled. With minimal exertion, he suppresses the oncoming onslaught of lethal rules, then descends through the heavens. Before him, the 10 Jiang Yus approach steadily, while the god of slaughter, Malicus, grips his slaughtering divine blade with growing anxiety. It seems he hears the echo of Malicus's thoughts, as a solemn declaration reverberates through the cosmos. Today, I, Calibdes, raise my divine kingdom to the heavens, ascending to the realms of the ocean and the storm. Today I, Mattis, elevate my divine kingdom to the heavens, taking my place among the gods of the dwarves, mountains, and forging. Today I, Rosewind, exalt my divine kingdom to the heavens, standing alongside the centaur and the god of the northern winds. Today I, Favik, uphold my divine kingdom to the heavens, joining the ranks of the beastmen and the god of battle. Today I, Matisse, lift my divine kingdom to the heavens, ascending as the deity of the lizardman mud and chaos. Today I, Brito, raise my divine kingdom to the heavens, claiming my dominion over the gods of barbarism and violence. Today I, Sweeks, elevate my divine kingdom to the heavens, uniting with the gods of the plains and strength. Today I, Ontos, hold my divine kingdom high in the heavens, becoming the god of running. Today I, Siwixia, exalt my divine kingdom to the heavens, joining the mermaids and the ocean goddesses. The 9 divine proclamations resonate throughout the world, echoing even within the kingdom of slaughter. Malicus's demeanor shifts to one of exhilaration as he gazes upon the approaching Jiang You, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha! The platinum moon witnesses the ascension of 9 new deities. Your attempts to sever the will of the world and diminish divine power will ultimately lead to your own destruction. I wonder how many of these deities will soon appear here to join me in our assault against you. Yet, Jiang You remains unfazed, paying no heed to the ascenders beyond. His purple eyes gleam with a platinum light as he resolutely advances. The brilliance emanating from the purple-gold long swords intensifies, nearly igniting into flames. Soon, he stands before the god of slaughter. In unison, the 10 Jiang Yus unleash their first strike. 10 magnificent beams of judgment sword light merge at the moment of execution, circumventing Malicus's divine blade and shattering the crimson barrier of his divine throne, pulverizing it into fragments. Golden crystals scatter upon the ground, strewn across the divine kingdom. Malicus's countenance pales, a trickle of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The once ethereal essence of the god of slaughter plummets from the supernatural realm, descending back to the point of ignition before his ascension, deep within his divine soul. Yet before he could utter a cry of despair, a second beam of judgmental sword light followed swiftly, cleaving towards his head and piercing the very essence of his being, striking deep into the core of his soul, where his essence of slaughter resided. It was too swift. There was no evading it. Moreover, this beam of sword light bore even greater and more profound power than the previous one. In resignation, Malicus summoned all his strength, transforming the slaughter god blade into a luminous arc of death, colliding with the sword light. The clash resonated like a cataclysm, as the rules of judgment and the rules of slaughter contended against each other. Seizing this fleeting moment, Malachus prepared to retreat, aiming to create distance. After all, his delay had been fruitful. The 8 deities were on the verge of attaining true divinity, and surely a few would come forth to lend their support. However, before he could teleport to safety, a thunderous impact akin to the collapse of worlds interrupted his movements. Outside the realm of the god of slaughter, a magnificent celestial mountain crashed violently into the very spot where Jiang You had just shattered the barriers of the divine realm, breaching into the god's domain. Instantly, the platinum divine throne surged with force, beginning its incursion into the realm of slaughter. In a daze, the god of slaughter found himself once again confronted by Jiang You, who unleashed another beam of judgmental swordlight. This strike was both fierce and precise, cleaving directly into the essence of slaughter, severing it in twain. Chapter 129, The Light of Dawn. At this moment, the god of slaughter could no longer hold himself together. His soul was shattered by the swordlight, and the excruciating pain compelled him to howl in agony. No, yet Jiang You remained indifferent. With renewed vigor, he grasped his sword once more, the pure white, judgmental light igniting, intent on delivering the final blow. But in the next heartbeat, 5 illustrious figures, radiating boundless divine light, emerged within the domain of the god of slaughter. They were the dwarven god, the god of mountains, and Forge Motidus, the lizardman god, the god of mud and chaos Martes, the god of grasslands and strength Swakes, the god of running Ontos, and the mermaid and ocean goddess Zoysia. Upon their arrival, they collaboratively twisted the very fabric of the divine realm with their divine power. Concurrently, 5 distinct divine powers, each governed by different rules, surged towards Jiang You. Tearing through the fabric of time and space, and bolstered by the rule of running, they arrived in an instant. Faced with the formidable assault of these 5 divine powers, Jiang You chose not to steadfastly strike down the god of slaughter, but swiftly seized half of the slaughter god's essence. Retreating several steps back to the already encroached platinum divine throne, where he suppressed half of the slaughter god's essence beneath the throne. The 5 deities, witnessing Jiang Yu's retreat, swiftly shattered the god of slaughter's soul and divided his divine essence, dragging the wretched Malachus behind them. It appeared they were well acquainted with the god of slaughter. Malachus, you must endure for just a moment longer and stabilize the divine realm. We shall deal with the platinum moon. The god of slaughter, enduring excruciating torment, gazed upon Jiang You, who stood before the platinum divine throne, and shook his head. The platinum moon possesses formidable strength. I have just sensed that, despite having the capability to eliminate me, it chose to spare my life, likely awaiting your arrival. You may find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him, for his power has escalated at an alarming rate, instilling a profound sense of dread within me. Only a sovereign could possibly confront him. The sovereign is on the verge of ascension, merely one step away. Yet, how could a being of a new epoch be so potent? The mermaid and the ocean goddess, Zoysia, furrowed their brows. I cannot say for certain, but such is the reality. Exercise caution. The god of slaughter, Malachus, warned. Although some remained skeptical, the 5 deities nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiang You, standing upon the platinum throne, gently lifted his foot and struck the ground of Paradise Mountain with a subtle stomp. Instantly, the entire triple Paradise Mountain erupted in an astonishing brilliance of platinum light, swiftly subduing the entirety of the god of slaughter's domain. Subsequently, half of the god of slaughter's territory began to collapse, merging into Paradise Mountain, as its domain enveloped the entire realm of slaughter. The 6 deities were caught off guard and found themselves drawn into the encompassing reach of Paradise Mountain. This is dire. A sense of suppression suddenly surged within their very souls. They instinctively felt a jolt of alarm. At that precise moment, a soft laughter resonated throughout the realm of slaughter. You have all hidden yourselves so deeply, revealing your true forms only upon ascension. However, I have finally awaited your arrival. Just then, the sun of the Furland world was about to set, casting its dim golden light for the final time upon the world. O gods, fall amidst this twilight. How dare a group of lesser deities venture beyond your divine realm? Outside your dominion, you are far easier prey than the god of slaughter. The Forbidden Lord, tenfold combat power, and the enhancement of Paradise Mountain, tenfold combat power, were all set in an instant. Jiang You chuckled softly, standing before the throne. raising his purple-gold longsword as the resplendent, pure white light of divine judgment erupted with a thunderous brilliance, piercing both heaven and earth, casting a pure white beam visible to the entire world. Judgment, the vast, pure white sword light transcended time and space, instantaneously tearing apart the divine light enveloping them. Descending upon the six deities. Six anguished cries echoed through the cosmos. The forms of four deities evaporated in an instant, leaving only the god of running and the god of slaughter, who managed to evade some of the sword strike, barely clinging to life. Observing this, Jiang Yu's gaze remained tranquil as he effortlessly absorbed the four divine essences into the platinum throne. He then lifted his sword once more, prepared to slay the two remaining survivors. Just as the sun set, plunging the world into darkness, the brilliant white sword light surged again, illuminating the heavens and the earth, as well as their pallid faces. The god of slaughter and the god of running were utterly devoid of hope. At that moment, amidst the darkened world, a glimmer of dawn suddenly pierced through the shadows. Following this, a radiant sun ascended defiantly into the sky. Chapter 130, Champion. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were enveloped in a blinding white light. An endless brilliance illuminated the entire world, awakening all beings from their slumber. The vast radiance was dazzling. Had another deity emerged? A hidden demigod side. It was the ruler of the sun sequence 0, who had finally graced the world stage. We must seize the moment. As the ascendant sun radiated its resplendent light, it soon transitioned to a more subdued brilliance. Yet, the once dark realm transformed back into daylight, and that celestial body seemed to pause in the sky, ready to traverse the path of the white night once more, altering the celestial mechanics of the Furlan world. While all beings marveled, in the next moment, a smaller sun leapt forth from the magnificent solar orb, causing the world's sun to descend back into the western horizon. Darkness enveloped the land once more, revealing a starry sky and twin moons. The order of the world returned to normal. However, a powerful deity had already been born, simultaneously, within the god of slaughter's realm, as Jiang Yu's decree once again targeted the god of running and the god of slaughter. A magnificent sword light was poised to descend. A radiant sun collided with the realm of slaughter, enveloping both the god of running and the god of slaughter in its golden glow. The golden radiance surged like the ocean, and a golden divine spear emerged before the two deities, intercepting Jiang Yu's judgment sword light. The clash of spear and sword erupted in a deafening roar. Then, a grand and resounding proclamation echoed through the cosmos. The world ought to know that from this day forth, I am the Lord of Dawn, the solar god of daybreak. Aladas. As his proclamation reverberated, praises erupted across the Furlan continent. In the mountainous kingdom, the marsh kingdom, the troll empire, the merfolk kingdom, the eastern and western prairie courts. Even in the Reinhardt kingdoms, Trident River region, and the borders of Nadhir, wise beings emerged from their homes, from shadows and woods, kneeling upon the earth, singing hymns of dawn. What a vast faith! What a profound design! High above, as the songs of praise resonated across the continent, the sun that had penetrated the realm of slaughter began to dim its blinding radiance, revealing a grand, luminous, spherical, divine realm. Before a golden throne stood a muscular man, adorned with golden skin and clad in golden armor, exuding the majesty of a divine king. He wielded a brilliant golden spear and bore a golden bow with arrows. Gazing at the disheveled, nude deities with a sigh, the sun rises as usual. Dawn will inevitably arrive. Malachus Antos, but alas, I have come too late. Ruler, please, avenge us. Upon witnessing the arrival of this formidable deity, the god of slaughter and the god of running recalled their obliterated companion and clenched their teeth in sorrowful fury. I am capable. The sun never pardons its ruthless foes. The Lord of Dawn nodded solemnly, then turned to gaze upon Jiang You, who stood before the platinum throne, sensing his majestic aura reminiscent of both emperor and saint. His brows knitted deeply. Thunder, light, earth, mountains, flames, and seas, so many dominions. Do you, like me, aspire to tread the path of the God King? No, you shall suppress divine authority and forge the will of the world. You seek to be a solitary figure. I cannot even perceive your path. In the previous era, I never encountered you, and I am profoundly curious. Who exactly are you? He found it hard to believe that a being of this epoch could wield such power, ascending to the heavens and slaying gods within merely a few millennia. Is this the sequence 0 or 1 from the last era? Did it emerge after my slumber, before the platinum throne, at a distance of half a slaughtering divine realm? Witnessing the two gods being rescued by the Lord of Dawn, Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged, his long sword lowered, a composed smile gracing his lips. The Lord of Dawn, it appears you are their supreme deity. I have long admired your illustrious name. In the forthcoming 5th chapter, the Lord of Dawn shall indeed be one of the mightiest deities. Furthermore, he possesses numerous divine offices that Jiang You requires. Thus, Jiang You patiently responded, adjusting his state to its optimum. As for who I am, by your reckoning, you may refer to me as the Lord of Judgment. Judgment, an unfamiliar path. The Lord of Dawn shook his head. In his recollection, he had never encountered this avenue. Perhaps it is a newly developed sequence that arose after my slumber. But that is of little consequence now. Let be so. My curiosity has reached its conclusion. Now, let us honor my subordinates with your divine essence and blood. The golden-skinned deity, with golden hair and eyes, removed the golden bow and arrows from his back and spoke indifferently. He seemed to possess unwavering confidence in his ability to subdue his opponent, every movement and utterance imbued with profound assurance. Yet such confidence was not off-putting. Rather, it inspired belief that he was indeed the deity capable of such feats. This was the invincible spirit of one who had once traversed the world undefeated. He was the unrivaled champion of an era. Faced with the oppressive aura of invincibility, let us give it a try. Jiang You felt the Lord of Dawn's confidence. Yet it did not sway him. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. His gaze sparkled like lightning, his posture erect, silver hair flowing behind him. 3 pairs of wings resembling gleaming armor, a formidable battle intent suddenly surging forth. The times have changed, the embers of the old era. Regardless of the time, place, or identity, he feared nothing, growing stronger with each battle. I too am a champion. Chapter 131. The Contest of Sun and Moon. In the high heavens, the golden radiance of dawn collided thunderously with the pure white light of judgment. Endless streams of light shattered like glass, scattering across the starry expanse of the cosmos. The platinum moon and the dawn divine kingdom audaciously divided the heavens into 2 distinct hues. In the heart of the battlefield, the once mighty kingdom of slaughter lay in ruins, shattered into fragments. The god of slaughter, ensconced within the dawn divine kingdom, wept as he gathered the remnants of his divine realm. It would take him countless years to restore what had been lost. Nearby, the triple heaven mountain collided violently with the dawn divine kingdom, each striving to uphold their respective territories. The space where they clashed had disintegrated, and the defensive barriers of both the mountain and the divine realm had been reduced to dust. The space between them was a chaotic tapestry of fragmentation. Upon the solar throne of the dawn divine kingdom, Aladas planted his golden spear beside him, drew his gilded bow, and unleashed arrows of sunlight that pierced the firmament, transforming into miniature suns that targeted not only Jiang You, but also various points on the heaven mountain. With a thunderous roar, Jiang You advanced step by step. Standing at the precipice of the triple heaven mountain, waves of pure white judgment light continuously shattered the incoming solar arrows, and he directed the power of judgment deep into the divine realm, striking at the dawn sovereign and other locations within the divine kingdom. Their realms and the mountain lay in utter disarray. Observing their mutual inability to gain the upper hand, the dawn sovereign's expression darkened slightly as he regarded Jiang You, who stood at the edge of the mountain yet refused to take a step forward. With a wry smile, he concluded that rather than squander divine energy, it would be better to engage in a decisive battle. He discarded his golden bow and arrows, drew forth a resplendent golden spear from before his throne, and in an instant, he vanished from his seat, reappearing at the edge of the shattered realm, facing Jiang You directly. Have you finally mustered the courage to approach? Jiang You mocked, lifting his gaze. Why waste breath? You dare not even step beyond your divine realm. What difference does it make between the center and the edge? Let's fight. With a proud declaration, the dawn sovereign charged forward, wielding his golden spear. For a fleeting moment, the dawn divine kingdom dimmed as a miniature sun materialized at the tip of his spear, distorting time and space as he propelled it forward, enacting a grand solar strike. Ah, splendid. Jiang You responded without hesitation, stepping forth from the heaven mountain to confront the Dawn Sovereign. The judgment power of his purple-gold long sword erupted in a radiant, pure white light, descending with the intent to judge the entire world. Boom! Clash! The resounding echoes of a cosmic explosion reverberated across the heavens. A black hole materialized instantaneously within the conflict's arena, rendering the surrounding laws and stardust impotent. The figures of gold and white, formidable and imposing, descended into their respective divine realms. Jiang Yu's wing was partially broken, and his right arm hung limply, yet he remained undeterred, sword in hand, rising once more to engage. The Dawn Sovereign, with a piercing wound in his chest and one leg bent, remained unperturbed, determined to rise with his spear and conquer his adversary. At the edge of the world and the barrier of the astral realm, within the four radiant divine kingdoms, Mother of the deep sea, God of the north wind, God of battle, and God of savagery and violence, each deity sat upon their thrones, gazing upon the fierce battle erupting high above. A twitch of their faces betrayed their unease. The might and fervor displayed by both sides indicated that they had reached the zenith of intermediate divine power, even approaching the standards of formidable divine strength. On the battlefield, as Jiang You and Elotas stepped forth from their respective divine realms, poised for collision, countless strands of cold, knife-like silver moonlight tore through the fabric of time and space, abruptly manifesting upon the battlefield with an insatiable sharpness, nearly cleaving the two deities in half. In Chapter 132, the silver moon goddess, Ikalia, descended. The two battling deities suddenly suffered grievous wounds, golden divine blood raining down from the heavens, cascading to the earth below. On the battlefield, Jiang You, armed with a spear, and Elotas, wielding a sword, grimaced as they disregarded their worsening injuries, evading the omnipresent silver moon blades, retreating almost simultaneously back to their divine sanctuaries. Afterward, they exchanged a glance across Heaven's Mountain and the Dawn Divine Kingdom, nodding slightly. The triple Heaven's Mountain and the Dawn Divine Kingdom instantaneously parted ways. The powers of judgment and solar energy surged, swiftly mending Heaven's Mountain and the Dawn Divine Kingdom, thus repelling the myriad silver moon blades descending from above. Only then did they lift their gazes skyward. Indeed, a resplendent silver moon, aglow with a chilling luminescence, hung in the firmament above them. Beneath its brilliance stood a goddess of exquisite beauty, ethereal yet imposing. This was the first time Jiang You beheld the visage of the silver moon goddess, a beauty beyond description in this world. Yet, within his heart, there was not a trace of enchantment. Rather, an overwhelming gravity took hold. She intends to slay both Elotas and me. Taking a deep breath, Jiang You positioned himself before the platinum throne, standing resolutely with his sword. The power of judgment was mending the wounds upon his body, restoring his arm and abdomen. Beside him, the Lord of Dawn was in a similar state. Hastily recovering while gripping his golden spear, his gaze fixed upon the silver moon above, unwilling to relent. In contrast, Elotas possessed a deeper understanding of the silver moon goddess. Among the few sovereigns of the pre-era, he harbored little trepidation, but the silver moon goddess, Ikalia, was undeniably one of them. It was known that in the previous era, Ikalia, the sovereign of the silver moon, was also a practitioner of the solar sequence. However, Elotas had been born far earlier than Ikalia. By the time Ikalia entered the solar sequence and achieved the ninth sequence, Elotas had already gained significant ground in the solar sequence. Yet, Ikalia was an indisputable prodigy, her talent in the cultivation of sequence practitioners unmatched through the ages. When Elotas reached the first sequence of the solar order, Ikalia had already caught up, attaining the second sequence. At that time, the formidable adversary instilled a sense of crisis in Elotas. However, his pride prevented him from taking preemptive measures against Ikalia, instead hastening his breakthrough to sequence 0. Yet, while he diligently pursued his cultivation, his subordinates took matters into their own hands, conspiring with other factions to ambush Ikalia. Ikalia retaliated, slaying several assailants and escaping grievously wounded. This marked the inception of enmity between him and Ikalia. Naturally, the disgrace of orchestrating the ambush fell squarely upon Elotas. Subsequently, seizing the time afforded to him, Elotas ascended to sequence 0 of the sun, becoming the sun's sovereign and irrevocably severing Ikalia's path to cultivation. Meanwhile, Acalia was nearing the pinnacle of sequence, one of the sun. However, sequence 0 was singular. Once an individual attained it, no others within that sequence could advance further. Logically, it appeared that the prodigious Acalia's path had been irrevocably obstructed. Orotas presumed that Acalia could no longer pose a threat to him. Centuries later, an astonishing event transpired, shaking the very foundations of the pre-epic. Acalia lifted a vast expanse of land to the celestial heights, and from that lofty perch, forcibly extended a new pathway to sequence 0 based on the foundation of sequence 1 of the sun, achieving the title of Silver Moon Sovereign. She became the singular supertalent of the pre-epic to break the rules of the sequences, creating a legend of 2 sovereigns emerging from sequence 0. Countless onlookers were left in awe. In the presence of an established ruler of sequence 0, Acalia singularly forged a new path, advancing within sequence 0. Her actions inspired numerous others whose paths had been severed, each aspiring to emulate Acalia's groundbreaking achievement and attain sovereign status, yet all met with failure. No one else could replicate Acalia's monumental feat. Little did anyone know the extent of preparation Acalia had undertaken over those centuries. Upon achieving the title of Silver Moon Sovereign, she engaged in a fierce confrontation with Orotas, the Sun Sovereign. Orotas, having held the title for many years, ultimately triumphed after a grueling battle, but he was unable to extinguish her life. As he sought to pursue her, Acalia vanished, enveloped by her own silver moon. Thus, a profound animosity festered between Orotas and Acalia. Chapter 132. The triumvirate in the celestial heights, the silver moon, or the silver moon divine kingdom, resided in the highest heavens. Below, Jiang Yu's platinum moon, threefold heaven mountain loomed in the east, while the morning light divine kingdom of Orotas hovered in the western skies, forming a triangular configuration. The brilliant silver, pure white, and golden radiance intermingled in the heavens, each hue possessing formidable sanctity, akin to a tripod of power. However, at that moment, among the 3 powerful entities, 2 bore varying degrees of injury. Only the radiant glow of the full silver moon illuminates the scene. As the moon goddess finds herself in her prime, above the silver moon, she stands barefoot in the void, wielding the moon scepter with both hands. With a subtle movement of her enchanting eyes, she summons the divine power of the silver moon, transforming it into a colossal crescent blade that descends upon the realm of the dawn. Below, Jiang Yu's expression shifts from relief to perplexity. Unfamiliar with the intricate machinations and disputes of these deities, he observes the familiar yet combative interactions among the principal gods with great intrigue. Within the realm of dawn, the Lord of Dawn's visage darkens. He hastily fortifies the barriers of his divine domain with his divine power and proclaims loudly, Acalia, I admit that my actions in the past were unscrupulous. However, our grievances can be addressed later. The platinum moon before us is the true enemy of the world. Let us unite to vanquish it. He gestures towards Jiang You, who is enveloped by pure malevolence, a stark contrast to the world's most pristine light that emanates the most intense evil. This is indeed the consequence of Jiang You recently shattering the will of the world. Such malevolence may linger for an extended period until the world's will is rendered powerless. However, the moon goddess Acalia remains unmoved. We were once adversaries of the world. Aladath, have you forgotten the enmity of obstructing paths, the hatred of homelessness? The sun and moon cannot coexist. Moreover, our divine authorities are fundamentally incompatible. Her current dominion over the silver moon, night, and nature clashes with Aladath's role as the sun god. Yet, the sun and moon can unify. I shall first slay you, consolidating the powers of the sun and night, and then I shall eliminate him as well. Trust in me, Aladath. The ethereal beauty of the goddess reveals a smile, yet her golden eyes are filled with indifference as her hands continue their relentless movements. Observing that the multitude of silver moon blades cannot breach the barriers of the dawn's realm, she ponders briefly before beginning to chant softly. The ethereal and serene hymn of the moon goddess resonates through the heavens, casting silver light that envelopes the skies and attracts surrounding stardust. Soon, a myriad of small silver moons appear around the realm of dawn, shining brightly and covering all the space beyond, as if raining down a celestial sea of stars. This sea of silver moons even reaches Jiang Yu's triple heaven mountain, forcing him to retreat. The sea of moons This is a unique technique, a melodic incantation devised by the moon goddess. Realizing that this battle is inevitable, the Lord of Dawn focuses intently, his golden eyes reflecting the resolve of a deity. In the past, he had defeated Akalia, and this time would be no exception. The realm of dawn radiates with intense brilliance as a resplendent solar apparition manifests high in the heavens, confronting the impending deluge of the Silver Moon Sea, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. An endless conflagration of fire and light erupts, raising the temperature to such extremes that the very fabric of this space begins to melt away. Simultaneously, it melded with the majority of the Silver Moon Sea, while a few small silver moons struck the barrier of the divine realm, causing golden waves of brilliance to erupt. As the radiance dissipated, Jiang You observed that the aura of the Lord of Dawn within the divine realm had diminished once more. The golden brilliance of the ocean outside the divine realm had also lost some of its luster. The expression of the Lord of Dawn within the realm shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that upon awakening from slumber, the strength of the Silver Moon Goddess would surpass his own, even if only by a slight margin. Yet, he was confident he could eventually catch up. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again, this time not addressing the Silver Moon Goddess, but turning to Jiang You. Master of Judgment, given our current states, should I fall, you too shall perish at the hands of the Silver Moon. Shall we first join forces to repel her? Jiang Yu was well aware of the principle that the loss of one would lead to the detriment of the other. He too had not expected these two future deities to possess such formidable power upon their ascent. Particularly, the Silver Moon Goddess appeared to be a notch stronger than this sun god before him. He lowered his gaze in contemplation. At that moment, the Silver Moon Goddess, Alicia, spoke, her voice as melodious as a chime. Platinum Moon, King of the Winged Ones, Uriel, the elves and winged ones have been allies for millennia. We are the same bright moon. We are natural allies. Ally with me to slay the sun god Alodas, and we shall share the world's faith. Upon hearing the Silver Moon Goddess's words, Jiang You immediately ceased his hesitation. Alodas, for now, let us forge an alliance to drive back the Silver Moon Goddess. Excellent. A smile appeared on Alodas's face within the Dawn Divine Realm. With the Master of Judgment as an ally, the Silver Moon Goddess would find it difficult to contend with them. As for their worldly adversary, the Silver Moon Goddess seemed indifferent. What concern was it to her? Although they harbored an inherent animosity towards Jiang You, they remained unaware that he was pursuing the path of the Sky Lord, mistaking his journey for a unique divine path. Thus, the three most powerful deities of the current age clashed high above. Silver light, golden light, and white light surged through the heavens, regardless of day or night. This commotion persisted for several months before momentarily subsiding. From the perspective of the beings on the earth, the divine realms of the three gods occupied the three corners of the sky, forming a tripod of power. With the celestial battle concluded, the attention of the gods shifted to mortals. Since it was challenging to gain the upper hand in the skies, they would vie for faith and weaken their adversaries. As for Jiang Yu, in addition to participating in the struggle for faith, he began preparations for the second evolution of the Winged Ones. Chapter 133, Bloodline Evolution in the High Heavens, 7 divine realms now stood. Corresponding to them were the Silver Moon Divine Realm of the Silver Moon Goddess Alicia, the Dawn Divine Realm of the Lord of Dawn Alodas, the Storm Divine Realm of the Mother of the Deep Sea Calypso, the North Wind Divine Realm of the Centaur and North Wind God Rosewind, and the Battle Divine Realm of the Beastmen and the God of Battle Farvik. In the Savage Realm of Gods, the deity of savagery and violence, Brado, reigned supreme, alongside the Lord of the Platinum Moon, Jiang You, Euler, who navigates the divine sphere. Meanwhile, the realms of the God of Slaughter and the God of Running have merged into that of the Lord of Dawn. Although this fusion suggests a degree of integration, their divine realms possess a remarkable autonomy, offering them a formidable sanctuary. Notably, the God of Slaughter, Malachus, is so eager to forego even this autonomy that he yearns to be fully absorbed into the dominion of the chief deity. After all, his realm has shattered into fragments, and his divine essence is diminished, rendering the reconstruction of the God of Slaughter's domain an arduous endeavor. In time, he may seek to restore his realm through an alternative divine authority, given the established connection between the two subordinate deities and their divine realms. The Lord of Dawn, Aladath, has initiated the establishment of the Dawn deity system. As for the 4 ill-fated deities, whose realms were annihilated by Jiang Yu's sword. Their domains crumbled entirely upon their demise, plummeting from the celestial heights to the earth below. In the future, these fallen divine realms will give rise to magical entities such as the fallen godgrass. Shortly after the three mighty deities concluded their combat, the celestial beings manifested further transformations. The centaur and the north wind god, Rosewind, chose to join the ranks of the silver moon goddess. The north wind's realm merged into the silver moon, becoming a star surrounding it. The silver moon goddess has thus commenced the formation of the silver moon deity system. The celestial expanse has been delineated into four factions: the platinum moon, the lord of dawn and his subordinates, the silver moon goddess and her followers, alongside a faction of neutral deities. At this juncture, the realms of the platinum moon and the lord of dawn stand in proximity, as both deities remain nursing their wounds, thus fostering a temporary alliance. However, each time the lord of dawn gazes towards the platinum moon, his resentment is palpable, rivaling that towards the silver moon. For Jiang You has slain his four loyal subordinates. On Jiang Yu's side, several months prior, he had just concluded a battle and departed from the heart of the battlefield, a territory once belonging to the god of slaughter. Though he incurred significant injuries, the spoils were plentiful. He had vanquished four deities and seized half of the god of slaughter's essence, now suppressed beneath the judgment throne. The heavenly mountain has also absorbed a portion of the god of slaughter's domain, expanding the expanse of the third level of Heavenly Mountain. Only when seated upon his divine throne did he find the leisure to access the game system panel. In an instant, the system's notifications rang incessantly. You have slain the dwarven god, god of mountains and forging mortis, gaining 1,000,000 experience. You have obtained the essence of the god of mountains and forging along with a small amount of corresponding divinity. You have slain the lizardman god, god of mud and chaos, Marty's, gaining 1,000,000 experience. You have obtained the essence of the god of mud and chaos along with a small amount of corresponding divinity. You have slain the god of prairies and strength, Swixus, gaining 1,000,000 experience. You have obtained the essence of the god of prairies and strength along with a small amount of corresponding divinity. You have vanquished the mermaid and the ocean goddess, Zivizha, earning a remarkable experience of 1,000,000. You have also acquired the divine essence of the ocean along with a modicum of corresponding divinity. Subsequently, the system panel unfolds before you. Name, Jiang You. Title, Lord of Judgment Race. Winged being, long-lived, 6 wings of light. Template, ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template, pinnacle of moderate divine power. Profession, Sky Sovereign. Divine Seat Realm, Age, 3,297 attributes. Strength 1,000, Constitution 1,000, Spirit 1,000, Agility 1,000, Charisma 1,000. All attributes have reached their zenith and cannot be assessed. Level, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Skills, mastery of weapons, perfect, proficiency in all arts, perfect, exceptional learning, superior self-healing, supreme defense, divine physique, swordsmanship, unparalleled. Skill points, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Talent, Championess Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with combat awareness unparalleled. This is a talent you have inherited from your soul, unmatched and unparalleled throughout the ages. Saint's Domain, Judgment, Divine Seat Realm, Sky Territory, Platinum Throne, Triple Heaven Mountains. Traits, Legendary Trait, Sacred Heart. Legendary Trait, Divine Might. Acquired in the Legendary Realm, Divine Seat Realm Traits, Scepter of Suppression. Divine Seat Realm Traits, Platinum Moon. Divine Seat Realm Traits, The Throne is Me. Acquired in the Throne Realm, Divine Seat Realm Traits, Radiant Projection. Divine Seat Realm Traits, Forbidden Sovereign. Divine Seat Realm Traits, Heavenly Space similar to a Divine Kingdom. Acquired in the Divine Seat Realm. Quest System, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Countdown to game activation. 518, 501 days, 7 hours, and 38 minutes. Seated upon the Platinum Throne, Jiang You gazes at his panel attributes, lost in contemplation. Following his ascension to the Divine Seat Realm, he has acquired the title of Lord of Judgment, along with 3 additional Divine Seat traits: Radiant Projection, Forbidden Sovereign, and Heavenly Space. The former 2 pertain to combat. Radiant projection encompasses additional functionalities, signifying that he can now sit upon the divine seat and cast projections over the realm bathed in platinum brilliance. The Forbidden Sovereign grants a tenfold enhancement to his combat prowess, which will amplify as his power grows. Heavenly space resembles a divine kingdom, bestowing enhancements upon Jiang Yu's divine realm, albeit with distinct differences. Each tier of the triple heaven mountains equates to a divine kingdom, wherein the space is far grander than it appears externally and will expand limitlessly alongside the elevation of his strength. Rather than merely resembling a divine kingdom, it is more akin to an abyss. His seven-tier heaven ultimately stands in comparison to the boundless abyss. In the present day, the threefold paradise mountain is merely veiled in a haze of ethereal white luminescence. In the future, the radiance of the sevenfold paradise will illuminate all realms, a sight of unparalleled splendor. Closing the system panel, Jiang Yu gained a deeper understanding of his circumstances. This panel, though seemingly futile, possessed a glimmer of utility, albeit minuscule. Subsequently, Jiang Yu commenced preparations for the second evolution of the winged people. His strength had reached fruition, and the maneuvers once executed by the Silver Moon Goddess now presented him with myriad alternative strategies, for the underlying principles remained largely unchanged. To facilitate the winged people's evolution into an immortal species, he resolved to create an eternal well. However, his eternal well would not utilize the sap of the world tree, but rather his own divine blood. With his divine blood as the foundation, he sought to forge a sacred pool, which would ceaselessly emanate energy conducive to the evolution of the winged people, dispersing it in a cascade of platinum radiance throughout their kin. Nevertheless, the transformation grounded in divine blood would be tumultuous, far more intense than the gentle essence derived from the world tree once employed by the Silver Moon Goddess Echarilia. Thus, he once again manifested the ancestral lineage of the winged race, positioning the robust divine attributes atop this bloodline and intricately weaving the potent divinity within. In doing so, the winged people would be able to endure the explosive evolution prompted by divine blood. Furthermore, this method bore advantages. This evolution would not demand the lengthy span of 3 millennia, as it did for the elven race. Under the influence of divine blood, it would require merely a few centuries. Yet another concern arose. Currently, nearly 10 million winged people were dispersed across the various corners of the continent. Jiang Yu could only tend to the core region of the winged race, the eastern expanse of Falanda. In truth, the eastern part of Falanda was even more vast than the erstwhile Notting forest. The reach of the sacred pool could not entirely encompass this area. To address this, Jiang Yu utilized his divine power of judgment to position the sacred pool above the skies where the winged people dwelled, beneath the sea of clouds. Over several centuries, it would rotate across different regions, aptly named the Celestial Rotating Sacred Pool, also referred to as the Rotating Sacred Pool. Chapter 135. The Sun Elves of Senahil, more than a century after the Divine War, in the 136th year of the Troll Empire. High above, on the third Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu stood before a pool of sacred waters. Behind him, a strikingly elegant female winged person stood in respectful attendance. After more than a century of research and experimentation, Jiang Yu successfully created a floating, mobile sacred pool in the skies. The entire celestial sacred pool radiated a pure white sanctity, a pristine circular basin, with waters of sacred whiteness shimmering, scattering glimmers of light in every direction. Just as the elven race possesses their eternal wells, the winged people finally have their sacred pool. Sophia, I shall place this pool above the territory of the winged people. Arrange for guardians to protect it day and night. As you wish, my king. The following day, the celestial sacred pool quietly drifted above the gathering places of the winged people throughout the eastern reaches of Falanda. It seems as though an endless torrent of evolutionary energy emanates from each winged one, heralding the quiet commencement of their second evolution. Under the guidance of Sophia, Lucifer and her radiant legion are tasked with guarding the sacred pool of the skies. At this juncture, Lucifer has successfully entered the realm of human legends, a place untouched by any before her. Her journey is indeed one of legend. Centuries ago, sensing that the legends had reached their zenith, Lucifer embarked on another voyage across the continent. She punished the wicked and upheld justice, unafraid of peril. leaving behind a multitude of tales of light and righteousness across the land. She is the Valkyrie of the barbarians, the platinum moonlight of the northern human city-states, the daughter of judgment in the eyes of the trolls, and the revered warrior, sword saint, and winged legend in the sight of dwarves, lizard folk, centaurs, beastmen, giants, and many other races. She was a guest in the Dragonkin tribe, illuminating the werewolf clan with her moonlight. On this particular journey, she deliberately spread her own tales and exploits to prepare for breaking through the final barrier. Upon her return, Lucifer harnessed the legendary aura of the entire Furlan continent to shatter the shackles of legend and ascend to the realm of human legends. After this ascension, Lucifer's strength rivaled that of demigods. Notably, her ability to travel was facilitated by the absence of new wars instigated by the sea folk. Since the mother of the deep sea ascended to divinity, the sea folk have not launched any further attacks on the eastern coast. However, within the sea folk, a new wave of rebellion against the princesses has emerged, more intense than ever, with countless sea folk seeking to expel several princesses from the depths of the ocean. For the sake of the sea folk's faith and their fear of the platinum moon, the lofty mother of the deep sea has chosen to remain a passive observer this time. Nonetheless, she has laid down a crucial decree. The sea folk princesses must not be killed. In the central region of the Furlan continent, in the capital city of the Troll Empire, Max City, a grander and more magnificent temple has been erected on the site of the former Temple of Slaughter. This is the Temple of the Dawn. Within its hallowed halls resides the chief deity of the Dawn pantheon, the Lord of Dawn, who wields a spear in one hand and a bow in the other, gazing imperiously ahead. Several Dawn priests, trained long ago with the aid of the god of slaughter, traverse the temple. In recent years, as the Lord of Dawn ascended, an increasing number of trolls have come to revere him. The faith in the god of slaughter and that in the Lord of Dawn are not in conflict. They belong to the same divine pantheon. The Temple of Dawn in Max City serves as the central temple for all such sanctuaries, housing the highest pontiff of the Lord of Dawn, a legendary high priest. He possesses divine artifacts bestowed by the Lord of Dawn, enabling him to contend with demigods, and is known as the Lord of Dawn. Furthermore, in the capital of the Mountain Kingdom, Ivat City, beside the original mountains and the Temple of the God of Forging, a square edifice known as the Temple of Dawn has been erected. The statue of the Lord of Dawn here is rather distinct, with his hands grasping a mighty hammer and his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, the Temple of the God of Mountains and Forging still houses some of the fallen priests of these deities. Although most of the priests have turned to the embrace of the Lord of Dawn, Aladath has not forgotten his little brother, hoping that one day he may ascend to the highest heights and summon back the spirit of the dwarven god. Indeed, he has also ensured that a divine seat is reserved for the future dwarves within the divine realm, serving as encouragement for them. However, in his heart, he views this as compensation for the dwarves' faith in the Lord of Dawn. The trolls share a similar fate, with a divine seat in the realm of Dawn awaiting them as well. The royal city of the Swamp Kingdom is akin to that of the dwarves, with the Temple of Dawn established within their capital, Epic City, adjacent to the fallen temple of the god of sludge and chaos. The Kingdom of Mermaids in the Western Sea follows the same arrangement. Thus, in a remarkably short span of time, the Lord of Dawn has assumed the faith of a significant portion of the beings across the land of Furland. Furthermore, he has dispatched Dawn priests northward to spread his faith. In the region of the Three-Pronged River, some of the human populace who revere the Lord of Dawn have been welcomed back into the Troll Empire, settled in the southern part of the continent, separated from the northern humans. He is one of the few deities who places great importance on humanity. Yet, he awakened too late, as nearly the entirety of humanity had already pledged their allegiance to the god of the Platinum Moon. Only in the vicinity of the Three-Pronged River could he salvage some followers, albeit with competition from the gods of wisdom and healing. Fortunately, this mysterious deity of humanity has not yet ascended. The eastern part of Furland is currently under the dominion of the Winged Ones. Aladath had previously sent priests to the east to preach, but Sophia issued a strict decree. Any heretics daring to enter the eastern territories shall be mercilessly slain. In light of this, to safeguard the Reinhardt kingdom in the north from the gods vying for their faith, Jiang You arranged for an elite battalion of Winged Ones to be stationed for an extended period in the capital city of Reinhardt, New Polak. They also constructed a temple of the Platinum God within the city. This battalion is sufficiently elite and powerful. During this time, a legend began to circulate among humanity. proclaiming that the winged ones are messengers of the divine. Among the various races of Furland, the Silver Moon has also made efforts to spread faith across the continent, yet with little success. Her methods of propagation are simply not on par with those of the Lord of Dawn, as she endeavors to stake her claim across the land of Furland. Competing for faith, she remains oblivious to the fact that her homeland has also been pilfered. In the year 157 of the Troll Empire, on the continent of Phinodon, the capacity of the Natashir forest to accommodate the elven population has been exceeded. Consequently, a portion of the elves has ventured out of the Natashir forest, seeking fertile lands for reproduction and survival in the surrounding regions. Among them, a misguided noble of the Silver Moon, along with his family, departed from the Natashir forest, journeying westward. The elves arrived at a place known as the Senna Plain, where water abounds and resources flourish. They discovered a grain that thrived under the sun's warm embrace, flourishing with ample sunlight each day. Thus, they found themselves well provided for and gradually began to venerate the sun. This, in truth, was the subtle handiwork of the Lord of Dawn, orchestrating events from behind the scenes. In the year 247 of the Troll Empire, the southeastern expansion forces of the Troll Empire clashed with the southern legion of the Winged Kingdom over a territory to establish a city on a certain plain. However, both factions aimed for the once great goblin port of Klesserin, located on the Line Peninsula. Once the fires of conflict ignited, the soldiers cast aside their respective allegiances to their divine patrons. Nevertheless, the leaders of both sides maintained a degree of restraint, limiting the intensity of the conflict. By the year 311 of the Troll Empire, the Southeast War concluded. The Winged Kingdom claimed the northern portion of the Line Peninsula, while the Troll Empire secured the south. As the Lord of Dawn and Jiang You gradually recovered from their injuries, tensions began to simmer between the two nations. In the year 365 of the Troll Empire, on the continent of Phinodon, the elves of the Senna Plain had wholly embraced the worship of the Lord of Dawn. Their hair began to take on a golden hue, and they quietly established the Temple of Dawn. They refer to themselves as the Senna Hill Elves or the Sun Elves. Chapter 136, The Silver Moon Elves Maritime Expedition. In the year 387 of the Troll Empire, Jiang Yu's wounds healed, and he commenced the construction of the Fourth Heaven Mountain. In the northern region of the continent of Phinodon, the coalition of northern kingdoms and the winged race launched an assault on the northern territories of the Troll Empire, particularly around Galzer. The Troll Emperor, Odin Bloodaxe, dispatched a coalition of trolls, dwarves, lizard folk, and merfolk to resist the invasion. After a year of conflict, the war came to an end. In the year 389 of the Troll Empire, along the western coastline of the continent of Phinodon, the Bearfolk descended from their tribes and established the Bearfolk Kingdom, erecting the royal city of Kalen. In the following year, the Bearfolk deity, the Roaring God, alongside the god of the wild, Kamex, ascended to divinity under the protection of the Lord of Dawn. Subsequently, Kamex integrated into the pantheon of the Dawn, forging an alliance between the Bearfolk Kingdom and the Troll Empire. The trolls began to expand along the western coastline. In the year 390 of the Troll Empire, the wolf god, revered by the Harrow's trolls, elevated his divine realm, achieving true godhood and joining the pantheon of the Dawn. By the year 400 of the Troll Empire, on the southwestern reaches of the continent of Phinodon, across a vast ocean lay the continent of Greya. A once captive band of wayward goblin alchemists had given rise to the coastal orc tribe known as the Eagleman, flourishing over the long years. They had waged war for generations and now conquered the entirety of the western Greya, claiming 1/3 of the continent's land. They established the first orc empire on Greya, the Eagleman Orc Empire. The remaining goblins have become part of this empire, no longer proficient in alchemy, but rather excelling in commerce and the arts. The Orc Empire venerates the god of strength, also known as the mightiest. The Troll Empire has a history spanning 401 years. The Orc's principal deity, the god of strength, Ophitis, ascended to divinity, raising his divine realm. The Lord of Dawn, Alodas, sought to impede the Orcs and the god of strength from this ascension, only to be thwarted by the goddess of the Silver Moon. Similarly, Jiang You endeavored to prevent the god of strength, Ophitis, from ascending, but was also obstructed by the goddess of the Silver Moon. Fortunately, he wielded the Sword of Judgment, cleaving 1/3 of the god of strength's realm. Instead of attaining the formidable powers akin to those of the Lord of Dawn and the goddess of the Silver Moon upon ascension, the Orcs and the god of strength barely reached a level of moderate divine power, resulting in a significant decline in strength. This fueled his intense animosity towards the two deities of Furland. In a version devoid of Jiang You, he remained one of the principal deities. In the western expanse of the Graia continent lies a land composed of desert and oasis, inhabited by the desert-dwelling sand, dune people, and the oasis-dwelling burrowers. These two races appear as stooped, diminutive humans, possessing a somber temperament. The faith in the desert god proliferates here. In the second year following the ascension of the Orc Empire's god of strength, the desert god, Anramar, elevated his divine realm and ascended to godhood. The duality of deities prevails on the Graia continent. Fortunately, the desert god seems devoid of ambition. After his ascension, he did not propagate his faith. The Orc Empire also showed no interest in the arid wasteland. Thus, Ophitis and Anramar forged an alliance, temporarily aligning themselves with the goddess of the Silver Moon. In the year 405 of the Troll Empire, the Trident River human tribe, which had been relocated to southern Furland by the Lord of Dawn centuries prior, continued to migrate southward, occupying the vast southern coast and surrounding areas. After centuries of development, under the Lord of Dawn's guardianship, these tens of thousands of followers burgeoned to over 1 million. They established the Kingdom of Dawn along the southern coast, with its capital in Dambrick. It is rumored that the royal family of the Kingdom of Dawn, the Arona family, possesses the bloodline of the Lord of Dawn. In truth, centuries ago, Alodas descended to the mortal realm and fathered a son, Arona, with a human woman. In the year 423 of the Troll Empire, a prodigious silver moon elf named Mislet traversed the Nottihill forest, and upon passing through the Senna Plains, he discovered that all the elves there had golden hair and bore a distinctly different demeanor from silver moon elves. Driven by curiosity, he delved deeper and uncovered a secretly revered temple of the Lord of Dawn. Upon discovering this secret, Mislet hurried back to the Nottihill forest to inform the Elven King. The Silver Moon Elven King, Althas, was left utterly embarrassed and enraged upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he reported the matter to the goddess of the Silver Moon, Acalia, who, upon receiving the news, erupted in fury. She was poised to descend upon Phinodon, intent on physically annihilating the entire Sun Elf clan of Sanahill. However, the Lord of Dawn, Alodas, intervened, and the two engaged in a fierce battle in the heavens. On that day, the world witnessed the sun and the silver moon competing for brilliance in the sky. Nevertheless, the two deities restrained the intensity of their conflict and ultimately ceased hostilities, much to Jiang Yu's chagrin. Yet, he paid it little mind. In the current world, the tripartite balance of power represented the most stable state. Over time, his strength was destined to surpass that of both the Lord of Dawn and the goddess of the Silver Moon. After all, he did not rely on the power of belief to grow stronger, while the two deities were compelled to vie for faith. Furthermore, given the nature of his divine authority of judgment, having more deities like the Lord of Dawn, aligned with order, would be advantageous. Judgment necessitated an environment steeped in fairness and justice. In the 424th year of the Troll Empire, the Silver Moon Elves of the Natashir Forest dispatched an elite army to venture westward, seeking to quell the rebellion. Aware of their disadvantage, the Sun Elves of Sanahill fled en masse to the western coast of the Phinodon continent. However, prior to their expedition, the Silver Moon Elves had sworn an oath beneath the Silver Moon to eradicate these traitorous Sun Elves, no matter where they might escape. In desperation, the Sanahill Elves beseeched the Lord of Dawn for aid at the western coast. Shortly thereafter, before the Silver Moon Elves arrived, the Lord of Dawn paid a visit to the Mother of the Deep Sea. Subsequently, on the western coast of Phinodon, great deep-sea whales ferried the Sun Elves across the ocean to the continent of Farandur, landing on the eastern coastline of the Harrows Plains. The Harrows Wolf Riders safeguarded this weary group of Sun Elves as they journeyed southward, settling in the valley plains of southern Eads. The Sun Elves were received intact by Alodas upon their arrival on the Farandur continent. The goddess of the Silver Moon was incensed. Under her divine command, the Natashir Silver Moon Elves swore an oath beneath the tree of nature, facing the bright moon above, to cross the sea and wage war. Concurrently, as an ally of the Silver Moon, the god of strength, Ophites, responded to the goddess's covenant, sending forth various legions from the Orc Empire to cross the sea. Also seeking vengeance. Chapter 137. The Silent Bargain. In the 425th year of the Troll Empire, the Silver Moon Elves commenced shipbuilding on the western coast of the Phinodon continent. preparing for their maritime expedition. The great vessels they constructed were crafted from timber sourced near the tree of nature within the Natashir forest, imbued with certain natural properties, and were referred to as nature ships. The dynamics of the nature ships were peculiar, resembling an inverted green umbrella resting upon the water surface. The Silver Moon elves fashioned a total of 500 nature ships, each capable of carrying 1,000 souls. For this campaign, they planned to mobilize an army of 500,000 strong. The shipbuilding process spanned 5 years, during which the goddess of the Silver Moon also visited the sanctuary of the Mother of the Deep Sea. The Mother of the Deep Sea, solely focused on her solitary development, pledged not to stir the wave for the expeditionary forces of the spirits upon the ocean. In the southern expanse of Finadun lies the continent of Greya. The Orc Empire, too, is constructing ships along the western coastline, bolstered by a more substantial population. Equipped with the ancient alchemical technology of the gnomes, the Orc Empire intends to build 500 vessels over the course of 5 years, dispatching a 1,000,000-strong Orc legion in waves to the battlefield of Furland. In the celestial heights, Jiang You sat regally upon his platinum throne, casting his gaze downwards towards the movements of elves and orcs on both the Finadun and Greya continents. He then turned his attention to another realm above. In the domain of the Dawn God, the gaze of the Lord of Dawn met his. A wordless exchange passed between them, and silence enveloped the air. On the eastern coast of Furland, in the city of Euler, within the White Stone Fortress, Sophia attended to the kingdom's affairs in the independent chamber of governance reserved for the vice-sovereign. At that moment, a beam of platinum light illuminated her presence, exuding divine authority and unmatched grace. Startled, Sophia rose quickly and approached the projection of Jiang You, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, "1 year hence, send envoys to the southern lands of the Ryan Peninsula." "Your Majesty, is that not the territory of the trolls?" Sophia responded with astonishment. "Now it is ours," Jiang You replied calmly. "Yes, my king." Sophia nodded eagerly. "Rise, and I shall elucidate the matter for your deployment." Sophia stood respectfully, bowing her head to listen intently. To the east of the Furland continent, the Silver Moon elves upon Finadun are poised across the sea and invade the Troll Empire. You are likely familiar with the Silver Moon elves, who have thrived in peace on the Finadun continent for millennia, amassing formidable power. The Troll Empire lacks the confidence to vanquish the invading elves. Simultaneously, the trolls face another adversary, equally formidable, that will strike at them. "Is it us?" Sophia inquired. "Not us, but a nation on another continent," Jiang You explained patiently. "Southeast of the Furland continent lies a vast land known as the continent of Greya. There, the orcs have unified the most fertile mountains and plains, establishing an expansive orc empire. Through years of development, they have amassed a large population and considerable strength. The orc deities are allied with the Silver Moon goddess, and they will conspire to assault the Furland continent. Predictably, their landing point will be the southern region of the Rhine Peninsula under the Troll's control. The Troll Empire lacks the confidence to confront two foes simultaneously. Understanding dawned upon Sophia. So, the Troll Empire has relinquished the Rhine Peninsula to ensure we can fend off these orcs? My king, since they are adversaries of the trolls, I grasp how we shall engage in battle. Sophia resolved to merely prevent the orcs from advancing southward. Any potential slip-ups would rest upon the trolls' fortunes. However, Jiang You shook his head and declared, "No, Sophia, we must decisively vanquish this horde of orcs. This empire harbors a deep-seated grudge against us." Why?" Sophia asked in astonishment, having never encountered them before and unable to comprehend the animosity. Observing her bewilderment, Jiang You chuckled heartily. "The Orcish deity nearly met his demise at my hands when he ascended to godhood." Chapter 138. Before the Great War, noticing Sophia lost in thought, Jiang You smiled and continued, "Sophia, this presents a splendid opportunity. The Silver Moon elves have invaded the Phelan continent, and in due course, the Lord of Dawn will inevitably clash with the goddess of the Silver Moon. At that juncture, I cannot remain idle, otherwise they shall not unleash their true might. When that time arrives, I shall assault the divine realm of the Orcish god. Thus, you must not only repel the Orcish invasion with great vigor, but also prepare for a maritime campaign. The vast and magnificent lands of Greya cannot be sullied by those green-skinned orcs. This expansive territory, Sophia, I require you to reclaim for me." Upon hearing this, a surge of righteous fervor welled up within Sophia. "Yes, my king. The winged ones shall undoubtedly seize the fertile lands of Graia and present them in reverence at the king's golden hall. While the divine king battles the Orcish god in the heavens, our kin shall confront the Orcish realm upon the earth. It shall indeed be a joint endeavor, and it is an immense honor to fight alongside an exalted king. However, my king, we share a deep-seated enmity with the sea folk. What shall we do if they attack while we cross the sea?" Jiang You responded with a calm smile. "They will not. At that time, I shall stand before the gates of the storm goddess realm and have a thorough discussion with the mother of the deep sea. Given her temperament, I am certain she will acquiesce. Thus there shall be no issue." Sophia smiled. "Then there is no problem." From that day forth, Sophia began to arrange for the Winged Kingdom to construct seaworthy vessels and stationed several legions of winged warriors at Kexlane port, awaiting the Orcish onslaught. The winged ones were brimming with confidence, for they possessed ample experience in naval warfare. Year 426 of the Troll Empire. A detachment of troll wolf cavalry from the Harrows Plains traversed the Putilus Mountains to assault the reconstructed Centaur Kingdom of House. The wolf cavalry, weary from their long journey, was easily defeated by the Centaur Cavalry Corps. Year 428 of the Troll Empire. The Empire once again mobilized the Berserker Battalion and the Northeastern Border Regiment stationed in the northern stronghold of Ide City to launch an expedition against the Centaur Kingdom on the Hayrace Peninsula. On the flat expanse of the Hayrace Plain, faced with the charge of 100,000 Centaur cavalry, the Ide's Troll Expeditionary Force was once more routed. Even though the Berserker Battalion fought fiercely, and the Centaurs suffered over a third of their number, they refused to retreat. The Trolls had never witnessed such relentless determination from Centaur cavalry. In the capital of the Troll Empire, Max City, the Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe, having learned of his army's 2 consecutive defeats, remained silent for a protracted period. Ultimately, he ceased his attempts to conquer the Centaur Kingdom and halted his efforts to prevent the elves from landing. Instead, he amassed a formidable force at Adis and Gas, biding his time for the arrival of the elven host. The Troll Empire has endured for 430 years. The Silver Moon Elves have completed the construction of 500 natural vessels. The first battalion of elven warriors has embarked on their journey to the continent of Furland, with substantial supplies and provisions being loaded onto the ships. They are well prepared for an extended engagement, as these 500 vessels can accommodate up to 500,000 souls. Elven King Althais has appointed the newly ascended demigod, Villia of the Silver Moon Elves, as the commander of the elven forces, leading the inaugural wave of 200,000 elves across the sea to battle. Among this initial contingent is a legion of 5,000 Windwing people, who, after centuries of integration and division within the elven society, fully separated from their kin 2 centuries after the ascension of the Silver Moon Goddess, embracing the faith of the Silver Moon, they joined the elven ranks. Under the deliberate transformation orchestrated by the Silver Moon Goddess over 2 centuries, the Windwing people's ears have sharpened, their hair has turned green, and aside from their wings, they now bear no distinction from the elves. Consequently, they have adopted a more widely accepted designation, Wind Elves. Those Windwing individuals who resisted alignment with the elves and continued to worship the Platinum Moon have been exiled to survive beyond the Natashir Forest in the Windnila Mountains. Jiang You is acutely aware of the Silver Moon Goddess's efforts to win over the Windwing people, yet he finds himself powerless against the whims of human hearts, which are the most challenging to control. Thus, he secretly emulates the methods of Alodas, endeavoring to cultivate a cadre of Platinum Elves. Presently, this nascent faction of Platinum Elves is a remnant that ventured from a Natashir forest, having journeyed further than the Sun Elves of Natashir. They reached the southernmost reaches of the Phinodon continent, establishing their settlement along a coastal expanse. A faction of Windwing people has also followed them southward, settling in this new land, where they quietly revere the idol of the Platinum Moon, awaiting the opportune moment to alter their identities. Moreover, numerous other elven tribes that have migrated exhibit varying degrees of peculiarity. For instance, a group of Silver Moon Elves that took refuge around the Father Oak has gradually absorbed the essence of the forest. Additionally, a tribe that fled to the northern dark jungles of Phinodon has begun to witness changes in their skin tone. After all, elves are an immortal race, perpetual generators of faith. However, The defecting sun, elves remain oblivious to the fact that their lifespans have dwindled from the former 10,000 years of silver moon elves to a mere 3,000. This is the silver moon goddess's punishment for the traitors. Yet, the repercussions of this transformation have yet to manifest. And it will not be until millennia later that the schism within the silver moon elves becomes scarcely evident. The year of the Troll Empire is 431. In the month of January, 500 vessels of nature traverse the seas, as 200,000 silver moon elves embark on an expedition to the continent of Furland. 3 months later, the grand elven army lands upon the shores of the Hare's Peninsula, within the territory of the Centaur Kingdom. Chapter 139. The Great Defeat of the Orcs. Years prior, the Centaurs established a town named Rusol near the coastline where the elves would disembark, providing a resting and resupplying point for the elven forces. As the 500 grand elven ships approached the shores of Rusol, multitudes of Centaur cavalry awaited their arrival, tasked with welcoming the 200,000 elven warriors. Upon witnessing the presence of winged wind elves among the ranks of the elves, the commander of the Centaur cavalry was taken aback. Indeed, the elven race is formidable, having even tamed the beings of the skies. Yet, this remark incited displeasure among the wind elves. Bathed in the radiant glow of the magnificent silver moon, we are wind elves. Please refrain from referring to us as winged beings. As the winged anomaly among the elves, the wind elves yearn for recognition. The elven commander, Vilya, soothed their grievances and integrated the Centaur Legion into her command. After several days of recuperation in Rusol, the elven army set forth once more, journeying westward. Their initial target was the city of Mugas and its surrounding territories, lands promised to aid the Centaurs in their reclamation efforts. The Centaur Kingdom has long sought to restore these territories, believing that the Haros Plains also rightfully belong to their ancestral heritage. A week later, the Silver Moon Elves, alongside the Centaur Coalition, emerged from the Putilas Mountains and clashed with the first contingent of stationed troll legions. A fierce battle ensued. Despite the trolls being well-rested, the sheer number of elven archers, coupled with the charge of the Centaur cavalry and a contingent of wind elves raining down piercing arrows from above, led to the trolls' overwhelming defeat. Subsequently, the Elven and Centaur alliance breached 3 lines of troll defenses, arriving at the gates of Mugas. 7 days later, the coalition successfully conquered Mugas. The Centaur Kingdom dispatched another legion to occupy Mugas and assert control over the surrounding lands. Thereafter, the Elven commander split her forces, sending 50,000 elves and 100,000 Centaur cavalry northward to the Haros Plains, a domain belonging to the Duke of the Giant Wolves, a vassal of the Troll Empire ruled by the descendants of the royal Giant Wolf clan. The Duke gathered 100,000 Giant Wolf cavalry to confront the Elven coalition. Yet the outcome remained grim, resulting in another resounding defeat. Haros fell, and the remaining Wolf cavalry safeguarded the Duke as he retreated southward towards Galzur, heading into the heart of the Troll Empire. Thus, the Centaur Kingdom and the Kingdom of Eamon were separated by a central mountain range, above which lay the human enclave of the Reinhardt Kingdom in the Trifork region. Meanwhile, another Elven legion, led by Vilya, advanced southward with an equal contingent of 100,000 Centaur cavalry towards the city of Ides. The army of elves stands poised at the gates. The city of Adis, with its formidable walls, was fortified long ago by the trolls, serving as a bastion in the northern lands. Nearly 300,000 elite trolls are stationed here, where the Elven offensive has been effectively repelled. For 3 months, the Elven commander, Vilya, has relentlessly besieged the city without success, suffering the loss of thousands of Silver Moon elves. Fortunately, the troll commander, observing that the Elven forces had failed to capture the city after 3 months and had incurred significant losses, mistakenly believed an opportunity had arisen. He led a sortie into the field, only to suffer a crushing defeat upon returning to the city. This allowed the Elven army to recover some of their losses. With the rebellious Sun elves positioned to the south of Adis, the elves found themselves unable to breach the city's defenses. Vilya, on one hand, awaited support from Naderil, while on the other, she prepared for a protracted struggle. Additionally, she reached out to the northern kingdoms, hoping to rally them to join in an assault against the Troll Empire. The Troll Empire has endured for 432 years. 300,000 orc warriors set sail across the sea, embarking on an expedition to the continent of Falanda. 3 months later, they arrived at the southeastern coastal region of Falanda. However, before they could disembark, they were met with a devastating aerial assault from the Harpies. A deluge of arrows rained down from the heavens, claiming the lives of many orcs before they even set foot on land. Some orcs, gripped by fear, leapt from the ships, while others hastily sought refuge in the hulls. Yet, those who jumped overboard did not escape. They were struck down by sudden bolts of lightning rising from the sea. Upon closer inspection, a shadow of a turtle lurked in the shallows. The orcs had never before endured such a coordinated aerial strike. The Harpies, who had once crossed the sea alongside the gnomes, were now formidable archers, leaving the orcs momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, the orc commander, Pankad, was decisive, ordering the entire army to brave the rain of arrows and storm the shore. Once ashore, he dispatched the most loyal Royal Knight Corps to oversee the immediate return of the orc ships. With no retreat available, the orcs pressed forward with grim determination, establishing their camp within a small forest near Kexlian Harbor. Pankad commanded his troops to rest during the day, emerging under the cover of night to launch assaults on the harbor. Although this strategy significantly diminished the Harpies' aerial advantage, they still struggled to prevail. Even on land, the strength and speed of the Harpies surpassed that of the orcs. The Harpies were no longer the initial beings they once were. Under the influence of growing authority and divine strength, along with the silent transformation bestowed by the sacred sky pool, their physical prowess had been greatly enhanced. A comparable number of Harpies could easily overpower an orc army of over 100,000. Months later, the stranded orc forces in the small forest found themselves without provisions. The orc commander could no longer restrain his troops, and they scattered in panic. The fleeing orcs were decimated by the Harpies, with the remaining survivors fleeing into the mountains. Unable to regroup, half of the legendary orc army perished in battle and retreated to the continent of Graia alongside their demigod commander, Pankade. They did not require a ship for their return. Thus, the inaugural maritime expedition of the Orc Legion was deemed a failure. In the year 433 of the Troll Empire, the northern nations of Furland acquiesced to the elves' demands and once again advanced southward to besiege the Troll Empire of Galzur. This time, the coalition fought with ferocity, overwhelming the front lines. The Troll Empire urgently mobilized its forces northward, while a second contingent of 300,000 Silvermoon elves also crossed the sea, landing on the shores adjacent to Rezur. They joined the war against the Troll Empire. The Orc Emperor harbored no resentment towards Pankade for the initial defeat. He appointed him once more to lead an expedition across the sea to the continent of Furland. The losses from the previous campaign primarily involved the troops of various orc chieftains, which did not weigh heavily on his heart. However, this time he resolved to dispatch the elite of the Royal Guard and the finest warriors from across the empire. Among the 300,000 orcs, nearly half were seasoned professionals. Given the divine mandate, a second defeat would be unacceptable. He solemnly instructed Pankade to proceed with caution. Pankade nodded earnestly, having learned from the failures of the first maritime campaign. He selected skilled archers from the Empire to form a new naval contingent for the expedition to the continent of Phinodon. This time, they chose to land on a slightly northern coastline rather than Explain. Yet, from Rosendass to Sklain, every stretch of coastline was under the vigilant watch of the winged folk. The orc landing was discovered, but due to the distance from the nearest winged settlement, their supplies were insufficient. Moreover, most of the 30,000 orcs were proficient archers, allowing for a relatively smooth landing. 300,000 orcs disembarked on the coast, not heading south, but directly towards the Troll Empire. They remembered their primary objective, to vanquish the Troll Empire. Commanding from Sklain, Erida directed the southern winged battalions northward. This contingent had long been under the command of Erida's Holy Sword Legion. They intercepted the Orc Legion in a low-lying hilly area dense with underbrush, leading to a fierce confrontation. This time, over 100,000 winged folk faced 300,000 orcs, resulting in a fierce clash of equals. The blood of both winged folk and orcs flowed across the unknown hills, marking one of the deadliest encounters for the winged folk in centuries. In time, this area would be known as Beast Hill. The Holy Sword Legion and the Orc Expeditionary Forces found themselves locked in a standoff on this hillside. Erida and Pankade nearly simultaneously reached out to their kingdoms for reinforcements. Amidst the turmoil of this tricontinental conflict, The chieftain of the wind-winged folk from the Vanilla Mountains once again contacted Jiang You upon the Platinum Throne, expressing the desire for an audience with the Father of the Oak. Chapter 140. The Origins of the Astrologer and the Deities of Forest, Wilderness, and Resurrection. In the heavens above, the platinum moon shone with resplendent brilliance. The night has descended, leaving the heavens adorned solely with the silvery moon and the platinum moon. At this moment, the two luminous orbs are somewhat distant from one another. Consequently, various beings across the continents of this era, fascinated by celestial phenomena, have meticulously documented their observations. In ancient times, the silver moon and the golden moon were in close proximity, but due to certain circumstances, they gradually drifted apart, particularly among the southern human tribes. After the establishment of their kingdom, life stabilized, and with divine protection shielding them from external threats, the human population flourished rapidly. The practitioners among them also advanced, and under the guidance of the Lord of Dawn, a vibrant array of professions emerged. Among them, those who cherished the observation of celestial events developed the vocation of astrologers. They erected towering astrological spires to divine the movements of the stars and speculate on the unfolding of future events. Many of the brightest stars in the sky are divine realms, and inferring the world's progression from the actions of the deities is often accurate. However, prolonged scrutiny of the divine realm subjects these astrologers to inevitable repercussions, manifesting as a reduction in lifespan and a decline in physical vitality. This phenomenon is one of the foundational reasons mortals are cautioned against gazing directly upon the divine. Nevertheless, there are instances where they have indeed foretold the future based on the deity's actions, leading to the widespread transmission of astrological knowledge. The astrological towers that permeate the world will ultimately serve as the progenitors of the future mage towers. At this juncture, the southern human kingdom has only recently witnessed the emergence of astrologers, primarily spurred by the shifts of the sun and the two moons in the sky. Notably, the platinum moon exhibits the most pronounced transformations. At times, its brilliance pales in comparison to the silver moon, while at others, it outshines even the sun. Thus, the platinum moon has been inscribed into the legacy of astrologers as one of the paramount celestial bodies. Regarding the myriad conjectures astrologers have regarding the two moons, the Lord of Judgment, Jiang You, harbors an intense disdain for the god of slaughter, Malachus, who frequently descends to the mortal realm. Although his primary aim is to propagate the bloodline of the slaughtering progeny, he subtly guides the astrologers to weave narratives connecting the two moons, namely, the silver moon goddess and the Lord of Judgment. Within the southern human kingdom, countless versions of the tale explaining the gradual separation of the golden and silver moons can be found. It is noteworthy that the southern human tribes of Falanda are gradually burgeoning, devoid of external threats and blessed with abundant resources and divine favor. They may very well become the most populous segment among the Falanda humans. At this moment, humanity has been divided into four principal factions: the city-states of the far northwest, the Reinhardt Kingdom among the northern nations, the barbarian tribes of the northern western coast, and the southern human tribes. Returning to the platinum moon, Jiang You sits majestically upon his divine throne, three pairs of wings forged from light emanating a gentle radiance. His violet eyes surveying the expansive contours of the fourth heaven mountain, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Every increment in strength brings him immense joy. Once the fourth heaven mountain is established, his heaven mountain will surpass all divine realms in vastness. Furthermore, with each successive layer of heaven mountain, its influence will radiate over the expanse beneath the heavens and above the sea of clouds. In tandem, he will possess the might to suppress the will of the world, and the divine power he wields will reach formidable heights. At that juncture, he will be able to allocate some authority to the winged beings, granting them a unique path to divinity. Their evolution is anticipated to reach fruition within 5 centuries. By the time the Troll Empire has endured for over 7 centuries, the winged beings, nourished by the energies of the holy pool and the brilliance of platinum, will ascend to become beings of longevity. Although the territory of the winged kingdom is vast and the holy pool cannot encompass the entire realm, their lifespans will not match the millennia of the Silver Moon elves. Yet they will still enjoy 3,000 years. A lifespan of a millennium is sufficient to be considered a being of longevity, a criterion the winged beings have fulfilled. However, This transformation will also bring about the drawbacks associated with long-lived species. Consequently, 2 centuries ago, Jiang You had already instructed the Whitestone Fortress to promote the reproduction of the winged population. Presently, the winged beings number approximately 15 million, scattered across the eastern and southeastern regions of Furland and the eastern portion of the central continent. Although their land is extensive and resources abundant, their numbers are somewhat sparse. At this time, the Troll Empire boasts a population of 50 million. Jiang You continues to ponder his path forward. The journey of the Sky Lord has no mentors or predecessors. Each step is one he forges himself. By the time the 5th heaven mountain is reached, it should extend far into the sky beneath the heavens, allowing him to permit some of the more powerful winged beings to reside within his heaven mountain. Yet, these are mere conjectures, and the actual strength may vary. Seated in the vast expanse of the lofty sky, Jiang You hears only the sacred hymns of the 2 souls from the 2nd heaven mountain. He lowers his gaze to observe the conflict between the winged beings and the orcs on the Ryan Peninsula and the southeastern part of Furland. Occasionally, he casts a glance towards the power of the divine realm near Silver Moon, his sword remaining still. His gaze is as tangible as substance, and each time the orc god senses it, he erupts in curses within his divine realm. On this day, the news that the Father of Oaks wishes to meet him brings a faint smile to his lips. It seems that Sylvans is also on the path to divinity. Subsequently, he directs his attention towards the Edith Great Forest on the Phinodon continent, focusing on the towering oak tree that reaches a height of 1,000 meters. The Edith Forest, the Oak Forest. Sylvans gazes at the forest spirits within the Edith Forest and sighs softly. He had indeed been greedy in the past, yet these spirits are too devoted for him to forsake. However, as he gazes at the platinum moon high above, a sense of trepidation fills his heart. He recalled the majestic and upright figure from thousands of years ago, feeling assured that he had made no erroneous choice. Just as he was engulfed in contemplation, a radiant beam illuminated the expanse above the oak forest under the platinum moon. As the brilliance faded, the divine and imposing silhouette of Jiang You emerged. Sylvans, what brings you to seek me? The supreme arbiter, Lord of the platinum moon, sole king of the winged race, and the mightiest war deity among the gods. Sylvans humbly beseeches you to become my future divine sovereign. Jiang You responded with a gentle smile. What divine office do you aspire to ascend? Forests, wilderness, and rejuvenation. Sylvans answered, your divine offices possess the merit of a true sovereign. Why then do you seek another to reign over you? Jiang You posed one final inquiry. Sylvans displayed a wry smile. I have committed a grave error. He extended a branch, pointing toward the edge of the Edith Forest at the Washill Forest elves. Ah, I see. Jiang Yu's smile broadened. Very well. Should you ascend to divinity and elevate your divine realm, you may relocate to Heaven's Mountain, for with my presence, all shall proceed smoothly. Yes, my lord. Chapter 141. The souls of the believers shall return to the divine realm. In the same year, in northern Furland, a fierce war raged between trolls and elves. In addition to the previously prepared 300,000 Natashir elf troops, the Silver Moon Elven Court dispatched an additional 500,000 elven forces across the sea. At that moment, a total of 1 million elven soldiers besieged the Troll Empire in northern Furland. The Troll Empire summoned its finest warriors, and races such as dwarves, lizardfolk, and merfolk also sent reinforcements. 300,000 trolls clashed with the Elven and Centaur coalition, as well as the northern kingdoms. In a back-and-forth struggle, due to the extreme intensity of the conflict, countless elves and trolls perished on the battlefield, many of whom were fervent believers in their deities. As the number of fallen elves surged, the Silver Moon Goddess could no longer restrain herself and descended to the battlefield, manifesting her divine power. The Dawn Lord, fearing the interference of the Silver Moon Goddess in mortal affairs, also hastened to intervene. Neither of the deities engaged in combat, yet they watched helplessly as their followers fell in battle, feeling profound sorrow. It was then that the Silver Moon Goddess discerned a phenomenon she had either overlooked or failed to notice. On the battlefield, with each elf who worshipped the silver moon that fell, a soul would emerge from their lifeless form. Though they lingered in the realm for but a brief moment before dissipating like smoke, a brilliant realization illuminated the mind of the Silver Moon Goddess. A genius of remarkable insight, She had been the most gifted prodigy before achieving the rank of 0. Observing the multitude of elven souls scattered across the battlefield, she comprehended that each believer's soul represented a treasure for the divine. Furthermore, if the faithful were aware that they could return to their deity's realm upon death, who would then fear the specter of mortality? Thus, the Silver Moon Goddess could not afford to delay any longer. Amidst the bewildered expression of the Dawn's sovereign, she stepped into the battlefield, manifesting the true form of the deity above the elven legion. When the noble and majestic goddess stood in the sky, a bright and cool silver moon appeared, radiating the divine splendor of the moon goddess. Below, countless elves, upon witnessing their sovereign's presence, felt their spirits soar, erupting into fervent cheers. At this moment, although the Dawn's sovereign was perplexed, she noted the waning morale of the troll coalition, prompted by the emergence of the elven goddess, and chose to manifest her own divine presence above the trolls. Likewise, a radiant dawn sun ascended into the sky, bestowing warmth and brilliance unique to the dawn. Consequently, the trolls, dwarves, merfolk, and lizard folk, upon seeing their own deity arrive, erupted in jubilant shouts. Seeing that both had arrived, the Dawn's sovereign addressed the silver moon goddess in the heavens. "Akalia, do you intend to disrupt the rules?" He anticipated that the moon goddess might take action and braced himself accordingly. However, the moon goddess disregarded him and instead extended her pure white palm, reaching into the void to grasp the silver moon above. A resplendent beam of moonlight was drawn down, forming a circular silver portal. Within this portal lay the realm of the moon goddess. Within the sacred domain, the moon goddess had already harnessed her divine power to create a beautiful forest bathed in moonlight. Through the circular silver portal, the elves beheld a magnificent moonlit forest. At that moment, the moon goddess, utilizing her divine power, enveloped the souls of fallen elves on the battlefield, drawing them into the circular light gate. Under the influence of divine power, even those elves who had not awakened to extraordinary prowess or higher vocational levels witnessed the sight of their kin joyously singing hymns in praise of the moon goddess, merrily traversing the moonlit path into the gates of the divine realm. The surviving elves were left in astonishment. "What am I seeing, Alito? Did Doya and the others not just perish in battle? That is my brother. Oh heavens, is that the gateway to the divine realm?" Countless elves gazed upward, their hearts stirred with a profound possibility. At that moment, the moon goddess announced in her melodious voice, "My beloved children, noble and graceful sons of the silver moon. From this day forth, every devout child who believes in me shall enter my divine kingdom and share in immortal life. Children, from now on, death is not the end, but the beginning of another journey. Therefore, fight bravely, for you shall be the most fortunate children in this world." The voice of the moon goddess resonated throughout the entirety of the AIDS region, reaching all sentient beings. Instantly, a wave of immense courage surged within the hearts of all elves on the battlefield, a fearless resolve to embrace death in honor of their sovereign. The tide of battle swiftly shifted in an overwhelming manner. In the sky, the Lord of Dawn regained his composure. Remarkably, even in the face of adversaries, he found himself admiring the silver moon goddess. The deities of the Furlan world were still in their nascent stages, far less evolved than those of other realms. The silver moon goddess could be considered a pioneer in many practices, including the evolution of trolls into elves. Observing the trolls in a state of despair, the Lord of Dawn hastily emulated her actions, opening the gates of his divine realm and casting the souls of the devout trolls into it. Reiterating the words of the silver moon goddess, the morale of the trolls was restored. Just as the Lord of Dawn breathed a sigh of relief, he caught the disdainful gaze of the silver moon goddess and offered a sheepish smile. In the ensuing months, the deities across Furland adopted this approach. High above, upon the platinum throne, Jiang You similarly established a sanctuary for the souls of his followers on the second heaven mountain. Lacking divinity, he could not accurately draw souls closer to paradise through the lines of faith, but he devised a substitute method, tenuously utilizing the bloodline river for this purpose, naming it the Heavenly Kingdom. Consequently, the intensity of warfare across the world escalated significantly. In the 434th year of the Troll Empire, Sophia led the Island Legion into the Beast Hill battlefield. The Orc legions, led by Pankard, suffered another defeat. This time, Pankard, unable to flee in shame, fought valiantly alongside the two sisters. After inflicting grave injuries upon Erida, he was slain upon the Beast Hill. Meanwhile, reinforcements for the Orc Empire were still at sea. With Erida gravely wounded, Sophia was filled with fury. She commanded Erida and her Holy Sword Legion to return to Rosendast to protect the Sacred Sky Pool and dispatched Lucifiel and her Radiant Legion to the front lines to oversee the construction of the ships for the maritime campaign. Remaining ever ready for the Eastern expedition, Lucifiel, more aggressive than Erida, was a bold and daring commander, unafraid of risks, preferring to take the initiative in attacks. An adept at seizing opportunities. En route across the sea, Lucifiel led the Radiant Legion aboard the still under-construction winged fleet, engaging the Orc reinforcements and annihilating them upon the ocean's expanse. Witnessing Lucifiel's valiant combat and recognizing her as the future commander for the expedition to the Greya continent, Jiang You personally descended from the Platinum Throne, retrieving the corpse of the ancient Dark Dragon. Ascending to the heavens, he first subdued the dark dominion of the Black Dragon, extracting its dragon bones, then took a leg bone from a Titan of Light to forge a sacred sword, melding the powers of light and darkness within. He inscribed a mark of the second heaven mountain into the light and dark sacred sword, bestowing it upon Lucifiel. In the 435th year of the Troll Empire, the northern lands witnessed the elves and trolls embroiled in a fierce stalemate at Ada City. As nearly 1 million troops required resupply, the resource expenditure each day was staggering. A faction of the Silver Moon elves has begun to transform the woods atop the Putilus Mountains into a self-sustaining enclave. Meanwhile, the noble court of the Nadhasher elves, far across the continent of Phinodon, is devising strategies to vanquish the troll legions. At this juncture, the sole daughter of the High Elven King Althais, Munliel, drawing inspiration from runic, enchanting, and alchemical arts, as well as divine spells bestowed by the Silver Moon goddess, has preliminarily proposed a powerful offensive strategy with extensive coverage. She has named it magic. Subsequently, she discovered that beyond mere aggression, numerous techniques could be realized through magic. Thus, she and her elven companions commenced their studies in this arcane craft. In the year 439 of the Troll Empire, after Lucifiel had vanquished several waves of orc legions that crossed the sea, he, observing that his ships were nearly complete, petitioned for an expedition across the waters to the continent of Greya. Sophia, having consulted with Jiang You of the Platinum Moon and received her consent, agreed to Lucifiel's venture. Months later, Lucifiel assembled his illustrious warband, alongside Sophia's island forces and the naval contingent of the Kingdom of Rosendath at the port of Sklain, swearing an oath of expedition while wielding the sacred sword of light and darkness bestowed by Jiang You. Hundreds of thousands of elite winged warriors, resolute and armed to the teeth, stood ready, filled with fervor. They soared through the skies, their voices uniting in a resounding pledge that echoed through the heavens and calmed the tumultuous waves of the sea. High above, the resplendent platinum moon radiated brilliance, casting its luminous glow upon Lucifiel. His voice resonated across the land and sea. Lucifiel, my morning star, go forth with your courage and wisdom to forge a glorious victory. My kin, the heavenly realm upon the mountain of paradise, shall forever welcome you. The winged folk present, moved by his words, knelt in the air on one knee, exulting in joyous acclaim. Victory, great king, your will shall traverse the continent of Greya unimpeded. On this day, Lucifiel led the 3 grand legions of the winged folk, a multitude of elite warriors, across the sea to embark upon their expedition against the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, Jiang You silently drew forth his purple gold sword, resting it upon his knee, his head slightly bowed, his violet gaze shimmering with the brilliance of distant stars. Deep within the boundless ocean, shrouded in perpetual mist, on Dragon Isle, the Platinum Dragon and the mother of the 5 color dragons stood at the pinnacle of the isle, surveying the divine realms above and gazing towards the northern reaches of the continent of Furland. Bahamut, perhaps our opportunity is at hand. Whom have you chosen? Inquired the mother of the 5 color dragons. The Lord of Dawn. And you? Then I shall choose the Silver Moon goddess. It seems we must part ways for now. Yet it is for the best. The great dragons must not lose their legacy. One day, the world shall once again remember the mighty dragon. In the northern depths of the dark jungle on the continent of Phinodon, a band of Silver Moon elves, once vibrant in hue, has now taken on a somber shade of gray-black, their hair transformed into silver. Deep within this jungle, a pair of eyes, steeped in profound darkness, suddenly awakens. Chapter 143. Arrival at the continent of Greya. On the continent of Greya, in the capital city of the Orc Empire, Sarita, the Orc Emperor kneels within the sacred temple dedicated to the god of strength. Great Father, Master of Power, he implores. Our empire has repeatedly failed in its maritime assaults against the continent of Furland, resulting in the demise of countless Orc practitioners and elite soldiers. I beseech you, grant your people insight on how to vanquish those winged beings soaring through the skies. In the celestial realm of the god of strength, the deity Ophathus hears the emperor's desperate plea, his expression one of dismay. Indeed, the aerial technology of the goblins could contend with the winged beings. However, the advantage held by the airborne forces is insurmountable, rendering them nearly invincible in open combat. At that moment, he could not conceive of a viable strategy. Furthermore, he has witnessed the army of winged beings, led by Lucifer, crossing the sea towards them. The only recourse now is a defensive approach, with the protection of formidable walls. The winged beings would find it challenging to exploit their advantages. Contemplating this, Ophathus projected a fragment of his will into the idol. The eyes of the statue within the temple glowed with light as it spoke, "My child, do not despair. The skies are not our domain. You must regroup, for the legions of winged beings are approaching across the sea." Startled by the news, the Orc Emperor's heart raced with trepidation. Observing the Emperor's reaction, Ophathus felt a pang of disappointment. The current ruler pales in comparison to his illustrious predecessors, yet he is bound by blood. Ophathus had once descended personally, employing arcane rites to sire offspring with the Orcs, leading to the present royal lineage of the Orc Empire. To be fair, Ophathus possessed a fierce resolve. After all, the Lord of Dawn, Aladath, had once contemplated siring a child with a troll, but ultimately succumbed to his own reservations, choosing instead a human woman. Returning to the matter at hand, within the Grand Hall, Ophathus addressed the Orc Emperor with solemnity. "My child, fear not. In Greya, the winged beings cannot overcome the Orcs. Our population vastly exceeds theirs, and we are fortified by the protection of sturdy walls. Their aerial assaults shall struggle to reach us. Should they breach our walls, they will find themselves at a disadvantage in the narrow streets, where their wings cannot maneuver effectively. However, be prepared with means to extinguish any fires they may attempt to ignite. Thus, each city becomes a formidable fortress. If they journey so far with no victories to show, their strength will wane, and they shall return from whence they came. Therefore, the advantage lies with us in this battle." After hearing the words of the Orc Emperor, his heart was filled with resolve. "O great Father God, we shall surely remember your teachings and safeguard every Orc city." He continued, "Moreover, I shall bestow upon the priests of each city new divine spells to enhance your power. Your arrows shall soar higher, and your spears shall be thrown farther." Despite the considerable expenditure of divine energy this would entail, he paid little mind to such concerns. The winged ones had already breached their borders. Their homeland was on the brink of annihilation, so what did it matter? As for whether Jiang You would take matters into his own hands after a significant depletion of divine energy, he harbored no apprehensions. At this juncture, the three main deities in the heavens were wary of one another. The Lord of Dawn and the goddess of the Silver Moon, engaged in a fierce struggle among their followers on Earth, remained patient and did not readily engage in battle. Furthermore, he was not a deity of carnage, possessing merely moderate divine power. Could the Lord of Judgment truly invade his divine realm and slay him? The Orc Empire, with its vast population, could recover and ascend to the rank of a major deity given sufficient time. On the following day, the Orc Emperor dispatched messengers throughout the empire, conveying specific defensive arrangements. The High Priest of the Temple of Power also informed the chief priests of various temples to organize their followers and beseech the Father God for his blessings. After a brief summer at sea, the expeditionary force of winged ones, led by Lucifer, finally soared above the skies of the Greya continent. To her dismay, the western coastline of Greya revealed no signs of Orc presence, not even a trace of fur. She sent winged scouts far and wide to investigate the surroundings, yet they uncovered no trace of the Orcs. This was perplexing for Lucifer. Logically, the news of their arrival should not have escaped the notice of the Orcs. She had no intention of concealing their approach. She was prepared to strike decisively against the orc forces on the coast and press onward. In desperation, Lucifel ordered an increase in scouts and eventually discovered the nearest orc settlement. Without hesitation, she commanded her glorious battle legion to assault this town. She was determined to uncover the intentions of the orcs. In the heavens, Jiang Yu's gaze remained fixed upon this unfolding scenario, eagerly anticipating Lucifel's performance. As the vast host of winged ones soared above the orc town along the coastline, the 1,000-strong orc garrison gulped nervously. We are but a small orc town. Is it truly necessary for so many winged ones to attack us? Yet, the commanding orc general bellowed fiercely, instructing his soldiers to remain concealed, while several priests of the town prepared to empower the warriors with divine spells. Before long, amidst the multitude of winged soldiers in the sky, over 1,000 winged warriors descended from the ranks, hovering above the town. As the orc soldiers remained hidden behind cover, the winged ones unleashed a volley of arrows. But it proved ineffective. The winged battalion altered their course, only to discover that each orc stronghold was similarly fortified. Several volleys of arrows had little impact, claiming only a few unfortunate orc lives. Conversely, a handful of lower-flying winged warriors fell prey to the orcs' icy arrows. At that moment, the young commander of the winged battalion found himself at a loss. In the sky above, Lucifel observed the unfolding battle, stroking his chin in contemplation. The turtle strategy, perhaps? Chapter 144. The elven princess and the grand sorceress Munliel, the winged forces embarked on a maritime expedition against the Orc Empire, a spectacle that delighted the gods above. The Orc Empire, strategically positioned and densely populated, harbored immense potential under the might of the deity Ophithus. The winged beings engaged them, hoping for mutual destruction. Above a small coastal town on the western shores of Graia continent, the orc army remained holed up within the town, refusing direct confrontation. The young commander of the attacking winged battalion pondered deeply and decided to unleash fire arrows into the town. The potential collateral damage to orc civilians did not concern them. In an instant, a barrage of fire arrows was released, igniting a conflagration that spread through the town. However, the orcs quickly responded with buckets of water and sand, extinguishing the flames. In the sky, Lucifel furrowed his brow. They seemed rather well prepared. Faced with the orcs' turtle strategy, Lucifel resolved to solicit the opinions of his commanders. Thus, a gathering of legendary winged generals convened in the sky, a characteristic meeting for the winged folk. As it stood, their floating city had yet to be developed. Otherwise, this conference would have been held there. It cannot be said that the winged alchemists and scholars lacked diligence. Rather, the absence of magic made the effects and costs of floating impractical and unworthy. In the sky, Lucifel spoke first. Esteemed colleagues, the orcs rely on their fortified strongholds and turtle strategy, cowering within their walls. I suspect that the orc cities we encounter henceforth will be similarly entrenched. Who among you has a means to breach their defenses? The fire assault has proven ineffective. They are prepared. One legendary winged warrior responded, Commander, they rely on their sturdy fortifications, and our casualties are mounting. If we were to encircle them without attacking, could we not starve them into submission? Lucifel shook his head. While that could indeed lead to a victory without battle, we have journeyed far. Over time, our supplies may dwindle, and the vast expanse of the Orc Empire means we cannot encircle multiple cities with our limited numbers. At that moment, another legendary commander proposed, if fire is ineffective, well, the water assault. Lucifel again shook his head. Given our proximity to the ocean, a water assault could be viable, but it would be futile if we ventured deep into their territory. Let us proceed with a legendary siege. Does a small town require legends? As the war unfolded, every winged warrior was compelled to fight. Another legendary winged general remarked, Commander, I have an idea. If we have a few of our brave warriors collaborate to hoist a massive stone and let it fall from the sky upon them, we could surely shatter their city defenses. Lucifel chuckled softly. That does seem plausible. The walls of such a small town are limited in scope and not particularly thick. With some effort from our kin, we might breach them. However, this would not entirely negate their advantages. Commander, why not deploy our entire army and overwhelm them with sheer numbers? That would be wasteful. Investing 10,000 troops in this small town is excessive. Nevertheless, using our numerical superiority does have its merits. At that moment, a legendary female winged general interjected, "Commander, if we could utilize some expendable infantry on the ground to coordinate an assault, climbing the walls under our cover, we could effectively strike from both the sky and the earth, complemented by the falling stones. Only question is, where can we find such expendable troops?" Lucifer nodded slightly. "That is also feasible, and as for the expendable infantry, the entire continent of Graia is brimming with them. I refuse to believe that there exists a creature in this world that fears not death." She then issued a resounding command. "Relay my orders. Dispatch 2 more 1,000-strong teams to assist in breaching the city. Once we breach the walls, we shall demolish their temple, eliminate their priests, and employ various means to recruit the orcs among them into our auxiliary forces. This battle may take longer than we anticipate. Kachina, you are to return to Euler City personally to seek supplies and support, and inform the Deputy Lord about the situation here." "Yes." Subsequently, 3,000 winged warriors launched their assault, first bombarding the town with stones, and then charging into battle. After suffering the loss of several dozen warriors, they successfully captured the small town. Dozens of orc soldiers surrendered, while some orc civilians, fearing for their lives, also capitulated to the winged warriors. The remaining orcs, after witnessing the destruction of their temple, charged at the winged army, resulting in the deaths of some, while others were taken captive. Once Lucifer ascertained the location of the nearest major city, Jackaly, she led the captives and the surrendered orcs towards it. The remaining winged warriors were divided into several small units to attack various cities along the western coast of the Orc Empire. 3 months later, Lucifer's expeditionary force had seized control of the Jackaly region on the western coast, during which some winged warriors met their demise. However, this area constituted merely a corner of the vast Orc Empire. The once proud and courageous Lucifer gazed upon the expansive imperial territory and sighed. Yet another protracted war lay ahead. Fortunately, the winged people were not lacking in experience for prolonged combat. Thus, Lucifer gradually commenced her siege and conquest on the continent of Graia, methodically encroaching upon the Orc Empire's lands, all the while striving to avoid sacking the cities in order to entice the surrendered orcs to join her expendable forces. She had indeed contemplated leading the entire avian army to launch an assault on the capital of the Orc Empire, aiming to dismantle their core. However, the Orc Empire, with its chieftains wielding immense power and political influence, commanded considerable military forces. Even with the Emperor's demise, it would not signify the downfall of the orcs. Each faction must be systematically uprooted. The year was 443 of the Troll Empire. In the northern region of Phaland, amidst the battlefield of the allied troll and elf forces, a legion of dragon knights, composed of metallic dragons, unexpectedly emerged, delivering a significant defeat to the frontline elves and forcing them back to the gates of Muga City. Yet, swiftly, the elven forces unveiled their own legion of dragon knights, comprised of 5 color dragons, reclaiming a measure of victory and shifting the battleground closer to the vicinity of Aid City. In the northern realms, at the battlefield of Galzur against the Troll Empire, the sudden appearance of the metallic dragon knights caused disarray among the allied forces, leading to a retreat towards Mohand. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Arthur Reinhardt rallied the cherished Griffin Knights of Reinhardt to the battlefield, stabilizing the situation. The year was 485 of the Troll Empire. After decades of expeditions, Lucifer had successfully occupied 1/3 of the Orc Empire's territory, nearing the capital. The prolonged warfare had resulted in significant losses among the avian warriors. To maintain governance and bolster the morale of frontline soldiers, approximately 1 million families of the expeditionary forces gradually migrated to the continent of Graia. Having departed from the coverage of the Sacred Pool's energy, the lifespan of the avian populace on Graia may dwindle below that of the core regions of the avian kingdom. Their lifespan would be limited to just over 1,000 years, although their departure was voluntary, reuniting with loved ones. Future generations of these avians may have mixed feelings upon witnessing the longevity of their kin in Phaland. Meanwhile, on the continent of Phinodon, in the enchanted forests of Nadashiel, the elven court flourished. After years of endeavor, Princess Munliel, daughter of the supreme King Althas of the Silver Moon Elves, successfully forged the first legendary path of magic, ascending to the rank of Archmage. This path of the sorcerer was bequeathed to the elven race, delineating the stages, apprentice mage, formal tier, mage, master tier, magus, hero tier, and archmage, legendary tier. Under her guidance, a dedicated battalion of mages, including those undergoing class transitions, was cultivated in recent years. In the year 486 of the Troll Empire, this battalion of 10,000 elven mages was deployed to the front lines. Commanded by Princess Munliel, this marked her inaugural appearance on the continental stage. Chapter 145, The Father of Oak Ascends. As the Silver Moon Elven Princess led her magical forces across the seas to the front lines against the Troll Empire, the gaze of the deities was primarily fixated on the battlefield in northern Phaland. The emergence of mages commanded the attention of all divine beings. At this pivotal juncture, the deities from both factions stood high in the heavens, their gazes cast down upon the earth, yet fraught with mutual wariness. In that moment, within the verdant expanse of the Edith Forest on the continent of Phainodon, the father of oaks, Sylvanus, surveyed the significantly expanded oak grove surrounding him. His eyes ascended to the platinum moon above, where, in a fleeting vision, he perceived the majestic sovereign nodding in acknowledgement. Resolute and undeterred, he prepared himself for the divine ascent that lay ahead. As he commenced his ascension to godhood, the entire oak grove radiated a vibrant emerald luminescence, pulsating with the essence of the forest itself. A divine realm of sylvan majesty materialized within the Edith Forest, and Sylvanus swiftly completed the preparatory rites for his transformation. Gradually, his forest kingdom was elevated skyward. Within the Edith Forest, countless treants roused from their slumber, offering blessings to the ascended forest deity. The myriad wise magical beasts and small creatures of the woodland bowed reverently before him. At the forest's edge, a considerable assembly of green-haired elves unveiled the statue of their forest god, singing hymns of praise and bowing in devout homage to the ascending divine realm. Meanwhile, the gods in the celestial heights beheld the ascension of Sylvanus, the father of oaks. The venerable oak had chosen this day for his elevation to divinity. It appeared he had transformed a group of elves into his devoted followers. How audacious! Yet, who stood behind him? The Lord of Dawn or the Lord of Judgment? In the celestial realm, the goddess of the silver moon gazed upon the assembly of forest elves, then turned her attention to Sylvanus, who was ascending with dominion over the forest, wilderness, and the revival of nature. A fierce fire ignited within her beautiful eyes. Sylvanus, how bold you are! Accompanied by her ire, the silver moon shone with dazzling brilliance, just as she prepared to unleash her divine wrath upon his kingdom. A resplendent glow emanated from the platinum moon above. The Lord of Judgment, with silver hair and white wings, had stepped forth from his divine realm, standing resolutely in the path of Sylvanus's ascension, exuding an air of majesty and authority. His eyes, sparkling like a sea of stars, turned toward her, imbued with palpable intensity. Witnessing this spectacle, the goddess of the silver moon chuckled, a glimmer of silver moonlight igniting in her gaze, overwhelming in its brilliance. She questioned loudly, "Are you attempting to intimidate me, Uriel?" In the vast expanse of the sky, the twin moons shone brightly, obscuring the sun's radiance. Jiang You chuckled softly, "Icalia, every being possesses its own will. Why should the actions you have taken be beyond the reach of others?" With that, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "As long as I am present today, you shall not lay a hand on Sylvanus." He then turned his gaze toward the Lord of Dawn, Erodas, who observed the unfolding drama. "Erodas, our covenant remains in effect. I trust you will uphold this pact." Upon hearing this, Erodas solemnly replied, "Uriel, the covenant persists, and I shall not meddle." He would not betray his promise, especially since he has been contemplating the divine duties of the covenant lately. At that moment, the oak tree had elevated the divine realm, ascending to the heavens, on the verge of achieving divinity. Observing the assembly of formidable figures in the celestial heights, particularly the silver moon goddess and the Lord of Judgment standing poised for conflict, he felt a tremor in his heart, causing the divine realm to tilt precariously. Just then, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Continue, do not falter. I shall shield them." Chapter 146, The Twin Fates. In the celestial heights, Sylvanus, the father of the oak tree, who was elevating the forest divine realm, heard the voice of Jiang You and turned to behold the sacred figure standing before him, shielding him from the silver moon goddess. Instantly his heart steadied. He calmed his mind and proceeded to complete the final step towards divinity. However, the silver moon goddess clearly did not intend to allow him to ascend so easily. With her lips pressed together and her gaze dimmed, a vast silhouette of the silver moon materialized behind her. Subsequently, a moonlit flying wheel appeared in her hand, which she hurled violently towards the divine realm of the father of the oak tree. The brilliant silver moonlight traversed the space, arriving instantly before the forest divine realm, only to be intercepted by a purple-gold divine sword. Anticipating this, the silver moon goddess swiftly soared through the air, brandishing a silver moon divine spear that aimed directly at Jiang You. The explosive divine power of the silver moon encased time and space, rending the sky asunder, transforming into a torrent of silver light, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, and piercing towards Jiang Yu's form. In that fleeting moment, she unleashed her full might. The radiance of the silver moon erupted in the sky, locking Jiang Yu firmly in the crosshairs of the silver moon goddess's divine spear. His violet eyes narrowed as he made a similar choice in an instant. In the contest of martial valor, Jiang Yu was unmatched. He slightly raised his longsword, stepping into the void as the overwhelming divine power of judgment enveloped him, and his supreme champions will transformed into an indomitable sword intent, illuminating the heavens with boundless platinum brilliance, charging towards the silver moon goddess with lethal intent. He too exerted his utmost strength. As these two deities clashed, the celestial beings held their breath. How fierce are these two divine beings? Engaging solely in offense, two madmen. Even Arodas sighed deeply. Each time I witness Icalia's fearless bravery, I am unsurprised by her achievements. Those who are fearless do not possess her talent and strength, and those of equal power lack her unparalleled courage. Her current standing has been forged through countless battles. After lamenting, Arodas turned his gaze to Jiang Yu, who was fiercely clashing with the silver moon goddess, refusing to relent and equally unleashing his full assault. This newcomer seems to embody the same spirit, beyond the divine realm of the forest. Amidst the resplendent radiance of the platinum sword light, Jiang Yu lifted her gaze towards the approaching silver moon goddess. In her eyes, she discerned unwavering confidence and indomitable courage, as if to declare, "Come forth. Either we ascend together to the heavens, or you shall step aside." This was the very strategy she had employed, leading her to countless victories. A fierce and overwhelming battle intent surged within Jiang Yu's eyes. "Since you dare to approach, let's see whose sword is sharper. I too hold the ambition of a champion. I have never retreated an inch." In an instant, the heavens above and the entirety of the world bore witness to the fierce collision of the twin moons shining in the sky. A resounding explosion reverberated across the realms, clearing the chaotic laws of the battlefield in a heartbeat, leaving only a profound silence. In that fleeting moment, the two deities engaged in a brutal struggle, their divine forms suffering grievous wounds. Due to their proximity, the shattered essence of their divine flesh mingled together. Simultaneously, the clash of the future mighty power of the Silver Moon Sovereign and the long-forgotten Lord of Judgment stirred forth a force of destiny. The newly acquired divine essence of fate from the Silver Moon Goddess was torn asunder, instantaneously divided by the radiance of the Judgment Sword, infused into the amalgamation of fragmented flesh. Observing the battle, the Dawn Sovereign, inspired by a sudden insight, pointed towards the mass of blood and flesh with the authority of hope and creation recently bestowed upon them. A miracle unfolded. Two adorable and charming infant girls emerged from the mingled essence, one radiating luck, the other burdened with misfortune. Behind them, a single wing each, one black, one white, graced their forms. Their very essence, upon birth, resonated with that of demigods. As these two infants arrived in the celestial realm, even Jiang You, typically composed, and the ever-cool Silver Moon Goddess were momentarily taken aback, halting their imminent assaults. They gazed at the two enchanting infants, murmuring in unison, "What is happening?" Though Jiang Yu hailed from the 5th chapter, she could not fathom all that transpired. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Goddess felt a weariness settle within her. Destiny is elusive. I sought to wield its power, yet have I lost it in this manner? Only the Dawn Sovereign, as an observer, possessed some understanding of the unfolding events. It was said that when the world reached a certain juncture, various spirits would manifest in myriad ways throughout the cosmos. In the parlance of this era, they were born as natural demigods, supplements to order itself. The spirit race, crafted by the silver moon, was but an imitation of these celestial beings. As all eyes remained fixed upon the newly birthed celestial spirits, the father of the oak trees proclaimed triumphantly from the celestial heights, "From this day forth, I, Sylvanus, ascend to the forests and wilderness, reviving my divine status." The proclamation of the forest god resonated with exuberance, infused with the joy of having ascended to divinity. Yet, before long, he realized that the gaze of the lofty deities was not upon him, but rather upon the two exquisite and charming infant girls, the mistress of judgment and the goddess of the silver moon. He lifted his eyes to behold the silver moon goddess and Jiang You, his expression one of disbelief. This battle had birthed two children. In the heart of the battlefield, the silver moon goddess struck first, unleashing the radiance of the silver moon to seize the infant endowed with the essence of fortune, tearing asunder her delicate white wing. The infant cried out in pain, but the light of the silver moon swiftly enveloped her back, healing her wounds and restoring her to perfection. Momentarily hesitating, the silver moon goddess chose not to take the infant burdened with a black wing of misfortune. She turned and vanished into her divine realm. Iliel, let us cease hostilities today. Observing the silver moon goddess's unwavering choice of the fortunate infant and the tearing of her white wing, Jiang You furrowed his brow at the misfortunate infant still lingering in the heavens. The small child seemed to sense her abandonment and began to wail. Approaching her, Jiang You sighed softly, gathering her into his embrace with tenderness. "Good child, I shall take you with me." After a moment's contemplation, he also took the torn white wing. Having completed these acts, Jiang You turned his gaze towards Sylvans, who had just ascended to divinity, and greeted him with a smile. "Sylvans, when you are prepared, step into my paradise upon heaven's mountain." "Yes, Lord God." Chapter 147. Granting you wings with that, Jiang You led the child back to heaven's mountain, taking his place upon the platinum throne. He gazed down at the obedient infant nestled in his arms, her tiny fingers grasping, her beautiful large eyes fixed upon him without blinking, a surge of kinship flooding his heart. "My child, you are a born demigod. May I bestow upon you a name?" The little infant joyfully waved her arms. "You shall be called Jiang Li, which translates to Li Wei'er in the tongue of the winged people." "Yea," she cooed, her delight evident. "Ah, it seems you adore this name, my Li Wei'er." Jiang You then lifted the small infant, observing the solitary wing upon her back, and declared with a smile, "My child, how can you be deemed incomplete with but a single wing? Today, I shall grant you another." With a thought, 6 luminous wings unfurled behind him in a magnificent display. From each wing, radiant feathers ascended and converged upon Li Wei'er, forming a wing of pure light. This new wing harmoniously mirrored the black one on her right. The infant laughed merrily, flapping her black and white wings, and to everyone's astonishment, she soared into the air, frolicking around Jiang Yu's platinum throne. As he watched the lively and fluttering Livel, Jiang Yu smiled knowingly. He then picked up the broken white feather and pondered for a moment before conjuring a matching wing from the feathers upon his back, creating a pair that he placed upon heaven's mountain. He gazed silently at the resplendent moon above. Previously, when he beheld the 2 infant girls, he had experienced a fleeting moment of daze. In that instant, an indescribable emotion surged within him, allowing the silver moon goddess to gain the upper hand and take away one of the children. Upon the silver moon goddess placed her hand gently upon the head of the infant girl. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Salia." In the celestial realm, after Jiang Yu turned to leave, the forest god, father of the oak, returned to his divine kingdom. He sat upon his divine throne, hesitating not, and urged the forest kingdom towards the direction of the platinum moon. Perhaps in the future, through a series of fortuitous events, the father of the oak would ascend to the position of the supreme god, wielding formidable power. Yet at this moment, such distant aspirations were beyond his contemplation. In the current world, the 3 supreme gods coexisted. He had already offended the silver moon goddess, and the Lord of Dawn, belonging to the previous era, was not his ally. Only Jiang Yu stood as the most distinguished being of this age. Choosing the right companions was no simple task. The father of the oak remained resolute in his decisions. The forest kingdom traversed the chaotic laws along the celestial path, finally arriving before the platinum moon. As he entered this luminous orb, he beheld the vastness and brilliance of the entire platinum moon and Heaven's Mountain. Layer upon layer of Heaven's Mountain supported the magnificent divine throne at its pinnacle, where an unparalleled divine king sat, resembling the sovereign of heaven and earth. Majestic, resplendent, grand. Just as he was struck with awe, a radiant projection appeared before his divine kingdom, revealing Jiang Yu's form. He looked at the father of the oak, a smile gracing his features. Sylvans, I did not mistake you. Trust me, you shall take pride in your choice today. Now come forth. Jiang Yu gestured towards the hazy fourth heaven mountain. The fourth heaven mountain is ample enough to accommodate your divine kingdom. Chapter 148. The burning falling star. Upon seeing Jiang Yu appear, Sylvan stepped out of his divine kingdom, attentively heeding the supreme god's directives. Very well, my lord. I shall relocate my divine kingdom at once. He nodded, returning to his throne, moving into the realm of Heaven's Mountain, and entering the still nebulous fourth heaven mountain. As his divine kingdom settled upon the fourth heaven mountain, he suddenly felt a surge of assimilation power, a formidable will enveloping his kingdom. Instantly, his forest's wilderness and the authority of revival intertwined with Jiang Yu's decisive will, as if they were willingly merging, yet simultaneously being subdued. Wait, this isn't right. This is rather different from the divine realm I had envisioned merging with the realm of the supreme deity. In the midst of his bewildered gaze, his forest kingdom was deeply embedded within the heavenly mountain, and a mark of the heavenly mountain appeared within his divine throne. Once this was accomplished, Sylvans, the father of oaks, had yet to perceive his own transformation. However, he could certainly feel the changes within the fourth tier of the heavenly mountain. The once vague and nascent outline of the heavenly mountain suddenly became remarkably distinct, as if the progression had significantly accelerated. It was evident that the Lord of Judgment had reaped immense benefits. Why do I feel as though I have sold myself? Upon the exalted platinum throne of the first tier of the heavenly mountain, an indescribable joy illuminated Jiang Yu's countenance. Sylvans, you are truly a benevolent soul. With each advancement into the construction of the fourth tier of the heavenly mountain, he could step into a realm of formidable divine power, keeping pace with the gods who would grow stronger with the expansion of faith. Reflecting upon the contributions of the father of oaks, Jiang Yu expressed his elation aloud. Sylvans, from this moment forth, you may traverse the entirety of the heavenly mountain. As the dual moon battle drew to a close, the northern battlefield of Phelan became the focal point of the god's attention. When the elven princess, the legendary Archmage Munliel, led her legion of sorcerers into the Aids battlefield, she delivered a resounding blow to the Troll Empire's Aids legions. Under Munliel's command and leadership, 10,000 sorcerers chanted in unison, conjuring a cataclysmic superspell. In the sky, fire elements frantically coalesced, and an immense, blazing fireball, akin to a miniature sun, plummeted towards Aids City. Forbidden magic, the burning falling star. Originally, they had intended to name this forbidden spell the Great Sun's Descent, but out of consideration for their goddess's honor, they settled on the burning falling star. Within Aids City, amidst the terrified gazes of the trolls, the colossal fireball, resembling the sun itself, descended with great speed. Their demigod commander attempted to obstruct it, but was swiftly cast down to the earth. Subsequently, this miniature sun crashed into Aids City. In an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Aids City, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, transforming the vast troll metropolis into a sea of flames. As the towering walls crumbled with a thunderous roar, countless trolls screamed in agony amidst the inferno, suffering unbearable torment. This strike left even the deities in the heavens stunned. Magic was on the rise. In the year 486 of the Troll Empire, in November, the elven princess Munliel led her legion of sorcerers into their inaugural battle, unleashing the terrifying might of the forbidden magic, the burning falling star, into the world. Subsequently, the great northern city of Aids fell, and the elven coalition surged into the city. Aside from a portion of the troll forces that managed to break free, nearly 1 million trolls either perished or were captured. Munliel's fame soared following this battle. Chapter 149. The Frenzy of Magic. Year 487 of the Troll Empire. The Sun, Elves of Cinderil, upon hearing of the trolls' defeat on the front lines, once again migrated southward as a collective. This time, the Troll Emperor, Odin Bloodaxe, directly designated a territory near the human kingdom of Dawnlight for them in the southern region of Furland. This area later became known as Sun Valley. Upon their arrival in the south, in a bid to secure their dominion, the Lord of Dawn descended once more. It was during this period that the royal lineage of the Sun Elves, known as the Solar Kings, was established. On the front lines of Ides, following the Troll Empire's defeat, a small contingent of the Elven army was dispatched southward to pursue the Sun Elves. However, they ceased their pursuit as the Sun Elves had already departed. Meanwhile, the commander of the Elven army, Vilya, personally led her troops westward, crossing the central mountains to launch a rear assault on the Galzur defense line. Thus, the Troll forces in the northern territories faced a rout. Nevertheless, due to prior intelligence regarding the fall of Ide City, the Galzur Troll Legion incurred minimal losses. In fact, the Galzur Dragon Knight Order succeeded in annihilating a pursuing Elven unit that had advanced too far. With the fall of Galzur, the Troll Empire lost all its northern territories, compelling them to construct a defensive line at the region of Falling Star Lake, situated at the intersection of the central and northern territories. This Falling Star Lake had originated from a divine kingdom that plummeted from the heavens centuries ago, landing upon the earth and forming a lake at the juncture of the central and northern realms. Here, elemental chaos prevailed, somewhat diminishing the efficacy of the elves' magic. However, following the Battle of Ides, marked by catastrophic devastation akin to a natural disaster, the elves' forbidden magic gained renown. Consequently, various races in the contemporary world commenced their studies of elven magic. Yet, the Silver Moon elves guarded their secrets closely, unwilling to relinquish their magical prowess easily. The Orc Empire of Greya, seeking to bolster its strength, also requested magical assistance from the elves. In a bid to prevent the Orc Empire from faltering too swiftly, the elves dispatched a squadron of mages to provide magical support. However, the orcs' aptitude for magic appeared somewhat lacking. After several years of tutelage, they managed to muster a mere 100 mages. Yet, an orc prodigy named Grohl recognized the potential of martial energy under the influence of magic, ultimately devising a suitable path for certain orcs, known as the Path of the Sword Saint. Year 488 of the Troll Empire. In order to maintain alliances with the northern nations, the elves allocated the Galzur region to the Kingdom of Reinhardt, the Kingdom of Eamon, and the Half-Orc Kingdom, all of which had engaged in battles against the Troll Empire in Galzur. They retained control over the Ides region and began to transform the land, erecting new cities and establishing the Silver Moon Temple. Year 490 of the Troll Empire. To counter the magical legions of the elven race, the Lord of Dawn convened the devoted priests from the imperial temples, founding the priestly profession, which endowed them with abilities in healing, defense, and combat. Most importantly, when a congregation of priests gathers, they can collectively unleash a divine barrier. Under conditions where the number of priests is sufficient, their mental fortitude is robust, and their faith is fervent. This divine barrier can effectively mitigate the majority of damage inflicted by forbidden magic. This legion, composed of priests, is known as the Temple Priest Legion. Consequently, the High Priest of the Dawn Temple requested the Lord of Dawn to transform the temple into a church, thereby enhancing its organizational capacity to assemble the priestly legion. The Lord of Dawn acquiesced, appointing the Dawn Lord as the patriarch of the church. Thus, the Dawn Church was established in the year 491 of the Troll Empire. Following a period of regrouping, Vilya led the Elven Army and the Mage Legion to assault the Falling Star Lake defense line. Here, the Temple Priest Legion successfully withstood the damaging effects of the Mage Legion's forbidden magic for the first time. However, this defense came at cost, as numerous priests perished from exhaustion. Each fervent priest was a cherished treasure of the Lord of Dawn, and the loss of even one was profoundly lamented. In contrast, mages merely needed systematic training to ascend to their roles. With the passage of time, conditions increasingly favored the elven race. Fortunately, the Troll Empire finally acquired means of resistance. The elven princess and archmage, Moneriel, returned to the Finetond Nadisil forest after another archmage in the Mage Legion advanced to legendary status. This return was not solely to establish a magical academy for the continued cultivation of magical talents among the elves, but also in compliance with the edicts of the Supreme Elven King. As the sole daughter of the king, Moneriel was both a princess and the heir apparent. It was inconceivable for her to remain on the battlefield indefinitely. Her accomplishments and aids were sufficient to earn her the right to ascend as Elven King. Yet, Monerial's aspirations extended beyond mere kingship. She yearned for loftier ideals. Regarding Monerial's initiative to open a school in Natasil, the deities pondered, with some even preparing to secretly descend in avatars to the Elven King's city to learn firsthand. Their followers proved unreliable. After so many years, they had scarcely grasped the essence of magic. The inadequacy of their devotees left the deities in dismay. They could not permit the elves to seize the opportunity to dominate the world. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded. When Monerial conducted her inaugural magic class at the Elven Royal Academy, the goddess of Silver Moon, in the guise of student, descended to test the divine potential of the Elven princess, discovering that her classmates were utterly shameless. Chapter 150. The God's Magic Class on the Phynaton Continent. In the Natasil Great Forest lies the Elven Royal City of Natasil. The Royal Magic Academy is situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by lush greenery and tranquility. The Academy's walls are constructed from massive stones that emit a mysterious glow, with a heavy oak door as its entrance. Upon entering the Academy, one is greeted by a spacious courtyard filled with an array of exotic flora. As one strolls along the path of the courtyard, a magnificent library comes into view. In front of the library lies a vast square, encircled by wooden towers, each housing a classroom. The Elven Royal Academy has just commenced its new term, and within each classroom, numerous elven students are seated. At the heart of this establishment stands the tallest tower, within which resides a bright and spacious classroom. Presided over by the Elven Princess, Munliel, the Academy has implemented an elective system, assigning a magical instructor to each classroom, from which students may select their courses in magic. At this moment, the soft morning light begins to break, casting its first rays upon the princess's classroom as the darkness of night recedes. A figure of radiant bearing emerges in the corridor, possessing an elfin beauty and golden eyes, exuding an air of extraordinary temperament, marked by a demeanor that suggests both nobility and authority. He surveys his surroundings, noting the absence of others, nodding to himself before straightening his posture and confidently pushing open the door to the magic classroom. He strides in, taking a seat in the last row, sitting upright with decorum. Not long after he settles in, a regal elven figure with crimson eyes enters, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the handsome elf already seated. "Ah, the supreme deity?" he stammers, then quickly adds, "Just call me Rodas." The crimson-eyed elf approaches and takes a seat beside the golden-eyed one. Shortly thereafter, another elf enters, this time a female with deep blue hair. Mother of the deep sea, Lord of the dawn, god of slaughter, how fortuitous. Following her arrival, more deities make their presence known. The god of battle, Favisk, the god of the desert, Anrimel, the god of savagery and violence, Brado, the wolf god, the god of the north wind, Lordiswin, the god of roaring and wilderness, Kamix, and the father of oaks, Sylvans, among others. The deities, embodiments of divine power, exchange awkward glances in the classroom, their discomfort palpable. So it seems all of you wish to congregate here. The atmosphere in a magic classroom is lively. At that moment, a stunning elven maiden with bright eyes and an elegant figure enters the classroom. Upon opening the door, she freezes, her expression shifting through a range of emotions, a mix of irritation and amusement crossing her face. The audacity of these gods, engaging in thievery of divine roles. The more she contemplates, the angrier she becomes. In a fit of indignation, she stands at the podium, addressing the seated elven students. "You truly lack shame. Even the mighty gods wish to usurp divine positions." The seated deities exchange awkward chuckles, though one crimson-eyed elf nearly coughs in embarrassment, lowering his gaze. Then, the beautiful elven maiden's eyes shift to the last row, where the commanding figure of Alodas sits, and she taunts Alodas as the supreme deity. "You too partake in such base endeavors? I had always believed you to be more honorable than that pale lunar light. I am disappointed to find you lesser." Just then, the classroom door swings open. A strikingly handsome elf with silver hair and violet eyes pushed open the classroom door and stepped inside, exuding an aura of mischief. However, upon encountering the assembly of deities, he paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a lively gathering! Were we discussing esteemed ones?" Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's entrance, the silver moon goddess, Acalia, immediately furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. Before she could voice her concerns from the back row, the Lord of Dawn stood up and laughed heartily. Ah, Yuliel, you have arrived late. Elotas, why is it that I always arrive before the dawnlight? The judgment is invariably the last to come. Jiang You responded with a smile. At the podium, observing Jiang You and Elotas engaged in conversation, a flicker of depth disappeared from Akalia's gaze. Taking a deep breath, she spoke solemnly. Well, since you have all gathered here today, I assume it is to learn the principles of magic. The deities remained still, yet a glimmer of divine light ignited in their eyes. Since this is the case, I would like to take this opportunity to propose an agreement. She understood that even if she were to expel the deities or prevent Munliel from teaching the principles of magic, the knowledge would inevitably surface if the gods were determined. It would be more prudent to negotiate an exchange. Currently, the gods were bound by order, and being caught in the act would still evoke a sense of shame. With all gods present, she assumed no one would object to her proposal. I am willing to share the principles of magic with you all, but I kindly ask that you refrain from contesting Munliel's divine position. When she ascends to godhood, I implore you not to obstruct her. Upon hearing this, the deities fell silent for a moment. Some expressed reluctance in their eyes, fully aware of magic's potential. However, the Lord of Dawn was the first to respond affirmatively, stating, I accept this agreement and shall not interfere with Munliel's ascension. He held no particular desire for magic and was currently refining his priestly system, seeking to explore the principles of magic merely to enhance his service to the priesthood. Yet, the other gods remained contemplative, recognizing that the divine office of magic was no trifling matter. Nevertheless, the weight of the Lord of Dawn's words carried significant influence. Subsequently, Jiang You added his voice. With a slight amendment, I too agree, but magic must not become the exclusive domain of the elves. It should be accessible to all beings. Should the future goddess of magic attempt to monopolize it, we, the gods, shall unite against her. After speaking, he surveyed the assembly of deities in Akalia. In his recollection, the goddess of magic was not an easy deity to contend with. Hearing these words, the gods deemed it the most favorable option and nodded in agreement. At the podium, the Silver Moon goddess also nodded, satisfied with the outcome. She felt compelled to retract her earlier statement made to the Lord of Dawn, Elotas. Very well. Let this agreement be established. The three chief deities nodded, and thus the matter was settled. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. The goddess of the Silver Moon, Akalia, hastily descended from the podium and took a seat in the front row. Jiang You also moved to the front, settling himself by the window. No sooner had he taken his seat than the door to the classroom was gently pushed open. A stunningly beautiful elven maiden, exuding an air of scholarly grace while cradling a thick tome of magic, entered the classroom and ascended the podium. She placed the magic book down and surveyed the room. To her astonishment, she beheld that every elven student below was distinguished and majestic, their bearing surpassing even that of her father, the king. Among them, 3 elves stood out, regal and commanding, like sovereigns amid the cosmos. Who were these individuals? A wave of curiosity instinctively stirred within her. Yet in the next instant, a voice resonated in her mind. Munliel, conduct the lecture as normal. It was the divine voice of the goddess of the Silver Moon. Munliel was profoundly taken aback. She glanced around and noticed one of the most powerful elves smiling at her, eyes brimming with admiration. A shiver coursed through her. Was this not her goddess? As she surveyed the assembly of distinguished elven students, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over her. It was truly incredible. Stealing her nerves, she respectfully nodded at the goddess of the Silver Moon, then composed herself to address the deities, uttering her first words concerning the origins of magic. It is well known that decades ago, I established the profession of the mage. It is said that I amalgamated the world's runes, enchantments, alchemy, and hymns to forge the magical system. However, what many do not realize is that the most critical core, the very essence of magic, actually derives from the chanting method created by my patron deity, the magnificent goddess of the Silver Moon. Furthermore, the inspiration for the magical tool, the staff, also originates from the Silver Moon staff of the goddess I revere. Thus, the genesis of magic is fundamentally rooted in the wisdom of the goddess of the Silver Moon. As Munliel spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at the goddess, who wore a radiant smile, her delicate features illuminated with brilliance. She continued, saying, Now, I shall elucidate the principles of magic in detail. Chapter 152. The siege approaches. Following that magic lesson, the intelligent races of the world began to genuinely embrace the profession of magic. Beyond the initial legendary path of the elven princess, a multitude of legendary paths for various magical systems emerged over the years. Summoning, necromancy, shaping, demonology, spatial, soul, astral, life, transformation, phantasm, emissary, and divine magic, among others. The original legendary mage system established by the elven princess thus came to be known as the elemental system. The magical system flourishes within a framework, showcasing a myriad of forms, all originating from a magnificent lesson in magic. In the annals of the Troll Empire, 500 years have passed. The god of wisdom and healing, active in the region of the Trident River among the human race, petitioned to become a subordinate deity of the Lord of Dawn, aspiring to elevate his divine realm and ascend to the status of a true god. After a moment of hesitation, Orodes acquiesced. In June, the god of wisdom and healing, Gotigas, who had long concealed himself among humanity to propagate his faith, ignited the divine fire in the Trident River domain, raising his divine realm high in the heavens. At the moment Gotigas elevated his divine realm, Jiang You abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, his violet gaze erupting with an unparalleled divine radiance. A wave of divine majesty cascaded over the entirety of Heaven's mountain, expanding outward into the celestial beyond. In the next instant, he rose from his platinum throne, under the fearful gaze of Sylvans, the father of oaks. With his purple-gold longsword held firmly in hand, he stepped forth, manifesting before the divine realm of the god of wisdom and healing. With unwavering determination, he struck with his sword. Suddenly, a brilliant, pure white light illuminated the heavens and the earth. The sword light howling as its decisive intent fell upon the divine realm of Gotigas, like the Milky Way descending from the celestial heights. In the midst of his heart-wrenching gaze, this nascent divine realm, along with its throne, was cleaved apart by the strike, leaving the god of wisdom and healing exposed in the vast emptiness of the celestial heights. No! As the throne shattered, the light faded from the eyes of the god of wisdom and healing, who did not look towards Jiang You, the arbiter of his fate, but instead gazed upon the resplendent sun in the sky, his countenance filled with despair. Orodes, my lord god. A silver moon emerged to obscure the sun. Closer still, one could discern a regal goddess and a golden-haired, golden-armored god locked in confrontation. Orodes, you have enough subordinate deities already. Ekalia, step aside. Orodes, do not entertain such thoughts. That ungrateful god of wisdom and healing is surely doomed. The domain of wisdom, the faith of humanity, the path to death. Orodes looked toward the distant celestial heights, where the divine realm of wisdom and healing lay in ruins beneath Jiang Yu's sword, and then at the silver moon goddess blocking his path, he sighed softly. His wisdom, in the end, had not triumphed over the desire for divinity. His wisdom, how foolishly it sought to fathom the hearts of the divine. The silver moon goddess disdainfully added. In the distance, within the shattered divine realm of wisdom and healing, Jiang Yu slowly strolled through the ruins, approaching Gotigas, the god of wisdom and healing. If you had remained hidden, I would have had no desire to seek you out. But you dared to ascend to divinity and challenge my limits. Thus, no one can save you now. Upon the divine throne, the despairing and resentful Gotigas gazed at Jiang Yu, knowing his demise was imminent. He cursed, Yuliel, your sword is stained with the blood of the gods. Eventually, you shall be devoured by them. Yet, before he could finish his utterance, Jiang Yu cleaved his soul and body with a single stroke, his divinity and essence suppressed beneath the judgment of the divine seat. How amusing it is, he thought, that the fate of a shattered heaven or the twilight of the gods is no longer of your concern. After this battle, Jiang Yu acquired the divine essences of wisdom and healing, returning to the platinum throne, with the fourth layer of the heavenly mountain becoming significantly clearer. In the 501st year of the Troll Empire, Arthur Reinhardt, with the might of thunder, eradicated the followers of the gods of wisdom and healing among the Trident River's human populace, slaying the already independent-minded governor of Trident River, thereby reinstating the faith in the Platinum Moon and solidifying the royal authority of the Reinhardt Kingdom. Simultaneously, the territorial expansion of the Reinhardt human kingdom began to approach the western coast, where the Knights of the Kingdom first encountered the barbarian tribes active in that region. Sharing a common lineage, the Reinhardt kingdom sought to incorporate them under its rule, dispatching envoys to establish contact with the various barbarian factions. Facing the hardships of life and bound by the same human blood, the barbarians were inclined to submit, but sought direct promises and conditions from the human king. In the 507th year of the Troll Empire, Arthur Reinhardt personally led the Golden Lion and Griffin Knights to the northern barbarian tribes along the western coast, convening at the coastal plain known as Balefat. The formidable presence of the human kingdom's king and his legions won them over, and they signed a treaty of allegiance with Arthur Reinhardt. Henceforth, the northern barbarian tribes of the western coast became subjects of the Reinhardt kingdom, willing to fight for it. Arthur Reinhardt also conferred titles upon 17 noble barbarian lords in the northern region and granted them the protection of the Reinhardt kingdom. Concurrently, the Reinhardt kingdom dispatched an elite legion and summoned the able-bodied warriors from the barbarian tribes to the south to combat the ogre tribes, who had long been adversaries to the barbarians. In the 512th year of the Troll Empire, the Lord of Dawn acquired a divine office of covenant, steadily advancing towards formidable divine power. In truth, Alodas had begun to scheme for the coveted divine office, which could provide him with immense support and potentially elevate him to great divine strength. In the 523rd year of the Troll Empire, the Silver Moon Goddess attained the divine office of sleep and was plotting to acquire the office of dreams. This was an exceedingly potent divine office. If successful, it could facilitate her ascension to formidable divine power. In the 555th year of the Troll Empire, after years of conflict, Lucifer led the Winged Legion to besiege the capital of the Orc Empire, Sarita. Chapter 153. His Highness inquired, "Will you surrender?" The city of Sarita, with its formidable walls and 2 rivers, once epitomized the zenith of the entire Tiaman Orc Empire, thriving in its prosperity. Throughout history, this riverine plain has nurtured nearly 1 million orcs. Possessing this central metropolis would allow the Orc Emperor to reside within the imperial palace, gazing over the vast mountains and rivers. In the heart of the city, the entrance to the temple of the Orc god was once perpetually filled with long lines of worshippers eager to behold the divine majesty. Yet now, it lies in desolation. Lucifer's relentless siege and conquest of Orc territories, along with the training of a formidable army, has progressed steadily, culminating in the assault on Sarita. At this juncture, nearly half of the Orc Empire's domain, stretching from the northwestern coastline to the heart of the western continent, has fallen under the dominion of the Winged Ones, with numerous Orc cities surrendering alongside their civilian populations. Over the years, a protracted war of wits and strength unfolded between the Orcs and the Winged Folk. Notably, a legendary Orc commander emerged, whose military prowess was nearly flawless, and who once repelled the advances of the Winged Ones, causing the loss of tens of thousands of their kind on the battlefield. However, in a subsequent battle, he was publicly executed by Lucifer before the eyes of all Orcs. As she held the severed head of this brilliant Orc general, Brian, aloft in the sky, his blood dripped and his eyes remained open in death. The morale of the Orc army plummeted. Following this event, the momentum of the war shifted dramatically. The army advanced steadily, splitting forces to seize surrounding cities and continually bringing in surrendered Orc troops to aid in their conquests. Eventually, many Orc cities witnessed aerial clashes between elite fighters from both sides, while countless surrendered Orcs swarmed the sieges, supported by the aerial Winged army. The Winged Ones suffered minimal casualties, while the Orcs who surrendered fought with even greater ferocity than they had against the Winged Ones themselves. This fervor was largely due to the lavish rewards offered by the Winged Ones. Even the undead who led the charge were granted small parcels of land as remuneration. This was far more enjoyable than serving in the Orc Empire. On the same soil, the Orc conscripts found their conditions significantly improved, often eating better than they had as regular soldiers, which was another contributing factor. Moreover, trailing behind this Orc legion were numerous enterprising goblin merchants, accompanying the Winged army with a plethora of supplies, engaging in trade as they marched. They procured the spoils from the army sieges and sold the necessities of food and weapons to the troops. The Winged Ones did not drive them away. These goblins had long since shed their former imperial traits and had become nothing more than a band of avaricious merchants. At the foot of Sarita, Lucifer hovered in the air, flanked by a squadron of elite glorious battle guards. A divine sword of light and shadow hung majestically at her waist. Close to 200,000 winged soldiers soared above Sarita, while nearly 1,000,000 orc allies stood arrayed below the city. As Lucifer brandished her sword of light and shadow, the realm was abruptly divided into perspectives of light and dark. From the heavens to the earth, the million-strong army erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Especially the horde of orcs on the ground. Their cheers rivaled those of the winged army in the sky. The morale soared. Lucifer, hearing the army's jubilant roar and gazing upon the magnificent capital of the Orc Empire, felt a surge of exhilaration within her breast. She turned her gaze toward the resplendent platinum moon above, silently reflecting, after years of toil, I have finally arrived at this moment. My lord, are you watching over me? Then, she beckoned a winged female officer behind her. Go, inquire if they are willing to surrender. Yes, your highness Lucifer, a spirited winged officer readily responded. Flapping her wings and soaring above the city of Sarita, she summoned her aura, extraordinary power surging forth, and proclaimed loudly, Commander of the expeditionary forces of the kingdom of Rosendath, the glorious morning star, bearer of the holy sword, Princess Lucifer demands. Will you surrender? She bellowed thrice. In the sky and on the ground, millions of troops echoed her fierce cry. Will you surrender? Will you surrender? The thunderous roar of 1,000,000 voices shook the earth, causing the countless orc defenders atop the walls of Sarita to feel the ground tremble. Even before the battle commenced, their resolve had already begun to wane. Chapter 154, A Desperate Gamble. Within the palace of Sarita, the Orc Emperor, upon hearing the deafening calls for surrender from outside, furiously smashed a cup on the table in the grand hall. A bunch of fools, a pack of worthless trash, and those traitors. Have they forgotten who nurtured them? It is the Empire. After venting his anger, he regained his composure. The capital now gathered the last and strongest orc legions of the entire empire, along with 3 demigods. And dozens of legends. There is still a chance to fight. Let me ponder, there are still those with combat prowess that can be summoned. He called to an attendant nearby. Go fetch the elven mage teaching squad for Sarita. Have them intervene, and let them set their own terms. As long as Sarita can hold, any price is acceptable. The attendant nodded and quickly dashed out of the palace. Then he shouted to the outside Torek, You are to relay to all forces within the city. At all costs, hold the city of Sarita. I shall make another visit to the temple and beseech divine assistance. The empire is on the brink of annihilation. Will the gods not intervene? Yes, your majesty. I shall take my royal guard with me. Indeed. Torek nodded in agreement and led a contingent of several hundred palace guards out of the palace to proclaim the emperor's orders. Once everyone had exited the palace, the emperor finally spoke. Katarak, come fort. A figure cloaked in black emerged from behind the emperor's throne. Your majesty, take my royal guard and secretly protect Empress Essima and Prince Alec. Then lead them to the secret passage to await my arrival. Should the city fall, we shall retreat south to the coastal city of Sama. Understood. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to transfer all the treasures from the inner vault. Yes, your majesty. After the Orc Emperor made his arrangements, he took a deep breath. Very well, you may leave now. I shall soon visit the temple to beseech that exalted deity once more. High above, the majestic army of winged beings loomed ominously before the city of Sarita. Jiang You refrained from closing his eyes in meditation. Instead, he grasped the sword at his waist and cast his gaze down upon the realm of the orcs and the god of strength. The capital of the Orc Empire faces annihilation. Can you truly endure this, Ophidius? In the realm of the god of strength, Ophidius sat upon his divine throne, his gaze fixed upon the temple of Sarita. He beheld a tall, robust, middle-aged orc kneeling within the temple, weeping profusely. Great deity, may you bestow your divine power to save your wretched subjects. Should the imperial capital fall to the winged invaders, the orc race shall have no strength left to resist. The fertile lands of western Graia shall no longer possess a sanctuary to honor your divine presence. Almighty God, I implore you, intervene. The expression of the god of strength, Ophidius, was one of turmoil as he ultimately gritted his teeth. I must take action. In recent years, his faith had dwindled rapidly. Should he continue to cower, his followers would surely disperse further. The orcs have always revered valor, yet his recent conduct has indeed been difficult to justify. He devised a plan to request the Silver Moon Goddess to obstruct the Lord of Judgment, and then to intervene personally, unleashing divine magic to avert the impending doom. He felt quite confident. The ancient tree upon Heavenly Mountain would not withstand him. As for the subsequent reckoning by the Lord of Judgment, if his divine realm truly faltered, he would have to seek refuge within the Silver Moon's domain and pledge allegiance to his supreme deity. How frustrating. I am a Sequence 0, the sovereign of power. Cursed be the Platinum Moon. Chapter 155. Sequence 0, the sovereign of the underworld ascends. Within the realm of the Silver Moon, radiant light enveloped the divine domain. The Silver Moon goddess, Acaralia, was not seated upon her throne, but rather in a garden within the divine territory. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers, with a swing suspended upon the lawn, where several enchanting elven maidens stood respectfully behind it, clad in maidservant attire. Before the swing stood Shaylee, once a mere infant, now blossomed into a graceful and strikingly beautiful girl. With her silver hair, violet golden eyes, and fair skin, she donned a white dress that accentuated her tall and elegant form, exuding an extraordinary charm. However, at this moment, she appeared dejected, her head bowed in acceptance of a reprimand from a tall, fair-skinned goddess with silvery hair and golden eyes. Shaylee, how many times must I remind you? Do not sneak out of the divine realm without my permission. Tell me, how many times have you ventured out this year? Once. Huh, twice. The Silver Moon goddess raised her hand. All right, mother, it was 5 times. But 3 of those times, Uncle North Wind caught me and brought me back. The girl in the white dress pouted. Shaylee, do not presume that having my bloodline grants you free passage into the Silver Moon divine kingdom. You are destined to be the goddess of fortune. And such a divine role attracts countless gazes even before you ascend to divinity. Furthermore, your combat abilities are frankly lacking. You have inherited none of our formidable fighting prowess. The goddess of the Silver Moon chuckled, yet ultimately restrained herself from chastising the child who had grown up by her side. But mother, I wish to see my sister. The girl in white implored, blinking her eyes innocently, her voice tinged with grievance. The elemental spirits possess memories from the moment of their birth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed the goddess's face. She now regretted her instinctive rejection of misfortune from years past. She should have taken both of them with her. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, "Have you seen her?" "Of course. I can freely enter and exit Paradise Mountain. Moreover, Liwayr has become quite formidable. She promised to protect me in the future." The girl in white raised her chin proudly, hands on her hips. Liwayr is formidable? The goddess of the Silver Moon regarded her daughter with skepticism. Given their shared origin, she would rather believe both daughters lacked combat skills than accept that only the one before her was inept. This led her to question her own educational methods. Indeed, Liwayr is unmatched in battle, claiming to possess the true teachings of Father's judgment. Under her command, I cannot last 3 moves. The girl's face beamed with pride. Are you truly so proud? Acaralia responded, utterly speechless. Observing that the goddess of the Silver Moon was no longer as irate, the girl cautiously probed, "Mother, I think Liwayr's wings are stunning. 1 black, 1 white. They are so cool." Upon hearing this, the goddess's expression immediately turned frosty. "What nonsense! What use are wings to a perfectly capable person? Do you believe you cannot fly without them?" Seeing her divine mother genuinely angered, Shaylee's expression soured, and she prepared to utter words of comfort. Yet, Acaralia's demeanor shifted, revealing a smile. "Ophites, you have finally set aside your former pride." She then turned to Shaylee, advising, "Stay in the divine realm. I must step out for a while." "Where are you going?" Before Shaylee could finish her question, the goddess of the Silver Moon stepped forth, emerging beyond the Platinum Moon, standing with her spear held high in the heavens. Meanwhile, upon the Platinum Throne, Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed upon the domain of the Beast God. Noticing the goddess of the Silver Moon's arrival, blocking Ophites, he furrowed his brows and promptly stepped forward, asking Acaralia, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing of consequence," the goddess of the Silver Moon replied coldly. Yet, as the divine power of the Silver Moon goddess surged forth, it enveloped the space, obstructing Jiang Yu's path and rendering his escape exceedingly difficult. He was compelled to summon his spirit and brace himself against the goddess before him. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire further, his countenance abruptly grew cold, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. "Ophitus, you court death." Above the imperial city of Sarita in the Orc Empire, an enormous golden hand descended from the heavens. striking down upon Sarita with a cataclysmic force. Instantly, a third of the winged beings in the sky were crushed, and a deluge of blood rained down. Lucifer exerted every ounce of her strength, channeling the power of the holy sword of light and darkness to its zenith. The second mark of Paradise Mountain blazed alive, summoning its protective forces, which allowed her to narrowly escape disaster, albeit gravely wounded. In the celestial realm, due to the silver moon goddess's divine power sealing the space, Jiang You was unable to intercept Ophidius's divine spell in time. More critically, he had not anticipated that Ophidius would so ruthlessly target countless mortals. The silver moon goddess, too, was taken aback by the god of power's blatant disregard for the unspoken rules among deities, committing such slaughter upon the mortals. Almost simultaneously, Jiang You drew his sword, the vast and boundless intent of judgment overshadowing the heavens, with an immeasurable killing intent rising within him. He was consumed by uncontainable rage. The silver moon goddess intended to intervene slightly, but in the next moment, in the far northern reaches of Phinodon, within the dark forest, a profound and ominous aura began to rise. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, declaring, "I am Sequence Zero, the ruler of the Nether and Alaris. Today, I ascend to the realms of the Nether, darkness, and the god of death. Within the forest, hundreds of thousands of dark elves and countless dark beasts and shadow creatures sang hymns in unison. At the same time, a vast, ethereal blue divine realm ascended towards the heavens. Upon witnessing this, the silver moon goddess's expression changed drastically. No longer able to concern herself with obstructing Jiang You, she turned and hastened towards the north of Phinodon. Andalaras, you seek your own demise. With the silver moon's obstruction removed, Jiang You stepped forward, arriving before the divine realm of power, wielding his divine sword. Inside the divine realm, the god of power, seated upon his divine throne and poised to unleash his might once more to obliterate Lucifer, was abruptly met by the approach of a majestic six-winged deity radiating boundless killing intent. Ophidius, today, no one can save you. Chapter 156. The Lord of the Underworld, the sacred and awe-inspiring six-winged deity, loomed like a sovereign of judgment over heaven and earth, his violet eyes ignited with eternal flames. The god of power, seated upon his throne, suddenly stood in shock. How is this possible? Where is the silver moon goddess? He was filled with astonishment, rage, and a hint of unwillingness. Before he could ascertain the cause, an immense and radiant pure white sword light cleaved through the firmament towards his divine realm. The heavens and earth were bathed in white. The divine realm of power trembled as the sword struck. The countless souls of the orc devotees swayed chaotically, prompting the god of strength, Ophidius, to swiftly stabilize his divine realm. It must be acknowledged that the god of strength is indeed far superior to the god of slaughter of yore. Had Jiang You possessed his current prowess back in those days, a single strike would have cleaved the entire divine realm asunder. Nevertheless, Ophidius, once a being of Sequence Zero, attained a level of divine power that remains formidable even at its lowest tier, bolstered by the might of his divine realm. It would be exceedingly difficult for even a significantly more powerful deity of medium rank to vanquish him within his own domain. However, Jiang You is distinct. He is in essence not a god. As the first ray of sword light struggled to breach the defenses of the divine realm, Jiang You swiftly devised a countermeasure. High above, the seemingly eternal platinum moon, suspended in the heavens, suddenly radiated a magnificent brilliance. Then, to the astonishment of all living beings upon the world, that resplendent platinum moon, akin to a luminous sun, hurtled directly towards the divine realm of strength, a force akin to the stars. Boom, boom, the divine realms collided, a clash between their foundational essences. Typically, such confrontations entail inflicting 10,000 casualties while sustaining 8,000 losses oneself. Yet, in Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed only resolute determination. The instant the platinum moon collided with the divine realm of strength, he positioned himself at the very edge of heaven's peak, the closest point to the impact, raising his purple-golden divine sword to unleash a radiant beam of judgment. He became the arrowhead, intent on piercing through the defenses of the god of strength's realm. Within the divine realm, Ophidius observed Jiang Yu's unwavering actions, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, he regained his composure. his eyes now ablaze with steadfast resolve and the spirit of battle. Facing the oncoming platinum moon and the formidable deity standing upon it, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I too have vanquished countless foes to ascend to the pinnacle of the strength hierarchy. Has divinity now rendered me devoid of this indomitable heart? Master of judgment, let us engage in battle. Only pure strength can subdue all." Clenching his fists, golden divine light manifested as gauntlets upon his hands. The colossal power surged exponentially with each breath he took, and then he unleashed a punch, the pure strength augmenting his divine might, creating a golden fist shadow that shattered the very fabric of space ahead, sending countless fragments hurtling towards Jiang You. Before the platinum moon, Jiang You, who had just opened the gates of the divine realm of strength, beheld the incoming golden fist shadow and the shattering space. He felt the overwhelming, pure force radiating towards him. He did not retreat or evade. The tranquil light of divinity shone within his violet eyes. His silvery hair surged backward as he swung his sword, the magnificent white blade cleaving the space asunder, striking towards the approaching golden fist shadow before he advanced unceasingly. He paid no heed to whether the sword light could penetrate the god of strength's fist shadow with a flick of his wrist. He reversed his grip on the long sword, accelerating at a breathtaking pace, swiftly arriving before Ophitus. Facing Ophitus and the divine throne behind him, imbued with various divine attributes, a sword was unleashed with all its might. The judgment, a breathtaking pure white light, erupted, imbued with a resolute intent to annihilate his very soul and everything that constituted him. The god of power, Ophitus, narrowed his gaze, his divine throne looming behind him. Instead of retreating, he unleashed 1,000,000 punches in an instant. He did not defend. Rather, he directed this onslaught towards Jiang Yu's divine form. He exerted every ounce of his strength. The collision of divine power from the god of strength and the divine power of judgment erupted with a cataclysmic force. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the realm of the god of strength, shattering the very fabric of space as a black hole formed, distorting light into oblivion. All the watching deities lost their sight of the unfolding events. What transpired? Meanwhile, in the northern expanse of the Phinodon continent, above a darkened forest, a somber divine realm ascended rapidly into the heavens. On its path of ascension, a goddess of unparalleled beauty and majesty wielded a long spear, her presence illuminating the night with the silvery glow of the moon. The lunar wheel blazed forth like a shooting star, its endless silver radiance poised to obliterate this divine realm into dust. Yet at that moment, a ray of dawn's light appeared before her, as a golden-armored, golden-haired deity manifested. He cast forth a spear shimmering with golden brilliance, imbued with the light of countless suns, deflecting the lunar wheel of the silver moon goddess. He stood resolutely beside the somber divine realm, thwarting her advance. The silver moon goddess seethed with rage. "Orotas, what are you doing? And this is the god of the underworld, the god of death. Are you truly going to impede me?" Since her ascension, Ikelia had been consumed with fury. In the presence of the seasoned deities, she found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Truth be told, deep within her divine essence, a spark of wrath was on the verge of manifesting. The Lord of Dawn, Orotas, remained steadfast, his posture unwavering. "Ikelia, as long as I stand here today, I shall not allow you to obstruct Andalares' ascension." Long before the era of the ancients, prior to Ikelia's rise, Orotas had forged a deep friendship with Andalares. They supported each other on their paths of growth, ultimately reaching the pinnacle together. However, in time, Andalares gradually faded from the public eye, and all assumed he had vanished or perished. Yet, only Orotas knew that Andalares had delved into the deeper mysteries of the underworld. High above, as the dark and expansive divine realm continued its ascension, Ikelia inhaled deeply and declared, "If that is the case, then let us engage in battle." As she spoke, the silver moon in the sky radiated an unparalleled brilliance, and the silver moon goddess transformed the lunar wheel into a curved blade. Brandishing a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, donned in resplendent silver armor, she charged towards the Lord of Dawn. The moment the silver moon goddess initiated her true assault was upon them. The Lord of Dawn, unwilling to show any negligence, brandished his long spear in the sky. Transforming into the great sun, casting a radiant golden light that illuminated the expanse as if it were daylight, resolutely blocking the onslaught of the silver moon goddess. Just as the two deities were embroiled in fierce combat, the Lord of the Nether finally elevated the divine realm high into the heavens, embedding it at the world's edge. An aura, rivaling that of the Lord of Dawn, the silver moon goddess, and the Lord of Judgment, erupted forth, resounding powerfully throughout the realms. In the celestial heights, all gods gazed with expressions of reverence. Then, a formidable deity with black hair and golden eyes emerged from the divine realm. He appeared as a tall, middle-aged man, exuding an unimaginable coldness. Without paying heed to the battle between the Lord of Dawn and the silver moon goddess, he proclaimed loudly to the world is lacking. I, and alas, am willing to transform the divine realm into the nether realm and open the realm of shadows. Upon his declaration, in an instant, a vast and boundless will of the world manifested, casting the dark divine realm of the Lord of the Nether to the far north of existence. Subsequently, a new expansive space emerged within the world, seemingly existing beyond, concealed within the void. And alas, continued to declare, the nether realm shall be connected to the world. A faint river of shadows then flowed forth from a void, traversing the edge of the world in the far north, and into the abyss. The nether realm shall have a symbol in the realm of reality. Thus, the will of the world surged once more, and a hauntingly blue moon appeared in the sky. On the third moon of the month, and alas found himself within the ethereal nether realm, suddenly imbued with immense divine power. In this nascent nether realm, the Lord of the Nether walked upon the desolate earth, where the same moon hung high above. This world, now recognized by the will of the world, grew ever larger. However, and alas discovered that the authority over souls, which the nether realm desperately needed, had only been partially acquired. With the remainder divided among the gods and those yet to ascend, the emergence of the nether realm brought a powerful force as feedback from the world. Yet this power required assimilation. Furthermore, the newly birthed nether realm was exceedingly fragile, necessitating the establishment of a solid foundation. Should the nether realm suffer damage, and alas would face either death or grievous injury. This was the price of his newfound divine strength, an exchange with the world. Barring unforeseen circumstances during the forthcoming period, he would traverse the world in the guise of an avatar, fulfilling his promise to the Lord of Dawn. In truth, within the domain of divine roles, the nether and the dawn were fundamentally opposed. The nether realm was a place where the sun's light could never penetrate, and the brilliance of the sun could not enter the domain of shadows. The opposition of the nether and the dawn, while perhaps not overtly apparent during the pre-epic phase, became unequivocally absolute in the divine stage. Perhaps, in the future, they would become adversaries because of this. The shadowy moon loomed high in the celestial expanse. The river of the underworld flows at the world's edge. Henceforth, and alas, can traverse the realm of the dead through the nether moon and the river of the underworld. In Andaluz's contemplation, the myriad beings of the world typically traverse the river to enter the underworld, while the nether moon serves as a sanctuary. This location bears immense significance. As he endeavors to construct the framework of the underworld, he must first refine these two domains. Therefore, he seeks to appoint a ferryman for the river of the underworld and a guardian for the nether moon. The guardian of the nether moon must be a deity, currently overseeing his domain. However, for the role of the ferryman, a demigod suffices at this juncture. Presently, he lacks such a figure in his ranks. Thus he must wield his delicate little spade. He has already set his sights on a target, a legendary centaur named Chiron from the nearby Centaur Kingdom, who has reached the pinnacle of legend and is now troubled by the quest for divinity. Securing his allegiance would not only assist the Lord of Dawn in countering the Northern Offensive, but also diminish the strength of the Silver Moon faction, an endeavor that yields dual benefits. In the celestial realm, the battlefield between the Lord of Dawn and the Goddess of the Silver Moon has reached a critical juncture. With the nether moon now firmly established in the sky, neither the Lord of Dawn nor the Goddess of the Silver Moon wishes to continue the conflict. Each wary of the other, the emergence of a being with formidable divine power has intensified her sense of pressure. Consequently, the two deities tacitly take a step back, shifting their focus towards fortifying their strengths and hastening their ascent to great divine power. Elsewhere in the celestial heights, the realm of power lies in ruins. The fragmented domain has been shattered and devastated by the collision with Heaven's mountain, scattering its remnants. Most shards of the divine realm have been absorbed by Heaven's mountain. Now, part of the fourth heaven, the area once occupied by the throne of power gradually returns to normalcy as the rift in time and space mends. The black hole dissipates and light reemerges. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle between the two deities reveals itself. As the mist clears, a figure of resplendent stature, majestic and radiant, emerges from the ruins of the divine realm, standing calmly amidst the devastation. The god of power, who fought valiantly, has vanished. Only Jiang You, clad in white like snow, remains, holding a bloodied sword in one hand and a grotesque head in the other, from which golden divine blood drips. Its eyes forever wide in defiance of death. Below, across the continent of Graia, the statues of the god of power in every temple shatter simultaneously. Countless orc priests gasp in terror, for such destruction of a divine effigy signifies grave calamity. In the heavens, the platinum moon, venerated by the winged folk, suddenly radiates brilliance, and the shattering of their deity's statue speaks volumes. The platinum light continues to shine brilliantly in the celestial sphere, while the realm of power falls silent, likely extinguished. In the celestial heights, Jiang You descends gracefully from the sky, step by step, arriving above the capital of the Orc Empire, Sarita. In the eyes of countless beings, the Lord of Judgment, who has vanquished the god of orcs, appears immensely towering, exuding an unending majesty that envelopes both the earth and sky. The warring armies of the Winged Ones and the Orcish Imperial Guards cease their combat, gazing at the magnificent deity in the heavens. Jiang You first surveys the Orcish guards atop the city walls and the soaring Winged Ones above. With a casual gesture, he hurls the severed head of Ophidus against the walls of Sarita. A thunderous crash resonates as the grand Imperial walls collapse, leaving a gaping pit in their place, resulting in the demise of numerous orcs. As the remaining Orcish guards emerge from the dust and smoke, their eyes widen in horror at the grotesque visage of the god of power lying within the deep pit, a chilling dread piercing their hearts. What shall we do now that the deity has been decapitated? With the death of our god, can we still survive? In stark contrast, the Winged Ones, upon witnessing Jiang Yu's presence, shed their earlier sorrow and erupt with a deafening cry for vengeance. My king, grant us the right to avenge. King, vengeance! Annihilate the orcs, cleanse our sins with their blood. Let them understand that misplacing their devotion to a god incurs punishment. Jiang Yu silently nods, permitting the Winged Ones to pursue their retribution. Go forth. Thus, over 100,000 winged warriors and 1,000,000 Orcish thralls surge into the city of Sarita, slaying every orc in sight and demolishing the temples. The orcs within the city scarcely muster the will to resist, consumed by the instinct to flee. Even those among them who possess greater strength than their pursuing winged counterparts dare not glance back. What folly! The deity of the Winged Ones hovers above, while the god of the orcs lies defeated on the ground. Recognizing the tide has turned, Jiang Yu approaches Lucifie's side. On the ground, the grievously injured Lucifiel props herself up with the shattered light and dark holy sword, speaking with pain. My king, I have disappointed you. Thousands of our kin have perished before my eyes, and I was powerless to intervene. Jiang Yu sighs and helps her to her feet, infusing her with divine judgment to heal her wounds. Lucifiel, you have performed admirably. You and your legion have triumphed over the Orcish Empire of the Graia continent, claiming vast territories and laying a solid foundation for my future plans. The Graia continent is a crucial piece of my design. My king, your talents are exceptional. Even should you tread the path of mortal legends, you shall not be limited to mere demigod strength, destined to traverse the astral realms and rival true deities. Yet in the future, the pantheon of this world will only grow. The proliferation of deities presents both advantages and disadvantages for Jiang Yu. For every powerful god that emerges, a potential threat to him arises. However, each deity he slays or subjugates will enhance his own strength. This is the essence of the world. The potential of a realm teeming with gods contrasts starkly with one that harbors only a few. In the vast realms of the astral plane, one could discern the myriad great worlds. Each grand domain is teeming with countless celestial beings. The timid are daunted by challenges, while the valiant relentlessly pursue the most arduous paths. He yearns for an increasing multitude of deities above, envisioning a future where they are collectively vanquished. Of course, there exists the peril of failure, yet he possesses the heart of a champion and will never waver. A modicum of effort and continuous battles shall suffice. Upon the earth, Jiang You harnesses the divine power of judgment to restore the holy sword of light and darkness, while continuing to address Lucifer. I require someone to be the vessel of my strength, to stand against the gods. Are you willing? As the vanguard of my king, I am willing. Lucifer responds without hesitation. Very well. After this battle, upon slaying the god of power, his divine kingdom, essence, and soul shall nourish heaven's mountain, bringing forth the completion of the fourth heaven mountain. In a few centuries, my strength shall undergo a qualitative transformation. Lucifer, you must patiently await and continue to seize the territories of the entire Orc Empire for me. Yes, my king. Lucifer resolutely replies. In the 602nd year of the Troll Empire, Lucifer leads the Winged Legion to conquer the land of the Orc Empire. A multitude of orcs flee across the sea. The remaining orcs are subjugated by the Winged Ones. The war between the Winged and the orcs comes to an end. Chapter 158. The Fairmen of the Underworld in the 623rd year of the Troll Empire, on the Rest Peninsula, within the northern domain of the House of the Centaur Kingdom. A robust and towering centaur with graying hair stands at the estate's archery range, drawing his bow with bare torso, his muscular contours as clear as if sculpted. Each arrow flies towards a target a kilometer away, devoid of any supernatural force, yet shatters the target into pieces from such a distance. However, the gray-haired centaur warrior feels no joy. Instead, he lets out a heavy sigh. Alas, I have indeed grown old. He is Chiron, the legendary centaur. Chiron is not a prodigious cultivator, but he possesses an extraordinary talent in martial skills. Thus, when he became unrivaled in the military wielding an array of weapons, he had merely reached the mastery stage. In his middle age, through battles between life and death, he finally attained the status of a hero. Achieving legendary status was extremely difficult. Had it not been for the assistance of a mysterious strongman, he might have perished before reaching legend. Yet, even as a legend, during the intense warfare between elves and trolls, he bears a heavier burden. Years of grave injuries have depleted his lifespan, and to this day, he is aged and frail. For instance, he has only just returned from the front line, gravely injured, seeking recuperation, which is why he finds himself in his hometown estate. Chiron harbors grand aspirations, yearning to witness the vistas of higher realms. In the mortal realm, legends are not demigods and are subject to death. He does not wish to die. Just as he laments in solitude, a faint voice resonated before him. Chiron, follow me, and you shall escape the clutches of mortality, ascending to a higher realm. Chiron's heart quivered. The ability to appear silently behind him indicated a power beyond his imagination. An incredulous thought arose in his mind. He swiftly turned, only to behold a middle-aged man with raven hair and golden eyes, exuding an air of authority. Who are you? Chiron inquired. I? The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the sky where the ethereal blue moon hung. I am it, the Lord of the Nether Moon, a formidable deity who has only recently ascended to divinity. Your Excellency, Chiron promptly lowered his head, honoring the divine presence, as was the duty of every being, even in the face of an adversarial god. What do you think of my proposal? The deity continued to press. Chiron's visage betrayed a struggle. Years of unwavering faith rendered betrayal unthinkable, especially as he still had much life ahead. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally managed to shake his head, uttering a refusal. Esteemed Lord of the Nethermoon, I am sorry, but I cannot forsake my faith, my country, and my family. He anticipated anger from Andarath, yet, to his surprise, the god merely smiled. Very well. I respect your current choice, Chiron, but in 20 years, I shall return once more to ask if you have changed your decision. Remember, this is your final opportunity. In the year 640 of the Troll Empire, on the western coast of the Phinodon continent, a peculiar group of beings arrived by ship. They possessed ant-like features, yet bore human forms. They called themselves Ant-Men, hailing from the Bonus Peninsula of the Barad continent, bearing goods and specialties from Bonus to explore foreign lands. Their landing point coincided with the territory of the barbarian nobility on the western coast. These barbarian nobles, having transformed over the years, now possessed the refinement and vision of aristocracy. Even though they still worshipped the Valkyrie, it did not hinder their integration into the Reinhardt kingdom. They brought the Ant-Men to the new Bolak royal city, thus initiating trade with the Ant-Men and their bonus peninsula. Consequently, the Reinhardt kingdom flourished through this commerce, gradually becoming the mightiest among the northern realms. In the year 642 of the Troll Empire, a long-dormant race of serpent people finally witnessed the emergence of a demigod. They established their first kingdom in the vast jungles of the southwestern corner of the Furlan continent, near the sea. On the very day of the establishment of the Slyke Serpent Kingdom, they declared their vassalage to the Troll Empire, providing a contingent of tens of thousands of serpent archers to battle at the Starfall Lake. Meanwhile, the ancient foes of the serpent people, the Eagle folk, had long since lost their royal court. Numerous Eagle folk scattered across the wilderness, consorting with goblins and others. In the year 643 of the Troll Empire, after a lifetime of warfare, Chiron returned once more to the northern estate of his kingdom. This time, he appeared older. One evening, standing beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, he gazed up at the 3 luminous moons and could no longer suppress a sigh. "O Chiron," he mused, "despite your unparalleled martial prowess and immense pride, in a century's time, you too shall be reduced to mere bones." At that moment, a commanding voice, reminiscent of 20 years past, echoed behind him. "So, Chiron, have you made your decision?" Chiron turned to face the magnificent god of the underworld, kneeling on all fours. He pledged his allegiance. "O great lord of the underworld, Chiron vows to eternally prostrate himself at your feet." The lord of the underworld nodded in satisfaction. "A wise choice. Chiron, you shall not regret your decision. Now follow me." "Yes." Thus, an ethereal river materialized at the feet of the deity, with a small vessel floating upon its surface. In an instant, their surroundings transformed into a serene and secluded realm. "Chiron, come aboard and row for me." "Yes." And as the legendary centaur Chiron stepped into the small boat, wielding the oar, a profound divine essence surged into his being. Ferry the river of the underworld. With that, he ascended to the status of demigod. Chapter 159. Raphael's Sky City in the far north of Phinodon, where the sun's rays never reach, lies a dark and profound river of the underworld. This river was initially desolate, but on this day, a small boat suddenly appeared upon its waters. A centaur ferryman stood aboard, cloaked and robust, facing every soul desiring to cross the river of the underworld. In the year 656 of the Troll Empire, the Winged Ones erected a towering structure on the continent of Graia, named the Tower of Heaven. In the year 658 of the Troll Empire, within the southern kingdom of Phaland, a wizard who had transitioned from an astrologer discovered that utilizing the astrology tower as a magic tower effectively enveloped the wizard in a protective shell and augmented the power of their spells. Thus, the human wizard named Cyril began to delve into the technology of magic towers, self-studying alchemy and architecture. After a century, he constructed the world's first mage tower. However, this tower was quite rudimentary, far from the formidable structures of the future. In the year 659 of the Troll Empire, the Grand Mage Munliel devised a magic circle and ascended to demigodhood. In the year 675 of the Troll Empire, several elven wizards, using magic crystals as their source, grounded in magic and centered around the magic circle, forged the magic crystal cannon. The emergence of the magic crystal cannon, with its astounding power and great range, dramatically altered the dynamics of the battlefield for the first time. Particularly, the magic crystal cannon crafted by demigod Munliel wielded immense power, capable of obliterating a section of a troll fortress wall in a single shot on the battlefield of Falling Star Lake. The crystal cannon has garnered significant attention from the world, while the magic circle has become a coveted technology developed by various races. Magic has once again flourished, giving rise to a nascent belief among sorcerers across the globe. Munliel steadily advances on the path to divinity. In the year 689 of the Troll Empire, on the vast plains of central Phinodon continent, an ancient golden lion ascends to godhood. When this lion attains divinity, it faces divine opposition. However, upon the manifestation of an expansive and magnificent projection of a world composed entirely of elements above the Phinodon continent, the gods relent and allow its ascension. The emergence of the elemental realm and the establishment of a connection are deemed inevitable for the world's progression, rendering obstruction unnecessary. This elemental realm, An infinite world of earth elements serves as the very source of all earth elements within the astral realm. The golden lion, favored by the earth elemental realm, willingly becomes a conduit between the earth elemental realm and the world of Furland, thus ascending to the divine status of the god of golden lions. Following this event, the existence of the elemental realm becomes widely recognized. Numerous applications concerning the elemental realm will emerge along the paths of various professions. In the year 723 of the Troll Empire, the prodigious winged mage and alchemist, Raphael, after 50 years of labor, utilizes the magic circle as a pivotal technology to construct a small floating city. This city is classified as a royal secret, and Raphael is designated as a key protected individual, subsequently summoned by Jiang You. By the year 732 of the Troll Empire, amidst the bombardment of 10,000 crystal cannons, the Troll Empire suffers a dismal retreat to the Starfall Lake. The elven army crosses the lake into the central region of Furland, paving their way with artillery, systematically breaching numerous cities in the Troll Heartland and advancing towards the capital. Meanwhile, the coalition of northern nations descend from the west of Galzur, attacking the Troll cities in the western part of central Furland. Emperor Odin Bloodaxe prepares for a potential relocation of the capital while seeking aid from the winged people. On the eastern coast, in the city of Uliel, at the Whitestone Fortress, the Vice King gazes at the heavenly sacred pool in the sky, then turns to his administrative aide, inquiring, "Undul, is the operation of the heavenly sacred pool nearing completion?" "Indeed, Your Highness, there are still 3 years remaining." "How is our sky city coming along?" "Prince Raphael has completed the most crucial and fundamental designs, and it will also take 3 years for our sky city to come to fruition." Upon hearing this, Sophia resolves resolutely. The king has entered a critical phase. We cannot afford to disturb him. As for the Troll Empire's plea for assistance, let them fend for themselves. Chapter 160. The lake-faring Ninian. In the year 733 of the Troll Empire, the elven army approaches the central region of the Troll territory. While Odin Bloodaxe assembles the nation's forces, particularly the Troll berserkers, in the capital city of Max City. In the Kingdom of Dawn, the human prince Nicolona led a contingent of human mages alongside a royal knight order from the southern tribes to support the besieged capital of the Trolls. The Mage Legion was dispatched to the eastern front, while the Knight Order was directed to the western front. Intriguingly, on the plains of Meng'en in the west, the northern and southern human kingdoms faced each other for the first time on the battlefield. One side brandished the banner of the Platinum Moon, and the other the flag of the Dawn Sun. Their commanders, one of the Reinhardt royal lineage and the other of the Alona bloodline, seemed to evoke a peculiar boost in morale. As their elite knight orders clashed, the ground was soaked in blood, and neither side yielded. Confronted by their fellow humans, each believed the other to be the true traitor, fighting with all their might to vanquish their foe. Ultimately, the Southern Knight Order perished to the last man, while the Golden Lion Knights of Reinhardt suffered significant losses, retreating to their kingdom to recuperate. In the year 734 of the Troll Empire, the elven army advanced upon Lake Proedas, where countless elves rejoiced upon their arrival. The significance of Proedas to the continent of Furland is profound. It once served as the capital of the Titans and Goblins, the epicenter of the land. However, now, where vast plains once lay, only the serene expanse of a tranquil lake remains, overshadowed by the towering Proedas mountain and a grand city. Centuries ago, a tribe of fairies migrated to the shores of Lake Proedas to thrive, gradually adopting the name of Lake Fairies. The fairies, disdaining the grotesque trolls, remained hidden during the era of Troll Dominion. Yet, when the elves arrived, their beauty elicited joy among the lake fairies, who offered magical artifacts to their new allies. In return, the elves imparted spells and magical formations to these kindred spirits, closely attuned to the elements. Among the lake fairies, a prodigious talent named Ninian achieved legendary status. Though the lake fairies joined the elven ranks, they did not partake in battles. Some exceedingly curious fairies ventured as far as the continent of Finadon, settling in the land of Nadashir. To the south of Lake Proedas, the Troll Empire erected a grand city named Labuyus, meaning City of the Beautiful Lake. Here, the allied forces of elves and trolls erupted into a fierce conflict once more. Having learned from the catastrophic bombardment of Falling Star Lake, the elven army meticulously arranged along the shores of Lake Proedas, with 10,000 magic crystal cannons positioned. Just as they were ready, the troll army launched an assault against the elven forces. Thousands of troll berserkers concealed within the ranks targeted the positions of the magic crystal cannons, advancing under the relentless barrage of artillery fire. After a fierce battle, the trolls suffered significant casualties, and the majority of the magic crystal cannons were reduced to mere rubble, leading the elves to temporarily lose their advantage. The two races commenced a new round of confrontation in the city of Labuyas. Meanwhile, within the palace of Max City, the ominous blood axe of Odin continued preparations for the capital's relocation. The trolls of Central Furland were gradually being moved to the southern and western regions, while some trolls from the south began their voyage across the sea towards the southwestern part of the Furland continent. They, too, were plotting their escape route. In the year 735 of the Troll Empire, the sacred pool of the sky, which had floated above the winged kingdom for centuries, returned to its original point above the city of Euler. Ultimately, it silently dissipated into platinum particles before the eyes of all the winged beings, scattering one last time upon the earth and entering the bodies of all winged beings, regardless of distance. Instantly, the entire world of Furland felt a surge of warmth as all winged beings sensed their bodies beginning to heat up, their bloodlines undergoing a final metamorphosis. Their skin became fairer, their features more youthful, their bodies more vigorous, and their wings purer and stronger. At that moment, a soft voice resonated within their hearts. Chapter 161, Exclusive Racial Advancement, the Angelic Path. The transformation of the winged bloodline was complete, equivalent to that of an immortal being. Following this proclamation, countless winged beings who worshipped the Platinum Moon and had bathed in the energy of the sacred pool felt an overwhelming vitality coursing through their veins. A sense of elevation in their bloodlines left them longing for more, as though further changes remained unspoken by the divine voice. Yet, this was already enough to fill them with joy. However, before they could fully immerse themselves in their elation, the sky erupted with the simultaneous brilliance of the silver moon, the sun, and the platinum moon, enveloping the entire world in an endless radiance. The first to speak was a majestic and aloof goddess. From this day forth, I shall wield the divine authority of dreams, establishing the realm of the silver moon dreams as the sovereign of dreams. As the silver moon goddess spoke, an ethereal world began to materialize between heaven and earth, leaving countless beings in a state of daze, with no further sensations to grasp. Yet, an overwhelming aura of divine power permeated the atmosphere. Whether it was Nadashir of Phinodon or Proadas of Furland, countless silver moon elves rejoiced in loud cheers. Their supreme deity had become a force of immense power, once more reigning as the mightiest deity in the cosmos. Following closely within the realm of the morning light god, the sovereign of dawn, seated upon the morning throne, suddenly opened his golden eyes and proclaimed to the heavens, from this day forth, I shall govern the divine authority of hope, transforming a sliver of my morning light into a beacon of hope for all beings in existence, a thread of life. As he spoke, he drew forth a ray of morning light, which blossomed into a more resplendent, multicolored radiance that shimmered before him. When this spectrum of colors merges into the celestial phenomena of the world, it becomes the rainbow, a primary symbol of hope. Instantly, a magnificent rainbow spanning the world appeared in the sky, a breathtaking sight. On the ground, countless beings who revere the Lord of Dawn, trolls, humans, lizard folk, dwarves, serpent folk, sun elves, merfolk, and other races, raised their voices in joyous celebration. Simultaneously, an equally formidable and majestic divine presence emerged, rivaling the grandeur of the silver moon goddess and the god of the underworld. The Lord of Dawn ascended to unprecedented divine power. Yet, the celestial spectacle did not conclude there. As the silver moon goddess and the Lord of Dawn ascended to their formidable might, atop the heavenly mountain of the platinum moon, Jiang You sat upon the platinum throne. As the resplendence of platinum illuminated the heavens, his violet eyes abruptly opened, gazing towards the fourth heaven mountain. Beneath his gaze, the fourth heaven mountain, years in the making, finally took shape. An expanse of breathtaking landscapes manifested in the high heavens. At that moment, his realm surpassed the combined territories of all the divine realms, only slightly smaller than the underworld of the god of the underworld. In the moment the fourth heaven mountain was completed, a powerful surge of energy flooded into the platinum throne beneath him. The throne began to transform. An aura, reminiscent of ancient epics, that could compress all things in existence emanated from a throne. The surface of the throne began to shimmer with pure white light, which then enveloped the entire seat. Meanwhile, streams of golden radiance emerged from the base of the throne. This interplay of pure white suppressing the golden hues formed a pattern upon the throne, signifying that judgment would inevitably overshadow the gods. Predictably, after millennia of silence, the system prompt resonated. You have ascended from the Lord of the Skies' throne to the Lord of the Skies' sacred seat. However, Jiang You paid little heed to the system, focusing instead on the profound transformation within himself. The pure white halo above his head grew ever brighter, and a platinum-hued divine ring manifested, resembling a blazing platinum flame, appearing behind him. Subsequently, a pair of wings composed of radiant light sprouted from his back, transforming from 6 to 8 wings. He then transmuted the authority of the sky he had quietly orchestrated for years into divine principles, channeling the malevolence of the world beneath the suppression of the fourth heaven mountain. Due to these actions and the need to address the encroaching malice of the world, his declaration came slightly later than that of the silver moon and the Lord of Dawn. Yet, judgment always arrives in due time. His voice was sacred and commanding, akin to that of celestial emperor proclaiming, "From this day forth, I shall wield the authority of the sky, with my fourth heaven mountain as the divine realm." As the words fell, a formidable aura, even mightier than the realm of divine power, surged majestically between heaven and earth, embodying an unparalleled grandeur. For the first time, the vast and magnificent fourth heaven mountain unveiled itself to all beings in the name of the celestial realm. On the continents of Furland, Phinodon, and Graea, all the winged beings, humans, and elves who revered the platinum moon erupted in jubilant cheers. Thus, with the emergence of 3 formidable divine powers, alongside the enigmatic god of the underworld, the era of deities flourished with unprecedented vigor. In the sky, 3 moons and a sun radiated resplendent light simultaneously. Furthermore, all winged beings, from the depths of their bloodlines, heard a divine voice that resonated with even greater authority than before. The path of bloodline elevation was unveiled, heralding the emergence of the exclusive racial advancement, the path of angels. An unprecedented avenue of ascension lay before them. Do we possess an exclusive racial path? The path of angels. Regardless of everything, let us extol the platinum moon. At this moment, every legendary winged being felt the summons of the heavenly mountain of the platinum moon. They had fulfilled the conditions to embark on the path of bloodline elevation. Any legendary winged being could ascend the fourth heaven mountain, merge with the mark of the heavenly mountain, and become an emissary of the celestial realm, an angel. In chapter 162, he and we are not on the same path. The Lord of Judgment, the Lord of Dawn, and the goddess of the silver moon ascended to divine power on the same day, causing the entire Furland world to tremble. Numerous demigods, still lurking in the shadows, gaze at the 3 moons and the great sun suspended in the sky, deep in contemplation. In their eyes, the golden age of the deities had arrived. However, among the few deities, the Lord of Dawn and the goddess of the silver moon, despite their ascension to formidable divine power, bore expressions of concern. Particularly, the Lord of Dawn, Orotas, as a deity of the sun, felt this disparity more acutely. For, in terms of momentum, upon their elevation to formidable divine power, they seemed subtly overshadowed by Jiang You, who also wielded such power. Should a battle ensue, it was likely they would not prevail against Jiang You. This was no mere illusion. The stronger they became, the more precise their perceptions grew. Within the realm of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn was perplexed. He recalled his dear friend. When the 3 deities ascended, only the god of the underworld, as a formidable divine power, silently observed everything. Thus, a divine avatar emerged from his divine body and journeyed toward the moon of the underworld. Upon reaching the moon of the underworld, the Lord of the underworld sensed his arrival, and an avatar stepped forth, greeting the Lord of Dawn with a smile. Orotas, what transpired? You have just ascended to formidable divine power, and are eager to see me? Andralas, how is the construction of your underworld progressing? I possess a perplexity I wish to analyze with you. The Lord of Dawn replied promptly. The construction of the underworld is progressing steadily. Should you have any inquiries, Do not hesitate to express them, my friend. Andalaras beamed. My dear companion, you could scarcely fathom what I am about to convey. I have a nagging suspicion that the Lord of Judgment, Uliel, is not traversing the same path as we are, spoke the Lord of Dawn with a measured tone. Have you also perceived this? The Lord of the Abyss inquired, not questioning the Lord of Dawn's assertion, but rather responding with a counter-question. Could it be that my conjecture holds merit? I believe you may indeed be correct. When the Lord of Judgment ascended to his formidable power, he did not, like us, receive the world's potent order and authority. Instead, he incited a profound malice from the world, as if he forcibly seized the world's dominion. The Lord of the Abyss articulated gravely, I wish to inquire, in the past, during this Lord of Judgment's ascension, did we witness any similar occurrences? The world's malice. This phrase struck the Lord of Dawn like a flash of insight, awakening him. Indeed, centuries ago, when Uliel ascended, he attracted the world's malevolence to himself. Maracus has also recounted that when the Lord of Judgment became a demigod, the worlds will even sought to lead him astray, attempting to eradicate the Master of Judgment. Furthermore, I have felt a disquiet within me when confronted with the Lord of Judgment. Previously, I presumed this to be mere aversion among deities. It now appears to be a rejection stemming from the world's authority. Andalaras sighed. Then it is confirmed. It seems we have all underestimated this Lord of Judgment. He treads a distinctly different path to divinity. Moreover, in terms of efficacy and power, he may indeed surpass us. However, having recognized this opposition, we must strategize accordingly. Our immediate necessity is to gauge the Lord of Judgment's strength. Should his power far exceed ours, even requiring the two of us to unite to contend with him, we must contemplate seeking assistance. In the current realm of Furland, there are numerous old acquaintances of ours who are also contemplating their ascension. Isn't there also the goddess of the silver moon? The Lord of Dawn pondered, perplexed that the Lord of the Abyss had not included Ikalia in the discussion, to which the Lord of the Abyss responded with a silent, bemused glance. These two appear rather entangled, and they even have two daughters in existence. The notion that a conflict could produce two offspring is quite absurd. The Lord of Dawn hesitated. What troubles you? The Lord of the Abyss inquired, bemused. Nothing of consequence. Please continue. Well, with Ikalia's disposition, how could she possibly trust our words? Indeed, she would certainly prefer to heed her daughter's counsel. And the future goddess of fortune, Shalia, will undoubtedly advocate solely for her father, lamented the Lord of Dawn. Thus, how shall we probe Uliel's strength without inciting a true conflict? Quite simply, his daughter, the daughter of misfortune, is nearing her own ascension, is she not? We could dispatch our divine subordinates to impede her advance. He will undoubtedly intervene. Excellent. Indeed, if the strength of Uller truly necessitates our combined efforts to counterbalance. Whom shall we first support in ascending to divinity? The Lord of the Earth, Gia. Why her? Because she is a close friend of Ikalia, should she ascend first. Ikalia would temporarily align with our cause. However, once the Lord of the Earth, Gia, ascends, there is a task that requires your attention. What task? You must pursue Gia, steadfastly drawing her to our side. Spare me the pretense. During the pre-era, rumors of your connection with Gia circulated. In this era, such actions would not only fulfill past dreams, but also serve to balance our adversaries. Why not proceed? Very well. I never said I would refrain from doing so. Chapter 163. The birth of the first angels in the lofty heavens, within the realm of the dark moon. After Arodas assented, a thought suddenly struck him. By the way, before the daughter of misfortune ascends, what shall we do? Ikalia's elves have relentlessly been assaulting my followers. The empire of the trolls is on the brink of collapse. Should we not seek a cessation of hostilities? Andalaras shook his head. At this juncture, she is unlikely to heed our words. Even if she were to believe our claims, she would not halt her expansion of faith. The Lady of the Silver Moon, endowed with extraordinary talent, embodies the pinnacle of the pre-era, yet harbors lofty ambitions. Moreover, the trolls are not the race you have genuinely nurtured. It is the Arona human kingdom in the south and the sun elves that truly command your focus. Is it not? Ha ha, Andalaras, you have indeed seen through me. While the trolls possess robust physiques, their talents are lamentably lacking, forever shrouded by a primal and chaotic essence. Even with equal numbers, their offerings of faith pale in comparison to those of the humans. One merely needs to observe their magical aptitude to discern this. Only humans and elves are truly suited to bear our faith. Orodes chuckled as he elucidated, though a subtle wariness began to stir within him. The god of the underworld is remarkably astute. Thus, let us adhere to our original course. Even if the elves temporarily dominate the continent of Furland, what of it? I have studied the elven race. While they are immortal, their reproductive capabilities are woefully inadequate. There shall come a day when they will lose their sovereign status. Furthermore, the winged ones, under the Lord of Judgment, are equally formidable. Should the elves usurp the troll's position, they will inevitably find themselves at odds with the winged ones. This situation is advantageous for us. For now, we shall endure. In the future, once the gods have orchestrated their designs for humanity, it shall undoubtedly be the age of mankind. On the continent of Furland, within the kingdom of the winged ones of Rosendath, at the same time, under the decree of Jiang You, Sophia has already notified all legendary winged ones to return to Euler City in phases, following the principle of proximity. Half of the legendary winged ones from Furland have returned, while several hundred others remain in a waiting queue. September. The first 100 legendary winged beings are waiting in the city of Euler, among them the demigod Erda and Raphael. They are destined to be the first to ascend to the celestial realm, undergoing a baptism and merging with the mark of Heavenly Mountain. In front of the castle of white stone, the 100 legendary winged beings stand reverently in the square, led by Erda. A radiant projection descends from the shimmering platinum moonlight, hovering above the castle. It is Jiang You, adorned in a divine form with 8 wings. Gazing down at the assembly of legendary winged beings, Jiang You nods slightly towards Sophia, then envelopes Erda and the 100 legendary beings in a luminescent embrace, transforming them into a beam of pure white light, soaring towards the 4th heavenly mountain. There, he has designated a specific area, modeled after the sacred pool of the sky, to construct an expansive lake. This will serve as the pathway for their bloodline elevation, integrating with the mark of Heavenly Mountain. In his blueprint, each tier of the Heavenly Mountain corresponds to a specific mark, representing various paths of angelic advancement. Currently, for ordinary angels, only the marks of the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd heavenly mountains can facilitate bloodline elevation. The stronger the being, the higher the mark they can integrate with. The mark of the 1st heavenly mountain is specifically reserved for future archangels, such as Sophia. Of course, if there are outstanding individuals among lower-tier angels, they too may elevate their marks. This was, in fact, the original design. As the 100 legendary winged beings enter the angel elevation pool, pure white radiance emanates from them. When they re-emerge, they will be the first cohort of angels. Meanwhile, within Jiang Yu's system panel, the entry-labeled race featuring the winged tribe is continuously flickering. Perhaps upon completion of this Group S elevation, it will automatically transform successfully. In the 760th year of the Troll Empire, the elven army breached the defenses of Lake Proedas, capturing the city of Labuyus. The Berserker Legion of the Troll army fought valiantly for 3 days within the city to buy time for their retreat, ultimately leading to their annihilation. From then on, the Trolls struggled to form complete Berserker legions for decades. In the 801st year of the Troll Empire, at the 4th heavenly mountain within the Angel Elevation Pool, nearly 100 holy lights illuminated the heavenly mountain. The first batch of angelic beings finally came into existence. Chapter 164. The initial angelic powers. Though this initial group of angels remains within the legendary tier, their strength has seen modest improvement. However, the greatest advantage of becoming an angel is not merely an enhancement in power. At this stage, there are 3 significant benefits. First, they have unlocked their advancement limitations, allowing even the weakest among them to reach the demigod realm. With the blessing of the mark of Heavenly Mountain, their path ahead is clear. It is noteworthy that in today's world, achieving the status of a demigod is no trivial feat yet. Angels only need to accumulate a certain essence to ascend to the status of demigods, with their potential reaching astonishing heights. Their upper limit is akin to that of a mid-tier deity, merely one grand stage beneath the divine being known as Jiang You. Of course, the sustenance of such elevated angels is intrinsically linked to the profound foundation of Heaven's Mountain. The extent of this foundation determines the capacity to nurture various ranks of angels. Secondly, even at the legendary stage, upon becoming an angel, one gains the gift of immortality, ensuring eternal existence. This is a distinct advantage in terms of lifespan. Even legendary elves face the inevitability of death. However, at this juncture, each legendary believer is regarded as a precious asset to the deity, not to be discarded lightly, but rather carefully placed within the divine realm to become a heroic spirit. Thirdly, and most importantly, their life essence is eternally inscribed within the angelic elevation pool of Heaven's Mountain. Should they perish in battle, their souls are automatically drawn back into the angelic pool for rebirth. Nonetheless, at present, the reincarnated angels exist merely in an energetic state. Once Jiang You acquires a measure of creative authority, he will be able to grant them a corporeal form. He is currently endeavoring to master this art. Yet, it appears that a significant portion of the creative authority is held by an unknown entity, leaving Jiang You with only a fraction. Nevertheless, this is deemed sufficient. Naturally, if a soul is utterly obliterated, it cannot be restored. As for the angels merging with the insignias of the various tiers of Heaven's Mountain, it is of little consequence. The tier they merge with designates them as subordinate angels or guardian angels of that particular Heaven's Mountain. Furthermore, there are functional distinctions associated with these roles. Angels that merge with the insignia of the second tier predominantly oversee judgment, while those of the third tier are chiefly responsible for guardianship, and those of the fourth tier engage in warfare. This allocation is aligned with the inner desires of the angels themselves. Currently, there are fewer judgment angels, while guardian and war angels are in abundance. Erita has merged with the insignia of the first tier of Heaven's Mountain, thereby becoming the inaugural archangel. She will lead the legion of guardian angels. Simultaneously, the blessing of the Heaven's Mountain insignia endows each angel with inherent powers of healing and light. For many years, Jiang You has already mastered half of the dominion over light, while the other half resides with the Lord of Dawn, a lotus. Once this batch of angels successfully ascends, Erita will lead them back to the earthly realm. This time, under the radiance of platinum light, the insignia of Heaven's Mountain will empower them to evade the perils set by the world's will in the high heavens, allowing them to soar smoothly to the earth. Subsequently, the second batch of legendary winged beings shall ascend, followed by the third and fourth batches. The transformation of all winged beings of legendary status and above into angels will require a considerable span of time. During this period, the major factions within the world of Furland will notice the winged kingdom has entered a state of silence. However, they remain indifferent, waging their own battles. For the elves, it is preferable that the winged folk do not stir up trouble. In the year 876 of the Troll Empire, the elven race demolished the city of Labuyas, erected by the trolls in the southern region of Proadas, and established a new city to the east of the Great Lake, named Proshil, which translates to the city of elves in Proadas. In the year 878 of the Troll Empire, a brilliant sorcerer from the southern human tribes, Vorst, discovered a defensive magical array, thereby achieving a legendary breakthrough. Meanwhile, the current king of the southern human kingdom, Yobri Alona, attained demigod status. In the year 900 of the Troll Empire, the elven army besieged the capital of the Troll Empire, Max City. At that time, Max City was immensely fortified due to years of continual renovations. On its walls, the defensive magical array, crafted by the master of magical arrays, Vorst, was capable of mitigating the power of certain crystal cannons. With this advantage and the continuous influx of reinforcements from the rear, the Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe led his army in a bloody struggle at Max City for a century, a conflict later referred to as the Century War of Max. In the year 1002 of the Troll Empire, the elven forces breached Max City, and the Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe fled south with the remnants of his army. The elven forces then commenced a sweeping campaign across central Furland. By the year 1045 of the Troll Empire, with the exception of a few small cities on the eastern fringes belonging to the winged folk, the entirety of central Furland was under elven control. The elven army established a garrison on the Mengen Plain and the edges of the illegal highlands in central and southern Furland, preparing for a western expedition and a southern advance. Chapter 165. The Establishment of the Elven Dynasty. In the year 1067 of the Troll Empire, the Elven Western Expeditionary Forces, in alliance with the northern nations, successfully breached the city of Mengen, guarded by dwarves and lizard folk, and advanced westward. In the year 1077 of the Troll Empire, the Elven Southern Army captured the illegal highlands, where the last remnant of Troll Wolf cavalry met their demise. In the aftermath, As the region was well suited for raising horses and large deer, the supreme elven King Altais granted a lordship to a silver moon elf in this area. The army continued its southward march. In the year 1087 of the Troll Empire, in western Furland, the elven army conquered the city of Falayi, where a portion of the dwarves surrendered and were relocated to the northern territories. In the year 1095 of the Troll Empire, in southern Furland, the elven southern army systematically overthrew the troll cities of myriad, Makas, and Pedro, reaching the Amber River. In the year 1100 of the Troll Empire, in western Furland, the elven forces pressed further westward, penetrating into the western territories and capturing the city of Roman. By this point, the two largest cities in the western region had fallen to the elves. A multitude of trolls fled into the deep mountains of the west, joining the goblins whom they had driven to the western mountains a millennium prior. In the year 1120 of the Troll Empire, the elven expeditionary forces swept through all the cities of the western territories, driving the dwarves and lizard folk back to their mountains and marshes. From that moment forth, the elven race claimed dominion over the most fertile lands of the west. In the year 1139 of the Troll Empire, the southern elven army breached the Amber River defenses of the trolls, resulting in a significant loss of life among the troll warriors. Emperor Odin Bloodaxe led the remnants of the troll army southward, conceding the city of New Barrow. By the year 1143 of the Troll Empire, the southern elven forces pursued the fleeing trolls northward, capturing the cities of Blackwood and Azabar, along with various regions in the south. They advanced along the hills and valleys, eventually confronting the trolls and the coalition of the southern kingdom of Dawn, the Sun Elves, and the serpent folk at the banks of the Eni River. In this battle, the southern human race established numerous mage towers along the banks of the Eni River, with King Yobrialona of the Kingdom of Dawn personally leading the Royal Knightly Order to the front lines. They managed to withstand the elven army's relentless onslaught. The two coalitions engaged in fierce combat along the Eni River for a decade. By the year 1153 of the Troll Empire, recognizing the difficulty of a swift breakthrough in the south, the Southern Alliance sent envoys to negotiate peace. This was primarily due to the Southern Kingdom of Dawn's desire to conserve its national strength, as they wished to continue their development. After consulting with the Moon Goddess, the Elven High King consented to the peace talks proposed by the Southern Coalition. After years of conflict, the elves had achieved most of their objectives. Having occupied a significant portion of the northern territories, the majority of central Furland, and most of both the western and southern regions. Their goal of conquering Furland had been fulfilled, and the territory of the Silver Moon Elves reached its zenith. However, they laid forth several conditions. The Troll Empire was all but a shadow of its former self, and they demanded that Emperor Odin Bloodaxe personally visit the Elven court to offer his apologies. This, of course, was met with resistance from the trolls. Consequently, the elves took a step back, not wishing to see Odin Bloodaxe lead the remnants of the troll race. The Southern Alliance acquiesced to this stipulation. Another condition was that the Elven court sought the surrender of the Sun Elf tribe, which was firmly rejected. The Sun Elves were a vital force within the Southern Alliance, prompting the elves to compromise once more, requesting that the Sun Elves relinquish all branches of the Tree of Nature that had been brought from Nadarshul. The Sun Elves agreed to this, but the loss of the branches from the Tree of Nature significantly reduced their lifespan, leaving them with only a little over 1,000 years to live. However, in light of their survival as a race, their reproductive capacity increased. Following the successful negotiations, Emperor Odin Bloodaxe announced his abdication, leading to the complete dissolution of the Troll Empire. The remaining trolls in the regions of Gank and Dumia did not re-establish a nation, but instead reverted to a tribal confederation. Without the leadership of Odin Bloodaxe, no one possessed the authority to reunite the entire troll race, the North. After aiding the elves in seizing the lands to the west of central Furland and confronting the coalition of trolls, dwarves, and lizard folk, the northern kingdoms found themselves bereft of the territorial rewards they had anticipated. The elves claimed all these lands for themselves, leaving the northern kingdoms discontented. However, the formidable power of the elves silenced their grievances, compelling them to retreat to the north in a state of frustration, where seeds of resentment took root in their hearts. A year following the demise of the Troll Empire, the exalted elven king Althais arrived on the Furlan continent. In the subsequent year, Althais beseeched the Silver Moon Goddess in Prashul for divine miracles. Thereafter, he proclaimed the establishment of the Elven dynasty, designating Proshul as the eastern capital and Nadashir as the western capital. The Elven court was relocated to the eastern capital of Proshul, where he intended to reign for no less than a millennium, aiming to stabilize the Elven territories within Furland. In the inaugural year of the Elven dynasty, the platinum dragon god Bahamut and the chromatic dragon mother Tiamat ascended to divinity concurrently. As the Elven dynasty expanded its dominion over Furland, the kingdom of the winged ones remained unusually tranquil for several centuries. On the continent of Greya, amidst the elevation of numerous angels, 100 angels, including the first to evolve, such as Erida, stood vigilant. Although the Orc Empire had fallen, remnants occasionally instigated rebellions within the realm, necessitating the presence of formidable guardians to quell them. Fortunately, the Sky City, crafted by the Winged Ones, had been completed and was now moved by Erida to the continent of Greya. The angels, stationed in the Sky City, could strike from above at any moment to suppress insurrections. These angels had naturally elevated their capabilities over millennia, achieving demigod-like prowess, and thus possessing the potential to dominate the world. As for Erida, she had long been bonded with the holy seat of Jiang You. With the incorporation of the first layer of the Heaven Mountain's mark, she awaited the complete transformation of her soul into divine essence, allowing her to wield the various divine authorities granted by the holy seat and gain a semblance of divine power. In essence, she was leveraging the strength of Heaven Mountain. Should the 7 layers of Heaven Mountain flourish, akin to a confluence of countless worlds, the might of the angels would undoubtedly increase. Sophia, the second batch of elevated angels, similarly ascended to demigod status through Jiang Yu's binding with the holy seat. Now, with the integration of the first layer of the Heaven Mountain's mark, her divine essence began its transformation, awaiting completion to control the authority of Heaven Mountain and acquire a measure of divine power. Following her elevation, Sophia assumed the position of Chief of Judgment Angels, tasked with the role of adjudication, her esteemed reputation sufficing to bear the weight of such a title. Next came the third batch of angels, with Lucifer among the fourth. This was a stipulation of Jiang You, not only because Lucifer was the sole being from Furland to have traversed the legendary path of humanity, but also due to his self-made prowess, rivaling that of a demigod. He resolved to personally baptize her, preserving the potential for her earthly legend to continue while simultaneously acquiring the power of the archangel. Thus, the baptism of Lucifer was prolonged compared to that of all other angels. During her baptism on the first Heaven Mountain, the daughter of misfortune, Livier, embraced her sister, the daughter of fortune, Shaylee, as they sat upon the holy throne of Jiang You, observing the happenings on the fourth Heaven Mountain. A hint of jealousy crept into Livier's voice as she remarked, "Sister, look at how much our father cares for that Lucifer. His attention toward her far surpasses his regard for us. She is indeed his most cherished child." Shaylee responded with a smile. "Once we ascend to divinity, I too shall assist father in expanding his grand dominion." Livier energetically waved her little fist. "You are wonderful, Livier. Alas, my combat prowess is lacking. But I will cheer for you." Shaylee chuckled lightly. "By the way, sister, did mother mention anything about me during your visit?" Livier feigned indifference as she inquired. "Mother said she regrets leaving you behind," Shaylee deceitfully stated, her eyes unwavering. "Ah, I knew Mother Acalia still thinks of me. It's unfortunate we cannot go out together now. I struggle to control the powers of misfortune, and Father has strictly ordered me not to leave Heaven Mountain. Father only wishes the best for you. I will visit you often. You are so kind, sister. Hey, hey, hey." The two beautiful girls joyfully swung their pristine little legs upon the throne. In the angelic elevation pool, after years of baptism, Lucifer's transformation into an angel was finally complete. As she rose from the angelic pool, she was distinctly transformed. A faint, divine majesty emanated from her, and an aura of sanctity enveloped her, making her appear otherworldly. A powerful presence surged across the entire Heaven Mountain, comparable to that of a deity. She had indeed acquired the strength of a lower-tier divinity. Through years of baptism and her formidable earthly legacy, her spirit had been forged. At the moment her spirit was solidified, she bypassed the feeble divine power, ascending directly to lower-tier divinity. This was a testament to her extraordinary spirit. Within the elevation pool, as Lucifer opened her eyes, the overwhelming aura vanished. She sought the presence of Jiang You, who stood at the pool's edge, looking at her with satisfaction. Swiftly, she soared from the pool and approached Jiang You. Your Majesty, I have lived up to your expectations and today achieved divine combat prowess, allowing me to serve you better. Hearing this, Jiang You helped her to her feet, chuckling softly. Lucifer, you have indeed excelled. Morning star, radiant light, words cannot fully express your brilliance. From this day forth, you shall be the archangel of war upon Heaven Mountain, leading the future legion of war angels. Yes, your Majesty, Lucifer replied respectfully. Moreover, having ascended to divinity, you are undoubtedly aware of the distinctions between gods and mortals. I am akin to your supreme deity. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Master. Jiang You chuckled, intentionally disregarding the divine title. Indeed, my master, she replied, hesitatingly, her words caught in the balance of uncertainty. Observing her demeanor, Jiang You found amusement. Speak, my dear girl. What further desires do you harbor? Chapter 167. Happy Qi Festival. The Angel Rebirth Pool and the Angel Upgrade Pool, both integrated and shared. My master, I wish to express that, now that we possess the Angel Rebirth Pool, I beseech you to allow my father and mother to be reborn as ordinary angels. Even if merely in an energy form. Lucifer spoke softly, her delicate features turned upwards. Upon finishing her plea, she cast her gaze downward, hesitant to meet Jiang Yu's eyes, fearing reproach for her request. After a brief moment, she felt a gentle warmth above her head. It was Jiang You, affectionately stroking her hair. My dear child, this request, even if you had not voiced it, had already crossed my mind, Jiang Yu remarked, turning her gaze towards the second tier of heaven, where two pure souls eternally sang hymns. They have sung for me for several millennia. In terms of companionship, your parents' melodies have accompanied me the longest. Whenever their voices resonate, you come to my mind. Since you have asked for their release today, I shall grant your wish. However, there is one matter you must understand. Ludwig is indeed a legend among the winged people, and his soul's transformation into an energy form of an angel poses no issue. The concern lies with your mother. Does she truly wish to become part of the angelic lineage? If she remains unwilling and clings to her identity as a sea demon, the final step of rebirth into an angel will forever remain unfulfilled. Thus, do you still desire her rebirth? I do. My master, allow me to be the selfish one, Lucifer declared, never lacking the courage to bear the weight of all responsibilities. Very well, Jiang You nodded, then gestured towards the second tier of heaven. In an instant, the souls of Ludwig and Amphiel transformed into radiant streams of light, merging into the angel rebirth pool. As the two sacred lights enveloped them, they metamorphosed into luminous cocoons, sinking beneath the water surface. Watching her parents enveloped in light, Lucifer silently offered her blessings. Father, mother, we shall meet again soon. At this moment, she had entirely cast aside thoughts of her siren sisters. Just as all matters were settled, and Jiang You prepared to return to her platinum throne, two resounding and majestic dragon roars echoed through the realms. Following closely, two solemn voices proclaimed in unison, I, Bahamut, today elevate the divine realm, ascending as the god of good dragons and guardians. I, Tiamat, today elevate the divine realm, ascending as the goddess of evil dragons and catastrophes. Two dragons of opposing factions simultaneously ascended to divinity. Across the realm of Furland, colossal dragons, even those inhabiting glaciers and snowy plains, lifted their heads to gaze upon the two ancient dragons claiming their divine status. The metallic dragons bestowed their most heartfelt blessings upon their forthcoming dragon god, while the chromatic evil dragons feigned similar congratulations to the chromatic dragon mother. In truth, however, they secretly scoffed, hoping both ancient beings would fail. They certainly did not desire a celestial overseer monitoring their every action. Within Paradise Mountain, Jiang You observed the ascension of the two ancient dragons, offering a subtle smile. He recalled the ancient dragon remains buried beneath the mountain and turned his gaze towards the resplendent platinum dragon, addressing Lucifer. Lucifer, since you have also attained divinity, go and hinder the chromatic dragon's ascension. I shall personally investigate the platinum dragon. As you command, my lord. Chapter 168. By my lord's command. In the lofty heavens lay the vast and expansive domain of the Dawn God. The grand Dawn throne rested at the center of this divine realm, akin to the sun itself. From his throne, The Lord of Dawn observed the activities of the incarnate of the god of the underworld with a sense of amusement. Ever since the underworld Lord Andalaris had visited the Dawn Kingdom and witnessed the multitude of deities within, his eyes had glistened with emotion. For years, he had tirelessly searched for a subordinate of the god of the underworld, yet found none who met his criteria. The abundance of potential guardians for the moon of the underworld within the Dawn Kingdom sparked his interest. With the rapport he shared with the Lord of Dawn, surely he could abscond with one without consequence. Thus, he frequently visited the Dawn Kingdom under the pretense of discussing matters. Fortunately, the allure of Aladuras was beyond his influence. The subordinates of Dawn were unwavering in their support for their elder brother. Yet, this situation could not persist indefinitely. The Lord of Dawn pondered whether to establish a divine avatar to reside in the underworld, thereby fulfilling an old friend's wish, rather than dwelling solely on his own dominion. In the midst of his contemplation, the incarnate of the god of the underworld approached him with a smile. Aladuras, I have secured confirmation from the Earth Lord, Garia. They have agreed to our plan. Andalaris, your efficiency is indeed commendable. The Lord of Dawn replied with a smile. Ha ha, when it comes to finding individuals, I am a specialist, Andalaris chuckled. By the way, where is Garia currently located? She is on the continent of Baylor, with the Ant People as her followers. Ant People? The Lord of Dawn furrowed his brow. That won't suffice. I shall send some southern human tribes to her as well. He recalled the image of the divine, yet it was inevitably influenced by the beliefs of various races. Should I send some Silver Moon elves to her as well? Recently, a tribe of elves has departed from the Natasil forest, suggested Andalaris. Of course, replied Alodras, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the goddess of Silver Moon. By the way, there is another matter, Andalaris, which is the primary reason for summoning you. What is it? Our plans may need to be expedited. Perhaps we need not wait for the Daughter of Doom to ascend. We can commence now. Why? The last of the ancient dragons, the Platinum Dragon Bahamut, visited me a few days ago. He seeks to prepare for his ascension and hopes for my protection. And your protection, how does that relate to our plans? Andalaris inquired, puzzled. It is indeed relevant. The ancient dragon holds enmity towards Uriel. In the past, when Uriel ascended to demigod status and built the moon in the sky, 4 ancient dragons attempted to thwart him, only to be slain upon the platinum moon. Uriel was that powerful during his demigod phase? The god of the underworld, Andalaris, frowned. That is not the crux of the matter. Alodras redirected the conversation. Bahamut, being an ancient dragon, will not escape Uriel's wrath. Andalaris nodded, yet questioned further. But how will the goddess of Silver Moon join our efforts? I have already contemplated that. Alodras chuckled. Bahamut mentioned that the chromatic dragon queen Tiamat will also ascend. Tiamat is a subordinate of Silver Moon. Should she ascend, Ikalia will undoubtedly offer her protection. Thus, the goddess of Silver Moon will have a reason to act. I see. Then when will he ascend? Today, declared the Lord of Dawn. No sooner had he spoken than the air was filled with the resounding roars of 2 mighty dragons. The 2 powerful deities exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The embodiment of the god of the underworld promptly vanished. Shortly thereafter, as Jiang You stepped beyond Heaven's Peak, the 2 deities emerged, one after the other, from the realms of Dawn and the moon of the underworld. Within the Silver Moon, the goddess Ikalia sat upon her celestial throne. Observing Tiamat as she gazed towards Heaven's Peak, frowning, she remarked, "Since when has another deity emerged among the winged ones? Could it be that Alodras was correct? Uriel's path diverges from ours." At her command spoke the god of the north wind, Loswind. "My lord, I can confirm that this is an unfamiliar deity, and she does not bear the insignia of a divine realm. Forget about that for now. This winged deity is clearly heading towards Tiamat. Tiamat is one of ours, Loswind. You must go and intercept her." "Yes, my lord." The god of the north wind acknowledged with a sound, transforming into a gust of northern wind and departing. For many years, he had been a deity of modest power. In the vast heavens, Tiamat stretched her colossal dragon form, shimmering with myriad colors, as she fervently raised her divine realm towards the skies. At that very moment, a sacred and beautiful figure wielding a light and dark longsword appeared before her divine kingdom. It was the splendid angel Lucifeel, radiant as the morning star. With a cold voice, she declared, "Tiamat, remnant of the ancient giant dragon, mother of evil dragons, do you dare to elevate your divine realm to the heavens? By the command of my lord, I shall strike you down from the heights. Prepare for your demise." Chapter 169. I surrender. Having spoken these words, Lucifer wasted no breath on further discourse. The divine power of the angels surged through her, as the light and dark sacred sword erupted with searing black and white radiance. The intense intent to kill carried by the sword light pierced through the fabric of space, unleashing formidable energy that shattered the surrounding laws, directly cleaving towards Tiamat. In the heights, witnessing the lethal sword light approaching, Tiamat's eyelids twitched, fear surging within her. Damn it! If this sword light strikes me down, I shall never ascend to divinity in this lifetime. Oh, Silver Moon Goddess, do you truly offer me protection? In her panic, Tiamat glanced around. Ultimately, the Silver Moon Goddess did not let her down. A howling northern wind suddenly surged in the space between heaven and earth, akin to countless blades slicing through the shattered realm. An overwhelming chill descended in an instant. The black and white sword light of Lucifer was gradually eroded by the boundless northern wind, eventually dissipating before Tiamat's divine kingdom. Following this, a handsome and elegant figure emerged from the northern wind, wielding a longbow and carrying a quiver of arrows. It was the god of the north wind, Loswind. He gazed at Lucifer, whose angelic power was unmasked, and her unfamiliar visage prompted him to inquire, "Who are you? Among the deities who have ascended in recent years, there has been none like you, a winged being." The winged race is primarily known for the formidable power of Jiang You. Lucifer, upon seeing her assault thwarted, felt no anger. Instead, she raised her light and dark sacred sword once more, adopting a combative stance, and proclaimed loudly, "I am Lucifer, Archangel of War. Under the throne of judgment, any deity who obstructs my path need not delay. Either step aside or prepare for battle." With that, she lunged forward, charging against Loswind's northern divine arrows. Unfortunately, having just ascended to modest divine power, she had yet to fully master her angelic abilities and found herself unable to advance an inch, helplessly watching as Tiamat's divine realm ascended toward the world's edge in the skies above. Most vexing to her was that the god of the north wind incessantly chattered throughout her battle, his words swirling around her like the relentless wind in her ears. "Strange goddess, why trouble one who has just ascended to divinity? The more deities there are, the stronger the world becomes. I hold the Lord of Judgment, Uliel, in high regard, yet I shall not yield the path." Lucifer, to the other side. Although Lucifer was the first to soar from heaven's mountain, it was Jiang You who first arrived before the divine realm of Bahamut. At this moment, the platinum dragon Bahamut had just elevated his divine realm into the heavens. Witnessing that the god he had previously worshipped had not yet arrived, the slayer of ancient dragons, one of the most powerful deities in existence, Jiang You, found himself before his divine realm, engulfed in waves of dread. This fear was far more profound than what Tiamat experienced upon seeing Lucifer. It was a visceral terror, a deep-seated knowledge of inevitable doom, where even one's bones would leave no trace behind. In his panic, the divine realm he had just raised began to tremble. However, Jiang Yu did not immediately strike. Instead, he gazed at the resplendent platinum dragon Bahamut, stroking his chin, pondering with intrigue. He believed Bahamut's attributes aligned well with the requirements of Heaven's Mountain. As for the 4 ancient dragons he had slain in the past, he no longer cared, for he was confident in his ability to suppress all through sheer might. Observing Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, who neither attacked nor spoke, Bahamut felt a jolt of insight within his heart and made the wisest decision of his life. He quickly proclaimed, "Great Lord of Judgment, I am a benevolent dragon. Unlike the other ancient dragons, I surrender. I wish to serve you as my supreme deity and become your subordinate." No sooner had his words left his lips than a ray of dawn and a beam of nether moonlight surged forth, having overheard Bahamut's declaration. The Lord of Dawn's countenance darkened, while the god of the nether displayed surprise. Jiang Yu, with a smile in his violet eyes, observed Bahamut, whose already precarious dragon heart shattered at that moment. He was taken aback. Chapter 170. The Platinum Radiance, Shattering the Heavens. In the sky, silence enveloped all. Yet the awkward tension was swiftly shattered by the god of the nether, who, gazing at Bahamut holding aloft his divine realm, concealed a coldness in his eyes and inquired of Arodas, "Arodas, shall we take action against this traitor?" His grip tightened around his scythe, with the nether moon looming behind him. Should Arodas choose to act, he would not hesitate to disrupt plans. Arodas, the Lord of Dawn, glanced at Bahamut with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, ultimately stating, "Let it be. After all, we once shared a bond of lord and vassal. For now, I shall grant him respite." He then turned to Bahamut, whose dragon wings extended for hundreds of meters, straining to elevate his divine realm. "Bahamut, you too have served me. I understand your desire is merely to ascend to divinity. Today, I will not impede your ascent. Go forth in the heavens." Bahamut gazed in disbelief at the Lord of Dawn, standing resplendent in the light of dawn, scarcely able to believe his ears. Above the celestial expanse, the deities of the Lord of Dawn stood upon the clouds, gazing at their divine master with sincere smiles. Observing Bahamut's momentary pause in midair, Jiang You chuckled softly. "Bahamut, go forth. No one shall impede your ascension to divinity. I have complete faith in the character of a lotus." A more potent platinum light radiated from him, akin to a beacon of calmness illuminating Bahamut's heart. "Once you ascend, proceed to my heavenly abode upon the mountain of paradise. The father of oaks, Savanris, awaits you there." "Yes, my lord," Bahamut responded, then focused intently on his divine ascent. Jiang You remained in place, watching the Lord of Dawn in the near sky, and remarked with a smile, "Alodas, the light of dawn, today, I see you in a new light." Before awaiting a response from the Lord of Dawn, he lifted his gaze towards the high heavens, where the ancient divine dragon Tiamat was raising its divine realm. He observed the fierce battle between the archangel Lucifer and the god of the north wind, Loswind, then turned his attention to the radiant silver moon above, smiling. In this world, one ancient dragon representing goodness is sufficient. In an instant, he strode across the high heavens, arriving above Tiamat's divine realm. The long sword at his waist swayed slightly, and the pure white light of judgment surged forth, permeating the heavens and the earth. Does the vile dragon even deserve to exist? With a swift draw of the sword, the pure white radiance descended with a thunderous force, cleaving through the world. The heavens and the earth turned a brilliant white. Nearby, Lucifer and the god of the north wind halted simultaneously, gazing at the all-encompassing light of judgment. A smile finally graced Lucifer's icy visage. "My lord has arrived. The vile dragon Tiamat you protect shall surely plummet from the skies." "Not necessarily, Lucifer. My divine master shall not stand idly by." Although the goddess of the silver moon appeared aloof, she had long envied the numerous deities under the Lord of Dawn. This time, as Tiamat ascended to divinity, her heart brimmed with anticipation beyond her expectations. Indeed, as the god of the north wind had foretold, just as the pure white light of judgment was about to descend upon the divine realm raised by Tiamat, a massive silver moon suddenly appeared above, radiating brilliant silver light, obstructing all the judgmental rays. Within the silver moon, a stunning goddess with a perfect figure emerged, gazing upwards at the lofty judge of the heavens, her brow slightly furrowed. With her divine power, she redirected Tiamat's path to ascension elsewhere, away from these high heavens, before addressing Jiang You. "Yuliel, Tiamat is my subordinate." "And what of it?" Jiang Yu held his sword at an angle, appearing leisurely yet swift. "The ancient dragon race should have understood when they obstructed my ascension in the past, but they must either submit to me or perish by my hand. There is no other alternative." "Ikalia, are you determined to protect her? You should be aware that, despite sharing formidable divine power, you are no match for me now. Strong divine power, keenly perceptive." Yet before the goddess of the silver moon could respond, the Lord of Dawn and the god of the underworld instantaneously arrived beside the goddess of the silver moon. "Well then, Uriel along with us." Chapter 171. I am the divine. In the celestial heights, the four deities confronted one another. For formidable presences, resplendent and commanding, descended upon the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the entire world. In that moment, all beings across the continents sensed the grandeur of the divine. They beheld the interplay of three moons and a singular sun. Yet, what astonished them most was the platinum moon, which, though not initially conspicuous, journeyed in unison with the other two moons across the sky. This time, they discovered that this moon, radiant and magnificent, shone forth with a brilliance akin to that of the sun, distinctly separating itself from the light of the two moons and the sun. Beneath the luminescence of the platinum moon, Jiang You observed the three formidable deities standing together, his violet eyes narrowing slightly. Even as he emanated a powerful aura, the three deities remained unwavering. Remarkable indeed that for the sake of an ancient dragon, you have united. Uriel, this is not the sole reason. The Lord of Dawn, Arotas, declared loudly. Beside him, the god of the underworld, and alas, nodded in agreement. The goddess of the silver moon appeared contemplative. Lucifer retreated behind Jiang You, brandishing a black and white longsword in a defensive posture, his pristine wings fluttering gently. The father of oak trees also approached Lucifer, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man, now rooted in the fourth heaven mountain, sharing the honor and disgrace with Jiang You. Further afield, the deities hovered in the clouds, observing the palpable tension among the four principal gods, not daring to utter a single breath. The entire sky resonated with the voice of the sun god. Your growth has been remarkably swift, to the point that the world itself seeks to impede you. While we ascend to great power, your might surpasses us. Or perhaps, the path you tread cannot be measured by the standards of the divine. Uriel, what divine path are you truly following? Upon hearing this, Jiang You abruptly lifted his gaze to the sun in the sky and sighed. The sun, indeed, is the closest to the will of the world. Arotas, further words are futile. Today, I shall slay the dragon. Should you obstruct me, prepare for battle. He then smiled at the Lord of Dawn, an expression of appreciation in his eyes. As for the path you speak of, in the future, if you can grant me a single request, I shall share it with you. It shall not be excessive, shall not harm others, nor involve a multitude. Arotas, intrigued, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Jiang You finally smiled, a thought of subduing the Lord of Dawn stirring within him. This request shall serve as a foundation for the future. At this moment, even if the three principal gods joined forces, he felt no fear. Thus, he surveyed the assembly of deities, solemnly proclaiming, "Since you wish to know, then listen closely. I am the Almighty, walking the path of the Supreme. My will shall be enacted in the heavens. My name shall resonate among all beings, and the gods shall revere me as their sovereign." Even though Jiang Yu's words did not fully elucidate the journey of the Lord of the Sky, upon utterance, the gods were taken aback. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes grew wide in astonishment. Uriel, you aspire to become the king of the gods. Within the silver moon, the fated maiden Liviel and the fortunate maiden Shaylee, having stealthily entered the domain of the moon god, sat together on a swing, gazing at Jiang You, who stood proudly between heaven and earth, their eyes filled with admiration. Truly, Father is exceptionally formidable. Chapter 172. The unique divine authority of the Holy Throne. The divine battle in the heavens is on the brink of eruption. In the Balode continent, on the Bonus Peninsula within the capital city of the Ant King's realm, Amy City, in a hidden sanctuary, there lay a beautiful garden. A regal and exquisite woman sat before a stone table, observing the gods above, thick with the scent of impending conflict, as she sipped honeyed tea. "Lisa, no more waiting. Let us commence. I have resolved to ascend to divinity." Before her stood a humble ant-woman, her head bowed low. Upon hearing the divine proclamation, she lifted her gaze in astonishment. "My goddess, are we not to await the announcement from the Lord of Dawn and the Lord of the Underworld?" Noting the confusion of her high priestess, the regal woman smiled faintly. "Lisa, why should we heed their summons? The eyes of the gods are fixated on the imminent divine war. This is the perfect moment. I understand, my goddess. I shall prepare forthwith. It must be swift. Indeed, great goddess." Simultaneously, to the west of the Balode continent, across a vast crimson plain, countless fiery wheat stood tall, reaching heights of 9 meters. Giants, with skin as red as flame and towering over 10 meters, diligently toiled in the fields of fiery wheat. Not far from them, an exceedingly grand city of giants loomed, with gates 50 meters high. At the heart of this great city stood a towering temple constructed of red stone. Within the temple, a colossal statue of a giant sat upon an elevated dais, while a group of giant priests prostrated themselves upon the sacred ground. In that moment, the statue's eyes abruptly opened, gazing down upon the prostrated fire giants, its heart pondering. Thousands of years prior, it had awakened from beneath the glaciers of the far northern ice of the Furlan continent. Having awakened prematurely, some memories remained dormant, leaving it in a state of confusion for a time. At that moment, the world lay in desolation, devoid of any semblance of civilization. The Titans and ancient dragons had only just descended from the icy highlands, far from the might they would later possess. In its confusion, a tribe of frost giants had taken it in. Many years passed, and it finally recalled its identity. It was the Lord of Fire, the Master of Flames. Of the pre-era sequence 0. Upon realizing his own essence, the climate of the Ice Domain Plateau became unbearable for him. Flames chose to depart. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the frost giant tribe that had accompanied him for many years. Thus, he led them down from the Ice Domain Plateau. At that time, the continent of Furland was already under the dominion of the formidable Titans and the ancient dragons, with myriad races existing in their shadows. Flames ferried the frost giants across the ocean, landing on the Bonus Peninsula. There, he encountered the nascent Ant-Man tribe and sensed the presence of the great sovereign, Guria. The great sovereign was still in slumber. He chose not to disturb him and quietly left the area. In truth, before the epic, he had maintained a cordial relationship with Guria. Eventually, he arrived at the Ferris Plain, establishing a home for the frost giants. However, the frost giants struggled to acclimate to the sweltering climate, prompting him to expend his strength to gradually transform them into fire giants suited for the heat, which caused him to fall into a deep slumber once more. Upon awakening, the world's dynamics had shifted. Nevertheless, the fire giant tribe had flourished, occupying the entirety of the Ferris Plain and continued to revere him. Simultaneously, the Earth Lord Guria also awakened, and the two forged an alliance to ascend to divinity. Today marked their opportune moment for deification. The recollection swiftly concluded as the Lord of Fire, Flames, solemnly addressed the kneeling high priest of the fire giants in the temple. Gulenus, let us commence our ascent to divinity. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Jiang You gazed upon the five-colored dragon Mother Tiamat, poised to triumphantly elevate her divine realm, then turned his attention to the three deities still obstructing his path, no longer hesitating. With his purple-gold, long sword held aloft, he swung forward. The will of a champion coalesced into a resounding sword intent. A torrent of divine power surged forth, transforming into a brilliant and unparalleled beam of sword light aimed at the three chief deities. The ethereal shadow of Heaven's mountain expanded with the extension of the sword light, casting a dominion that threatened to bend the three chief deities to their knees. In the heavens and on earth, there existed none but him. The gods must submit. At that moment, the Silver Moon Goddess sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiang You, akin to an entire world, and at last realized, he and we are indeed different now. When the fourth Heaven's mountain was established, the vast celestial realm occupied a significant portion of the high heavens, rather than relegating them to elsewhere as in a divine kingdom, thus granting Jiang You a fragment of worldly authority. This was one of the characteristics he acquired in the sacred seat realm, known as unique divine authority. Chapter 173. The endless abyss within the boundless expanse of the star realm. There exists a vast and infinite abyss. The origin of the abyss is known to none, but every sentient being across the worlds understands that the abyss is the adversary of all wise beings and realms. The abyss devours worlds, ever expanding. Even now, the endless abyss is in a state of relentless expansion, ceaseless and unyielding. Unlike the world, the abyss lacks any barriers, and the abyssal deities seem indifferent to this reality. From their perspective, it is a fortunate circumstance that the abyss does not invade others. The notion that any world or sentient being could dare to invade them is utterly preposterous, except for the most enigmatic depths of the first 9 layers of the abyss. From an external viewpoint, each layer of the abyss is governed by at least one formidable demon lord or multiple such beings of great power. Generally, the fewer the layers of the abyss, the more potent the demon lords become. This is due to the increasing area of each layer, signifying a greater number of worlds ensnared within, leading to the consumption of countless souls. Hence, the deeper the abyss, the mightier the demon lords. It is not uncommon to encounter archdemons, those of supreme power, within the abyss. Once the territories and worlds drawn into the abyss satisfy its will, a new layer is formed. Typically, a newly formed layer comprises numerous fallen grand worlds that have been drawn into the abyss. The 997th layer of the abyss is ruled by the silver-eyed archdemon of great power. This layer is relatively young within the endless abyss. Here, only one archdemon of great power reigns, and the silver-eyed demon is still in a phase of exploration and conquest. At every moment, it wages war against other worlds. Currently, the silver-eyed archdemon is invading a divine world also possessed of great power. Most of its demon lords and minions are assisting in this assault. Within the silver-eyed abyss, countless varieties of demons and numerous abyssal lords abound. Among them is Azabar, a fallen demon lord who descended into this layer over 1,000 years ago. As a newly appointed abyssal lord, his territory within the silver-eyed abyss is minuscule. The millions of goblins he brought into the abyss have not evolved as rapidly as he had envisioned, failing to become a significant force within this layer. Moreover, each year, he must render a sufficient number of souls to the silver-eyed demon as a price for remaining in this layer of the abyss. After his descent, Azabar's once ambitious aspirations have not diminished. Instead, they have burgeoned daily, albeit suppressed within his heart. The territory of an abyssal lord must be claimed through conquest, and the demon minions must be converted by the lord himself, according to the customary patterns of fallen abyssal lords. Each demon lord that descends into the abyss is typically one of the mightiest from their previous world. Upon their fall, their first targets are invariably their original worlds, seeking to draw them into the abyss and thus expand their realms and the number of demons. Thus, it is generally acknowledged that no abyssal lord within the silver-eyed abyss possesses a smaller domain than Azabar. However, Azabar's circumstances are unique. He did not fall into the abyss after achieving the pinnacle of strength. He was acutely aware that, given his current strength, it would be exceedingly challenging to bring about the downfall of the Phelan world. Such circumstances are, in fact, quite common. It is not unusual for demon lords, upon discovering a formidable world, to seek the assistance of other demon lords due to their insufficient power to conquer it alone. In such scenarios, while the rewards may be diminished, the risks are also significantly lowered. However, the Phelan world held a special place in his heart. It was a succulent prize that he yearned to claim without sharing with others. Over the years, he had relentlessly attacked lesser worlds to bolster his strength and resources, barely managing to maintain a balance between his expenses and income. Yet, finding a suitable world to conquer proved to be a daunting task. Of course, Azabar had also participated in the invasion of the Antokana's grand world, led by the silver-eyed demon god, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Regrettably, he was grievously wounded by a powerful fire god there, suffering significant losses that took him years to recover from. This unfortunate incident further exacerbated his difficulties in meeting his rent obligations. Seated upon his infernal throne, Azabar surveyed the diminished assembly of high-ranking demons in his hall and let out a weary sigh. Alas, alas, I find myself in dire straits. Though the Phelan world is enticing, it is not one I can conquer alone. He then turned to his subordinate, the high-ranking demon Muis, and instructed Muis, reach out to several nearby demon lords. Inform them that I have discovered a suitable grand world, and invite them to join me in the conquest. Yes, my lord, Muis replied respectfully before departing. As Azabar watched him vanish from sight, he mused, Phelan, I shall return once more. Winjabaings, Truis, Jians, Dwarbas, Lisarfolk, Umans. Centaurs, are you all prepared? In the celestial expanse above the Phelan world, the silver moon goddess, suspended beneath the luminous silver moon, wielded a longbow, unleashing arrows of radiant silver light from afar. The god of the underworld, Andalaras, brandished his scythe of the nether moon, manifesting in myriad forms, occasionally appearing around Jiang You. At the forefront stood the Lord of Dawn, clad in golden helm and armor, wielding a golden spear, his entire being aglow with the brilliance of dawn. Advancing like a scorching sun, in the face of the onslaught from these three mighty deities, Jiang You remained composed, executing each movement and attack with flawless precision. It was an indomitable battle awareness that set him apart. When matched against adversaries of equal realm and power, none could rival him. The vast expanse of platinum light illuminated the world, as 10 of Jiang Yu's figures brandished long swords, unleashing an endless barrage of sword light, charging forth unwaveringly. The four deities clashed, and for a moment, their strengths appeared evenly matched. Yet, Jiang Yu radiated an air of calm superiority. Amidst their fierce battle, Chapter 174, the Earth Goddess unfolds in the Balod continent, Bonus Peninsula, where countless ant folk kneel in reverence, their voices united in praise. O great Mother Earth, goddess of fertility and reproduction, creator and deity of spring, magnificent sovereign of the ant people, may you elevate your divine realm to the heavens. May you will traverse the earth. May mountains and rivers prostrate within your boundless embrace. As the praises of the ant people resound, countless faiths converge in the dominion of the great earth sovereign, Jiang. She emerges step by step from the secret realms, revealing to the ant people a resplendent goddess standing tall. Subsequently, the entire earthly sanctum, along with the surrounding temples, is lifted. Jiang raises her divine kingdom, ascending to the heavens amidst the fervent hymns of her devotees. In the celestial battlefield, amidst a fierce struggle against three chief deities, Jiang You perceives the moment Jiang, the sovereign of the western lands, begins her ascension, and he cannot help but exclaim, "Your numbers are indeed vast." He then gazes towards the edge of the world. Just as the platinum dragon Bahamut and the chromatic dragon Mother simultaneously achieve divinity. Following their ascensions, Bahamut and Tiamat exhibit remarkably synchronized actions. They drag their divine realms, swiftly heading towards the platinum moon, ultimately landing in the fourth heaven under the guidance of the Father Oak. Another, likewise carrying a divine realm, arrives at the silver moon kingdom amidst the howling northern winds, becoming yet another star encircling the silver moon. Both dragon deities, filled with trepidation, successfully attain divinity. Observing that his target has ascended, Jiang You, deeming further conflict futile, voluntarily withdraws from the battlefield. This divine conflict has not reached the intensity of life and death struggle. Tiamat and Jiang You are indifferent to the notion of killing, as he knows the silver moon will protect her, fostering his desire to test his current strength. This serves as a guarantee for his future actions. Previously, he sought the platinum dragon, aware of its protection from the Lord of Dawn, aiming to engage in battle with the Lord of Dawn, Aladas, who has emerged from the divine realm. Fighting Aladas equates to battling both Aladas and the god of the underworld, further assessing his combat prowess. However, Bahamut's swift ascent left him no choice but to seek Tiamat personally. On the battlefield, as Jiang You ceases to fight, the three chief deities collectively exhale in relief. Jiang Yu's significant power increase has begun to exert pressure upon them. Yet soon after, the face of the silver moon goddess brightens. Tiamat's successful ascension signifies an increase in her divine followers. Conversely, Jia's ascension shifts her expression from surprise to concern. Jia, a friend from the previous epoch, if she successfully attains divinity, would undoubtedly be a great ally. However, she wonders if the three chief deities before her will hinder this. After all, she too is a being of sequence 0, destined to become an entity of immense power. At this moment, the silver moon goddess instinctively takes flight, distancing herself from the two chief deities. The Lord of Dawn and the Lord of the Underworld share a resigned smile upon witnessing this. Ikalia, rest assured, we are willing to accept the ascension of Garia to divinity. She shall become our ally. Upon hearing the sincere expressions of the two supreme deities, Ikalia nodded in agreement. At that moment, the three gods turned their attention to the mightiest among them, Jiang You. Should Jiang You oppose this, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue among the four deities. Suspended in the heavens, Jiang You observed the three gods reach a consensus and relinquished his intent to obstruct Garia's ascension. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could suppress the formidable powers of the three, he could neither vanquish them nor withstand the combined might of all four without succumbing. Within this realm, the more deities there were, the stronger the world became, consequently accelerating his own ascension in power. Furthermore, what he articulated before them was the path of the King of Gods. As his strength gradually grew, he could subdue each of these supreme deities in turn. The intricate relationships among these deities were fraught with complexity. Without his overwhelming dominance, they might very well fracture. Thus, he proclaimed, I shall permit the ascension of the great dominator to divinity, but I demand half of the creative authority she wields. Otherwise, I shall unleash my full might and focus my assault on one among you, heedless of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Silver Moon furrowed her brow, while the Lord of Dawn fell into deep contemplation. Only the god of the underworld, without a moment's hesitation, stated, I find this agreeable. Jiang You, amused by his response, thought to himself, the gods are far too easy to manipulate. Recognizing that the god of the underworld had acquiesced, the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon goddess reluctantly nodded in compliance. With this unanimous agreement among the four supreme deities, Jiang You stepped toward the divine realm of the Earth Lord, Gaia, with the three deities trailing closely behind. In the skies above the Ballod continent, Gaia, who was poised to ascend to divinity, found herself somewhat flustered upon their arrival. Yet, as there was no conflict among the four gods, it was evident that some accord had been reached. She noticed Ikalia smiling and nodding at her, and with a resigned gesture towards Jiang You, she realized that he was indeed the one in command, which eased her anxiety considerably. She was astute enough to grasp Ikalia's implication. There was a trade involved, requiring a certain price, but success in ascension was attainable. Just as she stood before Jiang You, ready to speak, a sudden surge of intense divine energy erupted from the western expanse of the Ballod continent. This aura, blazing with fervent flames, scorched all in its path, heralding the presence of the fire sovereign, flames of Sequence Zero. Did he too wish to ascend at this moment? The Lord of Dawn frowned, sensing potential trouble brewing. Indeed, in the very next instant, Jiang You, with a smile, queried, "Do you intend to protect this one as well?" The three supreme deities fell into a profound silence. In the previous epoch, the relationship between the fire sovereign, flames, and the three of them had been rather tenuous. Only the Earth Lord, who was raising her divine realm, paled and beseeched Jiang You. "O great Lord of Judgment, I beseech you, do not obstruct the esteemed flame ascendant. Though he embodies the essence of fire, he is not a tempestuous being. What is your connection to him? He is my dearest friend." Upon hearing this, the Lord of Dawn, Arotas, wore a solemn expression, while the god of the underworld gazed with a profound countenance. Only the goddess of the silver moon smiled with delight. Jiang You perceived the shift in their demeanors and felt an amusing thrill within. He turned to the Lord of the Earth, saying with a smile, "Very well. If you bestow upon me your divine authority and power of creation in its entirety, I shall permit him to ascend to divinity. The divine authority of creation is an immensely potent power. Without it, the time for Gaia to attain formidable divine strength would be prolonged." Yet, Gaia nodded without hesitation. "Agreed." With that declaration, she resolutely severed the portion of her newly birthed divine essence that pertained to creation, transforming it into a radiant stream of light that entered Jiang Yu's embrace. With the gift of creation's authority and power, Jiang Yu could further enhance the angel rebirth pool. Henceforth, the souls reborn from the angel rebirth pool would possess corporeal forms. "Very well, Gaia, continue your ascension to divinity. I shall go and pay a visit to the future god of fire." With that, he disregarded the reactions of the deities and made his way westward. In his heart, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. "While you remain embroiled in conflict, I've been steadily growing stronger, surpassing you in my ascent to power. In the future, all of you shall bow before me."